A man travels to a high martial arts world, but he discovers that cultivating causes his strength to regress. Learning causes a drop in intelligence. Even something as simple as lifting weights leads to a drastic loss of muscle. This incapable person, unable to cultivate, becomes a model for cultivation in Blue Star. All because the man is bound to an anti-involution system. If he doesn't lay flat, his strength will regress. The more others push themselves, the faster he improves. Watching the Blue Star system, nearly collapsing from the intense competition, except for Joe Fan. Who chose him as the host, anyway? The system wants you to go against involution, yet you make everyone compete while you lay flat alone. A series of banging sounds on the table echoed in Joe Fan's ears. He groggily raised his hand and waved it, asking them to be quiet. I was tired from staying up late watching a movie. But then he heard a gust of laughter and various jokes around him. Ha, this is killing me. Is Joe Fan trying to get himself killed? Wow, even Teacher Chen personally came to bang on the table, and he can still sleep. Ha, these sounds confused Joe Fan. What about Teacher Chen? I was just tired from watching a movie and taking a reasonable nap. It's just that this bed is as hard as wood. Then he felt a jolt as his desk mate shook him awake. Stop sleeping, the homeroom teacher is right in front of you. Joe Fan, still dazed, sat up and looked at the person in front of him. An angry middle-aged man stood there, surrounded by classmates. Did you sleep well? Morning exercises are about to start, and this kid is still sleeping. Well, the table is too hard. Should I bring you a pillow? If that's okay, I have no objections. Old Chen felt his blood boil, nearly fainting from anger, but thinking about the upcoming morning exercises, he decided not to say more to avoid delaying the other students. Joe Fan returned to the podium. Old Chen paced back and forth. 5 more minutes until morning exercises, everyone get ready. Hearing this, Joe Fan quickly got up and ran towards the door to avoid being scolded again. I understand morning exercises, it's just running, right? That's easy. Joe Fan, what are you planning to do? Morning exercises are just running, and that's my forte. Damn it, Joe Fan thought, looking at Old Chen's expression. He realized he misunderstood again. Did Old Chen mean they were doing calisthenics instead? I can do that too. Old Chen slammed his hand on the table. Sit down. Fine, I'll sit down. Xiao Xiaohua, explain to your deskmate what morning exercises are. Xiao Xiaohua stood up and glanced at Joe Fan with pity. The school's morning exercises lasted 30 minutes, during which all students sat in the classroom. A small spirit gathering array was activated in the classroom, during which students practiced their energy invoking techniques. They drew in the spiritual energy from the classroom to cultivate and store more spiritual energy within themselves. Everyone in the classroom was used to it, but Joe Fan was bewildered. This world was too crazy, like a mouse being a bridesmaid for a cat. In the time I just took a nap, morning exercises turned into cultivation. Do you understand? I still haven't woken up. He was still in a dream. After saying this, Joe Fan fell back asleep. Then a piece of chalk hit him, causing him pain. This isn't a dream. I've crossed over to a world where cultivation is possible. Memories quickly fused in his mind, revealing his past life as a member of a national dragon team that entered a realm to defeat a dragon master. Hitting him randomly isn't just random, a 200-pound ability user is trying to sneak attack. 3 years in a different realm, 5 years with demon beasts, releasing a guidebook for adventures in different realms to help you navigate smoothly, inspiring or using abilities. People nationwide rely on cultivation, while foreigners rely on mutations. This is truly a crossover. It's a world where technology and abilities coexist. Humanity uses technology to change life and abilities to change themselves. Sighing in frustration, Old Chen looked at Joe Fan, realizing he couldn't let one person delay the entire class as morning exercises began. He chose to ignore Joe Fan. He activated the small spirit gathering array in the classroom. In an instant, the energy filled the room. The spiritual energy in the classroom became abundant. All the students quickly sat on their desks and began their meditation. Joe Fan looked around and saw everyone doing the same. Once he regained his senses, he also sat on his desk. Following the memories method to absorb spiritual energy and draw it into himself, Joe Fan faced a frustrating situation as he tried to cultivate. As he worked hard to cultivate, Joe Fan felt confused by what was happening. He activated another technique, continuing his efforts to cultivate. A simple puff. Joe Fan nearly spat blood. Great, as expected of the protagonist, my entrance is so unique. After running another cycle of cultivation, he found that after 3 cycles, his spiritual energy decreased by 3 strands. My system is malfunctioning. The harder I try, the less energy I have. The more I cultivate, the weaker I become. What's the point of cultivating? He pulled out a manual on spiritual herbs and studied it seriously, recalling a novel he read in his past life where the protagonist was cursed by the world consciousness, becoming weaker the harder they tried, yet becoming stronger when hurt. Could I be cursed like him too? Thinking this, Joe Fan directly slapped himself in the face. Everyone was murmuring, how is Joe Dage cultivating? It can't be to the point of self-harm, right? What now? There's a fool in the class, what should we do? This is completely different. Is the system even here? What's going on? I'll give you another chance, change that minus to a plus, or I'll choose to uninstall you. Joe Fan thought angrily. Every young man has a dream of becoming a master. Why should I be any different? I'm very sorry, but the system is functioning normally, so no modifications can be made. This system is an anti-involution system, aimed at creating a relaxed growth environment. The harder the host works, the less results they will achieve, it will have the opposite effect. Hearing the system's words, Joe Fan was confused. So this system doesn't help me? I'm cultivating by myself, and you want to reduce my progress? Just uninstall yourself, I'm tired of this. Once the system is bound, it cannot be uninstalled. So you're stuck with me, huh? Do you think I dare to take us both down? System scan in progress. The host's deskmate, Xiao Xiaohua, has a friendliness level of 80, while the other party's potential is at 98. A contract can be established. Would you like to proceed? A contract? What does that do? Joe Fan frowned but agreed. Contract. Successfully contracted with Xiao Xiaohua's talent information, 9 Heaven's mysterious fire body, a divine-level physique. Due to being a premature birth, his meridians are blocked, preventing him from storing spiritual energy and cultivating. However, as long as the 12 meridians are unblocked, subsequent cultivation will be smooth sailing. Xiaohua is diligently training, gaining 2 + 2 + 4 spirit energy. Zhou Erniu is at it again. The system is an anti-involution mechanism. When contracted individuals strive through involution, the system compensates the host even more, making it clear to the host and others that involution leads to a dead end. This is truly a bizarre but excellent system. From the information provided by Xiao Xiaohua, this kid possesses the 9 Heaven's mysterious fire body, a divine constitution. Clearly, he fits the mold of a trash protagonist. Once we clear his meridians, won't he soar? Zhou Erniu laughed heartily, and his smile even appeared in reality, which was particularly jarring in the otherwise quiet classroom. His classmates around him were influenced as well. Seeing this, Lao Chen rushed to Zhou Erniu's side and whispered, "Keep quiet and focus on cultivating." Upon hearing this, Zhou Erniu looked at Lao Chen, who was looking back at him. Lao Chen signaled for Zhou Erniu to cultivate, but Zhou Erniu just kept staring at him for a total of half an hour. "Don't waste time, hurry up and cultivate." Lao Chen couldn't take it anymore and whispered to Zhou Erniu. However, Zhou Erniu didn't respond. It was as if he hadn't heard. He quietly turned his head to cultivate, but he really wasn't cultivating. Instead, he just idled around, supervising Xiaohu's training. "Zhou Erniu, focus." But as soon as he said this, Zhou Erniu ignored him, lowering his head to count his fingers, exactly 10. Lao Chen was losing his patience, but this oddity was clearly affecting those around them. Xiaohu turned to look this way, and seeing that, Zhou Erniu quickly turned Xiaohu's head back, gently saying, "Just focus on your training, leave Lao Chen to me. Teacher, please keep your movements minimal and try not to speak too much, it will affect everyone. We've been exercising for half an hour." The training ended, and the spirit gathering formation was closed. Everyone stopped, and Lao Chen finally emerged from his agony, able to speak out loud, "Zhou Erniu, come with me." Xiao Xiaohua watched Zhou Erniu leave, shaking his head, "Brother, have a good journey." "What's going on with you?" Zhou Erniu smiled awkwardly in response. "Can I say I suddenly thought of something funny? Teacher, as you know, being the top genius in class, the honor of the entire class rests on my shoulders. I can't afford to waste any time, so if there's nothing urgent, I'm leaving." "Stop right there. This kid is becoming more and more uncontrollable. Don't you realize what level you're at in class? You call yourself a genius, just try not to lower the class average. Is there anything else, teacher? If someone laughed during morning practice and didn't focus on cultivation, that's not worth mentioning to me. Personally, I'd rather discuss national issues and major matters concerning humanity." Zhou Erniu stood firm, hands behind his back, head slightly raised, embodying a true hero, for the nation and the people. "I won't say much about you sleeping in class, but what was that laughter during morning practice? I told you to cultivate properly, yet it seems you let it go in one ear and out the other. There are only 100 days left until the big exam. Everyone is working hard to gather spirit energy into their bodies. How can you be so indifferent? The exam requires gathering at least 1,000 strands of spirit energy to pass, otherwise, you won't even make it into a vocational martial school. If you can't get into a vocational martial school, then I'll just go to a prestigious martial school. Do you even dare to be so careless? You really don't care about your future, do you? If you can't even get into a vocational martial school, don't even think about becoming a big shot. You won't even be able to protect your own safety. What will you do then? Don't think about slacking off. Just now, during training, you were practicing by yourself and even slapped yourself for having poor talent. I can see that you still have the intention to work hard. So in these last 100 days, I will supervise you closely every day. You must train hard, Lao Chen said seriously, feeling immensely moved. In this day and age, there aren't many good teachers like me left. But Zhou Ernyo looked as if he had swallowed a fly. Teacher, maybe you should give up on me. I'm just not built for cultivation. Just let me be, it's only 100 days. Just pretend you don't see me every day. I've already decided I'll pick up trash after graduation. If that doesn't work, I'll go to a bathing place. I'm handsome, I'll definitely find a market. Supervise me every day? That'll just deplete my spirit energy. I'm not negotiating, I'm just letting you know. Lao Chun, with great determination, handed Zhou Ernyo a small mirror. Don't look in the mirror anymore. Thank you, now go back to the classroom. Zhou Ernyo returned to his seat under the sympathetic gazes of everyone. Lao Chen, what's wrong? Why do you look so pained? Zhou Ernyo found it hard to express himself. Lao Chen was indeed looking out for him, even if it had the opposite effect. Do you even consider me a brother? Forget it, don't ask. Why shouldn't I? We're brothers, right? Then help me copy the manual on the essence spirit herb. To help Zhou Ernyo get into a vocational martial school, Lao Chen wanted to start with the written exam, so he asked Zhou Ernyo to copy these key points. Forget I asked. After morning practice, everyone could rest for about 10 minutes. Zhou Ernyo looked at his deskmate, Xiao Xiaowu, feeling quite pleased. What are you staring at me for? You're acting strange, especially the way you're looking at me, old Xiao. Do you want to become a strong figure like Master Ma? Of course. His 5-connected whip is super cool. But you know, there's a reason we're called the twin heroes of Class 5. Our talents are too poor, we can't possibly cultivate into masters. Xiao Xiaohua got excited for a moment and then felt deflated again. Their talents were indeed too lacking to become strong. Especially Xiao Xiaohu, who was a premature baby with hidden ailments. Every time he tried to absorb and gather spirit energy, it would instantly dissipate, making cultivation impossible for him. His fiancée even considered breaking off the engagement because he wasn't strong enough. So, do you believe me? Although he can't help Xiao Xiaohu solve his problems now, he has a system and will figure it out sooner or later. Seeing Zhou Ernyo's serious demeanor, Xiaohu was somewhat surprised but still shook his head. I can't believe you. I thought I was the one who had it rough being a premature baby. Being a premature baby is already tough enough. I didn't expect you to have it worse in Class 5. So why should I trust you? By the way, what are you cultivating for? Xiaohu, who had a talent deficiency, could believe in Zhou Ernyo, but when it came to cultivation, he really had no reason to trust him. The first class on difficult births quickly began, which was a general knowledge class explaining the realms of cultivation, as well as basic knowledge about the essence spirit herb. As the teacher spoke, Zhou Ernyo casually listened, retaining some of the information. He then sensed the spirit energy he had within, currently only able to contain just over 100 strands. The host was trying hard to pay attention in class. If you keep draining spirit energy, you'll drain my intelligence too. He then gave Xiao Xiaohu a light slap. Stop daydreaming and pay attention to the teacher. I'm paying attention. It's impossible to trick me. My intelligence hasn't grown either. You'd be lucky to think I'm actually listening. After a while, Xiao Xiaohu tried hard to listen in class, and the host's intelligence increased by 2, then another 2. Great. Leaning against the wall, he didn't sit too straight to avoid draining stamina from the system. This rise in intelligence was immediate, and now he could even think critically. The second class was a physical training class, where everyone engaged in gravity-based cultivation. The purpose was to develop everyone's potential, thereby strengthening their meridians and accumulating more spirit energy. The teacher for the physical training class was very muscular, and while his strength level was unclear, it was likely impressive. After spotting Zhou Ernyo, he specifically called him over. Teacher Chen already told me to pay special attention to you, so you'll sit in the front row for this class. Do I have to sit there? I don't want to stand out. The front row is for geniuses, and I clearly don't belong there, so I'll just stay in the back row. No way you're pinning this on me. It's fine for the geniuses in your class, it doesn't matter where they sit because they're disciplined enough. But for you, it's different. I have to keep an eye on you, and you're special. Sitting in the front row won't affect them. I hate to say it, but I'm pretty disciplined too. I only watch one movie a week. Only once, no more than that. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up, Teacher Li urged, as he also wanted to sit in the front row. There's no need for you, you can't do it. Upon hearing this, Teacher Li glanced at Xiao Xiaohua and shook his head. As everyone was ready, Li activated the gravity switch. A tremendous force descended upon everyone, requiring them to operate their spirit energy, learn to use it to mobilize themselves, and to withstand the pressure. Teacher Shai Qin Shang said. After speaking, he wanted to check on Zhou Erniu, but just as he lowered his head, he noticed Zhou Erniu's actions. At that moment, Zhou Erniu was overwhelmed by the gravity, lying flat on the ground, with no spirit energy around him. Clearly, he wasn't operating any spirit tools to withstand the pressure. Zhou Erniu, what's going on? Teacher Li, the pressure is overwhelming. I can't take it anymore. Didn't I tell you to operate your spirit tools to resist? I did, but it didn't work. Smack, Teacher Li hit Zhou Erniu with the ruler. Hurry up, I'm not joking. You even know that I'm not operating my spirit energy, right? Stand up again, sit down properly, close your eyes, and pretend to mobilize your spirit energy. He attempted to mobilize his spirit energy, making the wrong choices and pretending to do it right. After a while, Zhou Erniu was slapped again on the shoulder by Teacher Li. Teacher, don't interrupt me, I'm trying to mobilize my spirit energy. Just tell me who you want to fool. You know I'm not actually mobilizing any spirit energy. As I cultivate, the spirit energy is coming through. Yes, now it's here. The spirit energy during cultivation feels good, I'm really energized. During Xiao Xiaohua's cultivation, the host's spirit energy increased by 2, then another 2, then 2 again. Zhou Erniu, who had been feeling the spirit energy dissipate, suddenly sensed an increase. This kid Xiao Xiaohua is actually cultivating, adding to his own spirit energy. It's really not easy. Zhou Erniu immediately stopped his own cultivation and turned to see that Xiao Xiaohua was indeed training. But after just a bit of cultivation, he painfully stopped. Through observation, it was clear that Xiao Xiaohua gathered a strand of spirit energy and tried to draw it into his body, but immediately, the energy dissipated and did not remain within him at all. Clearly, Xiao Xiaohua's premature baby constitution means he cannot harbor spirit energy at all. None of the energy can stay in his body. Each attempt only leads him to painful failure. Seeing Xiao Xiaohua's pained expression made Zhou Erniu feel a bit distressed too. Not being able to cultivate and repeatedly failing is far more pressuring than the gravity they were under. Zhou Erniu felt some sympathy for Xiao Xiaohu. But then Zhou Erniu received a hit. Stop looking at yourself and work hard. Finally, class was over. Teacher Li turned off the switch and announced the end of class, stating that they had performed well. Zhou Erniu rushed to the office of their homeroom teacher, Chen Tianfeng, to prepare for the big exam. Teacher Chen was reviewing various data on the students' scores, not just for the martial exam but also for the written exam, since the written exam accounts for 20% of the overall score. If the martial exam results weren't ideal, they could still use the written exam to boost the total. At that moment, a handsome young man appeared at the office door. Teacher Chen set down his documents, glanced up, saw no one, and lowered his head to continue reading. At that moment, the same handsome young man appeared again, looking around, but seeing no one. Zhou Erniu, you little rascal, get in here. Are you trying to scare me to death by playing tricks outside my office? Teacher Chen shouted, then stood up and pulled Zhou Erniu inside. Now, what's the matter? Don't tell me you're trying to scare me in broad daylight. Teacher Chen, can you stop treating me differently? Zhou Erniu didn't play coy. A single physical training class cost him over 10 strands of spirit energy, significantly reducing his already low spirit energy. Not to mention reaching the 1,000 strands needed for the big exam. If he stayed in this class any longer, he'd probably become an ordinary person. Teacher Yuan furrowed his brow. This kid is truly uncarvable. What do you mean? Have you forgotten what I told you this morning? Look at the whole class, except for you, who is second to last. Everyone else scored over 1,300 strands in the spirit energy test. This means they could at least get into a vocational martial school. And you? Just over 100, not even enough to compare with the student in second to last. How do you sleep at night? What about Xiao Xiaohua? He can't even gather a single strand. I think you should pay more attention to him. You should really push him to his limits. You know his situation, he comes from the Xiao family in Xincheng. Even if he doesn't cultivate, he can manage the family business after graduation and has plenty of money. What about you? What do you come from? The Zhou family in Xincheng? Zhou Erniu tentatively answered. Forget it, I don't want to say much more. Just remember this, every student I've taught has at least made it to a vocational martial school. I don't want this term to be an exception. Zhou Erniu replied thoughtfully, this term you will definitely make an exception, there's no way you won't. What about Xiao Xiaohua? Get out. If you don't put in the effort, I'll visit your home. I'll watch you every day and even stay at your place at night. No matter what, I'll make sure you cultivate. He's really angry, Zhou Erniu thought as he rubbed his nose, leaving Lao Chen's office. This trip didn't achieve the goal. Instead, it made Lao Chen more serious. Damn it! If Xiao Xiaohua doesn't step up his efforts, he won't be able to keep up with the depletion of spirit energy, which will lead to a total breakdown. First, spirit energy depletion, then kidney energy depletion, and finally, total exhaustion. If Teacher Chen can't handle this, then I'll have to tackle it through Xiao Xiaohua, helping him resolve his premature issues. Otherwise, he won't put in any effort. Moreover, for my own advancement to be faster, Xiao Xiaohua needs to break through to a higher realm. His premature issue is urgent, and there are so many problems. I'm so annoyed with the system. How should I solve Xiao Xiaohua's case? I need to check Xiao Xiaohua's body first to understand the root of his illness. The host can perform an acupuncture examination on Xiao Xiaohua under the system's guidance. Is that so? After school, Zhou Erniu left the classroom with Xiao Xiaohua. Remember what I said this morning, there's nothing else to say. You didn't remember something so important. Do you even consider me a brother? Come on, we talked a lot this morning. Zhou Erniu slapped him. If you keep being so cheeky, I'll smash your head. Go back first, and come to my house tonight. I'll show you a treasure. What kind of treasure? You'll find out when the time comes. I can only describe it like this. It's thrilling, but something feels off. By the way, transfer some money to me, Zhou Erniu said again. I need money to buy silver needles, which I don't have. Besides, this is for Xiao Xiaohu, so he should definitely pay for it. How much? Xiao Xiaohu didn't hesitate. As long as it's not too much, I don't really care. How about 20,000 to 30,000? Zhou Erniu said casually, not knowing exactly how much was needed, probably just a few hundred. The reason for asking for so much was due to labor costs in this new world of spirit energy revival. Knowledge is the most valuable thing, and since Zhou Erniu is broke, he asked for a bit more. No problem, I'll transfer you this little bit of money right away. He even didn't ask much. This is the Xiao family of Qingcheng, after all. Their financial power is indeed unmatched by our Zhou family. To speak a heretical truth, our Zhou family's old patriarch can't even come up with this much money in one go. After receiving the money, Zhou Chen parted ways with Xiao Xiaohua. As he was leaving the school gate, he was stopped by the gatekeeper. This morning, Zhou Chen had been 1 minute late entering the school, which was why he was delayed. However, due to his previous self's incredible speed, he had managed to evade the gatekeeper's grasp. Thus, he had escaped a predicament. Unexpectedly, the gatekeeper was still nitpicking. You little brat, do you dare to fool me this morning? Did your homeroom teacher give you a scolding? The new gatekeeper said, stifling a laugh, eager to see Zhou Chen's embarrassed reaction. But Zhou Chen clearly wasn't falling for it. What scolding? I, Liang Jichao, am the top student of class 3. How could I be scolded by the homeroom teacher? You must have mistaken me for someone else, right? After saying this, Zhou Chen ignored him and quickly exited the school gate. The gatekeeper frowned as he watched Zhou Chen's back, muttering to himself that it was impossible to have mistaken him. This morning, it was indeed this kid, Zhou Chen from class 5. Besides, was there even a Liang Jichao in class 3? As Zhou Chen walked away, he glanced back at the new gatekeeper. He then hurried to the parking lot outside the school gate. He found the gatekeeper's electric scooter and twisted the tire valve. He directly let the air out. What are you doing, you little brat? Damn, you dared to let my air out? The gatekeeper, seeing this scene, was furious and rushed out. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhou Chen took off running. Ha ha ha! Dare to bully me? Dare to laugh at me? Little did they know, there was chaos before the heavens, and Zhou Chen was even before the chaos. Goodbye to you. After running for a while, Zhou Chen began to think about serious matters. He opened the devious map to find the nearest pharmacy. The devious map is continuously navigating for you. There is a pharmacy 200 meters ahead. The best route has been selected for you. 200 meters was particularly close. Moreover, the map showed that there were many pharmacies. Just like the Western medicine stores in his previous life, there was one every 300 meters. Hopefully, the prices wouldn't be as outrageous as those Western medicine stores. Yu Tang, a handsome guy who had run 200 meters, came to buy medicine. Sister, do you guarantee the quality? Wait, do your medicines guarantee the quality? The young nurse? Classmate, are you here to buy pills for your parents? Or are you looking for medicinal materials? You can just tell me what you need, and I'll help you find it. The young nurse was very polite and didn't get angry at Zhou Chen's words. Being young, she didn't understand what guarantee the quality meant. Anyway, she was still young and not familiar with it. Zhou Chen nodded at her words. I'll take a look first, don't worry, I'm not short on money. He didn't mention that he wanted to buy silver needles. It was his first time in a pharmacy in this high martial arts world. It was just right to see what was different. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, the nurse's eyes lit up. Could it be that this kid was from a wealthy family? If he was a rich kid, then guaranteeing quality wouldn't be a problem. Zhou Chen ignored the nurse's gaze and began to browse on his own. Shopping in supermarkets used to be the norm, but now shopping in pharmacies had also become mainstream. Whether it was herbs, spiritual herbs, pills, or potions, they were all daily necessities. So every day, there were people wandering in pharmacies looking for what they needed. Gathering cheap pill, 880,000 Xian country coins enhancing spirit potion, 690,000 Xian country coins berserk potion, 530,000 Xian country coins gathering spirit pill, 100,000 Xian country coins. So expensive. None of them were affordable for Zhou Chen. Pharmacies were indeed high consumption places. Can you get me a set of silver needles? Zhou Chen was too lazy to stay inside any longer. He was feeling annoyed. Silver needles? Do you want ordinary silver needles or premium ones? What do you mean? Ordinary silver needles are 300 Xian country coins, while premium silver needles are crafted by a master refiner and can be infused with spiritual energy for better effects. I think you should buy a set of premium silver needles. Practitioners usually buy premium ones. And the price isn't high. How much? 50,000 for a set. Zhou Chen. That's really not expensive. Then I'll take a regular set. Nurse. A premium one would be better. But he doesn't deserve it. Zhou Chen shook his head. That Xiao Xiaohua kid has no spirit at all. Why would he need a premium one? The key point is that he just asked for 30,000, and the price of the silver needles exceeded by 20,000. Might as well consider myself a great benefactor. Transfer 300, and give me the silver needles. The nurse rolled her eyes, thinking she had encountered a rich man, but it was the same as before. Zhou Chen took the silver needles and walked out. Just in time, he ran into Xiao Xiaohua. He simply stopped his luxury car. Get down and open the door for me. Xiao Xiaohua was confused. Can't you just get in yourself? But he still had the driver get out to open the door. Taking this opportunity, Zhou Chen tidied his hairstyle and looked back. That nurse was indeed looking at him. From her eyes, Zhou Chen could see shock and regret. Then he elegantly got into the car. This story tells us that one shouldn't judge people by their appearance. Although I'm dressed in cheap clothes, in reality, I am indeed a poor loser. Old Zhou, what are you up to? Xiao Xiaohua asked softly. What else could it be? Isn't it all for you, kid? See this? This is the treasure I bought for you. Remember to come tonight. I'll use my Zhou family's ancestral silver needle secret technique to help you diagnose the root cause of the premature baby's illness. Zhou Chen waved the silver needles in front of Xiao Xiaohua. This made Xiao Xiaohua incredibly touched. Because of the premature baby, Xiao Xiaohua had almost no true friends. Zhou Chen could be said to be the only one. Thank you, Xiao Xiaohua said sincerely, then smiled bitterly. He shook his head and looked out the window. But it's useless. My dad has found many famous doctors for me, even those at the Qi master level, but none could change anything. I was born unable to cultivate. This is my fate. Xiao Xiaohua's expression fell, looking extremely pitiful. But Zhou Chen directly interrupted him. That's true, your premature baby illness is really a sight for sore eyes. Zhou Chen spoke bluntly. This made Xiao Xiaohua, who was getting emotional, freeze for a moment. You're the premature baby. I'm getting emotional here, and you can't say a few comforting words? You, a grown man, still need comfort? How pathetic. Transfer me another 20,300 before we talk. Are you really that short on money? Xiao Xiaohua asked. This amount was nothing to him, but he was curious about what Zhou Chen needed the money for. It's useful, you'll know when the time comes. Zhou Chen replied, not telling him what it was for. The transfer of 20,300 was received, current balance 50,000. Xiao Xiaohua didn't ask further. Alright, that's enough, I'm getting out. With the money received, Zhou Chen said he wanted to get out of the car. The car stopped. Zhou Chen got out and casually asked, Old Xiao, where are you going? To the airport to pick up my fiancé. Where else could I go? Xiao Xiaohua replied. Alright, have a good trip. Xiao Xiaohua. Watching Xiao Xiaohua leave, Zhou Chen walked back. He needed to buy the premium silver needles as well. If the regular ones didn't work, he could try the premium ones. In the car. Driver, young master, the old master said to keep less contact with people like him. Our Xiao family is a prominent family in Qingcheng. What does that have to do with him? Isn't my mom from a common background? He's leading the way and expects me to follow the rules? Driver, young master, he's clearly trying to scam you. You shouldn't have transferred money to him. Xiao Xiaohua, then why is he only scamming me and not you? Driver, they didn't go to the previous pharmacy. Zhou Chen found the nearest pharmacy to buy some silver needles and then took a shortcut back home. You're back? I was thinking of going to pick you up, his mother said, sitting in the living room watching a drama, while his father was busy in the kitchen. Seeing Zhou Chen return, his mother spoke up, but Zhou Chen noticed that she had no intention of getting up. I appreciate the thought, but I still chose to walk back. Oh, I knew it, so I didn't move. Zhou Chen realized that his mother was particularly difficult to deal with now. By the way, Teacher Chen specifically called to have us personally supervise your training. He said it's the last 100 days, and he will strictly look after you at school, making sure you get into the vocational martial arts school. So after dinner, you should practice and study in the living room, so we can supervise you. Can I refuse? Does Teacher Chen not know, or do you not know? I was born with poor genes, lacking talent. I'm simply not cut out for training. Plus, my sister took my supreme bone, leaving me with no talent at all. How can I train? Just don't worry about me. Put all your hopes on my sister. If that doesn't work, start researching for a third child early. Is it okay if I go out for a 10-minute walk every night? At worst, I can donate some pocket money for Dad to go to the hospital and see if there's any chance of revival. Zhou Chen replied helplessly. He was about to head back to his room. Training? Isn't that asking for my life? There are only a little over 100 strands left, and I sacrificed more than 10 strands at school today. Do I have to sacrifice more at home? Just kill me already. At that moment, Zhou Chen even imagined the miserable state of his energy being exhausted, his kidney energy depleted, and his body withered. What supreme bone? It's all nonsense. Don't think you can escape. Come here quickly. Our family has high training talent. It can't be an exception for you. Mom, don't you feel embarrassed saying that? Right now, my sister is the only one in the family with any hope, Zhou Chen retorted. But it had no effect. Don't interrupt me. Anyway, your dad and I have discussed it, and we must manage you well. In these 100 days, you must train properly. His mother declared her decision. Zhou Chen, *#*. Based on his understanding of her, there was no changing that. After dinner, Zhou Chen wanted to sneak back quietly, but he was pulled back. His mother laid out a yoga mat in the living room. This is it, train well. Don't think you can fool us. I'll set up a video call with Teacher Chen in a bit. If you don't take it seriously, he can see everything. You really don't trust your own son? You still want to call the teacher? The video call shattered Zhou Chen's plan to pretend and slip by, so he absolutely couldn't let his mother start the call. You're not even my real son, you called me auntie this morning. Women really hold grudges. But it's already dark. What if the teacher has something to do? It wouldn't be good to disturb him this late. Zhou Chen pressed on. His mother hesitated. It really wasn't a good time to disturb Teacher Chen. But in her hesitation, Teacher Chen called himself. See, Teacher Chen called himself. You must not let down Teacher Chen's kindness. His mother answered the call and held the phone up to Zhou Chen. Looking at Teacher Chen's face on the phone, Zhou Chen wished he could smash the phone. Hello, teacher, good night, goodbye. He hung up. The call came again. He hung up. The call came again. He hung up. His mother snatched the phone, answered it, apologized, and handed it to Zhou Chen. Hello, teacher, I'm sorry again, and good night. He hung up. His mother gave him a good scolding. The call was connected. Not bad, very spirited. This is how you cultivate, Xiaofan, although your talent is a bit lacking. But it doesn't matter, there are still 100 days left. As long as you work hard during these 100 days, I guarantee you can at least get into a vocational martial arts school. Zhou Chen rolled his eyes. He relaxed for a moment. Don't slack off. Very good, very spirited. Zhou Chen, %*%yuan. An hour later, the training ended. Zhou Chen stopped, having lost another 12 strands of spiritual energy in that hour. This was still the result of him racking his brain to be lazy. Returning to his room, he checked the time. It was already 7 in the evening. How come Xiao Xiuhua still hadn't arrived? He had been to his house, so he definitely knew the way. He took out his phone and opened the messaging app to send him a message. What's going on? Why haven't you come yet? If you don't come, don't regret it later. After a while, a message came back. Let's do it tomorrow night. I really can't make it tonight. My fiancée is home, and everyone is entertaining her, and she seems to want to break off the engagement. There was also a crying dog emoji at the end. Break off the engagement? Seeing this word, Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to encounter such a rare scene. He clicked to make a call. He chose video call. Rejected. Then he chose video call again. Rejected. Once more, he chose video call. Rejected again. He sent a message. What do you mean? Such a lively scene of breaking off the engagement, and you won't let your brother see it? Are you still my brother? Xiao Xiaohua. He tried video calling again. It connected. What came into view was a resplendent hall, decorated lavishly. It looked like a heavenly palace. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chen looked down at his own shabby doghouse. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. Besides the decorations, there were quite a few people inside. Xiao Xiaohua stood at the far end, clearly not very valued in the family. Even though he was one of the main characters of this gathering, it was still the case. A fallen phoenix is not as good as a dog. No, it was more like a family's premature child is not as good as a dog. Which one is your fiancé? Let me help you keep an eye on her first, Zhou Chen asked quietly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua moved the camera. It focused on a girl in the middle of the hall. She had an extraordinary aura. Just standing there, she was the center of attention without needing to focus. This looks good, kid. You're in for a treat, Zhou Chen teased. Treat? She's the same age as me, and she's already entered the chi refining stage, becoming a true cultivator, while I can't even store spiritual energy. So do you think I stand a chance? Moreover, she came from the capital this time, clearly with the intention of breaking off the engagement. Xiao Xiaohua said helplessly. The chi refining stage is the true symbol of entering the cultivation ranks. To enter the chi refining stage, one needs to gather at least 10,000 strands of spiritual energy, which is much harder than the big exam. Every year, the top scorers of the big exam find it very difficult to reach the chi refining stage. Xiao Xiaohua didn't want to dwell on his sad story, so he shifted the camera. The one at the top is the head of our Xiao family, and the one just below is the young master. That old man is the young master? Your dad is that old? Zhou Chen looked at the video in confusion. The young master looked about the same age as Zhou Chen's grandfather. That's my grandfather. The fat guy below him is my dad, and then it's me. We belong to the direct line of the Xiao family. The ones beside are all collateral branches. Impressive. Your grandfather is even more impressive than the prince of that queen's country. He's probably going to be the young master for life. Xiao Xiaohua. Now that they have higher cultivation, they basically have lifespans of several hundred years, and my great-grandfather is a master-level cultivator, so what do you think? Hiss. Help me say hello to great-grandpa and ask if he's interested in taking a godson. Xiao Xiaohua. Zhou Chen was just joking. He then got down to business. Originally, I wanted you to come over tonight to check your health, but since you have something to do, we can talk about it tomorrow. Let me tell you, if that girl brings up the annulment tonight, you just shout a slogan, and I guarantee you'll cure the premature baby's hidden ailment. What slogan? Just stand up and shout, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't bully the poor youth. If you dare to annul the marriage tonight, I'll die in front of you. Xiao Xiaohua, isn't it don't bully the poor youth? Why do I have to die in front of her? Zhou Chen, because the dead are the most important. Xiao Xiaohua, the call has ended. Zhou Chen looked at the call-ended screen and curled his lips. This kid really can't take a joke. Today's summary, host's cultivation and study time is less than idle time. Reward, 1 spirit gathering pill. Just as he put down his phone, the system sent a notification. It turns out the system summarizes every day, and as long as the cultivation and study time is less than idle time, a reward will be triggered. The reward items increase as Zhou Chen's realm improves. Today, Zhou Chen's reward was a spirit gathering pill. Hearing the notification, Zhou Chen was overjoyed. He had seen spirit gathering pills in the pharmacy. The selling price was 100,000. The effect was to expand meridians and gather spiritual energy. This wasn't very effective for those in the chi refining stage, but for students struggling to pass major exams due to lack of spiritual energy, this was a miraculous medicine. Zhou Chen was incredibly excited. Wasn't this the pill he wanted? The system was truly his thoughtful little cotton-padded jacket. He extracted it directly and was about to put it in his mouth. But just as it reached his lips, Zhou Chen stopped. Would taking the pill count as internal competition? He shook his head. This pill was given by the system. Could it harm him? He then swallowed it in one gulp. Host swallowed the spirit gathering pill. Internal competition occurred. Effect nullified. Spiritual energy -10. Zhou Chen. What the hell, system? How's your whole family doing? This damn pill you gave me. I eat it, and you tell me I'm in internal competition? Then tell me, what the hell is this pill for? System, I'm tired, you can uninstall yourself. Sorry, the system cannot be uninstalled. Zhou Chen was disheartened. He also realized that in the future, he could only let Xiao Xiaohua take the pills. As long as he took them, not only would he benefit from the pill's effects, but he could also enhance them several times over. As for how much it would increase, Zhou Chen wasn't sure yet. He estimated it was probably a bit less than the 100-fold return from the neighboring disciple. The next day, after breakfast, do you need me to take you? Mom asked. No need, I'll ride my bike. Just right, I don't want to move either. Zhou Chen, then why did you ask? He went downstairs, found his bicycle, and even specifically got a longer chain and a lock. After getting everything ready, he set off. Han Ming was the gatekeeper of the 3rd middle school. He had just started his job and was fooled on the first day by someone named Liang Jichao. No, wait, his real name was Zhou Chen. He had even let the air out of his electric bike, so he couldn't swallow this anger. Today, he was going to return the favor in kind. He was going to let this Zhou Chen's bike tires down, unless this Zhou Chen kept having his mom drop him off. So he kept an eye on the people coming to school at the gate. In the end, he wasn't disappointed. Zhou Chen rode his bike over. Han Ming's lips curled up slightly. Kid, yesterday you made me push the electric bike home. Today I'll make you push your bike home. However, when he saw Zhou Chen also saw him and nodded at him. He rode his bike directly up to Han Ming. You can't park your bike inside the school, just leave it in the parking lot outside, Han Ming reminded. Hurry and park over there, I'll let the air out for you in a bit. Don't worry, brother, I won't park inside the school. I'll just leave it at the guardhouse. I've noticed a group of thugs recently who specialize in letting air out of tires. I saw your electric bike was deflated yesterday, so to be cautious, I locked it outside the guardhouse. Can you keep an eye on it? If my tire gets deflated, just let me know. Then I'll complain about you. As they spoke, Zhou Chen didn't need Han Ming's agreement. He directly threaded the chain he had prepared through the guardhouse window, pulled it back, and quickly locked it. It was done in one go. Han Ming, why would you complain about me if your tire gets deflated? Who told you not to keep an eye on it? Not only will I complain about you, but I'll also let the air out of your electric bike. You really are ruthless. Having sorted everything out, it was still early, and Zhou Chen made his way to the classroom at a leisurely pace. Looking outside the school, he was taken aback. Xiao Xiuhua had come not in a luxury car but riding a bicycle. This disheveled look, was he really the same rich kid from yesterday? Zhou Chen was curious and decided to wait for him to come in. What happened? Just one night, and you become a castaway from a wealthy family? Zhou Chen walked alongside Xiao Xiuhua. Isn't it your fault? What did I do? Zhou Chen retorted. Don't falsely accuse a good person. Isn't it because you made me shout something about 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West last night? And you actually shouted it? Zhou Chen stopped in his tracks, looking utterly astonished. Xiao Xiuhua nodded. Well then, this brother really could follow through on what he said. Just not the brightest. And then? Then my dad told me to stay far away. A filial son. But I didn't lose. Xiao Xiuhua said stubbornly. Do you have more to the story? Can't you tell? You have quite a few pimples on your face. She didn't succeed in breaking off the engagement, and her family arranged for her to come to our school. She'll probably show up soon. What about her? If she wanted to break off the engagement, would she really want to come to the school? Zhou Chen snatched a handful of sunflower seeds from Han Ming. Yeah, she does. Xiao Xiuhua nodded firmly. Are you sure? For sure. She said it right in front of me. She wants to see what use you, the premature baby, actually have, daring to shout 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. The hatred was palpable. Zhou Chen felt a bit of heartache for this buddy. Being called a premature baby in front of so many family members must have been so humiliating. He patted Xiao Xiuhua on the shoulder. Do you want to get stronger? Yes, I want it more than anyone, more than ever. Xiao Xiuhua was very serious. If you want it, that's enough. Leave the rest to me. But you're the last in the class, and I'm second to last. How can I leave it to you? Last in the class is still first. What's wrong? Do you look down on me being first? Zhou Chen said fiercely. At that moment, a luxury car drove directly into the campus. Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiuhua looked through the window and saw a beautiful girl inside. Zhou Chen recognized her. She was Xiao Xiuhua's fiancée. There was nothing much to say. Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiuhua entered the classroom together. Wow, guys. Guess what I just saw at the school gate? A heavenly beauty came to our school. Really? She won't be in our class, right? You might be overthinking it. Children from wealthy families, as long as they can cultivate, probably won't come to our class. They'll definitely go to class 1. Xiao Xiuhua's face turned red, feeling discouraged again. Before morning exercises began, Old Chen specifically came to find Zhou Chen. Old Chen was very satisfied with Zhou Chen's efforts but very dissatisfied with his results. It was clear to Old Chen. After a day of hard work, Zhou Chen had actually worsened. Why is the fluctuation of spiritual energy in your body even weaker? Maybe it's too much pressure. Teacher, please let me off this time. I promise I'll definitely get into a vocational martial arts school, okay? Zhou Chen said, feeling wronged. Just yesterday alone, he had lost more than 30 strands of spiritual energy. How could he not be worse off? Having pressure is normal, and rest assured, I will not give up on you, Old Chen said stubbornly. Zhou Chen thought, What am I supposed to be reassured about? At asterisk and the morning practice began. Old Chen stood beside Zhou Chen to supervise him. This made Zhou Chen very miserable. Every time he circulated a breathing technique, his spiritual energy would decrease by 1, without exception. During cultivation, spiritual energy -1-1-1, however, Zhou Chen was incredibly happy at this moment. Because he was gaining more, Xiao Xiaohuo was trying hard after the setback last night. Even if he failed the first time, he still did not give up as he usually would. Xiao Xiaohuo during cultivation hosts spiritual energy +3+3+4. Xiao Xiaohuo during cultivation hosts spiritual energy +4+3+4. With so many gains, the spiritual energy he lost during his own cultivation seemed trivial. He even made up for what he had lost yesterday. Xiao Xiaohuo during cultivation hosts spiritual energy +3+3+4. Suddenly, the influx of spiritual energy stopped. Zhou Chen opened his eyes and turned to glance at Xiao Xiaohua. Sure enough, after trying multiple times, he was about to give up again. Seeing this, Zhou Chen directly slapped him. Keep trying. What are you afraid of? Xiao Xiaohua entered cultivation again, but Zhou Chen also received a slap from Old Chen. You too, don't slack off. Zhou Chen. During cultivation, spiritual energy -1-1-1. Xiao Xiaohua during cultivation hosts spiritual energy +6+3+4. Old Chen kept a close watch on Zhou Chen's cultivation. During this process, his frown gradually relaxed. There was even a bit of joy added later. He discovered that Zhou Chen's rate of spiritual energy growth was terrifying. Every time he circulated a technique cycle, his spiritual energy would increase by about 5 strands. Such a speed could surpass even the geniuses in Class 1. If Zhou Chen had started working hard from the first semester, he would definitely have outperformed those geniuses in Class 1. Terrifying. The previous Xiao Fan was just too lazy. As long as I supervise him well, not to mention a vocational martial arts school, perhaps even a bachelor's martial arts school could be attempted. Old Chen thought to himself. He made a resolution to supervise him well. He absolutely could not let a genius fall from grace in front of him. Half an hour later, the gathering spirit array closed, and Zhou Chen opened his eyes. He then saw Old Chen looking at him with hope. Xiao Fan, you performed exceptionally well. You must continue to work this hard in the future, do you understand? Perhaps your talent isn't that bad. What you lack is just effort. From now on, I will supervise you well, Old Chen said happily. Hearing this, Zhou Chen could only express his gratitude to Old Chen's whole family. Of course, this was just a joke. Zhou Chen understood Old Chen's decision very well. He genuinely cared for him. It was just that the system had gotten it all wrong. What a mess. After Old Chen left, Zhou Chen summarized his gains. Through Xiao Xiaohua's efforts, he had gained over 100 strands of spiritual energy. Subtracting the 20 strands he lost during his own cultivation, the net profit reached 84 strands. Not only did it make up for the more than 30 strands lost yesterday, but it also increased by 49 strands. His overall aura had improved significantly. The amount of spiritual energy he could contain now reached 189 strands. Perfect, breaking the historical record. Old Xiao, you performed very well in today's morning practice. Zhou Chen looked at Xiao Xiaohua and encouraged him. But I haven't stored a single strand of spiritual energy. Xiao Xiaohua was puzzled. Is this considered good? You need to keep working hard like this, and next year, I'll help you find a sister-in-law. Zhou Chen ignored his confusion. But I haven't stored a single strand of spiritual energy. As long as you keep working hard, you will be able to get into a martial arts school. But I haven't stored a single strand of spiritual energy. Are you a broken record? No. Then why do you keep repeating the same thing? But I haven't stored a single strand of spiritual energy. Zhou Chen. You fool, storing spiritual energy is the result, effort is the process. Strong people enjoy the process, while weak people get tangled up in the results, understand? We are all future strong people, so we need to enjoy this process. Understand? But, a slap came down. Dare to repeat? I'll smash your head. After the morning practice, Zhou Chen went out for a stroll. He heard quite a bit of news. Xiao Xiaohua's fiancée is named Tang Yanran. She didn't come to Class 5 but went to Class 1. She caused quite a stir in Class 1. After all, with her cultivation level and looks, she overshadowed everyone there. Xiao Xiaohua really is quite fortunate. If he weren't my brother in future tool, I wouldn't hesitate to imitate Cao Cao and engage in some underhanded dealings. Just kidding. I'm not that kind of person. Regular classes resumed. The day passed quickly. Zhou Chen had a very pleasant day. Xiao Xiaohua worked hard under his supervision all day. So after school, Zhou Chen's spiritual energy reached 213 strands, and his intelligence, physical strength, and knowledge in various subjects all improved. A great harvest. He picked up his bicycle from the gatekeeper. The bike was intact and had no flat tires. Zhou Chen was very satisfied and patted Han Ming on the shoulder. "Young man, I'm very pleased with your performance today, keep it up. In a few years, you'll be proud to have guarded a bicycle for a great master of the human race." Han Ming was completely stunned. "Hurry up and roll away." "No, pick your face up and then roll." Xiao Xiaohua wanted to go back, but Zhou Chen directly pulled him. "Old Xiao, come straight to my house, I want to show you my treasure." Zhou Chen shouted to Xiao Xiaohua, attracting the attention of everyone at the school gate. Two big men looking at treasures? Disgusting. Xiao Xiaohua also felt a bit embarrassed, his face instantly turning red. Tang Yanran happened to pass by and glanced at Xiao Xiaohua, her pretty brows furrowed. Then, somewhat disgusted, she got into her car. The two rode their bikes and soon arrived home. Zhou Chen took him directly to his room and locked the door. "Hurry up, we might be a bit pressed for time, quickly take off your clothes." "Xiao Xiaohua, haven't we not reached this step yet?" Xiao Xiaohua hesitated. Zhou Chen slapped him. "What the hell are you thinking? I want to give you acupuncture and check your body. Hurry up." Oh. Xiao Xiaohua quickly took off his clothes. "Lie on my bed and don't move," Zhou Chen instructed. Then he took out a set of 5,000 yuan silver needles and summoned the system. The host injects spiritual energy into the silver needles, first taking the middle needle and inserting it into his Shintang acupoint. "Where is the Shintang acupoint?" Zhou Chen asked, and the system immediately provided an image. He inserted it. Hiss. Xiao Xiaohua made a sound. "What's wrong? It's a bit itchy." "That's normal, shut up." "Oh, okay." Then he took out another needle and inserted it according to the system's instructions. After a series of operations, about 10 minutes later, "All right, the system has reached a conclusion." Zhou Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He himself didn't have much spiritual energy to begin with, and if this continued, he was afraid he would be completely drained. "What's the result?" Zhou Chen hurriedly asked. "He is a premature baby." "Zhou Chen, you can uninstall it yourself." Zhou Chen was so angry he was speechless. Did he not know he was a premature baby? So the system detected this result? "What do I even need you for?" "Sorry, repeated explanation, the system cannot be uninstalled." "Stop talking nonsense, just say it quickly, or we'll both be ruined." "System, ask yourself, do you dare to be ruined?" Through examination, it can be confirmed that due to Xiao Xiaohua's premature birth, all 12 of his meridians are completely blocked. Meridians are necessary channels for cultivating and circulating spiritual energy, so blocked meridians mean he cannot cultivate. The only solution is to help him clear the meridians and expand them. The system continued, explaining the reason why Xiao Xiaohua couldn't cultivate in detail. "What's the solution? Do you have one?" "Yes, but with the host's current ability, you can only clear one meridian for now." The system spoke, and this made Zhou Chen overjoyed. Clearing one is better than none. At least it would allow Xiao Xiaohua to officially start cultivating. This way, his own progress in spiritual energy would also accelerate significantly. The other 11 meridians could be dealt with slowly. There would naturally be better solutions in the future. "All right, what should I do?" Zhou Chen inquired. The system then transmitted the relevant content to Zhou Chen. Among them was a set of acupuncture methods and a prescription. The host can use this set of acupuncture therapy, along with the prescription, to clear his Shaoyang Sanjiao meridian. It is expected to take about a week to clear. Zhou Chen carefully looked at the acupuncture methods in his mind. There was nothing difficult about it, and with the system assisting him, he could manage it. He decided to do a session tonight. Withdrawing his consciousness from the system, Zhou Chen opened his eyes. He was immediately startled by Xiao Xiaohua. He saw Xiao Xiaohua, bare-skinned, leaning in front of Zhou Chen with a lewd expression. "What the hell do you want?" "Nothing. I didn't mean anything. I saw you close your eyes after giving me acupuncture, so I just wanted to see if you were asleep." Then why are you being so lewd?" "Am I? I've been professionally trained by the Xiao family. I control my facial expressions very well and won't easily act lewd." Xiao Xiaohua touched his own face. You guys from the Xiao family really have a lot of training. Is this silver needle you bought specifically for me?" "Old Zhou, thank you. Now even my dad has given up on treating me. I didn't expect you to not give up." Xiao Xiaohua became sad again. He looked at the silver needle in Zhou Chen's hand, feeling very touched. "It's bought with your money." "I know, but what I care about is your heart." Slap. Zhou Chen slapped him. "Don't you dare get sentimental with me. I'll mess you up." "Damn it, if you're so good at being sentimental, go tell Tang Yanran, not me. I'm going to marry a wife in the future, you understand?" Xiao Xiaohua. Oh. Xiao Xiaohua felt a bit wronged. "Lie down. Didn't the acupuncture end?" "It hasn't officially started yet. It might hurt a bit later." "Oh, then be gentle." Slap. "Where's my knife?" I should have bought a stun baton to knock this kid out first. Zhou Chen began to insert the needles. He infused his spiritual energy into the silver needles and performed the acupuncture technique. Half an hour passed. During this time, his mother knocked on the door, but Zhou Chen didn't open it. Because it was a critical moment, he couldn't be interrupted. After the entire acupuncture session ended, Zhou Chen was panting again. How do you feel? A bit painful, but it also feels warm. Xiao Xiaohua answered truthfully. Letting Zhou Chen give him acupuncture was a big decision for him. He was worried that Zhou Chen would act recklessly. But now, the feeling he had was very good, and it also shocked him. This little pain is normal. Get dressed and prepare to go back. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead. He was in as much pain as Xiao Xiaohua. Because he had cleared Xiao Xiaohua's meridians once, he had also cleared his own. And it was a tenfold enhancement of the clearing. Xiao Xiaohua's meridian clearing is rolled up, and the host also gains clearing, enhanced tenfold. How to put it? It hurt, but it also felt good. Zhou Chen's Xiaoyang Sanjiao meridian, which was originally similar to that of an ordinary person, expanded several times under the tenfold enhancement. To put it simply, Zhou Chen's meridian could originally only pass through a wisp of spiritual energy at a time, but now it could pass through 3 wisps simultaneously. The improvement was simply earth-shattering. Once Zhou Chen finished the entire treatment for Xiao Xiaohua's meridian clearing, he could guarantee that his Xiaoyang Sanjiao meridian would be 10 times stronger than it was now. I see you sweating profusely. Are you really okay? Xiao Xiaohua got dressed and supported Zhou Chen. Seeing how much Zhou Chen had sacrificed for his cultivation, he etched it in his heart and vowed never to forget Zhou Chen's kindness. The two would be brothers for life. I said I'm fine, so I'm fine. Here's the prescription for the follow-up. When you get back, have your dad gather everything and brew it according to the prescription. After drinking it once, I guarantee you can store spiritual energy. Zhou Chen wrote down the prescription and handed it to Xiao Xiaohua. Then he sent Xiao Xiaohua out the door. After closing the door, Zhou Chen let out a loud shout. Damn it, it really hurts like hell. Turning around, he found his parents sitting on the sofa, looking at him with particularly strange expressions, a bit indescribable. Zhou Chen felt a little flustered. Why are you looking at me like that? Son, that classmate is Xiao Xiaohua from the Xiao family, right? Yeah, that's right. So what were you two doing locked in the room? And why were there occasional cries of pain? We weren't doing anything. I was just practicing acupuncture on him. Besides, what can 2 grown men do? Then why lock the door? Isn't it to avoid being disturbed by you? Zhou Chen shrugged and then wanted to return to his room. He couldn't stay too long, otherwise, he would be supervised in his cultivation again. But before he could cross the living room sofa, his dad pulled him over. He whispered, Son, let me share some experience as someone who's been there. The Xiao family has plenty of money. You can't let your pride get in the way of money. Sometimes, getting married doesn't necessarily require the opposite sex. Zhou Chen, %yuan and, is there no one reliable in this whole family besides me? He couldn't be bothered to say more. He went straight back to his room. After dinner, Zhou Chen received a call from Teacher Chen. He hung up without hesitation. Teacher Chen called again. He had no choice but to answer. Teacher Chen, it's so late. Don't you need to spend time with your family? Or do you not need to cultivate yourself? I do. Then why are you calling me so punctually? There's no way around it. Who told you to be my student? I said I would help you get into a vocational martial arts school. As the saying goes, the silkworm dies only when it has spun its last thread, and the candle burns down to its last tear. Helping students is our duty as teachers. Teacher Chen spoke with righteous fervor. Zhou Chen, if I could get into a key martial arts school, and it's because of you that I end up only going to a vocational martial arts school, then I'll draw a circle and curse you. During cultivation, spiritual energy -2-2-2, in 1 hour, Zhou Chen slacked off for more than 40 minutes. He lost over 20 wisps of spiritual energy in total. Zhou Chen noticed that after his meridian was cleared and enhanced, the amount of spiritual energy he consumed during cultivation also increased. This meant he still had to be a lazy fish. The path of involution leads to death. Being a salted fish is the way out. Today's summary. Today's cultivation time is less than salted fish time. Reward, 1 bad luck talisman, a set of basic acupuncture techniques. The rewards for today have arrived. There are 2 rewards in total, which can be considered quite good, especially the basic acupuncture techniques. I will take them to let Xiao Xiaohua learn tomorrow. Bad luck talisman, usage method, stick it on the back of the target. After use, the target will be plagued by bad luck for half an hour. A must-have tool for pranks. I'll put it away for now and see who will become the lucky star. In the evening, Zhou Chen was drowsily sleeping with a blanket. The system kept prompting incessantly. Xiao Xiaohua is diligently cultivating, hosts spiritual energy plus 28. Xiao Xiaohua is diligently cultivating, hosts spiritual energy plus 32. After returning home, Xiao Xiaohua immediately discovered the results of his ability to cultivate. Although the spiritual energy introduced by the operation of the mantra was minimal, the amount that could be stored was even less, but at least it was stored. This is the foundation for being able to cultivate. Old Zhou's acupuncture actually cured my hidden ailment. Xiao Xiaohua sat on the bed, his face filled with shock. Then he operated his spiritual energy again, and after a while, he felt the thin spiritual energy within him, tears welling up in his eyes. He never expected that even a renowned doctor in the chi control realm could do nothing about his hidden ailment, yet it was cured by his deskmate. Although it was little, for Xiao Xiaohua, this was a groundbreaking result. He pinched his thigh hard, it hurt. Confirming this was reality, he quickly got up and ran to his parents' room. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked quickly, interrupting whatever they were doing. What are you doing, kid? It's late at night, and you're knocking on my door? Xiao Daji opened the door with a huff. He had just been researching having a second child when his son startled him, almost scaring his soul away. Dad, I can cultivate now. I can store spiritual energy. Xiao Xiaohua cheered. He quickly demonstrated his spiritual energy. Hearing this, Xiao Daji's expression changed, becoming serious. He quickly checked and found it to be true. Then he slapped Xiao Xiaohua to the ground. Son, does it hurt? If it hurts, it's real. If it doesn't, you're dreaming. Xiao Xiaohua covered his face and fell to the ground. His face was burning with pain, feeling wronged in his heart. Dad, if you want to confirm if it's a dream, why not slap yourself instead of me? Stop talking nonsense, just tell me if it hurts. Xiao Xiaohua, it really hurts, Dad, it's not a dream. Really? Really? No way, maybe I want you to cultivate so much that you're just tricking me in a dream? Let me slap you again to test it. Xiao Daji raised his hand, wanting to experiment. Seeing this, Xiao Xiaohua wanted to cry but had no tears. Fortunately, Xiao Xiaohua's mom came out just in time to block Xiao Daji, confirming that this was indeed not a dream. The three of them were overjoyed. What on earth is going on? Who cured your hidden ailment? My classmate, that Zhou Chen, the one at the bottom of the class? Yeah, how could it be him? I can't believe it either, but it really was him. He gave me acupuncture today, and after coming back, I could cultivate. He also gave me a prescription to drink along with it. After saying this, Xiao Xiaohua hurried to his room to get the prescription. He handed it to Xiao Daji. Taking it, Xiao Daji studied it carefully. After a long time, he raised his head. I've never seen this prescription before, but it makes a lot of sense. Most of the ingredients are common herbs, with a small portion being spiritual herbs, and they are well matched. Many of the spiritual herbs have effects that protect the meridians. Xiao Daji was very serious, waves of turmoil rising in his heart. He was surprised that such a prescription actually came from classmate Xiao Xiaohua, especially since it was from Zhou Chen, who ranked last. Xiaohua, you must befriend this classmate well. This is a bottle of spirit-gathering pills, a total of 12. Bring it to him tomorrow as our thanks. Also, please convey that we would like to invite him to dinner to show our gratitude. Xiao Daji took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Xiao Xiaohua. He valued Zhou Chen's kindness immensely. Because he belonged to the direct line of the Xiao family, if Xiao Xiaohua could not cultivate, it would mean a weakening of the direct line. It would create a situation where the direct line was weak while the collateral line was strong. At this moment, Zhou Chen had cured Xiao Xiaohua's hidden ailment, which meant he had changed this situation. Okay. Xiao Xiaohua nodded without hesitation and took the pills, but then he decisively shook his head. However, I think one bottle is still too little. How about we get another bottle? My brother's talent is a bit lacking. 2 bottles probably won't be enough. Let's go for 5 bottles directly. With only over 90 days left until the big exam, even if I bring out the spirit-gathering pills to help him, I need to help him get into the martial arts school. Xiao Xiaohua was very determined. Not to mention that he and Zhou Chen were already good brothers. Just the fact that Zhou Chen cured his hidden ailment meant that 5 bottles of spirit-gathering pills were not enough to express his gratitude. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Daji, Huang Yu, Zhou Chen. Fortunately, Zhou Chen was not present. Otherwise, he would have smashed Xiao Xiaohua's head on the spot. Xiao Daji and Huang Yu exchanged glances and agreed. 5 bottles of spirit-gathering pills were only 600,000 in total. It was a small matter for them. The next day, Xiao Xiaohua got up happily, feeling refreshed. After quickly washing up and finishing breakfast, he went straight to the garage to ride out on his bicycle. This was something his dad asked him to do. After all, The events of the night before had made both his grandfather and great-grandfather a bit angry. He would probably have to ride a bicycle for a while. Encountering the driver. Driver, young master, good morning. Xiao, good morning. By the way, how did you know I could cultivate? Driver, who knew? Xiao, indeed, you are my previous driver. There are no more than 5 people who know I can cultivate. You are very considerate. Encountering the butler. Butler, young master, good morning, be careful on the road. Xiao, got it. Oh, butler, you also know I can cultivate? Butler? What does that mean? Encountering a servant. Xiao, you know too? Servant? Encountering a passerby. Xiao, cultiv. Passerby, get lost, I don't care about your cultivation. I've been watching you all the way, just knowing whoosh whoosh whoosh. After getting up, Zhou Chen also felt delighted. After a night of relentless effort, the spiritual energy within him had once again broken through history, reaching a record high of 580 strands. Compared to before, it had doubled. Just a few days had passed? 1,000 strands to pass the big exam is nothing. 10,000 strands is my passing line. Ah. As expected, the ancients do not deceive me. A hard-working boy will surely be rewarded. I was once insignificant in the mortal realm, resolving my heart's desires in the celestial realm. If a fierce wind dares to attack me, I shall transform into a great emperor. With the sun and moon in hand, plucking the stars, there is no one like me in this world. Zhou Chen was overjoyed, but in an instant, the door was knocked on. Knock, knock, knock. What the hell are you barking about so early in the morning? Zhou Chen heard. Bold. I, Zhou Dafen, have lived my life without needing to explain to you. After getting up, he had breakfast and then prepared to go to school. Send you? No. Okay. A simple act of playing out the script of a loving mother and filial son. Then he went downstairs to find his luxury car. A chain was fastened around his neck as he set off. Upon arriving at school, his bicycle remained locked in the guardroom. He casually chatted with Han Ming about recent international events. What do you think about the loss of the foreign territory in Syria, leading to a surge of strange beasts entering Blue Star? I watch it on my phone. Yeah, me too. Zhou Chen gave Han Ming a thumbs up. He was waiting for that kid Xiao to show up, but instead of Xiao, he first encountered the top student from class 5, Lu Chen. Zhou Chen, come here for a moment. After stopping his bike, Lu Chen pulled Zhou Chen aside. Zhou Chen wasn't familiar with him and they had little interaction, but since they were classmates, he followed him to the side. What's up, Lu the scholar? Zhou Chen joked, but Lu Chen looked very serious. Zhou Chen, I'm not joking with you. I don't know why the teachers have been paying so much attention to you lately and treating you with such importance, but I want you to know that there are only about 90 days left. Don't disrupt the original learning environment. If you delay everyone's big exam, your class doesn't have the strength to bear that responsibility. As his words fell, Zhou Chen's smile faded. So it was about this trivial matter. Did you think I wanted old Chen to keep an eye on me? I'd rather he stayed far away from me. Every time he pays attention, my spiritual energy definitely decreases. I don't want it to be this way either. Why don't you talk to old Chen yourself? Zhou Chen shrugged, indicating his helplessness. Moreover, Zhou Chen felt a bit annoyed by Lu Chen's words about being at the bottom of the class. Look at your spiritual energy. It's only around 3,000 strands. Is there even room for improvement in these last few days? Give me a few more days, and I'll surpass you. What do you mean? You're refusing a toast and asking for punishment? Lu Chen's face darkened as he approached Zhou Chen, putting some pressure on him. But Zhou Chen remained unfazed. This was on campus. Did he dare to resort to violence? Taking advantage of Lu Chen's closeness, Zhou Chen quickly extracted a misfortune talisman from the system and swiftly stuck it behind Lu Chen. As soon as the talisman was applied, it quickly turned to nothingness. Success! Congratulations, you have become a lucky one. Meanwhile, the guard Han Ming also noticed what was happening and rushed over. What are you two doing? No trouble in school. Nothing much, he's the top student in our class, just discussing cultivation knowledge with me, Zhou Chen replied with a smile, putting his arm around Lu Chen's shoulder as if they were close friends. Lu Chen, however, didn't take it to heart. He shook off Zhou Chen's hand and walked towards the classroom. Remember what I just told you, you'd better be sensible. Han Ming watched Lu Chen leave and shook his head beside Zhou Chen, a look of pity on his face. This kid is really young. He's probably going to be messed with by you again. But the sunflower seeds in his hand were snatched away by Zhou Chen. Don't wrong me. I've been reading the Analects since I was young, always repaying kindness with kindness. As I grew up, my motto became unity, friendship, and kindness. So if he's unlucky, it's just his bad luck. It has nothing to do with me, Zhou Chen said with righteous indignation, one hand behind his back, looking up at the sky in one breath. Han Ming had just been uncertain. Seeing Zhou Chen like this, he directly confirmed it. Amen. Upon entering the classroom, Zhou Chen saw Xiao Xiaohua. It turned out that this kid had already arrived in the classroom. He had even informed the whole class about what he could cultivate now. Even old Chen knew about it and came over to check personally. You do indeed have spiritual energy within you, although you can only contain about 10 strands for now. That's already good news. The beginning is always the hardest. You need to keep working hard. Yeah, thank you, teacher. Xiao Xiaohua sincerely expressed his gratitude. Old Chen casually asked who had cured Xiao Xiaohua's hidden ailment. It was a master-level renowned doctor invited by my great-grandfather. I can't disclose the specifics. Xiao Xiaohua helped Zhou Chen keep it a secret. He didn't reveal any information about Zhou Chen, which made Zhou Chen very satisfied. If it got out, Zhou Chen would probably be annoyed to death in the future. A master-level renowned doctor? Indeed, only such a powerful figure could be possible. Old Chen sincerely admired. He then glanced at Zhou Chen and noticed the acupuncture manual he brought. Zhou Chen, are you interested in acupuncture? It's good to learn. Although you may not become such a renowned doctor, it's always beneficial to learn more. Zhou Chen, can you guess who the master-level renowned Dr. Xiao Xiaohua mentioned is? It's me. There was still some time before morning practice. After old Chen left, the classroom buzzed with excitement. Impressive, my brother, Xiao Xiaohua can actually cultivate. Amazing. A master-level renowned doctor is indeed strong. I wish I knew this doctor. I'd even carry his shoes. You? Seriously, you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. Empty fame. It's all empty fame. Zhou Chen listened to the flattery around him, feeling elated, but he was jolted awake by Xiao Xiaohua. Xiao Xiaohua handed Zhou Chen a bag. Inside were 5 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. Brother Zhou, this is a small token of gratitude from my dad for curing my hidden ailment. What is it? Zhou Chen asked casually. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua leaned closer to Zhou Chen's ear. Spirit-gathering pills, a total of 5 bottles with 60 pills. At that time, my dad only took out 1 bottle, and I had to argue to get it expanded to 5 bottles. How about that, brother? I'm generous, right? Even if your talent is poor, taking these 5 bottles will be enough. Xiao Xiaohua boasted. But when Zhou Chen heard this, he directly pushed the pill package back. Damn it, I cured your hidden ailment, and you dare to harm me? Do you know how much spiritual energy I would lose by taking 1 pill? 10 strands. 60 pills would be 600 strands. Even if I lost it all, it wouldn't be enough. No need, just cash it in. You have to take it, brother Zhou. Don't be polite with me. We're like brothers. Xiao Xiaohua pushed it back again. Push it back. Cash it in. No. Push it back. Push it back. Damn it, Xiao Xiaohua must be out of his mind. Can't we just cash it in? I'll beat you up later. I can only accept it and put it in my backpack. After school today, I'll go to the pharmacy to cash it in. Anyway, I absolutely won't take the pills. When the time came, morning practice began. Lu Chen turned back to glance at Zhou Chen in the back row. Ever since he started interacting with Zhou Chen, his eyelids had been twitching. It felt like he was going to have bad luck. It made him feel uneasy. The spirit gathering array has been activated. Everyone, operate the mantra to guide the spiritual energy into your body. Old Chen prompted. Lu Chen hurriedly complied. But just after completing 1 cycle, put! A loud noise erupted from beneath him. He let out a fart, and it was loud. The entire classroom heard it. Everyone was interrupted and looked at him, including Zhou Chen and Old Chen. This bad luck charm is really effective. Lu Chen's face turned red. He could only pretend it wasn't him and continued to operate for another cycle. Put! Another fart sounded. Then it didn't stop, and several followed, interrupting everyone's morning practice. Who is farting in the classroom? Can you keep it down? I just entered the cultivation state, and you interrupted me. Stand up quickly. Do you think I won't smash your dog head? Zhou Chen didn't want to practice anyway. He stood up and shouted. His voice was loud, but he received everyone's support. Seeing Zhou Chen stand up, Xiao Xiaohua naturally couldn't fall behind. He stood up too, covering his nose with a look of disgust. Damn it, who is it? Stand up quickly. I, Xiao Xiaohua, have finally managed to cultivate, and you dare to fart? Just wait until I blow you up. Impressive. Zhou Chen gave Xiao Xiaohua a thumbs up in his heart, but then he pressed Xiao Xiaohua down gently. You focus on your cultivation, and leave the rest to me. At this moment, you are not just cultivating for yourself, but also for me. Don't waste time on such trivial matters. Exactly, who is it? Just go to the bathroom, delaying our whole class, truly shameless. And that fart was one thing, but it was so stinky. How can we cultivate like this? The crowd's chatter grew louder. Lu Shueba, I just heard the sound. It seemed to come from your side. Do you know who it is? Zhou Chen asked knowingly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Lu Chen. His face instantly turned red. He quickly shook his head. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. The people around him naturally knew it was him, but out of respect for him being a top student, they all kept silent. Old Chen also understood it was Lu Chen, but as a teacher, he couldn't expose him publicly, so he stepped in to mediate. All right, everyone stop talking. Quickly focus on your own cultivation. The time wasted now is all yours. After Old Chen spoke, the classroom quieted down again. But less than a minute later, when Lu Chen once again activated his technique to absorb spiritual energy, another series of loud sounds erupted. Everyone opened their eyes again. Then they all looked towards Lu Chen. Old Chen could no longer play the mediator. If Lu Chen kept this up, it would waste everyone's time. Lu Chen, you should go to the bathroom, Old Chen called out. Lu Chen had no choice but to stand up. His face was flushed as he exited the classroom. As he passed the back door, he deliberately glared at Zhou Chen, holding all his grievances against him. Zhou Chen, seeing this, glared back. It's one thing for this Lu Shuaba to love farting, but I think his eyes don't look very healthy either. Everyone should care about Lu Shuaba from now on. Zhou Chen began to mock. He wasn't afraid of Lu Chen's revenge. The two had already formed a grudge. Whether he mocked or not, Lu Chen would still seek revenge. Besides, what was there to fear? He could only accumulate 3,000 strands of spiritual energy. Only by reaching the qi refining stage could one truly enter the realm of cultivation. Below the qi refining stage, accumulating 3,000 strands of spiritual energy only meant that future cultivation would be better than those who had not accumulated any. In terms of strength, there was almost no difference between the two. Zhou Chen was very strong and could easily take him down. Alright, Zhou Chen, say a little less, Old Chen spoke up, not knowing how Lu Chen had offended Zhou Chen. It seemed he would have a hard time ahead. Truly, it was like bitter melons soaked in sunflower seeds, destined to be a bitter person in the future. The cultivation continued. Xiao Xiaohua was finally able to cultivate, so he was full of enthusiasm. He kept working hard on his cultivation. As for Zhou Chen, he naturally took every opportunity to slack off. Cultivation was impossible for him. Xiao Xiaohua is cultivating, hosts spiritual energy plus 32. Xiao Xiaohua is cultivating, hosts spiritual energy plus 34. It was very regular. Every time Xiao Xiaohua absorbed a round of spiritual energy, Zhou Chen would gain a round of spiritual energy. Quite comfortable. Sometimes, when Xiao Xiaohua slacked off, Zhou Chen would hammer him. Don't slack off, keep going. At this moment, the foreign realm is wide open, and the soldiers guarding the Xin kingdom can't afford to slack off for a moment. How dare you slack off? But I see you seem to be slacking off? Nonsense, I'm clearly cultivating. It's just that my talent is a bit lacking. Old Chen walked over. Zhou Chen activated his technique. He began to cultivate. Spiritual energy 2-3-2. After the morning practice, Zhou Chen gained a large wave of spiritual energy, once again breaking through, reaching over 600 strands. Truly, a new height every day. This 600 plus is the total quota, much like a health bar in a game. Each time one cultivates, it expands this total quota. Every time Zhou Chen reduces his spiritual energy due to cultivation, it is also from this total. The energy used daily is ordinary spiritual energy. After use, it can be replenished at any time. In 3 days, it grew to over 600 strands. This is merely the result of helping Xiao Xiaohua clear a meridian once. If all 12 of Xiao Xiaohua's meridians were cleared, Zhou Chen could imagine that he would definitely become a big shot in the future. Moreover, he can currently only contract with Xiao Xiaohua. Once he has more slots later, Zhou Chen can contract with more people. Let them work for him. The benefits he gains will be immense. How delightful. Zhou Chen leaned against the wall, contemplating the future. At that moment, Lu Chen walked in. He pushed Zhou Chen awake. Zhou Chen, you brat, wait for me. Zhou Chen, who was pushed awake, was not pleased. Damn it. Waiting is waiting. With your little frame, who are you going to fight? Zhou Chen scoffed. Then he offered a suggestion. Eat more gum in the future, otherwise, your farts are too smelly. You just let out so much, and you even came here to do it. You! Lu Chen was almost infuriated. He didn't expect that in this class, there would be someone daring enough to go against him. This is a high martial world. Cultivation is paramount. Safety is not as good as before the spiritual energy revival. Lu Chen was furious but didn't dare to act in the classroom. He glared at Zhou Chen, noted this grudge, and planned to return to his seat. Brother Zhou, do you want me to arrange for someone to teach him a lesson? Xiao Xiaohua spoke up. He didn't hide it, saying it outright. He was from the Xiao family of Qingcheng. Who was he afraid of? Although he himself was not capable, his family was. Once this was said, Lu Chen, who had just been furious and unwilling to let Zhou Chen off, immediately stopped in his tracks. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Damn it, he thought Xiao Xiaohuo wouldn't get involved in his matter with Zhou Chen. He didn't expect that Xiao Xiaohuo would so openly want to help Zhou Chen, and even said in front of him that he would find someone to teach him a lesson. What the hell was this? I was just joking with brother Zhou, Xiaogu, don't take it seriously. Lu Chen quickly backtracked, trying to curry favor. Just this? Zhou Chen was somewhat speechless. So you just bully me, the honest person? Who's joking with you? I took it seriously. How about this? You bring me a spirit-gathering pill tomorrow, and I'll consider it a joke, alright? Zhou Chen said with a sly smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's face immediately fell. His family was relatively well off, but it was far from Xiao Xiaohua's. A spirit-gathering pill was something he could take out, but he only had one a month. Once he took it out, it meant he wouldn't have a spirit-gathering pill to cultivate with for a month, especially at this critical time of preparing for a major exam. But offending Xiao Xiaohua was clearly even harder. At this moment, he wished he could slap himself twice. The whole class knew that Xiao Xiaohua and Zhou Chen were in the same boat. He had approached like a fool to offend Zhou Chen, and even in front of Xiao Xiaohua. Bro, I don't have a spirit-gathering pill either, how about I? Lu Chen wanted to play the pity card, but before he could finish, Xiao Xiaohua interrupted him. Alright, just one spirit-gathering pill, bring it tomorrow. If you don't, I'll find someone to teach you a lesson. You handle it yourself. If you get taught a lesson and can't participate in the major exam, that's on you. Xiao Xiaohua had a bit of a domineering air about him, but Zhou Chen immediately countered with a blow. Get ready for the next class quickly, just send him away casually. But, brother Zhou, I'm helping you, why are you hitting me? What do you mean? You think just because you're helping me, I won't hit you? Lu Chen watched the scene between Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua, his eyes nearly popping out. In front of him, Zhou Chen was imposing. Xiao Xiaohua, who was about to find someone to teach him a lesson, was surprisingly obedient in front of Zhou Chen. It was as if Zhou Chen was a member of the Xiao family, and Xiao Xiaohua was Zhou Chen's lackey. What are you still looking at? Do you want to stay for dinner or what? Choose between a spirit-gathering pill or a beating, it's up to you. Zhou Chen glanced at Lu Chen. What a cowardly loser, too scared to even breathe in front of me. In front of others, he acts all high and mighty, he definitely needs a lesson. Lu Chen retreated. There was still some time to rest. Zhou Chen took out a basic acupuncture manual and handed it to Xiao Xiaohua. Let me explain your current situation. Although you can start cultivating now, it's just the beginning. I can only open one of your meridians for now, the other 11 are still not ready. So you need to learn acupuncture techniques yourself. That way I can help you open the other 11. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao Xiaohua nodded, confused. He didn't understand why he had to practice on his own before Zhou Chen could help him. Was brother Zhou trying to motivate him to develop his acupuncture skills? Truly brother Zhou, truly a good brother. His thoughtfulness for me is just too great. Xiao Xiaohua looked at Zhou Chen with a moved expression. Brother Zhou, I understand. Zhou Chen? What do you understand? It's all for my own good, don't worry. I will definitely study acupuncture hard. Is that it? Zhou Chen was puzzled. So what exactly did you understand? Forget it. I can't be bothered to deal with him. As long as he works hard, that's enough. The harder you work, the happier I am. In the afternoon, in the gravity room, Zhou Chen was called to the front row by his physical training teacher, Li Li. Zhou Chen gave up resisting since it was futile. Anyway, Xiao Xiaohua was already on the right track, so wasting a bit of spiritual energy wasn't a big deal. Good. Not bad, Xiaofan, you're really impressive. Teacher Li looked at Zhou Chen, appearing very pleased. A few days ago, your spiritual energy was only a little over 100, and in just a few days, it has increased to over 600. To be honest, I've never seen such speed even in class 1. Teacher Li checked the spiritual energy within Zhou Chen. He was instantly shocked. He openly praised him without holding back. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Zhou Chen in surprise. Is this for real? Wow, it seems like just 3 days, right? From around 100 to over 600? That's so fast. If Zhou Chen had been improving like this since the first semester of freshman year, he would at least be a chi refining stage cultivator by now. This speed is terrifying. Facing the gazes of the entire class, Zhou Chen felt a bit shy. Accustomed to being a slacker, it was the first time he was the center of attention. Xiao Xiaohua, come here, help me collect the tickets. Everyone going to Maishan to see the monkeys has to pay $100 a ticket. Now that you're seeing this genius from class 5, it can't be less, right? So it's 100 each, you can't not pay. Also, I accept offerings, aside from poop, anything else like spirit gathering pills, berserk potions, etc. is welcome. Li Li, everyone. Xiao Xiaohua, bro, this guy isn't paying. Should I find someone to teach him a lesson? Zhou Chen. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. And you really want to collect? Li, alright, you two stop messing around and sit back down. Teacher Li was very serious. A class is only 45 minutes long, and if this continues, there won't be a class to attend later. He stabilized the classroom discipline. Li went to turn on the gravity room switch, but the familiar pressure did not descend. Teacher Li was puzzled, so he quickly went to check. He discovered that the machine had malfunctioned and needed a professional for repairs. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to hold the class. He called Zhou Chen up. The machine is broken, so we can't have class today. Let's just chat. Zhou Chen, come up and tell everyone about your efforts these past few days, how you quickly improved your spiritual energy. If you don't know what to say, I'll give you a hint. Focus on how Teacher Li helped you. I think everyone would love to hear that. Zhou Chen. The classmates. Zhou Chen, do I really have to talk? Maybe not. Zhou Chen hesitated a bit because he really hadn't put in much effort these past few days. He had been trying every way to slack off, and he was an honest kid who didn't like to lie. Well, just speak honestly. Really? Just be honest? Exactly. Just be honest. Who wants to hear you make up stories? Alright then. Zhou Chen had no choice. He then asked, should I be more passionate? Passionate? The teacher was confused but didn't ask further, waving his hand. Just do your best, talk about positive energy. Okay. Zhou Chen nodded. Ahem. Clearing his throat, he began. Everyone here is my classmate, so you know that at first, I refused to improve my spiritual energy and take the martial arts school exam. Because everyone's childhood dream is to protect Blue Star and humanity, but if everyone goes to protect, won't there be no one left to be protected? So I decided from a young age to sacrifice myself and become the one who is protected. But after the 100-day oath, old Chen found me. He told me a lot, appealing to my emotions and reasoning. He said, without me, Zhou Chen, the cultivation world of Xin country would be in darkness. He said, without me, Zhou Chen, humanity would face a disastrous defeat. He said, without me, Zhou Chen, the day of Blue Star's destruction would be tomorrow. So I was moved. I knew that only my efforts could bring a glimmer of light to the cultivation world. I knew that only I could save humanity and Blue Star. So I changed myself. I bid farewell to my comfort zone and started riding my bike to school every day. I eat 3 extra bowls of rice every day just to have the strength to do 5 more push-ups before bed. Inside the gravity room, there was silence. The audience was utterly speechless. No one expected that Zhou Chen would be so shameless. Listen to the applause. Zhou Chen. Teacher Li's face was dark as night. What? I thought I did pretty well. Zhou Chen smiled shyly, truly grateful for the speech videos from his past life. That's how he became who he is today. Get down. Didn't I tell you not to make up stories? You also said to be passionate and positive. Can you be passionate and positive without making up stories? Zhou Chen looked at Teacher Li. You asked me to talk about my reasons for improvement. I definitely won't share the real reason. Am I supposed to tell everyone that the lazier I am, the harder Xiaohu works, and the stronger I become? Forget it. The fact that I have a system is something no one else should know. So, since that's the case, isn't it just telling a story for everyone to hear? If they think I did well, they might even tip me some Xian country coins or something. The storyteller of Class 5. After class, everyone returned to the classroom. Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua encountered Tang Yanran on the road. Previously, she had been like a stranger to Xiao Xiaohua, but this time, upon seeing him, she deliberately walked over. You can cultivate now? I see, it's nothing special. Xiao Xiaohua was known as a waste in school, so the news of his ability to cultivate spread quickly. Tang Yanran from Class 1 also heard about it. She stood in front of Xiao Xiaohua, arms crossed over her chest, her eyes looking down at him with disdain. Her words and posture had a significant impact on Xiao Xiaohua. He clenched his fists, accumulating anger. Zhou Chen could clearly sense the change in Xiao Xiaohua. Heh, you must be mistaken. Zhou Chen interjected. Dare to mock my brother in front of me? Upon hearing this, Tang Yanran frowned and looked at Zhou Chen. He's worse now than before. Why don't you consider our class's Lu Shuaba? He has the same skills as you. What skills? Farting. Tang Yanran. Zhou Chen shot her a glance. He then took Xiao Xiaohua back to the classroom. Xiao Xiaohua followed closely behind, his mind racing. He was definitely stronger than before. Why would Zhou say he was worse? Right. Zhou must be letting him show weakness to surprise everyone later. Brilliant. Zhou truly is Zhou. Zhou, I get it now. How do you understand again? You want me to work hard quietly and then amaze everyone, right? Zhou Chen was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Yes, exactly. So you need to work even harder than now, understand? Don't let me down. Don't worry, I will definitely work harder. It's great to have a contract brother who can read between the lines. If I'm not strong, who is? Xiao Xiaohua immediately took out the acupuncture manual Zhou Chen had given him and started studying. Xiao Xiaohua is studying, hosts acupuncture level +6, nice, this feels good. After school, Zhou Chen rode his bike home, with Xiao Xiaohua following closely. He needed to undergo acupuncture for a week, and he had only done it once so far. There were still 6 sessions left, so for the next 6 days, he had to go home with Zhou Chen. Have you been taking your medicine on time at home? Zhou Chen asked while writing. Not yet, I just gave the prescription to my dad last night, so it should be ready today. Oh, that's fine. You can take it once a day, and after a week, it should be enough. Don't take too much. Why? Taking too much is bad for your brain. It can affect your intelligence, like frequently asking why. Xiao Xiaohua. When they arrived home, Zhou Chen saw an extra person in the house. She was wearing a school uniform with the words Qingcheng Martial Arts School printed on it. Her features were delicate, but her looks were exceptionally high. Moreover, her figure was great, lying back on the sofa, quite tempting. Compared to Tang Yanran, she was not without the possibility of competing. In Zhou Chen's eyes, she was slightly better than Tang Yanran. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she looked towards the entrance and then saw Zhou Chen. Their eyes met. Zhou Shanru, back already? Zhou Chen, guess. Am I not such a big person standing here? Can you guess if I'm back? I didn't come back, I just returned in spirit. Zhou Shanru. She looked at Xiao Xiaohua beside Zhou Chen. Is this your new big brother? Zhou Shanru didn't know Xiao Xiaohua. Can't he be a sycophant? You have no money, no cultivation. Who would recognize you as a big brother? Heh, who are you looking down on? Is it wrong for me to teach him how to part his hair? Zhou Chen was not backing down. This was also their daily routine. Xiao Xiaohua watched the two of them, feeling a bit timid. Zhou Gu, who is she? My sister. Zhou Chen shrugged, a bit reluctant to admit it, because this older sister was quite annoying and made Zhou Chen feel embarrassed. Call me your majesty. Zhou Chen. Xiao Xiaohua gave a thumbs up, showing some personality. Zhou Chen had important matters to attend to, so he didn't want to pay her much attention. He led Xiao Xiaohua into his room. Zhou Shanru saw that Zhou Chen was ignoring her and had brought a guy back to his room, so she quickly followed. But, bang, with a loud sound, the door closed. Then it was locked. Zhou Shanru was left out in the cold. Zhou Gui, you have a really good relationship with your sister. Xiao Xiaohua, witnessing this scene, didn't know what to say, so she politely complimented their relationship. Zhou Chen frowned at her words. How did you figure that out? This. He couldn't figure it out. Never mind. Zhou Chen shook his head. If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. However, his relationship with his sister was indeed quite good. Take off your clothes and lie on the bed. Time was a bit tight, they still had to eat later, so Zhou Chen directly got to the point. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua couldn't wait. She immediately took off her clothes and lay on the bed. At this moment, Zhou Shanru, having been left out by her younger brother, was very curious about Zhou Chen's actions. She pressed her little ear against the door and quietly listened to the sounds inside. Taking off clothes and lying on the bed? Zhou Shanru frowned. Then she continued to listen. You've already tried it for the first time. It might still hurt this time, you know? I know, but I can endure it for the pleasure later. Zhou Shanru? Her cheeks flushed. What on earth was her damn younger brother doing? Two guys were being too disgusting. If he really needed it, couldn't he just come find? 10 minutes later, Zhou Chen finished the acupuncture and then let Xiao Xiaohua put her clothes back on. He opened the door to go out. This time, Zhou Chen could handle the pain after acupuncture much better. After he stepped out, he saw Zhou Shanru playing on her phone on the sofa. He walked over and glanced at it. Browser search bar. Younger brother locked in a room with another guy, most likely doing what? Zhou Chen? Sensing Zhou Chen behind her, Zhou Shanru quickly put her phone away. She patted her chest. Are you trying to scare me to death? I don't want to scare your mom to death, I just want to scare you. I was giving him acupuncture treatment in the room, and you're searching for some nonsense. Zhou Chen said helplessly. At least you're an older sister. Can't you be a bit more composed and not think wildly? When Xiao Xiaohua came out, Zhou Chen directly lifted the back of her shirt, showing Zhou Shanru the marks left by the acupuncture. It was indeed true. A hint of disappointment flashed in Zhou Shanru's eyes. Zhou Chen happened to see it. Zhou Chen, what does your gaze mean? So you're disappointed that your younger brother isn't a gay guy? Zhou Shanru shrank her head back. Her little face flushed. No, I just thought of something sad. Zhou Chen. After the acupuncture, Xiao Xiaohua went home. Zhou Chen held the spirit-gathering pill that Xiao Xiaohua had given him today, planning to go out and sell it. However, Before he could leave, his older sister called him. Xiao Fan, come here. Zhou Shanro looked very serious. Zhou Chen rarely saw her like this, so he frowned and didn't move. He was afraid of being tricked by his sister. Because if someone else tricked him, Zhou Chen could always trick them back, but if his sister tricked him, he couldn't bring himself to do it. At most, he would stuff mustard into her toothpaste, place fake mice in her room, or put sticky traps in her slippers. Zhou Chen really doted on his older sister. What is it? I still have things to do. Zhou Chen appeared very cautious. He was afraid his sister would pull a fast one on him too. But after asking, he didn't wait for Zhou Shanru to answer. She pulled me into her room and locked the door. Now that mom and dad are not home, what is she planning to do? Zhou Chen sat on Zhou Shanru's bed. Her room was simply decorated in soft pink tones. Here, don't let mom and dad know. Zhou Shanru handed Zhou Chen a bottle. Zhou Chen curiously took it, and then 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. Usually, they never send me spirit-gathering pills, but today they all came. Indeed, the bottle contained 10 spirit-gathering pills. This is a spirit-gathering pill, a total of 10. You have more than 90 days until the big exam. Take one every 10 days, and you can definitely make a push for the vocational martial arts school. Zhou Shanru was very serious. She had calculated everything long ago. She came back today specifically to give Zhou Chen the spirit-gathering pills. Zhou Chen held the pills in silence. He had seen the price of the spirit-gathering pills. One costs 100,000 Xian country coins. That makes 1 million for these 10. Their family is just an ordinary one. Where did his sister get the money to buy these pills? Sis, where did these pills come from? Zhou Chen frowned, looking at Zhou Shanru, thinking of a dangerous way to obtain spirit-gathering pills. You don't need to worry about that. They came from a legitimate source. Zhou Shanru didn't want to say more, but Zhou Chen continued, if you don't tell me, then I won't take them. He placed the pills directly on Zhou Shanru's desk. Alright, these are rewards given to students by the martial arts school. We get 1 spirit-gathering pill every month. Zhou Shanru stammered, but Zhou Chen decisively shook his head. You're in your first year at Qingcheng Martial Arts School, but everyone knows that Qingcheng Martial Arts School doesn't provide any pills in the first year. So do you still want to lie to me? Did you go to the other realm? Only by accepting school missions and adventuring in the other realm can you get pill rewards, so don't lie to me. Zhou Chen looked into Zhou Shanru's eyes. He felt touched, but also heartbroken. The other realm is extremely dangerous, especially for a first-year student at a martial arts school. It's a forbidden place. Some martial arts schools don't even allow second-year students to enter. Yet his sister actually ventured into the other realm for his sake while still in her first year. Xiao Fan, it's fine, I only take the simplest missions, so I'm not in any danger. And Xiao Fan, you must listen to me, your time is running out. You have to fight to get into a martial arts school, even if it's just a vocational one. Because once you enter a martial arts school, it's like living in 2 different worlds. Zhou Shanru shook her head. She had sacrificed a lot for Zhou Chen, but to her, it was all worth it. Is this what family means? Zhou Chen smiled broadly. He felt warm in this home. Zhou Chen opened his bag, revealing 6 bottles of spirit-gathering pills inside. Look at what these are. Spirit-gathering pills. Actually, I have plenty. Zhou Shanru looked down at the pills in Zhou Chen's bag. Her eyes gradually widened, and a storm surged in her heart. She picked up the bottle, opened it, and after confirming, she was even more shocked. She had risked her life in the other realm to obtain 10 spirit-gathering pills, yet Zhou Chen had 60. How could this not shock her? You didn't sell your virtue, did you? That's right. The person just now was your client. Zhou Shanru looked at Zhou Chen as if she could see through everything. Zhou Chen. The earlier touch was swept away. What are you thinking? Then how did you get these pills? The person just now gave them to me. Then you're still making excuses. Zhou Chen. Didn't I show you his back? I was giving him acupuncture. These are the rewards for the acupuncture. Really? Then tell me his contact information. What's wrong? Do you want to ask him personally? Zhou Chen was puzzled. What use did his sister have for Xiao Xiao's contact information? It's not that. I'm just afraid you'll lose this client. People like him, who are foolish and have plenty of money, we need to team up to swindle him. Let's aim to con him out of all his money. Zhou Chen. Sister, you're really something. He's a direct descendant of the Xiao family in Qingqing and also my classmate, but he can't cultivate due to blocked meridians. I helped him unblock them through acupuncture, which is why he gave me 5 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. I'm not scamming him at all. Zhou Chen explained seriously, but Zhou Shanru still looked skeptical. Do you think I believe you? Believe it or not. Zhou Chen rolled his eyes at Zhou Shanru. When did you gain this ability? Weren't you useless before? Zhou Shanru raised an eyebrow, playfully tugging at Zhou Chen's cheek, leaning in to scrutinize him closely. But Zhou Chen swatted her hand away. Zhou Shanru, what do you mean? Are you forcing me to lay my cards on the table? Should I tell you that I'm the reincarnation of the Medicine King? I'm afraid you're not the Medicine King reincarnated, you're about to be doomed. Zhou Shanru pressed her hands together in front of her chest, making it bulge. If that person really is from the Xiao family, you should quickly return the pills to him. We can't afford to con someone like him, it's just spirit-gathering pills. You can have mine. I guarantee there will be enough, okay? There are still over 90 days left. If I take on 2 more tasks, I can definitely get more spirit-gathering pills. Zhou Shanru gently persuaded him, knowing the strength of the Xiao family. The top genius student in the entire Qingcheng martial arts school came from the Xiao family. If Zhou Chen scammed them, even if he managed to get into the martial arts school through drugs, he probably wouldn't last long. No, I have a big appetite. You probably can't handle it. Zhou Chen wanted to shake his head in refusal but knew that if he did, Zhou Shanru would definitely pester him for an explanation, so he simply agreed. He would sell the stolen goods together later and exchange them for gathering qi pills. She was currently at the 3rd level of qi training and needed gathering qi pills. Alright, I'll go return them now. That's right, now you're being good. Hurry up, I'm going to cook. Come back later and try my cooking. Zhou Chen rolled his eyes. What's wrong? Do you doubt my cooking skills? Don't you have any self-awareness? Zhou Shanru, get lost. Alright then. Zhou Chen put the pills back in his bag, also placing Zhou Shanru's bottle inside. Then he happily opened the door. Wait a minute, you should take a spirit-gathering pill before you go out. If you take one now, when you go out to ride your bike, it'll be just right for better absorption. Zhou Shanru shouted from behind. But Zhou Chen didn't look back, directly passing through the living room and out the door. How bold, actually telling me to take drugs. Zhou Chen looped the long iron chain used to lock his bike around his neck and slowly pedaled forward. After all, he was carrying a large sum of money, so caution was key. This world was not as safe as the previous one. As a student, carrying an iron chain was quite reasonable. Using a shady map, he found a big pharmacy. Then he followed the route, humming a little tune. For you, I dare not slack off. No matter how tired, I pretend to be fine. Girl, my story unfolds because of you. He spotted a girl while turning a corner. Since he happened to pass by, he glanced at her, but it wasn't intentional. At the same time, she saw Zhou Chen, noticed the iron chain around his neck, and heard his song, a flicker of disgust crossing her eyes. Sick. Zhou Chen happened to hear that and stopped his bike. Are you sick? Then I'll keep my distance. I wish you a speedy recovery. He then pedaled off again, heading to the Medicine King store. After Zhou Chen entered, he immediately felt that this place was different. Inside, it was resplendent, decorated in the ancient style of the Xian kingdom, quite high-end. The reception staff were all dressed in kipeos, with slender figures. As soon as Zhou Chen walked in, he was greeted right away. One couldn't help but say that this luxurious pharmacy was unlike an ordinary one. Hello, sir, may I ask what you need? A slightly youthful receptionist stood in front of Zhou Chen. She was not very old, probably around 20, but she had a bit of a mature charm. If Zhou Chen were to describe her, she resembled the young version of Yu Fei from a novel in his past life. Can I get something to eat? Shen Siki. She was also young and had just started working at the Yao Wang store. Although she thought this student-looking person seemed to have no purchasing power, she approached him anyway. The fact that the other receptionists were unwilling to come over was also a factor. Sir, you're joking. If you haven't eaten yet, you can have something in our store, but it's just staff meals, nothing fancy. No need, I was just joking. I'm here to sell elixirs. Does your store buy elixirs? Zhou Chen shook his head and then patted his bag. Seeing this, Shinseki understood. The pharmacy had a business for purchasing elixirs. After hearing Zhou Chen's words, she nodded. Yes. After saying that, she led Zhou Chen to a private room. It was not large, with a table dividing the room into 2 sides. Zhou Chen stood on one side, while an old man sat on the other. He was the pharmacy's elixir appraiser. This is our pharmacy's elixir appraiser. You can give him the elixirs, and then we will provide a price, Shinseki introduced. Although it was Zhou Chen's first time in such a place, he appeared quite calm. He had seen this kind of scene many times in novels. He picked up the package and pushed it forward. It's all gathering spirit pills, a total of 6 bottles, 5 of which contain 12 pills each, and the other bottle has 10 pills, totaling 70 pills. As soon as he finished speaking, both Shinseki and the appraiser were taken aback. Gathering spirit pills were not rare, but it was surprising that a student-looking young man brought so many. The appraiser picked up the bottles and examined them one by one. They were all high-quality elixirs, undamaged. He set them down properly. The elixirs are all good. May I ask where this gentleman obtained so many elixirs? The appraiser inquired curiously. I stole them. From the pharmacy next door, I took all their gathering spirit pills, Zhou Chen said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Both Shinseki and the appraiser were stunned. Pharmacies had strong guardians. Did you dare to rob a pharmacy? Wasn't that courting death? Sir, you're joking. If you don't want to say, then you don't have to. Then why did you ask? Appraiser. Shinseki. This young man is quite strange. There were a total of 70 pills, with a market price of 100,000 per pill, and the pharmacy's purchase price was around 70,000. After some haggling, the pharmacy offered 78,000 per pill for purchase. Zhou Chen earned 5,460,000. He became rich for the first time. He also received a membership card, which would give him a 95% discount on future elixir purchases. Zhou Chen bought 2 gathering chi pills. Each was 880,000, and with the discount, he ultimately spent 167,000. He still had 379,000 left. The elixirs have been packed for you. Within a day, the safety of the elixirs is protected by the Yaowang store. If someone tries to steal them, the Yaowang store will help you retrieve them, Shinseki said with a smile. She did not expect that after this customer sold the elixirs, he would also buy 2 gathering chi pills. A total of 167,000 meant her commission would reach 20,000. That was her salary for 3 months. Seeing her harvest this time, the eyes of those who were receiving her turned red one by one. Zhou Chen nodded in response. I am very satisfied with your service, and I will come often in the future. I hope we can establish a long-term win-win trade relationship. Shinseki. Why does it feel like a cooperation between 2 countries? Okay. Shinseki nodded, and to show her importance to Zhou Chen, she followed him all the way, clearly intending to see him off to his car. You don't need to see me off. My luxury car is right in front. It won't take long. Zhou Chen waved his hand. It's fine. Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen helplessly took a big step and hopped onto his bicycle. After a couple of hard pedals, he sped away, leaving Shinseki standing in place, watching Zhou Chen's back for a long time without coming to her senses. Indeed, he is a big shot, riding a bicycle out. This is way cooler than those nouveau riche. Xiao family. After Xiao Xiaohua returned home, the entire family knew about his ability to cultivate. This was due to his deliberate promotion this morning. It was his father's idea to do this, to let everyone know he could cultivate, especially to let the collateral branches of the Xiao family know. In the past, you said Xiao Xiaohua couldn't cultivate, suppressing the direct line and seizing their resources. What do you have to say now? Xiao Xiaohua, I heard you can cultivate now, but looking at you, it seems your talent isn't that great. Do you want me, your cousin, to give you some pointers? A scruffy-looking man stood in front of Xiao Xiaohua. His words were mocking, although he didn't directly insult him. What he said was hard to bear. He was Xiao Xiaohua's cousin, currently a freshman at the Qingqing Martial Arts School. His talent wasn't great, but it was much better than the previous Xiao Xiaohua. Forget it, I had a hidden ailment that prevented me from cultivating before. Now I don't want to end up as a waste after being able to cultivate. Xiao Xiaohua shrugged, unwilling to back down. You! Xiao Qi was furious upon hearing this. Wasn't he calling himself a waste? He stared at Xiao Xiaohua, looking like a fool. But Xiao Xiaohua couldn't be bothered with him and simply walked around him. He wasn't even worthy of his anger. Xiao Xiaohua, don't think just because you can cultivate that you're fine. My brother is planning to return from the capital, and great-grandfather has already decided to change your engagement with Tang Yanran to my brother. Without the Tang family's alliance, your dad will also be marginalized, and you don't need to mention yourself. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Xiaohua paused. This was somewhat related to him. Oh, got it. When he comes back, tell him not to have too high hopes. Tang Yanran doesn't even look at me, so there's no way she would look at him. Xiao Qi, you're a premature baby, and you're only just recovering your ability to cultivate. My brother is the top genius of the Xiao family, and he's not lacking at all in the capital. Who gave you the courage to say that? When Zhou Chen returned home, his parents were already back. They were in the living room watching a drama. As for Zhou Shanru, she was in the kitchen. She was just back to stay for one night. Anyway, she was determined to poison Zhou Chen. Seeing this, Zhou Chen greeted them and quietly entered Zhou Shanru's room. He found her small backpack. After opening it, he stuffed a chi-gathering pill inside. He touched something soft and squishy. Curious, he took it out to take a look. Damn, a large band-aid. Just then, there was a knock at the door. In a panic, Zhou Chen stuffed the band-aid into his pocket. When he opened the door, he indeed ran into Zhou Shanru. She glared at Zhou Chen with a gloomy face, holding a spatula in her hand, with burnt residue stuck to the top of it. She was really making poison. What are you sneaking into my room for? Zhou Chen turned his head away, not looking at her. Did I? I just walked into the wrong room. Saying this, he was about to run back to his own room, but then Zhou Shanru directly pinned him against the wall. Want to run? Can you escape? The fragrance wafted over, and Zhou Chen lowered his body, slipping out from under Zhou Shanru's hand. When I came back, I noticed Sirius was moving in the sky, so I thought tonight's sunlight would be really nice, so I just went to your room to soak up some sun. Zhou Shanru, can you come up with a better excuse? Are you being this dismissive? Can't you even deceive me properly? Then what is this? Zhou Shanru pulled a band-aid from Zhou Chen's pocket. If I say this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? What do you think? You burned the food. Ah! Zhou Shanru quickly let go of Zhou Chen and turned to run to the kitchen. Zhou Chen let out a breath. Just as he was about to head back to his room, he was caught by his mom in the living room. Teacher Chen called, "It's time for training, hurry up and come." What a hassle. Zhou Chen shook his head and went to the living room. He sat down on the yoga mat that had been prepared long ago. "Hello, Teacher Chen, I wish you a speedy marriage and early children, and a long life." Teacher Chen, it's one thing to wish me a speedy marriage and early children. In a high martial arts world, is it really appropriate to wish me a long life? Even ordinary people can live over 100 years, right? Forget it. Teacher Chen was magnanimous and didn't mind these things. After letting Zhou Chen give the phone to his parents, he started chatting with them. Zhou Chen's parents, you can rest assured now, this kid Xiao Fan has made great progress in these few days. 3 days ago, his spiritual energy could only hold over 100 strands, but now he can hold over 600. With over 90 days left, I can guarantee that Xiao Fan can at least get into a vocational martial arts school, and even a bachelor's martial arts school is very hopeful. Teacher Chen was not stingy with his praise for Zhou Chen. He praised Zhou Chen's parents during the call, and to be honest, Zhou Chen indeed deserved the praise. From over 100 strands to over 600, many people would need half a year to achieve that. But Zhou Chen wasn't particularly happy to hear these praises. His face fell directly. "Stop praising me. If you keep praising, Dad and Mom will see hope and want me to train when I come back. Do you want me to die?" Zhou Chen's parents were overjoyed, and their gazes towards Zhou Chen changed significantly. Indeed, he was their good son. "This is all thanks to you, Teacher Chen. If we have the chance, we must treat you to a meal. Please don't refuse," Zhou Chen's mom said excitedly. Dad nodded along. Only Zhou Chen sat helplessly to the side. "Old Chen, do you really think this is your achievement? No need for a meal. Helping students improve is what we teachers should do. I have another idea, if you agree. Xiao Fan can come to my house after school, and I will supervise him every day." Zhou Chen, "Teacher Chen, did I save your family in my past life? Why are you so dedicated to me?" Zhou Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. "No need, Teacher Chen, I don't want to disturb you." Zhou Chen took the phone. "You won't disturb me. Then I'm afraid I'll disturb your wife." "You won't disturb my wife either. I'm afraid I'll disturb your child. I only have one daughter, she's at a martial arts school, she usually won't come back, so you won't disturb her. Then I'm afraid I'll disturb you and your wife having a second child." Teacher Chen, "I won't have a second child. But what if your wife wants to have one? She won't want to. What if the senior sister wants a brother or sister?" Teacher Chen, "So I must have one, right? Can't you consider the objective factors?" Slap. Zhou Chen was hit on the head by his mom. His head throbbed. His mom wanted to take back the phone, but Zhou Chen didn't want to give up. He still wanted to salvage the situation. "Teacher Chen, are you sure you don't want a second child?" Zhou Chen stared seriously at his phone. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Teacher Chen also noticed Zhou Chen's change. His temper flared up. "What does this student mean? Do I need your permission to have a second child? Can you help me have one?" "Absolutely." "Well, what a pity. I still wanted a junior or a younger sister." Zhou Chen chuckled. Then he became serious again. "Teacher Chen, it's not that I don't want to spend more time cultivating, but cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. My current progress is already fast enough. If I cultivate all day, it could backfire. I know my current physical condition." As soon as he said this, Teacher Chen fell silent. This made a lot of sense. It was indeed true. Upon reflection, he realized he hadn't considered it thoroughly. "You're right, fine, let's keep the cultivation time from yesterday. But you must work hard and not slack off, understand?" "Got it, Teacher Chen. Do you really not know how I, Zhou Chen, treat cultivation? I wish I could split into 2 bodies every day, one for cultivation and the other for more cultivation." Teacher Chen, Dad and Mom. The call ended. Zhou Chen breathed a sigh of relief, preserving his cultivation. It was just in time for dinner. Zhou Shanru brought all the dishes she made to the table, inviting everyone to sit down. Zhou Chen sat down with his parents, looking at the charred dishes on the table, exchanging glances. At that moment, a voice came from the kitchen. "Ha ha ha, the chicken soup is here." Zhou Chen. This is a bit reminiscent of the source of all evil in my past life. This chicken soup is probably inedible. Zhou Shanru placed the chicken soup on the table and then looked at Zhou Chen and the others. So, why aren't you all eating now that the dishes are ready? It's the death knell, no one dares to eat. What's there to be afraid of? It's just that the presentation is a bit off. Zhou Shanru shot Zhou Chen a glance, then scooped a spoonful of soup and took a sip. Her expression changed drastically. Too much salt. It's become the Prince of Salt. Zhou Chen could tell from her expression how it tasted. Truly a death knell. Mom, are there any leftovers from lunch? A heartless remark. Zhou Chen's family made do with some leftover food for a meal, leaving Zhou Shanru feeling utterly embarrassed, glaring at Zhou Chen. Mom, do we have any eye drops at home? What do you need eye drops for? Your daughter has been glaring at me. I'm afraid her eyes will dry out. Zhou Shanru, Dad and Mom. After dinner, Teacher Chen called Zhou Chen again. Then he began to cultivate. Zhou Shanru squatted beside Zhou Chen, checking the spiritual energy within him. She was quite surprised. I didn't expect you to have over 600 strands of spiritual energy. If you combine it with the spirit gathering pill I gave you, you should be able to succeed in the last 90 days. Zhou Shanru was very happy, even more so than when she broke through her own cultivation. But Zhou Chen couldn't share her joy. With your pill, I won't succeed. Forget it. Zhou Dafan, would rather die outside than take one of your spirit-gathering pills. No boasting. No real fragrance theory. Don't get distracted. I'm supervising you in the living room, so don't think about slacking off. Zhou Shanru said sternly, then changed her demeanor to become strict. During cultivation, spiritual energy 4-3-3 Zhou Shanru, I've noted you down in my little notebook. During cultivation, spiritual energy 3 another note. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you hate me? Zhou Shanru frowned. Zhou Chen immediately turned his head away. Wow, you can even see that? No, she absolutely could not admit it. So what if you hate me? Anyway, I'm going to supervise your training, and I at least want to help you get into a vocational martial arts school. Zhou Shanru was very determined. She knew that training was tough and that Zhou Chen didn't want to train. But she also firmly believed that although Xiao Fan might hate her now, he would definitely understand and thank her in the future. Zhou Chen, can I say that if you don't supervise me, I could sprint for a top martial arts school? Be serious. Zhou Chen. During training, spiritual energy -4, not bad, just like that. Zhou Chen. After an hour of training, Zhou Chen's spiritual energy had decreased by more than 20 strands, and he felt like crying a bit. But after lying on the bed for a while, he didn't care anymore. More than 20 strands, though it hurt, was just a small amount. Moreover, as soon as he returned to his room, the system's daily reward arrived. Today's training time is less than lazy time. Reward, bronze level martial art blazing fist. This reward, it was surprisingly terrifying. Martial arts are crucial for an ancient martial artist. The realm of combat is fundamental, while martial arts are the key to determining victory or defeat within the same realm. Generally, one needs to take a major exam and enter a martial arts school to learn martial arts. This shows how precious this martial art is to Zhou Chen. Although it was only bronze level, it was enough. He extracted it directly, opened it, and took a look. There were many techniques, categorized as fire attribute skills. It was just right for Xiao Xiaohua's physique, and he could give it to him tomorrow. He put it in his backpack. At the same time, Zhou Chen felt the spiritual energy within him rapidly increasing. Xiao Xiaohua is training, host spiritual energy +38. Xiao Xiaohua is training, host spiritual energy +36. Xiao Xiaohua was staying up late to train, so he had gained a significant boost. It felt really good. The spiritual energy he had just wasted was quickly replenished. It was simply too comfortable. In the next room, Zhou Shanru was lying on her bed, searching for something on her phone. Browser, what does it mean when my brother secretly enters my room and steals my band-aids? She clicked on a highly rated answer to a similar question. The host must stop him in time. His behavior is very bad, and you should also pay attention to his rebellious psychology. Just like my son, one day I came home half an hour early and found my son wearing my skirt. I was very worried, fearing that my son's psychology would develop into something perverse. So I immediately scolded him, but he dared to retort. Do you know what he said? He said, "You are my dad, and you are also a man. Don't you wear skirts too? What kind of talk is that? I am a man, but I wear my skirt, while you are wearing my skirt." Seeing this, Zhou Shanru exited the browser. The search results were indeed unreliable. The next day, Zhou Shanru got up early, casually washed up, grabbed her bag, and rushed to the martial arts school. She rarely had time to come back in a month. Time was particularly tight. As for Zhou Chen, he was still sleeping at this time, dreaming of a surge in spiritual energy. Zhou Shanru didn't disturb Zhou Chen and quickly made her way to school. While reaching into her bag for something, she pulled out a bottle of pills, which contained 2 gathering energy pills. She suddenly stopped in her tracks. Looking at the 2 pills, her thoughts raced. She then locked onto Zhou Chen. It must have been him who put them in her backpack yesterday. But where did these pills come from? After a bit of analysis, she guessed some things. She quickly took out her phone and called Zhou Chen. Ring ring ring. Zhou Chen's phone rang. He didn't respond. After 2 rings, Zhou Chen groggily opened his eyes and glanced at the caller ID. He hung up directly. This woman was really bold, daring to disturb my rest. The ringing sound echoed again after a short while. With no other choice, Zhou Chen answered the call. How bold of you! Do you know the consequences of disturbing this emperor's rest? Zhou Shanru. I'm not joking with you, just tell me, did you put the chi-gathering pills in my bag? The voice came through. Oh, that was me. That was a gift from me to you. Xiao Shanru, didn't I ask you to return those spirit-gathering pills? Why did you exchange them for chi-gathering pills? And each chi-gathering pill costs 880,000. I can't afford that at all. Zhou Shanru felt a warmth in her heart, but at the same time, she was a bit anxious, worried that Zhou Chen had offended the Xiao family. I said that pill was forced on me. Do you believe it? Don't worry, there's no problem at all. Just use the chi-gathering pills with peace of mind. You absolutely must not go to the other realm, at least not before I go to Qingqing Martial School. Zhou Chen hated explaining the most. But, beep beep beep, the call was hung up by Zhou Chen. Zhou Shanru. She wanted to call back, but after picking up her phone, she put it down again. Xiao Fan had to grow up. If she didn't believe in him, then what kind of sister would she be? The pills could wait. She would ask him properly next time she returned. Everything would be fine with her around. Putting her phone away, Zhou Shanru became distant. Walking through Qingqing Martial School, she transformed from the colors of home. With a tall figure and a cold demeanor, her brows shifted from gentle to sharp. The atmosphere changed drastically. This was a martial school, different from other high schools. It was no longer a garden but a place of competition 1,000 times greater than the outside world. Is this Zhou Shanru from class 0 of the first year? Her aura is as piercing as ice. What do you think? She's already ventured into the other realm 4 or 5 times in her first year. Do you dare to go in for the second time now that you're in your second year? As if you would dare. Class 0 is full of terrifying geniuses. I'll just watch from a distance. Hurry up and get out of bed. Breakfast is on the table for you. Mom knocked on the door. Zhou Chen groggily got out of bed. He stretched lazily. His own bed understood him best. It never urged him to get up, never rushed him to leave. He sensed the spiritual energy within him. It had already broken through to 950 strands, increasing by over 300 strands in just one night. This speed was astonishing. This was merely the result of helping Xiao Xiaohua clear his meridians twice. Xiao Xiaohua had a special constitution, possessing the divine 9 heavens mysterious fire body. Perhaps just clearing one meridian for him could achieve the effect of 12 meridians for an ordinary person. And on top of that, he had enhanced himself tenfold. It was truly terrifying. Perhaps in 90 days, he could break through to 10,000 strands of spiritual energy and successfully reach the chi training realm. So comfortable. This system where he could be lazy while others were practicing and he became even stronger was simply wonderful. Every day he slacked off and summarized, there were rewards. This was too comfortable. He got up, washed up, and then rode his bike downstairs. The iron chain hung around his neck. Zhou Chen found this iron chain to be multifunctional. It could lock his bike when parked. When riding, it could serve as a necklace. Wearing the big iron chain exuded a powerful aura. In the future, it could also be used as a weapon. Here I am, the Iron Chain Emperor Zhou Chen. Let's see who dares to fight me. Arriving at school, he locked his bike under Han Ming's resentful gaze. Zhou Chen went to the classroom. Xiao Xiaohua was already in the classroom, currently studying a manual on acupuncture. Zhou Chen occasionally received relevant boosts. Xiao Xiaohua is studying Acupuncture Knowledge +6. Seeing Zhou Chen arrive, Xiao Xiaohua quickly greeted him. Brother Zhou, I practiced all night last night, and now I have over 50 strands of spiritual energy stored in my body. Zhou Chen nodded in response. I already knew it myself. In just 2 days, he had improved to harnessing over 50 strands. This speed is indeed quite impressive. No wonder he is a child with a special constitution. Even I have to feel a bit envious. Keep up the hard work. Zhou Chen nodded and patted Xiao Xiaohua on the shoulder, looking at him with a serious expression. You must always remember, your constitution is poor, and your talent is even worse. Only through hard work can you become strong. As long as you don't die from the training, then train as hard as you can. Exchange your efforts for success, and then slap those who once looked down on you right in the face. Make it as loud and as satisfying as possible. Turning over is better than flipping out. Being angry is not as good as being motivated. Living is not about winning sympathy through tears, but about earning applause through sweat. The greatest opponent a person faces is often not others, but their own laziness. You must rely on your abilities to make a living at all times. You have to give it your all to have the right to say your luck is bad. There are two synonyms for success. One is hard work, and the other is still hard work. Zhou Chen spoke with righteous fervor, his passion palpable. He raised his head and puffed out his chest, almost reciting all the motivational quotes he could remember. Xiao Xiaohua listened to Zhou Chen's words and looked up at his figure. Is this really my brother? Such inspiring words. I felt my blood boiling, wishing I could rush out to plow 2 acres of land right now. If he weren't my peer, I would definitely want to take Zhou Gu as my master today. Forget it. From now on, Zhou Gu will be my mentor in my heart. Zhou Gu, I understand. I will definitely work hard. What belongs to me, I will strive to take back. Xiao Xiaohua appeared extremely excited. Seeing him like this, Zhou Chen thought it was about time and sat down. As long as you understand, then my efforts won't be in vain. The people around them listened to Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua's conversation, glancing over curiously. I didn't expect Zhou Chen to say such motivational things. He was the laziest and most laid back in the whole classroom before. Yeah, if Zhou Chen can make Xiao Xiaohua work so hard, what excuse do we have not to? Brothers, there are only over 90 days until the big exam. Starting now, let's sprint. Sprint! Teacher Chen happened to be standing outside the door and saw this scene, feeling somewhat speechless. Zhou Chen, you really know how to talk. Making you train is like making you take medicine. What a green tea among men. Zhou Chen, this is a gathering spirit pill, for you. I was wrong before, I hope you won't take it to heart. Before the morning practice even started, Lu Chen had already brought over the pill. Zhou Chen saw this and didn't hesitate to accept it. Although he didn't need it, he could still sell it. A single pill is worth tens of thousands. I've accepted it, but there's one thing I hope you remember. This pill was not given to you because I forced you. It was Xiao Xiaohua who forced you to give it. If you want to find trouble, go find Xiao Xiaohua, don't come to me. Do you understand? Xiao Xiaohua, Zhou Gu, you. I really. Forget it, if he wants to find me, let him. I doubt he dares. Lu Chen glanced at Xiao Xiaohua upon hearing this, then turned away. How could he dare to find trouble with Xiao Xiaohua? I understand. That's good. By the way, there's one more thing. Zhou Chen nodded. Seeing Lu Chen about to leave, he called out to him again. You must change this cowardly personality of yours. Being submissive in front of me is fine, I have a kind nature, but you must never bully the weak, or you will suffer, understand? Especially, you must not bully the weak with the surnames Yi, Lin, Xiao, and Chu, understand? Oh, and add Zhou to that list. Zhou Chen felt he was truly kind-hearted. He accepted a pill and even shared a survival tip with him. Telling the surnames of the 4 great families will benefit him for a lifetime. Lu Chen. Lu Chen appeared speechless. If it weren't for Xiao Xiaohua being here, he would have almost lost his temper and taught Zhou Chen a lesson. What does this kid mean, that he would be afraid of him? You should ask your conscience, am I afraid of you, or is it the Xiao Xiaohua sitting next to you? Just wait after school today. The surprise I have for you is already arranged. You better take good care of the spirit-gathering pill I gave you for a few hours. What? You don't believe me? Zhou Chen asked when he noticed Lu Chen's expression was off. Lu Chen quickly replied, I believe it. Whatever Brother Zhou says, I believe. Get lost. I don't care if you believe it or not. Zhou Chen glanced at him, knowing he didn't believe it. But Zhou Chen couldn't be bothered. He's not my son. No one was paying attention to Zhou Chen anymore. He originally wanted to show the fire fist to Xiao Xiaohua, but there were too many people in the class. After thinking about it, he decided to wait until he got home. There was no rush. Morning practice began. Xiao Xiaohua practiced hard, while Zhou Chen suffered through his training. Xiao Xiaohua is practicing, hosts spiritual energy plus 32, practicing, spiritual energy minus 6. Fortunately, Zhou Chen was clever. He occasionally slacked off, which helped reduce the loss of spiritual energy a bit. Morning practice ended. Brother Zhou, something's off with you. What's off about me? You slacked off during morning practice. Didn't you just say that as long as you don't die from training, you should train hard? Zhou Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Had he been hit by his own motivational talk? After a moment of hesitation, he criticized Xiao Xiaohua. You dare say that to me? You slacked off too, didn't you? No. You say no? If you weren't slacking off, how would you know I was slacking off? Xiao Xiaohua, Another day of battling with the teachers. For some reason, seeing Zhou Chen's spiritual energy surge, all the teachers became interested in him. They all wanted Zhou Chen to train hard to raise the overall level of the class. At the same time, they wanted Zhou Chen to make a final push in the last few dozen days to get into a better martial arts school. The teachers had good intentions. However, Zhou Chen's system was special. He really couldn't work hard. He could only go against the teachers' good intentions. He was walking a path of his own, sacrificing himself to cultivate others, using the great righteousness of sacrificing the small self to exchange for the strength of others. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen also had the idea of being a novel transporter. On one hand, it was boredom. The revival of spiritual energy in this world had already begun in the last century. It had been over 100 years. Therefore, the fantasy and immortal novels from his previous life had not developed at all. Every time Zhou Chen wanted to slack off and read a novel, there were none. The second aspect was cultural victory, using novels to inspire his contractors, to make them work hard in their training. What inspires everyone to train the most? It's thought and spirit. In this high martial world, if he could transport those novels from his previous life over, not to mention making money, it would definitely inspire countless students to work hard in their training and pursue the dream of becoming the supreme immortal emperor. His own contractors would surely be among them. Transport the emperor of fighting Qi over. Promote the youthful spirit of 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Transport a mortal's journey to immortality over. Promote the spirit of perseverance despite difficult qualifications. And the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, immortal, etc. could all work. With these novels, plus his own encouragement. In the future, when he contracts more people, would he still worry about them not training hard? They would all be refined. As long as they don't die from training, train them hard. Zhou Chen was amused, but then he froze for a moment. He was too pleased with himself. He wasn't the villain, so he couldn't laugh like that. The novel plan could be put on the agenda. Writing while being a slacker. The memories from his previous life became very clear in this world, allowing for perfect transportation. Zhou Chen, what are you laughing about? Stand up and answer this question. Just as Zhou Chen was lost in thought about the future, the teacher at the podium noticed him and immediately called on him to answer. Xiao Xiaohua turned to look at Zhou Chen and found that he had not yet reacted. She gently nudged him and whispered, "Zhouge, the teacher wants you to answer the question." Zhou Chen snapped out of his contemplation and stood up, still a bit dazed. He looked at the question displayed on the electronic screen at the podium. Currently, there are 2 mainstream cultivation directions in the world. One is the ancient martial arts cultivation led by Xian country, which strengthens oneself by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The other is the ability direction led by Westerners. The question is, how do Westerners strengthen themselves? Upon seeing this question, Zhou Chen frowned slightly. He felt that this question seemed familiar, as if he had seen related news when he first crossed over. However, he had been too shocked by the crossing to remember it specifically. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Chen finally recalled. Westerners rely on mutation. He remembered that news article, which seemed to be titled Xian country people rely on ancient martial arts, Westerners rely on mutation. So Zhou Chen answered without hesitation. But as soon as his words fell, the classroom fell silent. Teacher, fellow students. After a moment of silence, the room erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I can't take it anymore, tears are about to flow. As expected of Zhou Degu, this answer is completely off. Xiao Xiaohua said, "Brother, Westerners strengthen themselves by absorbing elements from the air to stimulate themselves, then transform into ability users." Xiao Xiaohua whispered. 3 black lines appeared on Zhou Chen's forehead. Damn it, self-media has harmed me greatly. Why didn't you say that earlier? I thought you would know, it's common knowledge. Zhou Chen. Xiao Xiaohua's academic performance was far better than Zhou Chen's. This was also the reason why Xiao Xiaohua, despite having no spiritual energy, was second to last, while Zhou Chen was dead last. The written exam accounted for 20% of the total score. On the surface, Westerners become ability users by absorbing elements, but ultimately, it's still mutation. From a genetic perspective, the reason ability users are ability users is that the elements have drastically changed their genes, completely altering them. This is genetic mutation. Zhou Chen rambled on, as this direction couldn't be wrong. Who hasn't studied genetic mutation? Hearing Zhou Chen's words, the teacher at the podium's expression softened considerably. He nodded at Zhou Chen. You can sit down now, pay more attention in class. Although Zhou Chen didn't provide the standard answer, what he said was still quite reasonable, because many scholars now believe that their cultivation is mutation and that they have gone astray. The method they use to strengthen themselves is uncontrollable. Many people can possess terrifying power as soon as they become ability users, which also causes great harm to their bodies. For example, in battle, they can't control their power, suddenly becoming unable to distinguish between friend and foe, falling into a berserk state, or suddenly becoming disoriented, turning into something neither human nor ghost. This is also why we in Xian country classify ability users as black households and prohibit our citizens from taking the path of abilities. Although ancient martial arts growth is slow, it is cultivated step by oneself, and this power is absolutely controllable, bringing countless benefits to the cultivator. So everyone must not go astray in the future, seeking temporary strength. The common sense teacher spoke at length. He had a good discussion about ability users. This left everyone a little surprised by Zhou Chen's performance once again. Can this even be guessed? Zhou Good, do you also study superhumans? Xiao Xiaohua leaned closer to Zhou Chen, asking mysteriously. In his mind, Zhou Chen's image had undergone a tremendous transformation. He understood acupuncture, which had resolved the hidden ailment that had troubled him for over a decade. Now he also had knowledge about superhumans. Is he really that versatile? No, but I was fortunate enough to study biology at one point. Biology? Xiao Xiaohua was puzzled. Was there even such a subject now? It didn't seem so. Hurry up and study, stop daydreaming. Before the big exam, review all the knowledge you've learned in the past. Zhou Chen interrupted Xiao Xiaohua's thoughts, arranging the study tasks for the exam. There were many points of knowledge that Xiao Xiaohua was aware of, but he still needed to review them. I've mastered all of that. There's no need to study it again. Xiao Xiaohua shook his head, believing it was unnecessary to waste time on these things. He wanted to devote more time to cultivation. No need to study? I contracted with you, helped you clear your meridians, and now you don't feel responsible for me? Zhou Chen frowned slightly, impetuous. Then let me ask you, what does love need to face the six-eyed flying fish? Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua furrowed his brows, preparing to answer. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with anything. In the knowledge he had learned, there was truly nothing about this. What is a six-eyed flying fish? Did he forget something? Xiao Xiaohua was very confused. He looked up at Zhou Chen, shook his head, indicating that he didn't know and wanted Zhou Chen to explain. Don't know, right? In Master Liang's book Courage, it clearly states that love needs courage to face the six-eyed flying fish. Zhou Chen chuckled lightly, thinking, kid, can I still fool you? Xiao Xiaohua? What is this courage? Who is Master Liang? Forget it. As Zhou Ge said, I really need to review. Zhou Chen was satisfied as he leaned against the wall. As the saying goes, reviewing the old and learning the new, one can be a teacher. It means that as long as you frequently review old knowledge and learn new knowledge, I can be your teacher. To encourage Xiao Xiaohua to study hard, Zhou Chen quoted classical texts, but Xiao Xiaohua felt it was a bit strange. Zhou Ge, I understand reviewing the old and learning the new, one can be a teacher, it comes from the Analects. But Zhou Ge, your translation of the latter part seems a bit off. Did you make a mistake? What's wrong? The latter part, one can be a teacher, means that someone who can frequently review and learn new knowledge can become a teacher. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Xiao Xiaohua. Zhou Chen smiled lightly and then cut off the topic. Hurry up and study. Wasting time is equivalent to slow suicide. Chatting about a bunch of nonsense will only yield a bunch of nonsense, while studying a lot of knowledge can yield 11 heaps of knowledge. How do you get 10 more heaps? You guess. After class in the afternoon, Zhou Chen rode back with Xiao Xiaohua. Since the Xiao family had learned that Xiao Xiaohua could cultivate, his father had lifted the previous punishment. However, he didn't have the driver come to pick him up as before because he was going to Zhou Chen's house for acupuncture. Instead, he rode a bicycle with Zhou Chen. After leaving the school gate, Zhou Chen walked alongside Xiao Xiaohua. Did your Xiao family arrange any martial arts for you? Zhou Chen held the handlebars, pedaling leisurely. For an ordinary family, there would definitely be no martial arts. In middle school, it was only about increasing the hidden spiritual energy, with no martial arts instruction at all. At most, they taught some basic sparring techniques to facilitate a quick transition into the martial arts curriculum once entering a martial arts school. After all, martial arts techniques were too precious. But the Xiao family is different. After all, they are a prominent family in Xinjiang. Zhou Chen felt that they should have their own martial arts techniques. As the direct descendant of the Xiao family, Xiao Xiaohua must have some arrangements. Not yet, because I couldn't cultivate before, so teaching martial arts was useless. I estimate that after I break through to 100 strands of spiritual energy, they will start teaching me the basic martial arts of the Xiao family. Xiao Xiaohua shook his head. He wasn't particularly worried about this. The Xiao family had that foundation. So what attribute does your Xiao family's basic martial arts have? If it's not fire attribute, then there's no need to learn it. The levels of martial arts techniques are divided into bronze, black iron, gold, diamond, etc. At the same time, according to the 5 elements of ancient martial arts, there are 5 main attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Xiao Xiaohua's physique is the 9 heavens' mysterious fire body, so for him, cultivating fire attribute techniques is the best. If there aren't any, he can directly practice his own fierce fire fist. Although it's bronze level, the compatibility is high, making it much more effective. The power is also great. As for Zhou Chen himself, his talent is extremely poor, and his physique is also very weak. The only difference from the previous Xiao Xiaohua is that Xiao Xiaohua cannot store spiritual energy at all, while he can store just a little bit. But now, talent and physique are no longer important to Zhou Chen. He doesn't need to enhance his own talent or physique because of the system's existence. Whatever talent or physique the future contractors have, Zhou Chen will randomly enhance it tenfold to 100-fold based on that foundation. Take Xiao Xiaohua as an example. He has the 9 heavens mysterious fire body, while Zhou Chen has a special tenfold 9 heavens mysterious fire body physique. He doesn't need to cultivate himself but can enjoy the results, and it's 10 times the result. The key point is that as more contractors join in the future, their talents and physiques will coexist. One could say Zhou Chen's future will be infinitely terrifying. It seems to be what attribute? Xiao Xiaohua answered uncertainly. Then don't cultivate it. It's a waste of time. Why? Xiao Xiaohua asked, puzzled. Because it's not a match. Your physique is more suited for fire attribute techniques, Zhou Chen explained. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua became even more confused. Zhou Gu, how do you know I'm suited for fire attribute techniques? I can tell. How can you tell? Xiao Xiaohua was very curious. Does Zhou Gu have this ability? From your name, Xiao Xiaohua. With the name Xiao Xiaohua, which contains the character for fire, isn't it just suitable for fire attribute techniques? Xiao Xiaohua. The two stopped talking, but just as they entered an alley, Zhou Chen sensed something was off. This was the route Zhou Chen took every day to school and back home. There were few people walking, and no one would linger. But now, 4 or 5 people were standing in front of Zhou Chen. They blocked the road completely, clearly waiting for someone. Sure enough, as they rode past, Zhou Chen and the others were stopped. Why are there 2 people? Fortunately, I brought 5 people, otherwise, it would be a bit difficult. Once this is settled, we definitely need to add more money. What a money-grabbing guy. Zhou Chen gave him a thumbs up. He shares the same hobby as me. We don't know each other, right, brothers? We're all students, let us pass. Feigning weakness, then looking for a moment to smash their heads. We're waiting for you too. Which one of you is Zhou Chen? One of them spoke up. As soon as he said this, Zhou Chen immediately understood. That brat Lu Chen was indeed unwilling to part with a spirit-gathering pill. He found a few people to wait for him here. Feeling the fluctuations of spiritual energy on them, none were very high. But there were a bit too many people, and since he wasn't strong right now, it wouldn't be good to confront them head-on. However, if he didn't confront them, the road was completely blocked, making it hard to get through. He simply looked at Xiao Xiaohua. Zhou Chen, they're looking for you. As soon as the words fell, the 4 people across all looked at Xiao Xiaohua. Are you the one called Zhou Chen? Xiao Xiaohua? Brother Zhou, what did you call me? When the hell did I call Zhou Chen? Damn, are you trying to set me up? He is Zhou Chen. Also, 5 big brothers, my mom is calling me home for dinner. Can I go for a bit? Zhou Chen continued to feign weakness, appearing very humble. Alright, just hurry up and get lost. Damn it, you just sold out your brother. I really look down on you. The leader among the 5 shot Zhou Chen a disgusted glance and waved his hand, signaling the person in the middle to make way. In this high martial world, they, as lowly thugs, didn't dare to cause too much trouble. If the person they bullied had a powerful cultivator relative, it would be disastrous. So for them, it's better to avoid trouble. Zhou Chen pushed his bicycle forward, passing through the middle of them. Once he reached behind them, his left hand quietly reached for the iron chain around his neck. Taking advantage of the moment when the 5 were looking at Xiao Xiaohua, he swiftly struck out. This was an iron chain, and as it spun, they didn't notice Zhou Chen. One by one, they were struck, and intense pain surged through them instantly. Damn it, you little brat dare to play tricks. Fuck your grandpa. The 5, in pain, turned around to retaliate against Zhou Chen. Xiao Xiaohua, what the hell are you still doing? Hurry up and run. After shouting, Zhou Chen quickly hopped on his bicycle and sped away. Hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua quickly followed. Brother Zhou really didn't set me up. Brother Zhou is both brave and clever. In the blink of an eye, the 2 dashed out of the 5's defense line. Seeing this, the 5 immediately took off in pursuit. But then a figure descended, followed by a series of rapid kicks, knocking the 5 to the ground with 5 consecutive strikes. Hiss, a chi refining master. The 5 were terrified. A chi refining master was a true cultivator who had entered the chi refining realm. They could use spiritual energy to fight. Who told you to block this place? The newcomer said coldly. A qi refining master? I merely displayed the strength of a qi refining master. Lu Chen, it was him who had us block here to snatch a spirit-gathering pill from a student named Zhou Chen. Oh, get lost. Just to let you know, both of them are from the Xiao family. If you dare to act like this again, it will only lead to your demise. The scene shifted to Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua. The two, pedaling furiously on their bicycles, were now a bit exhausted. Once they saw no one was chasing them, they stopped. You should go to school early tomorrow. We'll wait outside the school gate together. Why? To build a harmonious campus, educate misbehaving students, and punish those who collude with outside thugs to bully good students. Alright, Xiao Xiaohua wasn't a fool. Lu Chen had just sent over a spirit-gathering pill this morning. After school in the afternoon, someone was already blocking Zhou Chen's way home. It was obvious who arranged this. He was also quite temperamental. Brother Zhou, was it Lu Chen? Should I arrange for someone to teach him a lesson? Xiao Xiaohua suggested as he leisurely rode alongside Zhou Chen. But Zhou Chen shook his head in refusal. I'll handle it myself. Zhou Chen wouldn't feel satisfied unless he personally taught Lu Chen a lesson. When he got home, his parents were not there. Zhou Chen directly brought Xiao Xiaohua to his room. Familiar with the process, he began acupuncture. This was already the third time. Xiao Xiaohua's Xiaoyang Sanjiao meridian had been half cleared. After finishing the acupuncture, Zhou Chen took out the fire fist technique. If your family's foundational cultivation method isn't fire attribute, then cultivate this one. This is a bronze-level fire attribute technique called Fire Fist, very suitable for your physique. He tossed the Fire Fist technique to Xiao Xiaohua while briefly introducing the name of the technique. This technique was quite simple, just the lowest level bronze technique. But for Xiao Xiaohua, who hadn't even reached the qi refining realm, and for Zhou Chen himself, it was more than enough. Receiving the technique, Xiao Xiaohua's heart sank, and he felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. For a moment, he was almost choked up, unsure of how to express himself. The cultivation method was countless times more important than any elixir. Even a bronze-level cultivation method was invaluable. The prices of cultivation methods on the market, even for bronze-level ones, started at a minimum of $1 million. And they were scarce. Such a precious cultivation method, and Zhou Chen had just given it to him. How could Xiao Xiaohua not be moved? How could he not choke up? Brother Zhou, why are you giving me the cultivation method? Why are you being so good to me? You and I are brothers. You know my talent is extremely poor. I don't have the ability to cultivate this method at all. So I might as well give it to you, Zhou Chen replied, his words half-truths. His talent was indeed poor, and he truly lacked the ability to cultivate, but combined, it was a lie. Brother Zhou, Xiao Xiaohua choked up. Zhou Chen, just be moved. What if my acting can't keep up later? Alright, it's just a bronze-level cultivation method. You can just trade something with me later, no need to be like this. Zhou Chen waved his hand. But, the cultivation method can be exchanged, but how do I repay your kindness? Zhou Chen, you can't be serious. Zhou Chen, how about you call me dad? A dad giving his son a cultivation method is always acceptable, right? Xiao Xiaohua, Brother Zhou, you make me. I have something I don't know if I should say. Xiao Xiaohua was stunned, but Zhou Chen was not. Not wanting to drag it out, Zhou Chen directly stuffed the cultivation method into Xiao Xiaohua's backpack. Then he hurriedly pushed Xiao Xiaohua out. Start cultivating when you get home, even if you can only stay up a few hours at night, that's fine. But you can't delay tomorrow's class, understand? He reminded him one last time. The scene shifted. The 5 people who had surrounded Zhou Chen received a call from Lu Chen. Did you get the gathering spirit pill? King got your mom. Those are people from the Xiao family. Damn it, if you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag us down with you. Beep beep beep. Lu Chen was scolded. Then the call was hung up. After being scolded, he came to his senses and felt a chill run down his spine. The Xiao family, how was he supposed to face them? He slapped himself twice. You really are foolish. How could you think of revenge in a moment of confusion? What should I do now? Xiao family. As soon as Xiao Xiaohua returned home, he found his father, Xiao Daji. Dad, I want a washing marrow pill. The washing marrow pill, an incredibly precious elixir. Its effect was to cleanse the meridians and improve one's constitution. The market price was 2 million, and it was much rarer than ordinary elixirs. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford it. Xiao Xiaohua had used it before, and not just one, but it had no effect. His meridians were completely blocked, making it useless. What do you want that elixir for? You took it before and it didn't work. Xiao Daji looked at his son in confusion. The Xiao family had it and could provide it, but he wanted to know what his son needed it for. To give to Zhou Chen. His constitution is too poor, and I want to use the washing marrow pill to help him improve. Xiao Xiaohua said honestly, This was the idea he had come up with on the way to repay Zhou Chen's kindness. Zhou Chen's poor constitution prevented him from cultivating. If his constitution wasn't improved, future cultivation would only become more difficult. He couldn't just watch helplessly. He had to use the washing marrow pill to help him. I know Zhou Chen has been kind to you and to us, but didn't we already give him 5 bottles of gathering spirit pills last time? Xiao Daji asked. But as soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Xiaohua took out the cultivation method from his bag. He handed it to Xiao Daji. Dad, look, this is the cultivation method Zhou Chen gave me, a bronze-level fire attribute technique. He didn't even think twice before giving it to me. So, can't I just give him a cleansing pill in return? Xiao Daji quickly took it, then opened the technique and began to examine and ponder it seriously. It took him a full half-hour before he raised his head. This technique is real. At the same time, he still couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that his son's classmate would just give his son a cultivation method like this. This is a technique that is priceless and hard to find, even if it's just bronze level. Did he say he wanted this technique in exchange for a cleansing pill, or? Xiao Daji asked in detail, but he was directly interrupted by Xiao Xiaohua. No, this cleansing pill is something I want to give him. He didn't even ask me for anything. Even the experienced Xiao Daji couldn't make sense of Zhou Chen's actions at this moment. Then he had a guess. He speculated that Zhou Chen might want to use Xiao Xiaohua to get close to the Xiao family. This is the most likely scenario. Of course, this is just a guess. Alright, I'll give you the cleansing pill. Xiao Daji nodded in agreement with Xiao Xiaohua's idea. Regardless of whether Zhou Chen wants to ride on their coattails or has other intentions, at least for the Xiao family, befriending someone who understands acupuncture and can provide a cultivation method is far better than just a cleansing pill. Hearing Xiao Daji's words, Xiao Xiaohua smiled. In his heart, he thought, Brother Zhou, no matter how poor your physique is, Xiao Xiaohua, will use the cleansing pill to help you cleanse, and with the spirit gathering pill, I will make you a genius and get you into a martial arts school. Back to Zhou Chen. Taking advantage of his parents not being home, Zhou Chen opened his computer. He began to type on the keyboard. The novel that calls for a cultural victory, urging all of Xin country and his contract partners to work hard in their cultivation, had to start. The first book without a doubt had to be The Emperor of Fighting Qi. Because its early stages are most similar to Xiao Xiaohua's, both starting as waste materials and both being rejected in marriage. If he could use this novel to make Xiao Xiaohua's attitude towards cultivation more resolute, then the spiritual energy he gains every day would increase, and in the future, he wouldn't even have to supervise it himself. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen recalled memories from his past life, his hands continuously tapping on the keyboard. He didn't stop until his parents returned and called him for dinner. What are you doing? His mother asked curiously as she looked at Zhou Chen, typing on the keyboard. His mother. I know you're typing on the keyboard. I want to know what you're typing for. Zhou Chen, it's something. His mother, what's something? Zhou Chen, typing on the keyboard. His mother, forget dinner then. Zhou Chen, threatening me? I won't accept that. I'll stop typing and go eat. After dinner, it was time for daily cultivation. At this point, Zhou Chen no longer cared about the little bit of spiritual energy he was losing. So, feeling bored, he cultivated a bit. It reflected that he had been in this world, that he had once worked hard to cultivate, but fate played tricks on him. So in the end, he chose to be a salted fish and lay flat. Today's cultivation time is less than salted fish time. Reward, 1 spirit gathering pill. Today's reward is simply too poor. But he still accepted it. After selling the loot, it would be several tens of thousands, so why not take it? At night, Xiao Xiaohua is cultivating late into the night, spiritual energy plus 45. Xiao Xiaohua is studying the fire fist technique experience plus 6. Xiao Xiaohua is cultivating late into the night, spiritual energy plus 43. The next day, at the school gate, Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua arrived early and waited at the entrance. What are you standing here for? Why not go in? Don't rush. We're waiting for a fated person. Zhou Chen took the little stool from the gatekeeper Han Ming and sat outside the gatekeeper's room. Two eyes watched the students coming in and out. While paying attention to the newcomers, he was also summarizing the gains from last night. Through the relentless efforts of Xiao Xiaohua alongside him for an entire night, the spiritual energy they could harbor had both broken their historical highs. Xiao Xiaohua had increased by 50 strands last night and could now harbor 100 strands. Truly worthy of being a god-level physique owner. This speed was terrifying. As for himself, he was just a bit behind, having only increased by 500 strands last night, which was merely 10 times Xiao Xiaohua's. He could now harbor over 1,400 strands of spiritual energy, barely surpassing the admission line for a vocational martial arts school. The road ahead was long, and he still needed, he needed Xiao Xiaohua to work even harder. Practical experience also had to be improved. Realm was the foundation. Without practical experience, it was just a facade.
That wouldn't do either. Are you nearsighted?
Not thinking much more, Zhou Chen raised his head to look at Han Ming beside him and asked. This question made Han Ming frown.
What's wrong? I'm not nearsighted. I didn't even wear my glasses. How could I be nearsighted? Why are you asking me this?
Han Ming was quite puzzled.
Oh, it's nothing, just wait a minute and be nearsighted for 10 minutes.
Zhou Chen chuckled lightly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This smile was quite charming, causing Han Ming's eyes to instinctively narrow.
This guy was up to no good again.
Zhou Chen stood up and quickly chased after a person outside the school. Xiao Xiaohua, who was beside him, also started running. The person outside saw this and hurriedly ran back.
Zhou Chen, what do you want to do? Zhou Chen, do you think I'm easy to bully?
Zhou Chen, this is right at the school gate.
Do you want to get expelled? Zhou Chen, I can now harbor over 3,000 strands of spiritual energy. Do you want to seek your own suffering by fighting me?
Lu Chen shouted while running, trying to intimidate Zhou Chen and bolster his own courage.
He even shouted out the gap in spiritual energy between him and Zhou Chen.
But his body was honest. His speed of escape did not slow down at all. Because he knew that everyone was still at the Qi training stage, the spiritual energy they could harbor was just laying the foundation. Being able to harbor over 3,000 strands of spiritual energy was about the same as harboring a few hundred strands. It still relied on one's own strength.
And Zhou Chen was much more formidable than Lu Chen.
He had no choice but to run.
But running was useless because he couldn't outrun Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen swung out a chain, striking Lu Chen on the back.
Lu Chen winced in pain, slowing his steps, and Zhou Chen took a big stride to catch him. Then Xiao Xiaohua dragged over a large green trash can and directly trapped Lu Chen inside. He kicked him down to the ground, rolling back and forth. The sour smell inside, combined with the spinning, made Lu Chen vomit directly.
Bro, I was wrong. Wrong about what?
I shouldn't have mocked and provoked you, and I shouldn't have found someone to block you and steal your spirit-gathering pill.
Dad, I was wrong. Please spare me. Zhou Chen, Pa.
So despicable.
Zhou Chen spat. Han Ming couldn't bear to watch any longer.
More and more students gathered around, all standing at a distance to watch the commotion.
Alright, that's enough. If this gets too big, the principal will come, Han Ming advised quietly.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen naturally considered it. He also felt it was about time.
So he stopped and shouted, Lu academic genius, what's going on with you? Just trying to go to school, how did you end up in a trash can?
Xiao Xiaohua, hurry over and help, get Lu academic genius out.
This? Lu Chun, Xiao Xiaohua, Han Ming, everyone.
Clearly, it was you who made him end up like this. Alright,
this kid is really shameless. Awesome, I watched him team up with that student to mess with people, and now it turned into saving someone? Which class is this kid from?
I'll just keep my distance from him in the future.
Zhou Chen ignored the surrounding chatter.
He only felt that these words were harsh and were slandering him.
How could someone as righteous as him resort to violence? Bully classmates? Don't wrong a good person.
He straightened the trash can and pulled Lu Chen out.
How are you now?
Lu Shueba,
did you fall into the trash can by yourself? Or did someone bully you and put the trash can over your head? Zhou Chen asked with concern. To be honest, it wasn't me who did it, it was Xiao Xiaohua.
There's a reason for every grievance. Go take revenge on Xiao Xiaohua.
He's not afraid anyway. Lu Chen shot Zhou Chen a glare and stood up unsteadily. He quickly took off his dirty jacket. How can you still pretend to care? You're so hypocritical.
At that moment, due to the commotion, the principal really came out. He headed straight for the scene. Seeing Lu Chen's state, he was even more furious.
How could someone dare to lay hands on a student right at the school gate?
From the words of the onlooking students, he roughly understood the truth of the matter. He took a careful look at Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua. He recognized both of them. One was the last in class 5, with such poor grades that it was hard not to know him. The other was a member of the Xiao family.
Indeed, two troublemakers.
The Xiao family's kid was difficult to handle, but this last-place student from class 5 had to be dealt with today.
Han Ming, what just happened? The principal asked the security guard.
The guard glanced at Zhou Chen with some guilt. He felt that if he exposed Zhou Chen, he might not only let the air out of his electric bike but might also take it out on him.
Principal, I was over there checking the students coming in and out, and I'm a bit nearsighted, so I didn't see what was happening over here. Ha ha ha. Zhou Chen couldn't help but laugh.
He gave Han Ming a thumbs up.
He really is nearsighted. This brother is alright.
The principal saw that Han Ming hadn't gotten any useful information, so he turned to the party involved, Lu Chen. Seeing the sour, smelly liquid on Lu Chen, he felt a twinge of pity. This child was truly unfortunate.
This student, why don't you tell us what happened?
It seems he fell into the trash can by himself.
Zhou Chen replied. I didn't ask you, the principal said sternly. As his words fell, everyone looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen also stopped cleaning himself up. He raised his head to glance at Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua. Principal, it was indeed my fault for not paying attention while walking, so I fell into the trash can. The principal. The surrounding students. Zhou Chen shrugged, I told you so. Xiao Xiaohua shrugged, my brother Zhou said so. Han Ming shrugged, I seem to, vaguely see that, it really is the case. Lu Chun. The surrounding students. You are all so shameless. The principal said, student, don't be afraid, I will support you. Lu Chen replied, principal, I'm not afraid, and I won't be afraid, but I did indeed fall in by myself. He wiped the sour liquid from his hair. He had unspoken grievances, how could he not be afraid? He also wanted the principal to teach Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua a lesson, but compared to the revenge from the Xiao family behind them, letting Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua teach him a lesson was actually the lightest punishment. He couldn't let the principal see him confront Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua. He had to take the initiative to back down, because once he resisted, this matter would never end. He might face retaliation from even stronger people, and seriously, he could end up seriously injured, preventing him from participating in the major exams. At the same time, the Lu family's business might also be suppressed by the Xiao family. If that happens, it would truly be over. Xiao Xiaohua is a direct descendant of the Xiao family. The principal can protect himself for now, but when the Xiao family retaliates, he will just pack up and leave. Who will care about him then? I'm not stupid. I know what I'm doing. It's best to endure some hardship now, not just to bow my head at this moment. In the future, I'll have to offer a cigarette to Zhou Chen whenever I see him. Didn't I see that the direct descendant of the Xiao family, Xiao Xiaohua, was beating Zhou Chen without holding back? They are truly like brothers. When Zhou Chen is in trouble, Xiao Xiaohua really steps in. Listening to Lu Chen, the onlooking classmates had nothing to say. The principal was the same. He took a good look at Zhou Chen. Don't make too much noise, we have 90 days left. Focus on the sprint, and don't mess around, the principal warned. Then he left. Since the victim himself didn't want to pursue it, there was no need for him to meddle. In these last 90 days, he only sought stability. As long as it didn't get too out of hand, he didn't want to overreach. Principal, don't worry, who in the school doesn't know about Zhou Chen's character? The principal, Han Ming, the classmates. Don't say the whole school, that doesn't include me. The principal left. The students saw there was nothing more to watch and dispersed. Lu Chen looked seriously at Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua. Zhou Gui, Xiao Gui, yesterday was my fault. I apologize to you both. I absolutely won't provoke you again. Please don't hold it against me. So cowardly, it's clear he's not the big villain. Zhou Chen shrugged and didn't make it hard for him. Alright, you were somewhat sensible just now. Go change your clothes. Remember what I told you yesterday, the 4 families of Yi, Lin, Xiao, and Chu, plus Zhou, these 5 surnames must not be provoked, understand? Especially the young people from these 4 families, because you never know, they might be the future big shots. Zhou Chen waved his hand and emphasized yesterday's advice. I'm really a good person. To repay kindness with kindness is truly rare in this world. Zhou Chen checked the time. It was almost time for morning exercises. He quickly took Xiao Xiaohua and rushed towards the campus. Can't miss morning exercises. They arrived at the classroom just in time. After leaning against the wall to rest for a while, Old Chen came over. What's going on between you and Lu Chen? We're all classmates, and there are just over 90 days left. Be more amicable. Old Chen wanted to be a peacemaker, but little did he know, Zhou Chen had no intention of continuing to teach Lu Chen a lesson. He wasn't a violent person. If it weren't for Lu Chen provoking him first and then blocking him yesterday, this morning wouldn't have happened. Don't worry, he already apologized to me, and I've forgiven him, Zhou Chen said calmly. Old Chen, how did I hear that you and Xiao Xiaohua taught Lu Chen a lesson by putting him in a trash can at the school gate? So you taught him a lesson, and he apologized to you? Forget it, Lu Chen just asked for leave from me, so I won't say much. He checked the spiritual energy contained within Zhou Chen. His face suddenly lit up with surprise. His voice grew louder. Over 1,500 strands. Zhou Chen, you kid, not bad. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the classroom turned to look at Zhou Chen, especially Xiao Xiaohua, who quickly turned to Zhou Chen. 1,500 strands of spiritual energy isn't particularly impressive. In this class, having 1,500 strands is still at the bottom, not to mention other classes. But what shocked everyone was the speed of improvement. In just a few days, Zhou Chen had increased from over 100 strands to 1,500. Who has ever seen such speed? Absolutely no one, including Old Chen. That's what makes it the most astonishing. Is it true? Damn, this weak big dog is really lacking in morals. It's only been a few days and he's already stolen my third to last place. This speed is simply terrifying. Awesome, damn it, I need to sprint too. I can't take it anymore. I have to sprint every night from now on. The classmates were buzzing with discussion, and Zhou Chen's speed ignited a wave of enthusiasm for studying in the class. Previously, everyone didn't care since Zhou Chen was at the bottom, but now that Zhou Chen had risen, they dared not slack off. Xiao Xiaohua was equally shocked, but soon he felt relieved. He wasn't jealous of Zhou Chen's speed at all, instead, he felt happy for him. At the same time, he had a guess in his heart about why Zhou Chen's spiritual energy was growing so fast, and he was certain. It must be because of the spirit-gathering pills he had given. He had given Zhou Gu a total of 5 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, so this growth rate was quite normal. Thinking of this, Xiao Xiaohua became even more determined to help Zhou Gu grow with pills. With spirit-gathering pills in hand, he would also give Zhou Gu the bone-cleansing pills later. In the future, he could definitely ensure that Zhou Gu would grow rapidly alongside him, and after returning home, he could also quickly grow by taking pills. Teacher Chen, you don't need to be so surprised. The reason I can quickly have 1,500 strands of spiritual energy is that I have put in more effort. What you don't know is that I hardly rest every night. I only sleep for an hour. All I think about is 2 words: hard work. Crazy hard work. I just want to use my effort to tell everyone that I, Zhou Chen, am not a waste. Zhou Chen appeared very excited as he stood up, tears welling in his eyes. Then he lowered his head again. But my talent is still too poor. Even with this effort in taking the spirit-gathering pills, I only have this level of accumulation now. At this moment, Zhou Chen seemed a bit downcast, presenting an image of someone who worked hard but struggled in cultivation due to his innate talent issues. Zhou Chen really has it tough. That's right, my talent is better than Zhou Chen's, but I still don't work hard and don't know how to cherish it. Some classmates were moved by Zhou Chen. Xiao Xiaohua was also touched by Zhou Chen's words. Zhou Gu is truly my best role model for learning. How can I, Xiao Xiaohua, not be like Zhou Gu with poor talent? I've always been mocked as a premature baby. How can I not want to tell everyone that I, Xiao Xiaohua, am not a waste? From now on, I will only sleep for 1 hour too. At this point, Zhou Chen saw the expressions of everyone, and his tone turned desolate again. Teacher Chen, because of this crazy cultivation and taking the spirit-gathering pills, my body has become exceptionally weak. So I want to take a good rest for the next week, not cultivate, and just review the exam knowledge. Is that okay? Damn, acting is really exhausting, just to save some of my wasted spiritual energy in cultivation. I really put in a lot of effort, going all out in my performance, but it seems the effect is quite good. Teacher Chen is very likely to agree. And looking at Xiao Xiaohua's expression, he seems to have been inspired by me as well. This is the result. The world isn't just about fighting, it's about competing in acting skills. Hearing Zhou Chen's words and seeing his appearance, Teacher Chen frowned slightly. I just heard a classmate say that when you were chasing after Lu Chen, you were full of spirit. How come you're so wilted now? Are you kidding me? Not cultivating is definitely not an option. But looking at Zhou Chen, he indeed needs a rest. Plus, Zhou Chen's spiritual energy is growing too fast, and he really needs to consolidate it. Moreover, Zhou Chen has already reached above the admission standard line for the vocational martial arts school. So after considering it, Teacher Chen agreed. Alright, for the next week, your main focus is to consolidate your spiritual energy while reviewing the knowledge points for the written exam. As for your training, just don't disturb the other students. Done. Hearing old Chen's words, Zhou Chen felt pleased. It was time for morning practice, and everyone began their training. Zhou Chen, rare for him not to train, leaned against the wall on one side. Xiao Xiaohua is training, hosts spiritual energy plus 32. Xiao Xiaohua is training, hosts spiritual energy plus 30. Comfortable, this feels great. After the morning practice ended, old Chen left. Xiao Xiaohua approached. Zhou Gu, are you really tired? Of course, do you have doubts? Zhou Chen retorted. Xiao Xiaohua nodded and said, I saw you chasing after Lu Chen. You looked more energetic than me, not at all like someone who's tired. Zhou Chen. Good observation, but don't do that next time. Zhou Chen didn't plan to answer Xiao Xiaohua, nor was it necessary. Seeing that Zhou Chen didn't respond, Xiao Xiaohua didn't mind. He mysteriously took out a package and handed it to Zhou Chen, a proud expression on his face. What is this? Zhou Chen asked, puzzled. Xiao Xiaohua leaned in and whispered, washing marrow pill. Zhou Gu, I know your constitution is weak, so I specially brought this for you to improve your physique. Zhou Chen, another pill. Wouldn't it be better to just give me money? I'm not interested in money, but I'm even less interested in pills. Pushed it back. It was pushed back to him. Pushed it back again. It was pushed back again. Zhou Gu, I know you don't want it, but I absolutely cannot not give it to you. My family has plenty of pills, and as soon as I can start training, I can use pills to enhance my cultivation anytime. But Zhou Gu, you're different. You definitely need this pill. Moreover, Zhou Gu, you gave me a cultivation method yesterday, and the bond between us cannot be measured by just this one pill. So just accept it. Xiao Xiuhua was sincere, leaving Zhou Chen unsure how to respond. However, he felt quite satisfied with Xiao Xiuhua. The contract partner he chose was indeed good. At the time of the contract, their friendliness was over 80. Now it must be at least over 90. This level of friendliness had become someone who would risk their life for him and would never betray him. He accepted it. He would sell it tonight. I've accepted the pill, don't worry, no matter what, I will help you clear all your meridians. As long as you listen to me, you will definitely reach the Grand Master level, or even beyond that, to those even more terrifying and mysterious realms. Zhou Chen was serious. This was not a lie. With the system in place, as long as no major accidents occurred along the way, there would be no problem. There are realms above Grand Master? Xiao Xiaohua exclaimed, his focus seeming a bit different. He didn't care about the meridian issue. Instead, he asked about the more terrifying and mysterious realms Zhou Chen mentioned. After he asked, other classmates gathered around. They were very interested in gossip about cultivation realms. The recent uproar about Master Ma and the battle with the supernatural beings had dominated the hot topics for several weeks. Zhou Chen, how do you know there are realms above Grandmaster? Is that so? The ancient martial arts path starts from the Qi refining realm, then goes to the Gang Qi, Yu Qi, Master, Grandmaster. I haven't heard of any realms above that. Hurry up and tell us. What are the realms above Grandmaster? Yes, come on, Dad, hurry up. Zhou Chen glanced at the group of gossip-loving classmates around him. Why are you all asking so much? What does a higher realm have to do with you? Aren't you all just full and bored? The classmates, curious, can't we just ask? Yeah, it's like it has something to do with you. Dad, tell me, okay? Zhou Chen. Helpless, although Zhou Chen didn't know either, he could only start chatting. Actually, I'm not very clear either, just know some rumors. Zhou Chen appeared somewhat mysterious, which added to the atmosphere at that moment. The classmates all became serious, holding their breath and focusing. They listened to Zhou Chen continue. Above the Grand Master level, there is a realm called Xia. Xia. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, everyone frowned. What is that term? A great hero? Everyone was confused, but seeing Zhou Chen's expression, it seemed there was indeed something to it, so they quietly listened on. Cultivators who reach the Xia realm will unlock a special type of attack, which is extremely terrifying and can cross the void to harm the enemy's heart. Zhou Chen spoke more and more seriously, as if this realm truly existed. The others listened intently, as Zhou Chen didn't seem to be lying. What is this type of attack called? Someone curiously asked. Zhou Chen looked over at her, a girl from the class, of average ability. He then said seriously, this type of attack is called spit. Spit? Everyone frowned, feeling that Zhou Chen was sounding more and more ridiculous. What do you mean by spit? What is spit? If I see you and don't like you, then I curse you, that's called spit. If I see you and think you're ugly, then cursing you is also called spit. And the highest realm of Xia is called keyboard Xia, with the strongest move being to take a keyboard and spit various insults. The room fell into dead silence. Classmates, Xiao Xiaohua. Then everyone instantly burst into laughter. Damn, I've never been this speechless in my life. Zhou Chen, think about it, is this joke funny? Zhou Chen, you dare to fool me, watch me transform into a land-based keyboard immortal and take your move. Bring it on. TCH. Zhou Chen glanced at everyone. Blame me, huh? I've only been here for a few days. How would I know what your world is like? How would I know what the higher realms of your world are? He glanced outside. That kid Lu Chen had come back in clean clothes. When Lu Chen saw Zhou Chen looking at him, he instinctively shrank his head. Gritting his teeth, he entered the classroom and walked directly to Zhou Chen's side. He handed Zhou Chen a bank card. Zhou Ge, this is from my dad. He asked me to bring it to apologize to you. The password is on the back of the card, and there's a total of 1 million. Please don't hold it against me. After Lu Chen went back, he told his dad everything that happened. His dad was so shocked he broke out in a cold sweat, almost pulling out his belt on the spot. However, after hearing about Lu Chen's handling of the situation today, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. His son had been a bit foolish at first, but today's handling was acceptable. Otherwise, if the Xiao family retaliated, he would really only have bankruptcy to look forward to. He immediately took out another card and asked Lu Chen to apologize again. Zhou Chen glanced at Lu Chen. This kid is quite perceptive. After getting beaten, he finally got it. But am I someone who is greedy for money? What do you mean by this? Do you think I'm extorting you? If you hadn't sent someone to block me yesterday, there wouldn't be this matter today, understand? I, Zhou Chen, have always abided by the law and regard wealth as dirt. While saying this, Zhou Chen took the bank card Lu Chen handed over and put it in his pocket. The whole time, Xiao Xiaohua was watching and listening. Lu Chen thought, you're impressive. you're so noble. You say one thing and do another. Zhou, you're right. Then I'll go back to my seat, Lu Chen said softly. Once the money is given, that's it. After saying this, he turned to leave. However, Zhou Chen called out to him. Wait. Lu Chen furrowed his brow at the sound of Zhou Chen's voice, unsure of what else Zhou Chen wanted. He had already given the money, and Zhou Chen had accepted it. Surely he wasn't complaining it was too little. Since the money is given, you can take this spirit-gathering pill. I do business fairly, and with just over 90 days left, take it and work hard to push through. Zhou Chen took out a spirit-gathering pill and tossed it to Lu Chen. This pill originally belonged to Lu Chen. Now, having taken 1 million from him, Zhou Chen was returning the pill. This essentially meant that Zhou Chen sold a pill worth 78,000 for 1 million to Lu Chen, and he would still be grateful to him. Indeed, when he saw the pill thrown over, Lu Chen quickly caught it, his eyes filled with gratitude towards Zhou Chen. That million was given by his father as an apology to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen didn't even need to give him the pill. But now, Zhou Chen had set aside past grievances and returned the spirit-gathering pill to him. How could he not be moved? His feelings towards Zhou Chen improved immensely. Zhou Chen wasn't that annoying. If he hadn't mocked and provoked Zhou Chen before, he wouldn't have been bullied at all. This was all his own fault. Brother Zhou, thank you. From now on, I'll be your little brother. If anyone at school dares to trouble you, they'll have to deal with me, Lu Chen said with a grateful expression. Xiao Xiaohuo looked at Zhou Chen in surprise. Brother Zhou is amazing. He resolved a grudge with just one pill and gained a little brother. So impressive. Is this Brother Zhou's wisdom? Zhou Chen waved his hand, signaling Lu Chen to leave on his own. He didn't care about being called a little brother. As long as no one deliberately sought trouble with him, that was enough. Brother Zhou, I used to think your acupuncture skills were impressive and that you treated me well. Now I think your way of dealing with people is also brilliant. I didn't expect that with just a back and forth, you not only beat Lu Chen but also exchanged his pill for 1 million. And the key point is he ended up crying and became your little brother. Brother Zhou, you really are something else. Xiao Xiaohua gave Zhou Chen a thumbs up, but Zhou Chen had nothing to say. What was this? The fact that he could achieve this effect was all thanks to the Xiao family supporting him from behind. I'm just riding on the coattails. No, that's not right. It's more like a fox borrowing a tiger's might. Still not right. Anyway, everyone understands. I don't need idioms. What's the big deal? Do you think I, Zhou Chen, can do so well in this school just by relying on what? What is it? Xiao Xiaohua asked curiously. Zhou Chen glanced at him and held up 3 fingers. 3 points: cowardice, lack of loyalty, and betrayal of brothers. Xiao Xiaohua. In the afternoon, Old Chen announced a piece of news in class. Starting tomorrow, there would be a major mock exam lasting 3 days. The first day would be a written exam, followed by 2 days of practical exams. Everyone should prepare well. As soon as the news broke, the whole class erupted. It's over, it's time to realize our own limitations again. I only want to take the written exam. I'm not interested in the practical. What's there to say? Just come. I just hope to move up a few places in the school rankings. More gossip to watch. I wonder who will be first in the school this time. Do we even need to say? It must be Tang Yanran. She's already entered the qi refining stage and become a first-level qi refiner. I wonder who Tang Yanran will marry in the future. It must be someone skilled. She can't possibly end up with a useless person. Xiao Xiaohua. The students, hearing the news, chatted more animatedly, even discussing Tang Yanran and her future partner. Hearing their words, Xiao Xiaohua frowned, feeling a surge of anger within. He is Tang Yanran's fiancé, and right now, he is still a useless person. Zhou Chen noticed the change in Xiao Xiaohua. He patted his shoulder. Don't overthink it. What's wrong with being useless? They laugh at you for being useless, but you can laugh at them for not being able to be useless. You are proud to be useless, you save spiritual energy for the world, you are calm being useless, you act as a best man for others. Xiao Xiaohua. Brother Zhou, if you can't comfort, then just don't comfort. After school, Zhou Chen took Xiao Xiaohua home as usual, giving him acupuncture to clear his meridians. After taking care of Xiao Xiaohua, he sent him off. Sir, come by often. Xiao Xiaohua. Then he picked up the washing marrow pill and the spirit-gathering pill he received from the system yesterday and went out. Selling off, I love selling off. He rode his bicycle down the stairs. The iron chain was still around his neck, humming a little tune as he set off. The rivers and lakes are slippery, all rely on conscience. The world is complex, just rely on a sharp tongue. The rivers and lakes are far, no free shipping. With a chivalrous heart, Zhou Dafen. He went straight to the Medicine King's shop. Since he had been there before, he didn't need to use the untrustworthy map anymore. Tap tap tap. He soon arrived at the place. He didn't specifically look for a parking spot but parked his bike right at the shop's entrance. He took off the iron chain from his neck. There was a lock hanging from it. He handed it to the security guard at the door. "Please help me park my bike." Security guard: "Sir, is this the bicycle? What do you think?" Security guard: "This is the first time I've been asked to park a bicycle since I became a security guard." He took the iron chain. Then he was about to park it. "Don't ride it. My bike might not be able to handle it, just push it." Security guard. He walked into the store. The receptionist inside saw Zhou Chen. One of them immediately recognized Zhou Chen and ran over with a smile. "Sir, my name is Zhou Rong. What do you need this time? Where's Shinseki? She was the one who attended to me last time, right?" Zhou Chen preferred to deal with familiar faces. It was much more convenient. "She has other matters and can't come, so you can choose me instead." The receptionist smiled charmingly, her little hand deliberately brushing against Zhou Chen's hand. It gave Zhou Chen goosebumps. He took a good look at her. Above average, but far inferior to Shinseki. And the most crucial point is, he is still a student. "Forget it. I'm a bit more familiar with Shinseki. If she's not here, I'll wait a bit," Zhou Chen said. Just as he finished speaking, Shinseki appeared in Zhou Chen's sight. When she saw Zhou Chen, she hurried over. Zhou Chen left a deep impression on her. He came riding a bicycle to sell 70 spirit-gathering pills and then bought 2 energy-gathering pills. Can you believe the total transaction amount reached millions? "Mr. Zhou, what do you need to buy this time?" "No need to be so polite, after all, we have established a mutually beneficial bilateral trade relationship." Zhou Chen smiled, his smile very friendly. "Mr. Zhou, you jest. As receptionists, we certainly need to respect our clients." Shinseki smiled back, her smile beautiful, leading Zhou Chen towards the private room inside. This made Zhou Rong feel very embarrassed. She huffed in anger. "I'm younger than you can call me little brother, or younger brother. Next time I come, just call me younger brother." Shinseki: "This little client's idea is really strange." She brought Zhou Chen to the private room, which was arranged the same as before. The appraiser attending to Zhou Chen was still the same old man as before. "Sir, what pills do you want to sell this time?" The old man smiled at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen didn't say much and directly took out the washing marrow pill and the gathering spirit pill. He placed them on the table and pushed them forward. "Just this. One is the washing marrow pill, and the other is the gathering spirit pill." "Washing marrow pill?" Hiss. Both the appraiser and Shinseki took a deep breath. They weren't surprised by the washing marrow pill. Although rare, it wasn't particularly uncommon. The Medicine King shop had some for sale, though only a few. What surprised them was that Zhou Chen could bring such a pill to sell. Didn't he need it for himself? Last time it was 70 gathering spirit pills, and this time it was a washing marrow pill. This young client was truly unexpected. Could it be that he really robbed a pharmacy? The appraiser carefully assessed the pills, and after a while, confirmed their information. It was indeed the washing marrow pill without a doubt. As for the gathering spirit pill next to it, just a glance was enough. "This is indeed a top-quality washing marrow pill. May I ask where you obtained it?" "This pill can improve one's constitution, especially effective for young people. Aren't you going to use it yourself?" The appraiser couldn't help but ask. Shinseki also looked at Zhou Chen curiously. She was curious too. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen curled his lips. "I want to use it too, but have you ever experienced that taking pills not only doesn't help but also reduces your original attributes? I once wanted to cultivate, I wanted to take pills, but it just doesn't work. Only a salted fish suits me." "Sir, don't you want to say? Did I pry too much?" The appraiser thought he had touched on Zhou Chen's privacy since Zhou Chen had not answered for a long time. "What's there to be embarrassed about? The Xiao family, you know them, right?" Zhou Chen spoke, and the appraiser and Shinseki nodded upon hearing this. They naturally knew about the Xiao family in Qingcheng. "I am classmates with the legitimate son of the Xiao family, and then I helped him with his homework, and he gave me these pills. I told him I didn't want them, but he insisted on giving them to me." "Don't you think that's annoying?" The appraiser: "Shinseki, you might as well not say anything. I can't believe you." The market price of the washing marrow pill is 2 million, and the acquisition price is generally around 1,800,000. Since Zhou Chen was an old and big client, the final price was 1,850,000. Adding the gathering spirit pill, they gave him 80,000. In total, he sold for 1,930,000. All of it was transferred to Zhou Chen's bank card. Zhou Chen also added Shinseki on Super Chat, thinking that coming to sell stolen goods would definitely be a frequent occurrence in the future. That Xiaohua kid has some pills at home, and with the possibility of obtaining various pills in the future, the need in this area would definitely not be lacking. After selling, Zhou Chen wandered around the pharmacy again. He bought 2 gathering chi pills for Zhou Shanru. He also purchased an explosion talisman, which was also for Zhou Shanru. Zhou Chen was afraid she would enter the other realm again. Giving her one more explosion talisman was definitely safer. He was also thinking about going to Qingcheng martial arts school in the future and relying on her. She had to cultivate well. The 2 gathering chi pills cost 176, and the explosion talisman was 80,000. In total, he spent 184,000. For Shinseki, it was another big transaction. Mr. Zhou, thank you for your patronage at our store. Please take care. Shinseki saw Zhou Chen off. The security guard at the door, seeing Shinseki's demeanor, knew Zhou Chen must be an important person, so he respectfully handed Zhou Chen his iron chain key. Sir, your car is over there. We also changed the oil for you, and the parts have been taken care of, significantly increasing safety performance. This service was truly commendable. Zhou Chen was very satisfied. He took the key and then rode off on his bicycle. But not far into his ride, Zhou Chen was stopped by a big guy. He saw the big guy block Zhou Chen, one hand grabbing the front of Zhou Chen's bicycle and the other holding a phone with a photo on it. Looking at his phone, then at Zhou Chen, it was obvious he was trying to recognize someone. Big brother, why are you blocking my car? Xiao Xiaohua, don't think I've ever seen you before, right? You're called Xiao Xiaohua? The sturdy man frowned at Zhou Chen. Of course, Xiao Xiaohua, am a direct descendant of the Xiao family from Qingcheng. You know the Qingcheng Xiao family, right? Of course I know. Then why don't you let go of my car? Do you think I'm stupid? A direct descendant of the Xiao family riding a broken bicycle on the road? You should at least ride a branded bicycle, right? Zhou Chen was at a loss for words, and the man shook his head. Forget it, I don't care what you're called or whether you're a direct descendant of the Xiao family. It's definitely you. Get down and take a beating. The man shouted at Zhou Chen, clearly having confirmed through the photo that Zhou Chen was the person he was looking for. Was he really going to act so unreasonable? Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you have the guts, let me park my bicycle aside first, and I'll get down to fight you. Zhou Chen shouted back at the man. He had his own calculations in mind. This guy was much bigger than him, and the aura he exuded seemed quite strong. It looked like he had already entered the chi refining stage, so he really couldn't win unless he used an explosion talisman. But he had just bought the explosion talisman and was really reluctant to use it right now. It hadn't even warmed up yet. The man, upon hearing this, didn't think much of it. Getting down to fight was reasonable, so he let go of Zhou Chen's car and allowed him to park aside. But seeing this, Zhou Chen quickly pedaled away. After a few hard pushes, he was about to make a run for it. This guy looked foolish. He couldn't really be that foolish, right? I told you to let go of the car, and you actually did? Zhou Chen shot off like an arrow, but just after 10 meters, he was caught up by the man. This really was a chi refining practitioner, probably at the first level. How was he supposed to deal with this? He couldn't hold back. Zhou Chen directly threw an explosion talisman at the man chasing him. Boom! A loud explosion went off right in front of the man's face. As the smoke cleared, the man's face was blackened, and his hair stood on end, turning into an explosion hairstyle. Then he fell forward. The power of this explosion talisman was indeed strong, and the effect was obvious. Zhou Chen stopped his bike, and to be cautious, he watched the fallen man from a few meters away. Hey, are you dead? No response. Zhou Chen parked his bike and walked over. He found a stick and poked at him. Are you dead? If you are, I'll just loot the corpse. I'm going to loot the corpse, you don't mind, right? The man. After asking again and still getting no reply, Zhou Chen shook his head, planning to flip him over with the stick. But before he could, he heard the foolish man start to cry. Wah! The crying grew louder. Zhou Chen. Hey, big brother, you really don't need to cry, right? A grown man loses and just loses. What's there to cry about? Besides, I'm just a bit richer than you, a bit better looking, and I have an explosion talisman, that's all. Zhou Chen consoled. It wasn't that Zhou Chen was overflowing with sympathy. It was just that he hadn't figured out who was behind this yet. He couldn't just use this explosion talisman for nothing. But as soon as he finished speaking, the man cried even louder, especially when he heard Zhou Chen say he was a bit richer. Zhou Chen. This guy couldn't be envious of the rich, could he? But riding a broken bicycle didn't look like someone wealthy. The foolish man cried for a while before finally sitting up. He didn't attack Zhou Chen anymore. Of course, with his face heavily injured, he couldn't threaten Zhou Chen even if he wanted to. She was right, I really am a waste. I can't even beat someone who hasn't reached the chi refining stage like you, the man said with a mournful face, looking very dejected. This left Zhou Chen somewhat at a loss. You came to block me, and now it seems you need me to comfort you? You really are a waste. but there's no need to be too upset. Zhou Chen patted his shoulder and added, maybe there are people in the world who are even more useless than you. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, the man looked up seriously at him. Who else? Well, for example, I know a friend, the man. Hey, who told you to block me? Zhou Chen was too lazy to say more nonsense and squatted down beside the iron-headed man to discuss serious matters. Don't even think about me betraying you. Since you've already won, I am your captive, but if you want to get anything out of me, that's absolutely impossible. Zhou Chen. It was certain now, this guy really had some issues. Is it Zhou Rong? Zhou Chen spoke up, naming a person. Upon hearing this name, the iron-headed man was instantly surprised. How do you know it's her? I saw it when you looked at the photo on your phone. Damn, that photo was taken in the Medicine King shop, and besides not getting along with Zhou Rong, no one else would come to block me. It was just a guess before. Now, seeing the iron-headed man's reaction, it was basically confirmed. This woman really had a strong sense of revenge. Who are you to her? I'm her boyfriend. Blocking you this time is to teach you a lesson, so don't cling to her anymore. She already has a partner. Zhou Chen. Are you mistaken? I'm the one clinging to her? Isn't that what she told me? You believe everything she says? Of course. What if I said she seduced me and I didn't agree? Would you believe that? Impossible, absolutely impossible. My Zhou Rong is not that kind of person. Zhou Chen. Fine, even Fei Yangyang would have to hand you a cigarette. Bro, I have a question for you. If I find out my friend's girlfriend is a promiscuous woman, playing multiple boats, how should I hint to him? You've come to the right person. You can show him some green things. Zhong Jiang smiled honestly. Zhou Chen thought for a moment and pulled a leaf from a nearby tree. Bro, it's our first meeting. Although it wasn't friendly, you're not a bad guy, so I'll give this to you. Zhong Jiang, don't try to hint at me. I don't believe it. Zhou Chen. Sigh, he's just another honest person being bullied. Forget it, since that's the case, I won't dig any deeper. Besides, I probably wouldn't find anything anyway. I'll just go directly to find trouble with Zhou Rong. What do you call yourself? Forget it, I can't be bothered to know. I'll just call you Fei Yangyang. Zhou Rong is not a good person, stay away from her in the future. I'm leaving. Zhou Chen straightened his bicycle and then walked away. When he got home, he opened the super message app and sent a message to Shinseki. He told her about Zhou Rong sending someone to block him. He asked her to handle it at the Medicine King shop, and if that didn't work, he would take matters into his own hands. After sending the message, Shinseki quickly reported to her superiors, and soon the punishment for Zhou Rong came down. She was directly fired and ordered to compensate for the explosive talisman. Seeing the punishment result, Zhou Rong was completely stunned. She never expected that just sending her loyal dog to block someone would cost her job. This job was her best channel to meet upper-class people. Despite her desperate pleas, the outcome did not change. After Shinseki asked for Zhou Chen's address, she personally delivered the explosion talisman. She also informed Zhou Chen about the punishment result for Zhou Rong. Zhou Chen was basically satisfied. I didn't expect Mr. Zhou to live so simply, Shinseki said, glancing around the environment. She was very curious about Zhou Chen. A person who could sell pills worth millions actually lived in such a common neighborhood. It was truly unbelievable. I don't want to either, Zhou Chen shrugged. Why? Shinseki asked curiously. Isn't it because the security in those villa areas won't let me in? Why not? Because I'm not a homeowner. Shinseki. The conversation couldn't continue. Shinseki left. Zhou Chen returned to his room and started typing away on his computer. During this time, his parents came back, but Zhou Chen didn't pay much attention. After dinner, he went back to his room to write his novel. With teacher Chen's special approval, he didn't have to practice this week, so it was quite comfortable. He checked the word count. He had reached the 20,000 word requirement for signing a contract. Zhou Chen searched for suitable publishing websites through his browser. Then he found the largest platform, Whale Novel Network. There were many novels on it, including quite a few about cultivation, but they were mostly modern cultivation stories, leaning towards realism, lacking the ethereal quality of fantasy. The settings were all in the current blue star, not grand at all. There was no overwhelming momentum. Seeing this, Zhou Chen felt more confident. The quality of the novel was already good, and now that this world allowed cultivation, the level of novels was not high. For Zhou Chen, this was a piece of pure land, just waiting for him to cultivate it. He edited the book title, Emperor of Fighting Qi. He edited the synopsis, inputting the synopsis from his previous life. Then he added a few sentences. This book is dedicated to those cultivation wastes, premature babies, and honest people, hoping they can prove themselves through hard work on the path of cultivation. With the words premature baby, The hint was quite obvious, right? He was just waiting for that kid Xiao Xiaohua to see it and then go all out in his cultivation. 20,000 words, copy and paste, then upload. Next, he waited for the contract. Xiao Xiaohua took a spirit gathering pill, hosts spiritual energy plus 200. Xiao Xiaohua practiced with spirit absolute, hosts experience plus 3. Just as Zhou Chen was typing, 2 prompts echoed in his mind. Xiao Xiaohua first took a spirit gathering pill, which added 200 strands of spiritual energy. Then he practiced with Spirit Absolute. While he practiced, it also added 3 points of experience to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen speculated that this, with Spirit Absolute, should be the basic martial arts of the Xiao family. Indeed, it belonged to the wood attribute. It didn't quite match with that kid Xiao Xiaohua. Fire burns wood, they are naturally incompatible and cannot coexist. Xiao Xiaohua was destined to not cultivate well. Sure enough, the scene shifted to the Xiao family. Xiao Xiaohua practiced with the family's instructor for half an hour, and he only gained 0.3 experience. This progress was incredibly slow. After another half hour of practice, his experience barely increased, leaving Xiao Xiaohua's teacher speechless. Alright, that's enough for today. Rest well and practice again tomorrow. Xiao Xiaohua returned to his room feeling a bit dejected. Then he remembered Zhou Chen's earlier words. Perhaps he was really more suited for fire attribute techniques, especially after watching the Fire Fist last night. There really wasn't much difficulty at all. Thinking of this, he simply took out the Fire Fist and began to practice it himself. After an hour, he stopped in surprise. He looked at his 2 fists, which were bright red. This was a clear sign of entry-level mastery. Was it really that easy to get started? Brother Zhou truly hadn't deceived himself. He understood himself even better than his father and all his teachers. On the other side, Xiao Xiaohua stayed up late practicing the Fire Fist, host experience plus 14. Xiao Xiaohua stayed up late practicing the Fire Fist, host experience plus 16. Host's Fire Fist has entered the entry-level stage. Xiao Xiaohua stayed up late practicing the Fire Fist, host experience plus 15. Host's Fire Fist has entered the first-level stage. After multiple system prompts, Zhou Chen's Fire Fist directly reached the first-level stage. When he activated the technique, his hands felt as if they were heated through, and the power looked impressive. But soon, over 1,000 strands of spiritual energy within Zhou Chen were exhausted. His fists returned to normal. This fist the size of a sandbag is really awesome. It's just that the spiritual energy in my body isn't enough. I can only store over 1,000 strands. At most I can last a minute. That's not good. Not enough spiritual energy. I must work harder. I must work like crazy. It's late. Should I sleep first and talk about it tomorrow? No way. How can I sleep at this hour? I have to work even harder. I want to work like crazy, so that the sky can no longer cover my eyes. I want this earth to no longer bury my heart. He took out his phone, opened the Super Message app, and found Xiao Xiaohua. He clicked on voice call. It connected. What are you doing? Taking a shower, then getting ready for bed. At this hour, how can you sleep? Hurry up, run the energy guidance mantra. Practice for another hour before sleeping. But I have a written exam tomorrow. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a mock exam. Besides, I'm in last place, and you're second to last. Is there any room for us to fall behind? Xiao Xiaohua. Damn, Brother Zhou, you make a good point. He hung up the call. Zhou Chen threw his phone on the bed. Damn, how is it so late? I need to sleep quickly. Xiao Xiaohua is staying up late to practice, host spiritual energy plus 32. The next morning, Zhou Chen woke up feeling great. He checked his spiritual energy. After last night's relentless effort, the amount of spiritual energy he could store had broken through 2,000, and because Xiao Xiaohua had taken a spirit-gathering pill yesterday, it directly reached 2,300 strands of spiritual energy. This speed could be described as terrifying. However, Zhou Chen's brief happiness quickly settled down. This speed was indeed terrifying, but it was only terrifying before officially stepping into the cultivation realm. Once he entered the chi refining stage, the amount of spiritual energy required afterward would be massive. Such a little speed was clearly not enough. He had to work harder. He glanced at the time and realized he had woken up late. He had a written exam today and couldn't be late. So Zhou Chen hurriedly grabbed 2 pieces of bread and slipped out. He rode his bike downstairs. He pedaled quickly, but one couldn't rush things. Just as he exited his small alley, Zhou Chen was stopped by a group of children. He was forced to slow down. This group of kids wasn't even going to school. They were playing directly by the roadside? That was too dangerous. And they were playing with Ultraman toys? He didn't expect that this world also had Ultraman, and it seemed to be developing quite well. Zhou Chen's interest was piqued, so he simply stopped. He looked kindly at the little ones. Smiling, he asked, "What are you playing, kids?" "Ultraman. The one in my hand is Digga, and the one in his hand is Dina," He's pretending to be a monster, and we're fighting him together. The little boy answered Zhou Chen innocently. Little did he know, Zhou Chen's eyes slightly changed, and the corners of his mouth lifted. Can you tell your brother how many forms Diga has? 4 types, and he also has a dark form. The little boy was completely unaware of Zhou Chen's malice. Seeing that Zhou Chen was willing to talk to him about Ultraman, he was incredibly enthusiastic. His parents never discussed Ultraman with him. Every day was just about training. It was rare to have an older brother willing to chat, so he was very happy. But Zhou Chen sneered a couple of times, leaned down, and got close to the little boy's ear. He gently said, "Little friend, let me tell you, there is no Ultraman in this world. All the Ultramen are dead, killed by the monsters from the other realm." Boom! Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, the originally joyful and passionate child felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. He paused for a moment and took a step back, his blind gaze appearing very hollow. He was unwilling to believe it. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chen laughed heartily a few times and then rode away on his bicycle. These kids, always thinking about Ultraman instead of training and serving the country, how can that be? Ha ha ha, this is killing me with laughter. He felt quite pleased. Riding his bike to school, he saw there was still time, so he chatted with the security guard for a while. It was to promote a friendly relationship, making it easier for him to create a harmonious campus. Old Han, I see you're only about 30, right? Why are you so young and working as a security guard? Zhou Chen asked while locking his bike, chatting with Han Ming. Han Ming was cracking sunflower seeds, and upon hearing Zhou Chen's question, he answered without a second thought. Mainly because I've seen through the truths of life and the workplace. What do you mean by that? Zhou Chen frowned slightly. Did Han Ming have a story? Others become security guards at 60, right? I became a security guard at 30, so doesn't that mean I've avoided 30 years of detours? Why don't you become a security guard after graduating from high school? You'd at least avoid 40 years of detours. Zhou Chen, screw you. I'll come back with a chain. Don't want the electric bike's air? Sunflower seeds confiscated. Zhou Chen walked into the classroom. Xiao Xiaohua was already in the classroom, currently reading the acupuncture manual Zhou Chen had given him. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen assessed his own acupuncture skills. He had already reached a semi-level and would soon enter the first level. In this world, acupuncturists were quite sought after. Once he reached the first level, he could get certified, and in the future, at least he would have something to eat every month, not to mention other benefits. Not bad, working hard, worthy of being my good brother. Zhou Chen patted Xiao Xiaohua on the shoulder to show his encouragement. But when Xiao Xiaohua looked up, Zhou Chen almost jumped in shock. Why is a big man wearing makeup? And why those panda eyes? Brother Zhou, I stayed up late training last night, and this is what happened. Oh, I see. But why didn't you sleep well? Didn't I say not to delay your studies and training the next day? Xiao Xiaohua, what do you think? I was about to sleep last night, and you insisted on calling me to train for another hour. Since it was a mock exam, he arranged the time himself. Therefore, he scheduled it after morning exercises, as morning exercises were the most important. After the morning exercises, Old Chen arranged the seating in the classroom and distributed the exam admission tickets. After a 10-minute break, everyone went to find their exam rooms. The exams were spread out. Zhou Chen received his admission ticket and then left the classroom with his exam supplies. The written exam consisted of 3 subjects: general science knowledge, training knowledge, and knowledge of the other realm. All 3 subjects were to be completed in one day, with each subject having a total score of 100. After calculating the total score, it would be combined with the martial arts exam score, with the written exam accounting for 20% of the total score. Brother, how did you do on the written exam? As soon as Zhou Chen sat down, someone greeted him. It was a big guy sitting in front of Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen didn't know him. Not bad, right? Mainly stable. My scores have never dropped in any exam, Zhou Chen said softly. This was the truth. His poor grades were consistently stable. Moreover, there was no room for decline. Although he had been supervising Xiao Xiaohua to review, it had only been a few days, so the improvement was limited. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, the person in front laughed heartily. As long as it's stable, bro, let me copy your answers later. I'm Lu Yong from class 3. I'll have your back from now on. Are you sure you want to copy mine? Of course, bro, don't be so stingy. I, Lu Yong, just happen to have poor scores in the written exam. Otherwise, with my scores in the martial exam, I would have been in class 1 long ago. Alright, but I'll only let you copy the multiple choice questions because that's all I'm good at. Zhou Chen nodded. If you want to copy, that's on you. Lu Yong felt a bit regretful upon hearing this, but getting to copy something was already pretty good, so he happily agreed. Thanks, bro. If anyone bullies you, just report my name, Lu Yong from class 3. By the way, I haven't asked which class you're in and what your name is. Me, I'm Zhou Chen from Class 5. Lu Yong, damn, how come he's from Class 5? He had a bad feeling about this, but there was nothing more he could do. He had asked everyone around, and only Zhou Chen had agreed to let him copy. Copying was all that mattered. The written exam wasn't like the martial exam. It was normal for Class 5 to have strong students in written exams as well. Maybe this person was just weak in martial exams but particularly good in written exams. The invigilator came in, emphasized the rules, and then distributed the test papers. The first subject was general science knowledge. Zhou Chen took the test paper and looked at the first question. His brows quickly furrowed. Damn! The first question was a genius-level question. It was indeed a genius question because with the revival of spiritual energy, everyone could cultivate. Thus, the human brain had also been developed more strongly. Basically, in middle school, they had already started learning knowledge points from their previous life's university. And Zhou Chen wasn't particularly impressive in his previous life either. Therefore, this first multiple-choice question was a tough one for Zhou Chen. Not wanting to think too much, he hesitated and chose C. After some operations, Zhou Chen could guarantee he got 4 or 5 multiple-choice questions right. As for the subsequent open-ended questions, Zhou Chen had written something. He just wrote the character for solution on top. Answer sheet. Lu Yong in front nudged Zhou Chen's desk. He wanted Zhou Chen to let him copy. Zhou Chen finished copying all the multiple-choice questions and handed them to him. The exam ended. Lu Yong was very pleased. Then he went to compare answers with the top student from their class. Lu Yong, first question, C. Top student, A. Lu Yong, Delta. Lu Yong, second question, C. Top student, D. Lu Yong, Delta. Lu Yong, third question, C. Top student, A. Lu Yong, Delta. After checking all the answers, Lu Yong, Delta. X10 guys, bring my knife over. In the afternoon, they had the Cultivation knowledge exam. Lu Yong came to the exam room and started questioning Zhou Chen. Bro, are you trying to screw me over? I just compared answers with our class's top student, and out of 15 multiple-choice questions, I only got 4 right. No wonder I saw so many C's when I copied your answers. Zhou Chen, can you blame me? You insisted on copying. You, a student from Class 3, wanted me, the last in Class 5, to let you copy. I've never seen such a request before. General science knowledge isn't my strong suit, so I could only rely on guessing. The next exam on cultivation knowledge is my strong suit. Are you sure? Lu Yong was half convinced and half skeptical. It was true that students had their strengths and weaknesses. He was particularly annoyed by the subject of scientific knowledge. So, he somewhat believed Zhou Chen's words. Of course it's certain, every exam, my cultivation knowledge is the subject I score the highest in, Zhou Chen affirmed with a nod. He clearly remembered that in every exam, he would get 2 more multiple-choice questions right in cultivation knowledge. Other subjects only scored in the 20s, while cultivation knowledge could get over 30. Zhou Chen was very confident. Alright, brother, I was a bit hot-headed just now, don't hold it against me. How about you let me copy your cultivation knowledge answers later? Are you sure? If you copy them, don't come looking for trouble later, Zhou Chen frowned. Definitely, brother, I'm counting on you. Fine. Zhou Chen nodded in agreement. After all, he liked to be helpful. The exam began. Zhou Chen indeed managed to answer a few more questions. After finishing, he sent the answers over to Lu Yong. The exam ended. Lu Yong happily expressed his gratitude to Zhou Chen. Brother, thank you so much. Zhou Chen waved his hand, indicating it was nothing. Since there were 2 subjects to test in the afternoon, there wasn't much time to rest in between. Lu Yong didn't go back to compare answers with the top student. Out of trust in Zhou Chen, for the third subject, knowledge of the other world, Lu Yong still let Zhou Chen help him copy. The exam ended. Everyone returned to their respective places. Before leaving, Lu Yong looked at Zhou Chen with gratitude. Brother, I was so focused on asking you to let me copy that I forgot to ask, how did you rank in the literature exam in Class 5? Not bad, pretty stable. Being last was a disgrace. If others didn't ask too closely, Zhou Chen wouldn't admit to being last. After all, one must have face. Saying it was stable was the best answer. Looking at the whole Class 5, who had scores more stable than his. So what rank are you in? Lu Yong knew Zhou Chen's scores were stable, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked to copy. But he wanted to know just how stable. First, no way? You only got 4 multiple-choice questions right in scientific knowledge, and you can rank first in Class 5? I meant last. Zhou Chen replied calmly, then turned to leave. Lu Yong's eyes widened in shock. You've totally messed with me. Don't go. Lu Yong shouted at Zhou Chen, but Zhou Chen didn't stop, waving his hand behind him. No need to thank me. Lu Yong. Be careful walking home at night from now on. The scene shifted to the Magic City. As a major metropolis of the Xian Kingdom, it was incredibly prosperous, with many enterprises located here. Among them was the Whale Novel Network. Editor Ma Xin brewed a cup of coffee after arriving at work, then entered his daily manuscript review routine. Those that met the signing conditions received an approval message, while those that didn't were naturally rejected. Many novels were about urban life and cultivation, but none caught his eye. After rejecting several novels in a row, he came across The Emperor of Fighting Qi. The Emperor of Fighting Qi? This title was quite novel, so he looked at the synopsis. It was a continent belonging to Fighting Qi. Is this a shell novel about spiritual energy cultivation? Ma Xian muttered to himself, as many stories were about spiritual energy cultivation due to the ability to cultivate in Blue Star. The cultivation realms are also different. It's not about Qi or Gang Qi, but Fighting Qi seems like a new world. Is this dedicated to those cultivation wastes, premature births, and honest people? That's a bit interesting. After reading the synopsis, Ma Xian felt a great interest arise in his heart. Especially after the synopsis, the author's words tugged at his heartstrings. He himself was also a cultivation waste. Most people in this world were. Cultivation was cruel, geniuses were rare, and mediocrity was the mainstream of society. He clicked on the main text of the novel. Ma Xian read on seriously. The aura testing in the book is just like the major exams in reality. Those with high cultivation are praised by thousands, while those with low cultivation become useless. Ma Xian thought of his own major exam, trembling that day. He achieved good results in the written test, but in the martial arts test, his performance was poor, and he ultimately only got into a vocational martial arts school. After studying there for 3 years, his path of cultivation nearly stagnated. He could only start working. His realm was fixed at the current second layer of Qi training. The sense of immersion is so strong, it feels like I'm being scolded myself, Ma Xian murmured, then continued reading. He saw the arrival of the Yunlan sect's divorce team. He witnessed his fiancée publicly proposing to break off the engagement in front of everyone. Just now I was mocked by my own kin, and now I've been humiliated by my fiancée in public. This kind of pressure is truly suffocating, Ma Xian summarized. Relating it to his own situation, he realized that he too was often bullied at work and at home. Then, when he saw the protagonist shout that slogan, he felt an immense sense of relief. So refreshing. Relating it to himself, he wished he could quit his job right now and devote himself to cultivation. But the pressure of reality and his understanding of himself made him give up. His talent was too poor, he had no future on the path of cultivation. Ma Xian continued reading and saw the appearance of the old man in the ring. He knew a brand new world was born in the novel. He wanted to read more, but at that moment, the novel ended. Without hesitation, Ma Xian sent a signing message. Then he sat quietly for a while. It took a long time to calm down. The written exam was over. Zhou Chen took Xiao Xiaohua and slipped away directly. They rode their bicycles out of the school gate. Now everyone was thinking about comparing answers, which was a very wrong behavior. After the exam, there are only 2 results for the scores. One is good, the other is bad. If we don't compare answers, there will be 2 results. But if we compare the answers, there will only be 1 result, bad. This is the famous theorem known as Zhou Buffan's cat. Zhougu, it seems we took a wrong turn. Xiao Xiaohua, who had been following Zhou Chen, noticed something was off with the route. He had gone home with Zhou Chen a few times, so he was already familiar with the way back. We didn't take a wrong turn, it's still early. Let's go to Qingqing Martial Arts School and get familiar with the campus environment in advance. After all, the major exam is coming soon. Is that so? But it seems the score required for Qingqing Martial Arts School is particularly high. Will they accept us? Xiao Xiaohua hesitated. Although Qingqing Martial Arts School is located in Qingcheng, it is also a key national martial arts school. The required scores are not low at all. It's fine, if they don't want us, we'll go to Qingqing Martial Arts School. Xiao Xiaohua. Qingqing Martial Arts School is among the top 2 in Xian country. Are you sure, Zhougu? Just joking, to tease Xiao Xiaohua. Zhou Chen was naturally going to Qingqing Martial Arts School to find his sister. He bought 2 Qi gathering pills and an explosion talisman yesterday, all for her. The sooner he gives them to her, the sooner she can cultivate. The faster she cultivates, the better. Once he has a contract quota again, he will definitely contract Zhou Shanru. So the higher her cultivation, the greater the benefits for Zhou Chen. Using Xiao Xiaohua's money to cultivate his sister, then both of them would cultivate, greatly enhancing himself. That would be very satisfying. Riding all the way, the distance was about 10 kilometers. When they reached the school gate, Zhou Chen wanted to go straight in, but he was stopped by the guard at the entrance. "Sorry, this is Qingcheng Martial Arts School. You cannot enter without a student ID or pass," the guard said, as this is the rule of martial arts schools in this world. All martial arts schools are different from the universities in Zhou Chen's previous life. The martial arts school here operates on a closed model, with all students allowed to leave the campus only 2 to 3 days a month. The rest of the time must be spent inside the school, either studying or entering a different realm for training. Each martial arts school is connected to a different realm, which is another world. Fine, since the rules are such that I can't go in, Zhou Chen doesn't want to act unreasonable. He takes out his phone and calls Zhou Shanru. The call connects. "Hello, beautiful, want to meet?" Zhou Shanru. "Serious talk, did you get into trouble?" Zhou Chen. Zhou Shanru, short on cash? Zhou Chen. Zhou Shanru, got rejected again? Zhou Chen. Zhou Shanru, you're getting more outrageous. I'm at your school gate. Hurry up and come out. Zhou Chen shouted, the sister is really something else. Zhou Chen remembers from his previous life that there was an even more outrageous incident. At that time, after being rejected, he texted her for comfort. As a result, she laughed at him for a long time and even wanted to send their chat screenshots to their mom so she could laugh along. But she sent it to Zhou Chen by mistake. The call ended. Zhou Chen waited outside with Xiao Xiuhua. He even started chatting with the security guard. "Uncle, what do you do for a living?" The security guard. The conversation couldn't go on. There wasn't much to talk about. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Zhou Shanru arrived. There was also a tailing follower behind her. "Uncle, who is that tailing follower behind Zhou Shanru?" Zhou Chen asked the security guard. "I think it's from the Chen family, one of Zhou Shanru's suitors." The uncle was indeed well informed and recognized him at a glance. Zhou Chen then looked at Xiao Xiaohua, wanting to ask about the Chen family. The Chen family is about the same strength as our Xiao family in Qingcheng. That guy following our sister should be the third son of the Chen family, Chen Ran. His cultivation talent is far inferior to his two brothers, and he's quite useless, so unlike his brothers, he didn't go to the capital's martial arts school but stayed at the Qingcheng martial arts school. "Oh, I see. Ha, such a useless guy thinks he can pursue my sister. Once I grow up, anyone who can't beat me can forget about being my brother-in-law." Zhou Shanru was quite annoyed by the follower. After leaving the school gate, she smiled a bit when she saw Zhou Chen. "Xiao Fan." Zhou Shanru smiled, having missed him a bit after a few days. However, Zhou Chen ignored Zhou Shanru and looked at Chen Ran behind her. "Are you my sister's suitor?" Chen Ran followed her out, initially feeling a bit displeased when he saw Zhou Shanru had come out to meet a guy. But upon hearing Zhou Chen's words and realizing he was Zhou Shanru's brother, he felt more at ease. As long as he wasn't a rival, that was fine. Chen Ran nodded. "Yes, little brother, I am your sister's suitor, and I am from the Chen family. You should persuade your sister. As long as she is with me, I guarantee you will have plenty of money to spend and pills to take in the future." Chen Ran had a big smile on his face. "Oh, I want that too, but I can't really persuade her. Mainly, my sister likes someone who is genuinely good to her." "Are you genuinely good to my sister?" "Of course, Chen Ran, swear to the heavens that I am truly good to Zhou Shanru." "Is that so? You do seem quite sincere. So, are you willing to be my sister's son?" Zhou Chen asked seriously, his expression and words showing no opposition to Chen Ran. "Of course, I would love to be your sister's son for a lifetime. In that case, please maintain a distance of 92,955,886, 7 kilometers from my sister." Chen Ran, the security guard. "Wow, this young man, Xiao Xiaohua. Zhou Gu is really something. Zhou Shanru, ha ha ha." Chen Ran was teased by Zhou Chen and felt his face flush with embarrassment. He immediately turned hostile and shouted at Zhou Chen, "Are you looking for trouble? I advise you to be sensible." "Be sensible? Let me ask you, keys are $3 each, $10 for 3. Do you think you're worth it?" Zhou Chen retorted. What was there to fear? His sister was right here. A quick comparison made it clear that his sister's presence was far more imposing than this spoiled brat's. Plus, with Xiao Xiaohua around, what was there to worry about? Sure enough, when Xiao Xiaohua saw Zhou Chen arguing with Chen Ran, he immediately stood by Zhou Chen's side. He scanned the surroundings, unsure where the nearest trash can was. He was used to having one around. "Chen Ran, don't think your Chen family is something special." Hearing Chen Ran dare to insult Zhou Chen, Zhou Shanru immediately drew a light sword. It was unclear where she had pulled it from. The sword pointed at Chen Ran, her expression icy. "Chen Ran, are you looking to die? How dare he insult her brother?" Zhou Shanru would never forgive him. Students passing by the school gate stopped to watch. Is Ice Sword Zhou Shanru finally unable to tolerate Chen Ran? Awesome! This Chen Ran is like a stubborn plaster that just won't come off. If it were me, I would have taught him a lesson long ago. This spoiled brat Chanran still dares to show off in front of Zhou Shanru? Zhou Shanru is only a freshman and already at the 3rd level of Qi training. She has ventured into the other realms multiple times and is said to be able to kill enemies 3 levels higher without fear. Chanran is just at the 1st level of Qi training, a useless medicine jar. He should just roll away. Looking at the 3 people opposite him, Chanran's face darkened. He couldn't win a fight, and using his family to intimidate them clearly wouldn't work either. He knew Xiao Xiaohua from the Xiao family, who was the only son and heir. Although he had heard that Xiao Xiaohua couldn't cultivate before, the importance of being the only son was far greater than his own status, so he could only retreat. Kid, you wait for me. Sooner or later, there will be a day when you beg me. After saying that, Chanran turned and left. Zhou Chen watched Chanran's back and curled his lip. Big brother, don't go. I want to beg you right now. Hearing this, Chanran stopped in his tracks, his heart leaping with joy. But then he heard Zhou Chen say, I beg you to call me dad, okay? From now on, we'll each call each other what we want. You call me dad, and I'll call you brother. Chanran, Xiao Xiaohua, the gatekeeper uncle. This kid has a sharp tongue. Zhou Chen shrugged. He wasn't afraid of Chanran. On the contrary, he was more worried about Zhou Shanru. However, after chatting with Zhou Shanru for a while, his worries dissipated. The martial arts school had basic protective measures for all students. Especially the top 10 students in each grade received the most comprehensive protection from the school. This was part of the Xian Country Youth Program, aimed at protecting geniuses so they could contribute more in the other realms rather than getting hurt by their own people in reality. If anyone in the top 10 of the martial arts school died or was injured and reported it, the school would immediately launch an investigation. As long as it was found to be malicious targeting, bullying the weak, or using schemes to harm others, even the Chen family would face suppression. After all, this was a genius protected by Xian Country. How dare the Chen family be so bold? Xian Country had never made a mistake in the big picture, and Zhou Shanru was one of the top 3 geniuses in the Qingcheng martial arts school, so she was definitely safe. After seeing Chen Ran leave like a coward, everyone scolded him and then dispersed. Unable to enter the martial arts school, Zhou Shanru took Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua to the nearest milk tea shop. Why did you specifically come to find me? You could have just called me. Zhou Shanru ordered a cup of milk tea for both of them and even inserted a straw for Zhou Chen. I brought you some good stuff. No mustard, and no fake mice either. Zhou Chen, what happened to the deep sibling bond? Zhou Chen handed the bag containing the Qi gathering pills and the explosion talisman to Zhou Shanru. What's inside? Zhou Shanru asked softly. 2 Qi gathering pills and an explosion talisman, Zhou Chen replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shanru's delicate brows furrowed instantly, her mind racing with thoughts. She glanced at Xiao Xiaohua. Is this kid really that easy to deceive? And what about Xiaofan? Is he just getting more and more deceptive? She hadn't even consumed the Qi gathering pills that Xiaofan had stuffed into her bag a few days ago. And now he's back for more? Xiao Xiaohua, seeing Zhou Chen come to deliver the Qi gathering pills, felt a bit puzzled. Then he thought of something. Zhou Chen might have sold some of the spirit gathering pills he had given him and used the money to buy Qi gathering pills to give to Zhou Shanru. One must say, Brother Zhou is truly loyal. He can't bear to eat the pills himself but insists on giving them to his sister. Zhou Chen could tell from Zhou Shanru's expression what she was thinking. So, without waiting for her to speak, he began to explain. Don't worry, I really didn't deceive him. He's my brother. If I told him to eat a piece of shit, he would. Xiao Xiaohua. Zhou Chen, do you have any manners? Recently, I helped him clear his meridians, and this is his token of gratitude, so you really don't need to worry about me. In fact, I'm worried you won't believe me, so I specifically called him over. After saying this, Zhou Chen poked Xiao Xiaohua, urging him to speak. Xiao Xiaohua guessed Zhou Chen's intention and chimed in. Yeah, Brother Zhou is right. I couldn't cultivate for certain reasons before, and it was really Brother Zhou who helped me clear my meridians. Our relationship is like that of brothers. So if he told you to eat shit, would you really do it? Zhou Shanru curiously looked at Xiao Xiaohua. Xiao Xiaohua. Zhou Chen. Zhou Shanru observed their relationship and indeed felt it wasn't fake. However, Zhou Shanru still didn't need the pills. Not only that, but she also returned the Qi gathering pills that Zhou Chen had secretly stuffed into her bag earlier. Xiaofan, I know your intentions, but you need the pills more than I do, you know? Hurry and return these 4 Qi gathering pills and exchange them for spirit gathering pills. There are only a few dozen days left. You need to push yourself hard. Zhou Chen felt a bit helpless. It seemed he had just wasted his breath. Can't return them. Why can't you return them? Once the pills are out of the box, they can't be returned or exchanged. Zhou Shanru, don't mess around, pills can be sold anywhere. You think I don't know that? Zhou Chen. Selling them would incur about a 10% loss. It's better for you to just take them. The loss doesn't matter, as long as it's used on you, that's fine. Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen felt a bit worn out. Was there really no way to give away the pills? Alright, I'll be honest. I'm scared. My talent isn't great, and I often offend people, so I want you to cultivate quickly and always protect me. Zhou Chen found another excuse. As soon as he said this, Zhou Shanru fell silent. She was taken aback. It was indeed true. If she could grow faster, even if Xiaofan's cultivation was poor in the future, she could always protect him. Zhou Shanru accepted the pills. However, she returned the explosion talisman to Zhou Chen. To her, Zhou Chen needed the explosion talisman more. The explosion talisman only had some power against those below the second level of Qi training, which Zhou Shanru had no use for. Everything settled, Zhou Chen finished his milk tea and then left with Xiao Xiaohua. Brother Zhou, you have so many shining points. You give me your techniques, sell your own spirit gathering pills, buy Qi gathering pills for your sister, yet you never think much about yourself. You're simply a great person. Xiao Xiaohua sincerely admired Zhou Chen. In their Xiao family, apart from his parents and grandfather, he mostly saw interests. There was hardly any emotion to speak of. Zhou Chen was taken aback by the words. I said that what I was doing was an investment, do you believe me? I said that the elixir is poison to me, do you believe me? Then I laughed heartily. As long as you understand, you must clearly know what our purpose in cultivating is. This purpose is nothing else but family ties, brotherhood. If one has nothing to protect, then even if one is invincible in the world, they are just a lonely person. Do you understand what I'm saying? Xiao Xiaohua nodded. Since you understand, then stay up late tonight and cultivate for 1 more hour. Xiao Xiaohua. My panda eyes haven't healed yet. When they got home, Mom and Dad were already back. Zhou Chen greeted them and then took Xiao Xiaohua into the room. They were no longer surprised by Zhou Chen giving Xiao Xiaohua acupuncture. They were happy all day that Zhou Chen had this ability. After the acupuncture, Zhou Chen checked Xiao Xiaohua's meridians, and that Xiaoyang Sanzhou meridian had been completely unblocked. Alright, after today's acupuncture, you won't need it for now. That meridian has been fully unblocked. Just drink the medicine one last time when you go back. As for the other meridians, there's no way for now, but it's okay. With this one meridian, you can cultivate just like an ordinary person. Zhou Chen instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Xiaohua was overjoyed. By the way, what time do you usually take your medicine? Zhou Chen asked. It should be 8 in the evening. Xiao Xiaohua thought for a moment and answered seriously. Oh, then drink it at 7 tonight. Why? Xiao Xiaohua was puzzled. In warfare, one must be cunning. Tonight is the final battle. Take the medicine an hour early and launch a surprise attack. Xiao Xiaohua. After sending Xiao Xiaohua off, Zhou Chen asked the system when Xiao Xiaohua's other meridians could be unblocked. The system only said that Zhou Chen's acupuncture skills needed to reach the first level, so he could only let Xiao Xiaohua work harder. Brother Zhou, thank you so much. I really don't know how to repay your kindness. Just back home, Xiao Xiaohua sent Zhou Chen a message, tearfully grateful. If you are willing, I can take you as my adopted son. Xiao Xiaohua. Good night, Brother Zhou, see you tomorrow. In the living room. Why are you back so late? What were you doing before? Mom asked. I went to visit someone in prison. Visit someone in prison? What are you doing visiting? Don't mess around, Mom said anxiously. Oh, during the visit, I found out your daughter has many suitors. Zhou Chen nodded. What? Mom was stunned. Zhou Chen thought she was surprised that he mentioned visiting Zhou Shanru, but that wasn't it. She has suitors? She can't even cook. Zhou Chen. After dinner, Zhou Chen returned to his room and opened the computer. He logged into the back end of the whale platform and immediately saw the messages. Sure enough, the contract application had been approved. Following the contact information above, he added the editor. Soon, as soon as he sent it, it was approved. I have approved your friend request. You can chat now. He edited a message and sent it. So fast, could it be that you are also single? What do you mean by that? Because now it's evening, those with partners are holding their girlfriends, while single people are on their phones. Ma-xin. Since it was evening, the contract could only be signed tomorrow. Zhou Chen turned off his phone and began his writing life. After writing 2 chapters, he published them directly. Today's cultivation time is less than the time spent being a slacker. Reward, 1 spirit gathering pill. Another spirit gathering pill, just like yesterday. It had been 3 consecutive days of spirit gathering pills. He simply chose not to claim it and left it in the system space. While typing, from time to time, Zhou Chen could hear Xiao Xiaohua staying up late to practice, followed by notifications of his gaining spiritual energy. Fortunately, Zhou Chen had turned on Do Not Disturb, otherwise, he would have been driven crazy. Ding dong. His phone rang, and Zhou Chen opened it to find a message from Shinseki. Zhou Chen was puzzled. It seemed their interactions were only business-related. "Good evening, Mr. Zhou. I hope I'm not disturbing you," the other party greeted. Zhou Chen sent a handshake emoji. "What are you doing now? Busy?" she inquired, and Zhou Chen searched for a suitable emoji, sending one of himself sitting in front of a computer. "Working?" she asked again, and Zhou Chen sent a thumbs-up emoji. "Why do you always use emojis?" she asked, somewhat confused. After seeing this, Zhou Chen typed a response. "Zhou Chen, it's the first time a beautiful woman has taken the initiative to chat with me. I'm a bit nervous." "Shinseki, what's there to be nervous about? Aren't you quite relaxed in the store?" "Zhou Chen, mainly because girls' thoughts are too complicated. I can't figure them out and I'm afraid of making them angry by saying too much." "Shinseki, I don't know about others, but you really don't need to be afraid when chatting with me. Just say whatever you want." "Zhou Chen, really?" "Shinseki, of course." "Zhou Chen, then let me see your legs." "Shinseki." After a while, there was no reply. "Heh, she said I could say whatever I wanted." What a liar. Women are all liars. Glancing at the time, he uploaded the chapter he had just typed. Then he put down his phone and went to sleep. The next day, Zhou Chen woke up feeling refreshed. His spiritual energy had reached over 2,700 strands. Now, he was basically increasing by 400 to 500 strands every day. The specifics varied, depending on how hard Xiao Xiuwo worked. Checking his phone, he saw that Shinseki had not replied. Zhou Chen didn't pay much attention to it. After getting up, washing up, and having breakfast, he rode his bicycle out. Just as he exited the alley, he saw that group of kids again. They also spotted Zhou Chen and surrounded him one by one. It was him who said there are no Ultramen in the world. That's right, it's him. Block him. What? Are kids nowadays this fierce? Zhou Chen slowly passed by, and when they weren't paying attention, he suddenly stepped on the pedal hard and sped away. "I'm busy saving the world, goodbye." Arriving at school, he happened to run into Xiao Xiuwo, who had also just arrived. Zhou Chen started chatting with him, noticing his face looked constipated. "Brother Zhou, in a couple of days is my grandpa's birthday, and my dad wants you to come." Previously, Xiao Xiuwo's dad had asked him to invite Zhou Chen for a meal. However, Xiao Xiuwo was worried it would delay Zhou Chen's matters, so he hadn't mentioned it. Now that the opportunity had come, he invited Zhou Chen. "Is that it? This is a good thing. Your grandpa's birthday, and you look like this? Do you want your grandpa to not celebrate this birthday?" Zhou Chen teased. Xiao Xiuwo. "That's not the reason. Mainly, my older brother has returned from the capital, and my second uncle intends for him to marry Tang Yanran." This older brother was the eldest of Xiao Xiuwo's generation, belonging to the collateral line of the second uncle. "Oh, I see. You little brat got kicked out, so you're feeling down." Xiao Xiuwo. "Don't be afraid, if you change, you change. Without Tang Yanran, are you afraid of being single? I know a beautiful girl, full of merits. I'll introduce her to you later." "Really? What merits?" "When it rains, she runs home and can play with a smartphone." Xiao Xiuwo. This was just a small interlude. Today was the start of the martial arts exam. As the main event of the major exams, the martial arts exam accounted for 80% of the total score. It can almost be said that the martial arts exam determines the final results of the candidates. The school's martial arts exam simulation lasts for 2 days, while the actual exam involves the entire Qingcheng and takes at least 10 days. The exam consists of 2 parts. First, all candidates go to the spirit testing room for an internal aura assessment. After that, there is the arena challenge competition. Following the aura test, aura values will be given, and candidates will be ranked according to these values. Each candidate has 3 challenge opportunities, allowing them to challenge 3 times. If successful, they can seize the opponent's ranking. If they fail, they will lose 10% of their aura value to the challenger. The challenged party can choose to refuse but must pay 10% of their aura value. Additionally, to prevent malicious challenges and unfair tactics like will battles against high-ranking students, those who have just finished a challenge are granted a 1-hour truce period. There are many other rules as well. The necessity of the arena competition is to select the true strong. In the classroom, Old Chen is mobilizing everyone for the mock exam. The school did not perform well in last year's major exam, so they are placing great emphasis on this year's exam, hoping everyone will work hard and treat this mock exam as if it were the real thing. Our class has soaring eagles, racing cheetahs, and kingly tigers. Old Chen excitedly motivates everyone, while Zhou Chen shifts to a more comfortable position. Unfortunately, this movement catches Old Chen's eye. He furrows his brow and calls Zhou Chen up. "Zhou Chen, stand up and tell us what you are in our class." "Zhou Chen? I get caught just for changing my position?" After hesitating, he replies, "A disruptive horse?" Old Chen. Xiao Xiuwo. The classmates. The whole class bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha, you killed me. In society, my brother Zhou, everyone has to hand over a cigarette. Ha ha ha, old Chen's face is black. As expected of brother Zhou, he has never lost when answering questions. The class is lively and cheerful. Old Chen truly cannot deal with Zhou Chen, and with the martial arts exam time approaching, he has no time to argue further. So he leads everyone to the middle school's spirit testing room. The spirit testing room is a large, open space. By the time class 5 arrives, the other 4 classes have also gathered, totaling over 200 people. Inside, there are 10 machines for spirit testing, which are more accurate than manual testing. These machines are of the same brand as those used in the upcoming major exam. Each of the 5 classes is assigned 2 machines. After bringing all the students over, Old Chen leaves, and other teachers take over the spirit testing for class 5. At that moment, cheers come from not far away. Wow, amazing! Tang Yanran's internal aura reaches 23,000 strands, and she's only at the first level of Qi training. She's going to soar. With such talent, I didn't expect her to come to our school. No doubt, this year's top scholar in Xinjiang will be Tang Yanran. All praises are directed at Tang Yanran, as her tested aura is indeed terrifying. The original top student in the school only had 7,000 strands of aura, which is far behind Tang Yanran. Xiao Xiuwan naturally hears these comments. His brow furrows, and his fists clench instinctively. He does not envy or resent Tang Yanran's strength. For him, the stronger Tang Yanran is, the more it serves as motivation. What's wrong? Are you feeling discouraged? Zhou Chen speaks up beside him. Xiao Xiuwa turns to look at Zhou Chen. A little. What's this? I have a friend who's worse off than you. He has never been able to cultivate since childhood, and his fiancée has been wanting to call off the engagement. Xiao Xiuwa. Zhou Ge, I was just asking casually, could this friend of yours possibly be me? It was Zhou Chen's turn to test his spiritual energy. At this moment, Zhou Chen's internal spiritual energy reached over 2,700 strands. This was already among the top in the entire 5th class. After all, the 5th class was the worst in the whole school. It's worth noting that Lu Chen only had a little over 3,000 strands of spiritual energy, and he could already be considered the top student in the 5th class. Therefore, to keep a low profile and avoid being treated as a genius by the other teachers, who would then pay special attention to him, Zhou Chen needed to be discreet, and he had to be discreet. Otherwise, after just a few days of good fortune, he would face many days of hardship ahead, so he had to control his score. He placed both hands on the spiritual energy testing machine and began to input his energy. After feeling it was about right, he quickly released his hands. Zhou Chen, the amount of spiritual energy is 1,400 strands. Do you need to test again? You have a total of 2 chances. The supervising teacher announced the results and then asked Zhou Chen. Hearing this, Zhou Chen let out a sigh of relief and quickly shook his head. No need. The supervising teacher didn't insist. After recording the results, he called in the next student. As for Zhou Chen, he went out on his own. However, just as Zhou Chen stepped outside, he was called into the office by Old Chen. Speak, what's going on? What do you mean what's going on? Your spiritual energy. 1,400 strands. Isn't that a decent score? What do you mean decent? Last time I tested you, you had 1,500 strands, and now you've dropped by 100? Who are you trying to fool? Maybe you tested it wrong? Manual testing is never as accurate as the machine. Zhou Chen mumbled, do you even remember that? You're paying too much attention to me. Just admit you have a crush on me. Old Chen, you've been slacking off this week, haven't you? Zhou Chen, from today on, I will continue to supervise your training. Zhou Chen, haven't I already been accepted into the vocational martial arts school? A person's desires are endless. My current goal for you is to get into an undergraduate martial arts school. Old Chen smirked. Zhou Chen, fine, I tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice. Zhou Chen left Old Chen's office in frustration. Meanwhile, Old Chen looked at Zhou Chen's back, feeling pleased. You think you can compete with me? You're just a troublesome horse, but I will train you to be a thoroughbred. Old Chen felt that as long as he made Zhou Chen face some setbacks, he would be very happy. Moreover, he had a suspicion in his heart. Zhou Chen wasn't lacking in talent, he was just lazy by nature. In all the years Old Chen had been teaching, he had never seen anyone improve as quickly as Zhou Chen. He was certain that as long as he properly nurtured and supervised Zhou Chen would definitely surprise him in the big exam. Thinking of this, Old Chen felt a bit dry in his throat from excitement. He quickly lowered his head to look for his water cup and tea leaves, but after searching for a while, he still couldn't find his tea leaves. Old Wang, have you seen my tea leaves? This tea was specially bought for him by his daughter. Oh, it seems that student just took them out, didn't you notice? Old Chen, I'm not unhappy, I'm very happy right now. Old Chen. When Zhou Chen found Xiao Xiaohua, he had also completed his test. Everyone came out of the spiritual energy testing room and gathered on the playground. Next, the principal would speak, and then the arena competition would officially begin. Where did you go? Xiao Xiaohua curiously asked Zhou Chen. Old Chen called me for something and even gave me a pot of tea. That's useless to me. Just consider it a birthday gift for your grandfather. Your grandfather won't mind, right? Zhou Chen said lightly. This made Old Chen's face darken as he arrived. This was clearly the good tea you secretly took. Okay, no need, just come directly. There's really no need to bring anything. Xiao Xiaohua smiled. It's mainly a small token from me and Teacher Chen. Zhou Chen shook his head, then turned to look at Old Chen. Isn't that right, Teacher Chen? Old Chen. Not wanting to stand too close to Zhou Chen, Old Chen was afraid of being tricked again, so he just walked away. Zhou Chen glanced at Old Chen, feeling amused. In a couple of days, I'll bring you a better box of tea from the Xiao family. We won't let you suffer any losses. Really? How much spiritual energy do you have? Zhou Chen asked. Over 260 strands. Not bad, that's a good rate of progress. What about you? I'm doing okay, I guess. How much exactly? Over 2,700 strands. Xiao Xiaohua. Dear students, this mock exam is a comprehensive simulation of our school's major examination format. I hope everyone will give their all and achieve great results. XXXXXXX. The principal's lengthy speech made Zhou Chen's ears feel calloused. Zhou Chen, first of all, we must embody the spirit of testing second, friendship first. Principal, first of all, we must embody the spirit of testing second, friendship first. Zhou Chen, secondly, we must dare to fight and strive in the arena, boldly challenging stronger opponents. Principal, secondly, we must dare to fight and strive in the arena, boldly challenging stronger opponents. Zhou Chen, finally, I wish all students the best results in the arena. Principal, finally, I wish all students the best results in the arena. Xiao Xiaohua. Surrounding students. Old Chen walked over again. Other teachers. Impressive, I can't say it's exactly the same, but it's word for word. After the principal announced the start of the martial arts examination arena competition, everyone received their electronic badges, which displayed their spiritual energy values and overall school rankings. Zhou Chen's spiritual energy value was 1,400 strands, ranking 52nd from the bottom in the school. Xiao Xiaohua's spiritual energy value was 260, ranking last. Without Zhou Chen at the bottom, Xiao Xiaohua became the bottom. The campus square was particularly large, now divided into 10 arenas. All students could freely choose whom to challenge and then apply to the supervising teacher to use the arena. Zhou Chen had no intention of challenging anyone else. This wasn't a major exam, there was no need to showcase his strength. Campus rankings were all just empty titles. As for Xiao Xiaohua, being last in the school, no one challenged him. He also didn't want to challenge anyone else, so the two of them were quite relaxed. Zhou Chen simply took Xiao Xiaohua to the security room to chat with Old Han. I heard there are 2 countries in the West that have gone to war. What do you think? Han Ming started a topic. I didn't watch, so it has nothing to do with me. Han Ming. Xiao Xiaohua was last in the rankings, so no one challenged him. But Zhou Chen was different. He was no longer last. There were still over 50 people behind him, and he wanted to do a bit better. So someone had their eye on Zhou Chen, and they issued a challenge to him. You are Zhou Chen from class 5? I'm Zhao Wu from class 4, and I challenge you. While Zhou Chen was sitting on a bench chatting, someone approached him. How much spiritual energy do you have? Zhou Chen asked. 1,300 strands. Have you learned any martial arts? No, but I've diligently studied the Sanda taught in middle school, and I've also learned Taekwondo. Do you think you can beat me? A few days ago, I just taught Lu Chen a lesson at the school gate. His spiritual energy is over 3,000 strands. Lu Chen, what's if I can beat you? That means you still have a 9,999 out of 10,000 chance of losing. Zhao Wu, how can this kid talk so well? Forget it, I won't challenge you. Zhao Wu turned to leave, but Zhou Chen called him back. 1,000 Xiangua coins, you challenge me, and then I admit defeat. Zhou Chen said calmly. After all, he didn't care. It was better to make use of the situation and earn a little. Zhao Wu turned back upon hearing this. Really? Although the mock exam results weren't important, he cared. Who wouldn't want their scores to be higher? Except for Zhou Chen. Of course it's true. The deal was struck. Zhou Chen realized that cultivating was indeed good. He could make money anywhere. Xiao Xiaohua had been standing beside Zhou Chen, puzzled by his actions. He thought Zhou Chen shouldn't be lacking in money. Brother Zhou, why did you agree to him, and even surrender? Isn't your ranking going to drop then? As soon as the words fell, Zhou Chen glanced at him. Then he clasped his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky, speaking in one breath. You don't understand, it proves you're still young. Xiao Xiaohua. I'm only 3 months younger than you. Some challenges cannot be surrendered, while some can. That's called being flexible. This kid just challenged me because he values his score too much. If he beats me, his ranking will rise, and he'll be happy. And I don't care about scores, so naturally, I can let him win. But when it comes to the battles in the human realm against the otherworldly, that's a battlefield where we can never admit defeat. Zhou Chen had a righteous expression. Xiao Xiaohua and Han Ming were stunned. It made sense. The arena was set up. Zhou Chen stepped onto the stage, with the referee teacher in the center. Zhao Wu stood on the other side. Many people gathered below to watch. Old Chen saw Zhou Chen and curiously walked over. This was his first time seeing Zhou Chen on the stage. Before, Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua had one ranked second to last and the other first. They had never come up before. Now he could finally take a good look. After the referee announced the start, Zhao Wu immediately showed off a few moves and struck a pose. His flashy moves almost made Zhou Chen laugh to death. Class 4, Zhao Wu. So serious. Zhou Chen. Class 5, Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen cupped his fists and then turned to leave the stage, but the referee called him back. The challenge has already started. Getting off the stage now means admitting defeat. I know, that's exactly what I mean. Referee. Old Chen. All the students from Class 5. Damn it, Zhou Chen is really embarrassing us in Class 5. If you can't win, at least try your best. Don't lose face. I know that Zhao Wu from the other side. He's fourth from the bottom in Class 4, Zhou Chen. Are you afraid of him? Zhou Chen seems to be last in our class. He seems to have a reason to surrender. Hearing everyone angrily criticizing Zhou Chen, Lu Chen seemed to remember that he had become Zhou Chen's little brother. He quickly stood up. A real man can be flexible. What's wrong with admitting defeat? Whoever dares to criticize again is going against me, Lu Chen. The argument continued. Zhou Chen didn't pay any attention. After getting off the stage, he took out 5 coins and gave them to Lu Chen. Brother Zhou, what is this? I, Zhou Chen, am clear about rewards and punishments. This is a reward for you. Lu Chen. But just as Zhou Chen got down, he was targeted by someone else. Lu Yong from Class 3. This kid had been badly tricked by Zhou Chen yesterday, so he had been remembering him. Today, during the martial arts exam arena competition, he could just challenge Zhou Chen and teach him a good lesson. Zhou Chen, stop. I am Lu Yong from Class 3, and I want to challenge you. Zhou Chen recognized Lu Yong upon hearing his words and frowned. Isn't this bad? Your mom wants to challenge me. That's against the rules. This is a mock exam on campus, and family members aren't allowed to compete. Yesterday, you were the one who wanted to copy. What does that have to do with me? Lu Yong. His mouth sure knows how to talk. Below the stage, other students also recognized Lu Yong. Lu Yong from Class 3, known as a martial arts exam fanatic, a literary exam illiterate, but his martial arts skills can rank in the top 20 in the whole school. This guy practices Muay Thai, and with his brute strength, even though he hasn't learned any martial techniques, he's quite terrifying. What did Zhou Chen do to provoke him? I heard that during the literary exam, Lu Yong sat in front of Zhou Chen, and then Lu Yong asked Zhou Chen to let him copy. And you know what happened next? No way, is that true? They really are a pair, one daring to ask and the other daring to copy. The crowd chatted animatedly. Lu Chen felt a chill seeing Lu Yong. With the big exam approaching, if Lu Yong challenged him, he would definitely surrender. Protecting his body before the big exam was the most important thing. Lu Yong stared at Zhou Chen, determined to challenge him. Stop talking nonsense, I'm going to challenge you. Don't you dare surrender. If you beat me, I'll give you a spirit gathering pill. Is that for real? A spirit gathering pill? Now that's something that wakes me up. Of course it's real. Lu Yong grinned menacingly. Alright then, since that's the case, for the sake of the spirit gathering pill, I'll teach you a lesson. Giving himself a pill to let himself hit him. Zhou Chen was sure this was the first time in his life he had heard such a request. Lu Yong, Xiao Xiaohua, Zhao Wu, the other students. The two first filled out a stage usage application. After it was accepted, it quickly became their turn, and they stepped onto the stage. Below the stage, many students and teachers gathered. This was the match with the biggest power gap today. So naturally, it became one of the highlights of the day. Lu Yong from Class 3, currently ranked 18th in spiritual energy. Zhou Chen from Class 5, currently ranked 51st in spiritual energy, second to last. Because Zhou Chen lost to Zhao Wu, the rankings changed. Zhou Chen went from being 52nd to 51st from the bottom, and Zhao Wu, having defeated Zhou Chen, became 52nd from the bottom. As the match began, Lu Yong had no intention of seriously injuring Zhou Chen. He just wanted to teach Zhou Chen a lesson and vent his frustration. So after starting, he held back his strength. He only used 50% of his power to attack Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen glanced at him. he had gained some understanding of Lu Yong. The spiritual energy he could harness should be around 5,000 strands. Combined with Muay Thai, it was indeed powerful. But that was not enough in front of Zhou Chen, because Zhou Chen now had martial arts techniques, and the Fire Fist had already reached level 1. Facing Lu Yong was like hitting a child. As Lu Yong charged over, Zhou Chen directly activated his spiritual energy. He gathered it in both fists. Suddenly, Zhou Chen's fists became red and swollen. It was as if his original fists were wearing a pair of red boxing gloves. Zhou Chen's transformation stunned the crowd below the stage. Why are Zhou Chen's hands red and swollen? No way, Zhou Chen knows martial arts? Old Chen stood below, and when he saw Zhou Chen's move, he quickly figured it out. The previous Zhou Chen was indeed hiding. He was not at all at the bottom, nor was he useless. This kid was simply lazy, a slacker, and unambitious. In fact, his talent was terrifying. As long as he supervised him seriously, he could definitely be trained into a top genius. Old Chen's thoughts were racing. Xiao Xiaohua felt the same way. When he saw Zhou Chen performing the Fire Fist, he recognized it at first glance. At the same time, he realized that the power Zhou Chen was wielding was a level above his own. He had reached the first stage described in the martial arts manual. Perhaps Zhou Ji's talent wasn't as poor as he claimed. The reason he said it was to spare his own feelings. His previous position as the last in the rankings was entirely self-serving, to avoid further ridicule. So this is Zhou Ge? Not only selfless but also considerate of himself. Xiao Xiaohua was deeply moved. Lu Chen was even more stunned by Zhou Chen's martial skills. It turned out Zhou Chen truly had the ability. On the arena, Lu Yong noticed Zhou Chen's transformation. His heart tightened, but before he could react, he was struck by Zhou Chen. He felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and then fell backward. He lost in just one move, and it was a complete defeat. He knew he could never match Zhou Chen, at least not before he learned martial arts. What martial skill is this? Fire Fist? Do you want to learn it? Aha! Lu Yong nodded frantically. Sorry, I won't teach you. Lu Yong, remember to bring the elixir tomorrow as payment for me hitting you today. Lu Yong. The referee approached to check Lu Yong's condition. It was just temporary pain, nothing else was injured. This showed that Zhou Chen had held back. Good. After confirming, the referee announced Zhou Chen's victory. Class 5's Zhou Chen wins. As the announcement fell, cheers erupted from the audience. Awesome. Zhou Ge is amazing. You are the pride of Class 5. Weren't you just cursing Zhou Chen? 666. Zhou Chen stepped down from the stage. Just as he got off, he was caught by Old Chen. Zhou Chen, you said you couldn't do martial arts. Zhou Chen, don't wrong me. I really didn't kill the Qijia family. You really brought honor to Class 5. Fine, I won't hold it against you for stealing my tea leaves. You should rest well. There are still dozens of days ahead, and I will definitely focus on you and train you. Zhou Chen, you still remember the tea leaves incident over an hour later? And I really don't need you to focus on me. Thanks, but I really don't need it. Opposition is invalid. Let me tell you, don't even think about slacking off in the future. Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen displayed a move that completely intimidated everyone. So at this moment, no one dared to challenge Zhou Chen anymore. Seeing this, Zhou Chen called Xiao Xiaohua and slipped away. Zhou Ge, I didn't expect you to be this amazing. I understand now. The old you was just low-key, and you didn't want to hurt my confidence. I get it. Zhou Chen paused for a moment, looking at Xiao Xiaohua. I really didn't think that way. But he nodded. As long as you understand, I am just as you think. Riding home. Since he had finished his acupuncture, Xiao Xiaohua didn't go back with Zhou Chen. On the way, Zhou Chen encountered an acquaintance. He blocked Zhou Chen's way home, at the same spot he had last time. What was his name again? Fei Yangyang. When Zhou Chen saw him, he also noticed Zhou Chen. Then he quickly ran over to Zhou Chen and grabbed the front of his bike. Fei Yangyang, what do you want this time? Zhou Chen asked helplessly, recalling how he had let it slide last time because he felt sorry for him. Don't think I'm easy to bully now. My Fire Fist can definitely deal with you. Zhou Rong lost her job. She said it was your fault, and then she sent me to teach you a lesson. Zhong was straightforward, directly stating his purpose for coming. Oh, and then? You came here to get beaten up? Zhou Chen laughed heartily. Zhong Zhang's face darkened at the words. No, I rejected her because I found out she was really juggling multiple relationships, so we broke up. I'm just here to let you know, she might cause trouble for you through others. Zhong Zhang said in a deep voice. This surprised Zhou Chen. He didn't expect this sheep to have any redeeming qualities. Oh, got it. I hope they bring a lot of money. Why? Because once they find me, they'll belong to me. Zhongjiang. Zhou Chen shrugged and then rode his bike around Zhongjiang. What was there to fear? he usually stayed at school. Although society wasn't as safe as before the spiritual energy revival, it wasn't particularly chaotic either. After riding a few meters away, Zhou Chen turned back. Kid, there are methods to picking up girls. I have a tutorial for you. Once you learn it, I guarantee your goddess will like you too. Really? Zhong Jiang was overjoyed, looking at Zhou Chen. Of course, add me on Super Chat, and I'll send you the link. Just follow along. Zhou Chen said, taking out his phone to add Zhong Jiang as a contact. Once that was settled, he rode his bike back home. Zhong Jiang, bro, are you home? What about the pickup secrets? Zhou Chen saw the message and sent a sharing link. Zhong Jiang eagerly clicked on it. You successfully helped the other party cut a deal. Damn, a Pinduoduo cutting deal event? Just bullying honest people. While sending the link to Zhong Jiang, Zhou Chen also noticed many unread messages on Super Chat. For example, from Ma Xin. This editor had been messaging Zhou Chen about signing a contract since he started work, but Zhou Chen was too busy with mock exams to reply. Other editors were all aloof. Why were you acting like a sycophant? Were you taught by a two-faced turtle or a boiling sheep? He opened the messages and saw a bunch. Zhouge, I'm at work now, can we go sign the contract? Zhou Chen's pen name was Zhou Bufan, symbolizing a cultural banner for everyone to strive for greatness in the era of spiritual energy revival. Seeing that Zhou Chen hadn't replied, Ma Xin sent another message. Bro, are we signing? Bro, are we signing? Are we signing? Are we signing? Fortunately, Zhou Chen saw it at that moment. Otherwise, he might have ended up with multiple sons. He sent a message. I had something going on today, so I didn't check my phone, sorry. It's fine. Seeing Zhou Chen's reply, Ma Xin quickly responded. It was clear that Zhou Chen's novel was taken seriously. After completing the signing process, the next step was recommendations, which Zhou Chen was not worried about at all. He would leave everything to the website to operate. Entering the writing phase, he thought of Xiao Xiaohua, so he found Xiao Xiaohua's Super Chat and made a video call. It connected. Are you home yet? Yeah, I got home a long time ago. Don't practice today, finish reading that Acupuncture Basics manual first, Zhou Chen instructed. Hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua was naturally puzzled. Why? Because I feel like I'm about to break through. You need to break through. Xiao Xiaohua almost let it slip. He had previously reached half step. If he had Xiao Xiaohua work overtime tonight, he could level up to a first-tier acupuncturist. After leveling up, he could also start opening up Xiao Xiaohua's second meridian. He would also speed up his own development. This world was too dangerous, Zhou Chen felt insecure, and only rapid growth would suffice. If you finish the book now, you'll have the level of a half-step acupuncturist, which will be very helpful for your future auxiliary career development. Oh, I understand. Xiao Xiaohua nodded. Then he changed his plans. Take out that acupuncture manual and start studying. Xiao Xiaohua is learning acupuncture, host Acupuncture Experience Plus 6. Xiao Xiaohua is learning acupuncture, host Acupuncture Experience Plus 8. Comfortable. Start typing. After typing 2 chapters, choose to upload. By the way, check the back-end data. Just one comment, a bit miserable. Northern Myanmar Wealth Strategy went for 30,000 Xian country coins a month. Damn, it's still a kidney seller. Directly delete it. After waiting for my parents to come back, Teacher Chen's call came in. Hang up. Called again. Hang up. Called again. Put it under the pillow and then ignore it. After a while, the sound disappeared, and the door knocked. Zhou Chen, why didn't you answer Teacher Chen's call? Zhou Chen rolled his eyes at the words. Only a fool would answer. Unexpectedly, Teacher Chen saw that he couldn't get through, so he called his mom. Taking the phone from his mom, Zhou Chen looked at Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen, did you just call me? Sorry, I was focused on my training, so I didn't hear the sound. Teacher Chen, you just hung up on me twice, and now you tell me you didn't hear the sound? Alright, you first give the phone to your parents. I want to communicate with them. Old Chen was already familiar with Zhou Chen's thick skin, so he didn't bother to argue with Zhou Chen anymore. He asked Zhou Chen to give the phone to his parents. He wanted to have a phone conversation with them. He wanted the parents to participate in Zhou Chen's growth together with the teacher. Zhou Chen's parents, first of all, I need to praise Zhou Chen. This child's growth last week can be said to be earth-shattering. Now he can contain at least over 2,000 strands of spiritual energy, which means he can definitely enter a vocational martial arts school, and with 2,000 strands, he can also enter a regular undergraduate martial arts school. But that's not the main point. The main point is that there are still over 80 days left. Zhou Chen has enough time. Old Chen smiled broadly, praising Zhou Chen. In terms of spiritual energy, although Zhou Chen only tested out 1,400 strands, after the subsequent battle, Old Chen was sure that Zhou Chen couldn't possibly have only 1,400 strands. it must be at least over 2,000. Hearing old Chen's words, Zhou Chen's parents were overjoyed. It's best not to have too high expectations. I think my potential is just like this. Continuing to work hard definitely won't work, Zhou Chen said quietly to the side. Then he received an eye roll from his mom. On the arena, Zhou Chen's performance was also particularly outstanding, making everyone impressed. Old Chen continued to praise. Don't believe him, I lost to an opponent ranked 18th from the bottom today on the arena, and the other party didn't even make a move before I rolled off the stage. Zhou Chen tried hard to lower his parents' expectations, because the higher the expectations, the stricter their supervision. Zhou Chen's life would become more difficult. As soon as he finished speaking, parents, Old Chen, how long are you going to keep pretending? Don't think you can slack off and be a lazy fish. Old Chen, will definitely bring your talent to its limits. In short, Zhou Chen's parents, Zhou Chen's growth is visible to the naked eye. I hope you can supervise his training more at home. I believe that when the big exam truly arrives, we will definitely see a brand new Zhou Chen. Old Chen concluded. Zhou Chen's parents, upon hearing this, naturally agreed with joy on their faces. Since the teacher cares so much about their child, they had no reason not to care about their own child. After the communication, Old Chen asked Zhou Chen's parents to give the phone back to Zhou Chen, and then he started chatting with Zhou Chen. Seeing Zhou Chen's gloomy face, he didn't mind. Students dislike studying, he had seen a lot of that. Don't keep that long face, quickly thanked Teacher Chen. His mom shouted at Zhou Chen. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen looked at Old Chen in the phone. Teacher, I thank you and your whole family. Old Chen, the week of rest that was fought for is gone. Under pressure, Zhou Chen began to cultivate. Cultivating hard, spiritual energy -4, cultivating hard, spiritual energy -3. After finishing, Zhou Chen returned to his room. Fortunately, he had gained a pleasant surprise. His acupuncture level had risen to the first tier. At the same time, it seemed that due to the breakthrough in acupuncture, today's rewards were quite good. Today's cultivation time is less than lazy time. Reward acupuncture technique, healing needle, first tier acupuncture technique. The user can treat the injured through acupuncture, capable of stopping pain, stopping bleeding, and restoring a small amount of spiritual energy. The effect is quite good, especially for stopping bleeding. System, can it be used when ant flow comes? System. Serious matters first. After extracting the skill of the healing needle, Zhou Chen asked how to help Xiao Xiaohua clear the second meridian. To clear the second meridian, one needs to take hits, just like forging steel, by taking hits in battle to expel the impurities from the meridian, during which the first tier acupuncture technique can be used for faster results. The system's words were simple, just let Xiao Xiaohua take hits. Coupled with his first tier acupuncture technique, it would be easy. However, it sounds simple, but actually taking hits is quite difficult. Who wants to be hit? No one. Maybe Xiao Xiaohua can, Zhou Chen thought. Even if she can't, she has to. When he got up in the morning, Zhou Chen's spiritual energy broke through again. It seemed that Xiao Xiaohua had stayed up late to cultivate after finishing the basic acupuncture manual last night. She was quite disciplined. Today is Monday. Originally the previous 2 days were rest days. But now there is no rest. Those 2 days were taken up, turning into mock exam time. This is the bitter daily life of a senior in high school. Riding his bicycle out, after exiting the alley, he deliberately looked outside. That group of mischievous kids was finally gone. Seeing this, Zhou Chen pedaled hard to pick up speed. Humming a tune, he breezed his way to school. The martial arts exam continued. Those who wanted to challenge could still initiate challenges today. Before 3 o'clock this afternoon, it was all possible. If it passed 3 o'clock, all rankings would be set, and no more challenges could be made. In the classroom, Old Chen praised Zhou Chen again. Zhou Chen's performance can be said to be the most commendable, especially his humility and low profile, which everyone should learn from. He knows martial arts, but he remains low-key. That's a truly capable person. Old Chen seemed to transform into Zhou Chen's fan, showering him with praise. This made Zhou Chen feel a bit embarrassed. Teacher Chen, just a few compliments are enough. I have a thin skin. If you praise me more, I'll blush. Zhou Chen shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole class fell silent. Old Chen and the classmates. You have thin skin? Who has thick skin then? Being low-key is one thing, having real strength is another. Zhou Chen also has huge shortcomings. Everyone must not learn from him. That is laziness, being a slacker, not striving for progress. This is absolutely not acceptable. Everyone must not learn from this. I often tell everyone, laziness is a stumbling block on the path of cultivation. When we encounter this stumbling block, what must we do? That's right, we must kick the stumbling block away. Old Chen chatted and interacted with everyone. His eyes glanced at Zhou Chen. His words were clearly directed at Zhou Chen, hoping he would take them to heart, but Zhou Chen completely ignored him. He leaned against the wall, one hand propping up his head. His eyes appeared particularly dazed and vacant. This nearly infuriated old Chen. He simply called out to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, tell me, if you encounter laziness as a stumbling block, what will you do? Zhou Chen stood up, still lazy. Is this stumbling block big? Zhou Chen opened his mouth to ask. Lao Chen, does size matter? Zhou Chen, of course it matters. If it's big, it's hard to get through. If it's small, it's easier. Lao Chen looked a bit speechless. Big, very big. Zhou Chen, oh, then I'll just lie on it. Lao Chen, what if it's small? If it's small, I'll pick it up and carry it with me. Can't you just kick it away? Why would I kick it away? Lao Chen. The other students looked at the angry Lao Chen, stifling their laughter. Xiao Xiaohua was the same. He consistently supported Zhou Chen. Others didn't know Zhou Chen, but he did. On the surface, Zhou Chen seemed this way, but he always hoped others would work hard, especially towards himself. Zhou Chen had put in all his effort. Sit down, Lao Chen said angrily. Zhou Chen wasn't annoyed and sat down as he was told. He then opened his bag and took out the treatment acupuncture method. He handed it to Xiao Xiaohua. You can learn this once you become a first-level acupuncturist. For now, just take a quick look. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua took the treatment method and opened it curiously. He was then astonished. He whispered, Zhou Gu, is this a first-level acupuncture method? Zhou Chen nodded. That's right. Zhou Gu, why are you giving me this? For you to study. Stop talking nonsense and take a quick look. Zhou Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua was incredibly moved. This first-level material was also precious. He didn't expect Zhou Gu to be so generous. He wanted to decline but was pushed back by Zhou Chen. If you feel embarrassed, just give me some pills in exchange. After all, he had already established a channel for selling stolen goods. If he had pills, he could just sell them at a lower price. Xiao Xiaohua then nodded and accepted it. Under Zhou Chen's urging, he quickly browsed through it. Xiao Xiaohua learns the treatment acupuncture method. The host perfectly masters this method. This acupuncture method wasn't difficult, so after just a quick look, Zhou Chen had perfectly mastered it. Very good. After Xiao Xiaohua finished looking, Zhou Chen took him to the square. At this time, everyone was considering their challenge targets. Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua weren't in the mood for that, so they were quite relaxed. Therefore, Zhou Chen started talking to Xiao Xiaohua about his method for unblocking the second meridian. Zhou Gu, you said I need to take a beating for the second meridian, while using your acupuncture method? Yes, that's right. It really has to be done this way. Zhou Chen nodded and then wanted to ask if Xiao Xiaohua could handle it. Of course, it was just a polite inquiry. If he couldn't, Zhou Chen would just force it himself. After all, Xiao Xiaohua couldn't beat him. When the time came, he would beat him up, then heal him, beat him up again, then heal him again. Once the meridian was unblocked, he would have to be grateful to him. Okay, as long as it can unblock my meridian, I'm willing to take a beating, even if it means risking my life, Xiao Xiaohua said with determination. This attitude made Zhou Chen very satisfied. After looking around and spotting the person he was looking for, he stopped. You stand here now, arms crossed, look fierce, and show a look of disdain and provocation. Yes, that's it. Remember to maintain that. When I call you, just turn around and glare at me fiercely, understand? Xiao Xiaohua was confused by Zhou Chen's instructions. Zhou Gu, what's the point of me doing this? You'll know in a moment, just don't talk and do as I say. Oh, okay. Although Xiao Xiaohua was puzzled, he chose to trust Zhou Chen. After sorting Xiao Xiaohua out, Zhou Chen quickly ran behind him. He then blocked someone's path. The person saw Zhou Chen, frowned slightly, and looked at him indifferently. Zhou Chen? Xiao Xiaohua's lackey, what do you want by blocking my way? Tang Yanran glared at Zhou Chen with a cold expression. She still remembered the last time Zhou Chen had insulted her, so she had no good feelings towards him. As her words fell, Zhou Chen almost couldn't hold back. Damn, who's the lackey here? Don't speak carelessly. But for the sake of the plan, Zhou Chen held it in. Ha! Tang Yanran, what are you so arrogant about? You're just relying on a bit of looks. Do you see Xiao Xiaohua over there? He's going to challenge you today. Are you ready to admit defeat? As soon as the words left her mouth, Tang Yanran's expression changed drastically, glaring at Zhou Chen. Then she looked at Xiao Xiaohua. Does he even dare to challenge me? I've been here at the third middle school for almost a week, and I haven't heard of him doing anything significant or standing out in any way. Does he even qualify to challenge me? Her anger was palpable. Zhou Chen couldn't help but complain inwardly. Then, standing on Tang Yanran's side, he shouted towards Xiao Xiaohua. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Xiao Xiaohua turned around. Following Zhou Chen's instructions, he glared fiercely in this direction. Then he saw Tang Yanran, and Tang Yanran also saw Xiao Xiaohua. Her anger flared even more. You dare to look at me like that? Fine, I accept the challenge. I want to see just how capable you are, Xiao Xiaohua. With that, she turned and walked away to find a teacher to apply for the arena. On the other side, Xiao Xiaohua looked confused. After Tang Yanran left, he hurried over. He asked Zhou Chen, Brother Zhou, what happened with Tang Yanran? What did you say to her? She seems really angry. I didn't say anything to her. Didn't you ask me to tell her you wanted to challenge her? Xiao Xiaohua? Xiao Xiaohua? Xiao Xiaohua? Xiao Xiaohua's head was buzzing. Zhou Chen patted his shoulder. Don't overthink it. Just get ready to take a beating. I'll treat you with acupuncture. You definitely won't die. Xiao Xiaohua. The arena match officially began, and when everyone saw that Tang Yanran was actually standing up there, everyone gathered around. Because from yesterday until now, no one had dared to challenge Tang Yanran. Including the previous top student of the third middle school, the gap between Tang Yanran and other students was just too vast. Everyone knew that the only outcome of fighting Tang Yanran was defeat. Who's so brainless to dare challenge Tang Yanran? Isn't that just asking for punishment? Maybe they're still developing, their body has grown, but their brain hasn't. It could also be that the plants were poorly grown, and their brain got eaten by zombies. Xiao Xiaohua. Listening to the mocking words around him, Xiao Xiaohua gradually felt exhausted and looked at Zhou Chen with resentment. It seemed to say, Brother Zhou, it's all your fault, you've really gotten me into trouble. Don't be afraid, since you're going to get beaten anyway, why not let Tang Yanran hit you? Who knows, it might even help you build resilience for future domestic violence. But the gap in strength between me and her is just too huge, right? Ha, what do you call a gap? Trash only becomes a stepping stone for the strong, mediocrity only defeats those of the same level, while geniuses fight above their level. So what do you think you are? I'm a premature baby, Zhou Chen. If you don't go up, you'll be even more embarrassed, and Tang Yanran will look down on you even more. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua stopped saying more. The arena was already set up, could he not go up? Xiao Xiaohua squeezed forward into the crowd. Everyone, make way, make way. Ha, why should I let you? I want to stand here and watch the fun. But if I don't go up, what are you watching? Classmate. Xiao Xiaohua squeezed to the front row and then stepped onto the arena. Seeing Xiao Xiaohua's figure, everyone was extremely surprised. Life is truly unpredictable, like a large intestine wrapped around a small intestine. A person about to become the last in the school challenges someone who is about to become the first in the school. Is this the Double 11 e-commerce battle? What's wrong with Xiao Xiaohua? He seems normal usually? I don't know, maybe he's been hanging out with Zhou Chen for too long, so his brain has rusted. Two students from class 5 were discussing. Zhou Chen, standing beside them, darkened his expression. I haven't used any of my 3 challenge opportunities. You two seem pretty strong. Maybe you can give it a shot. Upon hearing this, the two turned around and quickly ran away. Zhou Chen. He ignored them and went to the platform beside Xiao Xiaohua. He took out the silver needles he had prepared long ago. After learning the method to unblock Xiao Xiaohua's second meridian last night, he had come up with today's plan, so he brought the silver needles. Old Xiao, do you have any last words? Xiao Xiaohua. The challenge began. The referee teacher turned his head away, feeling a bit reluctant. He hoped Tang Yanran wouldn't go too hard. In the first round, Tang Yanran stood still. Xiao Xiaohua also stood still. After several seconds, neither moved. Tang Yanran wanted to see what tricks Xiao Xiaohua had to dare challenge her. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiaohua didn't want to seek death. He was a bit afraid of pain. Taking passive hits was his last stubbornness. This scene made Zhou Chen and all the classmates feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, after a few seconds, Tang Yanran couldn't hold back anymore, lightly stepping forward and then striking at Xiao Xiaohua with a palm. This was the Tang family's martial art, the Qingyun palm. Xiao Xiaohua quickly summoned his spiritual energy, channeling it into his hand to perform the fire fist. Although Xiao Xiaohua had very little spiritual energy, he still barely managed to withstand the attack. This caused Tang Yanran's expression to change slightly. Xiao Xiaohua had indeed improved. He had only resumed his training for a few days and had already learned a set of martial arts, which was quite impressive. But that was all. Tang Yanran began to gradually increase her strength and struck at Xiao Xiaohua again. Of course, she avoided hitting vital points. This time, Xiao Xiaohua's spiritual energy was exhausted, and he was directly knocked back, falling to the ground. Xiao Xiaohua, can you only last one move? Tang Yanran said in a deep voice. In fact, Tang Yanran didn't dislike Xiao Xiaohua. She had even tried to convince herself to accept the arranged marriage. But she really couldn't accept the fact that Xiao Xiaohua couldn't cultivate. She wanted to break off the engagement while also giving Xiao Xiaohua a chance. That's why she came to the third school. If Xiao Xiaohua could impress her before the final exam ended, she wouldn't bring up the engagement issue again. Tang Yanran was not a commodity. she could choose her future husband. Even if she couldn't, she hoped her future husband would be someone resilient, ambitious, and at least able to face challenges. Of course not. Xiao Xiaohua stood up resolutely and shouted. This response made everyone look at Xiao Xiaohua in a new light, including Tang Yanran. I can still last for 10 more moves. Zhou Chen, the referee teacher. Tang Yanran, the classmates. That last sentence was really unnecessary. Tang Yanran then used another palm strike towards Xiao Xiaohua. Xiao Xiaohua had no spiritual energy left. His second meridian had only been unblocked, and his recovery speed was slow. He could only store a little over 300 strands of spiritual energy. He was directly knocked away. Xiao Xiaohua fell to the ground. The referee teacher wanted to announce the end, but Xiao Xiaohua quickly stopped him. He felt that his second meridian had opened up a bit. Brother Zhou wasn't fooling him. Wait, I can still stand up. I haven't lost. Another palm came. This palm, compared to before, was much weaker. Tang Yanran held back. At this moment, she found it hard to understand Xiao Xiaohua's intentions. Xiao Xiaohua fell to the ground. Tang Yanran, this palm strike lacks power. Have you run out of spiritual energy? Upon hearing this, Tang Yanran's expression changed slightly. Another palm strike came. Xiao Xiaohua fell again, then stood up. Attack. Fell. Stood up. Attack. Fell. Stood up. At this moment, the scene was eerily silent. Everyone was confused about Xiao Xiaohua's intentions, yet, they were all intimidated by his fearless spirit. Just then, a voice rang out of nowhere. Pause. Halftime treatment time is up. Both contestants retreat to their sides for treatment. The students. On the stage, Xiao Xiaohua and Tang Yanran. The one shouting was naturally Zhou Chen, and after he finished, he quickly jumped onto the stage. He took out acupuncture needles and gave Xiao Xiaohua a round of treatment. The pain was temporarily alleviated, and he also helped Xiao Xiaohua recover some spiritual energy. Using the techniques from the first-level basic acupuncture manual, he opened up Xiao Xiaohua's second meridian. Brother Zhou, my whole body hurts. It feels like I'm about to die. Save your last words for when you're dead. Xiao Xiaohua. After the acupuncture was done, Xiao Xiaohua stood up again. Then he started getting hit again. Tang Yanran, are you going to concede? Xiao Xiaohua, no, absolutely not. He took a hit. Are you going to concede? No. He took another hit and fell. Concede? No. Zhou Chen came on stage, providing acupuncture treatment while also opening up the meridians. Xiao Xiaohua's second meridian was successfully opened up by 1/10. Zhou Chen, building on Xiao Xiaohua's progress, expanded his own second meridian tenfold. Then came another round of hits. Eventually, the referee couldn't bear to watch any longer. He directly announced the end. It was a draw. This match didn't count. Tang Yanran glanced at Xiao Xiaohua's miserable state, unsure why he would do such a thing, but her opinion of him changed. At least he wasn't a coward. Brother Zhou, how did I perform? Not bad. I've discovered another strength of yours. What? Resilience. Xiao Xiaohua. After Xiao Xiaohua was beaten up by Tang Yanran, this mock martial arts exam came to an end. Zhou Chen ultimately ranked 18th, becoming the best performer in the martial arts exam from Class 5. During the class summary meeting, Old Chen called Zhou Chen out again. A round of praise followed. He was very satisfied with Zhou Chen's combat ability. Everyone knew what this school's ranking meant. Although Zhou Chen's spiritual energy was not high at the moment, his combat ability was sufficient to achieve good results in the martial arts exam. Zhou Chen, come up and share your experience with everyone. Old Chen was very pleased. Zhou Chen stood up upon hearing this. He walked up. I believe I've hidden myself well. For the past 3 years, I've tried to be a slacker as much as possible, yet I still surpassed everyone. I apologize to everyone. It's my incompetence that has allowed me to surpass you all. Zhou Chen had a look of self-blame, as if he had become the sinner of the class. But as these words landed, everyone felt their heads spinning uncontrollably. Don't stop us. Today we must take down this scoundrel Zhou Chen. To promote the collective growth, prosperity, and strength of the class, I've decided that for the next 80 days or so, I will not practice unless absolutely necessary. If I can be a slacker, I will be a slacker, and to help everyone catch up to me faster, I will supervise your training and studies. At this moment, Zhou Chen had a righteous look on his face, his left hand behind his back, and his right hand waving forward. Damn it, just like the big shots on the news channels. He was just missing a microphone. In class, I want to promote the spirit of the rich helping the poor. From now on, I will focus on supervising and assisting the last-ranked student, Xiao Xiaohua, in his growth. Thank you, everyone. Old Chen. The classmates. Damn, is this what people say? But the more you talk, the more righteous it sounds. It almost moved me. I almost couldn't help but applaud you. Hurry up and get down. If you keep talking, I'll think the principal is giving a speech. Old Chen spoke up, quickly sending Zhou Chen down. This podium absolutely cannot be allowed for Zhou Chen to come up again. He talks too well, and so officially. What classmate Zhou Chen said is indeed very reasonable. Good students helping struggling students is the spirit we need to promote in our class. But we must not learn from classmate Zhou Chen's laziness. If you can cultivate, you must work hard. You cannot be a slacker. Old Chen summarized, giving Zhou Chen a glare. Then he dismissed the class, telling everyone to go back. There were no more classes. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Chen rushed out of the classroom. He hurried to class 3. He still needed to get a spirit-gathering pill. He had to bring it back. But he couldn't find it. Want to skip out? Want to run? You run, I chase, you can't escape. Zhou Chen simply took Xiao Xiaohua to the school gate to block it. No matter who went out, they had to be checked by Zhou Chen's gaze. Are you waiting for Lu Yong? Han Ming was cracking sunflower seeds. Zhou Chen saw this, and soon it became Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua cracking sunflower seeds together. Han Ming saw this and chuckled, pulling out another handful from his pocket. The three of them cracked seeds together. That's right, Zhou Chen spat out a seed shell. That Lu Yong really dares to challenge you, now he's in trouble. He worked hard to earn a spirit-gathering pill, and now it's gone. What do you mean? Zhou Chen looked at Han Ming. Zhou Chen realized that although Han Ming was new, he had already become the information hub of the campus. He knew a lot of things. His family situation isn't great, and he worked to buy a spirit-gathering pill, preparing for the big exam. Han Ming explained. Oh, Zhou Chen nodded. What does that have to do with me? My family is poorer. My dad wore the same underwear for 3 years to support my schooling. My mom works in an electronics factory and gets scolded every day. My sister is worse, she dropped out young and went to wash dishes. At this point, Zhou Chen almost broke down in tears. He was about to cry out loud. Only Xiao Xiaohua looked at Zhou Chen in confusion. 3 black question marks appeared on his forehead. Brother Zhou, are you really that miserable? While chatting, Zhou Chen spotted Lu Yong. He was just about to leave the school gate. He also saw Zhou Chen. However, he didn't dodge but walked straight towards Zhou Chen. He handed over the pill. Here, I just heard from a classmate that you came to find me, but I went to the bathroom. Lu Yong, keep my word, if I say I'll give it, then I'll give it. He had some integrity. He didn't try to sell his misery, he had some backbone. Zhou Chen appreciated that. After confirming that the pill was indeed a spirit-gathering pill, he nodded. I have plenty of these pills, so I'm not lacking. You just need to be my bodyguard for 10 days, and I'll return the pill to you. Zhou Chen said calmly. This made Lu Yong ecstatic. Really? But I have principles. I won't help you bully others. I don't need you to help me bully anyone. You just need to take me home and protect me for these 10 days. Is it that simple? Yes, it's that simple. Zhou Chen smiled. Seeing this smile, rookie Lu Yong was overjoyed, while veteran Han Ming felt something was off. Okay, I agree. Pleasure to cooperate. Zhou Chen smiled. 2 minutes passed. Zhou Chen and Lu Yong were blocked. 5 people were blocking Zhou Chen's way home. Damn, Zhou Chen, don't tell me they're all here to block you? What else? Do you think a spirit-gathering pill is easy to get? How many people have you offended? Just one woman, but she has too many admirers. Lu Yong, you go stir up trouble, I'll take a detour and run first. Don't worry, the worst that can happen is you get beaten up. It's fine. Lu Yong. Zhou Chen was just teasing Lu Yong. There were 5 people opposite them, but the fluctuations of spiritual energy were minimal. The strongest among them hadn't even reached the first level of Qi training. For Zhou Chen and his companion, they were simply not worth their attention. Zhou Rong was just a receptionist at a pharmacy. How could she know any experts? The fight began. Zhou Chen put down his bicycle and swung the iron chain hanging around his neck. Lu Yong was equally unafraid, and the two charged in. In no time, Zhou Chen had subdued them. Bro, I admit defeat, just don't hit me anymore. Is admitting defeat enough? Hurry up and take out your phone. They all added each other on a super chat app. Then they created a group. Group name, Fei Yang Yang, Black Little Tiger, Zhang Nan, and Double-Sided Turtles Dating Experience Sharing Group. They even pulled in Zhong Zheng, the old admirer. After letting them go, Zhou Chen hadn't walked far when he was blocked again. It turned out they had all gathered today. He and Lu Yong dealt with it, then invited them into the group chat. After returning home, 5 or 6 people had gathered in the group. Who exactly is Zhou Rong's boyfriend? Of course it's me. I've been with her for 3 months. Just 3 months? I've been with her for a year. Ever since I bought a spirit-gathering pill at the pharmacy, she's been with me. Zhou Chen, stop arguing, you're all the same. Damn, this woman Zhou Rong has been juggling so many relationships. Brothers, let's not argue. Let's go find Zhou Rong tomorrow. I'm going too. Let's go together. I've spent so much money. I want it all back. Done. Zhou Rong had many admirers. She wasn't afraid of them coming, just afraid they would cause trouble every day. Now that they had been internally divided, she wouldn't have any issues in the future. There were quite a few people. Zhou Chen copied a link and uploaded it. This is evidence of Zhou Rong juggling multiple relationships. Everyone can click in to see. The group members saw what Zhou Chen said and clicked in one after another. Copy this command to go to Pink 60 and help the other person cut a deal. Your friend needs your help. Zhong Jian. Group members. Everyone, don't click. This is a Pink 60 deal. You have been removed from the group chat by the group owner Zhou Chen. After returning home, Zhou Chen let Lu Yong go back by himself. Then he entered the writing phase. He checked the back end and saw that his novel had received a recommendation. He didn't know how effective it would be yet. He decided not to worry about it and just focused on writing. Li Ming was an ordinary office worker. He didn't attend a martial arts school but went to a regular university for 4 years. Naturally, he had no cultivation. It wasn't that he didn't want to cultivate, but his physique was inadequate. As a result, he didn't even get into a vocational martial arts school during the big exam. He could only study for another year and then transfer to a regular university. After work, he returned home and, as usual, opened the novel app. After searching for a while, he found the book Emperor of Fighting Qi. Fighting Qi? Is it the same as spiritual energy? Li Ming wondered, then clicked in. After reading the synopsis, his interest was piqued. He was already a waste in cultivation, so the sense of immersion was easy to imagine. He clicked into the main text. He began reading chapter by chapter. Soon, he became engrossed. He felt a deep connection. In reality, how was he not a mocked waste? How could he not want to become strong? But unfortunately, cultivation is too difficult. It requires not only a strong physique but also even more diligent effort. Especially, cultivation resources are indispensable. He really couldn't manage to cultivate. When he saw his fiancée call off their engagement, he felt an immense anger. Seeing the protagonist shout "Don't bully the poor youth" was incredibly satisfying. He couldn't wait to see how the protagonist would grow, how he would start as a waste and secure a 3-year agreement. After finishing all the serialized content, Li Ming felt unsatisfied. He later went to the comments section and left a big positive review. This book is really good. The sense of immersion is so strong. I once again realized that I am also a waste in reality. Read it. Update quickly. Author, hurry up with the updates. I can't cultivate in reality, so I hope the novel can. This novel is really different from other cultivation novels. Other novels cultivate in Blue Star and write according to reality. I've seen enough of that. Indeed, I wonder what kind of world this Dookie continent is. The comments section was extremely lively. There was also a long review that attracted everyone's attention. Sigh, I am a student preparing for a major exam, and I am gradually giving up on myself. Because of my physical condition, cultivation is really too difficult for me, and it's impossible for me to get into a martial arts school for the exam. But after reading this novel, I suddenly felt that there are still more than 80 days left. Anything is possible. Why can't I try a little harder? Just as it is written in the novel, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't bully the poor youth. Youth is the time for striving. I haven't reached the 3-year agreement yet. How can I give up now? Under this long review, he received countless encouragements. That's right, there are still more than 80 days until the 3-year agreement. We might not fail if we try hard. How could we fail? Go for it. Strive hard. The major exam is just the starting point. I finally understand the meaning of the author's introduction. Although the novel is quite simple, it has a strong spirit of encouragement. Without a doubt, Zhou Chen's novel began to receive good reviews. This was within Zhou Chen's expectations. Because of the sense of immersion, although the novel is simple, its spirit of encouragement is present. Plus, unlike his previous life, cultivation truly exists in this world. Cultivation is the most mainstream path. Therefore, an inspirational cultivation novel provides even stronger spiritual motivation. Countless wastes were inspired in the novel, and then they worked even harder. This was also Zhou Chen's goal, not only to inspire Xiao Xiaohua to cultivate but also to encourage all those with poor cultivation qualifications in the Xian Kingdom of Blue Star to cultivate. The otherworldly threat loomed overhead, and only the students of the Xian Kingdom could protect peace by persevering. After finishing 2 chapters, Zhou Chen directly uploaded them. After opening his phone, he received a message from Ma Xin. After being recommended today, the data has grown particularly fast. I think it has the potential to become a big hit. From his words, Zhou Chen could see his happiness. How fast is particularly fast? How big is big? I don't want what you think, I want what I think. Ma Xin. He didn't see a reply after that. Zhou Chen put down his phone. Then he continued typing. the update volume must keep up, right? In the evening, his parents returned home. Then they started cooking. After Zhou Chen finished typing, he was called out. In the living room, he practiced cultivation in reverse. Cultivating, spirit energy -6 cultivating, spirit energy -4. Fortunately, it was just a drizzle now, otherwise, it would have probably cost Zhou Chen half his life. How did you do on today's martial arts exam? His mother asked. She was very concerned about Zhou Chen's results. Not bad, I ranked 212th from the bottom. Why are you still at the bottom? Wait, your school only has 5 classes, so there are only a little over 200 people, right? In the evening, Zhou Shanru returned. Zhou Chen noticed that her aura had significantly improved, indicating she had likely broken through to the 4th level of Qi training. Not bad, she has potential. I must keep a light on for her in the future. During dinner, Zhou Chen picked up a braised egg from his bowl and looked at Zhou Shanru. Do you want a braised egg? Zhou Shanru thought Zhou Chen was offering his egg to her, so she shook her head. No, thanks. You won't even eat a braised egg? What a pity. Zhou Chen set down his egg and then picked up the one from Zhou Shanru's bowl as well. Seeing this, Zhou Shanru was speechless. What? I meant I don't want yours, not that I won't eat my own. She glanced at Zhou Chen's bowl, intending to replicate his action. But Zhou Chen quickly stuffed everything in his bowl into his mouth. Good appetite. Keep it low-key. After dinner, Zhou Chen returned to his room. Today's reward was still a spirit-gathering pill. He stored it directly in the system, to be used when needed. The next day, Zhou Chen woke up. He checked the spiritual energy within him, which had already reached over 3,000 strands. The proficiency of the Fire Fist was also rising rapidly. The Fire Fist had 3 levels, and reaching the 3rd level would mean perfection. Zhou Chen was curious about what level he would reach if Xiao Xiaohua mastered the 3rd level. 4th level? Tonight was Xiao Xiaohua's grandfather's birthday banquet, so Zhou Chen specifically chose the most expensive outfit, just to give Xiao Xiaohua enough face. You're wearing that to school. Zhou Chen passed through the living room, and Zhou Shanru happened to see him. Of course, today is Xiao Xiaohua's grandfather's birthday. I must give him enough face. But you don't need to wear a full Ultraman suit, do you? This is super cool, okay? Zhou Shanru was speechless and then pushed Zhou Chen back to his room to find a casual outfit for him to change into. Arriving at school, he continued to be a slacker. The scores for the morning's written exam were out. Then Zhou Chen was called to the office by Old Chen. Zhou Chen, take a look for yourself. How many points did you score? The written exam only accounts for 20%, but you need to take it seriously. Old Chen spoke earnestly. Zhou Chen glanced at the test paper. Science knowledge, 19 points. Teacher Chen, you know I'm not good at science knowledge. What I excel at is cultivation knowledge, okay? Zhou Chen said unhappily. Old Chen's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Then he rummaged through some papers and pulled out another test paper, handing it to Zhou Chen. Is this what you excel at? A total of 21 points, just one more correct choice question. Just tell me if my grades are stable or not. Old Chen. Back in the classroom, Xiao Xiaohua approached. Zhou Go, what did Old Chen want with you? Oh, nothing much, just praised me for my stable written exam scores and made a request for me to seek progress while maintaining stability. I think Old Chen is out of touch with reality. His demands are too high, so I refused him. You're overthinking it. He's been a teacher for so many years, living in the present, and he still doesn't understand that stability is key. Zhou Chen said nonchalantly, then shifted his focus to Xiao Xiaohua. How did you do on the written exam? I told you to review, but it seems you didn't do well either. With my poor written exam score, Xiao Xiaohua has to take 10% of the responsibility. 98 in science knowledge, 98 in cultivation knowledge, and 96 in otherworld knowledge. Xiao Xiaohua answered seriously. Although the test papers hadn't been distributed yet, he already had an estimate. As soon as he finished speaking, this score left those around them dumbfounded. How to put it, Xiao Xiaohua's written exam score could be considered invincible in the entire 3rd middle school, just like Tang Yanran in the martial arts exam. But Zhou Chen shook his head. You didn't do well on this exam. It's obvious you're a bit lopsided in your subjects. You scored 98 in the other 2 subjects, so why did you only get 96 in the knowledge of other realms? Xiao Xiaohua? The surrounding classmates all turned to look. Outside the window, Old Chen? You scored in the teens or 20s and you're calling someone else lopsided? But Zhou Chen ignored them and continued speaking. This is why you didn't study properly. Remember what I said, you must review and learn anew. Study hard and try to catch up in all 3 subjects, aiming for 100 in each. Xiao Xiaohua felt that this score was already good enough, but after hearing Zhou Chen's plan, he took a deep breath. He agreed. At this moment, he trusted Zhou Chen completely and was very willing to follow his arrangements. After all the classes were over, a car came specifically to pick up Xiao Xiaohua and Zhou Chen in the afternoon. As for Tang Yanran, she naturally joined as well, but she didn't ride in the same car as the two of them. The bicycle was left in the car. The journey was very smooth. When they arrived at the Xiao family home, the entire environment improved significantly. It was very beautiful, refreshing the spirit. After getting out of the car, Xiao Xiaohua personally led Zhou Chen inside. However, as they walked, Xiao Xiaohua's expression darkened. Zhou Chen followed his gaze and saw a young man about the same age as Xiao Xiaohua blocking their path. He's my cousin, from my second granduncle's family, a year older than me, currently at the Qingqing martial arts school. He might say something unpleasant, so don't take it to heart. Worried that Zhou Chen would be mocked by Xiao Qi, Xiao Xiaohua explained in advance. Are you close with him? No, in fact, we have a very bad relationship. Then that's fine. If I don't argue with him, won't that just be giving him a free pass? Hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua was stunned for a moment, then broke into a smile. He felt a bit sorry for Xiao Qi. Xiao Xiaohua, is this the friend you brought today? You should know today is your granduncle's birthday. Instead of thinking about how to celebrate, you brought back someone so unrefined. Are you trying to infuriate your granduncle? As soon as Xiao Qi saw Xiao Xiaohua, he quickly walked over. Then he focused his gaze on Zhou Chen and began his mockery. Zhou Chen smiled indifferently and looked at Xiao Xiaohua. Old Xiao, do you see anyone unrefined? Nope. Xiao Xiaohua shook his head. Me neither. Zhou Chen also shook his head, then looked at Xiao Qi. I heard dogs can see things that people can't? I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Xiao Xiaohua burst into laughter. Xiao Qi, on the other hand, was quite angry. He had intended to give Xiao Xiaohua a hard time, but instead, he ended up being scolded, and it was done so politely. Xiao Qi had a bad temper and was easily provoked, but Xiao Xiaohua quickly spoke up. Today is my grandfather's birthday, you'd better behave. Otherwise, if your great-grandfather gets angry, your grandfather won't be able to do anything. Hearing this, Xiao Qi glared at Xiao Xiaohua. He stepped forward a couple of paces, but Xiao Xiaohua stood his ground. They faced off. Tang Yanran passed by from the side. Seeing the two, she frowned slightly but ignored them and walked straight inside. In the end, Xiao Qi softened. He looked at Xiao Xiaohua and said, Big brother is inside right now. You're one of the main characters tonight, so don't faint from anger. Ha! Xiao Xiaohua shot him a glance. Then he ignored him and entered the room with Zhou Chen. Inside was a spacious and luxurious hall, resplendent with gold and jade. Various lights and an abundance of food and wine were present. Many business elites were there, all chatting and laughing as they discussed cooperation. Under Xiao Xiaohua's guidance, Zhou Chen met his parents. It was all just various pleasantries. Then they thanked Zhou Chen for his help with their son and promised that if Zhou Chen needed any assistance, he should just say so. Really? Just say it? Of course. Then bring me a jar of good tea. Last time he took old Chen's. This time he would exchange it for a better one. The help from the Xiao family wasn't important to Zhou Chen. What mattered was that they might not give it, and he didn't need anything small. Anyway, with Xiao Xiaohua around, asking the Xiao family for help was a simple matter. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Xiao Daji and the others were momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. A guest has arrived. Good tea is a must. This doesn't count as help. They were particular. After chatting casually for a bit, they got busy, arranging for Xiao Xiaohua to entertain Zhou Chen. Xiao Xiaohua ignored everyone else and took Zhou Chen to eat and drink together. Alright, it's your grandpa's birthday. What are you standing here for? Go to your own thing. Zhou Chen waved his hand, letting Xiao Xiaohua go about his business. Just as he let Xiao Xiaohua go, another person approached Zhou Chen. It was his classmate Lu Chen. Zhou Ge, you really are here. If I'm not here, where else would I be? Zhou Chen held food in both hands, tasting one dish after another. No need to say more, it was simply delicious. Then he seemed to think of something. He only had one stomach, and no matter how much he stuffed himself, he couldn't taste everything here. With a shift in thought, he looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, haven't you been to this kind of banquet often before? Not really, this is the Xiao family's banquet. I begged my dad to bring me this time, but I've attended quite a few smaller banquets. Oh, that's good. Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. How about this? I'll sit here, you wander around, see which dishes are expensive, and bring me some. Just don't bring too much. A little of each without repeating is fine. Lu Chen. Big brother, so you're just here to eat? Zhou Chen didn't pay attention to his expression. By the way, don't bring me seaweed, otherwise, you'll be in for it at school. Lu Chen. Naturally, Lu Chen dared not express his anger towards Zhou Chen, so he was directly conscripted as Zhou Chen's lackey, specifically tasked with selecting delicacies for him. Xiao Chenzi, don't be discouraged. At this kind of banquet, your dad isn't much better, let alone you, so let's just eat and drink well. We won't be doing business or meeting anyone important. Lu Chen, why do I feel like you're insulting my dad? And Xiao Chenzi, picking food for me isn't shameful. In the old feudal dynasties, you'd be quite important, like the Grand Minister of the Interior.
Lu Chun.
Joe Good, stop talking. Can't I just pick for you? Zhou Chen was quite pleased. Meanwhile, the main event was not delayed. When the time came, Xiao Xiaohua's great-grandfather arrived on the scene. Zhou Chen glanced over and couldn't help but feel moved. Indeed, he was a master-level expert, over 100 years old and still so healthy, full of life, just like an old turtle. Following Xiao Xiaohua's great-grandfather were his 3 grandfathers. His biological grandfather was the one celebrating his birthday today, the eldest. Then came the second and third grandfathers. After that was the third generation led by Xiao Daji, and the fourth generation led by Xiao Xiaohua. There were indeed many people. Xiao Xiaohua's grandfather began to speak. Today is my birthday. Thank you all for coming to my humble abode. Enjoy the food and drink. After saying that, he didn't say much more. Zhou Chen gave him a thumbs up. Very good, just as he liked. So Zhou Chen continued to eat and drink. Next was the segment where the younger generation presented gifts and congratulations. Zhou Chen was too lazy to pay much attention. There wasn't much to focus on anyway. After resting for a while, they planned to resume the battle later. Once the gift-giving segment was over, everyone was in high spirits. However, it was clear that tonight would not be a peaceful one. Xiao Xiaohua's second grandfather began to talk about the wedding between Xiao Xiaohua and Tang Yanran, stating that although Xiao Xiaohua could cultivate now, his progress was still slow. Moreover, Tang Yanran had no feelings for Xiao Xiaohua. It would be better to change their wedding and let Tang Yanran be with his grandson, Xiao Tiancheng. Fortunately, it wasn't Xiao Tian's, otherwise, Zhou Chen would have to kneel with Xiao Xiaohua before him. Who would dare to act recklessly in front of the Dragon King Hall's big shots? Upon hearing the old man's suggestion, Xiao Xiaohua's great-grandfather remained silent. Xiao Xiaohua's grandfather also said nothing but looked very angry. Today was his birthday, and this old man chose this moment to say such things in front of so many people. Clearly, he was not giving him face. Xiao Daji and his wife, along with Xiao Xiaohua, felt furious. The conflict between the direct and collateral lines of the family made the atmosphere in the hall tense. Only Zhou Chen, delighted, took out his phone and started recording. Damn, a classic scene from a novel in his past life was now happening in real life. If he didn't record it, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Besides, he was now a writer, and it was a perfect opportunity to draw inspiration. It would help him infuse more genuine emotions into his writing. The atmosphere on site was strange. After Xiao Xiaohua's second grandfather finished speaking, no one from the Xiao family said anything. The guests also remained silent. It was very quiet. The first to speak was Tang Yanran. After several seconds of silence, she decisively stood up, cupped her fists in salute to the elders, and quickly said, Xiao family's second grandfather, did I, Tang Yanran, come to the Xiao family just to be a commodity? When did I become a puppet for you to manipulate at will? Her tone was cold, showing no respect for the old man. This made Zhou Chen, who was watching the drama unfold, give her a thumbs up. Not bad, she had character. Upon hearing this, the old man's face immediately turned awkward. He quickly explained, Xiao Yanran, that's not what I meant. The main point is that since you came to the Xiao family, you have clearly been dissatisfied with Xiao Xiaohua. We all see that, and my Xiao Tiancheng is only a sophomore now, yet he has already reached the 9th level of Qi training. His future prospects are obviously higher than Xiao Xiaohua's. So, I am considering this for you. Pfft, shameless. Xiao Xiaohua's grandfather, father, and Xiao Xiaohua all cursed in their hearts simultaneously. Wasn't he just trying to cut in and marry into the Tang family behind Tang Yanran? What kind of excuse was that? Get some sunflower seeds. As the drama reached a critical moment, Zhou Chen didn't want to miss a thing. He instructed Lu Chen to bring some sunflower seeds. Lu Chen was also quite curious and didn't want to be distracted. But under Zhou Chen's imposing presence, he had no choice but to comply. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhou Chen glanced at Xiao Tiancheng. He indeed looked quite impressive, his looks only slightly inferior to his own. Since you are considering this for me, then the second grandfather should not interfere with my marriage. I am indeed dissatisfied with Xiao Xiaohua, dissatisfied that he is a waste who cannot cultivate. Xiao Xiaohua, what the hell? Don't misfire, okay? But that doesn't mean I will like Xiao Tiancheng. Tang Yanran said coldly. Zhou Chen had to give her an 8 for that remark. As soon as she said this, everyone on the second grandfather's side felt awkward, especially Xiao Tiancheng, who looked extremely displeased. He had specially returned from the capital, and this was the result? In Tang Yanran's eyes, he was even inferior to a premature waste? Xiao Qitong was equally angry. He glanced at Xiao Xiaohua. Xiao Xiaohua looked back at him, a smirk on his lips, as if to say, I told you long ago that Tang Yanran has high standards. she doesn't even look at me, let alone anyone else. But Xiao Xiaohua didn't have time to feel pleased for long before Tang Yanran called him out by name. I, Tang Yanran, only remember that I had a marriage contract with Xiao Xiaohua, no one else. At the same time, to determine whether my future husband is useless, I will set a challenge for the grand exam. If Xiao Xiaohua can defeat me on the grand exam stage, the marriage contract will continue, and I, Tang Yanran, will become Xiao Xiaohua's wife. If he cannot, I ask the elders and uncles of the Xiao family to forgive my rudeness. Tang Yanran cupped her fists in salute to the crowd. She then turned to look at Xiao Xiaohua. Xiao Xiaohua, what do you think? With Tang Yanran's gaze, everyone turned to Xiao Xiaohua. Many eyes revealed mockery, ridicule, and disdain. Xiao Xiaohua looked around and saw these expressions. He had faced such looks since childhood. He had seen them when everyone began to cultivate while he struggled to do so. He used to feel angry, then numb. But now he felt anger again. He wanted to prove something. These gazes made him furious. He wanted to prove he was not useless. Xiao Xiaohua stepped forward a few paces from Xiao Daji's side. He walked to the center. He looked at Tang Yanran with determination. Alright, I accept. But I need to emphasize one point. I agree not to forcefully marry you, but to prove that I, Xiao Xiaohua, am not useless. After saying this, Xiao Xiaohua left. Zhou Chen recorded while shaking his head. Impulsive, huh? Now it's a mess. 80 days to challenge Tang Yanran. If you work hard, I might still be able to help you, but with your own words, it seems unlikely. Zhou Chen thought to himself, but he wasn't nervous. What if? He quite enjoyed this kind of drama. It could help him take a shot. After Xiao Xiaohua left, the crowd had mixed reactions. Tang Yanran stared at Xiao Xiaohua's back for a while. Her perception of him had changed significantly, but it still hadn't reached the point of liking him. Xiao Daji watched his son leave, a smile creeping onto his lips. He hugged his wife tightly and whispered in her ear, "He really is my son. Doesn't he remind you of me back when I was determined to marry you, standing up to the Xiao family?" But Xiao Xiaohua's mother shot him a glance. "You think you can compare with our son?" The people on Xiao Xiaohua's second grandfather's side felt embarrassed, but they also had ulterior motives. They thought that although they lost face now, they could regain it in 80 days. Plus, they could enjoy watching Xiao Xiaohua's embarrassing performance, so they had no objections. The big shot at the top, Zhou Chen, couldn't tell what he meant, but it didn't matter. As for the other guests, they were basically just onlookers. "Zhou Good, do you think Xiao Xiaohua is a fool?" Lu Chen sat next to Zhou Chen, munching on seeds. "What do you think?" "I don't know if he's a fool, but he's quite tough. Isn't that enough? Bring some more seafood, the expensive kind." Lu Chun. After eating and drinking to their fill, Zhou Chen was sent home by the Xiao family's arrangements. The one who opened the door was Zhou Shanru. "Where have you been? Why are you back so late?" "I attended a dinner." "What kind of dinner?" "A clown dinner." Zhou Shanru. Back home, Zhou Chen glanced at the time. It was still early, so he quickly typed out a few chapters of his novel and even created a lot of backup drafts. After all, he just needed to type it out. He didn't need to revise anything. His typing speed was extremely fast. Before long, Zhou Chen received a video call from Xiao Xiaohua. He answered. "Zhou Ge, are you home now?" "I've been home for a while." Zhou Chen replied, "Isn't that obvious? I've already written several chapters of my novel. Zhou Ge, I want to become stronger. I want to defeat Tang Yanran. I don't want to be a useless person that everyone mocks and looks down on anymore. I want to get strong quickly," Xiao Xiaohua said in a deep voice, appearing very excited and fervent. Through the video call, Zhou Chen could see Xiao Xiaohua's figure. It was clear that Xiao Xiaohua was more serious than ever at this moment. "Alright, I support you. It's just about getting stronger, don't worry, there are definitely ways." Zhou Chen thought about throwing in a couple of flirtatious remarks, but seeing Xiao Xiaohua so serious, he decided against it. He needed to cooperate. No matter what, he couldn't undermine his confidence at this moment. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. If there's no road, then you make one. Do you realize what you need to do now? Zhou Chen began to offer some motivational words. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua thought for a moment and then nodded heavily. "Hang up the phone, Zhou Chen." The call was then disconnected. However, the notification in the system made Zhou Chen feel gratified. After hanging up, Xiao Xiaohua went to cultivate. Xiao Xiaohua is cultivating, hosts spiritual energy plus 42. Xiao Xiaohua is cultivating, hosts spiritual energy plus 38. The call ended. Just as Zhou Chen put down his phone, he saw Zhou Shanru's little head peeking in from outside the room. "Who were you on the phone with?" "None of your business, Zhou Shanru." That night, Zhou Chen once again obtained a spirit gathering pill. He saved it and then began to think about how to quickly help Xiao Xiaohua become stronger. First, he needed to identify and resolve the key issues. One was to unblock Xiao Xiaohua's second meridian. Only by unblocking this meridian could Xiao Xiaohua cultivate faster. The second was to enhance Xiao Xiaohua's practical combat ability, specifically the proficiency of the Fire Fist. This was also crucial. It would be needed when competing against Tang Yanran. These two were the key points. Next was how to resolve them. Zhou Chen sat for a while but couldn't come up with anything. He checked the time, decided to take a shower, and then lie in bed to think. After a minute of thought, he still couldn't come up with anything. He started playing some music and then fell asleep. The next day, after waking up, Zhou Chen slapped his forehead. This music really wasted time. He took out his phone and deleted it. He would download it again tonight. After arriving at school, Zhou Chen spotted Han Ming. He was munching on sunflower seeds, looking incredibly relaxed. Old Han, there's a piece of research data that's quite brutal, but it concerns you. Do you want to hear it? Zhou Chen locked his bike and then looked at Han Ming, walking over to his side. Han Ming, hearing this, looked puzzled and turned to Zhou Chen, not understanding what this data was or how it related to him. What data? Do you really want to hear it? It's very brutal. Yeah, go ahead. Han Ming's interest grew. According to a survey by an authoritative foreign agency, everyone who has ever eaten sunflower seeds has eventually died, without exception. And do you know what you're doing right now? You're eating sunflower seeds, so do you realize how serious this is? Zhou Chen said sternly. He then reached into Han Ming's pocket and grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, quickly running away. Hey, didn't you say that everyone who eats sunflower seeds dies? Why are you still eating them? Han Ming shouted at Zhou Chen, but Zhou Chen just waved his hand at him without looking back. Han Ming stood there for a while before finally reacting. Damn it, everyone dies eventually. I could say that everyone who breathes oxygen will die too. I've fallen for this kid's trick again. Arriving in the classroom, Zhou Chen saw Xiao Xiaohua. He was currently studying hard, reviewing various subjects, waiting for morning practice to begin. Xiao Xiaohua didn't even notice when Zhou Chen sat down next to him. It was only after he grasped a knowledge point that he finally saw Zhou Chen. Zhouge, I practiced for a long time yesterday and thought all night. I realized one thing. What is it? Zhou Chen propped his head up with one hand while flipping through a comic with the other, appreciating the achievements of the comic industry in this world. I feel that to become strong quickly, I absolutely need your help. The entire Xiao family cannot solve my hidden ailment, only you can. I want to defeat Tang Yanran in 80 days. The Xiao family definitely cannot help me achieve that, only you can. Shogun, I want to formally ask for your help. No matter what you arrange for me to do, I am willing. Zhou Chen, you just realized? I might as well have wasted my effort opening your first meridian. You fool, but it's not too late now. Xiao Xiaohua looked at Zhou Chen very seriously. While speaking, he handed Zhou Chen a package. In a low voice, he said, "This is what my dad asked me to give you." Zhou Chen took it. What is this? It won't be another pill, will it? He already had several pills stored in his system. He really didn't need more. Second-tier soft armor, just like ordinary clothes, but once worn, its defensive power is astonishing, able to withstand a strike from a Qi condensation realm cultivator. Xiao Xiaohua spoke, having come with sincerity. He specifically asked his dad for this for a long time. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up upon seeing this item. It was indeed a good thing and very suitable for him. With this, he wouldn't have to fear dogs anymore. You're a bit off here, we're brothers. Even if you don't give me anything, I would still guide you. So this thing, I'll accept it. Xiao Xiaohua. Zhou Chen put the soft armor into his bag. Morning practice began. Old Chen arrived on time to the class, activating a small gathering array. Then he patrolled the class. Zhou Chen naturally wouldn't practice properly. He leaned against the wall, lost in thought. What's wrong? Do you think I don't exist? Hurry up and practice. Old Chen walked to Zhou Chen's desk and whispered, somewhat angrily. Zhou Chen was increasingly disregarding him. Hearing his words, Zhou Chen took out the tea leaves he brought back from the Xiao family. He placed them on the desk and gestured to Old Chen. Seeing this, Old Chen picked up the tea leaves, opened them, and took a sniff. His eyes widened, and he immediately smelled the fragrance. This was first-tier spirit tea, already infused with spirit. This was no ordinary tea. The jar he had before was far inferior to this one. Old Chen looked at Zhou Chen, then pointed back at himself, as if asking if it was a gift for him. Zhou Chen nodded and waved his hand, indicating for Old Chen to take the tea leaves and leave him alone. But Old Chen put the tea leaves away and stood still. Hurry up and practice. Don't think that just because you bribed me, I won't supervise your training. I'm telling you, I want the tea leaves, and I want you to practice. Zhou Chen, you really are in good health and everything goes your way. Zhou Chen was forced to practice. Practicing, Spirit Energy-6 practicing, Spirit Energy-4. Life is truly unpredictable. Morning practice ended. Old Chen called Zhou Chen out, intending to return the tea leaves to him. After all, this tea was too precious. As a teacher, it was against the rules to accept such things from a student. No need, I got this from Xiao Xiaohua's house. Old Chen, upon hearing this, you really know how to talk your way out of things. I have a vest I've worn for 3 years. You can take it to the Xiao family and exchange it for a bulletproof vest for me. Hearing Zhou Chen's explanation, Old Chen finally accepted it with a smile. For the Xiao family, this was nothing. He could accept it. Old Chen returned to the office, happily brewing a pot. He propped his legs up and leaned back in his chair. Zhou Chen is quite conscientious. My efforts in nurturing him over these days haven't been in vain. There are still over 80 days left. I need to supervise Zhou Chen every day to ensure he puts in 100% effort. After the big exam, he will naturally be grateful to himself, Lao Chen thought. He contemplated how to help Zhou Chen with his studies. For now, training could be set aside. The focus must be on his academic performance, which was abysmal. In the afternoon, after a day of classes, Zhou Chen felt a headache. Many teachers had become stricter with him. Those who usually ignored him and let him slack off were now calling on him to answer questions. Some were even more severe, standing right next to Zhou Chen's desk to lecture. Even a slight change in his posture would draw their attention. Zhou Chen could sense the aroma of tea from their conversations. It was clear that Lao Chen had arranged for the teachers to have a cup of his tea, ensuring they paid special attention to him. However, Zhou Chen was both pained and pleased. Since Xiao Xiaohua sat next to him, the teacher's focus on him also benefited Xiao Xiaohua, allowing him to learn faster. This, in turn, accelerated Zhou Chen's own growth. So, he decided to endure a bit. The path of a strong person always involves some trials. Zhou Chen advised Xiao Xiaohua to continue training after returning home, then rode back with Lu Yong. Where have you been moving bricks lately? Zhou Chen chatted casually with Lu Yong, as the journey was boring. Moving bricks? I haven't been moving bricks, Lu Yong replied, puzzled. Zhou Chen glanced at him after hearing this. Han Ming told me your family isn't wealthy, and that you go to move bricks after school, so I asked. Oh, no, I haven't been moving bricks. I've been going to the boxing gym. They needed sparring partners, so I went, Lu Yong explained. This was his routine after school. He learned Muay Thai there. Hearing Lu Yong's words, Zhou Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He had been thinking about how to help Xiao Xiaohua today, and here was the answer. The so-called boxing sparring partner was essentially someone who took hits. This was perfect for Xiao Xiaohua's need to open his meridians. Great, they could try the boxing gym tomorrow. Do you still need sparring partners there? Take me and Xiao Xiaohua with you tomorrow. We're always short on them. Do you want to do it? It's tough work. No, I won't do it. Xiao Xiaohua will. He's suited for this, while I'm only suited for chatting and sleeping. Lu Yong. Zhou Chen spoke the truth, but Lu Yong didn't believe him. However, the next afternoon, when Xiao Xiaohua followed Zhou Chen to the boxing gym under his guidance, he believed it. Xiao Xiaohua really wanted to be a sparring partner. He had lost his mind wanting to take hits. Has he lost his mind? Why would he choose to take hits instead of enjoying the life of the young master of the Xiao family? If anyone should be hitting, it should be him. Why is he the one being a sparring partner? This is all backwards, Lu Yong said, looking at Xiao Xiaohua, who was passively taking hits in the ring, feeling incredulous. Zhou Chen glanced at him but didn't respond. He was focused on observing Xiao Xiaohua's meridian condition. There was no time to chat with Lu Yong. As time passed, Zhou Chen's brows slowly furrowed. The results were unsatisfactory. It was too slow and didn't meet his expectations. Another round ended. Xiao Xiaohua stood next to Zhou Chen, drenched in sweat. Brother Zhou, how's the effect of the meridian opening? Not good at all, Zhou Chen shook his head. He then took Xiao Xiaohua to find the owner of the boxing gym. Boss, can he not wear protective gear while sparring? We just want him to take hits. We'll endure it with our bodies and won't fight back. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yong felt a chill run down his back and quietly leaned towards Xiao Xiaohua, whispering, Did you offend him? I feel like he wants you dead. Xiao Xiaohua, you don't understand. Lu Yong, I really don't understand, but if you don't wear protective gear, you will really die. I don't get you at all. The boss shot a displeased glance at Zhou Chen and the others. Not wearing protective gear, do you want him to die? Of course not, Zhou Chen replied in a deep voice. He had his own techniques. As long as he noticed something was off, he could quickly save him. Moreover, due to his god-level physique, Xiao Xiaohua's ability to withstand blows was exceptionally strong. We are a legitimate boxing gym. Even as a sparring partner, you must wear protective gear. Even if you aren't worried about him getting hurt, what if a client gets injured? Zhou Chen. In that case, there was nothing more to discuss. He could only find a place to beat up Xiao Xiaohua himself or let someone from the Xiao family do it. But that would compromise the practical effect. In the future, when going to other realms or sparring with Tang Yanran, no one would hold back like this. Zhou Chen was more interested in getting on a real ring. This way, he could both clear the meridians and enhance Xiao Xiaohua's practical combat skills. Zhou Chen took Xiao Xiaohua and left. At that moment, Lu Yong called out to the two. Do you want to train your practical combat skills? I have a place that is absolutely perfect. I, Huang, have no connection with gambling or drugs, thank you. Lu Yong, I'm serious. I'm not talking about practical combat in bed. Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua followed him. After passing through several streets and taking an elevator, the three arrived underground. This is the underground boxing gym of Qincheng. If you want to train your practical combat skills, this is the best place. Lu Yong began to introduce. Most of the money he made from the spirit gathering pill was earned here. Sparring at the boxing gym was just a way to deal with his parents. This was the real money-making place. As soon as they arrived, the chaotic sounds around them filled their ears. Lu Yong had to raise his voice to be heard. This boxing gym is divided into 4 levels, S, A, B, and C. S level is for battles at the Qi condensation stage, A level is for those above the 5th layer of Qi training, B level is for those from the 1st to the 5th layer of Qi training, and C level is for those who haven't reached the Qi training stage. As for the rules, just like in a legitimate place, killing is prohibited, so you don't have to worry about danger. I've heard that the boss behind this boxing gym is a Qi condensation practitioner, so there's no need to worry. And the most important thing is that there are 3 opportunities for pauses during the match. Xiao Xiaohua can register for C level, that way, safety is completely guaranteed. Listening to his words, Zhou Chen's eyes lit up, and Xiao Xiaohua felt the same. He clenched his fists and nodded at Zhou Chen. I've just started with the fire fist, and with you here, Brother Zhou, safety is not an issue. Registering for C level is completely fine. I'm willing to do anything to clear my meridians. Really willing to do anything? Really? Then if I ask you to eat shit, would you be willing? Xiao Xiaohua. The two made their decision. Zhou Chen took Xiao Xiaohua to register, and after all the information was entered, the arena would randomly match Xiao Xiaohua with an opponent. Now everyone just had to wait. They were all C-level opponents, but how strong the others were remained unknown until they stepped onto the ring. Besides this, Zhou Chen also downloaded a platform software. All contestants' information was entered, and before the match, they could participate in betting. The platform would provide basic odds. This was also how this underground boxing gym made money. Without this, who the hell would open such a black boxing gym, right? Brother Zhou, I'm a bit nervous now. This place feels a bit eerie. With so many people, it's too chaotic. Why don't we just leave? Xiao Xiaohua looked very hesitant, especially as his head drooped down like a drenched rooster. He had no momentum at all. You've already registered. What are you worried about? Lu Yong and I both believe in you 100%. Zhou Chen looked up at him for a moment, quickly said something, then lowered his head and tapped a few times on his phone. He invested 1,000 Xiangua coins to bet on Xiao Xiaohua to lose. Done. Xiao Xiaohua leaned over and happened to see this scene. His expression changed immediately, looking at Zhou Chen with a resentful gaze. Brother Zhou, didn't you say you would support me? Zhou Chen awkwardly put away his phone. Supporting you in spirit. Xiao Xiaohua. The scene was filled with shouts. What the hell? What the hell with his brother? A barrage of curses. Just as Zhou Chen and the others were waiting for Xiao Xiaohua to take the stage, Zhou Chen spotted a familiar face. His sister's son, Chen Ran. He also saw Zhou Chen, sneering coldly before walking over. Zhou Chen, right? You dare to come here? Got the guts to go up? Zhou Chen didn't even look at him. I don't have guts, do you? After saying that, Zhou Chen directly called over a receptionist walking in the boxing gym. This gentleman wants to sign up. He is currently at the 1st level of Qi training. Sign him up for B level. His name is Chen Ran, and I'll cover his registration fee. Chen Ran's expression tightened at Zhou Chen's move. He came to watch and casually place bets. How could he dare to go up himself? Especially signing up for B level. Wasn't that asking for death? He quickly grabbed the receptionist. No, don't listen to him. I'm not signing up. Oh. So you don't have guts either. Is that it? Better stay in the sky. Chen Ran's face turned dark. He wanted to explode, but seeing Xiao Xiaohua here, he could only leave in disgrace. He lost a lot of face. Back in his private box, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got, opening the app and scrolling for a long time. He found Xiao Xiaohua's information. Then he called someone to arrange it. Get Xiao Xiaohua a stronger opponent, but remember not too strong, just teach him a lesson, don't seriously injure him. Chen Ran was also afraid of the Xiao family pursuing the matter. he didn't dare to go too hard. Then he spent money to bet on Xiao Xiaohua to lose. The arena opened, and Xiao Xiaohua was still a bit scared. Zhou Chen immediately took out a video from the banquet. Xiao Xiaohua, help me see, is the person in this video an idiot? Xiao Xiaohua took a look, saw himself, and awkwardly twitched his mouth a few times. The video was actually recorded. Brother Zhou, you have no martial ethics. His fists clenched, with no way out now. He resolutely turned and went up to the arena. Brother Zhou, I'm going. Safe travels, I'll take care of Tang Yanran. Xiao Xiaohua. The match began. Chen Ran, sitting in the private box, was delighted to see this scene. He even stood up, moving to the floor-to-ceiling window of the box to watch. He wanted to see how Xiao Xiaohua would get beaten. Bang! On the arena, Xiao Xiaohua was knocked back by a punch. He fell heavily to the ground. This hit, although not as strong as Tang Yanran's, was still particularly painful for Xiao Xiaohua. Really weak and fragile, the muscular man opposite mocked. But Xiao Xiaohua quickly got back up. He used the fire palm to counterattack, pushing his resilience to the limit. Zhou Chen kept watching, and when he saw Xiao Xiaohua's condition deteriorating, he immediately called for applause. Then he took out acupuncture needles and inserted them into Xiao Xiaohua's body. The pain stopped instantly, and he even regained some spiritual energy. Especially the meridians expanded significantly. What the hell is this? Openly cheating? Using acupuncture here? Chen Ran watched the scene in the box, shocked, and jumped up. Then he flung open the door and rushed down. Referee, can they use acupuncture? This is basic treatment. We didn't take any pills, so what's wrong with it? Who the hell are you? If you keep shouting, I'll take you down myself. Lu Yong didn't know Chen Ran, but he stood with Zhou Chen and the others. When Chen Ran complained, he stepped forward to retort directly. He even cursed at him. He's the foolish son of the Chen family from Qingcheng. Zhou Chen was surprised to see Lu Yong being so bold and immediately gave him a thumbs up. He also informed him of Chen Ran's identity. As soon as the words landed, Lu Yong's heart sank. Damn, why didn't you say that earlier? I should make a run for it. The referee heard Chen Ran's complaint. However, the rules stated that one couldn't use drugs but didn't mention anything about acupuncture, so he didn't intervene further. After the match resumed, Xiao Xiaohua fought again. It was just taking hits and enduring, then Zhou Chen would perform acupuncture treatment, along with clearing the meridians. It was the same cycle every time. Who the hell is this? Coming to the ring to box, and he brought a nurse? Impressive, I'm impressed. Thank goodness I didn't bet on this match. This fight is just bizarre. Next time, I'll bring a nurse too. Acupuncture requires skill. Do you have that ability? The one you brought is probably a real nurse, right? People below the ring were discussing it animatedly, surprised by Zhou Chen's combination of tactics. In the end, Xiao Xiaohua was exhausted but had also worn out his opponent. Zhou Chen lost 1,000 Xianguo coins. After it was over, Zhou Chen helped Xiao Xiaohua out. He checked Xiao Xiaohua's meridians. The second one had been cleared by 2/10. Adding the previous 2/10, that made 4/10 cleared. As for Zhou Chen himself, his second meridian had been enhanced tenfold based on Xiao Xiaohua's condition. The two meridians in Zhou Chen's body were like pipes connected to a water pump. When the spiritual energy was depleted, they could recover quickly, greatly reducing recovery time. Indeed impressive. He had Xiao Xiaohua call someone to pick him up. Zhou Chen went home by himself. Zhou Shanru had returned to school. Mom and Dad were still at work. They probably had to work overtime again. After Zhou Chen uploaded a few chapters of his novel, feeling bored, he opened a game. He hadn't logged in for a long time. This game was very popular, similar to the King of Glory from his past life. It was just right for Zhou Chen, who was a bit of a slacker. As soon as he entered, Zhou Chen received an invitation from a girl in his class. Zhou Chen recalled her. She was above average in looks. His previous self had liked her, but she clearly looked down on him. The confession that Zhou Shanru had mocked him for failing was with her. Unexpectedly, now that he was ignoring her, she invited Zhou Chen to play the game. Since he was bored, he agreed. After one match, Zhou Chen ended up with a score of 12-2, while the girl had 0-15, losing that game. The girl still wanted to continue, but Zhou Chen kicked her out. She wanted to drag me down? No way. He received an apology message from her. Sorry, I haven't played in a long time either. Zhou Chen saw it and replied, it's fine. Really? If you want to say something, just say it. If you want to blame me, go ahead. The other party replied, adding a pleading expression. A bit of a green tea type. Oh, Zhou Chen replied with an oh, then started typing furiously. Do you even know how to play the game? I really can't carry you. In the whole game, you gave away 15 kills. Are you calling yourself Song Jiang? Just uninstall the game. You really aren't suited for it. After sending that, a red exclamation mark appeared. Zhou Chen. She said to let him say whatever he wanted and that it was fine to blame her. Such hypocrisy. This wasn't Zhou Chen being harsh, he just didn't want to get entangled with her any further. His previous self liked her, but he had no interest in her. Moreover, her inviting Zhou Chen to play the game was just because she saw him rising in class. She was just remembering him as a backup. So really, what was there to talk about with her? Zhou Chen played a few rounds of games by himself, then wrote a few chapters of a novel as backup material. This really can't be cut off. After checking the system, Xiao Xiaohua returned home and began cultivating again. This brought Zhou Chen a lot of spiritual energy. The next morning, Zhou Chen woke up and groggily leaned against the bedside table to check his attributes. In terms of spiritual energy, it had increased to over 4,500 strands. The experience points for the Fire Fist had also risen significantly. He only needed about 2/5 of the experience to reach the second level. Xiao Xiaohua should be close to entering the first level. After getting up and washing up, he had breakfast. Come home early recently, there's been a fire at a shop outside the alley, and quite a few people died. Be careful, his mom reminded him at the dining table. Oh, got it, Zhou Chen nodded, not paying much attention to it. The weather was dry, and fires were frequent. Having a fire was normal. Although it was a bit close to his home, it didn't matter. It shouldn't affect him. After finishing breakfast, Zhou Chen rode his bicycle out. After leaving the alley, he saw the shop, now a charred ruin. It had been cordoned off with police tape. There were people guarding it. As Zhou Chen passed by, the guard even glanced at him. Zhou Chen keenly noticed this. This fire seemed a bit unusual. Could it be the 7-person bureau? Zhou Chen thought. The 7-person bureau is a special department of the Xian kingdom, specifically tasked with suppressing all anomalous humans, strange beasts, and other bizarre entities. Each group consists of 7 people, hence the name 7-person bureau. Upon arriving at school, Han Ming was still leisurely sitting there. After locking his bicycle, Zhou Chen didn't pay much attention to him. Instead, Han Ming rarely reminded Zhou Chen, be careful lately, you tend to stir up trouble. Keep a low profile for a few days. Another warning to be cautious. Once in class, Xiao Xiaohua had already arrived and was reviewing various exam knowledge points. Seeing this, Zhou Chen didn't disturb him. He took out a long-preserved comic to read. The comics in this world had developed quite well. Perhaps to save resources and conserve paint, the characters in the comics wore very little clothing. Zhou Chen liked this resource-saving approach, so he had to support them. Other classmates were either chatting or reviewing. Did you see it? I saw it. What about you? I saw it too. It's really good. I enjoyed it a lot. Too bad I can only read it at night, damn. Zhou Chen overheard their discussions and thought they had secretly found a lot of good resources. When he walked over, he realized this group was reading the novel he had transported, namely The Emperor of Fighting Qi. What's up, Zhou Chen? You read this novel too? It's okay, I have a bit of research on it, Zhou Chen replied with a faint smile. But it was more than just a bit of research. The author of the book was himself. How is it? Good, right? Damn, the author updates too slowly. It's just not enough to read. I want to see the 3-year agreement right now. The few of them started discussing again. Seeing them like this, Zhou Chen shook his head. He hoped they could grasp the deeper meaning of the novel. They should strive hard for a while. After all, there were only a few dozen days left. After a normal day of classes, Zhou Chen walked home with Xiao Xiaohua. Xiao Xiaohua had been beaten up pretty badly yesterday. He was still recovering today, so Zhou Chen planned to take a few days off before going. Just as they left the school gate, Zhou Chen saw flames flickering not far away. He quickly rode his bicycle over. Another fire, and it was not far from the school. Although the weather had turned hot, it shouldn't be this frequent. In the past, Qing City wouldn't have such a large fire even once a year. Yet this year, there had already been 2, and so close together. 4 or 5 fire trucks arrived, and police were maintaining order. Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua watched for a while before leaving. However, they hadn't gone far when Zhou Chen's bicycle was hit by someone. His center of gravity instantly became unstable, and he fell to one side. Damn! How bold! Come protect me! At the moment Zhou Chen fell, Xiao Xiaohua stomped on the pedal hard. The bicycle shot forward 2 meters, narrowly avoiding being toppled by Zhou Chen. After falling, Zhou Chen quickly got up, angrily looking at the person who had knocked him over. The person had a shifty look, extremely sleazy. After knocking Zhou Chen down, he didn't apologize and didn't stop, running away without looking back. Seeing this, Zhou Chen immediately picked up his bicycle and chased after him. Xiao Xiaohua quickly followed. As they got closer, Zhou Chen took off the iron chain from around his neck, spun it, and quickly swung it at the fleeing figure. The lock hit the back of the guy, causing him to wince and stop in his tracks. Zhou Chen rushed forward and pinned him to the ground. Xiao Xiaohua put down his bicycle and came over to help hold him down. "What are you pressing me for? Let me go. Don't force me to fight back," the pinned man shouted. But Zhou Chen responded with a slap to his head. "Damn it, you hit me, and you still dare to say not to force you to fight back? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Yeah, apologize quickly." Xiao Xiaohua chimed in, also giving him a slap. The guy, hearing this, quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't see you just now. I have money in my pocket. If you let me go, I'll give it to you as compensation." Why was he so eager to leave? Zhou Chen became suspicious. This guy had knocked him over and then kept running, which was abnormal. Now that he was caught, he still wanted to escape. A normal person would at least stop to apologize after hitting someone. What was going on with him? However, it didn't take long for Zhou Chen to understand. 3 plainclothes officers chased after them. Upon seeing the person Zhou Chen was holding down, one of them spoke up. "Little brother, we are police officers. This person is a criminal we are pursuing. Please hand him over to us." As he spoke, he took out his police badge. Zhou Chen carefully confirmed it. Once he was sure there was no problem, he stood up. But the man pinned by Zhou Chen seized the opportunity and made a dash for it, escaping. However, he fell again within a second. One of the plainclothes officers saw him run and chased after him. Then, with a sidekick, he knocked the guy out cold. Zhou Chen could clearly feel the fluctuation of spiritual energy from that kick. It was so violent, even using spiritual energy. The power of that kick was heavier than his iron chain. "Hey, sorry about that. This guy is a habitual offender. To prevent him from escaping, I had to knock him out," one officer said. "Impressive," Zhou Chen gave a thumbs up, hoping they wouldn't knock him out too. "What did he do?" Zhou Chen casually asked. "He stole someone's underwear." "He's even more impressive. No wonder he's so sleazy," Zhou Chen casually praised, but he naturally didn't believe it. When did stealing underwear require plainclothes officers to catch someone? This was clearly abnormal, but Zhou Chen didn't plan to get involved further. Just then, the sleazy man suddenly underwent a transformation. His face twisted rapidly, accompanied by a roar. His hair stood on end, and flames erupted from it. His clothes exploded, revealing muscular development. This change made Zhou Chen quickly retreat. "Damn, a scion?" Xiao Xiaohua also synchronized with Zhou Chen's retreat. "A superhuman. I didn't expect to encounter this just on my way home from school." It was Zhou Chen's first time seeing a superhuman, and he couldn't help but feel curious. Just as the textbooks described, superhumans had uncontrollable power. As long as there are mutations, the powers are completely random. Some people might directly become strong, while others see little change after their mutation. This one, Zhou Chen estimated, had a strength around the 3rd level of Qi training, just barely adequate. "I said, let me go, now you all die for me." After the ability user entered a mutated state, he became completely frenzied. His words shifted from the previous lewdness to a violent rage, but in just a moment, he fell to the ground again. His hair drooped, and a wisp of green smoke escaped his mouth. It was still that person who had kicked him. He leaped up again and delivered a sidekick, his small foot infused with spiritual energy striking the ability user's head. "That kick just now wasn't heavy enough, hee." The plainclothes man flashed a simple smile at Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua. Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua simultaneously gave him a thumbs up. "Well said, awesome." After dealing with the lewd man, they were about to leave, but Zhou Chen called them back. He picked up the identity badge from the ground, glanced at it, and handed it over. "The one who kicked you, you dropped your identity badge." Oh, thanks." The man turned back upon hearing this and took the badge. Zhou Chen saw some of his information from it. Indeed, he was from the 7-person bureau. Xingcheng was really in danger. In all his life, he had never seen an ability user in someone from the 7-person bureau, and now he had seen both in one day. "I'm going home. From now on, if it's after 6 in the afternoon and costs more than $1, don't call me." Zhou Chen hopped on his bicycle and waved goodbye to Xiao Xiaohua. Then he slipped away. Watching movies at home was much more enjoyable than staying outside. After all, he had a girlfriend on his left and another on his right. Not lonely at all. That night, during his daily summary, Zhou Chen received a big gift. Half-month summary. In this half-month, the host's total training time was less than his idle time, rewarding him with a Qi Control Realm Experience card. Qi Control Realm Experience card, after use, grants peak strength in the Qi Control Realm for 10 minutes. Seeing the card's function introduction, how could Zhou Chen not be thrilled? He happily claimed it and stored it in the system. It could be extracted and used at any time. This card provided Zhou Chen with a significant safety guarantee. 2 days later, Xincheng local news, another fire broke out in the southwest direction of Qingcheng, marking the 5th major fire in the city this year. Residents are reminded that the weather is dry, and to pay attention to fire safety. Still news about fires. Many people commented in this section. Another fire? You can go a whole year without seeing one, and this is the 5th this year. Clearly, this is not normal. Probably another mutant. These mutants are really unstable. Has the 7-person bureau investigated? I'm a bit anxious at work, just worried my company will catch fire. Isn't it better if it burns? If it burns, who will support my wife? I just hope it doesn't come this way. I worked hard to save money to buy a wife, and she's a bit flammable. Zhou Chen glanced at it. Many people had noticed the connection to the ability users, and Zhou Chen felt the same. However, this matter was temporarily managed by the 7-person bureau, and he couldn't do anything about it. He opened the novel's back end to take a look. With the recommendations rolling out, the book had completely exploded in popularity. Countless positive reviews, of course. There were also criticisms, but Zhou Chen didn't care. He wasn't a currency that everyone would like. Moreover, his main focus was on supervising Xiao Xiaohua's training, so he wasn't particularly concerned about this. After browsing around, he also left a comment. Reading for the survival of humanity. At this moment, Blue Star is not safe. Danger accompanies us at all times. Only when we become strong can no one threaten us. Maybe you're a waste, maybe you can't cultivate for some reason, but you mustn't give up trying. If you waste a day, that day will just pass. But if you try to cultivate for a day, you'll gain a day's worth of experience. Just pouring out motivational words. I hope that kid Xiao Xiaohua can see this. Tomorrow, I'll recommend this novel to him and let him study it well. The next day, Zhou Chen arrived at school. While locking his bike, he saw Han Ming looking serious as he took a call in the security room. Zhou Chen felt a bit curious and leaned against the window to peek at him. But he couldn't hear anything. What are you doing here? Class is about to start. Aren't you going in? Han Ming came out after hanging up. During school hours, why are you in here taking calls instead of guarding the entrance? Looking at your expression, you seem a bit serious. If there's something going on, spill it, make me happy. Zhou Chen glanced at Han Ming's pocket, hoping to see some sunflower seeds. Don't mention it. My girlfriend is gone. We broke up. Is that it? Feeling deflated? Zhou Chen grinned and picked up a pump from behind his bike. Here, can't let the air out. Han Ming. Back in the classroom, Zhou Chen went through his usual lessons. He recommended the novel to Xiao Xiaohua. When he saw the synopsis, he was immediately stimulated. He himself was a premature baby. After reading a few chapters, he found many similarities to his own life. It ignited his fighting spirit. He almost dragged Zhou Chen to the underground boxing ring to get beaten up right then. After school, Zhou Chen took Xiao Xiaohua and called Lu Yong to sneak out. It had been over 2 days of rest. Now it was time to go get beaten up at the underground boxing ring again. The weather was exceptionally hot. Once they entered the underground boxing ring, it felt much better. How's your ability to take hits now? Great. After resting for a few days, my spiritual energy broke through to 600 strands, and my second meridian has started to operate, Xiao Xiaohua said excitedly. Zhou Chen nodded. His own spiritual energy had broken through to over 6,000. This was all within his expectations. Bang! Beat him up, beat him up. Damn. That was too easy to lose, right? The underground boxing gym was lively. Zhou Chen skillfully led Xiao Xiaohua to sign up, but he inadvertently spotted someone. It was the person he had seen before, the one who kicked the ability user. Upon seeing him, Zhou Chen immediately wanted to leave with Xiao Xiaohua. What's wrong? Xiao Xiaohua caught up and asked. Today's not a good day. It's not suitable to go out. Let's hurry and slip away. But just as they reached the door, a glamorous woman blocked their way. Little brother, why are you leaving as soon as you arrive? Can't you stay and play a bit longer? Zhou Chen looked over and quickly turned his head away, feeling shy. I'm a bit dizzy, so I want to go back early. But the door closed behind them. Unfortunately, the venue is temporarily closed today. No one is allowed to leave. Upon hearing the woman's words, Zhou Chen turned to Xiao Xiaohua. What's your name? Xiao Xiaohua? Xiao Xiaohua looked at Zhou Chen in confusion, wondering why Zhouge was suddenly asking for his name. And you? Zhou Chen turned to Lu Yong. Lu Yong replied. After asking the two, Zhou Chen turned back to the woman with a smile. Beautiful lady, you heard them, they don't call anyone, and I don't have the surname Ren, I have the surname Zhou. With that, can we leave now? As soon as he finished speaking, the woman rolled her eyes, looking somewhat speechless. Did I mean anyone with the surname Run? Don't play tricks, The entire underground boxing gym is already sealed off, the woman said coldly, then quickly left. The people following her immediately guarded the door tightly, not allowing anyone to leave. Zhou Chen saw the situation and didn't dare to force his way in. The guards left behind were all chi refiners at the 3rd level or above. Clearly, they were not opponents that Zhou Chen and his 2 companions could handle. Just then, chaos erupted in the boxing gym. Boom, boom, boom. After several violent tremors, it felt as if everyone was plummeting downwards. Many people were thrown off balance. Once they steadied themselves, the surroundings became blurry. A misty substance filled the air. Bang! Then, a large amount of bricks and stones collapsed from the top of the boxing gym. Bang! 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 Many people were struck. Xiao Xiao's head nearly burst open, but fortunately, Zhou Chen pulled him back just in time, saving him from disaster. After the debris stopped falling, everyone looked up. A formation appeared above them. It was entirely red, depicting flames and some monstrous beasts, giving off an immense sense of oppression. "We're a bit late, now it's barbecue time," Lu Yong said with a mournful face, looking up at the sky. Xiao Xiaohua also frowned, and there was an additional person beside him. Zhou Chen turned to glance at that person, and Xiao Xiaohua quickly explained, "This is my protector, named Zhao He, at the 3rd level of the Gangqi realm." Zhou Chen nodded upon hearing this. He wasn't too surprised. It was perfectly normal for Xiao Xiaohua to have a bodyguard. It would be strange if he didn't. Zhou Chen surveyed the surroundings and quickly found a low-key and concealed spot. He led the group over. The 7-person team was inside. Whatever happened, they would handle it. All they needed to do was enjoy the show, protect themselves, and not cause any trouble. Just as they reached their position, Zhou Chen encountered a familiar face, Zhong Jiang, who had actually arrived at this spot before him. "What are you doing here?" Zhong Jiang looked at Zhou Chen in surprise and politely made room for him and his companions. "Came to train a bit. Nice to meet you," Zhou Chen said with a smile, kindly patting his shoulder. But after a moment, he frowned slightly, realizing he didn't even know this guy's name. He immediately asked, "What's your name?" Zhong Jiang frowned at the question. "I didn't call. Zhou Chen. I'm asking what your name is. I really didn't call. What's your name?" "Zhong Jiang." "Oh, got it. Fei Yangyang." "Zhong Jiang. Don't call me Fei Yangyang anymore. I'm not a simp." Zhong Jiang cared a lot about his reputation and specifically asked Zhou Chen to change how he addressed him. "Really?" Zhou Chen recalled that this guy had a falling out with Zhou Rong and then got dumped. "Oh, got it. So what are you doing here?" "I just got a new girlfriend. She wants to buy a fruit machine, so I came." "Zhou Chen, you still say you're not a simp?" The scene was in complete chaos. Many people felt extremely uneasy upon seeing the situation. A crowd surged towards the main door, eager to escape. But when they opened the door, they found that the underground boxing gym seemed to have left Blue Star entirely. Outside the door was a vast mountain forest. It was lush and green, appearing very eerie. "What is this place? Damn, how did we end up here? This is a different realm. We just fell straight down and followed the entire boxing gym into this different realm. Is this for real? Don't scare me." Many voices in the crowd were discussing heatedly. Had they really entered a different realm? This was probably their first time reaching a different realm. This is indeed a different realm. The spiritual energy in the air is denser than in Blue Star. This is the biggest difference between the different realm and Blue Star. "Jiao," he said in a low voice, his brow furrowed, his right hand constantly gripping the hilt of his sword, guarding against everything around them. "Then how did we end up here?" Xiao Xiaohua asked, as the Blue Star was separated from the other realm by a barrier. To enter the other realm from the Blue Star, there were only a few ways. One was through the martial arts school's passage to the other realm, the second was hidden, temporary passages that had not yet been discovered by the authorities. The third was the city-level passage, the largest one owned by each city, which all ordinary people wanting to enter the other realm could use. There was also one more way, which was when the barrier weakened at a certain point, creating a new passage. This time, it was likely the latter. Just as Zhou Chen and the others were discussing, someone walked out through the main door. But in just an instant, that person was preyed upon by a beast outside. It was a fire-red monster bird, like a flying ostrich. It was large and possessed immense strength. "That's the flame bird. It looks like an ostrich, with fiery red feathers and a crown on its head like flames," Xiao Xiaohua explained. "This kind of bird is a social beast, with an average strength at the second level of chi refinement, and the leader level is at least at the chi condensation stage." Upon hearing this, Lu Yong turned pale with fright. He was just a student, with only about 5,000 to 6,000 strands of spiritual energy in his body. He hadn't even entered the chi refinement stage, so he had never seen such a scene. Although Zhong Jiang was slightly better than Lu Yong, he also appeared very flustered. Zhou Chen, however, was unfazed. He still had a peak chi control experience card, so facing the entire flame bird group was not a problem. What he needed was a way to return. There was only one experience card, and once used, it would be gone. He absolutely needed to rely on this card to go back. "I'm still a student," Lu Yong shouted. Zhou Chen slapped him backhandedly. "What are you shouting for?" Lu Yong's head throbbed in pain, and he looked at Zhou Chen with a pitiful expression. "But I still have a bright future. I don't want to die yet." "Don't worry, you don't have one. You only have over 5,000 strands of spiritual energy now. In 80 days, you'll get into an undergraduate martial arts school, graduate, become a wage slave, and then end up like this guy, without even a girlfriend." Zhou Chen pointed at Zhong Jiang. Lu Yong, upon hearing this, glanced at Zhong Jiang. "You're right, I might as well just die." "Zhong Jiang." The noise ceased. Zhou Chen looked around for a long time. He found that the people from the 7-person bureau were no longer there, and that girl was also gone. There must be safer exits at the other doors. Let's go look. Indeed, the back door was open, but it was also very dangerous now. A large number of flame birds surrounded them. It was hard to get out. "For now, we can't go out. Let's stay inside," Joey said. He wasn't incapable of dealing with those flame birds. The main issue was that he had too many people to protect, and even if they went out, they wouldn't know where to go. They also had no idea how to return to the Blue Star, which made things very troublesome. They could only stay inside and remain still. Many people shared the same thoughts as Zhou Chen and his group, but there were also some stronger individuals who chose to go out and take a look, especially those at the Qi condensation stage. They charged out directly and began to battle the flame birds. After slaughtering countless, they fought their way into the distance. The main door was tightly closed, blocking the flame birds from entering. Zhou Chen began to move around, trying to find a way. He was also observing everyone, hoping to find some clues. "If we can get out this time, I will definitely marry you," a couple said to each other, showing their affection. Zhou Chen happened to walk by. "Why say if we get out? Can't you just go out yourselves and hold the wedding?" The words reached their ears. Then he quickly let go of the other person and looked over at Zhou Chen, this troublesome guy. "I wanted to, but her husband probably won't agree." Zhou Chen. Impressive. After wandering around, aside from the strange patterns above his head, Zhou Chen didn't find any useful clues. At that moment, there was a commotion at the back door. Bang bang bang. Someone was knocking hard on the door. When it opened, 7 people walked in. Among them, 2 or 3 were injured. Zhou Chen looked over and saw familiar faces. They were from the group of 7 he had encountered a few days ago on the road. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chen walked over. "Master, do you remember me? Do you need treatment?" Although the effect isn't particularly good, it's free and can restore some spiritual energy. "As long as there's danger later, just take care of us a bit," Zhou Chen called out to the familiar man. He took the initiative to offer them treatment. It was a dangerous time, and he didn't know what dangers lay ahead. Helping treat one of the 7 would increase his own safety guarantee. Plus, it could create a good relationship with them, so they would look out for him in times of danger. Therefore, Zhou Chen would definitely not hesitate to lend a hand. Yang Lin heard the voice and looked at Zhou Chen. After a moment of recollection, he recognized Zhou Chen. "Aren't you a student? What are you doing here? Isn't there a big exam coming up?" "So I came here to train my practical skills," Zhou Chen explained. Mainly, he brought his little brother here to take a beating. Hearing Zhou Chen's explanation, Yang Lin was momentarily stunned. He felt a bit surprised that Zhou Chen would come here to train practically right before the big exam. He had to admit, they were indeed impressive. "You just mentioned treatment? How do you treat? We've run out of pills. Do you have any?" Yang Lin didn't think about anything else. In this critical moment, it was best to get his team treated. During their time out, they had not only been fighting the flame bird but also clashed with the burning sect. The people from the burning sect would be back soon. Zhou Chen took out the silver needles he always carried with him. "I learned some acupuncture techniques. They have some effect on various injuries." Yang Lin frowned slightly upon hearing this, somewhat skeptical of Zhou Chen's words. In his view, how could a student have any knowledge of acupuncture? This required a lot of expertise, but at this moment, he had no other options. Should he ask the others on site for pills? That was impossible. At this life and death moment, every pill could be a glimmer of hope. How could they possibly give up their pills? "All right," Yang Lin finally agreed. "If you can really treat my team members, when you're in danger later, we will definitely protect you," Yang Lin promised. Zhou Chen smiled and immediately rushed towards the injured. After taking out the silver needles, he began to perform the treatment techniques. At the same time, he chatted with Yang Lin about the current situation. Seeing that Zhou Chen's acupuncture techniques were indeed effective, Yang Lin relaxed. When Zhou Chen inquired, he also started to talk. Recently, hasn't there been a series of major fires in Qing City? The mastermind behind it is trying to divert our attention from the 7-person bureau, thus planning today's incident. According to our investigation, the underground boxing arena's barrier to the other realm has gradually weakened, and a passage will form today. Zhou Chen nodded upon hearing this, not expecting the fires to indeed be man-made. There was indeed a grand conspiracy. So what is their purpose? Why bring everyone into this? Before Zhou Chen could speak, Xiao Xiaohua, who had followed along, asked. Yang Lin glanced at Xiao Xiaohua and recognized him. He also noticed the strength of Jiao He. He felt it was worth discussing and thought about pulling Jiao He in as an ally for the 7-person bureau. I don't know, for now. We have only investigated that the one behind all this is the burning sect. We haven't uncovered anything else, but it definitely can't be anything good. Yang Lin shook his head. The 7-person bureau had been through too much because of the fire caused by the burning sect. In the end, they only caught a few small fry who had just undergone mutations. The burning sect? Zhou Chen took note of this term. It was the first time he had heard it. After treating and stabilizing an injured person, Zhou Chen curiously looked at Yang Lin. The burning sect is an underground cult in Qingcheng, hidden very deeply. According to our investigation, the leader, Burning Heaven, possesses strength around the 4th level of the Qi condensation realm. There are many members, most of whom are at the Qi refinement stage, and there are 3 or 4 vice leaders at the 1st or 2nd level of the Qi condensation realm. The burning sect was definitely a significant force. It was just unclear what their ultimate goal was. At that moment, the room shook violently, especially the main door. The flame birds were crashing against the door. They seemed to be stimulated by something, wanting to rush in quickly. It's over, I finally earned some money after getting beaten up, and I haven't even bought a fruit machine for my girlfriend yet, Zhong said, trembling. Everyone turned to look at him. Lu Yon, ha, you pathetic simp. Xiao Xiaohua, despicable. Jiao He. Yang Lin, young man, wise men do not fall in love. It's fine to like someone, but to be this much of a simp, that's just foolish. Zhou Chen, give me a break, just spit on him, that's enough. Zhong, I'm really not a simp, I'm just overly affectionate, so I lost myself. Zhou Chen. Bang! The doors on both sides were broken open. Yang Lin quickly organized everyone to resist. Everyone, I am from the 7-person bureau, and we are in great danger. Please each kill 2 flame birds on either side according to your strength. Those with lower cultivation should stand in the middle. All right. Zhou Chen decisively took the middle position. Then he shouted, I'm the healer. If you're injured, lacking spiritual energy, or in pain, come to me for treatment. No charge, free healing. After Yang Lin's shout, everyone acted in an orderly manner. The strong went to either side, while those slightly weaker stayed in the middle, and they weren't idle either. Like Zhou Chen, they participated in some supportive help. At that moment, everyone present showed unprecedented unity. Although they didn't know each other, they coordinated as if they were familiar. The reason they could display such a scene was closely related to the education in the Xian kingdom. Whenever danger approached, and the otherworldly invaded, unity was something everyone had to adhere to. If someone acted selfishly in danger, even if they survived, they would be held accountable by the Xian kingdom authorities. The otherworld was always the enemy of all humanity. When facing the invasion of otherworldly enemies, all humans must unite and fight against the enemy together. Bang bang bang! The sounds of fighting on both sides were immense. Soon, injured people were being brought to the middle. You can treat him, right? Hurry! He was hit by a flame bird and is bleeding profusely from his abdomen. Zhou Chen saw the newcomer and quickly instructed Lu Yong and Xiao Xiaohua to take over the man. He had him lie down. Zhou Chen then swiftly took out silver needles and began to perform his healing technique. Soon, the man's bleeding stopped. But before Zhou Chen could breathe a sigh of relief, more people were brought over, and more were coming. Xiao Xiaohua, you come too. You watch me perform twice, then you can take over. There weren't enough hands, so Zhou Chen looked at Xiao Xiaohua. At this time, Xiao Xiaohua's acupuncturist level was just a little over half a stage, and he had only seen the healing needle technique once or twice. He hadn't mastered it yet, but at this moment, there was no time left. He could only focus on treating himself while keeping an eye on Xiao Xiaohua, guiding him. Can I do it? My acupuncture technique still feels lacking. Xiao Xiaohua hesitated, mainly worried that he would make things worse. You have to do it, just hurry up. After helping another person recover some spiritual energy, Zhou Chen hurriedly replied. Hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua looked around and then gritted his teeth. He took the silver needles from Zhou Chen and walked towards the nearest injured person. Being closer to Zhou Chen would allow for timely assistance if he made a mistake. Under Zhou Chen's guidance, Xiao Xiaohua quickly succeeded. Xiao Xiaohua used healing acupuncture, hosts acupuncture experience plus 10. Xiao Xiaohua used healing acupuncture, hosts acupuncture experience plus 10. Just as Xiao Xiaohua was performing the technique, Zhou Chen gained 2 experience points. This made Zhou Chen very happy. Indeed, practical application would also increase his experience significantly. After treating so many people himself, he hadn't gained any experience proficiency at all. Yet, with Xiao Xiaohua's actions, his proficiency was increasing. It felt incredibly satisfying. Lu Yong and General Zhang were not idle either. While Zhou Chen was treating, they were shuttling back and forth, helping in transporting the injured. As for Zhao He, as a strong practitioner of the Qi realm, he initially wanted to stay by Xiao Xiaohua's side. However, Xiao Xiaohua refused him and arranged for him to go out and fight. About half an hour passed. The sounds around them continued to roar incessantly. The boxing gym was shaking from the impacts. More and more people were injured, and the severity of their injuries was increasing. Zhou Chen had no way to treat them at this moment. "Brother Zhou, I'm out of spiritual energy." After treating 4 times, Xiao Xiaohua had exhausted his spiritual energy. Zhou Chen glanced at him and then took out a spirit recovery pill from the system. He tossed it to Xiao Xiaohua. "Just take the spirit recovery pill to replenish your energy." After receiving the pill, Xiao Xiaohua nodded. He quickly swallowed the pill. Soon, his body's spiritual energy was replenished, and the spirit recovery pill expanded his spiritual energy quota by 20 strands. As for Zhou Chen, he gained even more. Not only did his spiritual energy recover significantly, but his hidden spiritual energy quota also expanded by 200 strands. Xiao Xiaohua took the pill and practiced, host spiritual energy plus 200. About 10 minutes later, the battle outside finally stopped. Lu Yong and General Zhang were exhausted, lying on the ground next to Zhou Chen like dogs. Sigh, those flame birds finally calmed down. "By the way, is there a parent of theirs in this boxing gym? Why are they so recklessly attacking it?" Lu Yong complained unhappily. "I'm still a kid." Zhou Chen's eyes lit up at his words. This was indeed very unusual. Although the flame birds were exotic beasts, it didn't mean they were foolish. They clearly saw how fiercely we were resisting, yet they continued to attack. It must be because there was something they cared about inside. Zhou Chen immediately found Yang Lin and expressed his thoughts. "Are you saying that there might be something strange in this boxing gym?" Yang Lin frowned. "If I didn't misspeak just now, then I must be right." Yang Lin: "Indeed, listening to a word from you is like listening to a whole lecture." Yang Lin also found it very reasonable. So, taking advantage of the fact that the flame birds outside had calmed down, he immediately brought the 7-person team along with Zhou Chen to investigate the boxing gym. Sure enough, they found a secret passage leading to the basement. At the same time, Zhou Chen also gained an understanding of the entire structure of the boxing gym. This boxing gym, which had fallen into an alien realm, had another level below the main boxing arena where everyone had just been. As for whether there is another layer above, it is currently unclear, because they have not yet found the passage to the 3rd layer. "Be careful, there may be traps all around," Yang Lin reminded, having been in many such places before. They were all filled with traps, making them extremely dangerous. After descending 4 flights of stairs, they pushed open a bronze door, and everyone was suddenly enlightened. A hall as wide as the previous layer appeared before them. The surroundings were brightly lit, but not by ancient bronze lamps. The bronze lamps were unlit. Instead, modern LED lights were used. The atmosphere lost its grandeur instantly. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the center stood a large cauldron, filled with a vast expanse of fiery red liquid. Sniffing the air, Zhao He immediately recognized the scent. It was the blood of the flame birds they had killed outside, all of which had been absorbed and then channeled into this cauldron. Beneath the cauldron, a faint red flame flickered, refining this blood. Everyone quickly approached, but before they could get close, a gust of wind swept in from behind them. They sensed it and could only dodge to the sides. Turning back to check, Zhou Chen recognized one of the figures. It was the fierce girl who had previously blocked his way. This time, she was not the main character. She followed behind an old man in a black robe. Clearly, that old man was the biggest villain at that moment. "Yang Lin, instead of properly protecting those people outside and killing the flame birds, you actually found my underground base." The man in the black robe spoke fiercely. He recognized Yang Lin. It seemed he had dealt with Yang Lin quite a bit. He was surprised that Yang Lin had found his underground base. But Zhou Chen just wanted to say, "Old man, this base is really easy to find. It's just hidden under the safe in your office. I've seen countless scenes and spotted it at a glance. Flame cult leader, since I've found this, there's no need to say anything more. Quickly explain your specific conspiracy so I can arrange a lenient treatment for you. Otherwise, I'll teach you how to write death properly." Yang Lin glared at the old man in the black robe, his eyes wide open. He had a face full of righteousness, resembling a hero from a movie. Everyone looked at the old man after hearing this, while Zhou Chen stood beside Yang Lin and whispered, "Brother Yang, your words are contradictory. In the first sentence, you told him he didn't need to say anything, but then you asked him to explain his conspiracy. So do you want him to speak or not?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Xiaohua and Lu Yong were left speechless. Nearby, Zhao He was also silent. The other members of the 7-person team. "Yang Lin, are you here to sabotage me? This is how dramas are scripted. Can't you just sound a bit more imposing?" This isn't Zhou Chen being talkative, it's just that he heard their conversation and felt like countless grass mud horses were trampling through his mind. This dialogue is so cliché. Can't we just get to the point and start fighting? I used to watch cliché dramas, read cliché novels, and now I'm experiencing a cliché life. Indeed, life is all about clichés, and I really don't like clichés. Ha ha ha, Yang Lin, you think you can outsmart me? Let me tell you, you can forget it. The flame cult leader glared at Yang Lin, and the people on both sides glared at each other as well. It seemed no one had any intention of making a move. You. Hearing the flame cult leader's words, Yang Lin wanted to retort, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Zhou Chen interrupted him. That. Zhou Chen spoke up. Everyone was drawn to the sudden voice, turning to look at Zhou Chen, including Xiao Xiaohua and Zhao He. At this critical moment, they all noticed him. Zhou Chen felt a bit embarrassed, but Zhou Chen had to step up. You guys won't be able to determine a winner by arguing like this. Right now, the Flame Bird clan is outside. It won't help if we end up both injured, as the Flame Birds will wipe us all out later. So let's just go back to Blue Star first, and then I'll set up a table at the 7 Stars Tower, and everyone can have a good argument then. Zhou Chen really didn't want to waste time here. Another silence-inducing move. This time, it silenced the people from the burning sect across from him. Who is this kid? Yang Lin, is he your son? Yang Lin, Zhou Chen. The conversation was drifting further off course. Yang Lin didn't respond to the old man in the black robe and brought the main topic back. Feng Yan, even if you don't say it, I can probably guess your scheme. You just want to use the blood of the flame birds to further enhance your cultivation. You planned all of this a long time ago, building an underground boxing gym, inviting some chi refining and condensing reality cultivators to your gym, while waiting for the barrier between Blue Star and the other realm to disappear. Once we enter the other realm, the flame birds attack, and you engage in battle, you then collect a large amount of flame bird blood. Before this, you also instructed several members of the burning sect to create fires to distract us. Yang Lin analyzed. This was what he had guessed after seeing the cauldron of flame bird blood behind him. Combining all the information they had gathered, it was basically correct. Sure enough, upon hearing Yang Lin's analysis, the old man's gaze changed for a moment, but then it returned to normal. He raised both hands, and 2 floating flames appeared above them. They were a fiery color, with extremely high temperatures. Basically, you're not wrong. Here's a reward, a chance to be reborn. Zhou Chen. He didn't expect this old man to also talk nonsense. The 2 sides clashed. Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua were protected by Jiao He on one side. He hesitated about whether to use the experience card. Once used, it would definitely decide the outcome quickly. That old man and his group together were no match for him. But Zhou Chen was worried that even after using it, he still wouldn't be able to get out. That would waste the opportunity to save his life. Better not rush. First, he would try to outsmart the opponent. He would think of a way to get the opponent out later. But before Zhou Chen could come up with a plan, danger arrived. Members of the burning sect had set their sights on Zhou Chen and the others. They were closing in on Zhou Chen and his group, led by the fierce girl. Wait! Someone shouted. It wasn't Zhou Chen. After looking around, it was Zhong Jiang who called out. As the saying goes, the martial world isn't just about fighting. Why don't we use a smarter way to determine the winner? He looked seriously at the approaching fierce girl. The fierce girl stopped in her tracks, looking at Zhong Jiang, this rough-looking dark man. Like what? Like an underground werewolf game, or a script murder. Zhou Chen. Everyone. Bang! Zhong Jiang was kicked away by the fierce girl. Zhou Chen shook his head and covered his forehead. How could he be standing with someone like this? It really tarnished his image. Both sides had 5 people. Clearly, it would be better to start a game of glory. In the battle, Zhao He was restrained by the fierce girl. The others surrounded Zhou Chen and the others. As for the 7-person group, it was clear that Yang Lin was no match for the old man in the black robe. His hair had been burned off by the opponent. The entire 7-person group couldn't win even together. There was no way out. They would talk about how to get out later. If they were all dead now, what use would the experience card be? Brother Zhou, are we going to die? Xiao Xiaohua looked at Zhou Chen, his eyes filled with desolation. Not dead, Zhou Chen replied calmly. but it seemed Xiao Xiaohua didn't hear him. Alright, being able to die together with you, brother Zhou, perfectly fits that saying, not asking to be born on the same year, month, and day, but hoping to die on the same year, month, and day. Zhou Chen, are you even listening to me? I said I won't die. Brother Zhou, if there's a chance, be a girl in the next life. Zhou Chen, what the hell does that mean? Zhou Chen grabbed Xiao Xiaohua by the collar and shouted at him. I said I won't die. Oh, I get it now. Brother Zhou, why are you being so fierce? Zhou Chen, would you like to use the Qi Control Realm Experience card? Yes. Usage successful. Congratulations to the host for temporarily possessing peak strength in the Qi Control Realm, lasting 10 minutes. The experience card was successfully used. Zhou Chen looked up at the fierce girl, his gaze becoming profound. His own imposing aura magnified countless times in an instant. The wind howled around them. Whoosh! Everyone turned to look at Zhou Chen. Jiao he seems to have gotten stronger. Xiao Xiaohua, brother Zhou, what is this? Lu Yon, Saiyan? Super Saiyan? Goku, is that you? Zhou Chen, I'm your grandpa. He raised his hand to feel his own strength. Zhou Chen turned to Xiao Xiaohua. Watch closely. Why? Because, next, it's going to be very cool. Zhou Chen, just moving a slogan, it really is cool. Time was short, only 10 minutes, so Zhou Chen couldn't waste it. He surrounded himself with protective energy. Channeling the fire fist, he charged towards the fierce girl. With one punch, he struck her in the chest. Although the fire fist was of a low grade, it was used by Zhou Chen, and at that moment, his strength had reached the peak of the Qi Control realm. So even with a low-grade technique, it carried a terrifying power that the fierce girl couldn't withstand. Damn, that punch was awesome. It didn't cave in, right? Zhong Jiang, getting up from the ground, looked at this scene in astonishment. His eyes were fixed on a certain part of the fierce girl. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiaohua and the others completely ignored Zhong Jiang. They were focused on Zhou Chen, waves of shock rising in their hearts. Zhou Chen's strength was simply terrifying. Clearly, they were all novices in the Qi Control realm, so why could Zhou Chen unleash such formidable power? The answer was obvious. Zhou Chen had been hiding his strength all along. He had never shown his true capabilities, and now, in this critical moment, he revealed his power. Brother Zhou's strength is too terrifying. Is he really only 3 months older than me? Xiao Xiaohua murmured, and then a thought of catching up arose in her heart. She had to work hard. She had to work even harder. Only then could she keep pace with Brother Zhou. As for Lu Yong, his jaw nearly dropped. He was grateful that he had conceded early in the last match, otherwise, he would have probably received a good beating. At the same time, he was happy to have met Zhou Chen. Now, who couldn't see Zhou Chen's potential for the future? Brother Zhou is awesome. Long live Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou, burst her balloon. Zhou Chen, I'll burst your dog head. The fierce girl spat blood, looking at Zhou Chen in terror. But in an instant, the temperature rose. With a bang, the fierce girl's clothes shattered, leaving only the innermost garments to cover herself. So white. Zhong Jiang stared at the fierce girl, his eyes unmoving. But then his expression changed slightly. Why did it turn red? The fierce girl's entire body began to turn bright red, as if it had been baked by high heat. At the same time, her own strength began to rise rapidly. From the first layer of the Qi Control realm, it quickly ascended to the 5th layer, directly rising 4 small realms. What is this? A mutation. Brother Zhou, be careful. Xiao Xiaohua had the highest score in the literary exam, and he immediately noticed the situation of the big fierce girl. He shouted to remind Zhou Chen. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chen frowned slightly. Is this what they call a mutation? Directly raising 4 small realms, this increase in strength is terrifying. If 2 evenly matched people are fighting, and suddenly one of them mutates, raising 4 small realms, then the battlefield would be instantly turned upside down. Mutations are too abnormal. At the same time, Zhou Chen also noticed the changes in the big fierce girl. Her eyes were bloodshot, appearing extremely violent. In an instant, she charged at Zhou Chen recklessly, as if devoid of any rationality. This is the downside of mutation, the loss of reason. Without the strength to control it, one becomes like a beast. Zhou Chen sidestepped the big fierce girl's attack. Then, with a punch, he struck her down. The surrounding burning cult disciples surrounded him, but they were all just offering their heads. Zhou Chen took them down one by one with a punch, resolving the situation here. Zhou Chen looked over to the other side and quickly joined in, kicking burning flame away. Seeing this, Yan Lin and the others felt a bit embarrassed. It was so easy that it made them seem incompetent. Yang Lin and the other 7 retreated, standing together with Xiao Xiaohua. How did he suddenly become so strong? Could it be a mutation? Yang Lin frowned, voicing his concerns. But as soon as he spoke, Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Yong, and Zhong Jiang glared at him angrily. What do you mean? Just because he's stronger than you, he's mutated? Exactly, is the seven-man team so narrow-minded? Can't stand anyone being stronger than you? Ah, right. All strong people are mutated. Except for you. Yang Lin. He was just speaking casually, it shouldn't be like this. It seemed he had offended these people. It absolutely cannot be a mutation. Every punch he throws causes a fluctuation of spiritual energy, not the elemental fluctuation of a mutation. This is the simplest and most effective way to distinguish between cultivators and mutants, Zhao He explained in a deep voice. Although he couldn't believe it, the fact was as such. Zhou Chen was not a mutant and had nothing to do with mutants. Hearing this, Yan Lin observed Zhou Chen carefully for a while and nodded. Indeed, I didn't expect there to be such a young genius. Such strength is truly humbling. Yang Lin was sincerely impressed. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen had defeated Burning Flame with just a few punches. Burning Flame, unable to withstand it, then awakened into a mutated state. His whole body was enveloped in flames, raising the surrounding temperature by a degree or two. He cackled, leaving Zhou Chen speechless. As for his strength, it had risen from the 7th layer of the Qi condensation realm to the perfected Qi condensation realm, but it was of no use at all. He was directly defeated by Zhou Chen with a single punch. This was a hard gap in strength that could not be surpassed. Just then, after getting up, Burning Flame no longer attacked Zhou Chen but instead charged towards the large cauldron in the back. He wants to use the blood of the flame bird to promote his mutation. At this moment, his strength is around the perfected Qi condensation realm. Once stimulated by the blood of the flame bird, there is a great possibility that his strength will rise to the Qi control realm. Stop him! Yang Lin shouted. Promoting a mutation does not improve the cultivation realm, but it greatly enhances strength. For example, a previous mutation would only raise strength by about 4 realms, but after the mutation is strengthened, it could raise strength by 5 or even more realms. This is the result brought about by promoting a mutation. If Burning Flame undergoes this stimulation, it is very likely that his strength will rise to the Qi control realm. This would be a tremendous change in the battlefield situation. It must be stopped. Hearing this, Zhou Chen was not in a hurry. After all, even if he improved, he would only reach the strength of the Qi Master realm, and he was at the peak of the Qi Master realm, which posed no threat to him, so Zhou Chen was not worried at all. However, when Zhou Chen looked at the blood of the flame bird in the large cauldron, the system's prompt made him intrigued. Detected the fresh blood of the flame bird, Xiao Xiaohua can use this blood to open the 3rd meridian. This was simply the biggest gain from coming to this other world. Xiao Xiaohua possessed a divine fire attribute physique, and the flame bird was a fire attribute exotic beast. Their blood was just right for opening Xiao Xiaohua's meridians. Moreover, at this moment, Xiao Xiaohua had already opened more than half of the 2nd meridian. If he could now open the 3rd meridian and then work hard to open the 2nd one afterward, Xiao Xiaohua would have opened 3 meridians. His cultivation speed would triple, while Zhou Chen's would increase 30-fold. In an instant, Zhou Chen pieced it all together. Then he soared into the air, rushing towards Fengyan. Qi flight. He is a Qi Master Realm expert? Yang Lin was completely flustered. He couldn't believe it, but he couldn't deny it either. Qi flight was a sign of entering the Qi Master Realm. It couldn't be wrong. Xiao Xiaohua, I thought Brother Zhou was a Qi Master Realm expert, but now I see my vision was still too narrow. Lu Yong, what a stroke of luck, last time I only took 1 punch and surrendered. Zhong Jiang, what a pity, if I had known Zhou Chen earlier, my ex-girlfriend wanted a signature from a Qi Master Realm expert. I didn't have it back then, and now I do, but it's already too late. Zhong Jiang, I need to ask Zhou Chen to sign a few for me later, even if I have to call in Dad to get a few. Jiao He, Qi Master Realm expert. Yang Lin, so strong, if he doesn't serve the country, wouldn't it be a pity? I'll ask him later if he's willing to work for the 5 insurances and 1 fund plus the 7-person bureau. The followers of the burning sect, the leader is in danger. A small disciple secretly ran up to Yang Lin. Sir, is it too late for me to confess now? My cultivation talent is poor, and they tempted me with the promise of transformation. I admit I couldn't resist the temptation back then, but I'm clear-headed now. Please give me a chance to be reborn, a chance to be a human again. Yang Lin, Zhou Chen, soaring into the air, was incredibly fast. Even if Fengyan used all his strength to rush towards the cauldron, it was too late. Zhou Chen kicked Fengyan away. Then he followed up with a 3-hit fiery fist, knocking him unconscious. Then he activated the looting mode. This kid was the leader of the burning sect, and he must have something valuable on him. He couldn't waste this capture. But when Zhou Chen's hand reached in, his expression changed drastically. He touched a long, hard object. Fortunately, when he pulled it out, it was a small model of a pagoda. Two Realms Tower, Great Unknown, can traverse the space between two realms after setting coordinates in the two realms. It seemed very useful, yet also seemed useless. Zhou Chen put it away. Then he searched again, collecting 2 or 3 magical artifacts and some pills. It was not the right time to sort through them. He then handed them to Yang Lin. I'll leave him to you. Just slap him awake and ask how to get back. The flame bird is attacking again. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Lin nodded and took Fenyan. He said nothing about Zhou Chen's looting behavior, nor did he question it. This person was captured by Zhou Chen. They had no right to question it. After arranging him, Zhou Chen looked at Xiao Xiaohua. Take off your clothes. Xiao Xiaohua frowned. Take off your clothes. Xiao Xiaohua hesitated, confused. Brother Zhou, isn't this inappropriate? Do you still want to open your meridians? Of course I do. Xiao Xiaohua immediately replied. Then take off your clothes and jump into that cauldron. Zhou Chen pointed to the large cauldron in the center and made the arrangements. But when these words fell, everyone was puzzled. Especially the people from Jiaohe and the 7-person bureau all looked towards Zhou Chen. This is what Fenyan prepared to promote his mutation. If he jumps in, will it cause him to mutate? Mutation is against the regulations of Xian country and is not permitted. Jiaohe asked Zhou Chen, as he was Xiao Xiaohua's bodyguard, if it would lead to Xiao Xiaohua's mutation. He would absolutely not allow it. If the direct descendant of the Xiao family became a mutant, the entire Xiao family would likely become a joke, and he would also face severe punishment from the Xiao family upon returning. Don't worry, it won't happen. The blood of the flame bird can promote Fenyan's mutation, but it is also extremely beneficial for cultivators, especially for fire-type cultivators. Xiao Xiaohua happens to be a fire-type cultivator, and with this blood, it can help him unblock his third meridian. Zhou Chen explained, clarifying his words. He then looked at Xiao Xiaohua, allowing him to decide for himself. Zhou Chen felt that Xiao Xiaohua would definitely agree. Sure enough, after Zhou Chen finished speaking, Xiao Xiaohua immediately walked towards the large cauldron without any hesitation or doubt. He had already trusted Zhou Chen 100%. Not to mention, this was helping him unblock his third meridian. After testing the temperature of the blood in the cauldron, it was not hot. It was around 40 degrees, warm. So Xiao Xiaohua took off his clothes, leaving only his underwear, and jumped in. Then a pig-like squeal was heard. Xiao Xiaohua quickly climbed out. The blood wrapped around him, instantly bringing him immense pain. His whole body was dyed red. Seeing this, Zhou Chen grabbed him and directly threw him back in. Brother Zhou, it hurts a bit. Endure it. After a while, the situation improved. The blood gradually decreased, and the third meridian within Xiao Xiaohua's body began to open up under the effect. Xiao Xiaohua unblocks his meridian. Host receives tenfold enhancement. The system prompted, and at the same time, Zhou Chen's third meridian rapidly expanded. It expanded tenfold based on Xiao Xiaohua. It was as if a muddy little road had instantly transformed into a highway. The cultivation of the Qi control realm had long disappeared. The experience card was also gone. But Zhou Chen truly did not lose. In fact, he made a huge profit. The pills and treasures in his pocket could still be sold for a good price. Fenyan was awakened by Yang Lin. When he saw that the carefully prepared blood of the flame bird was used by Xiao Xiaohua, he instantly went berserk. Damn! That kid, get out of the cauldron now. That's mine. But just after he shouted, he was slapped by Yang Lin. What are you shouting about? Fenyan had no strength left, barely hanging on. He dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. Quickly tell me how to return to Blue Star. Otherwise, I'll deal with you right now. Yang Lin got straight to the point, asking for a way back. But Fenyan sneered a few times and did not say a word. Just then, the entire room shook violently again. Everyone steadied themselves, appearing tense. Is the flame bird about to launch an attack again? Everyone be careful. Only Zhou Chen remained calm, holding the two-world tower he had searched from Fenyan, continuously studying it. The recent shaking was not caused by the flame bird's attack, but rather by Zhou Chen's manipulation of the two-world tower. At this moment, Zhou Chen understood why they had come here. Yang Lin's previous analysis and speculation were wrong. It was not that the barrier between the two worlds had weakened and disappeared, creating a new passage. Instead, it was because this two-world tower connected the two worlds that it brought everyone here. The two-world tower consisted of 2 towers, a large one and a small one, with the large one being the boxing gym they were in. The small one was the object in Zhou Chen's hand. After Fenyan obtained the two-world tower, he set coordinates at the location of the flame bird and then constructed the large tower into a boxing gym. After some time, he directly activated the two realms tower, bringing the tower and everyone inside it to the fiery birds tribe. Then he helped him kill the fiery birds, allowing him to gather a large amount of fiery bird blood, becoming his tool. Unfortunately, Zhou Chen used an experience card to directly disrupt his plan. He also obtained the Two Realms Tower from him, becoming its new master. Now he just needed to wait a few hours for the Two Realms Tower to recharge before he could return. Through his research on the Two Realms Tower, Zhou Chen discovered the reason why the fiery birds attacked recklessly. On the third floor of the tower, there was an egg of a fiery bird. This was the cause of their aggression. Zhou Chen explained everything to Yang Lin and the others. Then he went to the third floor to retrieve the fiery bird egg and returned it to the fiery birds. The matter was resolved. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After Xiao Xiaohua emerged from the cauldron, his entire body was flushed red. But he was very happy, as he could clearly feel the changes within himself. Especially in his cultivation, it was much smoother than before. He immediately sat down and began to practice the qi gathering technique. At the same time, every time Xiao Xiaohua circulated it, Zhou Chen received a notification. Xiao Xiaohua is cultivating, hosts spiritual energy plus 62. The increase in spiritual energy, which had previously ranged from 30 to 40, had risen to over 60. The boost was impressive. And the most crucial part was that Xiao Xiaohua's meridians were fundamentally important. The first and third meridians of Xiao Xiaohua had been completely unblocked, and the second was also more than half unblocked. Coupled with Xiao Xiaohua's already extraordinary physique, even though the other meridians were not yet unblocked, he could already rival an ordinary genius, at least much stronger than Lu Chen. With this, once the second meridian was unblocked, Xiao Xiaohua, with 3 unblocked meridians, should be able to match Tang Yanran in terms of talent. Moreover, there was still time over 80 days, enough for Zhou Chen to make Xiao Xiaohua even stronger. Taking advantage of his free time, Zhou Chen left the tower and went outside to explore. This was Zhou Chen's first time seeing the environment of the other realm. He was quite shocked, and Xiao Xiaohua, along with Zhong Jiang and Lu Yong, followed Zhou Chen out. Xiao Xiaohua originally wanted to come out too, but was directly pushed back by Zhou Chen. "Brother Zhou, this is my first time in the other realm. Why can't I go out and take a look?" Xiao Xiaohua found some water to wash off the blood on him, but the smell was still quite strong. Zhou Chen deliberately kept a meter's distance from him to avoid offending his nose. "All you do is look around. The most important thing for you now is to stabilize your third meridian, understand? And one more thing, you smell too strong. Do you want to go out and get pecked to death by the fiery birds? So listen, hurry back and meditate to cultivate your spiritual energy. If you feel it's not enough, then take a spirit gathering pill." Zhou Chen shot Xiao Xiaohua a glare and then kicked him back inside the door. He then led the others out. Xiao Xiaohua, who had just been kicked, quickly covered his backside and ran away. Before going in, he looked back at Zhou Chen with a resentful glance, like a neglected concubine. Because Zhou Chen returned the bird egg, the fiery birds were very amicable towards him, not attacking, and all the humans present were no longer attacked either. They also had intelligence and knew that attacking now would cause casualties to themselves. Thus, a ceasefire agreement was reached between the two sides. Walking outside, Zhou Chen took a breath of fresh air and felt the abundant spiritual energy around him. He felt refreshed. "I didn't expect the environment in this other realm to be so good. If it weren't for those alien beasts posing a threat, I would really want to settle down here, especially since the spiritual energy is much higher than that of Blue Star." Some bold individuals in the crowd followed Zhou Chen out and, upon seeing the environment outside, spoke up. However, they also knew that while the other world was enticing, it was fraught with dangers. This time, everyone was fortunate. They had merely entered the territory of the blazing birds in the Qi realm. If they had encountered something stronger, it would have truly been perilous. "Brother Zhou, coming here is truly a stroke of luck. In this moment and scene, I really want to recite a poem. Could you help me record a video later? I want to send it to my girlfriend." Zhong Jiang, who was beside Zhou Chen, could no longer contain his impatience. He tugged at Zhou Chen's clothes and took out his broken phone. Zhou Chen glanced at it. It was still the same old phone from 8 years ago. To buy a fruit machine for his girlfriend, he had the audacity to fight, yet he was still using this phone? What a hopeless simp. Not filming, too unlucky. Zhou Chen shot him a glance, but he didn't give up. Seeing that Zhou Chen wouldn't agree, he turned to Lu Yong. "Brother, could you help me film? When we get married, I'll treat you to a meal." Lu Yong, Lu Yong stepped aside, not really wanting to agree. But Zhong Jiang was thick-skinned, and after being asked several times, he finally relented. He took the phone, opened the video recording function, aimed it at Zhong Jiang, and started recording. Zhong Jiang appeared serious, with one hand behind his back and his head slightly raised. Feeling the pose was off, he adjusted it slightly. "Lu Yong, this angle needs to be from below, that way, I'll look great and reliable." "Lu Yong, I feel that shooting from below won't make you look great, it'll just make your nostrils look big. Lu Yong didn't bother to explain further, let Zhong Jiang do as he pleased. He just wanted to finish quickly and take advantage of the rich spiritual energy to cultivate. The recording officially began. Zhong Jiang struck the previous pose again, one hand behind his back, the other raised forward, looking deeply affectionate. Dear Mei, I am your little Zhang Jiang. I am currently in the other world, look at the trees here, they are big and round. Lu Yong. Zhou Chen turned his head away, not wanting to watch Zhong Jiang. The crowd around. Zhong Jiang, look at the grass in this other world, it's short and green. How much more could one endure? Zhou Chen stepped forward a few paces and knocked Zhong Jiang to the ground. Why are you hitting me? Don't think just because I'm honest, you can bully me. Are you even honest? Are you still little Jiang Jiang? I'll show you big and round, I'll show you short and green. After a round of scolding, Zhong Jiang stood up, aggrieved. But in an instant, his mood brightened, and he eagerly walked up to Lu Yong. Is it done? Done. Let me see. Zhong Jiang took the phone, opened it, looked it over carefully, then gave Lu Yong a thumbs up. Great, well filmed. How about you help me film another one? Upon hearing this, Lu Yong decisively shook his head and started to leave. But Zhong Jiang chased after him. What's wrong? Are you jealous of my handsomeness like him? Lu Yong stopped. No, but I really regret it now. Regret not agreeing to me earlier? I regret not beating you up together with Zhou Chen just now. The noise continued, and when the two-world tower finished charging, Zhou Chen led everyone back to Blue Star. It was still the same underground boxing arena, but now it was surrounded, and the 7-person group had taken over the place. When Zhou Chen returned, it quickly caused a stir. However, with Yang Lin around, everything was fine. As for the two-world tower, after everyone came out, Zhou Chen also shrank the tower down. Although he didn't know its grade, he was sure it was definitely not inferior. The 7-person bureau had no intention of forcing Zhou Chen to hand over his magical artifacts. Yang Lin was well aware of Zhou Chen's strength. They were more official and could not engage in such blatant robbery. Moreover, this time they had to thank Zhou Chen. Without him, the 7-person bureau might not have made it back at all. Brother Zhou, we truly owe you this time, otherwise, all of us would probably have gone and not returned. What do you think of our 7-person bureau, Brother Zhou? We have always aimed to serve the people, and what we need is talent like you. Yang Lin arranged for someone to take the members of the burning sect back and then started chatting with Zhou Chen. He was also quite straightforward, wanting to win Zhou Chen over. The 7-person bureau wanted to recruit all strong individuals, and with Zhou Chen's strength, he was naturally within their scope of recruitment. However, Zhou Chen was certainly not very willing at this moment. His true strength was not even at the qi refining stage. Joining the 7-person bureau and then going on missions would be tantamount to seeking death. Whoever wants to go can go. I, Zhou Chen, will not go. So upon hearing Yang Lin's invitation, Zhou Chen decisively refused. I am still a student, so my main focus is on the big exam. Joining the 7-person bureau is something to discuss later. Hearing this, Yang Lin felt regret but could only nod. He couldn't force Zhou Chen to join, after all. Just as Yang Lin was feeling regretful, Zhou Chen handed him a note. It's fine, even though I won't join the 7-person bureau, you can still contact me. This? Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Yang Lin immediately felt delighted. Indeed, he was a passionate youth from Xin country. Although he refused to join the 7-person bureau, he gave his phone number, willing to contribute to the bureau. This was a model for all young people. Such a spirit of selfless dedication had not been seen by him in over a decade. Yang Lin was overjoyed, his eyes brimming with tears. He opened the note and was about to add Zhou Chen's contact information. But upon opening it, his brows furrowed, and he looked up at Zhou Chen. Brother Zhou, why is your phone number so long? What phone number? This is my bank card number. This time, I helped your 7-person bureau complete the mission, destroy the burning sect, capture the sect leader and many disciples. You can't expect me to do it for free. I need to study, so please transfer the reward to this card. It won't take up too much of your time, right? Zhou Chen replied straightforwardly. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Lin was left dumbfounded. It took him a while to react. It won't take up time. It won't take up time. If you don't want to give it, you can say so. I'm just a student. I don't know the complaint hotline for the 7-person bureau. I don't know how to contact the media, and I certainly don't know how to sue you in court. So whether you give it to me or not, I can only accept it with grievance. Yang Lin. Zhou Chen said this lightly, not as a threat to Yang Lin, just making a joke. He knew the 7-person bureau wouldn't care about this money. As an official organization, especially now, the bureau had ample funding. They could afford to offer rewards. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Yang Lin hurriedly replied, No, I'll arrange for someone to tally it up. I guarantee you won't miss a single cent. Yang Lin smiled. He wasn't pained about the money, as it was originally Zhou Chen's. He was just momentarily stunned by Zhou Chen's act of giving his bank card number. The other world was in broad daylight, while Blue Star was already deep into the night. Zhou Chen bid farewell to Yang Lin, then to Xiao Xiaohua and General Zhong, emphasizing that they should not reveal his true strength. "Brother Zhou, you're so strong. Why do you still hide your strength? If it were me, I would have already swept through the 3rd level." Lu Yong, true to his name, was brave but not very clever. His personality was particularly flamboyant, so he couldn't understand Zhou Chen's idea of hiding his strength. You naturally wouldn't understand. Zhou Chen didn't want to answer Lu Yong's question, but before he could, Xiao Xiaohua jumped in. "This is called being cautious. In elegant terms, it's called showing weakness to the enemy, waiting for the right moment to strike. To put it more crudely, it's called playing the pig to eat the tiger. You're still young. Once you get familiar with Brother Zhou, you'll understand. I only figured this out recently." Xiao Xiaohua had a proud look, forcefully explaining, but Zhou Chen thought it was quite nice, warm and considerate. "Oh, I see. Brother Zhou, you'll be my role model from now on." Lu Yong felt enlightened, but Xiao Xiaohua shook his head again. "You really don't need to. With your talent, what are you hiding? Even Zhong Jiang, the sycophant, could take you down a couple of notches." Lu Yong. Zhong Jiang, who was sending a video to his girlfriend, looked over. "Lu Yong, aren't your skills the same?" Zhong Jiang, "Exactly." Xiao Xiaohua, "I'm different." Lu Yong, "What's different?" Xiao Xiaohua, "I have money." Lu Yong and Zhong Jiang. The two exchanged glances and read 6 words in each other's eyes: "Damn rich dog." Zhou Chen was too lazy to argue with them and took out his phone to check. There were several missed calls on Super Message, all from his parents. Clearly, they were very anxious. Earlier, he couldn't answer because he was out of the Blue Star service area. Now that he was back, he should call them. So Zhou Chen redialed, but the signal was poor, and it kept showing a bad network status. It was then that Zhou Chen remembered he had run out of data for the month. He searched through his contacts, found his mom's phone number, and dialed it. Within a few seconds, the call connected. "Hello, who are you? We don't owe anyone money. What do you want from us? I'm telling you, don't go around scamming people. You think you can fool me? I've already saved you under a special name. You better not call me again. Otherwise, I curse your whole family. I curse your mom to die early. I curse your dad to die early. Your mom is an idiot. Your dad is a poor loser." Beep beep beep. The call was hung up. Zhou Chen took the phone away from his ear, sitting on his bike with a confused expression. Did he dial the wrong number? That was definitely his mom's voice. But why was she cursing herself to die early? And calling herself an idiot, cursing his dad as a poor loser, and that last part was spot on. In an instant, Zhou Chen figured it out. His mom must have saved a strange name for him. Listening to her words, it was very likely she had saved him as a debt collector. And now that everyone was using Super Message instead of regular phone calls, she didn't realize it was him calling. His mom's cursing was really scary, and cursing himself as an idiot. That was a bit uncanny. Not wanting to dwell on it, he returned home. When Zhou Chen opened the door, he saw his parents waiting for him. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw him return safely. If Zhou Chen hadn't come home tonight, they had planned to arrange a burial plot. "Why did you come back so late today? Didn't I tell you it's not safe outside lately? You should come home right after school." His mom seemed a bit stern, but Zhou Chen could feel her urgency and concern. "And why didn't you answer my calls? I called you so many times on Super Message, didn't you see? You didn't even bother to call me back." "I did call you back," Zhou Chen explained. His mom, "Where? Don't try to force an explanation. I didn't see anything all night." "Zhou Chen, it was just 20 minutes ago. My phone had a bad network, so I called you. As a result, I hadn't even spoken yet, and you called me a liar, saying I was here to collect debts. And then you cursed yourself to die early, cursed yourself to be an idiot, cursed your dad to be a miser." Hearing this, Mom's face immediately turned awkwardly red. "You better not say that. She must be praising you as a little cutie, praising your parents for their longevity and wealth." "Zhou Chen, just a look. You can figure it out yourself." After dinner, Zhou Chen summarized today's gains. In terms of meridians, his 3rd meridian had been expanded tenfold based on the clearing done by Xiao Xiaohua. At this moment, the speed of spiritual energy recovery had further accelerated. This was very important. In future battles with others of equal realm, the faster his spiritual energy recovered, the greater his advantage would be in prolonged fights. Then, in terms of spiritual energy, he had once again broken the historical record, reaching 7,534 strands. At the same time, due to the clearing of the 3rd meridian by Xiao Xiaohua, Zhou Chen's daily increase in spiritual energy could expand to 800 strands a day. This meant that in just 3 or 4 days, Zhou Chen could break through the 10,000 limit and reach the first layer of Qi training. Others had practiced for several years without reaching the first layer of Qi training, while he had only taken a little over 10 days. Sigh, it was truly painful. Being young meant losing the joy of cultivation. The days ahead would only see his cultivation speed increasing. In addition, his healing needle technique had risen to level 2, and the Fire Fist had also reached level 2. These were all tangible improvements, especially the healing needle technique, which was only a first-tier technique. Reaching level 2 was already maxed out. He wondered what realm he would reach once Xiao Xiaohua improved further. After washing up, he wrote a few chapters of a novel and then uploaded them to set a timer. Then he opened a collection website to enjoy a wave of Fusang workplace dramas. As bedtime approached, he called Xiao Xiaohua. "What are you doing?" "Cultivating." Good, very energetic." "Zhouge, what are you doing?" "Studying." As expected of Zhouge, studying so late, truly a model for our generation. "But why do I hear some Fusang dialect?" "I'm learning a foreign language." A few days passed, and Zhou Chen's daily life was quite comfortable. He just supervised Xiao Xiaohua's cultivation and engaged in a battle of wits with Old Chen. He tried not to cultivate as much as possible. Occasionally, if Old Chen caught him, he would cultivate for a little while, and once he left, he would slack off again. Finally, on this day, Zhou Chen felt something. During morning exercises, he clutched his stomach and rushed to the bathroom. "Zhou Chen, where are you going?" Old Chen shouted upon seeing this. "Clearing out the waste in my internal pipes. Speak in plain language." "Going to the bathroom." "Old Chen, next time, go earlier. Morning exercises are such a good time. Going to the bathroom is just a waste." "Got it," Zhou Chen replied impatiently, already far away. He hurried to the bathroom, took off his pants, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "So refreshing. I knew the milk this morning tasted off, but Mom insisted there was no problem. Now I've got diarrhea." With a rush, Zhou Chen felt comfortable. Just then, another sensation surged within him, as if the spiritual energy inside was rolling. It began to impact a certain lock. Zhou Chen quickly checked his condition, and his heart suddenly filled with joy. It was happening. He was about to break through. Finally, he was going to break through to the first layer of Qi training. He just hoped Xiao Xiaohua would put in more effort to help him break through in one go. The Qi training realm was the first realm for cultivators, and during the breakthrough, the amount of spiritual energy he could contain would undergo a qualitative improvement. At this moment of breakthrough, a large amount of spiritual energy began to gather from around the bathroom. It surged into Zhou Chen's body. A slight breeze began to stir, and Zhou Chen caught a whiff. It was a bit smelly, but there was no time to care. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Old Chen was supervising everyone during their morning exercises. After waiting for a while without seeing Zhou Chen return, his brows furrowed. He felt that this matter was not simple, and after a moment of thought, he suddenly realized that kid Zhou Chen was definitely pretending to escape this morning exercise. This kid really was a source of constant worry. Old Chen frowned, glanced at the class situation, and saw that everyone was practicing diligently without any issues. Then he hurried towards the restroom. He had to drag Zhou Chen out of the restroom. How dare he hide there in front of him? No way. On his way, Old Chen encountered the principal, who was also heading to the restroom. Old Chen felt a bit uneasy. The morning exercises were the most important part of the school day, and the principal had clear requirements. No student was allowed to go to the restroom during this time. Each class's homeroom teacher had to supervise the students, ensuring they used the restroom before the exercises. If anyone violated this rule, the class would lose points, which would greatly affect the class's honor and his evaluation as an excellent teacher. So he couldn't let the principal go to the restroom. He couldn't let the principal catch Zhou Chen. "Principal Wang, why are you coming to this teaching building to use the restroom?" Old Chen approached the principal and said softly, "Oh, Teacher Chen, I'm on patrol, so I just used the restroom here in the teaching building." "And you?" "It's morning exercise time now. The school requires homeroom teachers to supervise. You can't break the rules." The principal chuckled lightly, mentioning Old Chen's absence from his post but not pursuing the matter further. It was normal for a homeroom teacher to use the restroom as long as nothing went wrong. Old Chen felt a bit awkward but didn't want to bring up Zhou Chen, so he had to find an excuse. "I have an upset stomach." "An upset stomach?" Principal Wan looked at Old Chen suspiciously, not seeing any signs of him having an upset stomach. Old Chen sensed the principal's gaze and smiled awkwardly, just went, "Oh, alright, you go back to the classroom and supervise." The principal felt something was off but didn't plan to ask further. He needed to use the restroom himself. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the restroom. However, after just a couple of steps, Old Chen called out to him, "Principal Wang, wait a moment." The principal turned back, looking at Old Chen. "Is there something?" Well, if there's something, just say it." The The restroom over there is broken and under repair, it's best to go to another one. Old Chen found another excuse, but the principal didn't believe him. The restroom is broken? I didn't hear any reports about it being broken, and there isn't even a repair sign. The principal frowned, looking at Old Chen. Something was off with him today. It just broke. I haven't had a chance to report it yet. There was definitely something wrong. The principal was now convinced that he had to check the restroom today. Alright, then I'll go take a look. Old Chen felt uneasy. He had stooped so low for Zhou Chen. Seeing the principal's determined attitude, Old Chen followed him. Why are you following me? My stomach started hurting again, so I need to go one more time. But isn't that restroom broken? Only one stall is broken, there are still 3 that are fine. The principal. The two arrived at the restroom door and had just walked in when they heard a loud bang. The innermost door broke, and a red fist smashed through the middle of the door, creating a large hole. I told you the restroom was broken, Old Chen shrugged. See, it's broken. The principal shot him a dark look, and Old Chen quickly shut his mouth. Although this power is nowhere near the strength of the chi manipulation realm, it's still impressive. Damn it, isn't this door just too damn fragile? Hurry up and run, then complain about this shoddy construction. Zhou Chen came out of the bathroom, his face full of joy. He immediately thought about slipping away, but as soon as he stepped out, he saw the principal and Old Chen. His expression changed instantly, and he straightened his back. Principal Wang, Teacher Chen, are you here to use the bathroom too? Unfortunately, you came a step too late. Just now, a green-haired kid smashed a big hole in this bathroom door with a hammer. I was about to chase him, but he was too fast. I only caught a glimpse of his hair color. Zhou Chen spoke with righteous indignation. The principal. Old Chen, stop pretending. Zhou Chen, teacher, you don't believe me? You'd rather believe a green-haired kid than me? I'm so disappointed. Old Chen looked at Zhou Chen's righteous face and almost couldn't help but give him a couple of knocks on the head. We just walked in and saw you punch through the bathroom door. Wait, Old Chen suddenly realized something. A punch through the bathroom door? That's not hard for someone with martial skills like Zhou Chen, but he recalled Zhou Chen's punch just now. His heart raced. You could punch through the bathroom door without being at the first level of chi refinement, but the force of a first-level punch can't be concealed or disguised. Old Chen looked at the principal, who also noticed, and hurriedly went to check the bathroom door. It was indeed the power of a punch. This was a reinforced door, no doubt about it. Zhou Chen, tell me clearly, have you broken through to the first level of chi refinement? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen smiled humbly. Oh, Teacher Chen, you really are impressive. I didn't expect you to discover my low profile. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Old Chen and the principal were instantly overjoyed. A student at the first level of chi refinement. He was the only one in the entire school besides Tang Yanran. And unlike Tang Yanran, who came from the capital, when she gets serious, she doesn't belong to Sanzhong at all. She wasn't cultivated by Sanzhong. Her participation in the major exam was just Sanzhong picking up a big bargain. But Zhou Chen was different. He had been studying at Sanzhong since the first year of high school, and he was completely a student cultivated by Sanzhong. No one could say otherwise. Moreover, with Zhou Chen, Sanzhong now had 2 practitioners at the first level of chi refinement. This year, they could definitely aim for the top spot in the major exam in Qingcheng. If Tang Yanran secured the top spot, Zhou Chen could at least make it into the top 10 in the city. No matter how extraordinary the first and second high schools were, it was impossible for them to cultivate more than 10 students at the first level of chi refinement. Based on past results, having 2 from those 2 schools was already impressive. Good kid, I didn't expect you to hide it so well. I didn't realize you had actually reached the chi refinement stage. Principal Wang looked at Zhou Chen, his eyes sparkling. He had previously thought Zhou Chen was a hopeless student. Especially the last time he saw Zhou Chen bullying students with Xiao Xiaohua, he felt very disappointed. But now, looking at him, what a fine pillar of Sanzhong. A genius among the top students of Sanzhong. The principal is joking. I just broke through recently, Zhou Chen said with a humble smile, puffing out his chest. That's right, you're praising me well. I like to hear it. If you can talk, say more, don't stop. Just broke through? The principal was puzzled. How did he break through in the bathroom? Do you have such a peculiar habit? He glanced at Old Chen, seemingly wanting to ask if he had such a habit. Perhaps during morning exercises, Zhou Chen suddenly felt a breakthrough coming, but he was afraid that the noise would disturb other students, so he ran to the bathroom to break through. Old Chen explained, somewhat forcefully, but he had to spin it this way. He could never say that Zhou Chen came over to use the restroom at first, and ended up breaking through. Saying that would only make it seem like Old Chen's work was inadequate. Soon, he would be lectured by the principal again. When the principal heard this, he nodded with a smile, even more satisfied with Zhou Chen. He didn't expect that not only was he extremely talented, but he was also so selfless, knowing to care about his classmates' cultivation. The incident at the school gate might have been a misunderstanding on his part. That classmate probably really did fall into the trash can, and Zhou Chen was genuinely trying to save him. Zhou, is that really what you think? Zhou Chen glanced at old Chen upon hearing the principal's question, surprised that he could spin such a tale in front of the principal. But he liked this line of questioning. That's right, principal, that's exactly what I think. Morning exercises are very important. The other students don't have my talent, and their cultivation is quite difficult, so I really can't bear to disturb everyone's training. Therefore, even at this critical moment of breakthrough, I ultimately chose to sacrifice myself. Zhou Chen spoke with great righteousness, then looked towards the restroom door. However, after the breakthrough, I didn't manage to control my power in time and ended up punching through the door. I asked the principal to punish me. Whatever the fine is, both Teacher Chen and I will pay it. Zhou Chen looked at the restroom door, which he had just tested for its strength with his punch, and openly admitted it. The principal was in a good mood, so he surely wouldn't cause him trouble. There was no need for compensation or anything like that. Old Chen said, "Didn't you say it was a green-haired kid who smashed the restroom door?" Zhou Chen looked at Old Chen in confusion. What green-haired kid? Teacher Chen, you must have misheard. Our school's environment is top-notch, so it's impossible for any student to have green hair. Old Chen, principal. The principal looked at Zhou Chen, deeply lost in self-reflection, wondering if his change of impression about this kid was too early. This kid really could speak nonsense with his eyes wide open, but he truly didn't care about the door. It was just a restroom door. He could find someone to replace it later. Compared to Zhou Chen's breakthrough, it was simply not important. At that moment, the morning exercises had ended, and many students were chattering as they headed to the restroom. They saw the three people inside the restroom. 3 men, the principal, Teacher Chen, and a student. Were they engaging in some shady deal? Or was that student caught misbehaving in the restroom? All the students silently mourned for Zhou Chen. May there be no planes in heaven. But soon, the principal took the initiative to explain the situation. Zhou Chen from Class 5 has successfully broken through to the first layer of qi refining, becoming a first-tier qi refiner. Everyone should learn from Zhou Chen. After saying this, the principal even clapped his hands. This statement and the applause left all the students stunned. What the heck? Zhou Chen from Class 5 broke through to the first layer of qi refining? Was this a joke? Principal, please promise us not to be a comedian. But the principal looked very serious, and it was clear he wasn't joking. Thus, all the students were in disarray, especially those from Class 5, who felt like crying inside. It was too much of a blow. Just over 10 days ago, he was the last in the entire school, and this rate of progress was too fast. Incredible, so incredible. Class 5 really has a hidden powerhouse. A top 10 talent in the whole city has emerged. Poor me, studying hard for 3 years, and I've only accumulated over 2,000 strands of spirit. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. The crowd buzzed with discussion and began to clap, but Lu Yong, standing in the middle of the crowd, scoffed at their words. The first layer of qi refining? Zhou Gu is a master of qi control, okay, the kind that can fly in the air. The principal finally encouraged Zhou Chen again, telling him to solidify his realm and to bring up any needs he might have with the school. After saying that, he quickly slipped away. Why is the principal running so fast? Zhou Chen looked at Teacher Chen. Maybe he's in a hurry to clean out the waste residue in his internal channels, Zhou Chen replied. Learning to apply knowledge, as expected of Old Chen. Back in the classroom, Old Chen turned off the small gathering spirit array and then called Zhou Chen to the office. You. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Chen interrupted him. Don't ask, just know that I've loved, practiced, and my talent is too strong. I want to keep a low profile but feel powerless. Teacher, have you ever experienced a life with overwhelming talent? It's too dull, too lonely. Old Chen was helpless, but there was nothing more to ask. Zhou Chen clearly had his own secrets, and as long as he didn't make mistakes, there was really no need for further questions. Alright, go back to studying. Don't make mistakes, understand? If there's anything you can't solve, just come to me directly. Also, your success definitely has a part of my credit. If you become powerful in the future, don't forget your teacher. As the saying goes, if you become rich and powerful, don't forget your roots. Zhou Chen, a handsome guy, left the office openly. After communicating with Old Chen for a while, the news about Zhou Chen breaking through to the first layer of qi refining had completely spread, and it was getting more and more outrageous. 3 people make a tiger, especially in this school. Any news could easily be distorted. Class 4 classroom. Have you heard? Zhou Chen from Class 5 broke through to the first layer of qi refining in the bathroom, and the principal and Teacher Chen from Class 5 were both there. No way, is that true? Is Zhou Chen really that impressive? Impossible, I admit Zhou Chen is a bit more handsome than me, but his talent is definitely not on my level. No way, absolutely impossible. Class 2 classroom. Have you heard? Zhou Chen from Class 5 broke through to the second layer of qi refining in the bathroom, and even the principal was shocked. Come on, are you joking? I know that Zhou Chen, he did have some skill in the last mock exam, but breaking through to the second layer of qi refining? Are you dreaming? Tang Yanran is only at the first layer. I don't believe it either, but the principal was there. You don't believe the principal? Is it true? The principal was really there? Absolutely. Class 1 classroom. Tang Yanran was scrolling through something on her phone. In this school, she had a lot of freedom, so even if she took out her phone to play games, no one would care. The Class 1 teacher couldn't do anything about it. Her talent and family background made it impossible to manage her. If Zhou Chen were here, he would definitely notice that Tang Yanran was reading that Emperor of Fighting Qi that he had brought over, and she was reading it very seriously. Thoughts raced through her mind. The descriptions in this novel were surprisingly similar to her own experiences. She too had come to break off an engagement like the character Nan Yanran in the novel. She just didn't know if Xiao Xiaohua would really overcome himself like Xiao Yan did. Thinking of this, Tang Yanran frowned slightly and then shook her head. It shouldn't be possible. She had indeed heard that Xiao Xiaohua was improving rapidly, but now, it was not like in the novel where there were 3 years. There were only about 80 days left. Although her impression of him had changed, the gap between them would only grow larger. With that thought, Tang Yanran put down her phone. She stopped thinking too much, and at that moment, she happened to hear the hot topic of discussion in the classroom. Zhou Chen broke through to the first layer of qi refining. I didn't expect him to be such a hidden big shot. Do you believe it? I don't. Zhou Chen broke through to the first layer of qi refining? Tang Yanran paused slightly upon hearing that name. She knew Zhou Chen, the one who was always by Xiao Xiaohua's side. Previously, she had always thought that Xiao Xiaohua was just a sycophant, but during this time, Tang Yanran discovered that it was actually Xiao Xiaohua who resembled Zhou Chen's sycophant. She never expected that he had actually broken through to the first level of qi refining. He really had some skill. She wondered if Xiao Xiaohua would also quickly rise up, but probably not. Tang Yanran seemed a bit hesitant. She had always firmly believed that Xiao Xiaohua could never make a breakthrough. However, after watching the Emperor of Fighting Qi, she felt uncertain. The senior class was buzzing with discussions, and students from lower grades had also heard many rumors. Have you heard? A senior in the 3rd year went crazy because of the pressure from the big exam, so he ate shit in the bathroom. Luckily, the principal came personally and stopped him. No way, is that true? That's too ridiculous. Some classmates were skeptical, but the person speaking looked very serious. Of course it's true, I was there at the scene. You didn't see it, but because the principal wouldn't let him eat, he smashed the door. Just then, Zhou Chen happened to pass by and overheard. This is absurd. Which idiot dares to spread such a damaging rumor about me? It just gets more outrageous as it spreads. Zhou Chen stormed into the classroom and gave the assertive junior 2 hard slaps. Who the hell are you to hit me? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. You said you were there, so tell me who I am. Zhou Chen angrily questioned him. How could he not even know him and still dare to spread rumors? He slapped him again twice. The classmate's head throbbed, wanting to fight back, but Zhou Chen was too strong for him to resist. He could only cover his head, hoping Zhou Chen wouldn't hit him again. Bro, stop hitting me. Just tell me where I offended you, and I'll change, okay? Ha, you don't even know where you went wrong, do you? Let me ask you what you just said. I said a senior in the 3rd year wanted to eat Jean Keela in the bathroom because of the pressure. I am the senior you mentioned, Zhou Chen said darkly, raising his hand to hit him again. Seeing this, the classmate shook his head, trying to dodge. If you dare to spread rumors again, I'll strip you of your pants. After teaching the rumor monger a lesson, Zhou Chen finally turned to leave. This senior really dares to eat shit. His strength is impressive. The surrounding classmates looked at Zhou Chen's departing figure, each feeling a mix of admiration and fear. At that moment, the correct news came through. A senior in the 3rd year broke through to the first level of qi refining in the bathroom. The principal was overjoyed on the spot. A classmate who had just learned the correct information rushed in. Then he saw everyone's stunned expressions. Wasn't he eating shit? How did he break through to the first level of qi refining? Where did you hear the false news? The classmate looked confused at everyone. Then everyone turned to the classmate who had received Zhou Chen's slaps. He was currently rubbing his head. After understanding the situation, the newly arrived classmate looked at him with pity. Bro, you're really lucky. For insulting the senior, he only slapped you a few times. If it were me, I would have kicked you into the bathroom already. That classmate Back in the classroom, Zhou Chen was met with a wave of admiring gazes. Then he returned to his seat. Xiao Xiaohua leaned over, looking as if he understood. Zhou, I heard you broke through to the first level of qi refining in the bathroom? Are you finally planning to show a bit of your strength? Zhou Chen nodded profoundly at his words. Yes, that's right, you also contributed to this. You need to keep working hard in the future. Hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua frowned. How could he have contributed? After thinking it over, he finally understood that this was Zhou Ji's way of not treating him as an outsider. He had to work hard to cultivate. That was the only way to live up to Zhou Gu. Zhou Gu is a powerful master of the qi refining realm, and he definitely wouldn't deceive himself. With this in mind, Xiao Xiaohua immediately began to review the knowledge points for the upcoming exam. Xiao Xiaohua is studying hard, hosts scientific knowledge experience plus 16, the system prompted, and Zhou Chen glanced at Xiao Xiaohua. It's great to have a contract partner who can self-motivate and work hard. When the break time was over, the first class began. The teacher who came to teach specifically paid attention to Zhou Chen and even gave him a warm smile. However, Zhou Chen ignored it and entered the system. After breaking through to the first layer of the qi refining realm, the system seemed to have new functions. He needed to check how much spiritual energy was required to break through to the second layer of the qi refining realm. So Zhou Chen opened the system. Upon opening the system, Zhou Chen saw the newly added content. It wasn't an additional contract slot, but rather a new feature. Organizational function. When the host becomes the actual leader of an organization, the host will gain a 50% increase in cultivation from that organization. Note, the host must be the actual leader of the organization, cannot be sidelined, and cannot hold an honorary position, etc., and must pass system review. A single person cannot change this competitive world. The system hopes the host will become the leader of a large organization and demonstrate to everyone that competition leads to a dead end, and being a slacker is the true path. The system's introduction was very simple, with little text. After reading it, Zhou Chen understood and was overjoyed. This would be a significant boost to his cultivation, and a top-tier enhancement at that. What does this function mean? It means that previously, Zhou Chen could only contract Xiao Xiaohua, and while Xiao Xiaohua cultivated, he would gain more than 10 times the increase. Now, as long as he becomes the leader of an organization, he would gain a 50% cultivation increase from the entire organization. Take Class 5 as an example. If Zhou Chen became the class monitor, he would be considered the actual leader. If each student in the class gained a wisp of spiritual energy, Zhou Chen would gain half a wisp. With over 40 students in the class, averaging about 20 wisps of spiritual energy gained per person each day, he could gain over 400 wisps daily. It would be like having another Xiao Xiaohua. And this is just based on one class. If it were the entire school or even all of humanity, the numbers would expand even further. So this organizational function is indeed top-notch. However, there is a condition. Zhou Chen must become the actual leader of the organization. For Zhou Chen, being a slacker while also being a leader is a test. He understands the system's intention is to have him lead others to slack off as well. But after thinking it over, Zhou Chen could only apologize to the system. This function is designed with too many bugs. Under my command, there is no limit to how competitive they can be. Besides that, to enhance the strength of the organization members, the system also arranged an organizational buff for Zhou Chen. He opened the introduction and took a look. Leader buff. Members of the organization gain a 50% increase while cultivating. After all, the system wants everyone to slack off and not compete, not to turn everyone into useless individuals. So while allowing everyone to slack off, it naturally provides a buff to help them keep up with their cultivation without exhausting themselves. Unfortunately, the system misjudged the host. After seeing this buff, Zhou Chen's eyes turned. Originally, a person would gain 20 wisps daily. After joining the organization, they would gain 30 wisps daily. He would then gain 15 wisps each day. If he pressured everyone a bit more, for example, by increasing it to 30 wisps daily, then with the system's enhancement, they would gain 45 wisps. He could then gain 22 wisps a day. This is just for one person. If it were a class or even the entire school, it would be terrifying. Quite comfortable. I, Zhou Chen, must strive for progress. With only over 80 days left, I can't obtain the leadership of the school, but I absolutely must secure the position of class monitor. I want the whole class to work for me, Zhou Chen. He. Ugh, that laugh was wrong. Zhou Chen smiled contentedly, leaning against the wall, his heart blooming with joy. It was rare for the teacher not to come and force Zhou Chen. Now, Zhou Chen had exceeded the teacher's expectations, so they no longer restrained him. Zhou Chen was already certain he would get into Qingbei Martial Arts School. He sensed the spiritual energy within him and, with the system's help, confirmed the amount of spiritual energy needed to advance to the second level of qi refining. A full 50,000 strands, an increase of 40,000 from the first level. The amount of spiritual energy required for each subsequent small realm was immense. Moreover, this amount wasn't just about absorption, it was about expanding the body's capacity for spiritual energy to 50,000. Ding ding ding. Class was over, and Xiao Xiaohua put down his textbook and looked over at Zhou Chen. Zhou Ge, what were you thinking during class? You seem particularly happy. Hearing this, Zhou Chen turned to Xiao Xiaohua. I just thought of something joyful. I've decided to run for class monitor of class 5. Zhou Chen shared this decision with Xiao Xiaohua. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua looked very surprised, his brows knitting together. What was happening? Zhou Ge was running for class monitor? Was the sun rising in the west? And there were only about 80 days left. What was the point of running for class monitor? It was not only useless but also creating more work for himself. What was the reason behind this? Xiao Xiaohua was genuinely puzzled. Seeing this, Zhou Chen shook his head profoundly at Xiao Xiaohua. It's normal for you not to understand now. When you stand in my position, you'll understand that sometimes cultivation isn't just about one person's practice. Zhou Chen explained with depth, regardless of whether Xiao Xiaohua understood. His cultivation was no longer just his own, it had started as his practice, but now it would become yours and the entire class's cultivation. Ultimately, this was Zhou Chen's secret thought, so he didn't voice it. But upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Xiao Xiaohua's eyes widened in shock, staring at Zhou Chen. What did Zhou Ge mean? Could it be? That's right, Zhou Ge is that kind of person. He initially helped me with my cultivation, resolved my hidden ailments, and helped me clear my meridians. Now he feels that helping just me isn't enough. Zhou Ge has decided to help the whole class together. This is Zhou Ge. This is Zhou Ji's loving heart. This is Zhou Ji's selfless spirit. Zhou Ge, I support you. I will always support you. From now on, you are the one I, Xiao Xiaohua, will follow for life. Xiao Xiaohua said solemnly, looking very serious. Seeing him like this, Zhou Chen was taken aback. He realized that Xiao Xiaohua had definitely overthought things again. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Old Xiao, believe in yourself. I am the person you think I am. There wasn't much time left after class, so Zhou Chen didn't chat much with Xiao Xiaohua. He quickly got up and ran to Old Chen's office. Upon entering, Old Chen happened to be in the office, so Zhou Chen got straight to the point. Teacher Chen, I want to be the class monitor of class 5. Upon hearing this, Old Chen sprayed the tea he had just sipped all over his colleague. The colleague. Old Chen pretended not to see. Looking at Zhou Chen, he said, don't mess around, go back to class. Old Chen replied to Zhou Chen while keeping an eye on that colleague. Truly a pity, wasting a good sip of tea. Clearly, Old Chen didn't care at all about Zhou Chen's words. From Old Chen's perspective, it was indeed the case. Being the class monitor in high school isn't exactly a great job, especially for a cultivation class. With all the time available, why not focus on cultivation and learning instead of being a monitor? It's a thankless task that can easily offend people. Moreover, Old Chen knows Zhou Chen's personality very well. To say Zhou Chen is a lazy person would be an understatement. In the past, he was like mud that couldn't be molded, wasting his great talent. Now, seeing Zhou Chen's talent and that he has become a first-level Qi practitioner, Old Chen feels even more strongly that Zhou Chen shouldn't be the class monitor. He should focus on cultivation and the knowledge needed for exams. The best thing would be to learn more and perform better in the big tests. The most crucial point is that being a class monitor requires setting an example. Zhou Chen, think about your behavior in class. During morning exercises, you pretend to be asleep. In class, you prop your head up with one hand, leaning against the wall, completely still like a dead turtle. Are you trying to turn my class into an ordinary one? Our class 5 is already the worst in the cultivation classes, with an average spiritual energy level always lagging behind. Even if you become a first-level Qi practitioner, it won't improve much. So just don't meddle. You definitely can't be the monitor. Teacher Chen, I'm serious. I'm not joking. I think with my strength, being the monitor of class 5 is more than enough, Zhou Chen said earnestly. This matter concerns his exploitation of class 5. No, it concerns his grand goal of helping his classmates achieve common growth and strength, something he could never give up on. Old Chen took a sip of tea, analyzing Zhou Chen's reasons for wanting to be the monitor. After thinking it over, he couldn't come up with anything. But based on Zhou Chen's past behavior, he had a conclusion. It definitely wasn't anything good. Plus, with Zhou Chen's strong talent, Old Chen didn't want him to waste time on trivial class matters. The same old saying applies, with that time, he should be cultivating more, so he wouldn't agree. Your strength is indeed not a problem, but the issue lies in your character. A class monitor needs to set an example for the whole class. Can you guarantee me that you will practice hard every morning and pay full attention in class? If you can guarantee that, then I'll agree, Old Chen said, employing a roundabout strategy. He would bet that Zhou Chen wouldn't agree. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Chen frowned, Things weren't going well. Old Chen had grasped his lifeline. If he practiced with all his might, wouldn't that mean sacrificing his current level of cultivation? How could that work? Teacher Chen, you know that's impossible. I need a balance between work and rest. I think you're overdoing the balance. Really can't do it? Teacher Chen, don't push me. Zhou Chen looked at Old Chen with a serious expression, but Old Chen seemed to know him well enough to be firm. Unless you promise me to focus on cultivation from now on, otherwise it's not going to work. Fine, Teacher Chen, goodbye. This is for you. Clearly, this wasn't going to work. Zhou Chen took out a note and handed it to Old Chen before decisively leaving. Old Chen took the note from Zhou Chen, watching him leave, shaking his head with interest. It seemed he was pleased with his victory over Zhou Chen once again, but then he paused. It seemed he hadn't really won against Zhou Chen at all. Is he the Zhou Chen from your class? The one at the first level of qi cultivation? Why does he look like a troublemaker? A colleague had cleaned the tea off his face and, after Zhou Chen left, looked at Old Chen curiously and asked. But Old Chen shot him a glance. What do you mean by troublemaker? Others are applying for the class leader position through proper channels. This shows that not only does our class's Zhou Chen have exceptional cultivation talent, but his character is also filled with such righteousness. This spirit of selflessness is something your class's top student definitely cannot compare to. A colleague, upon hearing this, said, I'm on your side here, and yet you're being so protective? What happened to our united front as teachers? Old Chen had just given his colleague a good retort when he opened the note left by Zhou Chen. Let's see what tricks Zhou Chen is trying to play. Anyway, no matter what, he can't be class leader. Wanting to use the excuse of being class leader to reduce cultivation studies? Not happening, not in front of me, the Buddha. But once he opened it, Old Chen's expression immediately fell. His face darkened, appearing pitch black. Seeing Old Chen like this, his colleague curiously leaned in. The heavens have died, the yellow sky shall rise. Ah, Old Chen, it seems your student wants to rebel. Old Chen shot his colleague a glare, folded the note neatly, and put it away. Is it funny? This is Zhou Chen daring to fight, daring to seize his own rights. Your class's top student definitely can't do that. Colleague, just a little protection would suffice. Old Chen, you're getting a bit obsessed. If you keep this up, you might lose me. Zhou Chen walked slowly back to the classroom, and by the time he went to Old Chen, he had already thought of two methods. The first was to go through proper channels and ask Old Chen directly. With his current cultivation level at the first layer of qi refining, Old Chen might agree. But Zhou Chen knew that the possibility of that was extremely low, almost impossible. So he already knew before going that Old Chen would not agree. Therefore, Zhou Chen thought of a second method, which was to take the mass line. As the saying goes, everything comes from the masses and goes back to the masses. To become the class leader of Class 5, he needed Old Chen's support. That had already been tried, and Old Chen did not agree. So he was forced to issue a request to Old Chen, no longer hoping for his approval. The second requirement was the recognition of all classmates. The first step had failed, so he had to pursue the second. If he could gain everyone's recognition, he could force Old Chen to agree, thus achieving his goal of becoming the head of Class 5. So how could he gain the recognition of everyone in Class 5? It was simple: lead everyone to improve together. Zhou Chen formulated a three-step plan. The first step was to create a campaign slogan for the class leader election, stating his goal of becoming class leader, letting everyone know Zhou Chen's ambition. At the same time, he would paint a bright future for the whole class, telling them that under his leadership, Class 5 would bid farewell to the shame of being the last in the entire school's cultivation classes, punching Class 2 and kicking Class 1. The second step was to form a 5-person study group with himself as the group leader, using his buffs to lead the group to rapid growth, making a stunning impression during the next school-wide spiritual energy assessment. This would earn him a new level of respect from the entire class. Then came the third step. With achievements in hand, Zhou Chen would gain the support of the vast majority of his classmates. Thus, having practically seized the class's discourse power, Zhou Chen would force Old Chen to sign an unequal treaty for his entire life. Acknowledge Zhou Chen's legitimate identity as class leader. I must say, this plan is quite perfect, and Zhou Chen even thoughtfully gave it a powerful name: the future of Class 5. Returning to the class, there were still 3 minutes before class started. But there was still time, so Zhou Chen did not return to his seat but walked straight to the podium of Class 5. He knocked heavily on the desk, drawing all the students' attention. The room fell silent. Classmates, please temporarily set aside what you're doing. I will now share the main content of today's interclass speech. As soon as he said this, all the students felt utterly baffled. Everyone was curiously looking at Zhou Chen. What's wrong with old Zhou? It's the first time I've seen him so serious. What's going on? Why does he look so stern? Xiao Xiaohua, What's the situation? Do you know? The classmates whispered, and those sitting next to Xiao Xiaohua leaned in to ask curiously. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua turned to glance at him. It's a good thing, you'll know soon, Xiao Xiaohua said seriously, feeling a twinge of jealousy in her heart. The old Zhou used to belong only to me, Xiao Xiaohua, but now, for the class, Zhou has decided to lead everyone to grow together. Zhou's strength is that of a Qi master, which is a huge benefit for all of you. I hope you can cherish Zhou's kindness. Hearing Xiao Xiaohua's response and sensing the faint anger emanating from her, the classmate, though confused, didn't ask further. He was afraid of making Xiao Xiaohua angry. He couldn't afford to provoke her. After Zhou Chen began speaking at the podium, time was limited, so he got straight to the point. Classmates, there are 5 cultivation classes in the entire senior year, and our class is one of them. This should be a happy thing, but if we take it seriously, it really isn't that joyful. Because although our class is better than the ordinary classes, we have consistently ranked last among the 5 cultivation classes, never surpassing any other class even once. This pains me greatly, truly. Zhou Chen spoke with tears, his acting intense, but the classmates below were all awkwardly silent. Some looked at Zhou Chen with annoyance. Haven't we always been last because of you? You and Xiao Xiaohua are the last in the whole school and second to last. How can that average improve? I know everyone must be thinking that our class is so far behind because you, Zhou Chen, are dragging us down. Zhou Chen understood their thoughts, so he openly stated it. To untie the knot, one must tie it first. Everyone still believed it was their own fault. Zhou Chen certainly couldn't avoid this issue. He had to tell them that the entire class was underperforming. Only then could they recognize their own strengths and understand the gap between themselves and the other classes. After he finished speaking, the entire class fell silent. But in their hearts, they all had one thought, as long as you know. Zhou Chen continued, starting to untie the knot, but you are too superficial and too quick to shirk responsibility. I, Zhou Chen, have a responsibility, but it is not solely because of me. The top few in our class are also vastly different from the top few in other classes. The number of average students in our class is also much fewer than in other classes. This is the fundamental reason for our class's lag. So now, look, even though I have become a standout in class 5, a Qi master at the first level, our class is still in last place. Looking beyond the surface to the essence, it is not just me who has dragged class 5 down, it is our entire class that is lacking, which has led to class 5 being in last place. After Zhou Chen's words, no one in the class spoke. They were all captivated by his analysis and couldn't help but ponder if it was really like that. If it truly was, then class 5's last place couldn't be blamed on any individual. As they analyzed carefully, they came to a conclusion in their hearts. Zhou Chen was indeed making sense. The gap between class 5 and the other classes was truly an overall gap. To surpass the other classes, it wasn't enough for Zhou Chen to become strong alone. The entire class needed to grow stronger. But how easy was it to make the whole class strong? This is not just a matter of effort. Talent is equally important. It's the same kind of training students from other classes train, and so do the students in class 5. But they just can't catch up. The students from other classes are simply better in terms of talent and physique. So, no one spoke. Zhou Chen had already analyzed the reactions of his classmates after saying this. Therefore, he continued, the problem has been identified, and the reason for class 5 being at the bottom has been found. Now, the next step is to solve the problem. How do we solve it? At this point, Zhou Chen deliberately fell silent. He had watched many motivational speakers and knew this was the moment to give the audience time to think. Sure enough, as soon as Zhou Chen's words fell, everyone entered a state of contemplation. As he expected, no one came up with an idea and they all looked at Zhou Chen again. Seeing this, Zhou Chen smiled broadly. Everything was under his control. It's very simple. As the saying goes, a bear is only as strong as its leader. We need to select the strongest among us, someone who has reached at least the Qi refining stage, and who is consistently ranked first in looks throughout the school. We need someone with top-notch charisma, a straight-A student in the eyes of teachers, and the ideal child in the eyes of parents to be the class monitor. Moreover, it would be best to choose someone with the surname Zhou, Wu, or Zhang, and their name should ideally contain one of the characters Fan, Xuan, or Duo. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Chun, the whole class. Damn, at first, I thought what you said was pretty good, but it just got more and more ridiculous. You might as well read your ID card. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the class bell rang, and the teacher was rushing from the office to the classroom. Old Chen had a bad premonition, so he followed the teacher to see how the class was doing. Teacher Chen, I heard that Zhou Chen from the class has broken through to the first layer of Qi refining? I didn't expect this kid to hide it so well. Zhou Chen had just broken through that morning, so the teacher had only just found out. He was still a bit incredulous. Upon hearing this, Old Chen smiled broadly. he felt very proud that one of his students had made such a significant breakthrough. That's right, this kid Zhou Chen, I knew he had talent when I first started teaching him in the first year of high school, so I've always been strict with him. I've been keeping an eye on his talent all along. The teacher was momentarily speechless and shot old Chen a glance. They were colleagues, but could you have some dignity? Just a month ago, you were still complaining about Zhou Chen, but when they reached the classroom door, they were immediately startled by the scene before them. Zhou Chen was standing on the podium, commanding the room with confidence. Old Chen's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. Zhou Chen, you really dare. Inside the classroom, Zhou Chen heard the class bell, but he hadn't finished his speech. Since the teacher hadn't arrived yet, Zhou Chen continued to stand on the podium, planning to finish what he had to say. Now that he had stated his goal of becoming the class monitor of Class 5, the next step was the most crucial part, painting a big picture for everyone. If he didn't paint a big picture, how could everyone believe in themselves? How could they become his loyal supporters? So Zhou Chen began to share his campaign slogan. Standing on the podium, he raised his right hand high, gesturing grandly, pointing to the future. As a member of Class 5, as the strongest person in Class 5, when I see that the average score of Class 5 is so low, when I see my classmates bowing their heads in front of students from other classes, my eyes are filled with tears. Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Chun, the classmates, are you playing around? As a famous book states, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not bully the young when they are poor. Below the stage, two classmates whispered to each other, which famous book says that? I don't remember. I think it's from The Emperor of Quarrels. Is that a classic? What do you think? Lu Chen happened to overhear and turned to glare at them. Be quiet and listen to Brother Zhou speak. Classmate. On stage, Zhou Chen was filled with righteous indignation, his spirit soaring. After I become the class leader of Class 5, I will lead everyone to crush Class 4 in 10 days. In 30 days, we will dominate Class 3, and in 50 days, we will surpass Class 2. Before the big exam, we will defeat Class 1. We in Class 5 have been holding back for 2 years. In these last 80 days of our final year, we must truly rise up. Let all classes in the 3rd middle school know that we, the students of Class 5, are not cowards. Everyone shout with me. Rise up. The classmates. Most remained silent, and the girls blushed deeply. The slogan felt strange and truly made one feel embarrassed. Lu Chen and Xiao Xiaohua, as Zhou Chen's loyal followers, didn't care about that. They immediately joined in. Rise up, rise up, rise up. The people of Xin country have always liked to follow the crowd, and with Zhou Chen's highly persuasive speech, the shouts grew louder and more numerous. Rise up. Old Chen and the teacher stood at the classroom door, their faces dark as they listened to the shouting. Zhou Chen, you brat, come here. After saying that, Old Chen glared at Zhou Chen. This kid was truly infuriating and getting more outrageous. And he was serious, just moments ago handing me a note saying the heavens have died, the yellow sky shall rise, and now he was inciting a class rebellion? Zhou Chen, you really are something. I, Old Chen, truly can't handle you anymore, can I? Hello, Teacher Lu. Sorry to take up a bit of your class time. Please do your best for Class 5 in the future. We will surpass Classes 1 and 2 before the big exam. Now, Teacher Chen has something to discuss with me. We will talk later about how to make Class 5 thrive. Zhou Chen saw that Old Chen and Teacher Lu had arrived, and since he had finished speaking, he decided not to linger. After greeting Teacher Lu amicably, he gracefully stepped down from the podium. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Old Chen, the classmates. Impressive, Zhou Chen, you really dare. Teacher Lu was momentarily stunned, then chuckled, not angry like Old Chen, but instead cooperated with Zhou Chen, seriously replying, all right, I'll be waiting for you anytime. She was a young teacher at the 3rd middle school, so she was quite adaptable and easy to talk to. As they walked on, Old Chen maintained a sullen expression, and Zhou Chen remained silent. As the saying goes, if the enemy does not move, I do not move, especially at such a critical moment. Zhou Chen did not think he needed to say much. Back in the office, after Old Chen sat down and looked at Zhou Chen without speaking, it seemed he was waiting for Zhou Chen to explain himself, after which he would give a verbal reprimand to Zhou Chen, telling him not to do such things again. But Zhou Chen remained still, just looking at Old Chen. After a while, still no words were exchanged, just a stare. Ultimately, Old Chen conceded. So, tell me, what was that all about? What are you trying to stir up with such a commotion? Are you really trying to rebel? Old Chen's tone was soft, not forceful. He didn't want to truly criticize Zhou Chen, on the contrary, he was quite fond of him. You know, I don't know. This is called a salvation movement. When the burden of being behind has been hanging around Class 5's neck, we must remove it. Otherwise, everyone in Class 5 will fall behind. Old Chen, where did you learn these words? Learn from history. Zhou Chen was very serious, continuing to look earnestly at Old Chen. Teacher Chen, don't you want to? Teacher Chen, Don't you have any fighting spirit? Don't you want to slap the faces of the teachers from classes 4, 3, 2, and 1? Let them see the potential of class 5? Old Chen was anxious but suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Zhou Chen seized the opportunity. As the saying goes, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the young and poor. Class 5 has suffered long enough compared to classes 1 to 4. As the saying goes, do nobles and generals have any special lineage? Class 1 and Class 2 deserve to be the best in the school. Why can't Class 5? As the saying goes, a true man stands between heaven and earth. How can he remain in the shadows for long? Class 5's boys are strong, and the girls are exceptional. Who are we worse than? As the saying goes, enough, enough, enough. Old Chen, with a dark expression, stopped Zhou Chen, feeling a deep resentment. He really didn't know where Zhou Chen learned so many strange phrases. It was truly brainwashing. He almost got pulled in himself. Did Old Chen not have the desire to be the head teacher of the top-ranked class? But alas, you all are not pulling your weight. Stop talking. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You should go back and study. Today's matter ends here. Old Chen waved his hand, not wanting to punish Zhou Chen. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen already had a 3-step plan in mind. Without Old Chen's support, as long as he completed this plan, it would be the same. So he didn't insist on convincing Old Chen anymore and left after Old Chen finished speaking. Watching Zhou Chen leave, Old Chen sighed and took a sip of tea. He felt a sense of relief, thinking he almost got led astray by that kid Zhou Chen. He really knows how to talk. A colleague approached. I think what he said makes sense, and he does have the ability. Why not let him give it a try? It's just a class leader position. If he wants to take it, let him, the colleague advised. But Old Chen shook his head. He has the ability and talent, but being class leader will ultimately waste his time. Since that's the case, why not let him focus on his own cultivation? The shortcomings of the others in Class 5 are their own issues. Zhou Chen's strength is his own matter. He has no obligation to help Class 5. Class 5 absolutely cannot become his burden. Old Chen spoke up, actually starting to believe that Zhou Chen genuinely wanted to help Class 5 improve, but he still suppressed his agreement with Zhou Chen. It wasn't that Old Chen was against Zhou Chen. He mainly didn't want Zhou Chen to be distracted. Zhou Chen had exceptional talent, and Old Chen wanted him to concentrate solely on his cultivation, to work hard for his own growth. Ultimately, it was because Old Chen had no idea that Zhou Chen's cultivation was particularly unique. Helping Class 5 grow and cultivate was, in fact, helping Zhou Chen himself. After returning to the classroom, Zhou Chen appeared very serious, not too disappointed or dejected. Old Chen's decision was within Zhou Chen's expectations, and everything was under his control, steadily progressing according to plan. Xiao Xiaohua noticed Zhou Chen's serious demeanor and didn't disturb him, waiting for a while before approaching to ask, Zhou Good, did Old Chen refuse? Xiao Xiaohua inquired, convinced that it was indeed Old Chen's refusal. In Xiao Xiaohua's view, Zhou Chen's desire to be class leader was unnecessary and a thankless task. In a cultivation class, being class leader was just looking for trouble and wasting one's time. At the same time, Xiao Xiaohua felt that Teacher Chen really didn't appreciate a good person's heart. Our Zhouge was willing to take on the role of class leader for Class 5, willing to sacrifice his own time to help Class 5. Yet Teacher Chen still disagreed. What was that about? It is precisely because my brother Zhou is just and kind-hearted that, according to his character, he would rather roll aside than let me take the position. I wouldn't even want to take it. Hearing Xiao Xiaohua's words, Zhou Chen turned to glance at him and nodded, but then immediately turned his head back. He indeed didn't agree, but there's no need to panic. Everything is in my plan, just focus on your classes and listen. No one can stop me from becoming the class leader of Class 5, not even Jesus. Zhou Chen said solemnly. Becoming the class leader of Class 5 would be like having another Xiao Xiaohua, allowing him to elevate his cultivation speed to another level. Therefore, he could not give up no matter what. For the sake of his own cultivation, Zhou Chen had to bring all the students of Class 5 into his camp, making them work hard for him. As the saying goes, if my classmates don't work hard, how can I achieve enlightenment and become an immortal? Zhou Chen's words fell into Xiao Xiaohua's ears, and to be honest, he was quite puzzled. He really thought Zhou Chen didn't need the position of class leader. It was truly a thankless task. Brother Zhou, why are you so obsessed with wanting to be the class leader? Xiao Xiaohua turned back again. This question again, Zhou Chen looked deeply at Xiao Xiaohua. He spoke profoundly. Don't you have the answer in your heart? Zhou Chen thought to himself that he didn't want to answer this question. He wanted Xiao Xiaohua to figure it out himself. Sure enough, as soon as Zhou Chen's words landed, Xiao Xiaohua's mind started racing, and his pupils contracted, his heart in turmoil. Brother Zhou, still the same, I support you unconditionally. Brother Zhou, how about I help you out? I can have everyone in Class 5 give you a spirit gathering pill each, so they can pressure old Chen together and then support you? To show his support, Xiao Xiaohua directly proposed a wave of campaign investment, planning to use the spirit-gathering pills to help Zhou Chen. But upon hearing this, Zhou Chen refused without a second thought. The market price of a spirit-gathering pill was 100,000 each. With over 40 classmates, that would amount to over 4 million. Spending that much money just to run for class leader? You must be joking. No need, just focus on your own efforts. I already have a plan. Zhou Chen calmly declined, and then he was too lazy to chat more with Xiao Xiaohua. Leaning against the wall, one hand supporting his head, he began to devise his second-step plan. Establish a study group, and then make a stunning impression during the school-wide spiritual energy assessment in 10 days. Zhou Chen planned for the study group to consist of 5 people, himself, Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Chen, and 2 classmates from the back row who had been doing well. With a 5-person study group, he would take on the role of leader, which was clearly a small organization that could definitely pass the systems review. Then, he would use the systems buff to enhance everyone's learning speed by 50%, making everything ready. While the teacher lectured on stage, Zhou Chen began to think of various details to enrich the study group's proposal to ensure it would pass the systems review. For example, the name of the study group and various rules, etc. He aimed to make the group more formal. He roughly drafted the rules, and as for the group's name, they would discuss it together later. Once everything was settled, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Zhou Chen immediately began to take action, calling Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Chen, and the 2 classmates from the back row who had a good relationship together. He convened the first meeting of the study group. The 2 were named Ningwu and Shang Tao. In terms of grades, they were at the bottom of the class and the school. Each could accommodate around 1,300 strands of spiritual energy, at the level of a vocational martial arts school. If they made a final push in the last 80 days, they might have a chance to break into an undergraduate martial arts school, but to be honest, it was a bit difficult. A regular undergraduate martial arts school required around 2,000 strands of spiritual energy, which was quite challenging for them. Ningwu and Shang Tao, there are only about 80 days left. Do you want to try to push for an undergraduate martial arts school? We have been brothers for 3 years now. Don't say I haven't taken care of you. This time, after I break through to the qi refining stage, I've decided to help you both improve, Zhou Chen said to the 2 with a serious tone. As for Xiao Xiaohua and Lu Chen, he didn't need to mention them. Those 2 were now his loyal little brothers. He had just told them about the study group, and they had immediately agreed. Hearing this, Ningwu and Shang Tao's eyes lit up, and their hearts raced a couple of beats faster. How could they not want to attend an undergraduate martial arts school? Unfortunately, their talents were lacking, and they felt powerless despite their strong desires. At this moment, when Zhou Chen said he could help them break into the undergraduate martial arts school, they thought it was unlikely, yet they were still filled with excitement. Zhou Chen, are you serious? Do you really have a way? Ningwu looked at Zhou Chen with fiery eyes. Of course. Think about it, just over 10 days ago, I was dead last, and now I'm already a qi refining practitioner. Xiao Xiaohua couldn't even practice before, and now he has over 1,000 strands of spiritual energy. Would I lie to you? As long as you join my study group, I can guarantee you will get into the undergraduate martial arts school. Zhou Chen enticed them. This wasn't just empty persuasion, he genuinely had a way. With this buff function, the improvements would be significant. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Ningwu and Shang Tao exchanged glances. Without a second thought, they agreed. For them, joining didn't cost anything, so why not? Plus, they were all in school, so they weren't worried about Zhou Chen taking advantage of them. With Zhou Chen's level and Xiao Xiaohua's example, it was indeed very persuasive. Alright, I'm in. Zhou Chen, I'll be counting on you from now on. If I really get into the undergraduate martial arts school, I'll recognize you as my big brother. Me too, I'm in. Ningwu and Shang Tao spoke one after the other. Hearing this, Zhou Chen confidently nodded. With the members of the study group settled, the next step was to announce the group rules, determine a group name, and officially establish it. Ningwu and Shang Tao were specifically chosen by Zhou Chen. Their poor grades meant that their improvements would be even more remarkable, making their eventual success all the more impressive. Other people, like Lu Chen, wouldn't have the same effect. Great, congratulations on joining. First, let me explain the rules. The most important thing in the study group is effort. Besides the mandatory classes every day, you must study for at least 2 hours after returning home in the afternoon. As for whether to stay up late studying, that's entirely up to you. Personally, I think that as long as it doesn't affect your studies and practice the next day, staying up late appropriately is the best. When they heard about staying up late to study, Ningwu and Shang Tao frowned slightly, but then they relaxed. As long as it helped them get into the undergraduate martial arts school in the last few days, they were willing to stay up late. Zhou Chen noticed the change in their expressions and continued speaking. starting to inspire them. Zhou Chen looked at them with burning eyes, his expression exceptionally serious, creating immense pressure during the noisy break time, especially since Zhou Chen slightly used his qi refining stage power, giving them a bit of pressure. In our world, no medal is awarded to a sad loser, so for you who have already fallen behind, the only path is to work hard. It's not that there's no water in the well, but that it's not dug deep enough. It's not that success comes slowly, but that giving up is quick. We cannot choose our fate, but we can change it. Giving yourself a cliff with no way back is giving yourself a chance to charge towards the heights of life. The process of hard work is the process of climbing to the peak, and this peak includes everything you desire. Zhou Chen reflected on the motivational phrases he had memorized, regardless of their effectiveness. Just say it all at once. Whether it's useful or not can be discussed later, but it definitely needs to be said first. Indeed, under Zhou Chen's motivational speech, it had a significant impact on the two of them. At least at this moment, Zhou Chen seemed much more serious than before. So, Zhou Chen continued, I know it's a bit difficult to ask you to stay up late and practice hard, but you need to understand that staying up late to practice is not for me, but for yourselves. Of course, it might help me to some extent as well, Zhou Chen thought secretly in his heart, but he certainly wouldn't say that part out loud. So work hard, young men. Brother Zhou is right. I couldn't even practice before, but with Brother Zhou's help, I can now practice, and I've already been able to store over 1,000 strands of spiritual energy. And this has only been less than 20 days. Xiao Xiaohua interjected appropriately, even mentioning the amount of spiritual energy he had within him. As soon as these words were spoken, all three of them, including Lu Chen, were incredibly shocked. To go from not being able to practice to being able to store over 1,000 strands of spiritual energy in less than 20 days, they had truly never seen such speed before. Of course, Zhou Chen had to be excluded. They thought he had been hiding his strength before, so it didn't count. Is that true? Xiao Xiaohua, you're not joking, are you? Ningwu looked at Xiao Xiaohua in surprise, wanting to confirm the truth. At the same time, he thought to himself, Xiao Xiaohua couldn't practice before, but now he could store over 1,000 strands of spiritual energy. If he was stronger than Xiao Xiaohua before, wouldn't he progress even faster if he learned to practice with Zhou Chen? Staying up late is fine. After all, it's just about 80 days. Let's push ourselves and not leave any regrets. Of course it's true. When the next school-wide spiritual energy inspection happens, you'll know. By then, I'll probably be even stronger. Xiao Xiaohua said confidently, which completely reassured Ningwu and Shang Tao. Even Lu Chen secretly made a decision in his heart to work even harder at night. He absolutely couldn't let Xiao Xiaohua surpass him. Zhou Chen was very satisfied with the current situation. Yes, it should be like this. Young people should be full of fighting spirit, saying goodbye to being a slacker and lying flat. This decayed mindset of being a slacker, which holds people back, Zhou Chen, will bear it all alone. After finishing the rules, Zhou Chen and the other four began to discuss the name of their study group and officially decided on it. Then Zhou Chen applied to the system for the formal qualification of the organization. As the first organization of our class, I think we should have a more imposing name. It should make the students from other classes feel scared just by hearing the name of our group. Ningwu spoke up, confirming that he would integrate into the study group. He seemed a bit dazed, just like Lu Yong from class 3. Only thinking about being imposing. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Chen and the others looked at him. Do you have a good name? Let's hear it. This. How about calling it the Qinglong Gang? Ningwu thought for a long time and then spoke up confidently. He felt this name was particularly imposing and had a lot of momentum. As the saying goes, when the Qinglong appears, who can compete? But as soon as this name was mentioned, everyone rolled their eyes at him. Xiao Xiaohua. Really bad. Lu Chen. It has a strong ancient gang vibe. We are a study group. What does it mean to have gang in the name? Are we helping others keep watch? Shang Tao, exactly. Your naming level is too poor. I thought you would come up with a good name. You should just keep quiet. Xiao Xiaohua, even if we take this name, when old Chen finds out, he will definitely criticize us. Lu Chen, exactly, this is too bad. It definitely won't work. The three of them unanimously criticized Ningwu, making his face turn red. They just didn't understand how cool that name was. The three rejected Ningwu's name and then looked at Zhou Chen, ultimately hoping he would confirm a name. How about we call it the Qinglong Study Group? Zhou Chen said in a deep voice. He wasn't good at naming things, so he simply took Ningwu's Qinglong Gang, removed the last character, and changed it to Study Group. After all, he only needed to ensure the system approved it. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, the four of them were momentarily stunned. Then it became lively. Lu Chen, Qinglong Study Group? I think that name is pretty good. Ningwu, Xiao Xiaohua, I think so too. Compared to the previous Qinglong Gang, this one instantly feels more upscale. Ningwu, what the? Lu Chen, It has to be Zhouge who names it. This level is not something ordinary people can compare to. Ning Wu, I'm losing it. Xiao Xiaohua, afterwards, when Lao Chen finds out, he won't have anything to say. We are a study group, a legitimate learning organization. Ning Wu, you two diehard fans, I just called it Qinglong Gang, and you all criticized me, but now you change one character and start praising it? Is it really necessary? Xiao Xiaohua, what's wrong, Ning Wu? Do you have a better name? Xiao Xiaohua turned to look at Ning Wu, who decisively shook his head at the question. None. Anyway, if I say one, I'll probably just get criticized again. Shang Tao, do you have any suggestions? If not, we'll go with this name. Zhou Chen looked at Shang Tao and asked him. It was just a formality. In this group, he had the final say. Shang Tao didn't care about this and shook his head when Zhou Chen asked. Thus, with the unanimous agreement of the 5 members of the study group, the first study group of Class 5 was officially established. It was named the Qinglong Study Group. Once everything was settled, Zhou Chen sent out the detailed study plan he had formulated to everyone, specifying the study times for each day. For example, they needed to work hard at all times. After each class, there would be 5 minutes for bathroom breaks, and the remaining 5 minutes needed to be used to preview the next class's content. Also, after returning home each day, they should practice for about 2 hours and could stay up late as needed based on their actual situation. If they performed well, Zhou Chen had set up a reward, a Huiling Dan. This pill, if they took it, would be equivalent to Zhou Chen taking it himself. So Zhou Chen was quite generous. Upon hearing that Zhou Chen was offering Huiling Dan as a reward, the other 3, except for Xiao Xiaohua, were incredibly shocked. They felt immense joy. Zhouge was really good, and he was generous with rewards. A Huiling Dan worth 100,000, just treated as a reward. Among the 5, besides Xiao Xiaohua, only Lu Chen didn't have such extravagance. Zhouge, mighty. Zhouge is awesome. Ning Wu, Shang Tao, and Lu Chun cheered excitedly. When class time was up, the others returned to their seats. Zhou Chen leaned against the wall and entered the system. System, Qinglong Study Group, I'm the leader, please review it for me. Zhou Chen submitted the review to the system. Are you sure you want to organize as the Qinglong Study Group? Confirm. Starting review, review complete, review passed, Qinglong Study Group, Group Leader, Zhou Chen, Members, Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Chen, Ning Wu, Shang Tao. In future cultivation, the host will gain 50% of the cultivation results of the other 4 members. At the same time, the host's buff will also increase, providing a 50% cultivation boost for the organization members. A series of prompts from the system made Zhou Chen breathe a sigh of relief. With the review passed, his progress would accelerate significantly every day from now on. With their own buff bonuses and the late-night competition tactics, the 4 of them should each gain about 50 strands a day. That means I can get 25 strands from each person, totaling 100 strands. Although this is still not as good as the boost I get from Xiao Xiaohua alone, it's only temporary. When the whole class is helping me, that number will grow tremendously. After a few classes, the classmates in the class also learned about the study group. Once they understood, they didn't pay much attention to it. They even treated it as a joke, thinking it was impossible to succeed and that it would delay Zhou Chen's own cultivation. After all, cultivation isn't just about hard work, talent is also crucial. Instead of forming a group, it's better to cultivate alone. But when they heard Zhou Chen mention the spirit-gathering pills as rewards for studying, they all turned envious. They were really craving those spirit-gathering pills. After another class, someone immediately approached Zhou Chen, saying they wanted to join the study group. But Zhou Chen didn't agree. The study group was just a temporary measure. His goal was the entire class. So there was no need to add more people for now, especially since those who wanted to join had impure motives. Zhou Chen was really annoyed by those who treated him like a fool, so he rejected them one by one. In the afternoon, the news about Zhou Chen's actions in class reached old Chen's ears, making him lean back in his chair, holding his forehead, deeply troubled. Zhou Chen's operation was truly impressive. And the name of the study group, the Qinglong Study Group, couldn't it be a bit more elegant? It was too much like a gang. Anyone who didn't know would think our class had formed a social club. Old Chen, what's wrong with you? A colleague came in with a kettle of water and, seeing Old Chen's state, curiously asked. Old Chen really felt something was off. Hearing the voice, Old Chen looked up at his colleague and forced a couple of bitter laughs. What else could it be? Besides Zhou Chen, who else in class 5 could annoy me? It's him again? What's going on? The colleague's interest was piqued upon hearing Zhou Chen's name. A kid who passes notes to the homeroom teacher and shouts about the fall of heaven is just too amusing. I didn't let him be the class monitor, and he immediately set up a study group, naming it the Qinglong Study Group. Isn't that just ridiculous? It's too much like a gang. Anyone who doesn't know would think old Chen, can't manage my class. Especially now that the principal is paying special attention to Zhou Chen. If he finds out, I'll probably get another round of criticism. Old Chen sighed but felt helpless. He could only vent to his colleague. He couldn't overpower Zhou Chen at all. If he communicated more with Zhou Chen, he'd probably end up being persuaded and join the Qinglong study group of his. Hey, it's just a name that's not great. What's there to worry about? If you're really worried, just let Zhou Chen come to our class 4, and I'll immediately make him the class monitor. The colleague was the homeroom teacher of class 4, so after hearing old Chen's words, he didn't take it too seriously. To him, old Chen was just being overly concerned. What's the big deal? A study group is just a study group. As long as it doesn't disrupt the school or violate the rules, it's fine. Go away, Zhou Chen is now our class's treasure. Don't even think about poaching him. Old Chen waved his hand in dissatisfaction. Want Zhou Chen? No way. I'm already annoyed by Zhou Chen. I won't give him to you. Old Chen just liked being bothered by Zhou Chen. After school in the afternoon, Zhou Chen encouraged everyone as usual. How's everyone studying after joining the study group today? You all should know yourselves. Learning and cultivation are never a tedious affair. As long as you put in the effort, you will surely feel the joy of learning. At the school gate, Zhou Chen sat on his bicycle, the lock chain hanging around his neck. In front of him, 4 bicycles were lined up, and 4 people listened intently to Zhou Chen's speech. Like stars surrounding the moon, Zhou Chen appeared to be a big shot. Hearing his words, the others reflected on their studies that day. Suddenly enlightened, they might not believe it if told, but they truly felt the magic after joining the study group. Their minds felt clearer than ever, and studying seemed to have been wound up like a clock. Not only was their speed faster than before, but their comprehension had also improved significantly. It was as if something had been blocking their brains, and now it had suddenly loosened, leaving them with a refreshing feeling. Zhou Go, after joining the group, I really feel like my learning has sped up. It's such a magical feeling, Lu Chen said, sounding very cheerful. Upon hearing this, the others also expressed that they felt the same way. Zhou Chen chuckled lightly. It's good that you know. This is the benefit of hard work. I won't say more. When you get home today, continue to work hard according to the plan I've set. A beautiful future starts in the mind, and after hard work, it will manifest in reality. He said a few more encouraging words before letting everyone head home. Watching them leave, Zhou Chen touched his nose. System, oh system, I know you want to create a world without competition, but alas, you have mistaken your master. I do not agree, so you have become distorted. Zhou Chen rode his bike home. His parents had not returned yet, so he went straight to his room. He opened his computer to check the back end of his novel. He found that as the novel gained recommendations, more and more people were reading it. Although it hadn't been officially published yet, quite a few had supported him through tips. Zhou Chen was immensely grateful for this. Although he wasn't lacking money now and wasn't writing the novel for financial gain, he still held the utmost gratitude for the support from these readers. To show his appreciation, he planned to bring over Mortal later so everyone could enjoy the cultivation journey of the mortal realm. At the same time, he wanted to instill a spirit of hard work in the readers through these novels. Once he developed and gained popularity, he would establish a reader organization. On one hand, it would lead everyone to cultivate faster, and on the other, it would help him gather some spiritual energy. Everyone would benefit mutually, creating a beautiful tomorrow together. He sent up a 10,000-word manuscript and added a piece of motivational quote at the end of the chapter. Thank you to all the readers for your support, but while supporting, be sure to appreciate the essence of this book. As the saying goes, if you don't work hard in learning and cultivation, your wife will sleep with someone else. If you don't strive when young, your head will be muddled tomorrow. After sending it, Zhou Chen opened the comments section to take a look. He liked several posts sharing difficult life stories and pinned them. He wanted new readers to see that seizing the present would lead to better development tomorrow, while indulging now would only lead to regret later. Zhou Chen also offered his encouragement beneath these posts. As long as you start working hard, it's never too late. After browsing through, Zhou Chen closed the back end. He then began his writing journey. Not changing a single word, just transcribing, Zhou Chen typed at an incredible speed. In less than an hour and a half, the 10,000 words were completed. Meanwhile, as Zhou Chen typed, many readers noticed his actions, each expressing their thoughts in the comment section. I have to say, although this novel is a typical light read, the author really put in a lot of effort. Another day moved by the author. I won't say much, just going to give a tip, and then I'll go train. As long as you start working hard, it's never too late. The author said it so well, must support. Author, please update quickly. The sooner it goes on the shelves, the sooner you can make money. Just back home, Xiao Xiaohua opened his phone and saw the update of this novel. Because the experiences of the characters in the novel were very similar to his own, he had been following the updates closely. Seeing the latest chapter and the author's final message, he felt a surge of emotions. This author is really great. The words he said are admirable. Moreover, like Brother Zhou, he encourages everyone to work hard instead of being lazy. Time to reward. Xiao Xiaohua immediately recharged and tipped 1 million beans, which amounted to a full 100,000. He quickly became the leader of this book. A banner was unfurled, attracting more people to read. Definitely a rich guy. Awesome. 666. Zhou Chen was unaware of Xiao Xiaohua's actions. After typing 20,000 words and uploading them for scheduled release, Zhou Chen had some free time and played a couple of games. After checking the time, Zhou Chen created a study group and added Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Chen, and Ning Wushangtao. He directly started a video call. What are you all doing? According to the schedule, it should be time to start training now, right? Zhou Chen asked in a deep voice while checking the system. He wanted to see how much spiritual energy he was gaining while they were training. Xiao Xiaohua is training, hosts spiritual energy plus 64. Xinglong study group of 4 is training, hosts spiritual energy plus 11. There were 2 notifications, both from after school, and it was clear that they had already started training. Zhou Chen was very satisfied. Xiao Xiaohua, Brother Zhou, I'm training. The feeling of training at home is just like at school, much faster than before, so I didn't dare to waste time. Ning Wu, me too. Lu Chen, Brother Zhou, it's such a magical feeling. After training at home, my speed is still much faster than before. Ning Wu, me too. Shang Tao, training, I must stay up late to train today. Ning Wu, me too. Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Chen, Shang Tao. Ning Wu, can you shut up? If you have nothing to say, just don't say anything. You're just repeating the same thing. Ning Wu. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm for training, Zhou Chen felt good. So he deleted the motivational article he had just found online. There's a time for everything, and now is not the time for that. Brother Zhou, what are you doing now? Are you also training? Ning Wu asked, wanting to chat with Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this. It wouldn't do to say he was playing. As the leader of the study group, he needed to set a good example. He couldn't let them know about his lazy attitude. So Zhou Chen calmly nodded. Yes, that's exactly what you think. Since I got home, I've been working hard for over 3 hours. As soon as he finished speaking, the others showed admiring expressions. Indeed, it's Brother Zhou, working so hard. You deserve to be the strongest. One by one, inspired by Zhou Chen, they resolved to work even harder. Zhou Chen didn't want to chat much longer, so he ended the video call. They were all fired up, and it was a great time to train. He couldn't let that slip away. After ending the video call, Zhou Chen entered the system and took stock of what he had. It is now March 21st, and after so many days, I have accumulated a total of 17 spirit gathering pills from the daily salted fish rewards, along with a bad luck talisman and a bottle of body refining potion. I haven't used any of these yet. I plan to keep 2 spirit gathering pills, along with the bad luck talisman and the body refining potion. The remaining spirit gathering pills can be sold. When I have time, I'll visit the apothecary shop. They aren't particularly useful, so selling the pills will earn some money, and I can buy a weapon in the process. After sorting everything out, I began to think about Xiao Xiaohua's 2nd meridian. Although the 3rd meridian has been cleared with the blood of the flame bird, the 2nd one still needs a bit of work. So, I need to come up with a method. The boxing gym is gone, and after some thought, I finally decided to help him clear it myself. I'll beat him up every day and then make him thank me for it. Starting tomorrow, I'll follow this plan until the 2nd meridian is completely cleared. Having clarified what I need to do recently, I then relaxed. I did whatever felt comfortable, occasionally scrolling through short videos to satisfy my visual cravings. In the evening, my parents returned home and prepared dinner. Shortly after, I received a call from Old Chen. I noticed that Old Chen has become particularly cunning. He seems to have figured out my parents' schedule. He definitely won't call before my parents come home after I finish school. And once my parents are back, his call is guaranteed to come in. It's as if he knows I can't handle them alone and waits for my parents to come back to let them deal with me. Truly crafty. I handed the phone to my parents and then lay on the sofa, feeling bored. I pondered whether to use my left hand or my right hand after dinner tonight. After all, scrubbing my back only requires one hand. On one side, my parents were chatting enthusiastically with Teacher Chen, especially as he openly shared my breakthroughs at school today with them, making them ecstatic. They all came over to pinch me, as if I were some rare treasure. Is it true, Xiaofan? You really broke through to the qi refining stage? That's impossible, right? Come on, tell me, are you just pretending to fool Teacher Chen? Hearing this, I was somewhat speechless. Is there really such a lack of faith in their own son? It's just the qi refining stage. It doesn't seem that difficult. I shrugged, appearing indifferent. Indeed, compared to your sister, you still have a long way to go. She reached the chi refining stage in her senior year, and by your age, she was almost breaking through to the second level of chi refining. That's right, Xiaofan, you do fall short compared to your sister, but don't be upset. Just think about how much worse you were before. Is this a failed attempt at showing off? I felt powerless to retort. After dinner, I pretended to practice for an hour before heading back to my room. After washing up, I initiated a video call in the group before going to bed and found that everyone was still studying. I felt relieved. It's already 9 o'clock in the evening, don't stay up too late practicing. Science shows that you need to maintain sufficient sleep to learn and practice faster. So, you can stay up until midnight at most, and then you must go to sleep, I advised. As my words reached them, Ning Wu on the other end shivered. He had just stood up but sat back down again. He was about to take a shower and go to bed, but after receiving this call, he had to sit back down to practice. Staying up until midnight to sleep, is that even a scientific time? Which scientist said that? Just wait until I don't blow him up. Ning Wu complained inwardly, but when I mentioned him, he still nodded and persisted. He could feel his own changes, so he really wanted to make a sprint. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Chen lay down. Before long, today's summary reward arrived. Host's cultivation time today is less than that of a salted fish. Reward, 1 gathering chi pill. The gathering chi pill has arrived. As expected, the system's rewards increase with the improvement of his realm. Before he entered the chi refining stage, it was the spirit gathering pill, and now it has changed to the gathering chi pill. Unfortunately, he couldn't use it. He wasn't short on money now, so he would save it for the time being and give it to Zhou Shanru when she returned. Invest first, then reap the rewards. Once he had a contract slot, he would contract her. 3 days passed. During these days, Zhou Chen's life was quite ordinary. Everything went according to his plan. There were no sudden upheavals. In the morning, he went to school as usual, bragging with Han Ming. Then he did his morning exercises and supervised the study group. After school in the afternoon, he beat up Xiao Xiaohua, his fists like sandbags, striking red against Xiao Xiaohua's back. At the same time, he used acupuncture to help him clear his meridians. Then in the evening, he supervised everyone in the study group as they cultivated. He also received a large sum of money, 5 million, sent by the 7-person bureau. This was the money for Zhou Chen's help in capturing the burning sect leader and destroying their plans. Not bad, quite a lot. With this money, Zhou Chen had over 9 million in his bank account, definitely a member of the middle class. Looking at his dad and then at himself, he had to say, there really was no comparison between people. He needed to give his low-income dad some advice. If he really couldn't make money, he could drive his private car to pick up jobs or rent out the idle house. Looking at himself, with over 9 million in the bank, he earned dozens of dollars in interest every day. This was how money was made. Besides all this, there was one more thing. Zhou Chen had become famous throughout the school. His cultivation realm became well known, and so did his words about surpassing classes 1 and 2 in his own class. Many people both respected Zhou Chen's strong talent and were amused by his overestimation of himself. He could indeed raise class 5's score significantly, but for class 5 to surpass classes 1 and 2 in overall strength was absolutely impossible. Many students from classes 1 and 2 treated this as a joke. Occasionally, Zhou Chen would hear related topics while walking, but he didn't pay much attention. He was a person who let facts speak for themselves. He had never been good with words, so he waited a few more days for the school's spiritual energy survey to come. At that time, class 5 would surely make a name for itself. In the study group, including himself, there were 4 former bottom students improving. As long as these 4 were changed, it would be enough to raise class 5's average spiritual energy above class 4. In the classroom, Zhou Chen used the method provided by the system to check the spiritual energy reserves of several people. First was Lu Chen. This guy had the highest spiritual energy among the 5, second only to Zhou Chen. After all, he was the top student in class 5, so he had that foundation, and his talent was only second to Xiao Xiaohua. With the buff bonus, his cultivation speed was even faster. After testing, Zhou Chen confirmed that his spiritual energy reached 3,980 strands. The daily growth rate reached 62 strands, and it was expected that before the spiritual energy survey in 6 days, he could break through the 4,000 strands limit, reaching over 4,300 strands. This was the result of 100% effort staying up late and the effects of his buff. Next was Xiao Xiaohua. Although he had only cleared 2 meridians, his talent was already stronger than Lu Chen's. A divine-level talent physique was indeed that powerful. His daily spiritual energy intake reached over 90 strands, which was terrifying. Just he alone could provide Zhou Chen with over 900 strands of spiritual energy every day. Then there was Ning Wu. whose current spiritual energy was 1,394. His daily growth rate was 28 strands. During the spiritual energy census, he could reach over 1,500 strands, and as he mastered the techniques, the speed would likely increase even more. At this moment, Shang Tao had 1,410 strands, with a daily growth rate of 26 strands. During the spiritual energy census, he could also reach over 1,500 strands. At this rate, before the major exam, both Ning Wu and Shang Tao could at least reach 3,500, surpassing the 2,000 mark for undergraduate qualifications. It all depended on whether they could make a final push for first-tier status. Their talents ultimately limited them. Of course, this was not something Zhou Chen needed to ponder. He had done his best to help them improve, and that was enough. Fulfilling his promise to them about the undergraduate martial arts school was sufficient. Finally, for Zhou Chen himself, with the tenfold increase from Xiao Xiaohua and the support of the study group, his daily spiritual energy growth reached around 1,300 strands. One could say he was hitting the line for a junior college martial arts school every day. At this pace, it would take about a month and 5 days to break through to the second layer of the Qi refining stage. Whether he could do it faster depended on Zhou Chen's plans for Class 5. Following the 3-step plan, now they just had to wait for the spiritual energy census. Is this it? Is this it? Didn't you guys from Class 5 say you wanted to surpass Classes 1 and 2? How come you're only at this level? Exactly, you guys are too weak. If it weren't for Zhou Chen, Class 5 wouldn't even have the right to speak. In the morning, Zhou Chen rode his bicycle, swaying as he made his way to school. On the way, he also encountered Xiao Xiaohua and Lu Chen, who were also riding their bikes. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, they all followed him. Zhou Chen glanced at Xiao Xiaohua and noticed that the kid's complexion was getting better and better, truly giving off the vibe of a novel's protagonist. Especially the aura he exuded, which was worlds apart from before. Gone was the frustration, replaced by countless confidence. As he could store more spiritual energy, his status in the Xiao family rose higher. At least his father was no longer thinking much about having a second child. His second grandfather's lineage also paid more attention to Xiao Xiaohua, and even Xiao Qi dared not provoke him casually anymore. After all, he was the genuine direct descendant, and the resources he possessed were not something their collateral branches could compare to. So Xiao Xiaohua could return to his previous lifestyle, driving luxury cars to class. But now he had been influenced by Zhou Chen and was keen on riding his bike every day. When he saw Zhou Chen on the road, he smiled and greeted him. Then Zhou Chen encountered Lu Chen and the others, and they all rode together towards the school. Then, at the parking lot outside the school, he heard a commotion. Class 5? Zhou Chen heard the name and followed the sound, then saw a classmate from his class facing off against another group. That familiar classmate was indeed from Class 5. Seeing this, Zhou Chen had an idea. He brought Xiao Xiaohua and the others over. Since the Qinglong study group had encountered issues with Class 5, they had to help out, right? Especially now, Zhou Chen needed to win over some hearts, so he couldn't just stand by and watch. Riding over, they quickly resolved the situation. In terms of strength, Zhou Chen was there. In terms of background, Xiao Xiaohua stood firm. When they saw Zhou Chen approaching, they didn't dare to boast and simply slipped away. Zhou Chen was almost dumbfounded. They really weren't the big villains, not even acting as stepping stones. What just happened? Zhou Chen stood in front of the bullied classmate and gently inquired, a warm smile on his face. He aimed to be amiable and win hearts. The classmate thanked Zhou Chen first, then explained the situation, which was quite simple. It was a parking issue that led to a bit of a quarrel. He had arrived a bit earlier, but that person insisted on taking his spot. Then it escalated from there. So it was just this matter. What was this? Zhou Chen shook his head inwardly, but his expression showed no change. So, being strong within oneself is the true strength. If you had a bit more spiritual energy stored up, he definitely wouldn't bully you so casually. I want to, but my talent is limited. I've already tried my best, the classmate said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Those in Class 5 all had some issues with talent, so he truly had put in effort to cultivate. Hearing this, Zhou Chen shook his head at him. You haven't tried your best at all. Did you stay up late studying and cultivating last night? Definitely not. You've wasted a lot of time. How can you say you've tried your best? Moreover, you haven't mastered the correct way to cultivate. If you trust me, in a few days, support me a bit. Once I become the class leader of Class 5, you'll be able to experience the correct cultivation speed. After Zhou Chen finished speaking, he patted the other person's shoulder and then rode away, leaving behind a grand silhouette. Zhouge, you're going the wrong way. The school gate is this way, Xiao Xiaohua shouted from behind Zhou Chen. Just now, Zhou Chen was too busy showing off to pay attention to the direction. He was riding away from the school gate. So, Xiao Xiaohua was appropriately correcting Zhou Chen. I know, you guys stay here for now. I'm going to buy some oranges. Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Chun, Ning Wu Shang Tao. It seemed like Zhou Chen had taken advantage of them. A few days later, tomorrow would be the day of the school's spiritual energy census. Zhou Chen specifically checked everyone's spiritual energy levels. First was Lu Chen, whose spiritual energy had reached 4,325 strands. He had clearly surpassed the original third place in Class 5. If calculated based on previous tests, Lu Chen had already entered the top 3 of Class 5. Of course, this did not include Zhou Chen. Previously, he was 6th in the class, directly advancing more than 3 ranks. This progress was really impressive, considering only 10 days had passed. Next was Xiao Xiaohua, whose second meridian had also been unblocked. His daily spiritual energy growth reached around 100 strands. In these 10 days, he had increased by 980 strands of spiritual energy. His current spiritual energy level had reached 2,140 strands, already surpassing Ning Wu and Shang Tao. When this number came out, it not only shocked Ning Wu and Shang Tao, but even Lu Chen was astonished. They all became more serious. In their eyes, Xiao Xiaohua had made the most progress, so he must be working harder, and they absolutely couldn't fall behind. As for Xiao Xiaohua, he had already gotten used to it. He had privately talked with Zhou Chen. From Zhou Chen, he received a piece of news: his physique was very special. He was extremely strong in cultivation, which greatly encouraged him. Next was Ning Wu, whose spiritual energy was 1,584, and Shang Tao, whose spiritual energy was 1,568. Since joining the study group, they had both increased by over 200 strands. This progress was something they had never even dared to imagine before. Is this real? In these days, my spiritual energy has actually increased by over 200 strands. Ning Wu appeared very excited. He had anticipated it, but when Zhou Chen tested it, he still couldn't help but feel thrilled. Shang Tao felt the same way. He was equally excited. Zhou Chen really hadn't lied to them. It turned out that joining the study group could truly make one stronger, and staying up late to cultivate could indeed yield results. At this moment, they were filled with gratitude towards Zhou Chen. Zhou Ge, thank you so much. From now on, whatever you say goes. Me too, Zhou Chen. No need to be like this. I don't need you to do anything. Just remember one thing. Cultivation is for your own benefit, and hard work is for your own future. No one else can benefit from it. You are the only beneficiaries. So, as long as you don't tire yourselves to death, just work as hard as you can. Zhou Chen appeared dignified, his words thick with emotion and full of infectious energy. Such selfless words and actions have completely won over many. Each heart was filled with gratitude and admiration. This is Brother Zhou. Only Zhou Chen was rehearsing his performance in his heart. After school in the afternoon, Old Chen specifically talked about the upcoming aura assessment for the entire school the next day. It was equivalent to the monthly exams of the previous life, conducted once a month. Unlike the previous school-wide mock exams, the difference this time was the cancellation of the written and martial arts competitions. It would only involve measuring the precise aura levels within each student using the aura testing machine. Very simple, yet very attention-grabbing. The next day, after morning exercises, Old Chen once again emphasized the aura assessment from the podium. He especially cast a pointed glance at Zhou Chen. The aura assessment is merely a school test and has no bearing on the upcoming major exam. Testing your true strength will help you understand yourselves better, allowing you to put in more effort. Therefore, there's no need to deliberately hide your aura during the assessment. This last point was clearly directed at Zhou Chen. During the last school-wide mock exam, Zhou Chen had hidden his aura, and Old Chen had caught him on the spot. He didn't want Zhou Chen to continue hiding it. He wanted to see how Zhou Chen's aura levels were after breaking through to the qi refining stage, how fast he had progressed. But Zhou Chen couldn't be bothered with Old Chen. He had no intention of hiding. After all, his strength had already reached the top tier in the school, and everyone knew it, so there was no need to conceal anything. What Zhou Chen cared more about was the testing of Xiao Xiaohua and the other 3. He just wanted to make a stunning impression, to shock his study group and the whole class. Seeing Zhou Chen sitting still without causing any trouble, Old Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He then led the entire class to the hall where the aura testing machine was located. They began to wait. Xiao Xiaohua and the others followed Zhou Chen, surrounding him as they walked. Zhou Chen reassured them a few times, telling them not to be nervous. When it's your turn to test, just input all the aura in your body. I've already tested you yesterday, so there's no problem at all. You don't need to worry. This kind of improvement will definitely impress Old Chen. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, their nervousness eased considerably. Over the past 10 days, Zhou Chen's prestige in their hearts had gradually risen, and they instinctively began to trust him. In the hall, the first group to test was Class 1, and the core highlight was undoubtedly Xiao Xiaohua's fiancée, Tang Yanran. After her test, a wave of exclamations erupted. all marveling at Tang Yanran's high aura levels. 24,000 strands, an increase of a full 1,000 strands from the last mock exam. Her speed is just too fast. It's only been a month since the last mock exam. Exactly, this is simply terrifying. The crowd whispered among themselves, and when the conversation reached Zhou Chen's side, Lu Chen and the others were equally astonished. An increase of 1,000 strands in a month was a huge blow to them, especially to Ningwu and Shang Tao. In their 3 years of high school, they had only managed a little over 1,000 strands, while Tang Yanran could surpass them in just 2 months. This left them feeling a sense of defeat, which they couldn't help but acknowledge. Xiao Xiaohua, on the other hand, felt much better. Compared to the first time he saw Tang Yanran's strength, he seemed much more relaxed this time. Tang Yanran had increased by 1,000 strands in a month, while at his current speed, he could increase by 1,000 strands in just 10 days. Increasing by 3,000 strands in a month was no problem. As long as he worked a bit harder and opened up the fourth meridian, surpassing Tang Yanran before the major exam would definitely be within reach. Zhou Chen was also calculating the gap between himself and Tang Yanran in his heart, then shook his head regretfully. It took him a month to increase by 1,000 strands, while he could now increase by over 1,000 in a single day. Moreover, he had already reached over 19,000 strands of spiritual energy. In 3 or 4 days, he would surpass her. It could be said that Tang Yanran was no longer a match for him. She was a rival to Xiao Xiaohua, not to him. After Class 1 finished testing, Class 2 continued, and finally, it was Class 5's turn. Bored, Zhou Chen found a comfortable wall to lean against, and just as he settled in, Old Chen walked over. Zhou Chen glanced at him and then turned his head to the other side. This action left Old Chen somewhat helpless, thinking to himself, was he really that unwelcome? Once Class 4 finished all their tests, Class 5 followed suit. They lined up according to their numbers, and after about 10 people had tested, members of the Qinglong study group began their tests. The first was Ningwu, and when he saw the final result after inputting his spiritual energy, he was overwhelmed with joy. Zhou Chen had indeed not deceived him. His spiritual energy had truly reached over 1,500 strands, an increase of over 200 strands in just 10 days. At that moment, Ningwu truly breathed a sigh of relief and then left the spiritual testing machine. Next were Shang Tao and Lu Chen, and their reactions were no different from Ningwu's. Upon seeing their own increases, they were both filled with ecstatic joy. With this speed, as long as they maintained it, they could definitely achieve good results in the major exam. Teacher Chen, did you see how happy Ningwu and Lu Chen are? They are all members of my Qinglong study group, and their progress in these 10 days is clearly remarkable. So, Teacher Chen, how about we make a bet? If our Class 5's average spiritual energy exceeds Class 4's, and if Ningwu and Shang Tao's increases are greater than 200, you let me be the class leader of Class 5. Zhou Chen looked at Old Chen, proposing his suggestion. At this point, it was the final step. After the study group made a stunning achievement, it was naturally time to realize his own goals. Old Chen heard Zhou Chen's words, turned to look at him, pondered over Zhou Chen's bet, then grinned and agreed. Knowing that it was almost impossible for Ningwu and Shang Tao to have an increase greater than 200, Old Chen believed that while Ningwu and the others would see some improvement, it would probably only be around a few dozen strands. To increase by over 200 strands was truly impossible. This speed was not something the people of Class 5 could achieve, except for Zhou Chen, of course. Alright, I accept your bet, but if you lose, don't ever bring up the class leader issue with me again. In the last few days, you must give your utmost effort in cultivation. Hearing Old Chen's words, Zhou Chen smiled inwardly. His goal had already been achieved. After tomorrow, all the students in Class 5 would become his helpers. His cultivation speed would increase significantly. If things went this way, he estimated he could break through to the third level of qi refining before the major exam. The second level of qi refining was already a certainty before the major exam. Zhou Chen. The teacher in charge of the spiritual testing called out Zhou Chen's name. It was his turn. Upon hearing his name, Zhou Chen quickly responded and walked towards the spiritual testing machine. Old Chen shouted from behind, "Don't think about hiding your strength. I know your true level." "Oh, so you know? Then I'll just hide a bit, since you already know." Old Chen. Not playing by the rules? Besides Old Chen, all the other students were also paying attention. Zhou Chen was one of only 2 qi refining cultivators in the entire school. Everyone wanted to see how much spiritual energy Zhou Chen had at that moment and how much of a gap there was between him and Tang Yanran. "Old Xiao, do you know how much spiritual energy Zhou has in him?" Ningwu stood next to Xiao Xiaohua, seemingly unable to wait any longer, and asked a question. Xiao Xiaohua glanced deeply at him. "Very high. If Brother Zhou really isn't hiding anything, no one in the entire venue can compare. Is it that exaggerated?" So just how high is it? "About 3 or 4 stories high." Ningwu. Since Zhou Chen had specifically emphasized it, Xiao Xiaohua wouldn't really reveal that Zhou Chen was a master of the qi control realm. Not to mention that Ningwu asked him, even if his father, Xiao Daji, inquired, he wouldn't disclose it. Everyone's gaze turned to the spirit testing machine at Zhou Chen's position. Zhou Chen walked up to the machine and greeted the teacher. The teacher was much friendlier than before. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, he returned a smile, and his tone was much more amiable than last time. This is the advantage of good grades. He reached out, touched the spirit testing machine, and then began to infuse his spiritual energy, pouring all the energy from within him into it. At the same time, the amount of spiritual energy displayed on the machine was rapidly rising. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the 10,000 mark, which is the threshold for the qi control realm. So fast, it shot up in an instant. Indeed, he is a qi control realm cultivator, directly breaking through the 10,000 mark. I wonder where Zhou Chen's limit lies. In the hall, the students were buzzing with discussion. Except for Xiao Xiaohua from Class 5 and Lu Yong from Class 3, everyone else was in shock. Lu Yong, hearing the exclamations from his classmates, curled his lip. A bunch of people who had never seen the world. If Zhou Chen didn't hide, this spirit testing machine would probably break. The number continued to rise, showing no signs of stopping. Soon, it broke through 15,000 strands, and it was still climbing. Old Chen stood below, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. He wondered how Zhou Chen had only broken through 10 days ago. How could his spiritual energy have increased so much in just 10 days? This was simply terrifying. Everyone in the venue, including the teachers, felt the same. The number finally stopped at 19,820 strands. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it hadn't risen further. If it had maintained the previous speed, it would have easily surpassed Tang Yanran. Zhou Chen withdrew his hand from the spirit testing machine and then reminded the teacher. "All right, teacher, I'm done with the test." The teacher nodded quickly in response. I understand. Your spiritual energy count is 19,820 strands. You have one more chance. Would you like to test again? The teacher offered a reminder, but Zhou Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't need to test again. This result was about right and was indeed his limit. Perhaps he could squeeze out a few more strands, but it wasn't necessary. Leaving the spirit testing machine, Zhou Chen walked over to the Qinglong study group. Along the way, he received many envious glances. Xiao Xiaohua had not yet tested, and when his name was called, he stepped up. Old Chen approached Zhou Chen after he finished. "What kind of physique do you have? The speed of your spiritual energy growth is just terrifying. It's a pity our school doesn't have the equipment to test talents. Otherwise, we could study your physique in detail." Old Chen appeared very curious. Zhou Chen's speed truly astonished him. He was Zhou Chen's homeroom teacher and had watched him improve step by step. At that moment, he really wanted to see Zhou Chen's gifted physique, but unfortunately, such equipment only existed in martial arts schools, and even there, it was just a rough test. No one had yet produced instruments capable of precise talent detection. Xiao Xiaohua arrived at a spirit testing machine, took a deep breath, and placed his hand on it. Then he infused all the spiritual energy from within him with all his might. Below, Zhou Chen was paying attention, but even more focused was Tang Yanran. After the test ended, she did not leave, waiting there just to see Xiao Xiaohua's test. In the meantime, she also saw Zhou Chen's test results, which surprised her as well. However, she was not as shocked as the others. She felt that Zhou Chen indeed had good talent, but it was definitely not something that had improved in a short time. The previous Zhou Chen must have been hiding his strength, and now he was just showing it. As for surpassing her, she had never even considered that. After Xiao Xiaohua's test, Tang Yanran focused all her attention on her. When the final results came out, the impact on her was even more intense than Zhou Chen's. 2,240 strands. Tang Yanran clearly knew that when she came to the school, Xiao Xiaohua was still unable to cultivate. Yet now, she had over 2,200 strands of spiritual energy. This speed was even faster than hers. This was almost impossible. Tang Yanran frowned, looking at Xiao Xiaohua, who stood still, not knowing what she was thinking. At that moment, Xiao Xiaohua seemed to sense something and looked over at Tang Yanran. The two locked eyes for a moment before each instinctively looked away. Like a pair of flirtatious lovers, this caught Zhou Chen's attention, who had been watching Xiao Xiaohua all along. He couldn't help but scoff in his heart. "Damn, it's really unfair. I'm so strong, yet I still have no romantic prospects. Is there not a pretty girl who can see my potential?" After the test, classes continued in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Teacher Chen and the other homeroom teachers were called to the conference room by Principal Wang to start a meeting. The theme of the meeting was obviously the results of the spiritual energy test from that morning. Once all the classes had completed their tests, the results were immediately compiled. The class scores and average scores were also calculated. During the meeting, Teacher Chen received multiple praises, making him very happy. This time, after the test results came out, Class 5's performance really stood out. Besides Zhou Chen's extraordinary performance, the progress of the other students is also evident. Therefore, in this test, Class 5's average spiritual energy exceeded Class 4's, and it surpassed by more than 50 strands. It really exceeded. Teacher Chen picked up the score sheet in his hand and looked at it. This time, Class 4 performed very steadily, with an average spiritual energy of 2,120 strands, which was 50 strands more than the last test. Class 5, however, had a significant leap, going from 2,040 strands in the last test to 2,170 strands this time, not counting Zhou Chen. Because Zhou Chen was too extraordinary, including him would be meaningless, just like how Tang Yanran was not counted in Class 1. Teacher Chen, your class really knows how to hide. You quietly surpassed us in Class 4? Exactly, especially that Zhou Chen. I didn't expect your class to have such a genius hidden away. The colleagues around him chatted with smiles, but after Teacher Chen responded perfunctorily a couple of times, he lowered his head to look at the score sheet. How could there be such a significant improvement? Teacher Chen wondered, then began to check the students who had made progress one by one. Eventually, he locked onto a few individuals. Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Chen, Ning Wu, and Shang Tao were the four who had improved the most. Xiao Xiaohua was already impressive, directly breaking through to over 2,000 strands, which astonished Teacher Chen, but once he thought about her being from the Xiao family, it made sense. The others were different. Compared to the last simulated test, Lu Chen had improved by over 600 strands. Ning Wu and Shang Tao had also improved by over 200. And they all had one thing in common: they were all part of Zhou Chen's study group. This meant that, with Zhou Chen's help, they all seemed to have activated some kind of cheat, with their spiritual energy growth being particularly exaggerated. After the meeting, Teacher Chen drowsily put away the score sheet, still pondering this matter even after returning to his office. Zhou Chen is really something. I don't know how he helped them. It can't be from taking drugs, right? Old Chen analyzed in his heart, but then shook his head in denial. A spirit-gathering pill is worth 100,000. Ning Wu and Shang Tao couldn't possibly afford that. Xiao Xiaohua could take it, but he wouldn't do it frequently. Pills also have residues, and if taken too much without paying attention to nurturing and resolving them, it would be harmful rather than beneficial for future cultivation. So it was clear that Zhou Chen had his unique methods. Perhaps he could really fulfill Zhou Chen's wish and make him the class leader of Class 5. Thinking of this, Old Chen nodded. Moreover, even if he disagreed, there was no turning back now. He had already promised Zhou Chen this morning. In the classroom, after a class, Zhou Chen went directly to Old Chen's office. Seeing Zhou Chen, Old Chen shook his head. There was no need for Zhou Chen to urge him. He stood up on his own. Let's go. The next class is self-study. I'll take you to the class and announce that you are the class leader of Class 5. Zhou Chen calmly nodded at this. Since you insist so strongly, I'll reluctantly accept. Although becoming the class leader of Class 5 sacrifices some of my cultivation time, for the sake of the class, I ultimately choose to sacrifice myself. Old Chen, you should pick up your face from the ground first. As they walked, upon arriving at the class, Zhou Chen did not sit back in his seat but stood next to Old Chen. Old Chen noticed some students had gone to the restroom, so he temporarily held off on speaking and called the previous class leader outside to communicate with him. The previous class leader had been eager for this, so as soon as Old Chen spoke, he readily agreed. After class started, Old Chen asked everyone to quiet down and then announced that Zhou Chen was the new class leader of Class 5. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Chen took out the motivational quotes he had collected long ago. Old Chen, it's just announcing you as the class leader. You don't need to read an acceptance speech. Zhou Chen, this isn't an acceptance speech. Then what is it? Old Chen curiously asked. This is the ultimate weapon to lead Class 5 to greatness, Zhou Chen said solemnly. Hearing this, Old Chen's interest was piqued. He leaned in to take a look, and a few black lines appeared on his forehead. He was too familiar with this thing. It was just motivational quotes. He had to recite them to students over 100 times every semester, and the result was that they were utterly useless. This is useless. Who says it's useless? You just don't know how to use it. Old Chen. Zhou Chen, you step back and watch my performance. Old Chen. Old Chen was speechless but still obediently took a few steps back. Zhou Chen didn't waste any more time and called Xiao Xiaohua and Ning Wu up. First of all, I'm very happy to become the class leader of Class 5. I originally didn't want to take this position, but alas, Teacher Chen trusts me. He asked me 3 or 4 times, saying that only I could save Class 5, only I could lead Class 5 to grow, so I ultimately agreed. Zhou Chen began to get into the groove. Old Chen was stunned. Fine, you're noble. Yes, it was me who asked you. As the saying goes, without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. My current cultivation strength is actually the result of consistent effort over time. Everyone, please look at Xiao Xiaohua. More than 20 days ago, he was someone who couldn't cultivate at all, and now he has already accumulated over 2,000 strands of spiritual energy. Ning Wu, after joining my study group, increased by over 200 strands of spiritual energy in just 10 days. This is all due to being with the right people and mastering the correct cultivation methods. Lu Chen, who could also be considered a top student in our class, has always been around the top 10 in grades. His family is well off, and he gets a spirit gathering pill every month, yet he still performs like this. You could say his cultivation was a sight to behold. But after joining my study group, he quickly increased his spiritual energy by over 600 strands, elevating his ranking to among the top 3 in the class. Truly a rapid advancement. Zhou Chen often used the members of his study group as examples. The purpose was simple: to let them see the strengths of the study group, thus igniting their desire to catch up and work hard. Indeed, as soon as Zhou Chen's words fell, most of the class's gazes were filled with fervent spirit. They all thought, since Ning Wu and the others could do it, they were no worse than them, so they could definitely achieve it too. In their hearts, Zhou Chen's words stirred a strong fighting spirit. Effort is the most fundamental factor for growth, but just having effort isn't enough. If the direction is wrong, it won't work. Xiao Xiuhua and the others' hard work is one aspect, but following in my footsteps has also been a key factor in their rapid growth. And now, not just them, you will also enjoy my care and guidance. Let's move forward together, work hard together, and grow together. Zhou Chen was passionate and fervent, his performance full of raw emotion, his words highly infectious. Not just the young ones below, even old Chen's aging heart felt a bit stirred. This kid really knows how to talk, and he's quite shameless. If he had half of his level, he would at least be a director by now. Old Chen sighed inwardly, but he felt hesitant and uncertain. Zhou Chen was different from everyone in the class. Not only was his cultivation talent exceptionally strong, but his personality was also quite unconventional. Old Chen didn't know what Zhou Chen would stir up in Class 5, but one thing he was sure of was that it would definitely not be stable. After Zhou Chen finished speaking, he immediately wrote the schedule for Xiao Xiaohua's study group on the blackboard. The precise timing, including the evening hours, made many people groan. What the hell? We still have to cultivate after school. My dad doesn't even require that of me. Exactly, going home is for fun. If I have to cultivate when I get home, then why would I even be in Class 5? Anyway, I'm not cultivating. I definitely won't follow this schedule. The classroom buzzed with discussion, and many showed their dissatisfaction. Especially in the back row. They could manage to work hard at school, but if they had to cultivate after going home, wouldn't that be a death sentence? Is it that my games aren't fun anymore? Or that there aren't enough movies to watch, or not enough toilet paper? Zhou Chen had long anticipated their thoughts, so he gave Xiao Xiuhua a knowing glance. Let Xiao Xiuhua stick to the plan. After all the tests were over, Old Chen went to a meeting, while Zhou Chen discussed a plan with Xiao Xiuhua. It was time to put on a show. Seeing Zhou Chen's eye signal, Xiao Xiuhua intuitively stood up. With a disdainful posture, he mocked all his classmates. You can't handle such a little cultivation schedule? I think you're all more useless than I am, a preterm baby. Throughout my entire high school, I didn't cultivate at all for the first 2 years, and now in just over 20 days, I've managed to gather over 2,000 strands of spiritual energy, relying solely on this cultivation schedule. I'll make it clear to you all, every night, besides following the schedule to cultivate, after showering, I also sit on my bed to gather energy, and sometimes I even stay up until dawn. This is the reason for my rapid growth. If it weren't for Brother Joe's strong sense of responsibility, thinking that he has already become a chi-refining realm cultivator and that the big exam is no problem, he wouldn't have brought everyone along to cultivate. Brother Joe wouldn't even bother with you. If you can't even handle this little bit of cultivation time, you're all useless. I used to have a hidden ailment in my body, which made me physically useless, while you are mentally useless. Laziness has completely corroded and invaded you. If you don't change, I just want to say, you will be completely beyond saving. Xiao Xiaohua's words were merciless, her tone particularly sharp. Even Zhou Chen felt a bit uncomfortable hearing it. The people below naturally felt the same. If it weren't for Xiao Xiaohua's background in the Xiao family, she would probably have faced a lot of backlash. Everyone found her words quite harsh, and some took them to heart, stimulated by her remarks, and began to consider making changes. They thought, isn't it just a bit of hard work? Let's hold on for a few more days. However, some remained indifferent. A few looked at Xiao Xiuhua with disdain, thinking it was just a tactic to provoke. What use is such an old trick? We're all like dead pigs. Are we afraid of your boiling water? For this group, Zhou Chen didn't plan to intervene much. It was useless to do so now. Later, when most of the class improved rapidly, they would naturally change. This is called close to vermilion. One becomes red, where the beginning of internal competition is external pressure, while its development and peak are spontaneous from within. After Xiao Xiaohua finished speaking, Zhou Chen played the role of the good cop, asking her to tone it down a bit. After this segment, Zhou Chen reiterated the goal of Class 5, to surpass Class 1 in average spiritual energy before the big exam. Then it was over. Zhou Chen officially took office. Throughout the afternoon, Zhou Chen began to enforce class discipline, strictly implementing arrangements. He started to manage the internal environment. The others dared to be angry but could only comply. The strongest in the class was Zhou Chen, the one with the best family background was Xiao Xiaohua, and the second best was Lu Chen. The previous troublemakers in the class were Ningwu and Shang Tao. These people were now Zhou Chen's subordinates, so with Zhou Chen's formal class leader status, it was quite legitimate. Almost no one would oppose Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen sat in his seat, one hand propping up his head. His thoughts entered the system. System, I am now the class leader of Class 5, a true power player, quickly help me review. Zhou Chen thought, asking the system to review the class. Soon, the review was approved. Organization name, Xingqing 3rd Middle School Cultivation Class 5. Class leader, Zhou Chen, number of students, 45. Should the organization be changed from Qinglong Study Group to Class 5? The system inquired. This definitely needed to be changed, and Zhou Chen quickly confirmed it. Soon, the organization he had bound was changed. The organization was changed to a class, making the Qinglong Study Group less useful to him. However, Zhou Chen did not plan to disband it. The 5 people inside, including Ningwu and Shang Tao, were good friends, and there was no need to disband. It might still be useful in the future, and even if not, it could just be left as is. It wouldn't cause any trouble. After about 20 minutes, the benefits of the class study began to show for Zhou Chen. In Class 5 study, hosts knowledge of otherworldly realms plus 32, scientific knowledge plus 12, cultivation common sense plus 6. This class was a self-study session, so everyone focused on reviewing knowledge points. After one round, Zhou Chen gained experience in 3 areas. This improvement was enough to compare with Xiao Xiaohua. Xiao Xiaohua's contract improvement was tenfold, while the class's improvement for him was 50%. Although the class's multiplier was lower, the number of people made up for it. What needed to be done now was to supervise the entire class's study and cultivation. Of course, there was no need to rush, haste makes waste, so it was better to take it slow. After school, Zhou Chen returned home. Upon opening the door, he saw a graceful figure. She was lying on the sofa, scrolling through short videos. 2 small feet in white long socks swung up and down. Can't you pay a little attention to your image? If others knew that the aloof school beauty of Qingqing Martial Arts School was like this at home, wouldn't it damage your image? Zhou Chen pouted, walking in and casually tossing his things aside. Moreover, the most crucial point is, do you even realize how much of a lethal weapon you are to men? Can't you at least avoid talking about it in front of me? Do you really have to make me feel like I'm in a bone clinic? So what if I know? It's none of their business. If they provoke me, I'll just take them down with a single sword. Zhou Shanro climbed up and looked at Zhou Chen, not caring at all about what he said. She had finally managed to relax at home and didn't want to act aloof. Her motto was to not be the funny girl outside and not have a deadpan face at home. What if you provoke someone who is dozens of times stronger than you? Don't come crying to me when you get bullied. Zhou Chen opened the fridge and took out a bottle of drink. After opening it, he took a big gulp. The weather was too hot, and he needed to cool down. Oh, are you actually concerned about me? Zhou Shanro suddenly became obedient and leaned closer to Zhou Chen, looking at him with eager eyes. If I really encountered such a person and he caught me, would you rush to save me without a second thought? You are stronger than me, and you want me to rush to save you? Isn't that just asking for trouble? I'm not that foolish. I would rush to save you without a second thought, but would you secretly call me to tell me not to come? Zhou Shanru? Her expression changed slightly, and her smile dimmed a bit. I would secretly call you, but would you pretend to agree and then rush to save me? I would pretend to agree and then rush to save you, but would you see through my pretense and then call me to tell me not to come? Zhou Shanru. I would, but you would be resolute and insist on coming to save me, right? I would, but you would know my thoughts and arrange for your friend to knock me out so I can't go, right? Pulling back and forth, sigh, I'm just pulling back and forth. Zhou Chen laughed heartily in his heart. This sister of mine, always thinking about these things instead of focusing on her training. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Zhou Shanru's smile vanished completely. Zhou Chen, you're done for. Can't you say something I want to hear? The two began to chase and bicker, but Zhou Chen was very fast. After a round of noise, Zhou Chen and Zhou Shanru stopped. Zhou Chen then took out 3 qi-gathering pills from the system and handed them to Zhou Shanru. Here, take these and maximize the effect of the pills. Don't waste my effort. For Zhou Chen, the pills were the most useless things, but the rewards from the system these days had all been qi-gathering pills, which were useless to him. So it was best to make use of these useless pills and give them to Zhou Shanru. This was also the choice that maximized benefits. Who knows, he might cultivate a future female master, and he could benefit greatly from that. Besides, she was his sister, they were family. Why is it chi gathering pills again? Don't tell me you got money from that Xiao Xiuhua and bought these pills. After receiving the pills, Zhou Shanru frowned slightly, but inside, she felt warm. She just didn't want Zhou Chen to spend money on her. He should spend it on himself. She didn't want to be a leech on Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen felt a bit awkward hearing Zhou Shanru's words. Since her return was sudden, he hadn't thought of a good reason yet. Something like that. Anyway, it came through proper channels. You can use it without worry, nothing will happen, Zhou Chen replied. After this, Zhou Shanru shook her head. I'm not doubting the origin of these pills. I just think if you have this money, you should spend it on yourself. I have great talent, and using the pills can help me grow. But even without them, I can still become strong. So, Xiaofan, you should focus more on yourself. Zhou Chan's tenderness was genuine, her small mouth moving slightly. Although her tone was somewhat serious and carried a hint of lecturing, it made Zhou Chen feel an endless concern. I know, I've actually reached the chi refining stage, so I have no worries about the big exam. I can basically choose any school I want, like Qingbei Martial Arts School. To let Zhou Chen know that he hadn't neglected his own growth, Zhou Chen revealed his cultivation level. As soon as he said this, Zhou Chan's mouth slightly opened, her eyes filled with surprise. She quickly took Zhou Chan's hand to check his cultivation level. Though it wasn't particularly accurate, she could still get a rough idea. After just a moment, Zhou Chan's brows relaxed, her eyes shining with joy. Zhou Chen had really reached the chi refining stage. But after letting go of Zhou Chan's hand, Zhou Chen forcibly suppressed her joy. She pouted slightly. Not bad, but I'm already at the 5th level of chi refining. So you should keep this chi gathering pill for yourself, Zhou Chen said casually. This statement indeed surprised Zhou Chen. Just over 10 days ago, Zhou Chen had only just broken through to the 4th level of chi refining, and now she was at the 5th level? The breakthroughs in chi refining were happening so quickly? But then Zhou Chen had a guess. Breaking through the chi refining stage must be quite difficult. He knew this from his own experience of needing 50,000 strands of spiritual energy to go from the 1st to the 2nd level. The reason Zhou Chen was able to break through so quickly was partly due to the chi gathering pill he had given her, and partly because of her own innate talent. Her talent must be extremely strong. She might even be comparable to Xiao Xiuhua. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen's eyes sparkled. As long as he had a second contract slot, he would almost have 2 top geniuses helping him cultivate. With the existence of the organization, it was almost equivalent to having 3 top geniuses. After Zhou Chen finished speaking, she fell silent, wanting to hear Zhou Chen's response. After a while without hearing anything, she glanced at Zhou Chen out of the corner of her eye. Her face turned slightly red, and her mind was racing with thoughts. What's with the sparkle in this kid's eyes? Could it be that should I ask Baidu how to handle sibling relationships? After his moment of joy, Zhou Chen quickly regained his composure. I still have pills, you know the Xiao family, this chi gathering pill isn't even worth mentioning to them. Even if it's not worth much, it's still theirs. Why would they give it to you? You wouldn't really be heading down a path of no return, would you? Zhou Chen. Unable to communicate, Zhou Chen decided to make a quick exit. Teacher Chen should be supervising my cultivation now, so let's talk another day. I'm heading back to my room. But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Chen pulled him back. Take a chi gathering pill before you cultivate. I have experience in this area, and since I'm at home, I can guide you on how to properly absorb the chi gathering pill, maximizing its effects while leaving minimal residue. No need, I don't like others watching me cultivate, and I don't like taking pills at night. Zhou Chen's face showed bitterness. Could he really take this chi gathering pill? It wasn't a good pill for him, it was poison, sis. Not only would it not increase his spiritual energy, but it would also reduce it. What if a beautiful girl was watching you cultivate? Zhou Chen said softly, her words highly tempting. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen thought for a moment. Zhou Chan's best friend was indeed quite beautiful. Which beauty? Your best friend? Me. Damn, you're tricking me again. Zhou Chen, do you find me unattractive? Zhou Chen, no. Then what was that just now? Completely defeated, Zhou Chen took a chi gathering pill and swallowed it. Just kill me already. Sit down and meditate right now. I'll help you clear your energy, Zhou Chen said softly, taking Zhou Chen's cultivation very seriously. Zhou Chen helplessly sat down and began to channel his energy. Host consumed a chi gathering pill, effect nullified, spiritual energy minus 2000. How miserable, Zhou Chen felt a sharp pain in his flesh. By evening, Zhou Chen's expression appeared dim, and he looked somewhat constipated. He opened his phone camera to take a look and felt a sense of exhaustion. It seemed quite serious. This was the after effect of taking the pill. the reduction in spiritual energy was a decrease in the total amount stored. For a normal person, this total amount would only increase, not decrease. If a normal person's total decreased, it would definitely indicate a problem in their cultivation. The body would inevitably weaken, and Zhou Chen was in such a state at that moment. Looking at his own appearance, Zhou Chen furrowed her brows tightly, feeling quite worried. She had been paying close attention to Zhou Chen and couldn't understand why his condition had worsened so much after taking the qi-gathering pill. The spiritual energy not only didn't increase but decreased, which was simply impossible. At that moment, she felt a bit regretful, repeatedly reflecting on the process, wondering if it was her mistake that led to Zhou Chen's current state. Don't worry, this is my normal state. I don't know why, but every time I take the pills, it not only doesn't benefit me but actually reduces my energy. This happened before when I took the spirit gathering pill, Zhou Chen said, finding it amusing to see Zhou Chan's anxious face. Why is that? Zhou Chen quickly asked, will this affect your life? I'll take you to Qingqing Martial School to find my mentor. She might have a solution. Zhou Chen said, ready to take Zhou Chen away. However, Zhou Chen held her back. No need, it's just this symptom. As long as I don't take the pills, I'll be fine. Zhou Chen shook his head. It was better to explain his situation now. This way, Zhou Chen would probably stop pressuring him to take the pills. If she insisted on making him take a pill as soon as she returned, he wouldn't have enough spiritual energy to spare. So it was better to let her know about this symptom. This wouldn't expose his system. In a high martial world, all sorts of strange things could happen, and such a situation was very possible. Really? Zhou Chen was still anxious, her eyes filled with worry, her emotions appearing extremely fragile at that moment. She only had this one brother, and she didn't want Zhou Chen to face any danger. Of course it's true, I've known about this symptom for a long time, which is why I gave you these pills, right? Otherwise, do you think I would give you a qi-gathering pill like this? I've lived for so many years, relying on being selfish and selling out my sister. Zhou Chen spoke confidently, his posture straight, which eased Zhou Chan's emotions significantly. She even chuckled. She reached out and ruffled Zhou Chen's hair into a mess. Alright, I'm not afraid of you selling me out. I'll become someone no one can defeat. That way, no matter how you sell me out, I won't be scared. If you encounter danger in the future, feel free to sell me out. Zhou Chen said with a gentle laugh, her affection warming Zhou Chen's heart. After clarifying the matter about the pills and letting Zhou Chen know that he couldn't take them, Zhou Chen shifted his thoughts, then opened his phone camera and handed it to Zhou Chen. Come on, help me take a few pictures. Use dim lighting to make me look like I'm working hard, like someone who has stayed up late studying and cultivating, leading to a weakened body. Zhou Chen stated a few requirements. What are you up to? Do you have some bad idea again? Zhou Shanru took Zhou Chen's phone and looked at him curiously. What do you mean by a bad idea? I'm just making use of waste. Zhou Chen replied with a pout, feeling weak after taking the drugs. It wouldn't be right not to take advantage of such a good image, would it? With a qi-gathering pill and an additional 2,000 strands of spiritual energy, it would take him a day or two to recover. He had to make up for it from another source, right? After half an hour, he finally got it done. He took a total of 10 pictures, each showing Zhou Chen practicing in his living room. In the photos, Zhou Chen's face was pale, but he was still practicing, showcasing his tremendous effort. If it weren't for Zhou Shanru being the photographer, she would have been deceived by Zhou Chen's photos. He was working so hard. There was also one of him studying late at night in his bedroom, with books spread all over the desk, and his alarm clock set to 1 a.m. It expressed Zhou Chen's hard work in studying. If one didn't know the truth, they would definitely be moved by Zhou Chen, studying at 1 a.m. That's really something. There were also others of him practicing in his bedroom, and so on. Why are you taking so many fake photos? Now that you've finished shooting, you can at least tell me, right? Zhou Shanru asked as she returned the phone to Zhou Chen. She had a vague idea but still wanted to ask. However, Zhou Chen didn't tell her. You'll know tonight, Zhou Chen said with a grin. After taking the phone back, he carefully examined the photos, thinking that if they weren't good enough, he might need to retake some. Another hour passed. When his parents returned and after they had dinner, Zhou Chen went back to his room. He opened his computer and uploaded his drafts. With nothing else to do, he started playing games, logging into his secondary account instead of his main one. At the same time, Zhou Chen used the system to hide his gaming activities. As long as no one saw him slacking off, others wouldn't be able to find out he was secretly playing games. He probably wouldn't be able to log into his main account anymore. He had to set an example for everyone. At midnight, after losing a game, Zhou Chen stopped. He then selected a photo of himself practicing in his bedroom, edited the caption, and sent it to his super letter moments. Another fulfilling day. After returning home today, I immediately entered a state of cultivation. I had dinner in between and continued cultivating until now. Cultivation is really refreshing. Have you ever seen the sun at 4 a.m.? I have, and I accompany it every day. Although it's tough, I feel it's all worth it. The caption was quite good. Zhou Chen revised it several times before clicking send. He added all his classmates on super letter, ensuring they would all see it. Sure enough, as soon as he posted it, someone liked it, and many comments appeared. Lu Chen, who had just finished showering, Zhou Ge, you just finished cultivating, you're really impressive. Zhou Chen, yeah, that's right, but you can do it too. I can't chat much, I still have to cultivate for another hour and then get up at 4 a.m. Lu Chen sincerely exclaimed, awesome, Zhou Ge, you're my lifelong role model. Ning Wu, who was just lying in bed ready to sleep, Zhou Ge, you're really amazing, I can't help but admire you. Zhou Chen, let's work hard together. Classmate A from class 5, so impressive, no wonder you can become a chi refining realm, I admire you. Zhou Chen, it's okay, you can do it too. Classmate B from class 5, I won't say anything more, I'm getting up to cultivate too. Zhou Chen, keep it up, believe in yourself, maybe the next chi refining realm student from class 5 will be you. Many classmates saw Zhou Chen's moments and commented, while Zhou Chen communicated with each of them. One person sent a bowl of chicken soup. There were also some who didn't like to comment. Upon seeing Zhou Chen's moments and the photos, they crawled out of their blankets. They sat on their beds, activated their chi cultivation techniques, and began their training. Class 5 training, host chi plus 36. Zhou Chen saw the notification and felt delighted. Last time, class 5 added only 22 chi to him, but now it was 36. This indicated that some classmates, after seeing his moments, had joined in the training. So, this significantly boosted his chi. This was the way to go, otherwise, he wouldn't manage. Of course, there were also discordant voices in the comments section. Mom, what are you pretending to be? I haven't seen you train since I got home. Still posting on moments to show off, aren't you ashamed? In response, Zhou Chen selected his mom's profile picture and added her to the moments blacklist. Sorry, Mom, you know too much, so I can't keep you around. Next door, Zhou Shanru also saw his moments and laughed out loud. Just as she thought, Zhou Chen asked her to take photos just to post on moments. In the morning, Zhou Chen slept soundly, but he was soon awakened by loud knocking on his door. Where's the promised sunrise at 4 in the morning? Look at the time. Why aren't you up yet? It was his mom's voice. Zhou Chen knew immediately, then picked up the alarm clock to take a look. It was 20 minutes earlier than his usual wake-up time. No wonder he still looked groggy. It wasn't even his wake-up time yet. What's the rush? The sun hasn't even risen at 4 in the morning. Why should I get up? Zhou Chen shouted, then covered his head with the blanket. My blanket has sealed me in, so sorry, I can't get up right now. Mom! Hearing Zhou Chen's words, she didn't call him again, let him sleep. After all, she couldn't wake him up. When the time came, Zhou Chen got up on time. While washing up, he glanced in the mirror and looked a bit weak. His complexion had regained some color compared to yesterday, but overall he still looked pale. In terms of qi, he had nearly recovered 1,000 strands overnight. Most of it came from Xiao Xiaohua, and the class's income was also considerable, roughly a 7-to-3 ratio. Quite good. Zhou Shanru returned to the martial arts school early in the morning. Anyway, Zhou Chen never knew when she would come back or when she would leave. Like a ghost. Of course, the main reason was that Zhou Chen couldn't get up. After breakfast, Zhou Chen rode his bike to school. It was already April. After the school's Qi census, on the first day of this month, there was a nice benefit. According to the training class's results, each class could go to the training room for a few hours of cultivation. The training room was very different from the classroom. First of all, in the training room, each student had their own small room. Inside the room, there were no desks or chairs, just a mat for sitting. Secondly, and most importantly, the qi inside was abundant. Compared to the small gathering array during morning exercises, the qi was several times more. This was because the training room used a medium-sized gathering array to supply qi. Additionally, the rooms were crafted with special techniques to minimize qi dissipation. Therefore, half an hour of training inside was equivalent to 3 hours of morning exercises in the classroom. However, because the medium-sized gathering array consumed a lot, it was impossible for Qingqing No. 3 middle school to supply it every day. So, it was only provided once a month based on class performance. Moreover, the time each class can spend in the training room is entirely based on their ranking. The last place gets half an hour. For every rank they rise, they can stay an additional 20 minutes. In the past, Class 5 was always in last place, so they could only stay for half an hour each month. But now it's different. Class 5 has risen to 4th place, so they can enjoy 50 minutes of training time. In the past, Zhou Chen didn't care about this, but now it's different. Zhou Chen cares immensely, allowing the whole class to enter and train. This time, the improvement for himself is absolutely significant. Arriving at school, Zhou Chen locked his bicycle. Why do you look so bad today? Han Ming, standing next to Zhou Chen and munching on sunflower seeds, curiously asked. At that moment, Zhou Chen appeared pale, with only a hint of color, looking weaker than ever. Maybe I trained too late last night. You know, I represent the highest honor of the school, I can't fall behind, and I can't slack off. Plus, my talent is extremely poor, so I can only exchange time and effort for improvement. After locking his bicycle, Zhou Chen straightened his back and said calmly. The sunlight shone on his back, leaving Han Ming in a daze. Han Ming then burst into laughter. Seeing this, Zhou Chen frowned slightly. Forget it, it's useless to tell you this. Zhou Chen complained and decisively walked away. He had just wasted a bit of time. Talking to Han Ming was indeed pointless. He wasn't even a member of his organization, so he couldn't rely on him at all. Arriving at the classroom, Zhou Chen stood at the front door, the most frequently used entrance for students, as it was adjacent to the hallway. After coming up from the hallway, the quickest way for Class 5 students to enter the classroom was through the front door. To let everyone clearly see the results of his hard work, Zhou Chen stood there decisively. Zhou Ge, why are you so early? Ning Wu, carrying a backpack, passed by the front door and greeted Zhou Chen as he approached. Not bad, I actually got up early. I feel that training every morning with the sunrise brings me immense benefits. So, I got up at 4 in the morning, went for a morning run, basking in the first rays of sunlight each day. Zhou Chen nodded calmly, thinking, kid, take my motivational speech. However, Ning Wu was a bit oblivious. After hearing Zhou Chen's words, he turned to look at the weather outside. Then he turned back. But Zhou Ge, today is cloudy, there's no sun at all? Zhou Chen, get inside already. How dare you block my motivational speech? Zhou Chen pushed Ning Wu inside. Zhou Ge, why are you pushing me? This is the front door, you're blocking everyone from entering the classroom. Ning Wu, aren't you standing here too? Ning Wu looked a bit aggrieved but still shrank his head and walked to his seat. After Ning Wu, classmate A entered through the front door. Zhou Chen smiled at him friendly. Very good, you look energetic, hurry up and sit down, get ready for morning practice. Classmate A. Xiao Xiaohua came running over, stopping in front of Zhou Chen, noticing Zhou Chen's pale and weak appearance. From a distance, Xiao Xiaohua thought he had seen it wrong, but upon getting closer, he confirmed that Zhou Ge looked unusually weak and pale. He couldn't help but feel worried. Zhou Ge, why do you look so weak? Did you not train well last night? Xiao Xiaohua asked with concern. This made Zhou Chen's eyes well up with tears. Xiao Xiaohua was really good, as so many classmates had just passed by without noticing his weakness. The moment you arrived, you noticed it. That's impressive and touching. Zhou Chen turned to look at the class. Not everyone had arrived yet, but it was close enough. So, Zhou Chen deliberately raised his voice. Do I look weak? Maybe I just practiced too late last night. You know, I didn't manage my practice time well last night. I was still practicing at midnight, and then I had to get up at 4 in the morning, so I hardly had any rest. Maybe that's why I seem a bit weak, but it doesn't matter. I think it's worth it. When I saw how much my spiritual energy expanded after a night of practice, I felt that all my efforts were worthwhile. Zhou Chen's words echoed loudly, and almost all the students in the class could hear him. The emotion of dedication woven into his words was unmistakable. Xiao Xiaohua, hearing Zhou Chen's words, felt a surge of admiration in his heart. He reflected repeatedly. Last night, when Zhou Chen posted on social media, he happened to be practicing, so he didn't see Zhou Chen's post, but he believed Zhou Chen's words without a doubt. Reflecting on it, he realized that he had been working hard every night, but in front of Zhou Chen, his efforts seemed insufficient. Practicing until midnight and getting up at 4 in the morning, such discipline and hard work. Xiao Xiaohua felt nothing but respect. A person with such strong spiritual attributes, if he isn't strong in practice, who else could be? All the students in the class heard Zhou Chen's words, and many gasped in shock. Hiss! They had been somewhat skeptical about Zhou Chen's social media post and his accompanying text yesterday. Now, seeing Zhou Chen's state, he indeed looked weak, his face pale. It was obvious he hadn't rested well. They hadn't expected Zhou Chen to be so serious. He was truly working this hard? Many began to change their thoughts, wondering if they should also put in more effort since Zhou Chen was working so hard. Brother Zhou, practicing is important, but you also need to pay attention to rest, Xiao Xiaohua advised. It was really necessary to balance work and rest. Hearing Xiao Xiaohua's words, Zhou Chen smiled and nodded. The smile on his pale face appeared warm and resolute. I know, but it's fine. I won't let it affect my studies the next day. This? The whole class was stunned. He looked so weak, yet he wouldn't let it affect his studies the next day? Zhou Chen, do you really need to push yourself this hard? Is there no way out for you? Old Chen strolled over from the office, and upon getting closer, he overheard the conversation between Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua. Looking at Zhou Chen's state, seeing how weak he was also puzzled. Was Zhou Chen really this hardworking? He always leaned on his hand during class, and not only that, he leaned against the wall the whole time. Was he really as diligent as he claimed? Or was it that his performance in class was due to the exhaustion from practicing too hard at night, so he relaxed a bit during the day? Old Chen thought a lot. He truly couldn't understand Zhou Chen. Some of his behaviors were infuriating, yet others made him seem overly diligent and competitive. Old Chen walked over to Zhou Chen's side and gently advised, if you're tired, you can take a break during morning practice. This afternoon is when we go to the training room, and that's the main event. Although he didn't know what state Zhou Chen was in or what his intentions were, seeing Zhou Chen's appearance, Old Chen still advised him to rest. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Chen immediately shook his head, thinking to himself, Old Chen, you're being funny. I've already put on such a performance. Can I really take a break during morning practice? If I rest, wouldn't that waste my weak state? No, I can't rest. On the contrary, I need to practice well. Teacher Chen, thank you for your kindness, but I always feel that rest is for the dead. I don't need it at all right now. Old Chen. The students in the classroom were greatly shocked. Their impression of Zhou Chen was being refreshed over and over again. So hardworking, huh? Come on, everyone, let's hurt each other and die from the competition. Fine, you decide for yourself, but take care of your health. Okay, Teacher Chen, don't worry, my plan is perfect. Very focused on balancing work and rest. I practice for an hour every afternoon after I get home, and at night, I only stay up late to practice for 4 hours. Old Chen. The students. What do you mean you only stay up late to practice for 4 hours? And this is what you call balancing work and rest? Do you practice until midnight every day? Alright, go back to your seat. Morning exercises are about to start. Everyone, take a look at Zhou Chen and learn from him. Old Chen watched Zhou Chen return to his seat, then used Zhou Chen to motivate the whole class. This made Zhou Chen secretly laugh, giving Old Chen a thumbs up. Not bad, Old Chen, you really are a good comrade. Morning exercises began. The small gathering spirit array released a large amount of spiritual energy, and the density of spiritual energy in the classroom quickly rose. With what just happened with Zhou Chen, all the students appeared extremely serious, fully focused and dedicated. At the same time, as they practiced, they discovered something delightful. They felt that today's morning exercise was more comfortable than any previous session. They also practiced faster than ever before. For example, in the past, when they circulated the chi gathering technique, they would only add a wisp of spiritual energy. Sometimes they wouldn't add any at all, but now they were adding about 1.5 wisps each time. The speed had increased by half. This allowed them to experience the joy of cultivation, and with Zhou Chen's frequent motivational talks, their seriousness increased, and their cultivation efficiency rose significantly. Class 5 Cultivating, hosts Spiritual Energy plus 68. Zhou Chen appeared to be sitting seriously in meditation, but in his heart, he had already entered the system. He saw the current improvement Class 5 was giving him. Each time it increased by 68 points, indicating that almost the entire class was seriously cultivating. He then looked at Xiao Xiaohua's progress. According to the contract, Zhou Chen could gain a tenfold increase from the spiritual energy Xiao Xiaohua cultivated. At the same time, as a member of the class, Xiao Xiaohua also enjoyed the organizational buff bonus. Then, that part of the buff bonus was also added to Zhou Chen through the tenfold increase. So now, every time Xiao Xiaohua contributed to Zhou Chen's improvement, it was around 120 wisps. Even Xiao Xiaohua himself could increase by 12 wisps each time, achieving at least 120 wisps daily. He was already the fastest improving and most talented person in the class. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen then recalled Xiao Xiaohua's fourth meridian. He inquired about the system to find out how to unblock Xiao Xiaohua's fourth meridian. However, after asking once, the system prompted that Zhou Chen needed to raise his acupuncturist level to the 2nd tier. So for now, there was no way. Zhou Chen could only find an opportunity for Xiao Xiaohua to improve his acupuncture experience first. Only then could he elevate to a 2nd tier acupuncturist. After the morning exercises, the classmates began to chat. The topic of conversation was all about their cultivation speed. They all noticed that their cultivation state was excellent. They were all very happy. After resting for 10 minutes, Old Chen explained the matter of going to the cultivation room. According to the schedule, Class 5 would go in the afternoon. The cultivation room at Qingcheng 3 Middle School had a total of 45 small individual cultivation rooms, which was also the reason why each of the 5 cultivation classes had 45 students. Moreover, since the construction cost of the cultivation rooms was high, the school could only build 45. which was already the school's limit. Therefore, the training sessions in the training room every month are conducted in order of class. Only after the previous class has finished their training can the next class enter, following the sequence of class numbers. For example, the first class is Class 1, and once their training time is up, Class 2 follows. Class 5 is the last one. The order of entry into the training room is based on class numbers, while the training time is determined by the average scores of the classes. For instance, this time, Class 4 and Class 5 swapped their rankings. As a result, Class 5 got 50 minutes, while Class 4 only had 30 minutes. Training here has significant benefits. An extra 20 minutes of training can greatly enhance one's abilities. Thus, all the students in Class 5 were beaming with joy. For many years, they had always been at the bottom, never having the chance to train for an extra 20 minutes. Yet this month, they had actually broken their historical best ranking and could finally enjoy those extra 20 minutes. How could they not be happy? At the same time, many changes occurred in their hearts. They never expected that improving their scores would bring so many benefits. They realized they must work even harder in the future to stabilize their scores. Ning Wu and Shang Tao were especially invigorated, their spirits soaring. In their words, the fact that their class could train for an extra 20 minutes was all thanks to their efforts. Without their improvement, the class's average spirit energy would not have risen. Therefore, they were the heroes of the class. To this, Zhou Chen merely remained non-committal. What he wanted was precisely this effect. Zhou Chen desired to foster a competitive atmosphere within the class. This way, the increase in spirit energy he gained would be maximized, and thus he would be even happier. In the afternoon, Old Chen went to a meeting. Zhou Chen, as the class leader of Class 5, led everyone to the training room with ease. They noted the time. Class 5 was scheduled to enter at 3 o'clock and train until 3:50. Zhou Chen organized all the students to wait quietly, preparing to enter immediately once Class 4 came out. However, as the seconds ticked by and it reached 2:50, Class 4, who should have come out by now, still had not appeared. Zhou Chen grew anxious. Could it be that Class 4 had not realized they had dropped to the bottom of the rankings? They could not continue as they had in the past. What's going on with Class 4? It's already 50, and they still haven't come out. Aren't they delaying our training? Exactly. What's wrong with those people in Class 4? They can't possibly not realize they've become the last, can they? Zhou Ge, should we go ask? A classmate standing next to Zhou Chen said. Since Old Chen was at the meeting, Zhou Chen was the backbone of Class 5 at that moment. The teacher in charge of the training room is at the control panel. Shang Tao, you go find him now. The rest of us will go in directly. Knock on the doors of the training rooms one by one and tell them it's Class 5's turn now. They clearly want to bully us. Do they think Class 5 is easy to push around? Zhou Chen said in a low voice. According to the schedule, Class 4 had half an hour of training, entering at 2:20, and they must come out promptly at 2:50. But now, not a single shadow was seen. It was evident they had no intention of coming out. They probably wanted to continue training until 3:10, as they had in the past. If it were before, this timing would have been fine, but now it was different. Zhou Chen would not allow it. Did they really think Class 5 was easy to bully? Did they think Class 5 did not care about this training? Should we just go in and knock on the doors? Wouldn't that disturb their training? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Lu Chen appeared indecisive, and after hearing Zhou Chen's words, he seemed very hesitant. Zhou Chen glanced at him. What's the matter? We're not their fathers from Class 4. What's wrong with interrupting their training? It's them who are being unreasonable, trying to forcibly occupy our resources in Class 5, Zhou Chen said coldly. It didn't matter if they took my training room. Zhou Chen was magnanimous, with a heart as vast as the sea. But if they took the training rooms of other students in Class 5, that was a problem. Anyone who dared to infringe upon the collective interests of Class 5 and affect its practitioners would be Zhou Chen's enemy. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Lu Chen indeed fell silent. He was also angry about Class 4's actions, so he immediately took the lead, kicked open the door, and entered. All the training rooms were located within a large room, which was divided into 45 small rooms, each person having one. Bang! 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 After entering, Zhou Chen knocked on the door of the first training room. Open the door quickly, it's the water meter inspector. But there was no response from inside. Not a single reply. Zhou Chen frowned. No respect? Did they think that just putting on their pants meant they were safe? Bang! 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 Zhou Chen knocked again, this time louder than before. Finally, there was a response from inside. Who the hell is it outside? Damn you, interrupting my training, what do you mean? Hearing this, Zhou Chen was truly angry. Damn it, giving face but not knowing how to appreciate it. Xiao Xiaohua, who stood with Zhou Chen, was also a bit angry. What was this? How dare they insult Brother Zhou? Were they asking for trouble? Brother Zhou, this seems to be Chen Xian's training room from class 4, Lu Chen recalled. He had some impression of the user of this first training room, especially after hearing the voice from inside. He was even more certain. Chen Xian? Is he very impressive? Zhou Chen turned to Lu Chen and asked. From the Chen family, Lu Chen replied. As for which Chen family, it was undoubtedly the one comparable to the Xiao family. Oh, got it, we have a Xiao family member here, no need to panic. Moreover, someone from the Chen family who doesn't go to Qingqing no. 1 or no. 2 high school but comes to no. 3 high school is clearly a waste. Zhou Chen shrugged, not caring at all. He had already offended one, why fear another? Just as Zhou Chen finished speaking, he felt a resentful gaze directed at him. He searched by instinct and found it was Xiao Xiaohua. Then he awkwardly smiled. Don't think too much, you're definitely not a waste. Xiao Xiaohua replied, yeah, I understand the reasoning, but Brother Zhou, why did you use also? Zhou Chen, bang, bang, bang. Zhou Chen knocked on the door again while directing the other classmates to knock on the doors of other training rooms. You all shouldn't just stand there, go knock on the door of your own training room. If the people inside are not convinced and don't come out, just come find me. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone dispersed and walked inside. They each looked for their previous training rooms, and with Zhou Chen's words, they felt no more worry. Besides, Class 5 was clearly in the right. Class 4's actions were truly too much. After they dispersed, Zhou Chen noticed that the people inside the room still hadn't come out. Zhou Chen grew impatient. Bang, bang, bang. This time, Zhou Chen knocked louder than ever before. What do you mean outside? Try knocking again. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Chen decisively knocked again. If they wanted to try, then let's try. It's our training time in Class 5 now. Hurry up and come out. Don't think that Class 4 is still ahead of us, Zhou Chen shouted. But the person inside seemed to be provoked by Zhou Chen, their skin thickening all of a sudden. So what if it is? I'm not going out today. Moreover, you guys in Class 5 only surpassed us once this month. Next time, we'll surpass you again. Is it really necessary to change the time? Do you think that if Class 5 practices for an extra 20 minutes, you'll be able to surpass Class 3? That's just ridiculous. You outside, I'm from the Chen family. If you dare to knock again, you'd better watch out. You wouldn't want to get hurt before the big exam, would you? Chen Xian's voice came from inside, laced with threats. Zhou Chen's thoughts shifted. He couldn't break down the door, and knocking like this wasn't a solution. Looking down, he noticed a gap at the bottom of the training room door, meant for ventilation. Zhouge, the teacher is coming soon, Shang Tao panted as he ran over, followed closely by a teacher. Seeing this, Zhou Chen quickly crouched down. He then slipped his hand inside his clothes and materialized something from the system. He quickly shoved it through the gap below. Zhouge, what did you put in there? Xiao Xiaohua's sharp eyes caught everything Zhou Chen did. What do you mean? What did I put in? Zhou Chen feigned ignorance, looking at Xiao Xiaohua. Noticing this, Xiao Xiaohua immediately understood and stopped asking questions. When the teacher approached, Zhou Chen went straight up to him. Teacher, you finally arrived. Class 4 has been bullying us in Class 5, and they still haven't come out. According to last month's average scores, we should be practicing 20 minutes longer than Class 4 this time. But Class 4 is being unreasonable and still hasn't come out. Zhou Chen reported directly, without any hesitation. The teacher, upon hearing this, recognized Zhou Chen as one of the only 2 Qi refinement students in the school, so he treated him well. Perhaps Class 4 hasn't adjusted from the previous schedule yet. Don't worry, if their delay affects Class 5's practice time, I'll do my best to make it up to you. Once your time is up, I'll extend it by about 3 to 4 minutes. Hearing this, Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, teacher. I understand Class 4, if it were just my practice time being delayed, I wouldn't mind. But now, Class 4 is delaying the practice of our entire Class 5. So, in the interest of the collective, and as the class leader of Class 5, I had to ask you to come. Zhou Chen spoke sincerely and with righteous indignation, exuding a sense of justice that surprised the teacher. He hadn't interacted much with Zhou Chen before. He had only heard that Zhou Chen was the worst student in the school. Recently, he had heard that Zhou Chen had risen to become one of the only 2 Qi refinement students in the school, but he had never truly interacted with him. Now, seeing Zhou Chen, the boy seemed to have a good character. This aura of righteousness was truly moving. It's all right, the teacher replied with a smile. Zhou Chen led the teacher to the door of Chen Xian's training room. Does the teacher have the key to this training room? Please don't make a sound. Quietly use the key to open this door. When we arrived, we heard some particularly strange noises coming from inside. It's very likely that the students inside are secretly doing something else. Upon hearing this, the teacher furrowed his brow. Strange noises? What else could students be doing in a training room besides practicing? There shouldn't be any strange noises. Meanwhile, Chen Xian, who had been practicing inside, had been disturbed by Zhou Chen's knocking and had already stopped practicing. However, he hadn't opened the door because he wanted to drag Class 5 down a bit, making them uncomfortable. He was one of the better students in Class 4 and had always been unwilling to accept being surpassed by Class 5, which had always lagged behind them. Similarly, the other students in Class 4 felt much the same way as he did. So during this training session, they all communicated in advance. They wanted to give Class 5 a hard time while also sending them a warning. Don't think that just because you've beaten Class 4 once, you'll always be stronger than them. Aside from Zhou Chen, the others in Class 5 still couldn't compare to Class 4. And since Zhou Chen had broken through to the Qi refining stage, he wasn't counted in the average scores. They hoped that through this warning, they could regain their confidence to surpass Class 5 again. At the same time, it was also a reminder to Class 5. After standing up, he positioned himself at the door of the training room, refusing to go out or open the door. After retorting to the people outside and threatening them with his family's name, he no longer heard any sounds from outside. Then he saw something that looked like a book being shoved under the door. He didn't know what it was, so he hesitated for a while before picking it up. After glancing at it, his face immediately turned red. Damn, those guys outside stuffed a lewd comic into his hands. What do they want to do? However, before he could comprehend it, the door to the training room was opened from the outside. A group of people stood in front of him, and he recognized the leader. It was the supervising teacher of the training room. Hello, teacher, what brings you here? I was just thinking about going out, Chen Xian said with an awkward smile. But soon, Zhou Chen stepped forward and snatched the comic from Chen Xian's hands. After glancing at it, he handed it to the teacher. Teacher, please take a look. No wonder he wouldn't open the door. He was actually reading this kind of thing inside. Teacher, the school has repeatedly stated that such materials are not allowed, and yet this guy openly defies that. To violate the rules in the training room is truly infuriating. Teacher, although we are classmates, I won't cover for him or plead for him. You can punish him however you see fit. Chen Xian? Chen Xian was completely at a loss. Listening to what this person was saying to the teacher left him bewildered. What does this mean? When did I ever indulge in such things? This comic was clearly shoved in by you guys from outside. How can you tarnish my reputation out of thin air? Teacher, I didn't do it. This thing isn't mine. They stuffed it in from outside. Chen Xian naturally couldn't accept Zhou Chen's accusation, so he immediately defended himself. But with only one mouth, how could he compete with so many voices on Zhou Chen's side? Ningwu had long been displeased with him. Class 4 had clearly fallen behind this time, yet they were still trying to play dirty, especially this kid in front of him. After the other students from Class 5 knocked on the door, they all came out one by one. Only this kid remained stubbornly inside, and Zhou Chen had knocked so many times without a response. Therefore, upon hearing Chen Xian's explanation, Ningwu immediately spoke up. What do you mean? Are you saying we're framing you? Such a big comic book. Do you think Class 5 brought it over just to frame you? Your excuse is too far-fetched. And are you doubting my brother Zhou? Do you know what realm my brother Zhou is in now? Would he frame you? After saying that, he didn't forget to look at Chen Xian with disdain. As for Lu Chen and Xiao Xiaohua, they quickly chimed in. Chen Xian, you did it, so just admit it. If you dare to wrong my brother Zhou, I want to see if your Chen family will protect you. Is this what the Chen family is like? Just this much? If you have the guts, just admit it and accept the punishment openly. Chen Xian looked at everyone with grievance, his eyes filled with indignation. After all, he was from the Chen family. Although he was just a collateral branch of the Chen family, and a branch with poor cultivation talent at that, he still had not been treated this way by many people in the school. Yet at this moment, he was truly being wronged by someone, and that person happened to be someone he could not afford to provoke. Teacher, don't listen to them. I absolutely did not do that. After entering the cultivation room, I was too busy cultivating to even look at such things. Teacher, please believe me, Chen Xian explained fervently. This caused a slight change in the teacher's expression. He furrowed his brows and glanced at Zhou Chen. He felt that Chen Xian shouldn't have done such a thing. However, he also thought it was unlikely that Zhou Chen would carry around such a comic to frame someone, so he found it hard to make a decision at that moment. Just then, Zhou Chen interjected, Teacher, it's been quite some time now. I don't think it's necessary to pursue this matter any further. Teacher, let's just pretend this incident never happened. Our class is currently focused on cultivation and really doesn't want to waste time on such matters. Zhou Chen's words sounded dignified and also seemed to speak in Chen Xian's defense. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xian looked at Zhou Chen with gratitude, silently thanking him with his eyes. However, the one who truly understood Zhou Chen, Xiao Xiaohua, felt a sense of joy in his heart. Brother Zhou was clearly retreating to advance. Sure enough, When the teacher heard Zhou Chen's words, he immediately relaxed his brows and became stern. He analyzed that Zhou Chen's defense of Chen Xian, combined with Zhou Chen's diligent cultivation, meant he was already a Qi refinement stage student. It was impossible for him to carry around a risque comic, thus he concluded that Chen Xian was at fault. He looked at Chen Xian with a somewhat frightening expression. The school has repeatedly emphasized this, yet you have not adhered to it at all, and you were even watching it in the cultivation room. This is truly a disgrace to the school's teachings. I will hand this comic over to your class's homeroom teacher shortly. You can deal with it then. After sternly reprimanding Chen Xian, he turned to Zhou Chen with a warm smile. Zhou student, please go check to see who from class 4 hasn't come out yet. I'll go over and open the door. If everyone is out, then everyone can go in and cultivate. I'll head to the control room. Okay, I'll go check right away. Zhou Chen nodded, beaming with a polite smile. He then turned and surveyed the room, confirming that everyone from class 4 had come out before returning to report to the teacher. After the teacher left, Xiao Xiaowo looked at Zhou Chen and smiled. Brother Zhou, you really are something. Chen Xian is truly in a difficult position. Not bad, I just casually taught him a lesson, Zhou Chen replied nonchalantly. Ning Wu and Shang Tao, who had overheard Xiao Xiaowa and Zhou Chen's conversation, looked at Zhou Chen in surprise. Brother Zhou, did you slip that comic in? That's too impressive. I saw Chen Xian almost in tears, However, Xiao Xiaowa's curiosity had not completely faded. He looked at Zhou Chen with interest. Brother Zhou, I know about that, but I want to know how you managed to carry around such a comic. Logically, Brother Zhou should have been carrying a book on cultivation knowledge, so how could he have such a comic? This was clearly not in line with Brother Zhou's character. Ning Wu and Shang Tao also looked over at Zhou Chen. Hearing the question, Zhou Chen paused for a moment before shaking his head. Because of cultivation. Did you think I was looking at those white, fluffy jade rabbits inside? Wrong. I was only looking at a piece of colored paper. What I was honing was my will, and this is also a form of my cultivation. After saying this, Zhou Chen directly entered the first cultivation room and closed the door. Ning Wu, Shang Tao. Ning Wu, he seems to be bragging again. Shang Tao, there's no way around it. If he doesn't boast, the sun might as well rise from the west. Xiao Xiaowa, what's wrong with you two? How can you doubt Brother Zhou's words? Xiao Xiaowa frowned at Ning Wu and Shang Tao, clearly displeased with their remarks. Ning Wu and Shang Tao turned to look at Xiao Xiaowa upon hearing him. You can't possibly believe him, can you? Of course, Brother Zhou's words can't be false, can they? Ning Wu, Shang Tao. The setup in the training room was very simple, just a mat laid on the floor, and every student who came in to train would sit and meditate directly on it. Of course, they could also lie down and sleep, but no one would do that, because for all the students, being able to enter this training room supplied by the Gathering Spirit Array was an opportunity that came once a month and they were unwilling to waste a single second. Only Zhou Chen was an exception. After closing the door, Zhou Chen comfortably lay down. Training was simply out of the question. Anyway, there were no cameras inside, so no one could catch him slacking off. Originally, Zhou Chen could have read comics, but after the lesson with Chen Xian, he had given away his comics. So Zhou Chen had no choice but to play with his phone, looking for some electronic versions to read, picking one from a dozen websites. When the training time was up, Zhou Chen came out and began to tally his gains. The spiritual energy on him had increased by over 1,500 strands. This truly lived up to being a mid-level Gathering Spirit Array, and the one who contributed the most to Zhou Chen was naturally Xiao Xiaowa. He had trained inside for 50 minutes, increasing his own energy by 94 strands, which contributed 940 strands to Zhou Chen. This amount was almost catching up to the energy Xiao Xiaohua usually added to Zhou Chen in a day. The rest was all contributed by everyone in the class organization. How did everyone feel about the training this time? Back in the classroom, Zhou Chen immediately spoke up, intending to pump everyone up as they entered their sage time. It was especially good. I can't even understand my own training speed. I feel like my recent training state is perfect. Me too. This time inside, I directly increased by 20 strands of spiritual energy, which I couldn't even achieve in a day before. The classmates responded, chattering excitedly, creating a bit of noise. But Zhou Chen could clearly hear their excitement and the change in their mindset. They had already begun to subconsciously want to pursue more diligent training. This was good news for Zhou Chen. Seeing that everyone has gained so much, I'm really happy. This is even more joyful than my own improvement. Zhou Chen smiled warmly, like a caring father. So, Brother Zhou, how much did you improve this time? Ning Wu shouted from below. As soon as he finished speaking, the others in the class also looked at Zhou Chen. Less than 2,000 strands, I guess. Ning Wu. The whole class. Ning Wu, Brother Zhou is just joking. It's less than 2,000 strands. but in reality, it's probably 45 strands, right? Ha ha, I've seen this joke before. Zhou Chen, no, it's actually over 1500 strands. Ningwu's smile abruptly stopped. The whole class. Ningwu, not funny at all. Why did I only increase by over 30 strands? Xiao Xiaowo looked at Ningwu's change and burst out laughing. This was the result of not playing with Brother Zhou enough. If you knew Brother Zhou's true strength, wouldn't you completely collapse? After a while, Old Chen came over to collect everyone's spiritual energy increase one by one. As the classmates took turns reporting their increases, Old Chen's expression grew increasingly joyful. This time's cultivation increase far surpassed any previous month. He knew that everyone had practiced an extra 20 minutes, but today's increase was definitely not just due to those 20 minutes. He had also seen the previous increase data from Class 4, and now Class 5's data was on a completely higher level compared to Class 4. It even surpassed Class 3, which had practiced for an additional 20 minutes compared to Class 5. Old Chen didn't know the reason behind this, but when he saw Zhou Chen surrounded by everyone in the classroom, he seemed to have some answers in his heart. Yet, he was somewhat skeptical. Did Zhou Chen really have that kind of influence? He had only shared a lot of motivational talk in class. He could do that too, and even better than Zhou Chen. Why did everyone only start to grow in these last few days? Zhou Chen, what was your increase this time? Less than 2,000 strands. Speak plainly. A little over 1,500. Old Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Not bad, keep it up. Ningwu, what was your increase? Less than 2,000 strands, Ningwu said softly. Old Chen felt a surge of joy and looked at Ningwu. Could it be that Ningwu had suddenly risen like Zhou Chen? Be honest. About 32 strands. Old Chen's excitement completely dissipated. Get lost. Ningwu, alright then. After finishing the data collection, everyone left directly. Zhou Chen called Xiao Xiaohua to leave together, planning to prioritize the unblocking of Xiao Xiaohua's fourth meridian. At this moment, the gap between Xiao Xiaohua and Tang Yanran was still quite large. The fourth meridian had to be unblocked. If possible, Zhou Chen also wanted to help Xiao Xiaohua unblock the fifth one before the big exam. Only then could he help Xiao Xiaohua steadily defeat Tang Yanran. Xiao Xiaohua must defeat Tang Yanran. This battle could not afford to fail, because once he failed, it could very likely affect Xiao Xiaohua's mindset, thus impacting his future cultivation. It could create a mental demon in Xiao Xiaohua's heart, and Xiao Xiaohua was currently the most talented under Zhou Chen, so Zhou Chen needed to ensure stability at all costs. Brother Zhou, where are we going? To the pharmacy. Xiao Xiaohua followed Zhou Chen, and during the ride, he curiously asked Zhou Chen, what are we going to the pharmacy for? Brother Zhou, are you sick? Zhou Chen, I'm not sick, I'm going to check my leg. Check your leg? Then why do you say you're not sick? Zhou Chen decided to ignore him for now. Who goes to check their own leg? Zhou Chen planned to take Xiao Xiaohua to the Medicine King store. Previously, when Zhou Chen was selling pills there, he saw they were hiring acupuncture apprentices. So, to help Xiao Xiaohua quickly improve his acupuncture skills, allowing Zhou Chen to break through to the second level of acupuncturist, Zhou Chen intended to send Xiao Xiaohua to the Medicine King store. As for Zhou Chen himself, he had nothing to do, and to supervise Xiao Xiaohua, he naturally had to check his leg. Zhou Chen still remembered Shinseki. This girl had previously encouraged him to chat with her boldly, but when he did, she stopped replying, and now, over 10 days had passed without her reaching out. This time was just right to see if she had any issues. Riding along, the two quickly reached their destination. After parking the bike, Zhou Chen took Xiao Xiaohua inside. They were warmly welcomed by the people in the store. This store belonged to Xiao Xiaohua's family. Indeed, a wealthy family. Since this store was Xiao Xiaohua's family's, Zhou Chen didn't hold back and explained to Xiao Xiaohua the purpose of bringing him here. Cultivation is the mainstream, and learning a secondary profession under this mainstream is very important. So based on my understanding of your talent, the most suitable for you is to become an acupuncturist. Therefore, I brought you here because I want you to join the shop and become an acupuncture apprentice, practicing every day. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Xiao Xiaohua nodded in agreement. Indeed, on the path of cultivation, learning a secondary profession has always been quite popular. Many who are not particularly skilled in cultivation still manage to develop their secondary professions very well. I know all this, Brother Zhou. Don't worry, I'll come here to learn every day. I'll also have my dad transfer the best acupuncturist from our Yaoang shop to this store to teach me acupuncture. And now, Brother Zhou, you don't need to worry about me. Aren't you here to check your leg? You should let the acupuncturist in the shop take a good look at it. Xiao Xiaohua nodded in agreement and called over an old man, pulling him to Zhou Chen's side. But Zhou Chen didn't even turn his head, just waved his hand. Alright, then you go practice by yourself. Don't mind me, I'm already looking at legs. Zhou Chen's eyes were constantly scanning, and when he saw a pair of nice legs, his face turned slightly red. That pair of legs walked step by step right in front of Zhou Chen. When he looked up, it was Shinseki. The manager said you were here, so I came to attend to you. How should I best attend to him? Shinseki was dressed in a qipao, looking vibrant, and the peony patterns on the dress added a touch of classical beauty. Her tall figure was particularly enchanting. I don't have anything going on, you can go about your business, Zhou Chen said, as he indeed had no reason to seek her out. He wasn't there to sell pills this time, nor had he come specifically to find her, so there wasn't much to say. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Shinseki still wore a smile, her lips gently pursed. Is it because I didn't reply to your message last time that you're still angry? Of course not. If you hadn't brought it up, I would have forgotten about it myself. I came this time to bring my brother to sign up as an acupuncture apprentice at your Yaoang shop, and then I found out that your Yaoang shop actually belongs to their family. So I had some free time, and while waiting for him, I thought I might as well enjoy the most beautiful scenery in your shop. Zhou Chen decisively shook his head. This was the truth. If it weren't for Xiao Xiaohua, he really wouldn't have planned to come. The system had indeed stored quite a few gathering pills, but Zhou Chen had no intention of selling them for now. One reason was to keep some for Zhou Shanru, and the other was that he wasn't short on money at the moment. Keeping them in the system wouldn't spoil, so there was no need to sell. Alright, then feel free to call me whenever you need something. Shinseki felt a bit disappointed, but then her mind drifted, and she caught a piece of information from Zhou Chen's words. This Yaoang shop actually belonged to his friend's family. The Yaoang shop was from the Xiao family, which meant that Zhou Chen knew someone from the Xiao family, or was even friends with them. Shinseki felt curious and surprised about Zhou Chen's identity once again. Should she send him a photo tonight? Perhaps that would help resolve the issues at home? Shinseki had such a thought in her mind, but then she dismissed it. She absolutely could not fall into depravity. Once she started using her body to exchange for things, there would be no end to it. So Shinseki ultimately rejected her own idea. Zhou Chen could sense that Shinseki had something on her mind, but he was too lazy to ask more. He found it troublesome. He was just a bystander, not the main character, and he didn't want to deal with overly complicated matters. After Shinseki left, Zhou Chen went to Xiao Xiaohua's side, watching him chat with the acupuncturist about acupuncture knowledge. The acupuncturist in the shop was at the second level, which wasn't too high, but it was enough to guide Xiao Xiaohua. Moreover, Xiao Xiaohua could arrange for a higher-level acupuncturist to mentor him later. Zhou Chen didn't concern himself with it any further. After chatting with him for a bit, I plan to head home first. You should study acupuncture here from now on, about 3 hours a day. It won't interfere with your cultivation. I can assure you that as long as you elevate your acupuncture skills to the first level. Then, after you clear the 4th meridian, you can quickly make up for the cultivation time you've lost. I'm going back now. Staying here with you doesn't serve much purpose, and I need to return to my cultivation. Being here has disrupted my training plan, Zhou Chen advised, his words reaching Xiao Xiaohua's ears. He immediately nodded. Brother Zhou, you can go back. I'll be fine here by myself. I've delayed your cultivation. It's fine, you're my brother. Even if I stayed here all day to accompany you in your studies, it wouldn't matter, Zhou Chen said softly, his tone full of warmth. Hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua felt deeply moved. He was someone who loved to imagine, especially when it came to Zhou Chen. Often, a simple statement from Zhou Chen would be transformed in his mind into something grand and righteous. He quickly stood up and grabbed Zhou Chen's arm. Brother Zhou, don't leave so hastily. Since you're here, take the store's treasure back with you. In Xiao Xiaohua's view, since Zhou Chen treated him this way, he naturally had to reciprocate. So, he decisively instructed the store manager to bring out the store's treasure and give it to Zhou Chen. Young master, are you really going to take it out? The manager hesitated. Is it customary to give gifts like this? What does it mean to take the store's treasure just because you're here? This is the store's treasure. Although this pharmacy isn't the headquarters, the treasure is still quite valuable. The manager knew some information about Zhou Chen, aware that he had sold and bought pills at the pharmacy and had an unpleasant encounter with a previous staff member. But he never expected that Zhou Chen was acquainted with the young master of the Xiao family. Their relationship was so close that he was even willing to give away the store's treasure. Of course, even though the treasure was very valuable, he was just a store manager. Since Xiao Xiaohua wanted to give it, he naturally had no right to refuse. However, his hesitation was not only about that. The treasure was somewhat difficult to give away. Well, if I say to take it out, then take it out. Xiao Xiaohua felt dissatisfied with the manager's hesitation and was a bit angry. As the sole heir of the Xiao family, could he not even decide to give away a pharmacy's treasure? Really? How about giving something else? We have several pills in the store that are just as effective as the treasure, and the manager spoke again, suggesting that other pills would be better. This completely angered Xiao Xiaohua. He immediately shouted, "I said to give the store's treasure, so give the store's treasure. Hurry up and bring it out." "All right." The manager forced a smile. He didn't expect that trying to persuade Xiao Xiaohua would backfire, so he immediately had someone bring out the store's treasure. A large transparent glass container filled with clear liquid, with a long object, about the size of an arm, soaking inside. Many people in the store gathered around, including customers and staff, and Shinseki also walked over, standing beside Zhou Chen. "What is this?" Zhou Chen felt curious upon seeing it, so he asked Shinseki beside him. Hearing Zhou Chen's question, Shinseki's face turned crimson. "It's for enhancing vitality. Once, a strong member of the Xiao family killed a powerful bull in another realm, and this thing is taken from that bull." Shinseki didn't say it directly, but upon hearing this, Zhou Chen, being no fool, understood completely. "Impressive. Young master, I said to change it for something else. Let's change it, alright? You just let me take it out. What do you think we should do now?" The store manager looked at Xiao Xiaohua with a hint of resentment. Xiao Xiaohua could only smile awkwardly in response. Then he turned to Zhou Chen. "Brother Zhou, do you want this? If you do, I can arrange for someone to deliver it to your home." "I want your big head," Zhou Chen retorted weakly. He was focused on his training. Why would he need this? If he took it home, people would think he was incapable. If Zhou Shanra found out, she would probably tease him for days. The most crucial part was that he had a peculiar system. What if drinking this counted as overindulgence? Then his brothers would become little brothers. The store's treasure was eventually taken back. Of course, before it was taken away, Zhou Chen had someone pour out a bottle and put it in a thermos. He planned to give it to his dad when he got home. Zhou Chen thought that the reason his mom nagged him every day was probably because she had too much free time, and his dad wasn't much help either. After he got back, if he could boost his dad's strength, he should be able to enjoy a month or two of peace. After Xiao Xiaohua helped Zhou Chen pack it up, he personally took Zhou Chen to pick out some items. Under the store manager's introduction, Zhou Chen picked up a pair of boxing gloves. These gloves were made with modern technology and could significantly increase attack power during combat. Zhou Chen glanced at the price, 1 million. It was sky-high. Only a rich guy like Xiao Xiaohua would give such an expensive gift. Since Zhou Chen was currently practicing the fire fist, he accepted the gloves. He put them in a bag, planning to store them in the system when he got home. "Old Xiao, you're also practicing martial arts. You should prepare a set for yourself too," Zhou Chen suggested, knowing that Xiao Xiaohua was from the same lineage. Until they found better fire-based martial arts, both of them primarily practiced the fire fist. "Ah, I'm just being casual," Xiao Xiaohua chuckled softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the store manager chimed in. After a couple of laughs, he said, "Our young master has specially customized 2 sets of boxing gear. He specifically invited a master craftsman from the capital to make them, and in terms of functionality and attack enhancement, they far exceed these boxing gloves." Upon hearing this, a few black lines appeared on Zhou Chen's forehead. "Is this your idea of casual?" Xiao Xiaohua scratched the back of his head, smiling sheepishly. "I specially customized 2 sets, intending to surprise you, hee." Hearing this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but smile, and soon a grin spread across his face. He was genuinely touched by this little guy, always thinking of him, truly a good brother. "So rest assured, I will definitely help you pass the first trial, and I will help you improve to ultimately defeat the newbie village boss, Tang Yanran." Everything was arranged in an orderly manner, but just as Zhou Chen was about to leave for home, a crowd surged in at the entrance, pushing him back into the store. This group brought in a stretcher with a pale-faced young man on it. Zhou Chen took a quick glance and used his acupuncture knowledge to make a preliminary diagnosis. He concluded that the young man had stayed up too late and worked too hard, leading to a minor kidney issue. There was nothing else wrong. Zhou Chen didn't plan to get involved and stepped outside again. But before he could get in the car, he heard a commotion inside, with a barrage of curses coming from within. Zhou Chen couldn't hold back any longer and turned back to see what was happening. "What's going on?" Zhou Chen asked as he approached Shinseki. "They're causing trouble." This young man bought a kidney tonic in the store, but it didn't work. Not only that, he claimed the pill was defective, which led him to end up in the hospital. "This is actually just their excuse to come and extort us. They must have been arranged by the Chen family, who recently opened a pharmacy not far from here, creating competition with our store. They come here to cause trouble every day, and even when we pay them, they won't leave. We called the police, and they calmed down for a while, but it wasn't long before they came back again." Zhou Chen nodded in agreement. At this moment, Xiao Xiaohua, affected by the situation, also came out and walked over to Zhou Chen. "These people are really shameless. Brother Zhou, what do you think we should do now? Should we find someone to deal with them?" Xiao Xiaohua, the young master of the Xiao family, felt that this matter needed to be resolved. What are we going to use to resolve it? Your thinking is still wrong. How can we rely solely on external force? Zhou Chen shook his head. Could this be resolved with external force? The more they made a fuss, the bigger it would get. So what should we do now? Just watch me. Just follow my lead in a bit, Zhou Chen said softly. He had just received a set of boxing gloves, and if he could help, he would. After saying that, Zhou Chen stepped forward. So you say you ate a bad pill from this store and ended up in the hospital? Zhou Chen said in a deep voice, squatting down next to the man with kidney issues. Who are you? That's right, it was the pills from this store that caused me to go to the hospital. I can't move at all now. The store must compensate. The man with kidney issues looked at Zhou Chen warily, unsure of who he was and whether he was in cahoots with the Pharmacy King store. I am a third-tier acupuncturist specially invited by the Pharmacy King store from the Xiao family, and I came here specifically for this matter. After he said this, the group naturally questioned him, all looking at Zhou Chen with suspicion. Under Zhou Chen's instruction, Xiao Xiaohua quickly chimed in. I am a direct descendant of the Xiao family, Xiao Xiaohua. This master indeed came here specifically. Seeing Xiao Xiaohua's affirmation, the store manager quickly nodded as well. After all, Xiao Xiaohua was the most important person here. Whatever he said went, and even if the manager didn't understand, he had to cooperate. That's true. Can you cure me? The man with kidney issues still looked cautiously at Zhou Chen, as he didn't have a serious illness, just kidney deficiency. Of course, Zhou Chen nodded and then had Xiao Xiaohua bring over the silver needles. Just cooperate. The man with kidney issues had no reason not to cooperate. Thinking of the benefits the Chen family had given him, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Seeing this, Zhou Chen directly found the man's acupoint and then inserted a needle. The man with kidney issues immediately cried out in pain and then cursed at Zhou Chen. What do you mean? Don't mess around. If I have more serious symptoms after this diagnosis, I will definitely not let you off. Hearing this, everyone felt a tightness in their hearts, except for Xiao Xiaohua, who trusted Zhou Chen completely. Shinseki and the others appeared tense. Don't worry, I have undergone professional training and will definitely not mess around, Zhou Chen said with a warm smile, then inserted another needle into another acupoint of the man with kidney issues. The man felt pain all over his body and found it unbearable. When Zhou Chen felt it was about time, he used a healing technique to reverse the damage he had just done. In other words, he originally had no illness, and after Zhou Chen's back-and-forth treatment, he still had no illness. However, he endured about a minute of pain. Seeing Zhou Chen administer the needles, especially the final healing technique, the man immediately requested an examination. The people who came with him quickly began the examination. However, they found no injuries at all. Under the healing technique, all minor injuries could be erased, and quickly too. The man felt astonished. The second-tier acupuncturist from the Pharmacy King store felt the same. He had never seen such a rapid treatment technique before. It was almost like a nurse. Such quick treatment was comparable to pills. His eyes burned with excitement. Xiao Xiaohua stood beside him, sensing his thoughts. He immediately turned to him and asked, "Do you know this acupuncture technique?" The acupuncturist shook his head regretfully. "I don't know it. I've never seen this technique before." Xiao Xiaohua smiled, a bit smug. "I do. Brother Zhou taught me." After a whole set, the man felt a piercing pain all over his body, making him wish for death. Deep down, he knew he wasn't seriously injured and didn't need any treatment. He also understood that the other party was deliberately making him suffer. But even knowing that, what could he do? Just like when they came over, the Medicine King shop knew he was deliberately looking for trouble, yet they had no way to deal with him. At this moment, Zhou Chen was treating him in the same way. With his treatment technique, Zhou Chen could easily erase the traces of the pain inflicted on him, categorizing it as a necessary part of the treatment. This was tantamount to openly making him wish for death, to make him suffer a bit. "We've just completed the first round of treatment, you should continue lying down. I'll start the second round soon. It might hurt a bit, so bear with it." Zhou Chen smiled warmly at the man. "Just a little pain, you can hold on. If you can't take it, then just roll away. If you can hold on, then I'll start the third round of treatment. Anyway, there's no need to worry, I have time." Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, the man's lips trembled, and he began to have thoughts of retreat. "Your treatment is too painful. Is there a way that doesn't hurt?" The man really couldn't endure it anymore, but thinking of the benefits from the Chen family, he didn't want to leave. Too painful, is it?" Zhou Chen asked with a smile. Yes, the man replied hopefully, thinking Zhou Chen would take his opinion into account. "Is there?" "Sorry, there isn't," Zhou Chen said decisively, then jabbed the needle down. Instantly, a howl echoed through the shop. Shinseki turned her face away, unable to bear to watch. Only the shopkeeper and Xiao Xiaohua were thoroughly enjoying the scene. This kid had been causing a ruckus in the shop for several days, and finally, someone could treat him. After another round, the man's face turned even paler, and he was drenched in sweat, feeling somewhat faint. When he saw Jo Chen pick up the silver needle again, he immediately shouted, "I'm fine now. I've been cured. No more acupuncture." He tried to get up, pushing against the stretcher behind him, wanting to rise, no longer caring about the benefits from the Chen family. However, before he could get up, Jo Chen pressed him back down. "You're not fine yet. According to my diagnosis, treating your condition requires at least 10 acupuncture sessions, and you need to have 10 sessions every day for 10 days. Hearing Jo Chen's words, the man was instantly filled with fear. This was simply cruel. But when he tried to struggle against Jo Chen, he failed twice. At this moment, he hadn't even reached the chi refining stage and didn't have Jo Chen's strength at all. "I'm really fine, let me go. I can get up now." "No, you're not fine," Jo Chen shook his head in denial. "I'm really fine, brother, I don't need treatment. I know you're afraid of pain, but there's no other way. To treat you, you must endure this little pain." "I know, but I'm really fine." "You're not." "I am." "You're not." "I am." "You have a problem." "I do." "See, you even admit you have a problem. Do you still want to hide it?" Jo Chen held back a laugh and then called out to the shopkeeper and Xiao Xiaohua. "Old Xiao, shopkeeper, come hold him down. The patient's condition hasn't improved at all. I need to increase the intensity and frequency of the acupuncture." "All right, I'm coming," Xiao Xiaohua said with a beaming smile, then firmly held the man down. The shopkeeper joined in, and together they pressed him down tightly. The people who followed the man were all staring blankly at Jo Chen and his group, contemplating whether they should step forward to intervene. But the kid from the apothecary said he was treating him. How could they stop him from doing that? It seemed unreasonable. After administering another round of acupuncture, Jo Chen instructed the shopkeeper to let Xiao Xiaohua release him. As soon as the man was freed, he immediately scrambled to his feet and dashed out of the apothecary like a shot. His speed was astonishing, leaving everyone in awe. It was likely he would never return. Jo Chen had completely resolved the problem for the apothecary. "Brother Zhou, you're really something," Xiao Xiaohua gave Jo Chen a thumbs up. The shopkeeper looked at Jo Chen with gratitude. The second-tier acupuncturist in the shop approached Jo Chen respectfully, inquiring about his acupuncture techniques. In response, Jo Chen played coy and didn't answer. This treatment technique was a family heirloom of the Zhou family. Although it was only a first-tier technique, its effectiveness was remarkable. As the first-generation ancestor of this technique, I certainly wouldn't pass it on. Xiao Xiaohua was my nominal brother and actual disciple, so he was the exception. "I didn't expect your acupuncture to be so impressive." Shinseki stood beside Jo Chen, chatting with a smile, her curiosity about him deepening step by step. She even felt a desire to understand Jo Chen's inner thoughts. "It's all right," Jo Chen replied modestly with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shinseki immediately spoke up. "This is more than just all right." She glanced at the acupuncturist inside, bent down, and leaned closer to Jo Chen's ear, whispering, "At least our acupuncturist here can't do it, and not only can he not, but he also has a bad temper." The warm breath from her words was a bit overwhelming, prompting Jo Chen to step back quickly. "My proficiency in this technique mainly depends on my hard work and my day and night analysis and study of various classical acupuncture medical texts. So, as long as he puts in the effort, he might find a technique he excels at in the future," Jo Chen said, then hopped onto his bike and left. Shinseki watched Jo Chen leave, dazed for a few seconds before returning to the shop. After getting home, Jo Chen locked up his bike. Once upstairs, he placed the alcohol he brought back on the table, planning to give it to his dad when he returned. Then he lay down on the bed to relax. He fished out his phone, intending to check the messaging app to see if any classmates were wasting time. If someone came home without practicing, he would have to give them a motivational talk. However, as soon as he opened the app, he saw a message from the editor of Whale Novel Network. "Big shot, are you going to upload tonight?" The message was sent in the morning, and Jo Chen hadn't replied. 10 minutes later, another message came in. "Bro, are you uploading tonight? How about a big update?" Jo Chen still didn't respond. Another 10 minutes passed. "Are you uploading? The data looks good. How about a big update?" Then it was noon. "Are you uploading? Bro, are you there? In the afternoon, are you going to upload?" Really, the tone was getting increasingly rough. And what happened to the cool demeanor? Why ask me if I'm uploading or not? Just do it directly. Moreover, not only do I want to upload, but I also want to create a future worker group, a reader benefit group, to be precise. If there's a chance, I'll take them on the expressway to enjoy the buff bonus. Yes, tonight I'll upload 10 chapters. Don't worry, I have plenty of stored drafts, Jo Chen typed in response. He then received a crying emoji from the editor, meaning, "You finally replied to me." Jo Chen sent back a meme of a tough guy, saying, "Don't send me emojis. I don't want to know a man intimately." With the upload confirmed, the editor was quite excited. After talking to Zhou Chen about stabilizing the plot after the novel goes live, and discussing the potential earnings once the story is established, Zhou Chen felt like he had received a hefty dose of encouragement. However, he didn't feel annoyed. Instead, he took out his phone and jotted it down in his notes, planning to share it with his classmates the next day. There was no need to consult Baidu, it was quite thoughtful. As for how much money this novel could make after it was published, Zhou Chen didn't pay much attention to that. What he was more concerned about was forming a group. If the reader group grew larger, the benefits would far exceed those from his class. With so many people in Xia country and so many reading novels, developing hundreds of thousands of fans shouldn't be a problem. At that point, he could rally them all together. Hey everyone, let's cultivate together. And then the spiritual energy he would gain would be substantial. He might even break through to the master realm directly. As for forming the group, you can just set it up yourself. Later, you can arrange for an operations officer. This will greatly promote the development of the novel. The editor strongly agreed with the idea of forming a group. However, he didn't know that Zhou Chen was not doing this to earn money from readers, but to help his fans cultivate faster together. At the same time, he would also earn a bit of spiritual energy. With the support agreed upon, Zhou Chen got to work. He quickly set up the group, and after much thought, he finally decided on a name. It would be called Even the Useless Love Cultivation Group, which established a strong atmosphere of hard work right from the title. He modified the introduction and posted the group name. Then he waited for everyone to join. Half an hour later, Zhou Chen checked the group. More than 50 people had already joined, surpassing the number in Class 5. And new members were still coming in. Zhou Chen checked the novel's backend and saw that the collection had reached 150,000, with a large number of new readers expected to join later. Opening the group chat, Zhou Chen found that these readers were genuinely great. Each one was very active, and many shared common interests with him, such as jade rabbits and ham. I heard the author is a girl. Please reveal a photo of the author. Is that true? No way. Where did you hear that? Who cares where it came from? Where's the group leader? I've been in the group for so long and haven't heard a word. Author, will there be 100 updates when it goes live? If so, I'll be the leader right away. Why is everyone rushing? The author needs time to write, so let's settle for 50 chapters today. Author, can you send a real photo? Let's get to know each other. I'll treat you to a meal if we meet later. Wanting a photo? Zhou Chen saw the latest messages and then downloaded a photo of Zhang Sanfeng from Wodong and posted it in the group. This is really a photo of Zhang Zhenren. Ha, you've killed me. The author is indeed a meme master. Besides that, some readers wanted Zhou Chen to send a more revealing photo. To this, Zhou Chen naturally obliged and downloaded an electrocardiogram photo from Baidu to send to the group. Is this revealing enough? Zhou Chen's move was inspired by a novel from his past life, and the comedic effect was surprisingly good. The readers. This is indeed revealing enough? Is this it? Is this how the group leader fools the readers? I'm going to slide in with a shovel. Where's my knife? After chatting with the readers for a while and using various humorous ways to build rapport, Zhou Chen emphasized some rules within the group. First of all, welcome everyone to my reader group. It's my honor to be liked by you all. But after joining the chat, while everyone relaxes and discusses the plot, please pay attention to a few points. First point, strive to cultivate in reality. Second point, strive to cultivate in reality. Third point, strive to cultivate in reality. Having read the synopsis of the novel, you should know that my purpose in writing this book, the most important point, is to serve as motivation for everyone, rather than something to be forgotten after reading, only remembering the exciting parts without recalling the protagonist's efforts. This would go against my original intention in writing this novel, so everyone must work hard in reality. Work hard to create a beautiful future. Let's set up some motivational quotes first, and we'll discuss the rest later. After typing, I will update the announcement directly so that newcomers can see it. When Zhou Chen's words appeared in the group, it immediately sparked heated discussions. Everyone praised Zhou Chen's actions. As expected of my favorite author, just for this sentence, I must subscribe to this book completely. Me too, I have poor talent in reality, but this book has given me countless motivations. Thanks for the motivation, big brother. I'm going to tip the leader first. See you later. Zhou Chen saw the chat and felt very satisfied. The effect was really good. He then said a few more points, such as no inappropriate content, etc. As the saying goes, if you don't restrain yourself when young, you'll regret it when old. So, friends in the group must not engage in inappropriate behavior. If you really must, then send the images to the group leader for approval first. Zhou Chen was just joking about this. Since Huang has nothing to do with gambling and drugs, can he not be a little lewd? So he didn't want to manage this too much. Everyone could handle it themselves. Haha, author, do you want to keep it all to yourself? It's over, big brother. your character just collapsed completely. I don't care, I just want to be lewd. The group became lively again. Taking advantage of this break, Zhou Chen had the system review the reader fan group. The result did not pass. The system's feedback reason was that Zhou Chen had not become the actual leader of the reader group. Although he was the group leader, he could not influence the group members, he was just a group leader. Therefore, for this reason, the reader group did not pass the review. However, Zhou Chen was not discouraged. Since the system provided feedback reasons, he just needed to resolve that issue. If he couldn't influence the fans brought by one book, then he would write a few more books, and by that time, wouldn't the fan cohesion increase? Wouldn't his influence also rise? So by then, everything would fall into place. Developing a fan group was a long-term plan. For now, just following the class route was enough. With this in mind, Zhou Chen closed the system and entered the super chat. He found a prepared photo and paired it with a motivational text, then sent it to his friend circle. An ordinary student practices for 6 hours a day. He only cultivates for 6 hours, increasing his spiritual energy by 10 strands each day. Years later, he can still only increase by 10 strands a day, limited by the chi refining stage and unable to break through. But a wise student practices for 6 hours a day. He cultivates for 10 hours, increasing his spiritual energy by 18 strands each day. Years later, he can increase by 100 strands a day, and he has broken through to the strengthening chi stage. I choose to be a wise student. How about you? After finishing and sending it, Zhou Chen tossed his phone onto the bed, giving them half an hour to reply. The first to respond would definitely be those who hadn't practiced well. They must be rewarded with some motivational quotes. Brother Zhou, this motivational quote is too bland. I felt nothing after reading it. Brother Zhou, can you tone it down a bit and give us a way out? I won't say anything more. I'm not scrolling anymore. I'm getting up to practice. Come on, let me be overwhelmed. Sure enough, the comment section of Zhou Chen was flooded, and many people felt that just replying to Zhou Chen in the friend circle was still lacking. So they directly took screenshots of Zhou Chen's posts and sent them to the group, which immediately caused a wail among everyone. They wanted to work hard on their cultivation, but cultivation was truly tedious, with no fun at all. However, if they didn't cultivate, others might work hard under Zhou Chen's encouragement, and he could end up at the bottom of the class. By the time the next spiritual energy test came around, it was possible that all the classmates he had previously far surpassed would catch up to him, becoming stronger than him. Moreover, there were only a few dozen days left, and he really had to put in some effort. Lu Han was an ordinary student in class 5, with average grades, so getting into a better martial arts school was almost impossible for him. Based on his estimation, getting into an ordinary undergraduate martial arts school would be about right, so he had just been lying flat. But ever since Zhou Chen wanted to become the class monitor, his laid-back days were completely shattered. First, the changes in the Qinglong study group played a leading role. It was like a huge rock, heavily smashing into the stagnant waters of class 5, causing ripples to start forming. Then, after Zhou Chen officially became the class monitor, everyone's lives became even more competitive. Originally, after school, no one would cultivate, but now, Lu Han's first thought upon returning home was to cultivate. He felt a strong sense of urgency. Every time he got home, he thought about what would happen if he didn't work hard and others surpassed him in the future. So today, after returning home, he consciously cultivated for an hour. Even his mother found it quite unbelievable. Just after finishing his cultivation, wanting to relax a bit, he saw Zhou Chen's latest post, and that sense of urgency returned. How about not watching videos? Cultivate for another hour first? Lu Han thought to himself, feeling two forces battling within him, unable to make a decision. So he picked up his phone, found his classmates' chat, and made a call. Old Su, did you see Zhou Chen's post? Once the call connected, Lu Han got straight to the point, discussing Zhou Chen's post, wanting to see if his friend was influenced by it. If his friend wanted to cultivate after seeing it, then he would too. If his friend didn't cultivate, then he wouldn't either. I saw it. Zhou Chen is really something. He can cultivate himself, but why does he have to post stuff like this all day? I really don't want to drink this motivational soup. His friend quickly replied, full of complaints, which resonated with Lu Han. You say, Zhou Chen, can't you just work hard on your own? Why drag everyone into cultivating together? What's your intention? So, are you cultivating? Lu Han asked, wanting to know his friend's plans. I'm not cultivating. If he wants to compete, he can do it himself. I'm going to watch short videos. Cultivation is too boring. I just need to get into an ordinary undergraduate martial arts school. His friend replied firmly, and after answering, he didn't forget to ask back. What about you? Are you cultivating? I'm not cultivating either. Only a dog would drink Zhou Chen's motivational soup. I've never even heard what Old Chen said, let alone Zhou Chen. Alright then, let's leave it at that. I'm hanging up now. I'm going to watch videos. Okay, just in time for the drama I'm following to update. I'm off to watch it. The two chatted, agreeing not to cultivate, and then hung up the phone. Luhan looked at the already disconnected call and threw his phone directly onto the bed. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to circulate the energy-gathering technique. Meanwhile, old Sue, after hanging up the phone, also tossed his phone aside. He started to exercise. His combat skills were a weakness, and he needed to improve his physical fitness. Aren't you going to watch short videos? His 6-year-old sister stood beside him, and as soon as he tossed his phone aside, she immediately picked it up, wanting to use her brother's phone to watch cartoons. Short videos? They're harmful. I won't watch them. Then why did you lie to your classmates? What do you know? We have a tacit understanding. That kid is definitely training right now. After saying this, he waved his hand impatiently. Go a bit further away. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist wanting to watch videos again. His sister nodded innocently, but she was too lazy to understand. She didn't need to train yet, so watching cartoons was her business. Holding the phone, she was about to head back to her room, but after taking just 2 steps, her brother called her back. You can only open that one app to watch cartoons. Don't touch any other apps, and definitely don't mess with the file manager. Got it? Got it. Those are your study materials. You're afraid I'll mess them up. Don't worry, I won't look at yours. His sister pouted and happily returned to her room. Though she said she wouldn't train, her body was quite honest. There were many examples like Luhan and him. Many classmates in Class 5 looked at Zhou Chen's motivational talk with disdain. But after they finished watching, their thoughts became quite complicated. What if they didn't train, and others did, resulting in them coming in last? What if Class 5 was surpassed by Class 4 next month, and they were the culprits? Many people had such thoughts, and then they all joined the ranks of training. Not training really wouldn't do. For days passed, and Zhou Chen's spiritual energy broke through to 25,000 strands. At the current rate of growth, Zhou Chen could receive over 1,200 strands of spiritual energy from Xiao Xiaohua every day. He gained over 900 strands from the class, adding up to a daily increase of over 2,100 strands. Moreover, this 2,100 strands wasn't fixed. Sometimes, if the entire class worked a bit harder, Zhou Chen's gains would exceed 900 strands. At the same time, Xiao Xiaohua's rate of spiritual energy growth was also increasing rapidly, which was a significant gain for Zhou Chen. So, at the current speed, he could break through to the second layer of qi refining in just 10 days, even faster than previously estimated. What made Zhou Chen even happier was that his acupuncturist level officially broke through to the second tier today. Xiao Xiaohua had a talent for acupuncture, combined with the buff enhancement and his own efforts. He broke through to the first tier, and Zhou Chen also broke through to the second tier along with him. Therefore, Zhou Chen could now unlock the method to unblock Xiao Xiaohua's 4th meridian. System, how should I unblock Xiao Xiaohua's 4th meridian? Zhou Chen asked in a low voice, raising his eyelids slightly to check the class. No one was paying attention to him. Unblocking the 4th meridian of Xiao Xiaohua requires fire spirit, combined with the host's second-tier acupuncture technique to achieve perfect unblocking. Fire spirit? Zhou Chen asked in confusion. It was the first time he had heard this term, so he didn't know what it was. Fire spirit, born in areas dense with fire elements, it manifests in various forms, such as flames, firestones, and magma, containing vast amounts of fire energy. Xiao Xiaohua possesses the 9 heavens' mysterious fire body. To unblock his 4th meridian, fire spirit must be used in conjunction with the host's second-tier acupuncture technique. The system explained, making Zhou Chen understand where fire spirit might be born, as well as its uses and forms. But there was a key question. How would Zhou Chen obtain fire spirit? Zhou Chen's thoughts shifted, and then he shook his head. He was worrying too much. He could just have the Xiao family, where Xiao Xiaohua was, look for it. There was no need for him to worry about this at all. With the Xiao family's significant influence in Qingcheng, it should be impossible for them to not find the fire spirit. If they couldn't find it, then he probably wouldn't be able to either. So there was even less reason to be concerned about it. After learning the method to unblock the meridian, Zhou Chen exited the system and, when class was over, he explained to Xiao Xiaohua that he needed the fire spirit to unblock the 4th meridian. Fire spirit? Xiao Xiaohua frowned slightly upon hearing this. He had vaguely heard this term before. There was relevant information about it in the knowledge of the other world. He thought for a while and then flipped through his textbook for the information. This fire spirit is really hard to find. It seems like our Xiao family doesn't have it. Let me go back and ask my dad. Xiao Xiaohua said solemnly, as it concerned his cultivation, making him appear very serious. The Xiao family doesn't have it either? Zhou Chen's expression turned serious as well. If the Xiao family didn't have it, then it would delay things a bit. You should go back and ask. If not, have your dad pull some strings as soon as possible. After all, you wouldn't want to lose to Tang Yanran in the big exam, right? Xiao Xiaohua nodded earnestly, he absolutely had to defeat Tang Yanran. Therefore, the fourth meridian must be unblocked, and the fire spirit must be found. Zhou Chen looked at Xiao Xiaohua's determined expression and felt very satisfied. This was the kind of temperament a protagonist should display. No wonder he possessed a god-level talent. With nothing more to discuss with Xiao Xiaohua, Zhou Chen turned his attention to the class, scanning the room. He found that everyone was focused on studying for the written exam, and he lowered his head with satisfaction. This was the good style of students from the Xia kingdom. However, it wasn't long before a loud voice broke through the atmosphere of studying. "Zhou Gu, is Zhou Gu here?" This voice shattered the learning environment in the classroom. Many students raised their heads in dissatisfaction, but when they saw who had come, they quickly retracted their displeasure. But Zhou Chen was not among them. Hearing that voice disrupt the class, he quickly stood up and shouted at the owner of the voice, "Your dad isn't dead yet, so why are you making such a racket? Do you know that our class is studying right now? Do you realize that because of your shout, a student's score might drop by a point, and that point could affect their entire life?" Zhou Chen was furious, and Lu Yong, hearing this reprimand, felt genuinely angry but dared not speak. He frowned. Was it really that serious? He scratched his head and quickly stepped forward to Zhou Chen. "Zhou Gu, it's all my fault, but I really didn't mean to." His attitude in admitting his mistake was decent, so Zhou Chen didn't scold him further. After all, they had fought together in the other world. "What do you need to find me for?" "I want to come to class 5, Zhou Gu. Can you agree to let me come?" Lu Yong said earnestly. He knew Zhou Chen's strength, so he just wanted to get closer to him. It would be best if he could receive some guidance from Zhou Chen. He had also heard that Class 5 could surpass Class 4 in average spiritual energy, and Zhou Chen's Qinglong study group had made a significant contribution. If he could join Class 5 and enter the Qinglong study group, his spiritual energy might expand even further. Hearing Lu Yong's words, Zhou Chen looked at him carefully. He had to admit that although this kid wasn't very smart, he made the right choice. "I can't help you with that. You need to ask our teacher. However, I need to remind you that each class is capped at 45 students. If you want to come, you'll definitely need to swap with someone from our class. Have you found that person yet?" The number of students in the class has been confirmed, so Lu Yong needs to switch to Class 5. "I've already found someone," Lu Yong chuckled. He had long wanted to join Class 5, so before discussing this matter with Zhou Chen, he had already found a replacement. He turned around and scanned the classroom of Class 5 with his eyes. Then he went over and brought someone back. "It's him. I've already discussed it with him. He will go to Class 3, and I will come to Class 5. Although his spiritual energy isn't as much as mine and his strength isn't as strong as mine, but it's close enough. As long as I apply to our Class 3 teacher and the Class 5 teacher, it will definitely be approved." Zhou Chen listened to Lu Yong's introduction and took a good look at the person he was swapping with. A top student from Class 5, whose spiritual energy value was even higher than Lu Chen's before but now had been surpassed by Lu Chen. His name was Su Xiu, someone Zhou Chen knew but wasn't particularly close to, just an ordinary classmate. No wonder Lu Yong was so confident. Su Xiu was the top student in Class 5. Although he had less spiritual energy than Lu Yong, he still met the requirements. The possibility of the Class 3 teacher agreeing was extremely high. "Zhou Chen, as the saying goes, people strive for higher places while water flows to lower places, so you should wish me well for my transfer to Class 3, right? Look at the late-night training plans you devised and the motivational quotes you send every night. It makes me feel so awkward. You are indeed impressive, but it's enough for you to be impressive yourself. Why do you have to influence others? Do you think everyone can rely on talent to cultivate like you?" Su Xiu was a bit small and thin, but now standing in front of Zhou Chen, he appeared quite arrogant. He rattled off a bunch of provocative remarks. His expression was unpleasant to look at. But before Zhou Chen could speak, Lu Yong slapped Su Xiu on the back of the head. "What are you making a fuss about in front of my brother Zhou? Trying to show off, huh? I brought you here to discuss the swap with my brother Zhou, and you're challenging him?" The slap made Su Xiu's head buzz, and he looked at Lu Yong with resentment in his eyes. He dared not express his anger. "Still daring to look at me? Hurry up and apologize." "Zhou Chen, I'm sorry. I admit I was a bit arrogant just now. But," slap, another slap. "Still but?" "Zhou Chen, I'm sorry. I admit I was too arrogant just now. I'm sorry." Slap. "Call him Brother Zhou. You dare to call him by his name? Brother Zhou, I'm sorry." Su Xiu really wilted. He had no words to express his suffering. All right, Zhou Chen waved his hand. This little antagonist Su Xiu was a bit pitiful. From provoking to apologizing, it hadn't even been a minute. And did he really think going to Class 3 was better? After the big exam, when he saw those classmates from Class 5 who were originally worse than him but ended up being several times stronger, he would probably regret it deeply. What? You want to transfer to class 5? Lu Yong, it's not that I'm being nosy, but you need to know that this idea of yours is very dangerous, you know? Class 5 is the worst cultivation class in the school, while my class 3, although not as good as classes 1 and 2, is still above average in the school, much better than class 5. You should go back now. I'll pretend you never came here and never said this. The class 3 homeroom teacher, Mr. Sheen, looked at Lu Yong in surprise and directly said a long string of words, only stopping when he felt dry in the mouth. Then he took a good sip of tea, which eased things a lot. Naturally, he didn't want Lu Yong to leave. Lu Yong could rank among the top 3 in his class. With over 5,000 strands of spiritual energy and a mastery of Thai boxing, his strength in the martial arts exam arena was terrifying, placing him among the top 20 in the entire school. So how could Mr. Sheen possibly want to let someone like him transfer classes? There's one more thing. If Lu Yong wanted to transfer to class 1 or 2, Teacher Sheen would definitely agree. Because with Lu Yong's potential, going to class 1 or 2 is entirely feasible. If it weren't for Lu Yong's poor performance in the literature exam back then, he wouldn't have ended up in class 3. But now Lu Yong actually tells him he wants to go to class 5, which Teacher Sheen simply cannot understand. In Teacher Sheen's view, if Lu Yong wanted to go to class 1 or 2, he wouldn't stop him. That would indeed be better. But if he wants to go to class 5, he would have to intervene. Teacher Sheen, I've already made up my mind. I think class 5 is the most suitable for me, and I've already found someone willing to swap from class 5. That student from class 5 named Su Xiu has around 4,100 points of spiritual energy. Although that's over 1,000 less than mine, he's still one of the top students in class 5. It fits the criteria for our class 3, so Teacher Sheen, please agree to let me transfer. Lu Yong continued, sounding very determined. He was set on Zhou Chen. Hearing Lu Yong's words, Teacher Sheen frowned. If they swapped Su Xiu, it wouldn't have too much impact on class 3's overall performance. But the key issue was still Lu Yong. Think about it for another 2 days. You have to understand, class 5 compared to our class 3 is like comparing fireflies to the bright moon. Cultivation and studying depend on the environment. Do those people in class 5 have any semblance of a study atmosphere? Absolutely not. Going to class 5 won't help you grow. It will actually hinder your current cultivation. You can definitely aim for a key undergraduate martial arts school. Don't mislead yourself. Teacher Sheen spoke earnestly, and just then, Old Chen happened to walk by and overheard. Old Chen immediately became unhappy. What was going on? Why was someone speaking ill of class 5? Seeing it was Teacher Sheen from class 3, Old Chen walked over directly. Old Chen, what's going on? Are you bad-mouthing class 5 again? Why don't you tell me how class 5 lacks an environment for studying and cultivating? As soon as he finished speaking, Teacher Sheen glanced at Old Chen somewhat awkwardly. He hadn't expected Old Chen to come over, so his previous words had been overheard. But even so, Old Chen had no intention of backing down. He was speaking the truth, so why should he? It's like this, a student from our class wants to go to class 5, so I advised him not to. So I spoke a bit too directly just now. Old Chen, don't take it to heart. Since you're here, you might as well help me persuade him not to go to class 5. Teacher Chen not only refused to back down but also directly avoided the issue of speaking ill of class 5 and turned it around, asking Old Chen to persuade Lu Yong. Upon hearing this, Old Chen was certainly displeased. Was he someone who would be at a disadvantage? Alright, I'll help you persuade him, Old Chen said with a grin. Seeing Old Chen's demeanor, Teacher Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the head teacher of class 5 was personally telling him about the shortcomings of class 5, surely he would reconsider and change his mind. Old Chen took a good look at Lu Yong. He naturally recognized him. Lu Yong was quite distinctive. Walking around campus, everyone knew who the illiterate who could fight Muay Thai was. Good kid. You really know how to pick them. Come to class 5. Do you know Zhou Chen? He's from our class 5, and after my personal training, he has become one of the only 2 qi refining cultivators in the entire school. So, coming to class 5 is your best choice. Old Chen's straightforward words made Lu Yong's heart soar, while Teacher Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He stopped drinking his tea and slammed the cup down on the table. He confronted Old Chen. Old Chen, what's wrong with you? I asked you to persuade Lu Yong not to go, and instead, you're telling him to go? Ha! I'm the head teacher of class 5. You want me to persuade a student with over 5,000 strands of spiritual energy not to go to class 5? Am I the fool, or are you too naive? Old Chen scoffed, reminding you, Old Chen, how you just looked down on my class 5. I directly poached Lu Yong from your class. No, that's not right. It wasn't poaching at all. He came to us voluntarily. Aren't you just ruining Lu Yong's future? The big exam is coming up soon. Why would you let him go to class 5? What does class 5 have? What can compare to class 3? Teacher Chen said angrily, but Old Chen remained calm. We have Zhou Chen. The training environment in Class 3 far exceeds that of Class 5. We have Zhou Chen. Class 3 has 5 other students with spiritual energy values exceeding 5,000. We have Zhou Chen, just a reminder, he's in the Qi refining stage. Class 3 is a key focus for cultivation in the whole school. We have Zhou Chen. Teacher Qin, are you a broken record? We have Zhou Chen. Teacher Qin. Lu Yong watched the two teachers argue because of him, feeling a bit embarrassed. He quickly spoke up, interrupting them. Teacher Qin, Teacher Chen, I genuinely want to transfer to Class 5, please don't argue. Teacher Qin, I'm very grateful for the training I received in Class 3 and for your care, but I believe transferring to Class 5 will be better for my development. What do you know? You're just confused by the illusion that Class 5 has surpassed Class 4 this time, they in Class 5. Upon hearing Lu Yong's words, Teacher Qin wanted to belittle Class 5, but seeing Old Chen's mouth move a couple of times, he immediately shut up. Old Chen only knew how to use Zhou Chen as a nuclear weapon. Alright, but I hope you won't regret it. Also, I'll tell you that transferring classes is very difficult. If you want to switch back to Class 3 later, no one will want to trade with you. Teacher Qin finally nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Lu Yong immediately became excited. He then looked at Old Chen, who was also present, and he could just get Old Chen's approval. I have no problem, if you come to Class 5, we can swap anyone in our class, as long as you find someone willing to switch with you. Of course, excluding Zhou Chen. This is our treasure, we won't trade him for anyone. Old Chen said lightly, throwing a provocative glance at Old Qin. Old Qin, not to be outdone, shot a look back at Old Chen. It seemed to say, I'm curious to see what Class 5 will become before the big exam. With the agreement of both teachers, Lu Yong immediately called Su Xiu over. He was eager to finalize this matter, fearing that delays would cause chaos. Are you in such a hurry to go to Class 5? Old Qin looked at Lu Yong, his eyes filled with resentment. Don't you have any feelings for me? Lu Yong, upon hearing this, realized that Teacher Qin was a bit unhappy about his transfer. He scratched his head and said sheepishly, not really, it's just that both teachers are here, and once we finalize things, it won't be a hassle. Old Chen, however, wasn't as embarrassed as Lu Yong. He comfortably sipped his tea, reclining in his chair, smiling at Old Qin. Old Qin, there's no need to be like this, we're all from the same school. Whether Lu Yong comes to our Class 5 or stays in your Class 3, isn't it all the same? Then give me your Zhou Chen, and you can take anyone you like from our Class 3. No way. Teacher Qin, let's wait and see. Didn't your class say you wanted to surpass Classes 1 and 2? Surpassing our Class 3 in the Spiritual Energy Survey at the end of this month should be a piece of cake, right? Old Qin ultimately couldn't swallow this anger, so he issued a challenge. That's for sure. Old Chen blurted out, but then he quickly realized, surpassing Class 3 within 30 days is a bit impossible. At this time, the average spiritual energy gap between Class 5 and Class 3 was around 200. Which was a significant difference. It is almost impossible to surpass. But since I just agreed, I can't go back on my word now. That would be too embarrassing. Old Chen simply stopped talking, deciding to wait until the time came to speak. If he really didn't surpass, then he would just have to endure a scolding from Old Qin. After finalizing Lu Yong's situation, the two reported the exchange between Lu Yong and Su Xiu to the school. Both homeroom teachers agreed, and the school did not object. Thus, Lu Yong became a student of Class 5. Zhou Chen gained another lackey. The Qinglong study group officially expanded, adding a new member, a big simpleton. Lu Yong sat in the front row in front of Zhou Chen, his massive frame blocking quite a few of the teachers' gazes directed at Zhou Chen. After class, Zhou Chen held a welcoming ceremony for Lu Yong. Lu Yong sat in front of Zhou Chen, while Zhou Chen stood up, extending his right hand to solemnly pat Lu Yong's head. Lu Yong, after joining the Qinglong study group, you will no longer be an ordinary person, the emotions and love of the mortal world will no longer concern you. I will ask you one more time, is there anything you want to say before joining the Qinglong study group? The atmosphere was very serious, with old members Xiao Xiuhua, Lu Chen, Ning Wu, and Shang Tao all looking at Lu Yong with solemn expressions. This made the atmosphere quite dignified, causing Lu Yong to feel nervous for a moment. Indeed, the first study group under Brother Zhou had a strong presence. Once, a sincere love was presented before me, but I did not cherish it. Only when I lost it did I regret it. There is nothing more painful in the world than this. If heaven could give me another chance, I would tell that girl, buy a Buddha cold. Put. Hearing Lu Yong's words, Ning Wu couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Lu Chen and Shang Tao were not much better off. Only Zhou Chen remained indifferent. Still using such an old joke after all these years? Is it funny? It really is quite funny. Zhou Chen also started to laugh. Who would have thought that Lu Yong, this big simpleton, could also play with jokes? He blended perfectly into the atmosphere of the Qinglong study group. In the future, he would have time to teach him Mandarin and the correct pronunciation of Dashi Ji and Daji Zhu. Lu Yong, since you are transferring to our class, you must follow the rules that are in place. Here is the study plan I have set for the class. Take a look. After finishing his laughter, Zhou Chen got down to business, pulling out the class schedule and handing it to Lu Yong. Lu Yong took it and looked it over, finding it even more exhausting than class 3, but he felt it was manageable. No problem, I can just stay up late for this. Well, that's good to hear. However, since your knowledge in the literature exam is particularly poor, you not only have to follow this plan but also study all the literature exam knowledge thoroughly, Zhou Chen said, then pulled out a whole book from under the desk and placed it in front of Lu Yong. It was stacked higher than Lu Yong himself. Instantly, Lu Yong's face turned pale, losing all color, and he swallowed hard. Trembling, he said, "Brother Zhou, you must be joking, right? You know I dislike reading these the most, so please spare me. What do you think?" Zhou Chen's expression turned cold, deliberately looking at Lu Yong with a gloomy face. Ning Wu and Lu Chen quickly moved closer to Lu Yong. Hee, everyone, don't do this. Lu Yong smiled innocently, putting the book he had just taken out back on the desk. He then placed his chair on the desk and crawled under it, trying to carry the desk and all the books away. This was not a place to linger. "Brother Zhou, sorry for the interruption. I'll come back to play another day." With that, Lu Yong took off running. He regretted it, but then he was pulled back by Zhou Chen. The Qinglong gang, how could my Qinglong study group be a place you can come and go as you please? Hurry back, today you need to copy the nursery rhymes 300 times, 100 times for me. Is copying that useful? Lu Yong said with a bitter face, still carrying the desk on his shoulder. But the corner of the desk was firmly held by Zhou Chen, so he couldn't leave at all. Of course it's useful. What use? To awaken the great love in the world, to promote the truth, goodness, and beauty of the world. Lu Yong wanted to cry but had no tears. Anyway, he couldn't run away, so under Zhou Chen's pressure, he started doing various exercises. But he still found a benefit. Studying in class 5 felt much better than in class 3. Not only was his reading speed much faster, but he also felt much better overall. There was none of the previous obscure and difficult situations. A few days passed. Zhou Chen kept doing old Chen's work, sending out some motivational quotes every day and encouraging everyone to practice. In the evening, when his parents were not home, Zhou Chen received an ambiguous text message. "Why didn't you answer my call? Do you know how worried I am? Do you know how anxious I am?" Seeing this message, Zhou Chen, who had just finished showering, suddenly became interested. This was a romantic connection coming to him. "I was just in the shower. What's up? Promise me you won't do this anymore, okay? I really get anxious when you don't answer the phone." "Zhou Chen, who are you?" "The delivery guy, your food is at the door. I've been waiting for 2 minutes." Zhou Chen was instantly speechless. Where's the romantic connection? Just like that, it was gone? Was it meant for me to be single? Did I not deserve a romantic connection? After opening the door, Zhou Chen was even more speechless. The delivery guy was an acquaintance. No, a familiar dog. "Brother Zhou? Damn, Brother Zhou, I didn't expect you to live here. You should have said earlier, Brother Zhou, from now on, all your deliveries are mine." That's right, it was that clingy guy, Zhong. Zhou Chen took the food, seeing him exhausted, so he let him in to sit for a while. He even gave him a bottle of soda. "Thanks, Brother Zhou." Zhong happily took a sip, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. "Why aren't you boxing anymore? Changed to delivering food? Isn't that boxing gym your treasure now, Brother Zhou?" "I haven't found a place to box since," Zhong replied. "But even if there was, I wouldn't need it. My new girlfriend said boxing is too tiring and can easily injure the body, so she doesn't allow me to box. She told me that delivering food can also earn money to buy her a fruit machine." "Brother Zhou, doesn't my new girlfriend care about me a lot?" Zhou Chen, does she have a name? I mean, is her name Yanzi? Zhong looked puzzled. "No, her name is Jean Lian." "Zhou Chen, not bad, that name sounds good." Zhong, Brother Zhou, you don't know, delivering food at the chi refining stage is really fast. To save money, I just use my feet to pedal. The speed of that bicycle is not at all slower than an electric bike. "Brother Zhou, you're a master at the chi control stage, why don't you deliver food too? Use your chi to control the bike, invincible. From now on, I'll call you the delivery hero." Zhou Chen, "Alright, you can go now, but I haven't finished my soda. Take your time drinking it on the way," Zhou Chen said, then yanked Zhong up and kicked him out of his house. Delivering food at the chi control stage, you really can think of anything. The next day, Xiao brought some bad news. As soon as Zhou Chen arrived at school, Xiao told him something, and just by looking at his expression, Zhou Chen knew it was definitely not good news. Sure enough, it really wasn't good news. I told my dad about the fire spirit a few days ago, but the Xiao family couldn't find it. We also used a lot of resources to search, but in the end, we found nothing. Brother Zhou, do I really have to use the fire spirit for my fourth meridian? Is there anything else that can replace it? Xiao Xiaohua looked very gloomy and depressed. This was indeed a big deal for his future cultivation. So how could he be happy when the fire spirit had not been found for so long? Moreover, he had a major exam agreement to fulfill. Therefore, it was even less likely for him to relax. Not even your Xiao family could find it? Zhou Chen also felt it was a bit troublesome. Is the fire spirit really that rare? Would it be even more difficult for Xiao Xiaohua to unblock his other meridians afterward? Would the resources needed become increasingly hard to obtain? Well, my dad told me this morning that the fire spirit grows in harsh conditions, only in places where the fire element is strong. Also, since it has little use, no one is willing to take the risk to obtain it. Xiao Xiaohua explained. It was a simple principle: rarity makes things valuable, and since the fire spirit's use is not particularly significant, no one is willing to seek it out. This led to the Xiao family not having the fire spirit. If Zhou Chen hadn't mentioned that he needed it to unblock his fourth meridian, the Xiao family probably wouldn't even have brought up the name of the fire spirit. Keep looking. The fire spirit is essential for unblocking your fourth meridian. Without it, you absolutely cannot unblock it, Zhou Chen said solemnly. The fire spirit is a necessary item as stated by the system, and there are no substitutes. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Xiao Xiaohua nodded seriously. Since that's the case, there was nothing more to say. He would continue searching for the fire spirit, and besides that, he had no other options to consider. He only had this path to follow. Before morning practice, Zhou Chen patrolled the class and found that everyone was getting into the groove very quickly. It seemed that everyone had already gathered their fighting spirit, and the entire Class 5 had become revitalized. Even Lu Yong, who initially opposed studying for the written exam, was now flipping through various knowledge points related to the exam before morning practice, cramming knowledge. Old Chen had also arrived early, about 10 minutes earlier than usual, wanting to conduct a surprise inspection. He wanted to see if there had been any changes in Class 5 under Zhou Chen's leadership. Then he saw the scene: all the students in Class 5 were using their break time to study. If Old Chen weren't so familiar with the people in his class, he might have doubted whether he had walked into the wrong classroom and ended up in Class 1. If this keeps up, it wouldn't be impossible to surpass Class 3 in a month, Old Chen muttered to himself, his eyes growing brighter. Looking at Zhou Chen's figure in the classroom, he was filled with anticipation. Having such a student was truly a blessing. The changes in the class were so significant, and besides each student, the happiest person was undoubtedly Zhou Chen. After patrolling around, he returned to his seat and entered the system to check his gains. In terms of spiritual energy, he could increase by at least 2,000 every day. His knowledge in various subjects, including the written exam, was also improving significantly, transforming into knowledge points that integrated into Zhou Chen's mind. If Zhou Chen were to take the written exam now, scoring a 95 out of 100 would be no problem at all. After returning home in the evening, Zhou Chen opened his computer and checked the back-end account of the Whale Novel website. After the novel was published, the subscription situation surprised him. There were over 150,000 collections and more than 20,000 subscribers, which could definitely be considered good news. This ratio has already reached a master level, and it's only just the beginning. Once the results stabilize, various major recommendations will allow Zhou Chen to gain traction, and by then, the number of followers will likely exceed 500 to 600,000. As for subscriptions, it will at least reach around 100,000 in average subscriptions. All of this translates to money, but Zhou Chen doesn't care about money right now. What he cares about is developing his reader base. After typing for 2 hours and moving over 10,000 words, he directly posted 2 chapters. Then he opened the group chat and took a good look at everyone's messages. The author is doing great, don't let it end badly. I'll support you with ads. Me too, +1. Hurry up and get to Yunlan sect, please, I've been waiting for 3 years. There were many messages, covering all aspects, jokes, parodies, and discussions about the plot. It was all-encompassing. Some LSPs were posting dynamic images, and Zhou Chen immediately emphasized the rules of the group chat. He also saved the dynamic images as evidence. Ding dong. The notification sound for a message from the editor, Ma Xin, rang out. The novel's performance is very stable. Next, we need to maintain the plot and then go for various recommendations. Once it's pushed across the internet, we can also develop adaptations for film and animation, and this divine book will be born. Zhou Chen could tell from this message that Ma Xian was very excited. However, Zhou Chen didn't share that sentiment. His pursuits were not these. He currently had several spirit-gathering pills stored in the system, and selling just one would be worth hundreds of thousands. He really didn't care about such money. He replied nonchalantly, "It's okay, as for recommendations, you can arrange it yourself. I'm quite busy every day." He finished typing and clicked send. Ma Xan, seeing the message, was moved to tears. He finally received a reply without having to wait long. So he quickly asked Zhou Chen about his daily life. "Are you usually busy writing novels?" "Not really, my typing speed is quite fast, about 10,000 words in an hour or so." Zhou Chen was quite relaxed now, so he started chatting with Ma Xan. "Most of the time, I just watch videos and occasionally practice a bit." In front of Ma Xan, Zhou Chen didn't portray himself as a hard-working person. "Come on, just kidding. I saw your moments, you almost stay up late every night until dawn. You're really serious about your practice. By the way, what level are you at now? Maybe we can exchange some insights on cultivation." Ma Xan replied with another message. He thought of the diligent captions and photos in Zhou Chen's moments, imagining that Zhou Chen must be not only good at writing novels but also a genius in cultivation. "I'm at the first level of qi refining, about to break through to the second level." Upon seeing Zhou Chen's reply, Ma Xan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was only the first level of qi refining. If Zhou Chen were really impressive in cultivation too, then this master would truly be terrifying. "Take your time, no need to rush. Although the first level of qi refining is a bit lacking, you'll break through to the second level sooner or later." Ma Xan comforted him, then started talking about the novel awards ceremony held by Whale Novel Network around mid-year. He asked if Zhou Chen would come, which was around June 10th. "I won't go on June 10th, I have something important." "Is that so? I think it would be better for you to come. You could meet many great authors, and maybe even make some beneficial exchanges." Ma Xan felt a bit regretful. "I want to go too, but I have to take a major exam," Zhou Chen explained calmly. "Oh, I see." Ma Xan nodded instinctively but was suddenly shocked. "Taking a major exam? You're still just a student? So you're only a student and already at the first level of qi refining?" Ma Xan was quite taken aback by Zhou Chen. He originally thought that Zhou Chen was a man in his 30s, but during their chat, he discovered that Zhou Chen was actually only 18, about to take the big exam. The impression these two ages gave was worlds apart. Being in the first layer of qi refinement at 30 suggested poor talent, while being in the first layer at 18 made one a candidate for the top scholar. So how could Ma Xan not be surprised? How could he not feel disheartened? "I'm out, big shot, you carry on with your business. I'll take my leave first." Ma Xan retreated. Zhou Chen saw the message and was too lazy to chat further. He then entered the system and asked where he could obtain the fire spirit. Zhou Chen didn't have high hopes, but the system surprised him. There might be fire spirits among the flame bird tribe in the other realm. The flame birds are fire-type beasts, and last time, Xiaoxiaohuo relied on their blood to unblock his third meridian. So, the possibility of a fire spirit being born among them was extremely high. Moreover, because Zhou Chen possessed the Two Realms Tower, he also had a direct way to reach the flame bird tribe. If after 2 more days there was still no news of the fire spirit from the Xiao family, Zhou Chen planned to have Xiaoxiaohuo bring enough people to explore the flame bird tribe. It would be best if the Xiao family could find it. Zhou Chen really didn't want to venture out. What if something unexpected happened? He currently didn't have a Qi Mastery experience card to use, so it was best to be cautious. 2 days passed, and Zhou Chen got up to the sound of the alarm clock. He pulled back the curtains, and sunlight streamed into the room, making Zhou Chen appear full of energy. He checked his spiritual energy and estimated that today he would be able to break through to the second layer of Qi refinement. "Zhou Ge, there's something I might say that you won't believe." "Then don't say it." As soon as he arrived at school, Zhou Chen saw Xiaoxiaohuo with a constipated expression. He didn't need to think to know what Xiaoxiaohuo wanted to say. It was definitely about the lack of progress regarding the fire spirit. For the first time, Zhou Chen felt the limitations of the Xiao family. Although they were a prominent family in Xincheng, on a national or even global scale, they still seemed insufficient. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen reignited his desire to find the flame birds. There was no choice, danger had to be faced. At worst, he could have Xiaoxiaohuo bring more experts from the Xiao family along, which would maximize their safety. Xiaoxiaohuo smiled wryly. "I also didn't expect that the fire spirit would be this hard to find." "It's okay, I have a backup plan. After we go back today, gather some people, and we'll head to the other realm together. I know a place where there's a high possibility of a fire spirit existing." Zhou Chen smiled to comfort Xiaoxiaohuo. There were plenty of unsatisfactory things in the world, so activating the backup plan was fine. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Xiaoxiaohuo's eyes immediately lit up. "Zhou Ge, can you reveal where that place is?" "The old place, you know, the one we were forced to go to last time. That's the habitat of the flame birds. with plenty of fire elements, so it's very likely to give birth to a fire spirit. Zhou Chen didn't hide this from Xiao Xiaohua. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua felt delighted but then hesitated. Again with the flame birds, Zhouge, is there no other place to choose? My third meridian was unblocked relying on the blood of the flame birds. If I go looking for them again for the fourth meridian, I might feel a bit embarrassed. You can't just keep milking the same sheep. That's it. If not, maybe you shouldn't unblock it. Forget I said that. Morning practice began. All the students in class 5 got into the zone, and so did Zhou Chen. To make it look more convincing, Zhou Chen even practiced for a cycle or two. And in that instant, Zhou Chen felt it coming. In a surge of excitement, Zhou Chen opened his eyes and quickly ran outside, colliding with old Chen. It's morning exercise time. What do you want to do? Conduct a human pipeline clearance. Speak in plain language. Go to the bathroom. The exchange felt rather vague, and before old Chen could react, Zhou Chen dashed toward the restroom. For some reason, both of Zhou Chen's breakthroughs had occurred in the bathroom. This left him somewhat puzzled. Could it be that he was destined to have an unbreakable bond with toilets in this life? Upon reaching the restroom, Zhou Chen entered the innermost stall, which had been replaced with a new door. It was made of thick metal, very hard and sturdy. However, the most striking feature was the text above it. Someone had mischievously written Zhou Chen's exclusive breakthrough pit in large characters on the brand new door. It had a somewhat memorial feel to it, leaving Zhou Chen speechless. Meanwhile, back with old Chen, after his conversation with Zhou Chen, he watched as Zhou Chen left, his brow slightly furrowed. He felt a sense of déjà vu. Even the phrases in their dialogue seemed eerily similar. Suddenly, he recalled that about 10 days ago, when Zhou Chen broke through to the first level of qi refinement, he had said something very similar. Could it be? Was he about to break through again? With that thought, old Chen quickly shook his head, dismissing his own speculation. It couldn't be that fast. No matter how talented Zhou Chen was, it was impossible to progress so quickly. The process of cultivation breakthroughs was entirely different from simply needing to use the restroom. It wasn't something that could be summoned at will. Although rationally old Chen believed it was impossible, he still held on to a glimmer of hope. He glanced back at the classroom, where everyone was diligently practicing. He decided to head to the restroom as well, intending to see what trick Zhou Chen was up to today. On the way, he encountered the principal. Where are you going? Is the restroom broken again? I have a bit of a stomachache, so I'm going to the restroom. Old Chen and the principal exchanged an awkward glance, and then they heard a loud crash from inside the restroom, as if the door had been smashed open with great force. Is someone tearing down the restroom again? They quickened their pace toward the restroom. Arriving at the restroom door, old Chen asked, Principal, is this restroom door newly installed? Of course. It seems to be broken again. The principal replied solemnly, Yes, I see that. Then they saw Zhou Chen walking out from inside. Teacher Chen, Principal Wang, what a coincidence. Did you both eat too much and need to use the restroom? Have you seen a green-haired kid? He broke this door. The same excuse, the same reason. This scene felt so familiar. Old Chen couldn't help but look at Zhou Chen excitedly, his eyes shining. Zhou Chen, did you break through again? Old Chen asked eagerly. Even though his rational mind told him it was impossible, he still wanted to ask. After all, asking didn't cost anything. Upon hearing his question, Zhou Chen hadn't even opened his mouth when the principal's eyes lit up as well. What was going on? Was Zhou Chen about to break through again? Could it really be that fast? Old Chen couldn't be joking, could he? When did breaking through to the qi refinement stage become so simple? But the principal also held on to hope. What if there was a miracle? So both of them looked at Zhou Chen seriously. However, Zhou Chen regretfully shook his head. No. Hearing this, old Chen and the principal exchanged disappointed glances. What a pity it was. If Zhou Chen could break through to the second level of qi refinement, then the top scholar of Qing City would undoubtedly belong to the school. Unfortunately, reality held no miracles, only clichés. Then what's the deal with this door? Old Chen pretended to be serious and said, The principal is here now. To prevent the principal from getting serious and imposing strict punishment on Zhou Chen later, I can only pretend to punish Zhou Chen first. If the principal sees me being so stern with Zhou Chen, he might soften up and not blame Zhou Chen, letting him off the hook without having to pay. I already said it was a green-haired kid who broke it, didn't I? Zhou Chen showed an innocent expression, but old Chen and the principal would never believe such an excuse. Old Chen remained as serious as ever. Stop bringing up other things. I just want to know why you broke this door. It was just replaced a few days ago. Do you really have to take it out on it? Don't say anything else. The principal is here, so let him decide how much you need to pay for the damage. As soon as he said this, the principal's expression changed. He wanted to persuade old Chen. he actually didn't care much about the cost of the door. Besides, the other party was Zhou Chen, the school's top genius, so whether it was just one door or not, it didn't matter if he paid or not. But the principal hadn't spoken yet when Zhou Chen jumped in. I was just in the bathroom, and then I had a sudden idea to test my current strength, so I just punched it. Then I found out I actually broke through. Breakthrough? You say you broke through? Old Chen and the principal were surprised. Weren't you just saying you hadn't broken through? I was just joking. Old Chen and the principal immediately became excited again. Zhou Chen's habit of joking around was really not good. I found that my spiritual energy has actually broken through to 25,000 strands. Zhou Chen continued, and Old Chen and the principal deflated again. The second level of qi refinement requires 50,000 strands of spiritual energy. What does it mean to break through to 25,000 strands? Didn't you say you broke through to the second level of qi refinement? When did I say I broke through to the second level of qi refinement? Principal, could you check how much this door costs? My spiritual energy not only broke through to 25,000 strands but has reached 50,005 strands. 50,005 strands? Isn't that what you can only achieve by entering the second level of qi refinement? Zhou Chen, what level are you at right now? 50,005 strands. Isn't that entering the second level of qi refinement? Old Chen was a bit angry. Wasn't Zhou Chen just messing with him? Can't you give me some face in front of the principal? I never said I didn't break through to the second level of qi refinement, Zhou Chen said with an innocent face. Old Chen was momentarily speechless, but upon reflection, Zhou Chen really hadn't stated which level he had broken through to. This kid had been pulling his leg the whole time. The principal decisively walked up to Zhou Chen and checked his level. After entering the qi refinement stage, testing spiritual energy was already quite inaccurate, but it was still possible to get a rough estimate. So, just a moment later, the principal smiled. You really are at the second level of qi refinement. Your talent is just too exaggerated. The principal was amazed, and his words completely established Zhou Chen's strength level. The principal is joking. I just worked a bit harder than others. The reason I keep breaking through in the bathroom is that I practice the qi drawing technique every time I go. So, it just so happened that I broke through in the bathroom twice in a row. Zhou Chen smiled humbly. Then he made a suggestion to the principal. Principal, I think my spirit is particularly worth learning from for all the students in Class 5. So I would like to ask you to go to our Class 5 later and tell my story of hard work to the students. Let them also establish a spirit of learning from me. This will greatly contribute to the growth of our Class 5. Zhou Chen blinked a few times and thought of a way to maximize the benefits of his breakthrough. He would have the principal promoted personally. The principal had enough credibility. He was the strongest person in the school, rumored to be a big shot in the late stage of the qi refining realm. All the students respected him, so having him go to Class 5 to personally share Zhou Chen's hard work and the spirit of practicing even while using the restroom could greatly boost the class's enthusiasm for cultivation. Sure, it's rare that you have this intention. Not only will I go to your class to speak, but I will also promote it throughout the school. You are indeed the hardest working student in the school. The principal believed Zhou Chen's words wholeheartedly and was particularly fond of him. What principal wouldn't like a student who not only worked hard on their cultivation but also wanted to set an example for others and encourage the whole class to practice together? Old Chen stood to the side, unsure of what to say, but he genuinely felt happy for Zhou Chen. Just as he was about to smile, his jaw snapped shut, looking somewhat resentful. He could only hear the conversation between Zhou Chen and the principal. Principal, you should calculate how much this door costs. I will compensate for whatever amount. No need. It's just a broken restroom door. Even if you smashed the school gate, I wouldn't ask you to pay. That won't do. Someone has to take responsibility. How about this? Let your teacher Chen pay for it. How could he let you break through in the restroom? He's not doing his job properly. We'll just deduct it from his salary. What do you think of this compensation? I think it's fine. Old Chen. Zhou Chen, you can't be so heartless. Everything I just said was for you. I bled for you, and you can't treat me like this. Zhou Chen was just joking with the principal. The principal didn't really intend to punish Old Chen. It was just a door, easily replaced. How much could that possibly be worth? The principal, along with Old Chen and Zhou Chen, made their way forward and soon arrived at the entrance of Class 5. After the morning exercises ended, the principal walked straight in. Zhou Chen and Old Chen followed. Originally, everyone in the classroom planned to go to the restroom after the morning exercises. When they saw the principal enter, everyone sat down quietly, looking at him, eager to see if he had any announcements. Students, now that the morning exercises are over, I have a few words to say to Class 5. I want to especially commend Zhou Chen. Just now, Zhou Chen made another breakthrough. In just over 10 days since he broke through to the first layer of the qi refining realm, he has now reached the second layer. Hiss! Upon hearing this news, everyone except Xiao Xiaohua and Lu Yong gasped in shock. They never expected Zhou Chen's talent to be so terrifying. His cultivation speed was astonishingly fast. To go from the first layer to the second layer of the qi refining realm, one needed to increase their spiritual energy by 40,000 strands. When did the speed of increasing 40,000 strands of spiritual energy become so quick? Boom! In an instant, the classroom erupted with noise. Discussions rose and fell. Truly impressive, this cultivation speed is simply terrifying. Lu Chen was the first to applaud, clearly becoming a fervent fan of Zhou Chen. Not only did he clap, but he also pulled his deskmate to join in, urging him to quickly follow his lead and applaud Zhou Gu. As the applause faded, the principal spoke again. Zhou Chen's breakthrough today is a testament to his talent, but more importantly, it reflects his personal diligence and hard work. Do you know why Zhou Chen's two breakthroughs happened in the restroom? The principal said mysteriously, building suspense. The students below shook their heads, not knowing. They certainly had no idea. Could it be that Zhou Chen had such a peculiar habit? Everyone only knows that Asan has some unique quirks, like his fascination with giant lizards. They really have no idea what strange habits Zhou Chen has. Because even when Zhou Chen is in the bathroom, he doesn't stop his training progress. Even when he's squatting in the toilet, he's still training. You can go take a look later. The door that was just replaced has already been smashed by Zhou Chen. What do you call this? This is called diligence. This is called hard work. I originally wouldn't have come to class 5. But Zhou Chen specifically suggested that I come to class 5 to tell everyone about his dedication. He wants me to turn his efforts into a case study so that everyone can learn from his industriousness and his hard work. The principal's words were filled with deep emotion, resonating in the hearts of the students. One by one, they began to reflect on themselves. Lu Chen was one of them. He thought to himself that although he had changed a lot recently, no longer playing games every day, not watching anime, and even rarely logging into his favorite website, he felt that compared to Zhou Chen, what he was doing was nothing. He believed that he could also train while in the bathroom. With this thought, he became even more determined. He needed to work even harder. After the principal finished speaking, he was very satisfied, and Zhou Chen was also very pleased. Zhou Chen looked at the determination in the eyes of his classmates below and smiled broadly. Male classmates, female classmates, training is truly adorable. Everyone put in the effort to help me break through to the 4th level of qi refining before the big exam. After the principal left, old Chen followed suit. Zhou Chen pretended to be casual as he looked at everyone, standing on the podium. He shrugged. The principal's words contain a lot of exaggeration. Just listen to them and don't take them seriously. Train when it's time to train, rest when it's time to rest, and relieve yourself when it's time to do so. I really am not as hardworking as the principal says. Zhou Chen was speaking the truth, but as soon as he finished, no one believed him. You work so hard, and then you tell us you're not that diligent? How did you achieve your 2nd level of qi refining then? Did it fall from the sky? Who do you look down on? We just want to work hard. What's wrong with that? They didn't speak, but Zhou Chen could see this meaning in their eyes. So Zhou Chen was even happier. Noon. The news of Zhou Chen breaking through to the 2nd level of qi refining had spread throughout the school. Many people gathered around the spot where Zhou Chen had broken through, surrounding the bathroom in layers. Brothers, come quick. This is the spot where Class 5's Zhou Chen broke through. I was right next to this spot at the time. You have no idea. When Zhou Chen broke through, it was a dazzling sight. The stench was overwhelming. At the same time, a tremendous force spread out in all directions. I was quick to escape, or I would have probably been suffocated by the smell. Many people were chatting and boasting inside, which left Zhou Chen, who had just come to use the bathroom, quite speechless. Make way, let me in. Hee, who's this kid? You have to line up to see the spot. Don't think you can just squeeze in. I see your grandpa. I'm Zhou Chen. What's so interesting about this spot? Isn't it better to watch my live performance? Zhou Chen pushed the people on both sides aside and successfully squeezed in. Entering his spot, although there was no door, it was no problem to take a leak. But when Zhou Chen turned his back to the outside to pull it out, he looked back and saw that everyone was staring at him. Not a single person had left. You're watching me pee? Are you all perverts? Aren't you the one who wanted us to watch the live performance? Zhou Chen. Defeated, he went to the next floor to find a bathroom with a door. Class 1. Tang Yanran also heard about Zhou Chen breaking through to the 2nd layer of the qi refining realm, and her delicate brows furrowed tightly. A ripple had already formed in her heart. If Zhou Chen was so strong, what about Xiao Xiaohua? Could he really surpass her? Breaking through to the 2nd layer of the qi refining realm before the major exam was something only those monstrous geniuses from the capital could achieve, right? Shaking her head, she thought about what the Xiao family was currently searching for. What is the Xiao family looking for the fire spirit for at this time? It seems the Tang family doesn't have it either. If they did, it could be given to the Xiao family. With 61 days left, how much can you grow, Xiao Xiaohua? Zhou Chen, who exactly is this person? Tang Yanran had many thoughts, but she couldn't answer any of them. She could only focus on her own rapid cultivation. That night, Zhou Chen received his first system reward item after breaking through to the second layer of the qi refining realm. It was no longer a spirit gathering pill. Instead, it had transformed into a life-saving technique, the Qi Control Fist. As the name suggests, it was a punch that could unleash the power of the Qi Control realm. Zhou Chen felt this was very important. The Qi Control Fist belonged to the category of divine abilities. A divine ability is a strike that can unleash extraordinary power in a short time, but it requires a long period of energy accumulation before it can be used again. For instance, after using the Qi Control Fist once, Zhou Chen would need a full month to use it again. This demonstrated the power and significance of this divine ability. Zhou Chen directly mastered this divine ability without needing to cultivate it through Xiao Xiaohua. He became familiar with all the operational methods of the Qi Control Fist and understood that its level was the highest among all his current techniques, reaching the diamond level. No wonder he could exert the power of the Qi Control realm with just the Qi refining realm cultivation. This is just right for enhancing my life-saving means in the foreign realm, Zhou Chen murmured to himself, his heart blooming with joy. After collecting spirit-gathering pills for so many days, he finally had something good. Zhou Chen thought about it and also summarized the pattern of the system's good rewards. Basically, a decent item would appear roughly once a month. Most of the time, the rewards were pills like the spirit-gathering pill. Zhou Chen estimated that the next time a good item would be rewarded would likely be next month. The next day, Zhou Chen didn't have to go to school. It was the school's monthly break, and he had made an appointment with Xiao Xiaohua. He would take the experts from the Xiao family to the foreign realm. In addition to the Xiao family's experts, Zhou Chen also invited Lu Chen and Lu Yong to join them. If there were any battles, they could participate and help improve their practical combat skills. Even if they didn't participate, just watching the Xiao family members fight against the flame birds would yield a wealth of experience. In short, bringing them along would greatly enhance their abilities, and these improvements would also proportionally benefit Zhou Chen. After all, Zhou Chen wouldn't lose out. As for why he didn't bring Ning Wu and Shang Tao, it was because they were too weak. Both of them could only contain a little over 1,000 strands of spiritual energy and hadn't even broken through to 2,000 yet. Rather than having them tag along, it would be better to let them cultivate at home. Their primary task now was not to improve their combat skills but to increase their spiritual energy. In the morning, after finishing breakfast, Zhou Chen went to the Medicine King shop. It was a store owned by the Xiao family, so he had arranged to meet everyone there. Lu Yong and Lu Chen arrived early and approached Zhou Chen as soon as he arrived, then followed him into the pharmacy. It wasn't long before the Xiao family's luxury car pulled up. Surrounded by several people, Xiao Xiaohua entered the pharmacy and greeted Zhou Chen. "Brother Zhou, I was delayed a bit gathering people. You didn't wait too long, did you?" Xiao Xiaohua appeared very respectful in front of Zhou Chen, having developed a subconscious respect for him. Although they were brothers, there was also a teacher-student relationship intertwined within. Zhou Chen was the teacher, and Xiao Xiaohua was the student. "It's nothing. How many people did you bring this time?" Zhou Chen shook his head and smiled softly, then looked at the people behind Xiao Xiaohua. There were a total of 4 people. Besides Jiao He, there were 3 others. Jiao He was at the 3rd level of the Qi condensation realm, while the other 3 were much stronger than him. There are 4 people in total, and besides Jiao He, these 3 are also strong practitioners from the Xiao family, all at the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm or above. "Brother Zhou, last time we saw the strength of the flame birds, their clan leader was around the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm, so this time we brought 4 strong practitioners. There should be no problem." Xiao Xiaohua was full of confidence. 4 was indeed enough. Zhou Chen agreed with this. Xiao Xiaohua then introduced the other 3 to Zhou Chen. Although their cultivation levels were much higher than Zhou Chen's, they showed no arrogance in front of him. Everyone appeared very respectful towards Zhou Chen, partly due to Xiao Xiaohua and partly out of respect for Zhou Chen's talent. Xiao Xiaohua didn't tell them that Zhou Chen was a practitioner of the Qi control realm, but he did mention that Zhou Chen was now at the 2nd level of the Qi condensation realm. As practitioners of the Qi condensation realm, they naturally understood the potential of a student who broke through to the 2nd level of the Qi condensation realm just before a major exam. Thus, they became increasingly respectful towards Zhou Chen, not daring to show any disrespect. As for Jiao he was even more so. He knew Zhou Chen's true background. It wasn't just the 2nd level of the Qi condensation realm, but the Qi control realm. The customized boxing gloves that Xiao Xiaohua ordered had arrived. He mentioned it to Zhou Chen and then went inside with the shopkeeper to pick them up. Zhou Chen, along with Lu Chen and Lu Yong, waited for Xiao Xiaohua in a private room. Lu Yong, do you want this set of boxing gloves? Zhou Chen took out the gloves he had previously gotten from this shop, but unfortunately, he hadn't used them to box yet. Now that he had a better pair, he decided to sell the old ones to avoid waste. Lu Yong was a boxer, and his self-taught Muay Thai skills were indeed formidable. So when he saw the boxing gloves Zhou Chen took out, his eyes immediately lit up with excitement. After putting on the gloves and feeling them, he found that they shrank perfectly to fit his fists. At the same time, the patterns embroidered inside the gloves significantly enhanced Lu Yong's strength. He could truly feel the difference. Brother Zhou, these gloves are amazing. Of course, I want them, but I don't have any money. Lu Yong suppressed his admiration. He knew such gloves were definitely not simple. He had previously struggled to obtain even a single spirit gathering pill. How could he afford such gloves now? Ah, it's just money, right? You can train with me, and in the future, you won't have to worry about money, Zhou Chen said with a faint smile, then asked Shinseki to bring him a calculator. The gloves cost a total of 1 million. I'll calculate a 4.9% interest rate for you, and then give you a loan for 30 years. Once you start working, you'll pay me back a little over 6,000 each month, and in total, you'll pay me back over 170,000. How about that? Isn't my price very reasonable? Lu Yong scratched his head. 1 million principal, and the interest would be over 70,000. Isn't that asking for my life? Brother Zhou, I don't have money. I really don't need it. Lu Yong quickly shook his head. He was an honest person and didn't want such high-interest loans. What's wrong? Is the monthly repayment too much? It's fine. I also have relay loans, father-son loans, grandfather-grandson loans, and even loans for 18 generations. As long as you sign, these gloves will be yours. Lu Yong, so, to buy a pair of gloves, he had to let the next 18 generations take over? It's terrifying. Brother Zhou, I really don't need it anymore. Lu Yong shook his head with a bitter smile. And, Brother Zhou, if I take these boxing gloves, what will you do? Me? I'll be fine. Zhou Chen smiled nonchalantly, and at that moment, Xiao Xiaohua walked in. He handed Zhou Chen a pair of his latest custom boxing gloves. The materials were luxurious, and the intricate patterns made it clear they were not ordinary items. Lu Yong felt a pang of envy in his heart. Zhou Chen noticed Lu Yong's expression and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He then tossed the previous pair of boxing gloves to Lu Yong. No interest, just take them for now. Once your cultivation improves and you earn some money, you can pay me back. As long as a cultivator's realm improves, earning 1 million is easy. If you can't earn it later, it means you've been slack, Zhou Chen said cheerfully. Lu Yong was his little brother, and naturally, he couldn't let him down while upgrading his gear. Indeed, after hearing Zhou Chen's words, Lu Yong felt a surge of emotion. His respect for Zhou Chen rose immensely. Finally, everything was settled. Zhou Chen and his group found an open area, took out the Two Realms Tower, enlarged it, and then all entered together. They activated the Two Realms Tower. Soon, they arrived in the other world, marking Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua's second visit. The Two Realms Tower remained in its previous disarray. Zhou Chen hadn't tidied it up. He was too lazy to clean, as he hadn't found much more use for it besides traversing the two realms, so there was no need to tidy up. They could deal with it later when they had time. Upon reaching the location of the Flame Bird tribe, Zhou Chen and his companions exited the Two Realms Tower under the escort of a master from the Xiao family. However, as soon as they stepped out, the sensitive Jiao He noticed something was off. The air was thick with an endless stench of blood, mixed with numerous fire-type auras. Xiao Xiaohua, having previously used the blood of the flame birds to clear his meridians, was even more familiar with this scent. This is the smell of flame bird blood. They are being slaughtered? Xiao Xiaohua said to Zhou Chen, his face a bit panicked, worried it would affect their upcoming plans. He quickly asked Zhou Chen what to do next. First, let's look around and assess the situation, Zhou Chen said solemnly, making arrangements for the current situation. After he spoke, Zhao He took out a device he carried with him, turned it on, and the screen displayed some nearby conditions. This is a property detector. Once activated, it can detect the properties of everything around us, helping us quickly locate the flame bird's lair. Flame birds are fire-type beasts, so their location must be filled with fire attributes. We just need to follow the direction indicated by the device. After Zhao He finished speaking, he led the way forward. Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua followed in the middle, leaving two masters at the back to watch their rear, preventing any ambush. Lu Chen, do you think these boxing gloves look cool? Lu Yong walked alongside Lu Chen, wearing the boxing gloves Zhou Chen had given him, not taking them off for a moment. The gloves are okay, but it's a pity the owner is an idiot. Lu Yong, Lu Chen, jealousy has distorted your appearance. Ha, it's not like I don't have any, but you don't have this style. Lu Chun. Alright, this kid has lost his mind. After advancing for a while, the group pushed aside a patch of grass and saw a battlefield. In front of them were two sides engaged in battle, one side was the flame birds, and the other was a terrifying giant snake. It stood upright like a titan python, occasionally flicking its tongue. Its body was pitch black, and its scales reflected blinding light in the sun. Zhao He turned pale upon seeing this snake demon. At least above the 8th level of the Qi realm, capturing it will be extremely difficult, Jiao He analyzed, and the other masters of the Qi realm who came along nodded in agreement. Zhou Ge, what do you think? Xiao Xiaohua turned to look at Zhou Chen beside him, appearing very serious, wanting to ask Zhou Chen for the next strategy. I'll just squat and watch, Zhou Chen replied, and at that moment, he was indeed squatting in the grass. He only showed his head, watching the battle between the titan giant snake and the flame bird across from him. Xiao Xiaohua, Zhou Ge, can you be a bit more serious at a time like this? Hurry up and stand up to watch. However, just as everyone was waiting for Zhou Chen to arrange the next plan, a creature that had not fully developed its wings, looking smooth and bare like a little turkey, approached the group. It then quietly pecked Lu Yong. Lu Yong felt a sharp pain in his rear, covering it and jumping up. Who dares to sneak attack me from behind? Lu Yong shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Lu Yong and then noticed the little turkey beside him. What is this thing? Everyone looked at the little creature. Could this be the legendary flame bird hatchling? Lu Chen spoke up. He had been reviewing well these past few days, so he was somewhat familiar with the juvenile flame bird. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua, who had been here last time, understood. Last time, they had returned the bird eggs from the Two Realms Tower to the flame bird, so this was likely the creature that hatched from that egg. However, what puzzled them was that it had only been about a month since then. How had this thing grown so big? It looked just like a little chick, except it had no feathers. But before Zhou Chen and the others could think much more, they noticed that both the titan giant snake and the flame bird had turned their attention to this side, a wave of killing intent shooting over. Run! Zhou Chen shouted, and at the same time, he grabbed the little turkey and kicked it towards the direction of the flame bird group. This hatchling is for you, no need to thank me. With a rapid patter, Zhou Chen started running, sprinting towards the Two Realms Tower. However, when Zhou Chen looked up, he saw that the featherless little turkey was flying right above their heads. Although it had no feathers, this little thing could actually fly. Zhou Ge, it seems like it's been following us? Xiao Xiaohua shouted to Zhou Chen as he spotted the flame bird. Maybe it needs some cough syrup. Did anyone sneakily bring some? Lu Yong, Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Chun, everyone. Zhou Ge, what time is it? Stop joking around. After a rapid sprint, Zhou Chen and the others returned to the Two Realms Tower. The little turkey followed them in and directly perched on Zhou Chen's shoulder, not caring at all whether Zhou Chen wanted it there. Zhou Chen slapped it down with one hand, showing no mercy. He took out an iron pot and placed it in front of it. Just in time, I haven't eaten yet, so you're it. Since you're here, hurry up and get into the pot. The little turkey, seeing this, hurriedly waddled its little feet towards the pot. But after just a few steps, Zhou Chen caught it back. However, before Zhou Chen could deal with it, everyone felt a tremendous force crashing against the Two Realms Tower. Zhou Chen used his control over the Two Realms Tower to check the situation outside, and it was undoubtedly the Titan Giant Snake. Zhou Chen now understood that the Titan Giant Snake's goal was the little turkey he had just caught. Lu Yong extended a fist in front of the little turkey's eyes. Quick, tell us who sent you. As the word spread, everyone felt Lu Yong was acting foolishly. This little turkey couldn't talk. What good would it do to ask it? Jiaoha, did you just find any signs of fire spirits in the location of the flame bird tribe through the instruments? Or is the fire attribute particularly dense on the instruments? Is there a high possibility of the existence of fire spirits? Zhou Chen asked in a deep voice, becoming serious and no longer joking. The matter was urgent. If the possibility was high, they would discuss how to deal with the Titan serpent outside. If not, Zhou Chen planned to take everyone back. As for the little fire chicken, he would just bring it back. After all, it had followed them on its own, so it was not his fault. Zhou Chen inquired, as he had a solution for the little snake outside, which was to use a Qi punch. Although the little snake was at least at the 8th level of the Qi realm, it definitely couldn't withstand Zhou Chen's punch. With a few members of the Xiao family present, even if one punch couldn't kill it, they could quickly come in to finish it off if it was severely injured. So as long as it was confirmed that there was a high probability of a fire spirit being born, they could give it a try. Otherwise, it wasn't necessary. After all, that punch was too precious and would take half a month to use again. Zhou Chen needed to use it at the most suitable time. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's question, Jiaohe immediately recalled that he had indeed glanced at the testing machine when he probed ahead. He found that there were indeed a large number of hotspots displayed on the instrument. I just took a look and found that there are indeed hotspots. It's very likely that there are fire spirits, Jiaohe said seriously. With this information, Zhou Chen made his decision. Since that was the case, there was no need to hesitate any longer. For the sake of his brother Xiao Xiaohua, he would use the Qi punch. As the saying goes, brothers are like hands and feet. Zhou Chen would never sever his own limbs unless absolutely necessary. Alright, since that's the case, there's no need to hide anymore. Open the gate of the Two Realms Tower. Please welcome Pan. Please welcome Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen shouted. But as soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the people inside varied. The three strong Qi realm experts from the Xiao family looked alarmed, and one of them quickly spoke up to dissuade him. We can't open the door. The giant snake is at least at the 8th level of the Qi realm. Although we have 4 Qi realm cultivators here, Jiaohai is only at the 3rd level, and the 3 of us are only at the 5th level, with the highest being 6th. Although we have the advantage in numbers, the opponent is a beast. Besides strength, its scales are also a crucial factor. If we can't break through its defenses, having more people won't help. The advice was reasonable, but they didn't know Zhou Chen's strength. As for Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Yong, and Jiaohe, they had immense trust in Zhou Chen. They all knew he was a strong Qi realm cultivator, so as long as Zhou Chen said to take action, they would believe him without hesitation. As for Lu Chen, he didn't know Zhou Chen's strength. Plus, at that moment, he felt the least presence, so he didn't say a word. After all, if they were to die, they would die together. If they survived, they would run together. You don't need to take action. Just be responsible for the aftermath later, Zhou Chen said, looking at the members of the Xiao family with a serious tone and a commanding presence. It gave off a feeling of a general whose word was law. This demeanor captivated Xiao Xiaohua and the others, who thought to themselves, this is my brother Zhou. The Two Realms Tower opened its gates under Zhou Chen's control. The little fire chicken saw the giant snake outside and immediately jumped down from Lu Yong's head, hiding behind the crowd, wanting everyone to shield it. Zhou Chen walked forward alone, while everyone stood behind him, watching him. The wind is howling, the waters of the Yishui are cold, the brave man goes forth and never returns. Lu Yong, whose literary skills were not high, thought of this line of poetry upon seeing the scene. However, as soon as he read it out loud, Xiao Xiaohua and the others turned to look at him, their eyes filled with coldness. Lu Yong felt a bit awkward upon seeing this. I'm sorry, I chuckled, I don't have a high level of education, so I could only think of this line of poetry. Is brother Zhou planning to sacrifice himself to feed the giant snake, giving us a chance to survive? Lu Chen whispered beside Xiao Xiaohua. Among the few from the Xiao family here, he was the only one who didn't know Zhou Chen's strength. So despite his immense admiration for Zhou Chen, he couldn't understand his actions at this moment. What exactly was he trying to do? One person couldn't possibly feed this giant snake. Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Yong, **Omega**. Just as those words fell, Zhou Chen rushed back in a few quick steps, delivering a sharp knock to Lu Chen's head. You ruined the whole atmosphere. Lu Chen rubbed his sore head, feeling wronged. But it wasn't over yet. Zhou Chen immediately had Xiao Xiaohua and Lu Yong grab Lu Chen. Then they tied him up. Brother Zhou, I was wrong. Why are you tying me up? If you like it this way, let's go home first, and then I'll cooperate with you, okay? Brother Zhou, I was wrong. Do you remember that night at the Xiao family's banquet? I brought you seafood. Brother Zhou, I may not have any merits, but I have worked hard. Brother Zhou, love me once more. Lu Chen panicked, trying to struggle, but no one paid him any mind. They only set him down after binding him like a zongzi. Throw him out to feed the snake. Zhou Chen threatened him on purpose. Then Zhou Chen stepped forward, exiting the Two Realms Tower. Lu Yong and Xiao Xiaohua carried Lu Chen along, and Zhao He along with other members of the Xiao family followed suit, leaving behind a featherless little turkey. The giant snake outside the Two Realms Tower paused, observing Zhou Chen and the others. As a beast of the Qi condensation realm, it had developed some intelligence. Unlike other low-level beasts that only knew how to fight, it was different. The members of the Xiao family couldn't understand Zhou Chen's actions at this moment, but after a while, they began to comprehend. Zhou Chen activated his divine powers, his aura rapidly rising, shocking everyone. It's back, everything is back. From the Qi condensation realm to the Qi transformation realm, and then to the Qi control realm, Zhou Chen's strength became increasingly terrifying. Is he really the young master's classmate? How is he so strong? One member of the Xiao family asked Jiao He, but Jiao He merely glanced at him, offering no reply. Because he didn't know either. The giant snake sensed Zhou Chen's aura and immediately tried to flee. But Zhou Chen dashed a few steps forward and threw a punch. Bang! At that moment, the scene froze. No one dared to breathe, fearing it would diminish Zhou Chen's output. In an instant, crackling sounds echoed. Then the giant snake crashed down. Blood sprayed from its mouth, splattering across the forest. Although it appeared uninjured on the outside, its insides were shattered. The members of the Xiao family quickly moved in to deliver the finishing blows. They completely subdued the giant snake. Meanwhile, the little turkey that had been hiding in the Two Realms Tower, too scared to come out, flapped its wings and flew out rapidly. It perched atop the snake's head, its two sharp beaks opening and closing, emitting a triumphant gaga laugh, as if it had defeated the giant snake itself. Who would have thought it was a turkey that was both afraid of death and loved to take credit? Annoyed by its loud voice, Lu Yong walked over and swatted it down. It flew back up again, challenging Lu Yong. Ga, still giving me ga? I'll just stew you, Zhou Chen shouted at it. Then it jumped down from the snake's head, looking wronged, perfectly embodying the act of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. But soon it seemed to find a way to show off. It flew directly onto Zhou Chen's shoulder, extending a smooth chicken wing to flaunt at Lu Yong. But he was pushed down by Zhou Chen. No feathers at all, and still daring to stand on my shoulder? How embarrassing. After a while, a large number of flame birds flew over. It turned out that the sound just made by the little turkey was not only a display but also a message to convey that the giant snake was already dead to its kind. So at this moment, a large number of flame birds flew over. Their overall strength was at the chi refining stage. There was only one at the astral stage, and it was only at the first layer of the astral stage. Clearly, stronger flame birds had already died in the mouth of the giant snake. When they saw the little turkey safe with Zhou Chen, they had no hostility towards Zhou Chen and the others. Seeing this, Zhou Chen also relaxed. Although there were a few strong members of the Shao family present, Zhou Chen himself felt a bit anxious since he had no life-saving skills in hand. Lu Chen was untied by Lu Yong. It was originally just to scare him, and now that the giant snake was dealt with, there was no need to keep him tied up. Brother Zhou, awesome. I find my admiration for you, Brother Zhou, is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, and like the rivers overflowing uncontrollably. Lu Chen chuckled. Although he had been begging for mercy just now, he knew in his heart that Zhou Chen would never feed him to the snake, so he was just putting on an act. Zhou Chen, you can keep looking at yourself, how awkward. With the crisis resolved, the giant snake was at the astral stage, full of treasures. Zhou Chen arranged for a few members of the Shao family to move the corpse to the Two Realms Tower, planning to sell it to the Shao family after returning. Quite reasonable. Killing the giant snake also helped the Flame Bird clan resolve their extinction crisis, so now it was much simpler to detect the fire spirit. Everyone directly followed the little turkey to their clan's territory. It was a large cave located in the middle of a cliff. The outside was red, and from a distance, it seemed like beams of firelight were shooting out from inside. Climbing onto the birds' backs, everyone entered with the help of the flame birds. Then they saw what was inside. A bird's nest. But this was just the outside. Zhou Chen and the others quickly walked deeper inside. As they went further, the hotspots on the detector carried by Zhao He increased. It was clear that there was definitely something inside. As they walked in, the temperature rose higher and higher. Soon everyone saw a pool of molten lava, and outside the lava, a blood-red flame was born. Zhou Chen immediately opened the system and confirmed the properties of the flame through it. Flame beast fire, born from the fusion of volcanic lava and the bodies of flame birds, it has generated weak spiritual energy and belongs to the fire spirit. Found it. Zhou Chen was delighted. This trip was not in vain. That move of chi manipulation punch was not wasted. Finding this fire spirit ensured that Xiao Xiaohua's fourth meridian expansion was successful. And as long as the fourth meridian expansion was successful, Xiao Xiaohua would enter the ranks of geniuses. Although he was still far from fully activating his talents, it could ensure that he would surpass Tang Yanran before the big exam. The birth of the flame beast fire here had its reasons. Based on the information Zhou Chen had gathered along the way, it could be inferred. Whenever a bird died in the Flame Bird clan, they would throw their bodies into this volcano, letting their bodies merge with the volcanic lava. The reason for this might be similar to human ancestor worship. There isn't much reason, just a way of commemoration and remembrance. In the eyes of the flame birds, the deceased kin merging into the volcano meant merging into the heavens and earth, and always existing in their territory. Sure enough, at this moment, some flame birds had already brought the bodies of the dead flame birds from outside and thrown them into the volcano. Wow, I didn't expect this group of flame birds to be quite advanced. Although their intelligence isn't high, they still know about cremation, Lu Yong said leisurely from the side. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen and Xiao Xiaohua exchanged silent glances with him. Usually, when I ask you to remember more liberal arts knowledge, you act like it's a matter of life and death. This is a habit of the flame bird, okay? I think their intelligence is higher than yours. Even the little fire chicken flew up and slapped Lu Yong on the head with its wings. Furious, Lu Yong immediately chased after the little fire chicken, intending to teach it a lesson. Zhou Chen did not participate in their argument. Since they had already found what they needed, he immediately had Xiao Xiaohua take off his shirt and began to refine the beast fire. At the same time, Zhou Chen used needles to help Xiao Xiaohua clear his fourth meridian. Brother Zhou, once again you are helping me with all your might. from now on I will follow your lead. Xiao Xiaohua's eyes brimmed with tears as he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Zhou Chen. Silly boy, I don't need to command you, you just need to remember what your goal is. Right now, your goal is to defeat Tang Yanran, and your future goal is to lead the human race, exploring the other world and opening a new world there. As for my help to you, you can also understand it as being for all humanity, not just for you. Seeing the opportunity, Zhou Chen poured Xiao Xiaohua a bowl of chicken soup. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Xiao Xiaohua was deeply moved. He took off his clothes and then followed Zhou Chen's instructions step by step. Inside, it was hot, and Lu Yong left after a while with Lu Chen. As for the Xiao family members, they were all dutifully guarding. Half an hour later, Xiao Xiaohua successfully refined the beast fire. After standing up, he spread his right hand, and a fiery red beast fire appeared before everyone. The flames blazed brightly, with an extremely high temperature. Zhao He looked at the beast fire and felt that if he and Xiao Xiaohua were of the same realm, he would definitely not be able to defeat Xiao Xiaohua, because this beast fire had a tremendous attack bonus. Besides the gain from the beast fire, Xiao Xiaohua's spiritual energy had also directly increased by several thousand. At this point, it had reached over 8,000 strands. He had already surpassed Lu Yong and Lu Chen. Moreover, the daily increase in spiritual energy would crush both of them. There was no way around it. This was the gap in talent. Xiao Xiaohua's god-level talent destined his future. He would either remain silent or make a stunning impact. Xiao Xiaohua felt an immense joy as he experienced his transformation. He looked at Zhou Chen with eyes full of gratitude, wishing he could dedicate himself to Zhou Chen, even wanting to kneel and bow twice. Zhou Chen's kindness felt like that of a mentor to him. One could say Zhou Chen had given him a new life. Brother Zhou, I've fused with this flame beast fire. Do you need anything? Just say the word, and I'll have the Xiao family arrange it immediately, Xiao Xiaohua said. But upon hearing this, Zhou Chen resolutely shook his head. I just said that I help you without expecting anything in return. You just need to do more for the human race in the future. At the same time, the system prompts in Zhou Chen's mind kept ringing. Xiao Xiaohua has refined and fused with the flame beast fire. The host gains tenfold enhancement, obtaining the Flame King fire. Xiao Xiaohua's spiritual energy increases by 3,450 strands. The host's increases by 44,500 strands. Xiao Xiaohua's fourth meridian has been cleared. The host gains tenfold enhancement. I, Zhou Chen, have always said that I help others without seeking anything in return. The reason is due to work issues. I've been severely overworked, so I haven't had time to update. After all, this isn't a full-time job, and if it were, I wouldn't be able to afford to eat. Thank you all for the gifts. I will stick to 2 updates in the future. If there comes a day without an update, or if there's a period without updates, it will definitely be due to work overtime. I will continue to update afterward, so don't worry about it being abandoned. This book will have at least 500,000 words, even 1,000,000 words. I sincerely thank everyone for the gifts. Zhou Chen's own realm had made a significant breakthrough. Moreover, he was rapidly approaching the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Upon reaching the Qi refining stage, aside from the first 2 levels where countless individuals have explored and established the exact breakthrough values of spiritual energy, the higher realms become inscrutable. Moreover, after reaching the 2nd level of Qi refining, one no longer describes another's strength in terms of how many strands of spiritual energy they possess. Otherwise, the entire world would turn into a numerical game. Thus, once one breaks through to the 2nd level of Qi refining, when they advance to the 3rd level and how many strands of spiritual energy are needed for that all depend on personal perception. Strength begins to vary among individuals. Zhou Chen did not bring out the Flame King fire. After everything was settled, everyone began to head back home. Zhou Chen established a good relationship with the Flame Bird tribe, and he felt that in the future, if the opportunity arose, he could bring the entire Class 5 over. Through battles between all members of Class 5 and the little flame birds, they could promote friendly relations between the 2 tribes, achieving a win-win cooperation model. Indeed, it was the kind of model where Zhou Chen wins twice. Upon entering the 2 realms tower, the little fire chicken followed him. When Zhou Chen saw it, he directly grabbed it and kicked it out with a side kick. A little fire chicken that hadn't even fully grown its feathers wanted to follow him to Blue Star? That was clearly impossible. Even if it were to become Zhou Chen's spirit pet, it would still be a bit of a downgrade, because it was too ugly. Waiting for the energy storage of the 2 realms tower to complete, Zhou Chen then activated the tower and returned to Blue Star. This time, the one who appeared to gain the most on the surface was Xiao Huahua, but in reality, the one who gained the most was Zhou Chen. As for Lu Yong and Lu Chen, they simply went along to make up the numbers, just to see the world in another realm. Xiao Hua, don't be satisfied with this when you get back. Although you have obtained the beast fire, this is just the starting point. You should understand what you want to pursue. You don't want Tang Yanran to always be stronger than you, right? At the time of parting, Zhou Chen poured a pot of motivational soup into Xiao Huahua. He didn't care whether Xiao Huahua could take it or not. Brother Zhou, don't worry, I will cultivate when I get back. I know my pursuits and goals, Xiao Huahua replied very seriously. This made Zhou Chen very satisfied, and Lu Yong and Lu Chen, seeing Xiao Huahua's attitude, also noted in their hearts that they would work hard to cultivate when they returned. For them, Xiao Huahua had been a useless person who couldn't cultivate just a few dozen days ago, and now he was already stronger than they were. Especially combined with the beast fire, Xiao Huahua's combat ability might even surpass that of someone at the first level of qi refining. It should be noted that an ordinary first-level qi refining practitioner does not have such a good thing as beast fire. They exchanged glances, knowing they couldn't just sit idly by any longer. They also needed to cultivate. After the giant serpent of the qi condensation stage was sold to the Xiao family's Medicine King shop, it became the new signature of the shop. The shopkeeper was overwhelmed with emotion, finally relieved that they no longer had to use the vitality-boosting wine as their store's treasure. The sky had darkened. Zhou Chen rode his bicycle back home. After dinner, he lay in bed, starting to plan for the future prosperity of Class 5. He then confirmed one point: spiritual energy must be enhanced, and practical combat skills must also be improved. The flame fist was his own skill. Although this bronze-level technique was of the fire attribute, it could also be practiced by everyone in the class. Those who were not of the fire attribute would find it more difficult to cultivate, but it was still better than having nothing. However, when presenting the technique, he couldn't let his classmates take advantage of it for free. After all, a bronze-level technique would cost over $1 million to purchase. Thinking this over, Zhou Chen immediately devised a group purchase plan, pricing this technique at $1 million. With 45 students in the class, minus himself, that would be 44, each contributing $22,000, and they could then have the learning jade slip for the flame fist. This price could be considered extremely low. It could be said that everyone could afford it. Zhou Chen created a jade slip model for the martial arts technique, which could only be activated by those who purchased it, thus preventing the loss of the technique. The benefits for Zhou Chen were needless to say. Having 45 more classmates to help him practice the fire fist was simply too comfortable. Moreover, he also earned money from the technique. After all, it was just a bronze-level technique. There would definitely be better ones in the future. Having made up his mind, Zhou Chen planned to make the jade slips the next day. For the improvement of his classmates, Zhou Chen was truly selfless. After finalizing this plan, Zhou Chen manifested the Flame King Fire. It fused directly with him, and this King Fire was of a higher level than Beast Fire, cultivated over 1,000 years. The power was even more impressive, at least 10 times stronger. Just after using it for a while, there was a knock on the door. "Zhou Chen, what are you doing in there? Playing with fire late at night, don't wet the bed. If you wet the bed, I'll bring your sheets to school tomorrow for all the students to see." His mother's voice rang out from outside the door, leaving Zhou Chen speechless. Did she still think he was a child? What was that barking at night? How dare she threaten him? Didn't she know that Zhou Chen couldn't stand threats? Tonight, he would wet the bed just to show her. The next day, Zhou Chen ultimately broke his promise. It was still a day off. After getting up, he went out to make the jade slips, seeking help from the Xiao family, whom he trusted. He initially thought of making an extra one for Zhou Shanru, the empress raised at home, but recalling that Zhou Shanru was either water or ice type, which countered fire, he decided it wasn't necessary. The jade slips were cheap, but still cost 1,000 each, raising the price to 23,000 for one. It was a small business, not profitable. Another day passed, and it was time for school. Zhou Chen rode his bicycle to school and greeted Han Ming. They then chatted about international affairs. "I heard there was a beast tide in the star-spangled country, causing heavy losses," Zhou Chen said, having seen it in a short video the night before. So he wanted to discuss it with Han Ming. Upon hearing this, Han Ming was momentarily stunned, then without saying a word, he walked directly to the security room. Zhou Chen, seeing this, was quite puzzled and called out to Han Ming's back. "Do you have relatives in the star-spangled country?" "No." Han Ming waved his hand. "I'm in a hurry to use the bathroom, to wash away my bad luck." "Ha!" Zhou Chen pouted and ignored him, heading straight to the classroom. Along the way, the sounds of chatting and lively voices filled the air from various classrooms. When Zhou Chen reached Class 5, he found that it was the only class that was serious, which surprised him a bit. Not bad, under his guidance, Class 5 was thriving. After Zhou Chen entered the classroom, the homeroom teacher, Old Chen, also arrived. He had thought that after the break, the classroom would be as chaotic as the others, and he was looking forward to taking the opportunity to criticize them, perhaps with a teacher's triple combo. "I heard your noise from the office. I heard your noise in the hallway. You are the worst class I have ever taught." Unfortunately, when he arrived at the classroom, he found it utterly silent, with everyone diligently studying. Sorry, I must have walked into the wrong room. Old Chen mistakenly thought he had entered class 1, but when he stepped out and looked at the door, it clearly said class 5, he hadn't made a mistake. So he turned back. The words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. I was in the office. I knew you would definitely study hard. Old Chen felt moved. He was happy and felt tears welling up. After so many years of teaching, he had led many classes, and among them were quite a few good ones. But I have never seen such a significant change in a poor class. Perhaps this will be the best class I have ever taught. Old Chen saw Zhou Chen at the back. He was hiding behind Lu Yong, but Old Chen could see him. At that moment, Zhou Chen was propping his head up with one hand, lost in thought. However, Old Chen felt that he was definitely not distracted but was instead recalling knowledge for the written exam in his mind. This might be Zhou Chen's unique way of memorizing. Old Chen did not disturb everyone's study until the morning exercise began, when he finally spoke up to remind them. Then he supervised everyone during the morning exercise. Seeing this scene, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. After the morning exercise ended, he left the classroom but was called back by Zhou Chen. He was asked to stand in the classroom. Zhou Chen, what are you up to this time? Old Chen wanted to say, what kind of trick are you trying to pull? But realized they were in the classroom, so he held back. You'll find out in a moment. Zhou Chen was too lazy to say more. Anyway, Old Chen could hear him as he stood there. After he stepped onto the podium, he took out a jade slip. Then he spoke. As we all know, martial arts techniques are essential in cultivation. Some techniques can increase the speed of spiritual energy, while others can enhance combat power. However, martial arts techniques are very expensive and often require attending a university martial arts school before one can access campus techniques for cultivation. Therefore, for everyone's upcoming exam and for the overall development of Class 5, I personally will contribute my only martial arts technique, the Fire Fist, to everyone. This is a jade slip that contains all the content of the Fire Fist. As long as you activate it and recognize it as yours, this technique will belong to everyone, and it's at a group purchase price. Each person only needs to pay 23,000 yuan. As soon as Zhou Chen finished speaking, the classroom erupted in an uproar. All the students, including Old Chen, were shocked. This was a martial arts technique. No matter what level it was an incredibly important thing. And now you say you're just giving it away? Anyone who possesses a martial arts technique or comes from a family that does would choose to keep it to themselves rather than share it with others. Because they have it, and others do not, it means they are stronger. Yet now Zhou Chen was actually offering his own Fire Fist. As for Zhou Chen's claim that everyone only needed to pay 23,000, what was that? A bronze-level technique for just 23,000? That was practically giving it away. Who couldn't come up with 23,000? If worse came to worst, they could do a whole grandfather-grandson loan and let the grandson pay it back later. Zhou Chen, you're not joking, are you? Old Chen spoke up. He had only possessed a martial arts technique when he was in university, and that was provided by the school. Of course, I'm not joking. For me, this is just a bronze-level technique. Even if I kept it to myself, I wouldn't become much stronger. But if I share this technique, it would be a tremendous boost for our entire class. On a small scale, our class's overall strength will surpass Class 3 without worry. On a larger scale, if our class becomes stronger, it will provide greater hope for the entire Xia country and for humanity in facing the otherworldly threats. As the saying goes, I am for everyone, and everyone is for me. If I, Zhou Chen, do not sacrifice, who will? If I, Zhou Chen, do not contribute, who will? Contributions have always existed. Everyone in Xia country is like a dragon. Zhou Chen's passionate speech and stirring rhetoric. He slightly raised his head, holding the jade slip above his head with his right hand. This was a call to arms, a display of ambition. All the students below looked at Zhou Chen's actions and listened to his words, their hearts filled with excitement. This is our Class 5 leader. This is Zhou Chen. A bronze-level technique, and Zhou Chen just brought it out like that? Awesome. This is a martial arts technique. I'm impressed. From now on, Zhou Chen is my brother. With this technique, there's absolutely no problem for our martial arts school. Practical combat ability will increase significantly. A chaotic punch can take down the master. Zhou Chen is amazing. What do you mean, kid? Call him Zhou Chen? Call me brother fan. Otherwise, I'll crush your brother. All the students were excited and thrilled. This soon turned into a chorus of shouts in support of Zhou Chen. In our summer country, everyone is like a dragon. The voices of the entire class shook the whole teaching building, making Old Chen feel both happy and anxious. Previously, Zhou Chen only had issues with the bathroom door. Now, if he had issues with the entire teaching building, that would be troublesome. so he hurriedly asked everyone to quiet down. It was just after class. Many students noticed the commotion in Class 5 and gathered around. They soon learned that Zhou Chen had sold a bronze-level technique to all the students in Class 5 for a price of 23,000 each. Before long, the news spread to all classes. Have you heard? Zhou Chen from Class 5 sold his technique to all the students in Class 5 for 23,000 each. Have you heard? Zhou Chen from Class 5 gave a bronze-level technique to all the students in Class 5. Have you heard? Zhou Chen not only made his bronze-level technique public to all the students in Class 5 but also gave them 23,000. Have you heard? Zhou Chen went to the bathroom to eat shit again. The rumors just kept getting more outrageous. But whenever someone dared to slander Zhou Chen, the students from Class 5 would step up and teach them a lesson. Dare to slander Zhou Chen? Now, Zhou Chen is more effective in Class 5 than old Chen. Is he the class monitor? He is definitely the regent. After the announcement, many classmates came to Zhou Chen to order the technique jade slips. Zhou Chen arranged for Xiao Xiaohua to help him keep track. First, he counted those from wealthier families. Those who had money paid up, took the jade slips, and left. For those without money, Zhou Chen offered a monthly loan. No interest charged, just a few $100 a month. After the big exam, it wouldn't matter if they didn't pay. After all, they were practicing the technique, which was also helping Zhou Chen. Plus, Zhou Chen didn't care about such a small amount of money. The reason he didn't give it away for free was to make them value the technique. Only what costs money is worth cherishing. This is an unchanging truth. In the teacher's office, after old Qin learned about Zhou Chen from Class 5, he initially didn't believe it, but after getting confirmation from old Chen, he immediately exploded with rage. Old Chen, this isn't fair. With this technique, your Class 5 will easily surpass us, right? This isn't fair. Old Chen, hearing this, took a sip of tea. I don't want this either, but Zhou Chen from our class just loves to selflessly contribute. What can I do? Old Qin fell silent for a moment, feeling pained that Class 3 didn't have a Zhou Chen. Then he smiled and leaned closer to old Chen. How about you sell this technique to our Class 3 as well? 23,000, many in our class can afford it. Old Qin had such an idea, but he was too naive. Would Zhou Chen be so generous as to distribute the technique? Only rare techniques are called techniques. If they become common, others would have long figured out ways to counter them, and then the technique would lose its value. So how could Zhou Chen sell the technique to students outside Class 5? Money? Zhou Chen currently cared the least about money. Old Chen naturally knew this, but since he and old Qin were colleagues, he couldn't refuse outright, so he immediately called Zhou Chen over. He explained the situation to Zhou Chen. Without a second thought, Zhou Chen refused. After all, Zhou Chen wasn't a colleague of old Qin, so there was no need to think about it. If the students from Class 5 practicing the Fire Fist were working for themselves, he wouldn't even give it to Class 5. Old Qin also understood the value of the technique, so it was reasonable for Zhou Chen to be reluctant to share it. Thus, after being refused, he didn't complain about Zhou Chen any further. Some were happy, and some were worried. The students in Class 5 were all cheering with joy. Meanwhile, those not in Class 5 could only feel envy and jealousy. Especially Su Xiu, who had exchanged places with Lu Yong to go to Class 3, was now filled with regret. After arriving in Class 3, he realized that it was just like this compared to Class 5. His improvement was minimal, especially with only a few dozen days left. It was even more useless for him. Class 3 didn't have a buff like Zhou Chen that could enhance cultivation speed. Su Xiu quietly found a friend from Class 5, hoping he could help him buy a jade slip, but as soon as he made the request, he was rejected. Su Xiu, back when you wanted to exchange with Lu Yong and go to Class 3, I tried my best to persuade you not to go. Now you regret it and want class leader Zhou's techniques? Let me tell you, there's no such good thing in this world. I'll say it like this, only Su Xiu is allowed, not Su Xiu. Got it? After saying this, the Class 5 student left, not wanting to waste any more time that could be spent on cultivation. The atmosphere in Class 5 was excellent. He had already chosen a key undergraduate martial arts school and was thinking of going there after the big exam. Su Xiu watched him leave, filled with immense regret. He thought about finding Lu Yong to switch back, but as soon as he had this idea, he shook his head in denial. He was afraid Lu Yong would beat him up. About 10 days passed. Zhou Chen broke through to the 3rd level of qi refining at home. His body was filled with abundant spiritual energy. Although this feeling wasn't as powerful as when he used the qi control experience card before, it was entirely Zhou Chen's own strength, making it feel exceptionally different. Another day passed. Xiao Xiaohua broke through to the qi refining stage. That night, when he broke through, he specifically called Zhou Chen to share his joy. This was great news for Xiao Xiaohua. It marked the beginning of him standing on the same level as Tang Yanran. Tang Yanran was only at the 1st level of qi refining, and now Xiao Xiaohua could fight her. With the addition of Beast Fire, Tang Yanran didn't even have much of an advantage. Of course, Xiao Xiaohua would likely still lose because Tang Yanran had already broken through to the first level of qi refining, and in terms of spiritual energy and experience, he couldn't compare to her yet. But it wouldn't be long before Xiao Xiaohua would surpass her. At this moment, there were 32 days left until the big exam. At the end of the month, the school-wide spiritual energy test was held as scheduled. Although there was no practical test to showcase the terrifying combat skills of Class 5's entire team, Class 5 remained the most outstanding class in the school. In the spiritual energy census, Class 5 successfully crushed Class 3, entering the top 3 in the school. In terms of written exam results, Class 5 also made rapid progress. They entered the top 3. It could be said that Class 5 at this moment was a completely different class from the previous Class 5. Old Chen, your class is amazing. Old Chen gave a thumbs up to Old Chen while holding the results of the spiritual energy census for each class, but his eyes showed that he was unconvinced. Old Chen understood this. He knew that the significant change in Class 5 relied entirely on Zhou Chen. His greatest contribution was agreeing to let Zhou Chen be the class leader. It's alright, Old Chen said, taking a sip of tea, speaking calmly. But inside, he was pleased. Old Chen, there will come a day when your Class 3 is surpassed by my Class 5. In Old Chen's office, he received many gifts from parents. He had already refused most of the items, yet parents continued to send gifts. He simply couldn't refuse them all, so he directly rejected many valuable items and accepted some small gifts. He accepted things he thought would be useful for Zhou Chen and then passed them on to him. He clearly knew that the changes in Class 5 today were all thanks to Zhou Chen. When the gifts arrived at Zhou Chen's place, Zhou Chen was not polite at all. He accepted as many as came his way. It's okay if you can't let go, just put it at the back of the classroom. No one in Class 5 will touch Zhou Chen's things. For the entire school, it's surprising that Class 5 has an average spiritual energy that exceeds Class 3, but even more surprising is that Xiao Xiaohua has broken through to the first layer of qi refinement. As a former waste, someone who couldn't cultivate, Xiao Xiaohua's rapid growth has shocked everyone. Everyone is amazed by Xiao Xiaohua's talent. In just a few dozen days of cultivation, he has become the third student in the entire school to reach the qi refinement stage. When Tang Yanran from Class 1 learned about Xiao Xiaohua's breakthrough to the first layer of qi refinement, her expression was neither happy nor sad. It was very calm as she flipped through a novel on her phone. Fortunately, the annulment of the engagement didn't cause too much strain between the two families, and I came to this school myself. I've already shown my utmost respect. I also have the right to pursue what I want. Xiao Xiaohua has already broken through to the qi refinement stage, just like Xiao Yan in this novel. I wonder if he can ultimately defeat me, but I will definitely give it my all. The novel Tang Yanran was reading was Zhou Chen's serialized Emperor of Douqi. She had also become a friend of Zhou Chen's. She just didn't know if she had joined the friend group. Probably not. Zhou Chen's breakthrough to the third layer of qi refinement was kept hidden by him. There was no need to expose it. Leveling up too quickly would ultimately lead to jealousy. Keeping it low-key would instead avoid attracting too much hatred. There was only 1 month left until the big exam. The whole country began to take it seriously, and all the universities started to prepare nervously. Qing City was even gearing up for the final sprint. The 10 best schools jointly held an elite simulation exam for the other world. It was a simulated exam initiated by the 10 schools, with the simulation location set in another world. At that time, the 10 schools would send their best students to participate in the other world. This project had existed for a long time and continued from one generation to the next. It was held once a year, always a month before the big exam. So today was no exception. When May arrived, Old Chen directly announced this in the classroom. He also talked about the number of participants going. Class 5 had secured 4 spots. Which 4 people would go still needed to be discussed. The big exam in Blue Star has the same attributes as the college entrance examination in Zhou Chen's previous life, yet it is quite different. First of all, the big exam strives for fairness, but it is definitely not as fair as the college entrance examination in the previous life. Take the martial arts exam, for example. The strength of students varies across the country, and the levels of the martial arts exam differ as well. Some people who break through to the qi refinement stage are basically the top scorers in their province, while in some places, breaking through to the qi refinement stage only ranks them in the top 10. This is the gap. However, despite such disparities, the major martial arts schools still try to showcase fairness. Based on the martial arts exam strength and the number of applicants from various places, the admission numbers also differ. So as long as the results are good, being admitted to a top martial arts school is guaranteed. This elite simulation exam for the other world, jointly held by the 10 high schools in Qing City, is essentially a competition for the top scorers in Qing City. The 10 high schools are the best in the city, and the students going to participate are all the top students from each school. For example, from our school, the students sent from class 1 to our class will all be top students. Old Chen was explaining the details of this elite simulation exam on the podium, and everyone was quietly listening. For students, the other world is full of dangers, but it is also full of opportunities. The spiritual energy alone is something the real world cannot compare to, so being able to stay in the other world for about 10 days will bring a huge boost to the final sprint for the big exam. After Old Chen finished speaking, he paused for a moment. Then why not take all the students with us? A classmate spoke up, expressing his desire to see the other world. I don't know if there will be an opportunity, but the main thing is that the spiritual energy in the other world is abundant, which can greatly enhance oneself and allow for rapid improvement in the end. Upon hearing this question, Old Chen answered without hesitation, because it's not safe. If we bring everyone from the entire school over, the number of people from 10 schools would be too many. If we were to be attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, each of the 10 schools has a limit on the number of participants. Each school is ranked according to the results of the previous year's major exam, and the quotas for each school are prioritized accordingly. For example, our third middle school ranked 7th in Qing City last year, so we only have 20 spots in total. These 20 spots are divided among 5 classes, with Class 1 taking 8 spots, Class 2 6, our Class 4, and the other 3 and 4 classes only having 1 spot each. So the spots are indeed scarce. Old Chen explained, not hiding anything. He also knew that many students wanted to go to the other world to train and make a final push, but unfortunately, while the idea was good, it couldn't be realized. The students from the 10 schools entering the other realm would need to combine the strength of all the teachers from the 10 schools to ensure safety. The number of people really couldn't be too many. After this explanation, everyone understood and accepted it. As for how the last 4 spots would be allocated, everyone basically had an idea. Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua were guaranteed spots, 2 Qi Refinement Realm practitioners, who would dare to oppose that. The other 2 spots were for Lu Yong, whose strength was terrifying and domineering. If he wasn't allowed to go, he would likely be dissatisfied, and his dissatisfaction would naturally lead to a duel with whoever took his spot. But in the entire Class 5, aside from Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua, no one was his match, so Lu Yong would definitely occupy 1 spot. The other was for Lu Chen, whose strength was among the top in the class. There was only one person who could compete with him in the top 5. As long as Lu Chen competed fairly, it would be fine. Thus, the 4 people from Class 5 were confirmed: Zhou Chen, Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Chen, and Lu Yong. These 4 were probably the only ones in Class 5 with experience in the other world. All classes prepared for about 2 days. Class 1, led by Tang Yanran, and Classes 2, 3, and 4 were unaware, while Class 5 was led by Zhou Chen. When the date arrived, the principal organized a mobilization meeting and selected student representatives. In the end, without a doubt, Zhou Chen was appointed as the student leader, with Xiao Xiaohua and Tang Yanran as vice leaders. These 3 were the face of the entire third middle school. Students, the elite simulation exam in the other world before the major exam each year is basically a pseudo-major exam for all of Qing City. The results you achieve in this mock exam can basically determine your performance in the major exam. So for your own sake and for the sake of third middle school, please give your all in the mock exam and show your best level. Glory belongs to third middle school. The principal was spirited. He was full of confidence. 3 Qi Refinement Realm practitioners. He had never led such a luxurious team before. This time, bringing 3 would surely shock the other schools. In previous years, just 1 Qi Refinement Realm practitioner was enough to astonish everyone. This time he brought 3. This year's major exam in Qing City would surely belong to third middle school. After the mobilization meeting, the principal specifically called Zhou Chen, Xiao Xiaohua, and Tang Yanran together. Originally, I was thinking of letting other schools show off this year, but I didn't expect that you, Tang, would transfer to our school, giving us a Qi Refinement Realm student. Then Zhou and Xiao also broke through to the Qi Refinement Realm one after another, especially Zhou, who is now at the 2nd level of Qi Refinement. So since one school has to show off, why can't it be our third middle school? Zhou, Xiao, and Tang, this time I will personally lead the team. As long as you come in first, each person will be rewarded with a spirit gathering pill. At 800,000 a pill, one must say the principal is quite generous. Originally, the principal planned to play it safe and let a director lead the team this time. Last year, it was the director who led the team, and all the students from the third school basically served as background characters. But this year is different. With Zhou Chen and his 2 companions, they are bound to shine, so he immediately changed his plan. He would personally lead the expedition. Not only did he want the third school to show off, but he also wanted to show off himself. He was even willing to offer 3 spirit-gathering pills as rewards. Seeing the principal's triumphant demeanor, Zhou Chen couldn't refuse. Since that's the case, let's have the third school meet the elites from other schools. Of course, the necessary arrangements must be made. After communicating with the principal, Zhou Chen immediately found old Chen. He began to arrange matters for the class after his departure. The former emperor's enterprise was cut short, and now among the 10 schools in Xincheng, our third school is weak. This is indeed a critical moment for survival. However, the loyal ministers within do not slack off, and the devoted outside forget themselves, all for the special treatment of the third school, wishing to repay it. Therefore, I, Zhou Chen, lead the charge to uplift the spirit of the third school. All right, are you reciting the memorial of departure to me? Old Chen laughed and scolded. Zhou Chen simply stopped the pretense and instructed him on how to manage the 5th class's studies after he left. Then he boarded the school bus. After I leave, remember to strictly oversee the class's studies, occasionally share some motivational words, and if anyone doesn't listen, just call me directly. Got it. You make it sound like you're the homeroom teacher of the 5th class, and I become the class monitor. After Zhou Chen clarified everything, he immediately got on the school bus. It wasn't that Zhou Chen was long-winded or that he enjoyed being a caretaker. It was just that the studies of the 5th class were crucial to his own cultivation, so how could Zhou Chen not care? The slower the 5th class's cultivation speed, the slower his own would be. This would severely impact his progress. Therefore, Zhou Chen could not allow the 5th class's cultivation to decline after he left. He also couldn't let the atmosphere of cultivation he had worked hard to establish disappear. Once on the bus, he noticed that Xiao Xiaohua had saved a seat for him. As soon as Zhou Chen got on, he waved him over. Zhou Chen glanced around the bus. Xiao Xiaohua had indeed saved a spot for him. Lu Yong and Lu Chen were sitting together. The other students were mostly paired up, with only Tang Yanran sitting alone in the back row, looking cold and distant. She had only come to school for the last few dozen days of the semester, leaving her no time to make friends, and her aloof personality made her even more solitary. Sitting next to Xiao Xiaohua, Zhou Chen's view of Tang Yanran changed significantly. Xiaohua, your fiancée is sitting alone in the back. Aren't you going to check on her? Zhou Chen teased with a smile. But as soon as he said this, Xiao Xiaohua's face turned red. As someone who had never been in a relationship, this situation was quite common for him. He hurriedly replied, Zhouge, please don't make fun of me. You know the situation between us, right? Although they were engaged, they were on the verge of breaking up, and they hadn't even started properly. Moreover, given the previous circumstances, it was highly unlikely they would end up together. Don't you have any feelings for her at all? Zhou Chen asked with a smile. Since they were sitting in the front row and Tang Yanran was alone in the back, she probably wouldn't hear. Hearing Zhou Chen's question, Xiao Xiaohua wanted to say no. But in front of Zhou Chen, he didn't have the habit of lying, nor did he want to lie to him. At the same time, Lu Yong and Lu Chen, sitting right behind them, were eavesdropping with their ears perked up. They also liked to listen to gossip. Just a little bit, Xiao Xiaohua said, blushing. If there is, then there is. What do you mean by just a little bit? Zhou Chen teased, smiling on the outside but crying on the inside. If only feelings could be doubled. Xiao Xiaohua got 1 fiancé and 1 wife, while he would get 10 fiancés. Unfortunately, feelings couldn't be doubled. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua fell silent. Lu Yong and Lu Chen, who were behind, glanced at Tang Yanran and were surprised to find out that Xiao Xiaohua had this connection with her. No wonder Tang Yanran transferred to the 3rd middle school. I know why it's only a little bit. He's just craving Tang Yanran's body right now, Lu Yong couldn't help but say. He was big and loud, and with that, basically everyone in the front row heard him. Then everyone in the front row turned to look at Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua. Since Zhou Chen was sitting in the aisle seat, he was the first to be the focus of everyone's attention. Zhou Chen is craving Tang Yanran's body? Wow, what a shocking revelation. 666. Zhou Chen was somewhat speechless, turned around and glared at Lu Yong, then quickly stood up and scolded Xiao Xiaohua. Xiao Xiaohua, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. If you like her, then go after her. You're just craving her body? How despicable. Zhou Chen's success relied on betraying his friends, so Xiao Xiaohua, I'm sorry. Besides, this was originally your family's business. You wouldn't want me to get involved, right? Otherwise, this story would turn into a cliché idol drama. If you want to blame someone, blame Lu Yong behind you. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Xiao Xiaohua felt extremely embarrassed, but he understood why Zhou Chen said that. He quickly stood up and glanced back at Tang Yanran's seat. Their eyes met, then they both looked away. Then Xiao Xiaohua sat back down and scolded Lu Yong. Lu Yong, you better wait for me after we get off the bus. Lu Yong, hearing this, forced a smile. He really couldn't take on Xiao Xiaohua right now. The people around them, after hearing Zhou Chen's words, also understood that it was Xiao Xiaohua who was craving Tang Yanran's body. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Such an honest person like Xiao Xiaohua had turned bad by hanging out with Zhou Chen. After exchanging glances with Xiao Xiaohua, Tang Yanran looked back out the window, but her heart was no longer calm. The two were originally engaged, which created a certain connection. The journey was a bit long, and after some lively chatter, everyone quieted down again. Zhou Chen, feeling bored, started chatting with Xiao Xiaohua again. In about 10 days, it's 520. Aren't you going to make a move? After all, you have a marriage contract with her, and after the big exam, you'll go to the same martial arts school together. Isn't that settled? Zhou Chen casually said, but Xiao Xiaohua didn't know how to respond. To be honest, he did have a good impression of Tang Yanran. However, he had never dealt with such matters before, and with the previous engagement incident, he still had a competition to face with Tang Yanran. He didn't know what to do. Maybe it's better to forget it. I should just focus on my training. Don't give up. Let me help you out. You just need to follow my advice when the time comes. Zhou Chen quickly spoke up, feeling a newfound interest in playing matchmaker out of boredom. Xiao Xiaohua trusted Zhou Chen immensely, so when Zhou Chen wanted to help him, he didn't say much and quietly listened to Zhou Chen's analysis. But before Zhou Chen could speak, the two people behind, who were eavesdropping on the gossip, couldn't help but offer their suggestions. Especially Lu Yong, who had just been warned by Xiao Xiaohua. He was thinking about how to ease the tension in their relationship, at least to make Xiao Xiaohua forget about what just happened. He lowered his voice and said, nowadays, girls generally like material gifts. Some like gold jewelry, some like silver jewelry, and others like flowers. So I think you should give all three. That way, it shows you are very sincere. This made a lot of sense. I didn't expect Lu Yong to have such insights, and Lu Chen quickly asked, how do you give all three? A gold necklace, a silver bracelet, and chrysanthemums? Lu Yong. That's so cliché. Then what do you suggest giving that can be all three at once? Lu Chen was a bit unhappy. Jinin Hua, Lu Yong declared confidently. Zhou Chen, Xiao Xiaohua. This is really giving gold, silver, and flowers all at once. You two shut up. You think you can talk about dating? Zhou Chen said angrily, having just thought Lu Yong had a decent suggestion, but it turned out to be utterly ridiculous. 3 single dogs listening to another single dog talk about gifts for 520. Don't listen to them. I'll help you find some outside advice. Zhou Chen comforted Xiao Xiaohua, believing that listening to single dogs' suggestions was absolutely unworkable, because single dogs only have theoretical knowledge, but no practical experience. This is a classic case of dogmatism, theory divorced from practice, so for related matters, he needed to ask a brother who was in a relationship. Thus, Zhou Chen thought of Zhong Jiang, the old love-struck fool. Although Zhong Jiang had always been a love-struck fool, he must have experienced 520 many times, which meant he was experienced and had made many mistakes. Compared to people like himself who only had theory and no practice, he surely knew more. If he asked him how to give gifts, he would definitely have some insights. So Zhou Chen took out his phone, found Zhong Jiang's contact, and edited a message to send. Zhong Dog, 520 is coming soon. What gift should I give my girlfriend? The message quickly received a reply. Zhouge, I was just delivering takeout. Are you also planning to give your girlfriend a gift this year? If you ask me this question, you really asked the right person. Zhong Jiang sent 2 messages in a row, the second one sounding a bit proud. It was as if he was saying that while he couldn't match Zhou Chen in strength, in dating, Zhou Chen was far behind him. Zhou Chen saw the message and didn't want to argue with him. He urged, hurry up, stop rambling. After waiting a few seconds, he received a reply. Girls nowadays generally prefer material things, and they like makeup, so giving high-end cosmetics is the best choice. Seeing Zhong Jiang's reply, Zhou Chen nodded. It was pretty much what he thought. Giving some high-end cosmetics was definitely a safe bet, much more reliable than Jinin Hua. However, Zhou Chen wasn't very familiar with cosmetics, so he asked Zhong Jiang again, do you have any recommendations? Recommendations? Then recommend what I gave last year. What? Debaosod honey. Zhou Chen. What you gave is indeed classified as cosmetics, and that brand is quite well known. But are you sure that after giving this, your girlfriend won't break up with you? Zhouge, if you think Debao isn't good, you can also consider Lucian Flower Dew. These 2 brands are top-notch in summer country, especially the mint-flavored Lucian. It will keep her cool all day. Zhong Jiang sent another message. Zhou Chen was almost furious. Damn it, next time he saw this guy, he would definitely beat him up. Did you break up right after you gave it last year? Zhou Chen was too lazy to type and sent a voice message instead. Furious, he quickly received a message from Zhong Jiang. Brother Zhou, how did you know? At that time, she opened the gift and just divided it up, it was so quick, and she didn't even want the gift. Zhou Chen. There's a reason why Zhong Jiang has never been able to get promoted. With this, can he really get promoted? If he does, he might as well have a brain hemorrhage. Seeing Zhou Chen like this, Xiao Xiaohua curiously asked, "Brother Zhou, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. There was a little problem with the technical communication, and since there's still time before 520, you don't need to worry for now." Zhou Chen turned off his phone and said, "There's no way around it. Let's not send anything this year. After all, they are already engaged, so why bother with these cliched things?" At this moment, they were almost at the interdimensional passage, so the teachers on the bus began to introduce the other world. For us on Blue Star, the other world is a place full of danger, but also full of opportunities. There are all kinds of monsters, fog, poisonous plants, and so on, with dangers everywhere. But at the same time, the spiritual energy inside is incredibly abundant, not to mention obtaining anything. Just staying there is like your daily morning exercises. According to the official classification, the interdimensional gates are divided into different levels. First is the most dangerous S-level interdimensional gate, which is basically suppressed by the military and is never open to the public. It often contains ferocious monsters. Only the military has the capability to suppress them. Next is the A-level interdimensional gate, which is much less dangerous. These gates are suppressed by various cultivation sects in the Xia country. They must help the government share the pressure in exchange for the conditions to exist. If they do not suppress, they will be erased by the government. Because the existence of a sect requires contribution, a sect that does not contribute has no reason to exist. Then there is the B-level interdimensional gate, where the danger level decreases again outside the gate, so they are all suppressed by various martial arts schools in the country. All martial arts schools, whether undergraduate or vocational, will have an interdimensional gate suppressed within their school. So when you enter a martial arts school after your major exams, it means you have begun to leave the protected area and truly engage with this world. Of course, the danger level of the interdimensional gates in vocational martial arts schools is much lower. Their admission conditions are far inferior to those of undergraduate martial arts schools. Finally, we are going to the C-level interdimensional gate today. This type of gate is very safe because the monsters inside have already been cleared out by the military, and there won't be any large monsters within 100 miles. Of course, this is only under normal circumstances. After all, the other world is vast, and the area we control may only be the tip of the iceberg. The teacher was explaining the information about the other world, and everyone listened very attentively, including Zhou Chen. Although he had been to the other world a few times, he had only visited the territory of the flamebirds, so he hadn't seen much danger. His understanding of the other world was also very limited. After arriving, everyone bought tickets to enter the other world, just like going to a tourist spot. At this time, there were also many vendors outside the interdimensional gate. It had clearly developed into a real tourist attraction. Grilled gluten, special fruits from the other world. Come and take a look. Various vendors were selling things. The school did not organize everyone to enter immediately but gathered everyone together again to emphasize safety records. The principal spoke earnestly. "Everyone, don't be fooled by the lively tourist area outside. That's because this is on Blue Star, in the Xia country. Once you enter the other world, the situation inside will become complicated, and many dangers are hidden beneath the calm. So everyone must obey management and not run around." After the principal finished speaking, another director reiterated the rules. After waiting for another school's students to arrive, they entered together. Inside still resembled a town, but upon entering, one could immediately sense the difference. The overall strength was much higher than outside, and there was little of the outside's liveliness. Everyone went to the rooms that had been reserved long ago, then waited for the school's arrangements. However, it wasn't long before Xiao Xiaohua got into a dispute with students from other schools. When Zhou Chen walked over, he found both sides on the verge of confrontation. He pulled Xiao Xiaohua behind him, and Lu Yong, Lu Chen, and other students from the 3rd high school all stood by Zhou Chen's side upon seeing him arrive. "From the 3rd high? Didn't you just rank 7th last year? What a disgrace. But Xiao Xiaohua's school suits you well. After all, waist matches with waist." Hearing this, the students from the 3rd high were furious, especially Lu Yong, who wanted to fight right away. But Zhou Chen pushed him aside, telling him not to block his way. Zhou Chen cast a disdainful glance at the other side. "Are you good at fighting? What good is being good at fighting? To survive out here, you need power and background. Which faction are you from?" Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words and seeing his contemptuous gaze, Qin Tian felt displeased. He came from the Qin family, one of the 3 major families in Qing City alongside the Shao and Qin families. Moreover, he was a direct descendant of the Qin family, with exceptional talent, a true young master of the Qin family. The reason he had just quarreled with Xiao Xiaohua was that they knew each other, and they were rivals both in family and personal matters. Among the three major families, Xiao Xiaohua was the laughingstock. As the only direct descendant of the Xiao family, he turned out to be an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate. It was simply a source of ridicule. Originally, Xiao Xiaohua wanted to attend the first high school where Qin Tian studied, but because he couldn't cultivate, he was rejected, which had caused quite a stir at the time. Qin Tian had heard that recently Xiao Xiaohua had begun to cultivate, but he didn't pay much attention to it. In his view, an ordinary person who had been unable to cultivate for so long suddenly managing to do so in such a short time was nothing to worry about. He was still the laughingstock everyone spoke of. The chance of a comeback was forever impossible. Qin Tian glanced at Zhou Chen, then at Xiao Xiaohua, and all the students from the third high school. Especially when he saw Xiao Xiaohua's fiancée, Tang Yanran, his eyes flickered for a moment, clearly indicating he was interested. He suppressed the hostility he had shown when confronting Xiao Xiaohua and put on a graceful demeanor. After glancing at Tang Yanran, he turned to Zhou Chen and the others, grinning mockingly. Qin Tian, the direct descendant of the Qin family, studying at the first high school, has just broken through to the qi refining stage. Sorry, my talent is a bit lacking, so I hope you won't laugh at me. This is our first meeting. You can call me Prince or Qinge, I can handle it. Is he singing a love song? Zhou Chen felt powerless to retort. So it's little Fan. Zhou Chen returned a sneer and then patted Xiao Xiaohua on the shoulder. Go tell him what realm you're in. It's just the qi refining stage. It might have been worth showing off before, but now it's nothing much. Even Xiao Xiaohua had already broken through to the qi refining stage, and Lu Yong and Lu Chen would have their chances too. So it really couldn't be said to be strong talent. Little Fan? Upon hearing this, Qin Tian frowned. He didn't know what the phrase meant, but he could tell from Zhou Chen's tone that it wasn't a good term. It was very likely an insult directed at him. Just as he was about to explode, he heard Xiao Xiaohua's words. Qin Tian, we're here to participate in the mock exam this time. I've already reached the qi refining stage. If you have any objections, let's meet on the arena. You've reached the qi refining stage? Xiao Xiaohua, are you dreaming? Qin Tian exclaimed in shock. Xiao Xiaohua reached the qi refining stage? This is simply impossible. He heard that Xiao Xiaohua could only begin cultivating after the 100-day oath for the big exam, and how many days had passed since then? Now he was already at the qi refining stage? This was too fake. But when he pressed for answers, Xiao Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to respond. Just then, the principals of the two schools approached, causing both sides to disperse. Coincidentally, the principals were there to find everyone. The principal of first high school and the principal of third high school had a deep connection. They were both former students of the Qingcheng martial arts school, and their cultivation speeds were basically the same, with similar talents and interests. So, in the martial arts school, they were partners who ventured into different realms together. However, due to a certain incident, a dispute arose between them. According to rumors, it seemed to be a debate over who was the female lead in an anime. Although it seemed trivial, it became the spark that ignited their rivalry. This later evolved into a competition over their academic achievements, the number of times they ventured into different realms, and their strengths and weaknesses. After entering the education system, it transformed into a competition between the students they taught. Initially, they both taught at first high school, but as time passed, the current principal of first high school, Li Qingguan, was promoted, while Wang Zero went to third high school and, unwilling to fall behind, also became a principal. However, third high school student enrollment was far inferior to that of first high school. Thus, Principal Wang had always been in a disadvantaged position, avoiding the elite mock exams held by the 10 high schools in Qingcheng in recent years. This year, however, with Zhou Chen and the others, he planned to make a name for himself by attending. It's good that you're all here. I was too lazy to look for you, Principal Li of first high school said with a beaming smile as he approached, followed by Principal Wang, who felt relieved upon seeing Zhou Chen. Old Wang, these are all students from your school, right? Indeed, each one is extraordinary, truly a dragon among men. A few years ago, you were afraid of losing face and didn't dare to come over. This year, you've come in person. I suppose you have some good seedlings and plan to show off a bit? Li Qingguang said with a soft laugh, his tone warm, but there was a hidden edge behind his smile. Zhou Chen and the many students standing there could sense the killing intent. The first round. Principal Li of first high school made his move. Although he was the principal of first high school, which ranked first last year and produced the top scorer in Qingcheng's big exam, he did not let his guard down. Clearly, he was holding back when facing his old rival, Wang Ziru. You still don't know about the student enrollment environment at third high school? Basically, we only get what's left after you pick through it. So this year, we came with a learning attitude, hoping to learn something from the excellent students of first high school. Well done. Principal Wang Zero countered, equally cautious, revealing no hidden moves in the first round. Truly an old fox, his words were flawless. Break time. Zhou Chen watched the two of them and then pulled out some sunflower seeds from his pocket. Leaning against the wall on Third High School's side, he started cracking them. Others noticed and looked over at Zhou Chen. Cracking seeds while watching a show, was it time for that now? Seeing them looking at him, Zhou Chen grabbed a big handful and shared a bit with each person. Even Tang Yanran, caught off guard, received a small handful from him. In the world, everyone shares sunflower seeds together. Third High School's seeds, shared by Third High School's people. The second round. Still, it was Principal Li of First High School who made the move. I can't claim to be a scholar, but our school does have a few good students this year. Saying this, Li Qingguan pulled Qin Tian out. This is our best student this year, with decent talent, who broke through to the first level of qi refining 6 months ago. Just barely. Li Qingguan couldn't hold back any longer. After all, he was the principal of a strong school. It was enough to test third middle school. There was no need to keep hiding. For him, it was about overwhelming them and then going straight to dinner. That was the right path. He came in with a killing move. If it had been before, Wang Zero would have definitely slipped away. But now, Wang Zero directly introduced Tang Yanran, a student from the capital, who transferred here specifically because she is very eager for our third middle school's teaching facilities. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Qingguang's face darkened. This old Wang was getting more and more shameless. Who didn't know why Tang Yanran went to their school? Eager for third middle school's facilities? The resources in the capital were far superior to any school in Xinjiang. Li Qingguang's face was as dark as coal. This Tang Yanran was indeed a significant weapon for third middle school, and because she came from the capital, he was a bit worried that in this year's major exam, Tang Yanran would defeat Qin Tian and snatch away the top scholar of Xinjiang. He glared at Wang Zero, thinking to himself, "You shameless old six. Tang Yanran had only been at third middle school for a few days, and now you treat her as one of your own? Especially now that you bring her out to compare with me. Do you have no shame? Good student, truly worthy of being from the capital." The second round ended. Neither side had a clear victory, but the principal of first middle school appeared slightly fatigued. Fortunately, he found another breakthrough. Third round. Li Qingguan launched a surprise attack. This student from the capital is indeed good. By the way, when did she come to third middle school? It seems she hasn't even been here for a semester. I don't know if her grades belong to the capital or to our Xinjiang. After all, this also represents an educational achievement. Li Qingguan took a risky approach, using the fact that Tang Yanran was a transfer student to imply that he didn't want to acknowledge her as a student of third middle school. Faced with this move, if it had been before, Wang Zero would have had nothing to say, because it was the truth. But now he was not flustered at all. He pulled out Xiao Xiaohua. Xiao Xiaohua. He accidentally broke through to the first level of qi refining. Although our third middle school's Xiao Xiaohua has been low-key, his cultivation speed is extremely fast. By the way, I heard he was supposed to go to first middle school, but the rules there are strict, so even though he is from the Xiao family, they didn't let him in. Wang Zero was full of spirit, truly stirring. He had never fought such a luxurious battle in his life. You say Tang Yanran isn't cultivated by third middle school? Then Xiao Xiaohua surely is. He has been studying at third middle school all along. No matter how you look at it, he is a student of third middle school. No one could say anything. What? He has now broken through to qi refining? Li Qingguan couldn't believe it. He had previously rejected Xiao Xiaohua's request to enter first middle school because his school rules were like that. He couldn't open a backdoor for Xiao Xiaohua just because he came from the Xiao family. If he did that, the credibility of first middle school would definitely decline, and more students would try to take shortcuts to enter first middle school. Therefore, he was resolutely against such situations. He never expected that he had overlooked Xiao Xiaohua. Of course, Wang Zero said confidently, a smile on his lips. Since becoming principal, he had always been suppressed by Li Qingguan, but now he finally felt comfortable. He finally understood why Li Qingguan came to this other world every year. Besides protecting students and bringing them along, the most genuine reason was probably to show off. Watching his school students overshadow those from other schools was truly satisfying. Li Qingguan was left speechless. The third round ended. Li Qingguan retreated. He looked at Wang Zero's smile, feeling quite uncomfortable. After a moment of daze, he initiated the fourth round. Xiao Xiaohua's rapid cultivation is naturally due to his innate talent, but after all, he started cultivating late, and his current strength probably can't match our school's Qin Tian. Goodness, as soon as these words fell, the audience, Zhou Chen, almost applauded him. Qin Tian couldn't defeat Tang Yanran in strength, and he said Tang Yanran was from the capital. Xiao Xiaohua wasn't from the capital, yet he claimed Xiao Xiaohua's strength couldn't match Qin Tian. Is this the legendary ultimate sophistry? Anyway, the first high school just can't lose. Li Qingguang just wanted to play dirty. Hearing Li Qingguang's words, Wang Zero not only didn't angrily scold him as before for being shameless, but instead looked at him with a smile, as if to say, "I've been waiting for you to say that." Indeed, his trump card was Zhou Chen. "So, please welcome." "Oh, that's true, but fortunately, our third high school still has a decent student, this classmate named Zhou Chen, whose strength is okay, and he barely broke through to the second level of qi refining. The key is, he also has some decent martial skills." Wang Zero pulled Zhou Chen, who was munching on seeds, over and introduced him openly. His tone was light, yet it weighed heavily on Li Qingguang's chest for a long time. Moreover, Zhou Chen was hiding a layer of realm. He was currently at the third level of qi refining. If Wang Zero knew, he would definitely say it, and once he did, Li Qingguang would probably collapse. "Goodness, here we go again." Li Qingguang glared at Wang Zero. "3 qi refining realms, what's wrong with you this year, Wang Zero? No wonder you came in person this year. You old six. Good, all good seedlings from our Qingcheng." He quickly finished speaking and then turned to leave. Hey, Li old man, where are you going? I'm hungry, going to eat. Didn't we just finish eating? Hungry again. The principal of the first high school was defeated, and the third high school won. Ha ha ha. Looking at Li Qingguang's back, Wang Zero laughed heartily. He then encouraged everyone. "Keep it up, let's slap their faces again on the martial arts exam stage." After saying that, he intended to leave, but Zhou Chen spoke up to keep him. "Does Principal Wang not know that students should be harmonious and loving?" "I think since everyone knows my strength now, I won't take action then." "That won't do, everyone came here to test their strength on the stage, you can't just not take action." "Don't worry, everyone has rules, everything is to the point, no harm allowed." "That's not what I meant." "Then what do you mean? Gotta pay more." "Principal Wang, does the third high school have money? It cost a lot just to fix the toilet door, and now you want money?" He slipped away, and Wang Zero quickly caught up with Li Qingguang. Qin Tian saw the two principals leave and then looked at Zhou Chen and the others. They had grievances before, but after the comparison by the principals, Qin Tian understood the strength on Zhou Chen's side, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. He wanted to compete on the stage first. He looked at Zhou Chen. "Zhou Chen, right?" Zhou Chen smiled broadly at him, showing 2 rows of big white teeth. "That's me, what's up? Want to talk tough? Watch me not beat you to death. Let's fight now, no grudges carried over." Qin Tian fell silent. The second level of qi refining seemed a bit difficult. "Sorry, I called the wrong name, it's Xiao Xiaohua, right?" Xiao Xiaohua turned to look at him upon hearing this. "I'll be waiting on the stage." After throwing down the gauntlet, he slipped away. Zhou Chen, Xiao Xiaohua, everyone, this old six. After Qin Tian made his harsh remark, he left, leaving everyone else to return to their rooms when they saw there was no more excitement to watch. Today, everyone had just arrived in the other world, so there were no arrangements, and everyone went back to their rooms to rest. The mock exams would officially start tomorrow. In the various school groups, all the teachers repeatedly emphasized that no one was allowed to go out on their own, especially at night, when leaving the hotel was strictly prohibited. After all, in this other world, it was on the edge of legality, and many things that were neither black nor white were allowed by unspoken rules. However, some students did not pay attention to this. Everyone was filled with curiosity about the other world, especially when they saw that the construction here was basically similar to that outside, making them even more restless. They heard that the towns here also had night markets, and unlike the night markets outside, there was an additional street called Treasure Gathering Street. It was akin to the antique street of Blue Star. However, on this Treasure Gathering Street, what was sought were not antiques, but various spiritual tools, techniques, and elixirs, with both fakes and real items available. Of course, most were fakes, but as long as you had the ability to distinguish the genuine from the counterfeit, it was not impossible to find a technique in this night market. So, since everyone had the rare opportunity to come to another world, it would be a shame not to go out and explore. As for danger, they treated it as background noise. They knew the school was just following the usual rules. In previous years, students who came to participate would go out for a stroll at night. As long as they didn't cause major trouble and followed the rules of the night market, nothing would happen. The third middle school booked about 10 rooms, with 2 students sharing one. Zhou Chen was paired with Xiao Xiaohua, while Lu Yong shared a room with Lu Chen. After finishing his wash, Zhou Chen planned to check on the cultivation status of the other students in Class 5. So, after lying down on the bed, Zhou Chen picked up his phone. He opened the Class 5 group chat, edited a message, and sent it out. "I'm so hungry at this late hour. Does anyone else feel hungry? Reply quickly, I'll send red envelopes for late-night snacks. Just after sending, before he could exit the group chat, there were replies. Damn, I'm hungry too. Jogo, hurry up and send the red envelope. I've turned on my 7G network. I'm hungry, Daddy, hurry up and send it. Hee hee, it's just a red envelope. Do I lack that little money? Daddy, hurry up, I want it. As soon as the message was sent, several people replied, clearly playing on their phones and not cultivating. In light of this, for the future of Class 5 and the future of Xia country, Zhou Chen felt he needed to have a serious talk with them. Zhou Chen took a photo of Xiao Xiuhua cultivating at that moment and sent it directly to the group. Hee hee, still want red envelopes? I just did a surprise check and found that none of you are taking it seriously. Look at Xiao Xiuhua, there's a reason why he has quickly broken through to the first layer of qi refining. Look at his cultivation, it's already tiring enough to arrive in the other world today, yet Xiao Xiuhua is still cultivating. Even I'm a bit impressed. Don't think that cultivation is just for me. Everyone needs to understand that this cultivation is for your own benefit. So, brothers, it's really time to work hard. Since the big exam is coming, and since the big exam will inevitably yield a result, why not strive for the best score? Zhou Chen typed a series of messages, and feeling that typing was too slow, he simply switched to voice input. He forcefully poured in some motivational talk. Lu Jiqiang was one of those who had just asked for a red envelope. After returning home, he indeed relaxed for half an hour. Just as he was playing on his phone and watching videos, he received a red envelope notification and quickly clicked in. As a result, he directly received a scolding from Zhou Chen. He felt like crying but had no tears. Zhou Chen was fishing for violations. I refused to accept this. But even though he thought this in his heart, he did not show any signs of defiance. Zhou Chen's words indeed awakened him. Since there would definitely be a result, why not aim for his best performance? Why not take a look at the heights? After all, it was only 20 or 30 days. Just like Xiao Xiuhua, who was originally worse than everyone in the class but had now become one of the only 2 qi refiners in the class, this was the difference made by hard work. So after Lu Jiqiang put down his phone, he strengthened his resolve and immediately began his cultivation. Seeing the group become quiet at this moment, Zhou Chen was very satisfied. He then distributed several red envelopes according to the number of students in the class, setting a standard of 20 yuan each, noting that they could be claimed after 10 p.m., with each person allowed to grab one. Zhou Chen's past experience told him that he couldn't just keep pouring chicken soup. Too much chicken soup would become bland. Only with one hand offering chicken soup and the other offering sweet dates could he better lead the team, so he would provide the necessary treats and benefits. After all, it helped him in his cultivation, and he was willing to spend a little on late-night snacks. After a while, Lu Yong and Lu Chen came to find Zhou Chen, asking if he wanted to go out to the night market. The teachers had also gone out to stroll, and staying in the hotel was boring. Zhou Chen thought for a moment and then declined. He had no intention of going out. For him, this other world was one he had already visited. He was not interested in eating delicious food at the night market or hunting for techniques. His cultivation relied on everyone, and his techniques were rewarded by the system. He had no interest in hunting for techniques in reality. Where could one find so many techniques laid out on stalls for everyone to buy? Anything that could be displayed had already been assessed countless times by vendors. It would never be cheap for everyone, so Zhou Chen would never engage in such activities. Xiao Xiuhua had originally thought about going out for a stroll, but seeing that Zhou Chen had no such intention, he also dismissed the idea. He then sat on the bed to cultivate. As for Lu Yong and Lu Chen, seeing that Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiuhua were not going out, they decided to go out together, wanting to join in the fun. If they stumbled upon some good treasure, they could become prosperous afterward. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Chen timed it perfectly, waiting for 9 o'clock to arrive. According to the system's timing for refreshing items, this month's refresh time was in these few days. There was nothing yesterday, so there was a good chance tonight would have something. Today's cultivation time is less than lazy time. Rewards have been issued. 3rd grade treasure-seeking talisman. After use, a treasure-seeking mouse will appear, helping the user find the most valuable item within 200 meters. Sure enough, something different had come out. After Zhou Chen carefully read the introduction, he understood in his heart. He definitely had to go treasure hunting tonight. With that, Zhou Chen did not hesitate. Previously, there was no way to treasure hunt, but now with the treasure-seeking mouse, it would be a waste not to go out. There was no such treasure street in Blue Star for the treasure-seeking mouse to operate. So Zhou Chen called out to Xiao Xiuhua. Xiaohua, let's go, stop cultivating, and take a stroll. Xiao Xiuhua was puzzled. Hadn't he just said he wasn't going out? Why did he want to go out now? That Lu Yong is a born jinx. Going out with him will definitely lead to finding nothing good. If we don't go with them, we can definitely find something good. Zhou Chen saw Xiao Xiuhua's confusion and explained without waiting for him to ask, casually making up a reason. Is that so? Xiao Xiaohua trusted Zhou Chen immensely, and upon hearing this, he directly labeled Lu Yong as a jinx. From now on, he must stay away from him. After leaving the hotel, the scene outside fell into Zhou Chen's eyes. The lights were as bright as day, not much different from the night market in Blue Star. Of course, the hidden dangers lurking in the shadows are another matter, for no one knows of this danger. Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua purposefully headed towards Jibuoji. There was no need to ask for directions, as the most bustling place was right there. After arriving, Zhou Chen took out the treasure-seeking talisman. He chose to use it directly. Pinching the talisman between his index and middle fingers, a wisp of flame erupted, burning the talisman to ashes, and then a phantom mouse appeared. Like a spirit, only Zhou Chen could see it. After the treasure-seeking mouse emerged, it stood on the ground, sniffing with its little nose, as if it had discovered something. It glanced at Zhou Chen, seemingly telling him to follow. Then it turned and ran in a certain direction. Seeing this, Zhou Chen naturally couldn't fall behind, calling out to Xiao Xiaohua and quickly following after. Zhou, why are you walking so fast? Where are you going? Xiao Xiaohua was leisurely observing the surroundings, but upon hearing Zhou Chen shout and seeing him run ahead, he hurriedly chased after him. Treasure hunting, hurry up and keep up, Zhou Chen said, and upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua quickened his pace. The probability of finding genuine goods while treasure hunting here was extremely low, but Xiao Xiaohua didn't say much. He knew Zhou Chen was certainly aware of this, and there was no need for him to say anything. Whether they bought fake goods or genuine ones, as long as they were happy, that was enough. Money was something he didn't lack. The treasure-seeking mouse faced no obstacles. If someone blocked its path, it would glide through like a ghost, slipping right under people's feet. 200 meters wasn't far, and when Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua caught up, the treasure-seeking mouse had just stopped. After sniffing around, it approached a stall, not pausing, and went directly onto the stall, stopping at a piece of iron that looked like a black shell. It stayed there for about 10 seconds, ensuring Zhou Chen had seen the iron piece before it vanished. Zhou Chen was entirely focused on the treasure-seeking mouse, and once he confirmed that the mouse had found a treasure, he finally felt relieved. Next came the challenge of how to purchase it discreetly. He mustn't draw too much attention. The vendors here were all shrewd merchants. If they saw you valuing something, they would likely raise the price. Moreover, raising the price was the simple part. They might even choose not to sell it at all, opting instead to study it themselves and ultimately obtain the treasure. So Zhou Chen had carefully planned his purchasing strategy in advance. However, just as Zhou Chen was contemplating, Xiao Xiaohua tugged at the corner of his shirt, signaling him to look at the people at the edge of the stall. At that moment, two people were arguing with the stall owner. When Zhou Chen looked over, his expression darkened. It was Lu Yong and Lu Chen. They were arguing heatedly, their voices loud, especially Lu Yong. His booming voice attracted the attention of everyone on the street. Do you have a business license? Are you operating illegally? This shouting was like a street brawl, invigorating to hear. Lu Chen was trying to pull Lu Yong away, but he couldn't budge him. Lu Yong was already strong, and his spiritual energy surpassed Lu Chen's. After a futile tug, he stepped back a few paces, joining the onlookers, shaking his head. Hey, what's wrong with this young man? He got taken advantage of on Jibuoji and is now yelling at the owner. I think he came alone. Lu Chen's antics were quite a spectacle for the crowd. A fine move to blend in with the masses. Lu Chen had no choice. He was naturally thin-skinned and didn't lack money, so he couldn't bring himself to cause trouble for the stall owner like Lu Yong did. He felt ashamed to be associated with Lu Yong. This foolish guy, if he had known, he wouldn't have come out with him. Zhou truly had foresight. Xiao Xiaohua saw this and turned to look at Zhou Chen. The gaze was simple, just asking Zhou Chen whether to help Lu Yong or to take a detour and avoid staying with this jinx. Seeing Xiao Xiaohua's look, Zhou Chen naturally understood what it meant. If it were before, Zhou Chen would have turned and left. If Lu Yong wanted to embarrass himself, that was his business, not Zhou's. But now there happened to be a treasure at the stall, so Zhou Chen couldn't just walk away. Lu Yong is from the same school and class as us, so if he has a problem now, we definitely have to stand up for him. After saying that, Zhou Chen walked over. Lu Yong, what's going on? Hearing Zhou Chen's voice, Lu Yong turned his head and, upon seeing Zhou Chen, was overjoyed as if he had found his backbone. He looked as happy as if he had found support. On the other side, Lu Chen, who had distanced himself from Lu Yong and blended into the crowd, quickly stepped forward and stood beside Lu Yong, as if to say, wherever Zhou Chen was, he would be there too. Brother Zhou, here's the thing. I was just strolling around Jujia Street with Lu Chen, and we weren't planning to buy anything. But after passing this stall, the owner tricked me into buying a pair of boxing gloves, and it cost me 2,000 bucks. But after I bought them, I checked on Pinduoduo, and it turned out that the same pair was only 100 bucks. This black-hearted owner directly scammed me out of 1,900. Goodness, you can deceive me emotionally, and you can deceive my body, but how dare this black-hearted owner scam my money? How much can I earn in my lifetime? So I definitely want to return it. Isn't this just bullying me as a student? Lu Yong said, feeling wronged, almost in tears. It was indeed not easy for him. His family was in a tough situation, and previously, he had to risk himself to earn a spirit-gathering pill, so that $2,000 was not a small amount for him. Didn't I sell you a pair of boxing gloves before? Can't you use those? Zhou Chen looked at him and asked. Buying 2 pairs of boxing gloves, do you have 4 hands to wear them? Those were too expensive. I usually can't bear to wear them, so I wanted to buy a regular pair to use, Lu Yong said innocently. This left Zhou Chen speechless. So you're buying an ancestor to take home, and you can't bear to wear it usually, you really are something. Fine, since he already knew the reason, Zhou Chen didn't ask further. Lu Yong was indeed scammed, so he could help him out and conveniently get that treasure in the process. Boss, what do you mean by this? Scamming my friend? Do you know who I am? Zhou Chen pretended to glare at the stall owner, but the stall owner, who could do business in this otherworldly town, was a typical old hand. He merely glanced at Zhou Chen and then returned to his usual demeanor. A broke student, why should I care who you are? These days are the time for scamming you all, and he knew that well. Once sold, no returns or exchanges. That's the rule of this night market. You want me to take it back? Are you trying to ruin the rules of this night market? I advise you to go back and ask your teacher. Ruining the rules here will bring you bad luck, the owner said gloomily. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Chen suddenly exploded. How dare you speak to me, Qin Tian, like that? Do you know my Qin family from Qincheng? You want me to have bad luck? I'll make sure you can't set up a stall here ever again. As Zhou Chen's words fell, those familiar with him looked at him in astonishment. Goodness, Brother Zhou really knows how to throw his weight around. This is just too impressive. Lu Yong thought to himself, Brother Zhou really has a way. If I had known, I would have shouted like that earlier, directly using the Qin family's name to shield myself. What was there to be afraid of? Lu Chen learned a trick from this as well. As for Xiao Xiuhua, he felt nothing about it. The Qin family is just that. It is an honor for you, Zhou Gu, to borrow your name from you. Zhou Chen's grandstanding amazed Lu Yong and the others, but it didn't intimidate the stall owner. He glanced at Zhou Chen. With keen insight, he sneered dismissively, Are you Qin Tian of the Qin family? Then I must be your ancestor. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Chen laughed. He then pushed Xiao Xiuhua aside and stepped aside himself, pulling Qin Tian from not far behind. Qin Tian, come and recognize your ancestor from the Qin family. Zhou Chen's actions were not merely for show. That kind of grandstanding was too fake. With his shabby goods, claiming to be Qin Tian of the Qin family was just absurd. As long as the owner recognized some branded clothes, he could be sure Zhou Chen was not Qin Tian. Just like the stall owner's reaction a moment ago, Zhou Chen had already spotted Qin Tian, so he had shouted on purpose. Impersonating Qin Tian, letting Qin Tian hear it, he would definitely come over to cause trouble. After all, he was impersonating his identity, using the Qin family's name to act tough. How could he not come over? Then things became simple. The owner scolded Qin Tian, and Zhou Chen pulled Qin Tian out. If he didn't scold, Zhou Chen would have Xiao Xiuhua step up and use the Xiao family's name to settle it. After all, there was nothing to lose. Qin Tian stepped out with an unhappy expression, glaring at the stall owner as he threw his Qin family badge up. Do you recognize this? Insulting my Qin family? You have chosen your path to death, Qin Tian coldly reprimanded. Although he didn't know the stall owner's cultivation level, he was not the least bit flustered because, like Xiao Xiuhua, he also had bodyguards. At the same time, in this other world, the family businesses of the 3 major families were involved, so there were many experts from the Qin family here. The stall owner took a serious look at the badge and shuddered because it was real. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on his back. He quickly begged for mercy. I'm sorry, young Master Qin, I was just questioning their identities, so I spoke carelessly and didn't mean to insult the Qin family. Young Master Qin, please spare my life. In this other world, he was truly afraid of death. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian thought for a moment and realized he was likely being used as a pawn by Zhou Chen. His brows furrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth lifted. You were right to question. These people indeed have no relation to the Qin family, but that needs to be made clear, doesn't it? Let's leave it at that for today. You can do as you please as you did before. After saying this, Qin Tian gave Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiuhua a good look. He teased, You want to use me as a pawn? You underestimate me, Qin Tian. After that, he stood to the side, intending to see what Zhou Chen and the others would do next. The stall owner, seeing Qin Tian and Zhou Chen speaking like this, realized that these people must have a grudge against Qin Tian. So he straightened his back, having just offended Qin Tian, and now he could be a bit tough with Zhou Chen and the others, letting Qin Tian see his performance. Thus, he thought to clear his throat and was about to scold Zhou Chen and the others. However, before he could say anything, Zhou Chen had Xiao Xiaohua take out the Xiao family's badge. Xiao family's badge, boss, verify its authenticity. The stall owner turned into a mute, like a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to express his grievances. If you are from the Xiao family, why didn't you say so earlier? Why drag this out? Several young men came up to bully this old man. For him, whether it was the Qin family or the Xiao family, he couldn't afford to provoke either. He could only admit defeat. Young Master Xiao, I'm sorry, I just offended you a bit. Is that all? Zhou Chen sneered. I'll refund this classmate's money right away. The boss was sweating profusely. Who cares about that 2,000? But I don't have anything good left. The boss just wanted to cry. But seeing Zhou Chen's expression grow colder, he quickly spoke up in fear. How about this, several classmates? If there's anything you like from my stall, just take it. Zhou Chen laughed inwardly. After going around in circles, he finally achieved his goal. Zhou Chen had Qin Tian come over to scare the boss a bit, then had Xiao Xiaohua give the boss another fright. The aim was to apply double pressure, forcing the boss to say they could choose items, thus minimizing the chance of exposing the treasures. After seeing things end this way, Qin Tian felt bored and left. He needed to prepare for his battle with Xiao Xiaohua tomorrow. In the end, Lu Yong got his 2,000, and Zhou Chen picked 3 items, one of which was that treasure. Not wanting to linger any longer, Zhou Chen took the iron piece and hurried back to the inn with a few people. According to the system's prompt, he cracked open what was hidden in the iron piece. It was a cultivation method called Fire Lotus. Hearing the name, Zhou Chen felt it was not simple. After careful analysis, Zhou Chen became even more certain. Wasn't this the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus from the Emperor of Doqi? With this cultivation method, Xiao Xiaohua's configuration was getting closer and closer to that of the Emperor of Doqi. However, the method was quite simple and far from reaching the realm of Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Moreover, it could only fuse 2 ordinary flames. But even so, the level of the method reached the golden tier. This cultivation method was very precious, and Zhou Chen didn't plan to let too many people master it. After all, it wasn't a low-end method like the bronze fire fist. Once back, he would make a jade slip and then give it to Xiao Xiaohua. That night, as he tried to sleep, Zhou Chen found it hard to do so. The bed in the inn was ultimately not as comfortable as his own. At that moment, a small card was slipped under the door. Zhou Chen picked it up upon seeing it. Xiaohua, do you want it? Brother Zhou, isn't this inappropriate? What's inappropriate? I can't sleep. Xiao Xiaohua didn't know what to say, but since Zhou Chen wanted it, he wouldn't say much. I won't need it. I'll go out for a stroll. I'm just having a late-night snack, and you want to go out for a stroll? If you think it smells too strong, I can just open the window. Zhou Chen cursed at Xiao Xiaohua a couple of times, then dialed the number on the card. He ordered a fish-flavored shredded pork meal, the kind that could be returned if there was no fish. After sorting that out, he glanced at Xiao Xiaohua, wondering what the hell this kid was thinking. Next door, Lu Yong and Lu Chen were resting. Lu Yong on the bed felt a bit restless, so he wanted to chat with Lu Chen, but Lu Chen was too sleepy and didn't want to bother with him at all. If you can't sleep, just count sheep. Does that work? It's okay. Just don't bother me. With no other choice, Lu Yong began to count sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 532 sheep, 1037 sheep. Lu Chen, what kind of terrible idea is this? I want to eat roasted whole sheep. After an unknown amount of time, there was a knock on Lu Yong's door. Knock, knock, knock. But by this time, they had already fallen asleep, so no one answered the door. After a few knocks, it moved to the next room. There's a basic rule in this other world: after midnight, you must not stay outside. When it's dark, please go home. Zhou Chen had just finished his late-night snack, cleaned up the post-meal trash, and felt sleepy, so he decided to go to bed for a rest. Tomorrow is the mock exam for 10 universities. Although I have already transcended above everyone else, I still need to conserve my energy. This is not just an ordinary mock exam. If I am in high spirits tomorrow, I might unlock the love function before May 20th, to have a beautiful romance. Just as I lay down, I heard a knocking sound outside the door. I checked the time, it was just past midnight. I understand some of the rules in this otherworldly town. The rule about returning to one's room before midnight is not about ghosts or anything, but rather to defend against the beasts outside. When the town was first built, the beasts outside were always present, highly aggressive, especially at night when they would launch sudden attacks. That's why this rule was established, but it has since become obsolete. The town is centered around the portal to another world, surrounded by a 10-meter-high wall made of very thick, top-notch modern alloy materials, which ordinary beasts cannot breach. Additionally, before this other world opened, the town had already cleared out the ferocious beasts in the vicinity. So, the rule about returning home by midnight is no longer followed. But now, someone is knocking on my door? What does this mean? Is someone looking for me at this late hour? Xiaohua, someone is knocking. Go check it out. Better to let Xiaohua test the waters first. If anything serious happens, I can rush to save him. I only have one life-saving skill, and as a Fist Saint monk, I need to save my skills for last. Is someone knocking? It seems like no one is here, Xiaohua said, puzzled. He had been practicing and hadn't noticed anything. However, since Zhou Chen asked him to check, he might as well do it. Today's training can end here. After checking and finding nothing, he can go to sleep. Creak, as he opened the door, a gust of cold wind rushed in. But Xiaohua felt nothing. His fire-based cultivation made the wind feel as refreshing as a cool breeze in the summer heat. Zhou, there's no one here? Xiaohua peeked outside and saw no one. Could it be that I heard wrong? Zhou Chen, confused, then told Xiaohua to close the door and go to sleep. Just as he lay down, the knocking sound started again. Bang bang bang. This time, Zhou Chen personally went to open the door, but again, no one was there. He closed it. Lying down, the knocking resumed. He opened the door again, still no one. Zhou Chen was really getting angry. If there were a ghost, I would summon the King of Flames and roast it. Zhou, could it be a ghost? It seems there's a rule in this town that after midnight, one must return home. Could it be a ghost? Xiaohua said seriously. In this high martial world, some supernatural things often appear, so it's normal for him to think that way. But Zhou Chen immediately gave him a smack on the head. What's there to be afraid of? If something dares to scare me tonight, even if it's Sadako, I'll make her pregnant with a second child. After saying that, Zhou Chen squatted by the door, waiting for the knocking to sound again. Bang! As soon as it rang, Zhou Chen immediately pulled open the door and swung his fiery fist to strike. After a while, he realized it was a person outside. Zhou, don't hit me. It's me, Lu Chen. Lu Chen cried out. He had originally fallen asleep, but after Lu Yong fell asleep, he couldn't sleep because Lu Yong snored loudly. Staying in that room felt like being in a frog's den. Who could sleep like that? He initially wanted to wake Lu Yong up, but that guy was tough-skinned and wouldn't wake up with a light hit. If he hit too hard, Lu Chen was afraid Lu Yong would teach him a lesson, so he could only leave his room and come to Zhou Chen's place to stay over. He hoped Zhou Chen would take him in and let him sleep on the floor, or he wouldn't mind squeezing in with Xiaohua. What the hell are you doing knocking on my door at this hour? Are you asking for a beating? Zhou Chen complained, glancing at the bruise on Lu Chen's face, forcing himself not to laugh. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's question, Lu Chen quickly recounted the incident of Lu Yong snoring. At the same time, he wasn't idle. While talking to Zhou Chen, he walked into the room. Then he placed the pillow and blanket he brought onto Xiaohua's bed, kicked off his slippers, and lay down. Xiaohua, this is my bed. Lu Chen, I know, I'm just here to crash. Xiaohua, let me warm your bed, okay? So damn cheesy. Zhou Chen felt goosebumps all over. Luckily, he had just beaten him up. Otherwise, it would be hard to hit him now. Then what about the last 2 times you knocked? We opened the door, but where were you? No, he hadn't had enough fun beating him up. He needed another excuse to hit him again. Last 2 times? I didn't knock before. I just got here. Lu Chen replied seriously, reading the murderous intent in Zhou Chen's eyes. He knew that if he didn't explain clearly, he would probably get beaten up again. Really? Absolutely true. Lu Chen quickly assured, then thought for a moment and immediately added, by the way, when I was bringing the blanket over, I saw someone running away from First High School. It must be him. Because he had a conflict with Qin Tian during the day, Lu Chen had some influence over the people from First High School, especially those around Qin Tian. That person was very close to Qin Tian. Lu Chen continued. Hearing this, Zhou Chen analyzed it slightly and understood. This must be Qin Tian pulling some tricks. This kid arranged for someone to disturb Xiaohua's rest, so he could defeat Xiaohua in tomorrow's mock exam competition. This operation was simply ridiculous. Zhou Chen didn't even know how to describe him. It was too childish. But after all, courtesy demands reciprocity. Since Qin Tian did this, Zhou Chen had to return the favor. So Zhou Chen directly took out a stack of small cards. Lu Chen, don't sleep yet. Take these small cards and stuff them into other rooms. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen climbed up from Xiaohua's bed, took a look at the small cards, and nearly had a nosebleed. He looked up at Zhou Chen. Brother Zhou, where did you get these small cards? These cards are thrown all over the ground outside. I think it's too unhygienic, so I picked them up. Why are you asking so much? Just hurry up and go. Zhou Chen scolded. Ever since the last time he used this trick to compete for the training room with Class 4, Zhou Chen felt this tactic was particularly useful, especially against other students. Before letting Lu Chen go out, Zhou Chen specifically used the system to control the hallway surveillance. After Lu Chen returned, he restored the surveillance to its original state. Brother Zhou, there shouldn't be any surveillance in the hallway, right? No, don't worry. Zhou Chen was too tired to talk much with Lu Chen, so he lied to him. Anyway, the surveillance didn't capture him. The next day, everyone got up as usual, and Zhou Chen also got up early. He quickly found Principal Wang and reported that someone had knocked on the door last night and stuffed these small cards. After receiving the cards, Principal Wang quickly put them away. This thing couldn't be shown to them. Really? Are you sure? Principal Wang asked Zhou Chen seriously. Sure, and I suspect it's from first high school. We just need to check the surveillance to find out. Good. Wang Zero immediately nodded and then conducted an investigation, discovering that all the rooms in the third middle school were indeed filled. Other schools did not have this issue, so an enraged Principal Wang went directly to find Principal Li of the first middle school. Zhou Chen did not see what happened next, but when the mock exam began and everyone gathered in the square, Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua noticed a boy beside Qin Tian who looked sorrowful, with tear stains on his face. It was clear that he had been scolded half to death by their school principal. The mock exam for 10 schools was conducted in a rotating manner, and this year it was the first middle school's turn to host. Therefore, before it began, Principal Li Qingguang of the first middle school gave a speech. The content was simple: to encourage everyone to work hard, to identify their shortcomings through this mock exam, and to perform at their best in the real exam. It was all just routine talk, and Zhou Chen was too lazy to listen further. Xiao Xiaohua, we clearly didn't cheat. How dare you accuse us? Before the spiritual energy test, Qin Tian came over with his little brother to question Zhou Chen and the others. But isn't this just the villain crying out first? You didn't cheat, but isn't it shameless to knock on the door at such a late hour? We were just helping you out. Accuse? Qin Tian, don't slander us without evidence. Last night, we went to bed early. We don't understand anything about cheating. Also, hurry up and take the spiritual energy test. I'll be waiting for you in the arena. With the increase in strength, Xiao Xiaohua became more confident, and his words grew firmer. He ignored Qin Tian's anger and directly brought their conflict to the arena. Good. I'd been waiting for you to say that, Qin Tian said sharply, then went straight to take the test. The mock exam did not include a written test, as the written exam accounted for only 20%, which was less than half of the martial arts exam's weight. Moreover, the written exam was the same paper for the entire city every month, so there was no need to waste time on it. There were 20 spiritual energy testing machines in the square. After standing apart, everyone lined up according to their numbers, and when it was their turn, they simply went up to test. After all the tests were completed, the arena competition began immediately. At the scene, besides the participating students, many adults were also watching, though they could not get too close. They were separated by a barrier. Are these the best students of this year from Qingqing City? I wonder how many can get into Qingbei Martial Arts School. To get into Qingbei, the spiritual energy reserve must be at least over 9,000. It's fine if we can't get into Qingbei. We'll be waiting at the construction site, rain or shine. I heard that this year the first middle school is still strong, while the third middle school has also risen unexpectedly. Really? Is that true? Then won't I have more talents at my construction site? Wow! The first student in the Qi refinement stage has come out. Qin Tian from the first middle school, the genius of the Qin family. Goodness, it really takes a big family like the Qin family. Everyone was in constant discussion. After Qin Tian from the first middle school tested, everyone gasped. But that wasn't the end. The second middle school, although Loki, also had a student in the Qi refinement stage this time, clearly intending to give the first middle school a surprise. However, the third middle school was too strong this time, so the spotlight would be stolen by them. When it was the third middle school's turn to test, Tang Yanran and Xiao Xiaohua, both in the Qi refinement stage, shocked everyone. And when Zhou Chen did not hide and directly revealed his third layer of the Qi refinement stage during the test, the entire venue erupted. Third layer of the Qi refinement stage? Is this a repeat student studying abroad? This is just too terrifying. Even if he repeated a year, he didn't enter the Qi refining realm last year, yet in just 1 year, he reached the third level of the Qi refining realm. This is truly a genius. Alright, Qi refining experts are indeed terrifying. In the square below, everyone was discussing fervently. At the same time, many students and teachers on the stage were also in shock. Principal Wang looked at Zhou Chen with tears in his eyes. Truly a good student of the third high school, really bringing honor to the school. He was filled with great expectations for Zhou Chen's future development. Just a senior in high school, and already at the third level of Qi refining, the path ahead will be even faster. Especially when the University Martial Arts School officially starts its cultivation studies, the future path will soar like a rocket. Li Qingguang was enviously grinding his teeth, casting a resentful glance at Wang Ziru. You old six. You were still at level 2 yesterday. Yesterday he said he was at the second level of chi refining, but now after testing, he's at the third level. Don't tell me he broke through last night. Only a fool would believe you. The teachers and principals from other schools looked enviously at Wang Ziru. No wonder he personally came this year. He must have a big card up his sleeve. The students were also in shock. Qin Tian felt fortunate that he hadn't issued a challenge to Zhou Chen yesterday, otherwise, today would be hard to handle. Tang Yanran felt very surprised. He broke through again. This speed is simply too fast. She then looked at Xiao Xiaohua. With countless thoughts in her mind, Xiao Xiaohua's breakthrough speed was also very fast. For this year's major exam, she feared she would have to break through to the second level of Qi refining to have a 100% chance of defeating Xiao Xiaohua. As for Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Chen, and Lu Yong, they had all witnessed Zhou Chen's true strength, so they were already used to it. After the 10 schools finished testing, the rankings were announced. Zhou Chen undoubtedly ranked first, Tang Yanran second, and Qin Tian third. As for fourth and fifth, they were not Xiao Xiaohua. Instead, they were from the 2nd high school and the 6th high school. Behind Xiao Xiaohua, there was another student who had just broken through to the Qi refining realm, from the 23rd high school. Originally, Qing City might only have 2 to 3 Qi refining experts in a year, but this year there were directly 7. The competitive pressure was immense. Zhou Chen was in a league of his own, so no one challenged him. Others were different. Lu Chen was a coward, afraid of being challenged by others, so he shrank back. Lu Yong was a hothead, busy looking for someone ranked higher to challenge. As for Xiao Xiaohua, his arena battle with Qin Tian started immediately. Xiao Xiaohua's fire fist had reached great mastery, possessing the flame beast fire, with a spiritual energy reserve of about 10,500. Qin Tian was temporarily unclear. Since he had been in the Qi refining realm for a longer time, his spiritual energy reserve was around 14,000. As for martial skills, he definitely had some, but their strength was temporarily unknown. No one dared to challenge Zhou Chen, so at this moment, Zhou Chen was under the arena of Xiao Xiaohua and Qin Tian, cracking sunflower seeds. He was watching this arena battle with everyone. Because this was the first arena battle of the Qi refining realm, the excitement was extremely high, gathering a large audience below. They were all looking forward to the battle between the two, especially since many people were shouting support for both sides, particularly for Qin Tian from the 1st high school. This kid displayed terrifying talent from the Qin family, so he was very popular at the 1st high school. Moreover, not only students were cheering for Qin Tian, but in this other world, he even called over the girls working in the town shops, just to cheer for their young master. Qin Tian's opponent was none other than the direct descendant of the Xiao family, who had always been in competition with the Qin family. He couldn't lose. Thus, below the stage, a loud cheer erupted. Qin Tian, go for it! Qin Tian, go for it! The Qin family is invincible. Take down that Xiao kid. The Qin family is invincible. As for Xiao Xiaohua, he was in a much worse situation. He was in class 5 at the 3rd middle school, and it was only thanks to Zhou Chen that he managed to restore his cultivation. Moreover, he never expected Qin Tian to pull such a stunt in the shop, just a mock exam arena, and he even organized a cheerleading squad? Damn, is there no law anymore? So how could Xiao Xiaohua have any popularity? No one even cheered for him. Brother Zhou, it seems like there aren't many people supporting Xiaohua. How about we cheer for him a bit? Lu Yong went off to find someone to challenge, while Lu Chen was too timid and stayed close to Zhou Chen, afraid to wander off and get challenged by others. Although the mock exam didn't matter much, Lu Chen just didn't want to lose, and even less to get beaten up. He believed harmony was the greatest invention of this century. Zhou Chen glanced at him and thought he made a good point. Xiao Xiaohua hadn't even started fighting yet, and his momentum was already lost. If this got out, people would think Zhou Chen couldn't support his brother. You go and shout a few words, Zhou Chen said. I shout. Lu Chen frowned. He didn't know what slogan to shout. After all, he wasn't a professional. Hurry up, stop dawdling. If Xiao Xiaohua loses, I'll send you up to Qin Tian's arena. Hearing this, Lu Chen wilted and quickly raised his hands to form a horn shape by his mouth. He shouted at Xiao Xiaohua, work hard. When you take a dump, push hard. If you can't get it out, it's okay, at least let out a fart. Zhou Chen, the surrounding classmates. Which school is this kid from? Is he really talking about taking a dump? Other spectators. Xiao Xiaohua on the arena heard this and almost directly admitted defeat. Damn it, Lu Chen was definitely going to get beaten up when he came down. What are you shouting? Zhou Chen scolded Lu Chen, who looked aggrieved. I don't know any slogans. When I walk my dog and it can't go, I shout like this, and it works. Zhou Chen, listen, shout like I do. Zhou Chen couldn't take it anymore and shouted to the arena. Xiao Xiaohua, Tang Yanran is watching from below. You don't want to embarrass yourself in front of her, do you? Xiao Xiaohua. He wanted to cry, then quickly launched an attack. He had to fight quickly, otherwise, he would just die socially on this arena. Principal Li Qingguang of the first middle school and Principal Wang Zero of the third middle school were also paying attention, especially Li Qingguang. After being suppressed by Wang Zero yesterday, he was now hoping for Qin Tian to bring him some face on the arena. He had high expectations for Qin Tian. Wang Zero, on the other hand, had little confidence in Xiao Xiaohua. In actual combat on the arena, if one didn't have martial skills, everyone was basically practicing the free fighting taught by the school. This had some effect for ordinary people, but in front of a chi refining stage cultivator with martial skills, it was like a child playing house. Thus, there was the saying that in major exams, the chi refining stage and martial skills were in a league of their own. Once one broke through to the chi refining stage, their strength was guaranteed to be strong. Even if they hadn't broken through to the chi refining stage but had martial skills, their strength would still be considerable. High schools generally didn't teach martial skills because they lacked the conditions. The teachers themselves had learned martial skills in university martial arts schools, but if they were to teach, they would need to use martial skill jade slips. Without those, they could only teach one-on-one. This became too troublesome, and even if they taught one-on-one, students might practice incorrectly due to misunderstanding. After all, different teachers have different interpretations of the same technique, and without the jade slips, it was highly likely that students would practice incorrectly. That would be a problem. On the arena, the two had already started fighting. Xiao Xiaohua began to circulate his technique, his fists clenched, his whole body glowing red, which was Zhou Chen's fire fist technique he had given him. Stepping onto the stone platform, he charged straight towards Qin Tian. Upon seeing this, the audience erupted in gasps. Wow, is that martial arts? That's Xiao Xiaohua from 3rd middle school, the legitimate son of the Xiao family. I heard he couldn't cultivate before, but now he's not only reached the chi refining stage, he's even learned martial arts. That punch looks impressive. Incredible, that's all that matters. On the stands, the principals and directors from various schools wore serious expressions. It was clear that 3rd middle school truly had strength. As for Wang Zero, he smiled slightly at Li Qingguang and even explained himself on purpose. The fist technique Xiao Xiaohua is using is called the blazing fist. Although it's only at the bronze level, its power is immense. And let me tell you, when Zhou Chen uses the blazing fist, its power is even more terrifying. I just don't know who here would dare to challenge our school's Zhou Chen. Wang Zero was quite pleased with himself, thinking about how Zhou Chen had smashed 2 doors in the restroom. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. Li Qingguang shot Wang Zero an annoyed glance. It's just a bronze-level fist technique. Our Qin Tian can use martial arts too. He's from the Qin family. Qin Tian, seeing Xiao Xiaohua's punch, turned serious and quickly retreated while swiftly executing his own martial technique, the Qin family leg, which was the family's own bronze-level introductory martial art. This technique was developed by the Qin family's ancestor at the beginning of the spiritual energy revival. Although it was only bronze level, it was quite powerful. Thus, it became the Qin family's introductory skill, taught to all Qin family disciples during high school. The leg technique surged with momentum, and accompanied by a roar, its power was boundless. After continuously retreating to dodge Xiao Xiaohua's flurry of attacks, Qin Tian quickly launched a counterattack, executing the Qin family leg with speed. His left and right legs struck towards Xiao Xiaohua's face, accompanied by Qin Tian's shouts, "Retreat! Retreat! 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 Retreat!" Xiao Xiaohua was indeed forced back by this relentless assault. Wow! Is this the Qin family's leg technique? The offensive is truly overwhelming. It's impressive. Incredible, what a retreating leg technique. The Qin family truly deserves its reputation for leg techniques. Martial arts are strong. The ordinary moves on other platforms really can't compare. So cool. At this moment, everyone was buzzing with discussion, but Xiao Xiaohua on the platform paid no mind. He hadn't lost yet. It was just back and forth. On the stands, Li Qingguang saw Qin Tian gaining the upper hand and immediately countered Wang Zero. This is the leg technique from Qin Tian's own family. He has used this technique in our first middle school's mock exams, and it emphasizes the momentum of retreating. Although it's just a bronze-level skill, it's still quite powerful. It indeed had some merit. Wang Zero curled his lip and fell silent, not responding to Li Qingguang. At this moment, the enemy advanced while he retreated. This was strategy. He would wait for Xiao Xiaohua to gain the advantage before speaking again. On the platform, they exchanged various techniques, and both were starting to tire. Especially Xiao Xiaohua, whose spiritual energy couldn't match Qin Tian's, making him appear even more exhausted. But Xiao Xiaohua still had a trump card left, which was the Beast Flame. He had originally planned to save the Beast Flame for the final exam against Tang Yanran, but now there was no choice. If he kept it any longer, he would lose this time, and he didn't want to lose in this platform battle. At this moment, Brother Zhou was watching from below, and Tang Yanran was also watching from below. He absolutely could not lose. Thinking of this, Xiao Xiaohua quickly activated the beast flame. Flames erupted from his hands. The power was immense. It looked spectacular. He had to resolve this quickly. Using the beast flame consumed even more spiritual energy. Only by resolving it quickly could he achieve victory. Thinking of this, Xiao Xiaohua immediately rushed forward. The flame beast fire combined with the fire fist, and as the fist connected with Qin Tian, a charred scent instantly wafted out. Qin Tian's shoes were burned through. Moreover, Qin Tian's foot felt an intense heat. Just as Qin Tian wanted to take a few steps back to see through Xiao Xiaohua's tactics, Xiao Xiaohua showed no signs of stopping, swinging his fist and charging directly at him. Xiao Xiaohua, what the hell? It's just a mock exam, do you have to go this hard? Qin Tian cursed loudly, but he couldn't withstand Xiao Xiaohua's pursuit, especially since it was so unfair. Xiao Xiaohua even had flames. What could he do? There was no way to play. The temperature of the flames was extremely high, and to avoid the damage from the heat, he had to use spiritual energy to isolate it. But at that moment, he had no excess spiritual energy left. Of course it's necessary. Xiao Xiaohua shouted, do you know how many years I've waited to cultivate? At this moment, Xiao Xiaohua was relentless and unyielding. Releasing the grievances in his heart, he practiced diligently not to prove how amazing he was, but to prove that the things he had lost would definitely be reclaimed by him personally. Seeing Xiao Xiaohua's fierce expression, Qin Tian felt a panic in his heart and jumped directly off the stage, cursing, damn it, he's just a madman, it's just a mock exam, does it have to be like this? And playing with fire, be careful not to wet the bed tonight. Xiao Xiaohua wins. Xiao Xiaohua advances to third place. Qin Tian drops one rank. The referee announced the result immediately after seeing Qin Tian jump off the stage. Jumping off the stage automatically counted as a forfeit. So just now, Qin Tian had conceded. Phew! Hearing the referee's words, Xiao Xiaohua finally breathed a sigh of relief. He collapsed on the stage, exhausted. Although tired, he felt incredibly satisfied inside. With his current strength, he should be close to Tang Yanran now. Xiao Xiaohua thought to himself, looking forward to the moment the big exam arrived. Just as he was daydreaming, a familiar face entered his view. He quickly sat up. Brother Zhou, you performed well. Zhou Chen encouraged, but as the old saying goes, don't be arrogant in victory and don't be discouraged in defeat. You still have a long way to go, understand? Zhou Chen was worried that Xiao Xiaohua would become complacent and stop striving for progress. After all, the world is small, having just one slacker is enough. Xiao Xiaohua nodded seriously. Were you just thinking that the gap between you and Tang Yanran isn't far anymore? Zhou Chen said, and upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua immediately nodded, admitting to his earlier thoughts. However, just as he confirmed this, he was lifted up by Zhou Chen and Lu Chen. Brother Zhou, where are we going? You'll find out in a moment. Zhou Chen didn't say much and carried him to a stage below. There were two people fighting above. One of them was Tang Yanran. The person opposite is from the 6th middle school, ranked 5th, with a slightly higher spiritual energy content than you, and she has also mastered martial arts. This time she challenged Tang Yanran, clearly wanting to see everyone's strength. Just right, you can see Tang Yanran's strength and have a reference. Zhou Chen introduced. Xiao Xiaohua nodded upon hearing this and stood up to watch seriously. Tang Yanran was strong. When he couldn't cultivate yet, she was already at the first level of qi refining. After so many days, she must be even stronger. Moreover, in terms of martial arts, she came from the Tang family in the capital, so she definitely had plenty of martial skills, making her much stronger than him. As for how much stronger, he would need to wait and see her strength. Xiao Xiaohua thought it shouldn't be too much, but soon, he was slapped in the face. On the stage, the two had just begun. A flash of blue light darted by, and Tang Yanran showed no hesitation, unleashing a palm technique that reached its peak speed, charging straight at her opponent. The blue light on the arena seemed to transform into a shadow of a tiger, its momentum overwhelming the opponent. The other party quickly circulated their spiritual energy, deploying martial skills to counter. But it was of no use. Under Tang Yanran's strike, that person was sent flying off the stage. Bang! They fell to the ground and then stumbled to their feet. What the hell? So strong? This is a silver-level martial skill. Xiaohua, did you see that? You're still far behind Tang Yanran. Tonight, you can pour me a basin of foot-washing water, and I'll teach you a gold-level technique. How about that? Zhou Chen was quite satisfied with the outcome. Tang Yanran had indeed not disappointed him. Letting Xiaohua see the gap, he would surely work even harder. Then his own spiritual energy would continue to rise rapidly as always. Gold-level technique? What gold-level technique? Brother Zhou, I want it too. Love me once more. Lu Chen, standing next to Zhou Chen, lit up at the mention of the technique, but Zhou Chen swiftly gave him a smack on the head. Why, Brother Zhou, I can also pour foot washing water. Brother Zhou, not only will I pour you foot washing water, but I'll do it for 3 years, is that okay? No, Zhou Chen firmly rejected. Why, Brother Zhou, why? What exactly makes me worse than Xiaohua? You don't deserve it. Lu Chen cried. So love can also disappear. Zhou Chen's refusal of Lu Chen wasn't out of reluctance. In fact, as classmates in Class 5, their relationship had improved after Lu Chen turned over a new leaf and became his little brother. As long as Lu Chen could afford it, Zhou Chen could even offer him a discount on the technique. But the key was that this technique wasn't suitable for him. Practicing it would be pointless. It was better to wait for University Martial Arts School, where he could choose the technique that suited him best. The University Martial Arts School had a library, filled with a plethora of techniques, allowing Lu Chen to find the one that fit him best. After being rejected, Lu Chen had no complaints. He wasn't someone who couldn't weigh the pros and cons, especially after getting closer to Zhou Chen and becoming familiar with his character. Moreover, he knew that a gold-level technique was truly valuable and hard to come by, so he had just been joking around. Tang Yanran's match started quickly and ended just as fast. After jumping down, she deliberately glanced at Xiaohua, her eyes filled with complex meanings, rich and colorful. Seeing this, Zhou Chen quickly moved Xiaohua's head away. No showing off affection in front of this master. Xiaohua, you must understand clearly that women will only affect our cultivation speed. Right now, you should take Tang Yanran as your goal, and if your feelings deepen later, you must remember to prioritize cultivation. The emotions and love in the human world are trivial compared to maintaining world peace and resisting otherworldly beasts. Do you understand? Zhou Chen's expression was very serious, his eyes burning as he looked at Xiaohua. Under such a gaze, Xiaohua felt a deep solemnity, reflecting on everything Zhou Chen had done for him, risking himself repeatedly, giving him techniques, helping him clear his meridians, allowing him to bid farewell to being useless. At the same time, he had brought all the classmates in Class 5 along to grow together. Now even love had to be severed. Truly, he was his lifelong idol. With Zhou Chen around, humanity was truly blessed. Xiaohua nodded solemnly. Brother Zhou, don't worry. How can we have a home without breaking the other world? I, Xiaohua, will pursue the highest realm of cultivation in my lifetime and will strive for humanity to reach its peak. Looking at Xiaohua's tone and posture, and hearing his words, Zhou Chen was somewhat taken aback. Did he perhaps speak a bit too seriously? I just want to show off after I get a girlfriend, so don't let my words make you decide never to get married. By then, Tang Yanran might really leave, and since you, the Xiao family, have no other heirs, your dad will definitely come looking for me. Tang Yanran jumped down from the ring. She originally wanted to challenge Zhou Chen, but after thinking it over, she gave up. This was just a mock exam. When the real test comes, if Xiaohua doesn't perform well and loses to her, she will formally challenge Zhou Chen. She really wanted to see what kind of strength this person, who could help Xiaohua grow so quickly and is so respected by him, actually had. Even if the strength difference was too great, even if she was destined to lose, she still wanted to try. One afternoon, after the matches ended, there were a few highlights, such as the match between Xiaohua and Qin Tian, and Tang Yanran's match. The rest were just a few matches featuring that kid Lu Yong. This kid really wasn't afraid of getting hit. Whenever he saw a decent opponent, he would challenge them. In the end, he pulled out a fierce fire fist. Although his skill level wasn't high, he still crushed his opponent. It opened everyone's eyes. He became the most famous person in the third high school besides Zhou Chen, Xiaohua, and Tang Yanran. Old Wang, what's up with your school's Lu Yong? How does he know the fierce fire fist? You didn't secretly buy a martial arts manual and print it for the whole school, did you? Li Qingguang looked at Wang Zero and said, feeling frustrated that all the glory from previous years was snatched away by the people from the third high school this year. He genuinely felt a tightness in his chest. Wang Zero glanced at Li Qingguang disdainfully. What are you talking about? Can't you take a loss? Who doesn't know about the sale of martial arts techniques? A jade slip can only be used by the first person who buys it. For example, if you buy a bronze technique for $1 million, you're not buying the original technique but a jade slip. Just like the kind Zhou Chen sells, after use, only the first person can see the technique. If others use it, the jade slip will shatter automatically. And the original technique is basically impossible to buy. Those who have the original technique aren't short on money. If they were, they could just take the original technique and imprint a few jade slips to sell. Of course, they can't imprint too many, otherwise, it would flood the market and the price would drop. So what Li Qingguang said was simply because he couldn't take a loss. Do you think I have money? By the way, old Li, have you noticed that there's a sour smell in the air? Wang Zero replied unceremoniously, even though he was completely riding on Zhou Chen's coattails. But being able to ride on it is still our skill. We also paid for 2 bathroom doors. Li Qingguang, After the afternoon matches ended, everyone dispersed and went to stroll around the night market. Jo-chin felt that jubuoji wasn't much, but the food street was quite good. The various dishes made with ingredients from another world had a unique flavor, and the prices were much cheaper than on Blue Star. After all, the other world is the source of raw materials. However, as he was eating, Jo-chin frowned. He encountered a jinx. Yang Lin. From the 7-person bureau, he hadn't seen him in a long time. The last time he encountered him was the last time. Although he didn't know what Yang Lin was doing in this other world, Jo-chin felt it couldn't be anything good. The high martial world is very dangerous, especially for the 7-person bureau, who live with danger every day. Generally, wherever they appear, it means that a dangerous event has already happened or is about to happen. It's like a Grim Reaper. Such things are often unavoidable. As if sensing Jo-chen's gaze, Yang Lin turned his head and saw Jo-chen, then smiled as he raised the corner of his mouth. He quickly walked over to Jo-chen's table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Little senior. Jo-chen curled his lips at the words, senior is senior, but what's with adding little in front? Am I that small? Little senior, it's really great to see you here. You're too happy too soon. Yang Lin, what's going on? Is something big about to happen in this other world? Annoyed or not, he still needed to ask for information. If he could grasp first-hand data, he could make a run for it at the first opportunity. Hearing Jo-chen's words, Yang Lin looked around and didn't speak. Instead, he took out his phone and started typing. The gate to the other world has been destroyed. Now no one can come in or go out. Our 7-person team has temporarily sealed the information, but it won't be long before it can't be hidden anymore, and this crisis could erupt at any moment. The gate to the other world has been destroyed? Jo-chen almost dropped Yang Lin's phone upon seeing the text. What the hell? He came to participate in a mock exam, and now the gate to the other world is broken? This was opened by the power of natural space. Even a Grandmaster-level cultivator couldn't possibly destroy it. If it could be destroyed, the military would have long since taken care of those vicious gates, and there wouldn't be a need to sacrifice countless soldiers every year to defend against them. Stop messing around, Jo-chen said to calm Yang Lin. Is it really necessary to scare me just because I didn't give you a good face earlier? I can just get you a plate of dry-fried beef ho fun. Boss, 1 plate of dry-fried beef ho fun for this uncle. Hearing Jo-chen's words, Yang Lin happened to be hungry too, so he thanked Jo-chen and smiled. But then he quickly typed a reply. Little senior, I'm not joking. The gate to the other world has really been destroyed and is currently self-repairing. Our 7-person team has already collaborated with the police to seal the news. The gate to the other world indeed couldn't be completely destroyed, but it could be temporarily closed through special means for a period of time, during which it would self-repair. Seeing this, 3 black lines appeared on Jo-chen's forehead. Damn it, you really are a jinx. He waved his hand and shouted to the boss again, Boss, forget the dry-fried beef ho fun. Eat? What the hell? With so many people in the town, what are we going to do? Especially with all the elite students from Qing City here, what are we going to do then? You still want to eat? Eat my foot. Hearing Jo-chen canceled the dry-fried beef ho fun and seeing his expression, Yang Lin's face turned bitter. He smiled awkwardly. He didn't want this either, but there was no other way. He quickly typed again. The gate to the other world has self-repairing capabilities. It should be able to repair itself in about half a month. Seeing this, Jo-chen finally felt a bit better. Half a month is about right. It would be just in time to get out before the big exam. If it were any later, he would miss the exam. This would be a huge problem for Qing City. Especially for the students, it would be an even bigger problem. That's more like it. Jo-chen nodded and then called out again. Boss, bring the dry-fried beef ho fun over. Let's eat quickly. No need to be polite. Even if he stayed in the other world a bit longer, it wouldn't matter. Besides, if it really came down to it, he could just summon the 2-world tower and directly travel back. Yang Lin thanked him, feeling a bit dissatisfied with his typing speed. After typing so much, he still hadn't gotten to the main point. Little senior, the gate to the other world was man-made destruction. We don't know why they destroyed this gate yet, but the other party is very powerful. If we don't resolve this quickly, there could be huge dangers, so I hope you can help us when the time comes. As for the price, we will definitely make you satisfied. Finally, he got to the main point, just to greet Jo-chen first, and when trouble arises, he would ask Jo-chen for help. Seeing this, Jo-chen frowned, really wanting to smash his phone. He stood up directly. Boss, we don't need the dry-fried beef ho fun anymore, let him pay for our table. After saying that, Jo-chen left. Upon seeing Yang Lin's words, he understood there was danger, and it was very dangerous, and the most critical part was that the danger was lurking in the shadows. The 7-person bureau had not investigated any information at all. How could Jo-chen still eat? Indeed, he couldn't see the 7-person bureau. There were too many issues. You guys, do you want it or not? Are you just messing with me for fun? Hearing Zhou Chen's words, the shop owner got a bit angry and chased after him with a spatula. But at this moment, Zhou Chen had already taken Xiao Xiaohua and the others away. They didn't even settle the bill. So the owner looked at Yang Lin, his face full of vigilance. Could this group be trying to dine and dash? The owner glared at Yang Lin, and Yang Lin glared back at the owner. What are you looking at? Bring the dry-fried beef ho fun over. Can't I afford it? Back at the hotel, the four gathered in one room. Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua appeared calm, while Lu Yong was carefree, not caring about any of this. He just planned to follow Zhou Chen. Whatever Zhou Chen said to do, he would do. As for Lu Chen, he seemed a bit flustered. Brother Zhou, should we tell the principal about this? As soon as he spoke, the other three looked at him. Are you stupid? Can we tell the principal? The more people know about this, the more chaotic it will become, and this is not Blue Star. Once it gets chaotic, the most dangerous ones will be us students. Even the teachers can't protect all of us. Do you think the 7-person bureau is sealing off information for what? Zhou Chen scolded. Lu Chen had been by his side for dozens of days, and he really hadn't made any progress. So what should we do? What else can we do? Pack up and prepare to run. Zhou Chen said calmly. An excellent senior in the cultivation world told us that when danger comes, we must not choose to confront it head-on. Retreat behind others and run quickly is the right path. Later, when the Two Realms Tower is summoned, we can fit as many people as possible, doing our utmost to bring people back. If it's safe, we can make a few more trips. However, just as Zhou Chen was finalizing the escape plan, the system's prompt sounded. Detected the aura of swamp fire. Swamp fire will be born in 3 days. Reminder, after Xiao Xiaohua merges with swamp fire to achieve coexistence of two fires, the 5th meridian can be unblocked. Great, now we can't run. This system really has a knack for not giving prompts at the right time. Clearly, it doesn't want me to miss this opportunity. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhou Chen made a new decision in his heart. As long as it could help Xiao Xiaohua unblock his meridian, it would be worth the risk. Zhou Chen was not afraid of danger or risk. Rather, some dangers could be avoided, and he would avoid them as much as possible. Some things that didn't require taking risks didn't need to be done at all. Now that there was something that could help Xiao Xiaohua unblock the 5th meridian, it was worth the risk. Brother Zhou, we've packed up most of our things. When are we running? Running where? Zhou Chen asked in confusion. He then looked at Lu Chen with righteous indignation. Lu Chen, with so many classmates here, can you just run? How many times have I said it? We need to consider the collective interest. We need to think about everyone's lives. So now that danger has come, you should be thinking about how to help everyone deal with the danger and escape from it, not about running away. Honestly, Lu Chen, you disappoint me too much. Lu Chen. So, Brother Zhou, what exactly do you want me to do? The baby feels bitter inside, but the baby won't say it. I, Lu Chen, don't have Xiao Xiaohua's talent, nor do I have Lu Yong's brute strength. I just want to survive. So, Brother Zhou, what exactly do you want to do? Give me a clear signal, okay? Don't let me take the blame anymore. I've served you seafood before, you can't treat me like this. Lu Chen had a lot to say, but in the end, he held it back and didn't speak out because he also believed in Brother Zhou. He believed that when Brother Zhou decided to escape, he would definitely take him along. After all, he was his subordinate, the third little brother. Zhou Chen, on the side, didn't care about Lu Chen's thoughts. He wasn't anxious at all. Although danger lurked in the shadows, it wasn't aimed at him, so he also hid from those potential enemies. Moreover, he was safe in both offense and defense. He could already use the Chi Manipulation Fist, and with the Two Realms Tower, he could retreat back to Blue Star at any time, so there was no need to panic. He could take a gamble against the swamp fire. Even if he didn't succeed, it didn't matter. With that thought, and after confirming he was in no danger, Zhou Chen began to think about how to obtain the swamp fire. He didn't have any information on that. He needed to ask the people from the 7-person bureau. They must have relevant investigations. So what he needed to do now was to find Yan Lin and have a chat. They could reach a cooperation. They would help him find the swamp fire, and he would take them along to escape. If he obtained the swamp fire, then this trip to the other world would be truly rewarding. He would have the golden level technique Fire Lotus, 2 flames, and the 5th meridian would be unblocked. After going out, Xiao Xiaohua would directly start with a bang, facing Tang Yanran without any pressure. After all, with the Fire Lotus nuclear bomb in hand, it was a perfect killing move in the Emperor of Fighting Qi. With everything planned, Zhou Chen looked at Xiao Xiaohua, thinking to himself. He was basically this kid's medicinal elder, but he didn't know where the Soul Emperor was. He wondered if he could contract the villain. If he unlocked a new contract slot, he could contract his sister and also the villain Soul Emperor. At that time, he could crazily reap the benefits, as Xiao Xiaohua's medicinal elder and the Soul Emperor's void-devouring flame, reaping benefits from both sides. Zhou Chen felt delighted, but then he sensed someone was staring at him. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Chen, and Lu Yong standing in front of him, 3 pairs of round eyes. What's going on? Damn, why are you all staring at me? Are you planning a rebellion? Lu Yong, Lu Chen, no, brother Zhou, we saw you suddenly smiling, so we were curious why you looked so happy. Did I? Zhou Chen frowned slightly, wiping his mouth. Damn, he was too absorbed in his thoughts. He couldn't be so reckless. He was a warrior chosen by the system to fight against involution. How could he reap benefits from both sides? He should advocate for the spirit of being a salted fish in the world. At that moment, the phone rang. Zhou Chen picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number, but he guessed it was Yang Lin calling. That guy Yang Lin had really made a name for himself, sharing a name with the powerful Wang from the Sui dynasty. But now he was unreliable, he only knew to rely on me. Just when he wanted to cooperate with him, Zhou Chen answered the call. Little senior, do you have time now? How about coming out to chat? I'll treat you. Sure, just tell me the location, and I'll be there right away. Zhou Chen replied, then hung up the phone and headed to that location with Xiao Xiaohua and the others. There were many people inside, including the principals and heads of the 10 schools. Clearly, the 7-person bureau had begun to gather all the strong individuals in the town. This was crucial. The gate to the other world had been destroyed, and it was uncertain when it would be repaired, which meant that Blue Star had no power to provide support. The only support the 7-person bureau could rely on was the people in the town. Zhou Chen saw the principals from various schools, and at the same time, the principals noticed Zhou Chen and his companions. Wang Ziru, the principal of the 3rd middle school, and Li Qingguang immediately walked over. Before Wang Ziru could speak, Li Qingguang took the lead. As the host school for this mock exam, he was the primary representative from the school. Zhou Chen, right? What are you doing here? You should go back quickly. All schools have regulations against being out at night. Didn't your 3rd middle school inform you? Li Qingguang's expression was somewhat displeased. Upon seeing the people gathered here, he had already sensed the danger. He also understood the seriousness of the situation. If the students found out, it would likely spread and cause panic. Zhou Chen, upon hearing this, glanced at him without responding, instead countering with a question. Principal Li, what brings you here? After seeing the people present, Zhou Chen understood the intentions of the 7-person bureau. So, whatever the principals were here for, he was here for the same reason. The officials are eager for everyone to come and discuss something, so he came on behalf of the school. Li Qingguang replied, annoyed, as this student was quite unruly. We were naturally invited by the officials as well. What identity do you rely on? Student representative. Zhou Chen replied, neither humble nor arrogant. What's wrong? Don't you take us students seriously? Li Qingguang was left speechless. On the side, Wang Ziru watched Li Qingguang's frustrated expression and secretly gave Zhou Chen a thumbs up. It felt refreshing. At that moment, their supporter, Yang Lin, rushed over, nodded to the 2 principals, and then approached Zhou Chen, personally inviting him inside with an exceptionally friendly demeanor. Yang Lin understood that Zhou Chen's strength was at the Qi Master level. Although it wasn't the highest in this otherworldly town, Zhou Chen was the most important, because Zhou Chen had the 2-world tower. This meant that Zhou Chen could preserve the last hope for everyone. It would be best to resist those people. If they couldn't resist, they could always let Zhou Chen lead everyone to escape. Once the portal to the other world was repaired, Yang Lin would compile the intelligence and apply for military support at any time, then push back against the otherworldly town, achieving perfection. Zhou Chen followed Yang Lin with Xiao Xiaohua and the others. As for Li Qingguang and Wang Ziru, they watched Zhou Chen's retreating figure, each one dumbfounded. Is he very familiar with Yang Lin from the 7-person bureau? Maybe, I don't know. I'm just the principal of the 3rd middle school. I'm not Zhou Chen's babysitter. Wang Ziru shook his head, genuinely unaware. Seeing Yang Lin being so serious and friendly towards Zhou Chen, he felt surprised. As a principal, not knowing this or that about the students is really unqualified. Wang Ziru, then let me ask you, if Qin Tian fell from a height of 2,000 meters, how many people are in his family? Do you know? Li Qingguang. Zhou Chen walked inside with Yang Lin, followed closely by Xiao Xiaohua and the others. Upon reaching a private room, Yang Lin signaled for Zhou Chen to go in alone, but Zhou Chen refused. It wasn't that he didn't trust the 7-person bureau, but when out in the world, one must be cautious, because there could also be bad people within the organization. If he went in alone, he might end up with nothing left but bones, but bringing Xiao Xiaohua and the others in would make a difference. If they all died together, the 4 of them could at least play a game of mahjong. Just joking, it was simply a matter of leveraging their connections. Xiao Xiaohua was the legitimate son of the Xiao family, and although Lu Chen was quite lacking, his family was also wealthy. With the two of them around, if anyone dared to make a move against him, they would have to consider the Xiao family. Thus, they would abandon any thoughts of attacking him or threatening him. As for Lu Yong, he was indeed one short of a full table, so they gathered together. Yang Lin saw this and felt a bit awkward, but still agreed, leading the four of them into the private room. Once inside, the scene fell into Zhou Chen's eyes. A middle-aged man with a serious expression, who rarely smiled, was sitting in the main seat. He looked quite imposing, resembling a big shot. Upon seeing Zhou Chen and the others enter, he showed no change in demeanor. "You are Zhou Chen, as mentioned by Yang Lin?" "That's right. Although I haven't participated in the major exam yet, I am already a third-level qi refining practitioner. Truly a fine young man from Qingcheng." His tone was righteous and loud. Zhou Chen, though puzzled about who he was, still nodded in a friendly manner. "If there isn't another person named Zhou Chen, then I must be that person." At this moment, Yang Lin, acting as the intermediary, began to introduce this middle-aged man to Zhou Chen. "Junior, this is the director of our Qingcheng 7-person bureau, surnamed Li." "Director Li." Zhou Chen nodded and then found a seat for himself, waiting for them to get to the point. "No need to be polite." Director Li shook his head, then looked at Zhou Chen seriously. His aura was very strong. Zhou Chen felt it was similar to his previous experience in the qi control realm, clearly indicating that this director was a powerful figure in that realm. "I heard from Yang Lin that you possess a treasure that can traverse 2 realms. For such a treasure, I personally feel that at your young age, you might not be able to handle it. Therefore, how about selling it to the 7-person bureau?" Director Li spoke, his aura increasing rather than diminishing, seemingly trying to pressure Zhou Chen. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin immediately became anxious, his expression changing, wanting to speak up. The 7-person bureau had strict discipline, and Director Li was clearly overstepping. But before he could say anything, Director Li raised his hand to stop him and had someone bring over a blank check. He placed it on the table and pushed it towards Zhou Chen with one hand. "This is a blank check, fill in whatever amount you want." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen had no immediate thoughts. Xiao Xiaohua, as Zhou Chen's #1 subordinate, couldn't hold back. He slammed his fist on the table, disregarding the 7-person bureau's authority, and shouted at Director Li, "Is the 7-person bureau planning to force a buyout? It's truly a pity to have someone like you in Qingcheng. It's just money, my Xiao family has plenty. Take your check and get lost." Xiao Xiaohua would go through fire and water for Zhou Chen. He firmly believed that his life belonged to Zhou Chen, so he couldn't hold back. Lu Yong on the side was the same, standing firmly by Zhou Chen's side. Lu Chen, though a bit timid, had never wavered in his loyalty to Zhou Chen. If Zhou Chen's system had a loyalty value, it would show that Lu Chen's loyalty to Zhou Chen had reached over 90. Zhou Chen looked at the check, then glanced at Director Li. Instead of getting angry like Xiao Xiaohua, he smiled slightly and chuckled a few times. "Xiao Hua, don't speak to the god of wealth." Director Li like that. It's just a spiritual artifact, and Director Li is so sincere, I'll sell it. Moreover, having the treasure in the hands of someone like me, a mere qi control practitioner, will definitely attract others' attention. Let's sell it. Zhou Chen took a step back to advance, stopping Xiao Xiaohua while intentionally mentioning the term qi control to give the other party a little reminder. Upon hearing this, Director Li's expression changed slightly. He was indeed intimidated by the mention of qi control. He awkwardly chuckled and then wanted to retract the check. It was indeed inappropriate to quarrel with someone of that level. But before he could take back the check, Zhou Chen had already reached out and grabbed it, starting to write on the check with a pen. "Don't write any other numbers, just write 9. Truly the god of wealth, an empty check, isn't that just writing whatever? Moreover, this check comes from the 7-person bureau, which is different from ordinary checks, and there's no limit, so Zhou Chen can fill it out as he pleases." A series of numbers appeared, and when it reached over 99 billion, Director Li's eyes nearly popped out. "A spirit artifact of unknown grade, you're selling it for 99 billion? And you're still writing?" Director Li was truly losing his mind. However, Zhou Chen had not stopped. 999 billion, over 9,999 billion. Every additional 9 is an astronomical figure. Even adding up the entire budget of the 7-person bureau wouldn't amount to this much money. "Oh, little senior, what are you doing? Did you think of a special number?" Director Li smiled awkwardly, then reached out to take the check from Zhou Chen's hand. "Please stop writing. I beg you, don't write anymore. The 7-person bureau can't afford to pay you even if we gave you everything. Didn't Director Li want to buy my artifact? I must say, Director Li is generous. Directly giving me a blank check, I'm impressed. In the future, if I have artifacts, I'll sell them to you." Zhou Chen chuckled, then wrote another 9. This made Director Li's heart skip a beat. Although it lacked his signature, the check was still invalid. But it made him lose face, having just pretended to be so cool, only to end up embarrassing himself. When Zhou Chen asked him to sign, he truly had no face to refuse. But with so many nines, even if he were shameless, he couldn't sign.
What buying artifacts nonsense? We specifically invited you here, little senior, mainly to discuss the crisis from the other world.
As the official institution, the 7-person bureau never participates in the buying and selling of artifacts, especially cracking down on those who use the official banner to forcefully purchase artifacts at low prices. If you, little senior, discover such situations, please report to me immediately. I will punish each one I see. Director Li spoke with righteous indignation, denouncing such behavior.
Yang Lin watched the leader, stifling a laugh. Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Yong and Lu Chen, who were watching the fun, were also holding back laughter.
Ha! It's still my brother Zhou who knows how to play tricks.
Not buying anymore? Just like that? Just like that?
Zhou Chen felt a bit bored, having wasted so many nines, and felt his earlier joy was in vain.
Was this just a game to him? Since Director Li isn't buying anymore, let's talk about serious matters. Did you call me over for something specific?
Zhou Chen smiled, and upon hearing this, Director Li breathed a sigh of relief, then reached out to take the check to tear it up. But Zhou Chen didn't give him the chance, directly putting the check back into his pocket. Although without his signature the check was just waste paper, it was better to keep it. Who knows, it might come in handy later. Seeing this, Director Li smiled awkwardly, his serious face made to look ridiculous by Zhou Chen. So he changed the subject and began discussing serious matters. Little senior, the reason we invited you here is simple. We hope you can use that artifact to help everyone escape at the most critical moment. After sensing Zhou Chen's strength, Director Li began to address him the same way as Yang Lin. Currently, the gate to the other world has been damaged and is self-repairing.
Normally, it would just take some time, but this time is different.
According to the results we gathered from our investigation outside the town, the monsters around the town have shown unusual movements. Hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua frowned, somewhat confused.
Haven't the monsters around the sea-level gates that are open to the public been cleared out?
Director Li glanced at Xiao Xiaohua, knowing he was the legitimate son of the Xiao family. After Xiao Xiaohua asked, he explained, this clearing refers to the large demon beasts around that pose a danger to humans being eliminated, but there are still countless small demon beasts. They are not strong, but their reproductive capacity is extremely high. And since humans indeed need these demon beasts, these small demon beasts have not been cleared.
The range is 100 kilometers.
Within 100 kilometers, there are basically small demon beasts, and the further out you go, the stronger the demon beasts become.
Oh, Xiao Xiaohua nodded. He really didn't know this. After all, it was his first time in this sea-level otherworldly gate town. Director Li continued, according to our investigation, not only these small demon beasts, but even many large demon beasts outside 100 kilometers have become agitated. This could lead to a beast tide.
Once their agitation reaches a critical point, they will definitely go crazy, and our town will be the primary target of their rampage. At that time, countless demon beasts will storm the town, and because the otherworldly gate has been damaged, we will have no way to escape and can only face it.
So we are now requesting you, little senior, to bring everyone back to Blue Star at a critical moment. Director Li said. This was the last resort, the only way for everyone to survive. Otherwise, if countless demon beasts formed a beast tide, there would be countless casualties. After hearing Director Li's words, Zhou Chen nodded seriously. He said, no problem. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Since I, Zhou Chen, have this ability, I will definitely do it. After saying that, Zhou Chen immediately changed his tone and said tactfully, however, Director Li, I believe in Buddhism, and according to my Buddhist theory, saving people generally has rules. I will save those with fate, but if there is no fate, I will not save them no matter what. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Director Li laughed heartily. He happily said, so little senior is a believer in Buddhism. You truly have a compassionate heart. Since we have met in this other world, it means we are destined to meet. So when the time comes, please save more people. Zhou Chen, did Director Li really not hear what I said, or is he pretending to be foolish? Or does he not yet understand the essence of my Buddhism? Director Li, when I say fate, I mean the yuan of 1 yuan and 2 yuan, not the yuan of having fate or not. Director Li's smile froze. He genuinely didn't know how to respond. So this having fate means needing summer country currency. Well, little senior, you also know that our 7-person bureau's financial resources are insufficient, and everyone usually lives a hard life. You don't know, I usually eat a mouthful of sauce noodles and a mouthful of garlic. I don't dare to use a single cent of official money recklessly. Seeing Director Li's expression, Zhou Chen's heart sank. He realized he had encountered a rival. Director Li, you may not know, but this isn't me demanding money.
it's just that my treasure, while capable of traversing the two realms, requires a huge amount of energy and a large number of spirit stones. So I need money to buy spirit stones. I am not hiding anything." Zhou Chen was putting on an act. Zhou Chen truly wasn't asking for money for himself, but rather to seek a way to cooperate with the country through money. If they couldn't provide the money, he would have them help him find the swamp fire and send people to take him and these individuals over until Xiao Xiuhua successfully refined it. The outside was chaotic. If he took Xiao Xiuhua out, it would be insufficient even if he could use 100 punches of qi. Therefore, he could only reach a cooperation with the 7-person bureau in this way. Director Li fell silent, looking at Zhou Chen without speaking. Zhou Chen also remained calm, maintaining eye contact with Director Li. In the end, Director Li couldn't hold back. "So how much exactly?" "We can pool our salaries from the 7-person bureau. Just this check. Director Li, please sign it for me." "Director Li, why bring up this check again? The money on it, not to mention pooling our salaries, even gathering the entire budget of the 7-person bureau wouldn't cover it. So please, just forget it. If I dare to sign today, tomorrow I'll have to go home and raise pigs, and this check won't be valid either." "Junior, please don't joke around. The 7-person bureau really can't afford it. In that case, how about this? I need to go out and search for the swamp fire. If the 7-person bureau can help me find it and take us to refine it, I will help for free." Zhou Chen revealed his ultimate goal. Hearing this, Director Li looked at Zhou Chen carefully. This condition was indeed more acceptable. Although things were chaotic outside, it hadn't reached the worst point yet, and the 7-person bureau just happened to have information about the swamp fire. So agreeing to this deal was beneficial for the 7-person bureau. At least they wouldn't have to pay so much money. "Alright, I agree. We just investigated some information about the swamp fire. I'll call you tomorrow morning, and I'll arrange for someone to go." "Done." Zhou Chen smiled inwardly and then returned the check to Director Li. A major matter was settled. Zhou Chen left the private room and joined the principal and others for a meeting organized by the 7-person bureau. The 7-person bureau still didn't disclose the news about the destruction of the otherworldly gate, but emphasized the importance of everyone being cautious. They stated that the otherworldly gate was temporarily closed to the public and advised everyone to stay away from the outskirts of the town. As they left, everyone felt inexplicably confused, but there was a sense of crisis in their hearts. As for Zhou Chen, since he already knew, he didn't feel as oppressed. After leaving the hotel, he went to find a place to eat. He found a restaurant, and after sitting down, he heard a sentence. He immediately sprayed the tea he had just sipped all over Lu Yong's face. "Lu Yong." Lu Chen laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, finally, it wasn't me suffering this time." At another table, a father and son were chatting. "My son Wang Tang will surely have the demeanor of a great emperor." "Son, eat more, grow stronger, you are destined to be an emperor." Zhou Chen burst out laughing at this sentence, spraying tea all over Lu Yong's face, which made his expression change drastically. He wanted to explode in anger, but seeing Zhou Chen, he could only force himself to hold it back. Others might dare to spray him, but that would mean asking for a beating. As for Zhou Chen spraying tea on his face, could that be called spraying? That was called being fed tea directly. This was a pleasure that others couldn't experience. In short, Lu Yong didn't dare to lay a hand on Zhou Chen. He wasn't stupid. If he acted out, he'd be the one getting beaten afterward. While wiping the tea off his face with a tissue, he glanced around and found that Lu Chen was actually sneaking a laugh at him, so he shot him a glare. That made Lu Chen stop laughing. He cursed inwardly. "Damn you, Lu Yong, you big fool, too scared to talk back to Zhou Chen, just know how to bully me? If one day my strength surpasses yours, I'll just take a dump on your head." Zhou Chen glanced at Lu Yong apologetically, conveying his regret with his eyes, then seriously listened to the conversation at the next table. It was a father and son. The older middle-aged father looked very honest and was dressed simply. As for his son, he appeared somewhat depressed and emaciated, constantly picking at the food in his bowl. The son's name was Wang Tang, the same as a character from Zhou Chen's previous life novel. As for what his father said, that his son Wang Tang must have the demeanor of a great emperor, it was because his son liked to read a novel called The Great Emperor of Fighting Qi. So although he didn't know what kind of realm an emperor was, he used this phrase to encourage his son. In his view, as long as it could make his son a little happier, that was enough. The young man nodded and pondered for a long time before hesitantly speaking up. "Dad, why don't we just forget it? I can't cultivate, so let's give up." As soon as the young man finished speaking, his words were immediately dismissed by his father. "What nonsense are you talking? I will be here for everything. You will definitely become an emperor in the future," his father said lovingly, wanting to comfort his son and hoping to strengthen his son's belief in cultivation. But in this world, there is no such thing as an emperor's realm. That's just a novel. In reality, there is no Xiaoyan, no broken engagements, and certainly no saying about 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. I'm just a waste. I can't cultivate. The son suddenly stood up and shouted at his father. His voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of those around them. This made both of them feel quite embarrassed. Another waste. Zhou Chen had been listening to their conversation, and when he heard this, he instinctively spoke up. His voice wasn't loud, but his deskmates, Xiao Xiaohua and Lu Yong, could hear him. Then Zhou Chen saw a resentful gaze. It was from Xiao Xiaohua. Zhou Chen awkwardly smiled, forgetting that Xiao Xiaohua was still there. He was also a waste. Xiaohua, don't look at me like that. I wasn't talking about you, Zhou Chen said with a smile, wanting Xiao Xiaohua not to overthink it. Then who were you talking about? Well, I have a friend who is also a waste, but of course, this friend is definitely not referring to you, Xiaohua. Xiao Xiaohua. I get it, Zhou Good, you still look down on me after all. During their conversation, the father and son pair did not continue to argue, and after settling the bill, they left. As they were leaving, the father even specially apologized to the people around them. Very polite. After eating, Zhou Chen returned to the hotel. It was already very late, and since the portal to the other world had closed, there was no internet either. At this time, what tested everyone was the thickness of their folders. If they usually didn't like to download, they basically could only climb onto their roommate's bed to watch together. Zhou Chen was thinking about tomorrow's matters, arranging for Xiao Xiaohua to call Zhao He over. Then he arranged for Zhao He to bring over the strong members of the Xiao family in the town, as many as possible. Xiaohua, the swamp fire we are looking for tomorrow is actually to help you unblock your 5th meridian. This is a golden level cultivation method called Fire Lotus, which can fuse 2 flames to create a fire lotus. You should have read that the great emperor of fighting Qi, right? It's the kind of effect in there. Its power is boundless. So tomorrow's plan is very important for you. The 7-person team has already been arranged, and you should also try to find people from the Xiao family to come over. The more strong people, the higher the chance of success. Zhou Chen explained everything to Xiao Xiaohua, and the golden level cultivation method he originally planned to give to Xiao Xiaohua after leaving the other world was directly handed over to him. He wanted him to grasp and learn it as much as possible in one night. It didn't need to be too proficient, just enough to accommodate 2 flames. He could practice slowly after refining the Fire Lotus nuclear bomb. Hearing Zhou Chen's words and looking at the golden level cultivation method Zhou Chen handed over, Xiao Xiaohua suddenly felt a bit teary. It was once again for himself. It turned out that today, Zhou Ji's communication with the 7-person team was also for him. A golden level cultivation method could only be learned after achieving a certain contribution in his own family. Even in his own family, there were only 4 or 5 volumes, yet now Brother Zhou directly gave him a golden level cultivation method. It turned out that in Brother Zhou's heart, he was so important. Brother Zhou, this cultivation method is too precious, and going to seek the swamp fire tomorrow is too dangerous. Brother Zhou, I don't need it, please don't take the risk. Xiao Xiaohua shook his head in refusal, feeling immensely touched. He didn't know how much gratitude he had already stored for Zhou Chen. No matter how he tried, he could never repay it. Xiaohua, don't say foolish things. I've already discussed it with the 7-person bureau. Tomorrow, along with some people from the Xiao family, this matter will definitely be safe. Plus, I have the 2-world tower. I can escape at any time. You don't need to worry about danger, Zhou Chen said. Damn it, if you don't go for the swamp fire, how can I become stronger? You can't say such things anymore. Brother Zhou, that's not what I mean. What I mean is you've already sacrificed too much for me. There's no need to take risks for me again. Xiao Xiaohua quickly explained. What is Brother Zhou ultimately doing this for? Could it be? Is it really like that? As the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a fountain of water. Brother Zhou's kindness was so important to him that even so, he had to agree. So after thinking it over, Xiao Xiaohua went into the bathroom. He changed his long johns to the other direction. Then he lay on his bed. Brother Zhou, it's my first time too, you have to cherish me. When Zhou Chen saw Xiao Xiaohua like this, his high blood pressure almost made his head explode. He walked over and gave Xiao Xiaohua a good beating. Let you wear your long johns inside out. Let you cherish. After the beating, Zhou Chen sat at the foot of the bed, while Xiao Xiaohua sat at the head, covered with a blanket. He looked at Zhou Chen with a pitiful expression, not daring to speak. Zhou Chen glanced at him, his anger boiling. First of all, my sexual orientation is normal. Don't make wild assumptions. Secondly, I've said it many times. I'm not just helping you, I'm helping all of humanity. You should have some understanding of your own talent. You've only opened 4 meridians and already have such ability. If you open all 12 meridians, your future will be limitless. So, you shouldn't be entangled in my kindness. you should graciously accept it and then take me flying when you become strong. That would be the greatest repayment to me. Lastly, if you dare to wear your long johns inside out again, I'll smash your head. Oh. Xiao Xiaohua nodded, his eyes filled with resentment, feeling a bit disappointed. Brother Zhou really did look down on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rejected him. But when Zhou Chen turned around and saw Xiao Xiaohua's expression, he immediately got up and pinned Xiao Xiaohua down. Then he gave him another beating. Damn it, someone who plays with fire dares to look at me like that? At that moment, the door opened, and Lu Chen walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhou Chen beating Xiao Xiaohua. However, he just pretended not to see it. Serves him right, Xiao Xiaohua really doesn't know when to back down. If I, Lu Chen, were to say something fair, it would be that he deserved it. But after a while, Lu Chen noticed something odd. How come Xiao Xiaohua's long johns were inside out? This is simply ridiculous. He was about to say something, but then he saw Zhou Chen's furious expression, so Lu Chen shut his mouth again. Why are you back again? After finishing with Xiao Xiaohua, Zhou Chen returned to his bed. He picked up his phone, opened a folder, and started watching some documentaries, because he was just too bored. Lu Chen chuckled. It was naturally the same as yesterday, he came over to crash. Today, Lu Yong had gone to bed a bit early, so he had no choice but to come over early. Brother Zhou, what are you watching? My phone has no internet. How about we watch together? Lu Chen wanted to climb onto Zhou Chen's bed, but as soon as he got up, Zhou Chen kicked him down. How old are you now? 17? Lu Chen was confused. You're not old enough. You can't watch that yet, Zhou Chen said. Young people should watch less of such things. It's really not suitable. But my birthday is in a few days. I'll be 18 soon. Upon hearing Zhou Chen say this, Lu Chen thought to himself that Zhou Ge must be talking about something everyone likes, so he had to see it. Even if Zhou Ge scolded him, he had to watch. No way, this film is too serious. It's about species continuation and reproduction, too profound for you to understand. Zhou Chen replied, thinking to himself that he was just lying comfortably on the bed. Who wanted to invite you? But when Lu Chen heard this, he became even happier, thinking that Zhou Ge was indeed an experienced one. When it came to secret codes, he was both serious and earnest. Species continuation and reproduction, wasn't that just that thing? This was something Lu Chen liked, and he had researched it thoroughly. How could he not understand it? Zhou Ge, I can understand it. Let me watch with you. Zhou Chen glanced at Lu Chen with disdain. The film is too bloody, too violent. I don't mind. Lu Chen was even happier. Could it be a collector's edition? Had Lu Chen been with Zhou Ge for too long that he had become so shameless? Fine, then come and watch together. Zhou Chen let Lu Chen lie down. Then the two watched together. Soon, Lu Chen felt speechless. This was the animal world. Truly species continuation and reproduction. Truly bloody, truly violent. Zhou Ge, stop hiding it, hurry up. Lu Chen felt that Zhou Ge must be hiding something. Zhou Chen. Damn it, I told you it was this, and you still don't believe me, messing around at such a young age. Although Zhou Chen didn't admit it, Lu Chen felt he was right, so he decided to stay with Zhou Chen and see when Zhou Chen couldn't help it. Then there was no then, he directly watched the animal world with Zhou Chen all night, successfully learned about the rise and fall of the lion family. The next day, Zhou Chen got up early, and after breakfast, he asked Principal Wang for a leave, with the people from the 7-person bureau as guarantors, so it went smoothly. Then Lu Yong and Lu Chen didn't go. It was too dangerous outside, with the possibility of encountering a beast tied at any moment, so going out wouldn't provide any help but would be even more dangerous. However, Lu Yong seemed tired from the arena competition and wanted to go alone. Zhou Chen thought about it and agreed, if there was danger, they could use the Two Realms Tower to escape. Having one more person didn't matter, so Lu Chen was directly abandoned. On the 7-person bureau side, Yang Lin led the team, and besides his group's 7 people, there were also 2 experts in the Qi condensation realm. On Zhao's side, besides Zhao He, there were 2 experts in the Qi condensation realm and 3 in the Qi refinement realm. In total, the strength summed up to 6 experts in the Qi condensation realm, 9 in the Qi refinement realm, plus Zhou Chen, Xiao Xiaohua, and Lu Yong, making a total of 18 people. Everyone gathered together to discuss the plan. According to the information we gathered, the swamp fire is at the edge of the fog, 100 kilometers away. Luckily we don't need to go deep. Otherwise, the poisonous gas and miasma inside are pervasive. Even Qi condensation cultivators could get trapped and end up dead. Yang Lin said. Overall, if nothing unexpected happened, this trip would be very simple. They just needed to withstand the poisonous gas and swamp gas outside. The difficulty wasn't high. But according to Murphy's Law, if you want to avoid accidents, then accidents are sure to happen. It was just like in class when the teacher wrote a problem on the blackboard and asked a student to solve it, and that problem happened to be one you couldn't solve. You prayed the teacher wouldn't call on you, but of course, they did. This is the Murphy's Law. The more you fear something happening, the more likely it is to happen. Sure enough, as Zhou Chen and his group were approaching their destination in the hover car, they noticed something was off. Zhou Ge, look ahead. It's the sunset. Lu Yong, sitting next to Zhou Chen, suddenly shouted, happily pointing at the sky ahead. But when Zhou Chen looked over, he immediately gave Lu Yong a smack on the head. That's not a sunset. That's a massive fire, turning the entire sky red. Zhou Chen was extremely serious at that moment, and so were Yang Lin and the others. They quickly drove the hover car forward. At this point, they could see a vast area ahead engulfed in flames. A huge fire had started in the marshlands and was rapidly spreading in all directions. Meanwhile, on the ground, a large number of demon beasts had already started to run wild. Ultimately, the beast-tied dungeon they had to face in this other world had finally arrived. This was truly ridiculous. What do we do now? Look at how enormous that fire is. The fire has caused panic among the demon beasts. They are charging everywhere and will definitely impact the towns. We should hurry back. One person in the group shouted quickly, but the serious Yang Lin did not agree. After a moment of quick thinking, he made a decisive decision. Chen Lin, you go back immediately and tell Director Li that a massive fire has broken out in the marshlands and a beast tide has formed. Tell the town to start defending right away, while we continue towards the marshlands. Yang Lin's prompt decision was excellent. He arranged for one person to return to prepare the town's defenses while the rest continued forward. The source of the fire was in the marshlands, so to solve the problem, they had to go to the source to find out the cause. Therefore, continuing forward was the best option. After making the arrangements, Yang Lin looked at Zhou Chen. Junior, the source is in the marshlands. Should we go take a look? Yang Lin asked Zhou Chen, a bit worried that Zhou Chen might be displeased since the arrangement hadn't been approved by him. However, Zhou Chen was not displeased at all. He was thinking the same thing and wanted to go. At this point, the beast tide had already begun, which meant the danger to the town was no less than outside. Countless demon beasts would charge the town. With the portal to the other world sealed, all Zhou Chen could do was lead everyone to escape. Once the town was breached by the demon beasts, the portal would definitely be sealed by the authorities, and the other world would become a chaotic place. When the fire would extinguish was uncertain, so it was better to take the risk and move forward to investigate, seeking the truth behind the fire while letting Xiao Xiaohua refine the marsh fire. Zhou Chen looked at the raging fire in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. It was the first time he had seen such a large fire, and he had no idea when it would be extinguished. Turning back, Zhou Chen looked at Yang Lin earnestly and said, although you are not the cause of this fire, I still have to talk to you. This other world is also an indispensable territory for our Xia country. As a member of the 7-person bureau, you must ensure that fire prevention awareness is in place. Banners and such should be put up. If you don't know what slogans to use, I can give you a few for free, Zhou Chen said, not waiting for Yang Lin to respond before continuing with the slogans. For example, light a cigarette in the forest, and you'll be detained for 15 days. The mountain burns in the morning, and you eat prison food in the afternoon. If you don't prevent fires in the forest, your loved ones will shed tears. Zhou Chen said 3 slogans and then looked at Xiao Xiaohua and Lu Yong. What are you two dawdling for? Think of some suggestions too. Let's make sure the 7-person bureau fills the banners. Xiao Xiaohua and Lu Yong furrowed their brows upon hearing this. Xiao Xiaohua said, the forest is my home. How about we all work together to prevent fires? Zhou Chen replied, that's conventional, but lacks highlights. Keep working hard and think again about the points I just mentioned. Lu Yong added, the forest and trees are treasures. Whoever burns them will have their wife run away. Zhou Chen was surprised, then nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, very insightful. Yang Lin thought, big brother, let's not talk about this now. I'm already worried sick. He felt like crying inside. He could only hurry and drive the hovercar to that place. When the hovercar arrived at the front of the sea of fire, the temperature around suddenly rose, but fortunately, everyone could still withstand it. Zhou Chen looked at the sky and made a deduction in his mind. This fire was definitely man-made. It was an opportunity to use the swamp fire to spread and achieve such a large-scale and rapid burning. Zhou Chen exchanged glances with Yang Lin, and it was clear he had noticed this too. After considering this, they could further deduce that there was definitely no burning at the site of the swamp fire. On the other side of the swamp fire was a misty area, damp and terrifying, where the swamp fire could not penetrate. Therefore, as long as they passed through this barrier of fire, they might still find the arsonist. Zhou Chen shared this analysis with Yang Lin, and they were in agreement. Without hesitation, they decided to charge straight into the sea of fire. The hovercar, inscribed with runes, roared at that moment, and the intense temperature rapidly soared. Everyone was channeling their spiritual energy to maintain the stability of the hovercar. Finally, after rushing through, the sky brightened again, no longer shrouded in black smoke. Then Zhou Chen and the others saw two people. One was a seemingly honest middle-aged man, and the other was a frail young man. At this moment, their presence was already self-evident. It was these two who had ignited the swamp fire, burned the forest, and triggered the beast tide. Just as Zhou Chen and the others arrived, the two men also noticed them, but they did not flee. There was nowhere to escape. In front of them were Zhou Chen and his group, and behind them was the sea of fire. Behind them lay a swamp, where the recently erupted swamp fire was still flickering. They had no idea what greater dangers lurked behind. When they saw Zhou Chen and the others approaching, they were both very surprised and panicked. The middle-aged man even shielded his son behind him. "Don't be afraid, son. You are destined to become a great emperor. With your father here, they can't do anything to you." The middle-aged man comforted his son while looking solemnly at young Lin and the others. "Brother Zhou, who are they? Are they also here for the swamp fire?" After everyone got out of the car and stood in front of the two men, Lu Yong curiously asked while standing beside Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen looked at him speechlessly. "No, looking at how honest they are, they must be farmers from this area who accidentally burned the forest." "Brother Zhou, do you think so too?" Lu Yong looked at Zhou Chen in surprise, not expecting their thoughts to align so perfectly. Zhou Chen thought, "I just said that casually to tease you, and you actually believe it? There's no saving you, kid. You might as well dig out your brain." "Wang Hai, I didn't expect it to be you." After getting out of the car, young Lin looked at the middle-aged man and said in a deep voice. It was clear he knew Wang Hai. Zhou Chen looked over and asked young Lin to introduce him. This middle-aged man is named Wang Hai, around the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm. He lost his wife early on and has a son, but his son cannot cultivate, so he has been helping his son find ways to cultivate. Just haven't found it yet. During this time, he did a lot of things, basically jumping around the edges of the law, so I know him. Yang Lin spoke up, briefly outlining Wang Hai's basic information. How should I put it? He is also a pitiful person, desperately searching for a way for his son. Unlike Xiao Xiaohua's family, which could spend money to help their son find a solution, he could only exhaust all his means alone. So what if it's me? Yang Lin, I just burned a mountain in this other world. I shouldn't be breaking the law, right? Wang Hai gritted his teeth, standing alone against several people while protecting his son. Yang Lin was momentarily speechless. He really didn't know how to respond. However, his silence didn't mean others had nothing to say. After hearing the man's words, Zhou Chen stepped forward. "Uncle, this is where you're wrong. The criminal law of Xia country is right there. You need to understand it better. According to Article 115 of the Xia country criminal law, if arson causes serious injury, death, or significant loss to public or private property, the penalty is more than 10 years of fixed-term imprisonment, life imprisonment, or death. So tell me, how is this not related to you? How can you say you haven't broken the law?" Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Wang Hai frowned, looking at Zhou Chen in confusion. "Who are you?" "Me? I am Zhang San, a legal studies student from the 3rd Middle School of Qingcheng. If you don't mind, you can also call me an outlaw." Wang Hai replied, "But I did this in another world." Zhou Chen countered, "That's where your understanding is wrong. This other world is an indispensable territory of our Xia country, and all laws of Xia country apply here." Wang Hai. Wang Hai was just an honest man. His verbal skills were no match for Zhou Chen's, so he was left speechless. At this moment, Yang Lin couldn't bear to watch any longer and stepped forward, shouting at Wang Hai, "You are all alone, and you only have the cultivation of the Qi condensation realm, so stop struggling. Just surrender, for your own sake, and for your son's." Yang Lin's expression was serious. He had already investigated Wang Hai, so he knew about his difficulties. He wouldn't deliberately make things hard for Wang Hai. In fact, as long as Wang Hai honestly explained the reason for the beast tide, he was willing to help him as much as possible, to reduce some of his punishment. Of course, the premise for helping him was that there were no casualties in this beast tide. Hearing this, Wang Hai turned to look at his son, then glanced at Zhou Chen. He softly asked, "That Zhang San, if I surrender now, can it be considered a confession? I still have a son, I can't stay inside for too long." Zhou Chen. This honest man was really easy to deceive. Let's see the outcome. Do you know that by burning the forest with the swamp fire, you have caused a large panic among the demon beasts, which has already formed a beast tide? If the beast tide attacks the town and leads to a large number of casualties, it would be fair to say that you deserve to die 100 times. Zhou Chen said solemnly, speaking the truth without deceiving him. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, both Wang Hai and his son immediately panicked. He quickly spoke up, "Zhang San, I really didn't expect this. This whole thing was arranged for me to do." Wang Hai hurriedly recounted the inside story. Just then, a flying sword shot towards Wang Hai at an extremely fast speed, aimed directly at Wang Hai's throat. If it hit, Wang Hai would undoubtedly die. Seeing this, Zhou Chen quickly unleashed a punch with his chi. The powerful momentum was fully displayed, and with one punch, he deflected the flying sword, saving Wang Hai. At the same time, taking advantage of the momentum of the chi condensation realm, he shouted loudly, "Which bastard? Come out if you have the guts." After shouting, there was no response. Wang Hai must be saved, not out of compassion, but to deter those lurking in the shadows. A flying sword struck, clearly a sign of a chi master, indicating that there was indeed a chi master opponent hidden in the dark. If he harbored murderous intent towards this group, it would spell trouble. Therefore, to make him see the strength of this group and to let him know that among them were not only several masters of the astral realm but also a big shot from the chi master realm, so that he would not dare to act. "Xiaohua, hurry up and refine the swamp fire. Once refined, we'll leave immediately," Zhou Chen calmly arranged, quickly prompting Xiaohua to act. At the same time, Yang Lin and other masters of the astral realm formed a protective circle around everyone. Wang Hai also participated in the protection. At this moment, he already knew he had definitely been used. 7 masters of the astral realm and a clumsy iron Han formed a line. "Lu Yong, what the hell are you doing standing there if you're not even a chi master? Are you trying to be a breakthrough point for others?" Zhou Chen glared at Lu Yong and scolded, "You brat, you don't have the strength yet. Just wait here. Don't be reckless, or you might lose your life." Hearing this, Lu Yong scratched his head. Zhou seemed to be right. Just now, the atmosphere was tense, so he jumped in without realizing he wasn't even a chi master. At this moment, everyone acted accordingly. After hearing Zhou Chen's arrangement, Xiaohua quickly refined the swamp fire, operating the fire lotus. He truly deserved to have a divine fire physique. Although it was only one night, he had grasped the basic essentials of the fire lotus. He just lacked experience in shaping the fire lotus. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away from Xiaohua and his group, 2 figures cloaked in black were conversing. "Young master, there is a chi master over there. If we engage, I won't have the advantage. So Wang Hai is not dead." The voice sounded very hoarse, as if it carried a lump of phlegm in the throat. "If he's not dead, then so be it. He's just a worthless pawn to be discarded at will. He thinks his son is a waste because he doesn't cultivate. In reality, he himself is a waste." The young master's voice sounded much younger. However, from his words, he was undoubtedly an extremely arrogant person. "Let's go. The beast tide has begun. The portal to the other world has also been destroyed. Everyone in this town, including the beasts attacking it, will become my offerings to enhance my cultivation." This statement was plain, but upon hearing it, even the chi master felt a chill run down his spine. There were at least 50,000 people in this town. To incite a beast tide to attack the town, intending to turn everyone into offerings. This cruelty was hard to believe coming from the mouth of an 18-year-old boy. Indeed, this young master was only 18 and would be taking the major exam this year. "Yes," the middle-aged man nodded, but after taking 2 steps, the young master stopped again. "I asked you to arrange for my exam venue to be moved from the capital to Qingcheng. Have you done it?" "It's done. I've transferred your student registration to the 6th middle school. You don't have to attend school during this time, just participate in the major exam," the man immediately replied. He didn't understand why the young master wanted to transfer his registration to Qingcheng. He couldn't comprehend, because even in the capital, the young master's cultivation level was the best. Already at the 6th level of Chi Master, he could be said to have locked in the top scholar of the nation. Well done." The young master nodded. Then he said no more. The 2 boarded a floating vehicle, not heading towards the town but to the sacrificial site they had prepared in advance. That place was already set up with all the sacrificial supplies. As long as the demon beasts shatter the town, and a large number of people sacrifice themselves, his altar will also open simultaneously. Everything is going smoothly. While Xiao Xiaohua was refining, Zhou Chen was using acupuncture to help him unblock his meridians. After everything was settled, Xiao Xiaohua's own spiritual energy had also increased significantly. "Brother Zhou, I've completed the refinement, thank you so much." Feeling the changes within himself, Xiao Xiaohua was immensely grateful. Zhou Chen, upon hearing this, patted Xiao Xiaohua's shoulder like a caring father. "Didn't I say? Just accept it graciously. If you really feel embarrassed, just call me foster father." Xiao Xiaohua. "Brother Zhou, when we get home, I'll give you a good gift," Xiao Xiaohua said mysteriously. Zhou Chen looked at him, his brows slightly furrowed. "Really no need, my help is selfless. I never ask for anything in return." System detected that Xiao Xiaohua refined the swamp fire. Host gains 10-fold enhancement. Swamp fire intensity x10. System detected that Xiao Xiaohua unblocked the 5th meridian. Host's 5th meridian enhanced 10-fold based on Xiao Xiaohua's meridian. Zhou Chen. System. This is really a bit perfunctory. Last time it was the Flame King fire, and this time you just give me x10? No new fire? Forget it. I'll reluctantly accept it. Besides the significant enhancement in flames and meridians, Zhou Chen's control over the fire lotus was also 10 times stronger than Xiao Xiaohua's. At this moment, Xiao Xiaohua still couldn't create a nuclear bomb, while Zhou Chen already could. Looking around, it was just the right place to try it out. So, together with Xiao Xiaohua, they went to a spacious area. You should have understood the basics of the fire lotus I gave you yesterday, right? The key lies in creating the nuclear bomb. Summon 2 flames, 1 in each hand, then circulate your spiritual energy, and when the flames form the lotus, shout a slogan. Enemies, shame, I will strip her of her clothes. Then throw out the fire lotus, and that's it. Zhou Chen first explained the theory, then proceeded to practical application, making it easier for Xiao Xiaohua to understand. However, upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Xiao Xiaohua felt quite puzzled. He couldn't help but ask, Brother Zhou, why do we have to shout such a slogan? It doesn't seem to be written in the technique, right? He was indeed confused. The slogan felt strange. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Chen shot him a glare. Why are there so many questions? Do you understand the importance of momentum? That's what matters, Zhou Chen said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua pondered. Although the slogan was odd, even a bit like the language of Fusang, it indeed had a strong momentum. So he remembered it. From now on, when he created the fire lotus, he would shout this phrase. After Zhou Chen finished speaking, it was time for practical application. Do you see that mountain? Xiao Xiaohua nodded. I see it. Zhou Chen, upon hearing this, no longer hesitated. One hand summoned the Flame King Fire, and the other summoned the tenfold enhanced Swamp Fire. When these 2 flames appeared in Zhou Chen's hands, Xiao Xiaohua felt nothing but astonishment. He couldn't help but ask, Brother Zhou, how do you have these 2 flames too? He was indeed curious. When he obtained the Flame Beast Fire and just acquired the Swamp Fire, Brother Zhou hadn't refined them, yet now he had summoned these 2 flames. Moreover, the intensity of these flames was much stronger than his own. Because the path you are walking now is the path I have walked, Zhou Chen answered ambiguously, with a philosophical depth. This made Xiao Xiaohua frown. Then his mind began to churn. What does this mean? But after thinking carefully, he understood. At this moment, Brother Zhou had already reached the Qi Master realm, while I was still only at the Qi refining stage. This indicated that Brother Zhou had already refined flames before and had long learned about the fire lotus. Therefore, the path I was walking now was the path of a strong person that Brother Zhou had once walked. Brother Zhou had once again taken me along for the journey. It was another day of being moved by Brother Zhou, sob. Maybe I shouldn't marry my wife and just let her go to Brother Zhou. While refining the fire lotus, Zhou Chen glanced at Xiao Xiaohua out of the corner of his eye. After noticing that he was lost in some strange thoughts again, he didn't pay much attention. The fire lotus was formed, still a fiery yellow, with a gentle red flame inside. Zhou Chen shouted, Enemy, shame on me, let me take off her clothes, and quickly threw the fire lotus out. Then, a small mountain not far away immediately suffered the consequences. With a loud bang, it exploded. Rocks flew everywhere. The power was immense. Yang Lin was shocked by Zhou Chen's move. If he sensed correctly, this little senior had compressed his realm to the Qi refining stage. A Qi refining stage practitioner could probably make it difficult for even a newly entered Qi master to withstand such a move. The terrifying explosive power of the flames made one tremble. Oh right, I forgot to tell the little senior that the iron fool who came with him had gone somewhere to use the restroom. He asked us to wait for him. Yang Lin walked over, just about to speak. When he saw him, he quickly ran over from the direction of the small mountain. His face was blackened, clearly burned by something. He was tugging at his belt and hurriedly complained when he saw Zhou Chen. Brother Zhou, you have to stand up for me. Some bastard shot a missile at me. Damn, it blackened my face. If I hadn't run fast, I might have been done for. Brother Zhou, you have to stand up for me. It must have been those 7 people bureau. Zhou Chen's face darkened at his words, and he smiled awkwardly. Who knew you were over there taking a dump? And did you even wash your hands? Zhou Chen deliberately put on a serious face. He looked at Yang Lin. Captain Yang, how do we address my brother's grievance? Yang Lin looked at Zhou Chen in surprise. Little senior, you. But before he could finish, Zhou Chen interrupted him. Forget it, since Captain Yang is willing to apologize, I will represent my brother Liu Yong in accepting it, and it won't happen again. Yang Lin, the others from the 7 people bureau. I'm really impressed by this old 6. I, Yang Lin, have never seen such a shameless person. After some communication with Yang Lin, Zhou Chen then looked at Liu Yong. When encountering problems, you must not panic, understand? Especially, you must not curse. Oh, everything was resolved satisfactorily. The following matters were simple. Although there was a beast tide, it didn't matter. People from other worlds chose to confront the beast tide head on. We chose to make a run for it, because running away was the right choice. On the way back, due to the beast tide, there were a large number of bird-type demon beasts in the sky, so everyone had to be very careful while driving the hover car. Not only must it be steady, but also fast. If attacked by birds and fell down, it might end up with no bones left. The journey was tough but relatively smooth. Li Zhouchen and Xiao Xiaohua controlled the flames to cover the entire hover car. This way, those bird-type demon beasts didn't dare to attack at all. The only downside was that the spiritual energy consumption was a bit high. Zhouchen couldn't take pills yet, so this task was basically left to Xiao Xiaohua. When he ran low on spiritual energy, Zhouchen would poke him with a needle. On the way, Wang Hai recounted everything about igniting flames and burning. The reason is that someone used him, saying that by igniting the swamp fire to initiate the fire sacrifice, his son could resume his cultivation. A very foolish excuse, yet Wang Hai still went along with it. He had lost his mind. On the way back, Zhouchen specifically chatted with his son, who was still in his first year of high school and a fan of Zhouchen. Do you like watching the Emperor of Fighting Qi? Zhouchen had heard related information while sitting at the next table in town. He nodded. Why do you like it? Zhouchen pressed. Because I can relate, I'm also a waste, he said, a hint of desolation in his voice. In the era of high martial arts, cultivation is essential, but those who cannot cultivate or have poor cultivation aptitude dominate the mainstream. Just like Zhouchen himself, if it weren't for the system, wouldn't he also be a waste? Zhouchen patted his shoulder, wanting to comfort him with, cultivation is not the only path. But instead, he looked at Zhouchen with determination. Cultivation is the only path. My dad says I have the demeanor of an emperor. I think he's right. Zhouchen looked at his resolute eyes, momentarily unsure how to respond. Perhaps, no, definitely. Mortals can also become immortals. Once The Emperor of Fighting Qi is updated, that will be the novel. Inspirational, what to use for inspiration. Use willpower. When they returned to the outskirts of the town, a large number of demon beasts were already crashing into the town. Fortunately, these towns from other realms were all built with walls. This provided great convenience for defense. At the same time, chaos was gradually starting to unfold within the town. Everyone knew that the interdimensional gate had been damaged and was currently self-repairing. Thus, many dangerous situations began to arise. Thankfully, the 7-person bureau had taken precautions in advance, having already accounted for the strong individuals within the town, preparing for the overall situation. So, for the time being, there was no complete chaos. Under the organization of the 7-person bureau, a large number of people began to stand on the town walls, exerting their utmost effort to defend. As for the students from the 10 high schools, they were all arranged in hotels, with school teachers emphasizing that they were not allowed to go out, leaving a few teachers in charge. The other teachers also rushed up to the walls. At this moment, everyone understood that panic was of no use. They could only rely on the town for defense. Perhaps if they could withstand a few waves of attacks from the demon beasts, or wait for the interdimensional gate to reopen, the danger would be averted. Zhouchen and his group flew directly into the town, and after getting off the vehicle, Director Li immediately rushed over. Junior, the situation is not optimistic right now. How is the state of your magical artifact? Can it be activated now to take everyone away? Director Li said solemnly. He had just climbed the walls and took a quick look. There were too many demon beasts outside. They seemed to be recklessly crashing into the town, and once their bodies piled up, it would only be a matter of time before the walls were breached. Or when the demon beasts at the Qi Master level charged in, the walls wouldn't hold at all. Don't worry, no problem, Zhouchen replied. Since he had already reached a cooperation with the 7-person bureau, and he had refined the swamp fire with Xiao Xiaohua, he would fulfill his promise. Hearing Zhouchen's words, Director Li immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for you, Junior. Zhouchen arrived at the square and summoned the Two-World Tower, which quickly expanded to its limit. Zhouchen looked around. There were too many people in the town, and if they squeezed in, it would take at least 3 or 4 times. So he planned to discuss the escape plan with Director Li. First, the people from the 10 high schools would leave, that was certain. Next, according to age, the stronger individuals would temporarily stay behind to resist the demon beasts. In short, everyone could leave today. It was just the order that would be different. Director Li had no issues with Zhouchen's proposal. After agreeing, he quickly left to arrange for people. At that moment, several individuals approached from a distance, clearly heading for Zhouchen. The leader was someone Zhouchen recognized, Qin Tian. Zhouchen, I finally found you. Qin Tian strode forward, launching into a series of Qin family leg techniques, retreating and attacking with a flurry of kicks. However, when he reached Zhouchen sidestepped and countered with a fierce fire fist that landed heavily on his stomach. Who do you think you are? Have you eaten bear hearts and leopard guts? How dare you show off in front of your Zhou grandpa? After being knocked down by Zhou Chen's punch, Xiao Xiaohua and Lu Yong rushed forward. Good kid, daring to spar with my Zhou brother? Aren't you just asking for trouble like an old man hanging himself? Tired of living? Lu Yong cursed as he charged in. But just as he did, one of Qin Tian's companions kicked him back. Lu Yong was still too impulsive. Not even at the qi refining stage, he was clearly someone who had been bullied in the past. However, his heart was sincere towards Zhou Chen, hoping to share some benefits with him in the future. Xiao Xiaohua was no exception, wanting to throw a few punches at Qin Tian, but he too was pushed back by Qin Tian's side. The people Qin Tian brought were not strong, only around the 5th or 6th level of qi refining. A bodyguard at the peak of the qi condensation stage stood behind them, not making a move. Zhou Chen could easily fight them at a higher level, especially if he used the fire lotus once. He could take them all out in an instant. But for Xiao Xiaohua and Lu Yong, crossing so many levels to fight was a bit difficult. Xiao Xiaohua immediately circulated his spiritual energy, summoning 2 flames, wanting to attempt a fire lotus nuclear bomb. But Zhou Chen stopped him, saying there was plenty of time to teach Qin Tian a lesson. The current situation was a bit dangerous and needed to be handled carefully. Qin Tian stood up, looking miserable. He thought, with the beast tide coming, whether everyone could survive was still uncertain. So he wanted to reclaim all the grievances he had suffered at Zhou Chen's hands. Thus, when the teachers at the inn were lax in their management, he ran out, calling on the staff from the Qin family's shop in the town and the powerful qi condensation expert who protected him to search for Zhou Chen. With the mindset of not wanting to be a victim even if he was going to die, he was determined to take revenge. Zhou Chen, the beast tide has already erupted, and under this beast tide, the interdimensional gate has also been destroyed. Everyone is doomed. So the humiliation you brought me before, I must repay it now. And you, Xiao Xiaohua, you're just a waste. You think you defeated me before? That was me letting you win. Qin Tian was extremely arrogant, even quite defiant. In his view, since they were all going to die, what was there to fear? He wanted to take revenge before the Xiao family arrived. Oh, is that so? Then come out and fight me one-on-one, Xiao Xiaohua shouted. His momentum was not weak at all. He wanted to test the difference between his fire lotus and Zhou Ji's fire lotus. His fierce shout startled Qin Tian, causing him to shrink his neck. For a moment, he was intimidated by Xiao Xiaohua's aura. At that moment, Zhou Chen spoke up. Who said we must die under the beast tide? Do you see the tower behind me? It can traverse the 2 realms. We can enter it and directly ride it home. So if you're going to die, you might as well die here. Qin Tian, upon hearing this, disdainfully glanced at the tower behind Zhou Chen, realizing he had never seen such a thing in this place before. Could it be? How could that be? Qin Tian shook his head. He had truly never heard of anything that could traverse the 2 realms. Stop pretending. Do you think I'm a fool like everyone else? Qin Tian laughed self-righteously. Just as he was about to call for action again, Director Li hurried over. He looked at the 2 groups, Zhou Chen and Qin Tian. Junior, what's going on here? Director Li asked curiously, glancing at the people on Qin Tian's side, recognizing them as likely from the Qin family. He had greeted many from the Qin family in this otherworldly town. Oh, it's like this. These people believe that this town was built by everyone together, and they want to coexist with it. I've been trying to persuade them not to be so foolish, but they just won't listen. They say that no matter what, as long as the town exists, they exist. If the town falls, they fall. So I really couldn't persuade them, and I agreed to their request. Zhou Chen said, full of conviction and regret. Director Li looked at Zhou Chen's determined expression and then at Qin Tian and the others. This young master of the Qin family was still a student, yet he had such a sense of righteousness at such a young age. He felt inferior. Since that was the case, he would just arrange for them to be the last to leave. Alright, since that's the case, let them go last. Qin Tian? The Qin family members? They could really leave? The Qin family members were collectively confused. Zhou Chen glanced at their surprised faces and found it amusing. Director Li, this is where you're wrong. They want to coexist with the town. How can you stop them? Besides, I feel that I have no connection with them, so I don't plan to take them with me. Hearing Zhou Chen's conversation with Director Li, Qin Tian and the others felt a mix of emotions. They knew Director Li, and even if they didn't, it was clear he was a significant figure in the 7-person bureau. That square face, speaking with such righteousness, was unmistakable. So through his dialogue with Zhou Chen, Qin Tian and the others could easily deduce that there was indeed a way to leave. Moreover, this method was definitely related to Zhou Chen. At this moment, they could only feel regret. They had just been thinking they were all going to die and had thrown caution to the wind with Zhou Chen. Yet now, just a few minutes later, a twist had come. Especially for Qin Tian, he had come over to show off a set of retreating Qin family leg techniques, but not only did he fail to kick Zhou Chen, he also got punched. He didn't even get any satisfaction. Qin Tian just wanted to cry. He must have picked up the wrong script at birth. He wanted an exhilarating story, but this was clearly a tragic one. Is this what you all think? Director Li asked, looking at Qin Tian and the others. The few of them stood in a row, and upon hearing Director Li's question, they all shook their heads in unison. No, absolutely not such thoughts. He was just talking nonsense. He was rambling. Then why did the junior say that? It must be that you all have said such things. So don't worry, since that's the case, I will definitely make you satisfied. Ah, it's really rare. The situation in the town is so chaotic, yet I didn't expect your Qin family to be so understanding. Director Li saw their expressions and understood. It was clear that Qin Tian and the others thought everyone was going to die, so they decided to find trouble with Zhou Chen. But now, seeing this, they didn't have to die, and then they started to chatter. There was no way. Now Director Li had to please Zhou Chen, asking him to take everyone along, yet they had offended Zhou Chen and come to find trouble with him. So they had to figure out how to seek Zhou Chen's forgiveness. I can't help you with that. Director Li, we really haven't said such things. Actually, we were just sparring with this classmate Zhou. One of Qin Tian's group, who knew Director Li, quickly stepped forward to explain. But Director Li just glanced at them and then walked away. He really couldn't care less. It was you who offended Zhou Chen. I have no obligation to clean up after you. As for your demise, that has nothing to do with me. When the beast tide occurred in the other world, I was able to remain calm and ensure that most of you survived, which is already a great achievement. The death of a few people had no impact. It was completely reasonable. You saying this to me is useless. Who was it that just said they would share life and death with the town? Go tell them. After saying this, he turned and left, leaving a few members of the 7-person bureau to assist Zhou Chen in dealing with troublemakers like Qin Tian. At this moment, Zhou Chen could not afford to cause any trouble. Anyone who went against Zhou Chen was going against the 7-person bureau, against everyone in the town, and even against the authorities. After Director Li left, Qin Tian and his group turned to look at Zhou Chen. At some point, Zhou Chen had moved a chair and was sitting in front of the Two-World Tower, leisurely sipping tea. Who was it that just said something about disgrace, about needing to get revenge today? My ears are still a bit deaf. Can you say it again? This demeanor was enough to infuriate Qin Tian, but he truly didn't dare to speak out. He had completely lost the arrogance he had just moments ago. He had been on the brink of death, and now there was a chance to survive. So how could he still act tough? If he dared to be tough, it wouldn't just be Zhou Chen, even his own Qin family would betray him. Zhou Chen, I admit my voice was a bit loud just now, but I really just wanted to teach you a lesson, to vent a bit before dying. Who told you to call me a little loser and then accuse us of stuffing little cards into the room? As Qin Tian said this, he even looked aggrieved, making it seem like it was all Zhou Chen's fault. Ha! So you mean I need to apologize to you? Zhou Chen said coldly, surprised that Qin Tian was still being stubborn at this point. That's not necessary, Zhou Chen. As long as you take us back this time, we can really bury the hatchet. How about that? In the future, you go your Zhanghua Avenue, and I'll go my Erxian Bridge. Qin Tian, a bit slow on the uptake, hadn't caught the coldness in Zhou Chen's words. Oh, what if I want to leave? What if I just don't take you back? Zhou Chen. Qin Tian suddenly panicked. Don't. Still calling me Zhou Chen? Brother Zhou, I'm begging you. Qin Tian cried. This kid Qin Tian was really something. Looking at his mournful expression, Zhou Chen almost couldn't help but laugh. Although this kid had some bad thoughts, he ultimately hadn't experienced much, so he couldn't handle the pressure at all. Ignoring Qin Tian, Zhou Chen turned to look at Lu Yong. Just now, Lu Yong had been kicked back by someone from the opposite side, so he looked quite displeased. Lu Yong, which kid kicked you just now? Go up and slap him twice. If you get hit and don't fight back, don't mess with me. I can't afford to lose face. Zhou Chen scolded, directly supporting Lu Yong. The one who had kicked Lu Yong back was a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refining, much higher than Lu Yong's level. But with me here, let's see who dares to fight back. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Lu Yong felt a rush of exhilaration. Damn, following Brother Zhou is great. If there's a grudge, just settle it right away, no need to wait overnight. He wasn't afraid of that person, he was quite reckless, so he took a few steps forward and directly slapped the person twice. He made that person's face swell up. Remember this, kid. Next time, be more careful. After slapping, Lu Yong happily walked back. As for that person from the Qin family, he didn't dare to make a sound. How does it feel? Zhou Chen asked with a smile. Really damn refreshing, Brother Zhou. Does this count as me using my connections? Lu Yong replied with a smile, even quoting an idiom. However, once he said it, a silence fell over everyone. Zhou Chen turned his face away. Damn it, someone actually called himself a dog. Isn't this just a pure embarrassment? And this guy is my little brother. What a disgrace. Xiao Xiaohua felt the same way. Who is this fool? I really don't know him, not at all familiar. Zhou Chen looked at Qin Tian, planning to discuss the travel expenses for their return. Qin Tian, you should be grateful that I believe in Buddhism, otherwise, with your arrogance just now, I could have left you here to die, and no one would dare to say a word. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian immediately perked up. Zhou Chen's tone indicated that the earlier incident was behind them. He could survive. Brother Zhou, you're right, Qin Tian, have been too arrogant. I will definitely change this in the future, Qin Tian flattered, showing a bit of talent in this regard. This made Zhou Chen somewhat satisfied. Since that's the case, let's talk about how much yuan we actually have between us. You know that yuan comes and goes. If our connection is weak, I won't take you back. Qin Tian quickly laughed. Our connection must be strong. We're both from Qingcheng, as the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance. Oh, that's not wrong. How about 10 billion yuan, Qin Tian? The Qin family? This so-called connection is actually summer country currency? Qin Tian almost cracked up on the spot. Had he just been happy for nothing? The rest of the Qin family was also collectively stunned. You damn. Qin Tian's personality remained unchanged as he looked at Zhou Chen, almost blurting out an angry curse. But when he saw Zhou Chen's gaze, he immediately swallowed the words. He smiled and said, "You really are a kind-hearted person. For your Qin family, this amount of money isn't too much, right?" Zhou Chen chuckled inwardly. Not too much, not at all, Qin Tian said cheerfully, but internally he was groaning. Although 10 billion summer country currency wasn't much for the Qin family, spending it like this felt a bit unworthy. Don't say 10 billion, even if it were another 5 billion, I think it's worth it, Qin Tian said to flatter Zhou Chen, believing he could tell that this was just polite talk. But clearly, he misjudged Zhou Chen. Others might be polite, but Zhou Chen never was. He looked at Qin Tian with a beaming smile. Since you said 15 billion, then let's make it 15 billion. Qin Tian. He wished he could slap himself. This is what you get for being so mouthy. A verbal agreement clearly wouldn't suffice. Zhou Chen had Xiao Xiaohua bring a piece of paper for Qin Tian to sign an IOU on the spot. You wouldn't want me to call the Xiao family to come to your house to collect the money, would you? Zhou Chen said to Qin Tian. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian immediately shook his head. The Qin family and the Xiao family were competitors. If the Xiao family showed up with an IOU, the Qin family's reputation would be completely ruined. By then, his dad and grandpa would probably kill him. Having settled this, Zhou Chen didn't let Qin Tian off the hook. He sent the Qin family's expert to defend against the demon beasts while Qin Tian and the others followed him to clean the rooms. They needed to tidy up the Two Realms Tower, clearing away all the debris and garbage left behind. Before long, Yang Lin came over. Zhou Chen chatted with him. What should we do about Wang Hai? He made a big mistake, but luckily you were here. This time everyone can survive. Otherwise, he would definitely be dead. However, while the death penalty can be avoided, the living punishment is inescapable. He will first enter a special prison for cultivators for reformation, and then he will be sent to the brutal gates of the other world. Yang Lin said, "This is the punishment that the Summer Kingdom imposes on those cultivators who have committed grave mistakes. It can also be seen as a way to utilize them again. The horrors within those brutal gates of the other world far exceed what ordinary people can imagine. The likelihood of death is extremely high, but of course, this also gives those who have erred a chance. Instead of dying immediately, they go there for 10 years and then are released. It's up to you to choose. What about Wang Teng?" Zhou Chen was quite interested in Wang Hai's son. He's fine, still a minor. After returning, arrangements will be made to find his relatives, and he will be entrusted to their care. If there are none, he will be sent to a welfare institution, and the government will provide the most basic educational and living support, Yang Lin replied. He had a good impression of Wang Teng. The boy seemed very diligent. Who knows, he might go far in the future. Hearing Yang Lin's words, Zhou Chen nodded. Since that's the case, it's settled. Anyway, this matter has come to a close. Who the mastermind is and what the conspiracy truly is has nothing to do with him. The people from the 7-person bureau can pursue and investigate it. He is just a salted fish. If it's not his business, he never inquires. Soon, under the organization of the 7-person bureau, students from 10 universities rushed over from the hotel. They counted the numbers and quickly entered. "Brother Zhou, I thought I would never see you again," Lu Chen exclaimed upon seeing Zhou Chen, then quickly ran over. But he tripped over a stone and fell flat on his face. Damn, who the hell threw a stone here? He made a big joke of himself. Meanwhile, outside the town, in a hidden cave about 20 to 30 kilometers away, 3 people were recuperating. They had sealed the cave entrance with huge stones and had also posted various fire-repelling, cooling, and beast-avoiding talismans to prevent attacks from demon beasts. 2 of them were the ones who had previously failed to assassinate Wang Hai, and the other had been waiting for them all along. Young master, the beast tide has already been activated. As long as there is a large amount of flesh and blood, the great formation we set up in the town will automatically activate. The one who had been waiting said. He had been working on various tasks here. The young master nodded and said no more. Planning this sacrificial scheme could elevate his qualifications countless times, although it was exceedingly cruel. One could even say he had become demonic, yet he didn't care at all. It was just a few tens of thousands of people. If they died, they died. Moreover, he was originally a demon, so what was there to fear about becoming demonic? Everything was merely flesh and blood for sacrifice. Once the sacrifice was complete, he would use a special method to teleport to the nearest town in the other world. By then, everything would be worry-free. The 7-person bureau would not be able to trace it back to him. All he needed to do next was wait. Everything was going according to plan. At this moment, on Blue Star, although the authorities had been blocking information and sealing all the gates to the other world, and had issued a news ban, an open gate to the other world had an incident, trapping tens of thousands of people inside. How could such news be contained in the technological age? At 10 schools, everyone was speculating. The students had previously been able to chat with friends who had gone to the other world, but now they couldn't see any news at all. How could they not speculate? At 3rd middle school, Han Ming sat on a small stool next to Zhou Chen's bicycle, cracking sunflower seeds, but his eyes were vacant, and he looked listless. Seemingly dissatisfied with his current oppression, Han Ming suddenly threw the seeds to the ground. How could that kid possibly be in trouble? The 7-person bureau is simply bombarding me with messages. That kid has always been the one to trick others. When has he ever been tricked by anyone else? Besides, that kid's bicycle is still locked up with me. If he doesn't come back, I'll just sell his bike. Who told him to keep stealing my sunflower seeds? Old Chen walked into the classroom, where it was eerily silent. Everyone was studying, but none of them had their hearts in it. They had all grown accustomed to the daily motivational talks from Zhou Chen, but they hadn't seen any messages from him for 2 consecutive days. Ning Wu and Shang Tao had the best relationship with Zhou Chen. They had sent him numerous messages, but none received a reply. Especially when they learned that the open portal to the other world in Qingqing had been sealed, their hearts felt like they were in their throats. At this moment, everyone appeared restless, trying to calm themselves down, but it was impossible. Unknowingly, they had all been subtly influenced by Zhou Chen, and they had all become his supporters. Don't think about other things, focus on your studies. The sky in Qingqing won't fall, Zhou Chen will definitely come back, and everyone will return. Old Chen tried to comfort them. He wasn't sure, but he believed. That kid Zhou Chen had never suffered a loss, and he certainly wouldn't now. Chan Ro. The other world beneath the martial arts school is incredibly dangerous. Not to mention you want to go from the portal under the martial arts school to your brother's town. I don't even know how far apart those 2 places are. And the monsters are extremely ferocious. Even the master-level professors at the school can't traverse it, let alone you, a mere chi refining stage student. So you need to calm down. I absolutely won't agree to your decision. At the Qingqing Martial Arts School, Zhou Chan Ro stood before her mentor, her face set with determination. She had returned home last night. After sending Zhou Chen messages without receiving a reply, she learned a lot of information today and found out that her brother Zhou Chen was trapped in a town in the other world. So she was burning with anxiety, wanting to know if the sealed portal at the Qingqing Martial Arts School was connected to the open portal in Qingcheng. The answer was clearly no, as the other world was countless times larger than Blue Star. She then thought about venturing out herself, but as soon as she voiced it, her mentor flatly refused. There was no room for negotiation. I have to go. I promised to protect him, Zhou Chan Ro insisted, gripping her light sword tightly. Then she turned and walked away. Seeing this, her mentor immediately took out her phone and called the professor in charge of the portal, prohibiting Zhou Chan Ro from traversing. By now, it was evening. In a spacious area of Qingcheng, an ancient tower appeared out of nowhere and slowly landed on the ground. After the doors opened, a large number of students poured out. Are we back? We really made it back. Damn, even though I was only in the other world for about 3 days, it was really unbearable. I almost thought I was going to die in the other world. I can't believe I'm alive again. Whoa, there's no danger now. When I get home tonight, I'm going to reward myself 10 times. Hey, don't overdo it. You might not die in the other world but end up dying by your own hand. Ha, you crack me up. Where's Zhou Go? I'm from the 5th middle school. Thanks a lot this time. Next time I'll treat you to some online fun. The students chatted excitedly, and under the organization of the 7-person bureau, they quickly left the 2-world tower. Yang Lin followed them out, quickly contacting the police station to coordinate the safe departure of these students. At the same time, a police cordon was set up here, prohibiting anyone from approaching. As for Zhou Chen, he was currently waiting for the two-world tower to recharge, which would take about 2 hours. So with nothing to do, he took a chair and sat down. He opened his phone. He finally had internet access. In another world, there exists a magical thing called the two-world stone that can transmit signals. As long as the gate to the other world is not destroyed, there is also a network in that realm. The gate had been damaged before, so he couldn't go online, but now he could. He opened the Super Message app, and a flood of unread messages appeared. There were messages from his parents, his older sister, and classmates, many of them. Zhou Chen opened them one by one, reporting that he was safe. He clicked on a message from his sister, Zhou Shanru. Zhou Chen, I'm back home. Where are you? Zhou Chen, what a coincidence. You've gone to the other world for training, but I brought back some good stuff for you. Ignoring my messages to act cool? You think I would? Why was the gate to the other world sealed? How are you doing now? Reply to me. If you don't, I'm coming to rescue you. There were many messages, from last night until today, and from the tone, it was clear she was increasingly worried. This made Zhou Chen feel warm inside, so he picked up his phone and began typing a reply. Hello, I am from the 7-person bureau. The sea-level gate to the other world in Qingqing City, number 9527, has experienced a beast tide, the town has been destroyed, and everyone has sacrificed. At this moment, having found this phone, we see your deep concern for its owner, but we must sadly inform you that your brother Zhou Chen has unfortunately perished. However, the good news is that our 7-person bureau is currently running an event. Reply with 1 and recharge this phone with 200 yuan to resurrect Zhou Chen. After editing it, Zhou Chen immediately sent it. A smile crept onto his lips. He was just making a simple joke. Although Zhou Shanru was very intelligent and unlikely to fall for it, he quickly received a reply. 1 and the 200 yuan was recharged very quickly. Zhou Chen muttered to himself that Zhou Shanru was really easy to fool, but he felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. He then made a video call to her. When the call connected, he found Zhou Shanru standing in front of the gate to the other world, with some teachers beside her. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, she immediately leaned in, staring at him with wide eyes, wanting to confirm repeatedly. Zhou Chen, you really came back to life? Zhou Chen. During the charging time of the Two Worlds Tower, Zhou Chen simply chatted with Zhou Shanru. When he learned that she had already packed her things and planned to go through the gate of the Qingqing Martial Arts School to rescue him, Zhou Chen felt an immense sense of gratitude. However, he couldn't help but tease her. You're really foolish. If it were me, I'd be preparing to feast. Ha ha ha. Zhou Chen joked, but if it were him, he would definitely be just like Zhou Shanru. After hanging up, Zhou Chen opened the class group chat. He found it lively, but the atmosphere was quite oppressive. I hope the gate to the other world gets repaired soon. It shouldn't be too dangerous. Exactly, there are so many people inside, and the authorities are taking it seriously. Where's the danger? Zhou Chen glanced at the messages and then edited one. What's the rush? Zhou Chen's dead, isn't that better? I couldn't stand him for a long time. As soon as the message was sent, the group exploded. Ning Wu jumped in first, sending a voice message. Damn it, what do you mean? Zhou Chen, how dare you say that about my brother Zhou? You better wait for me at school tomorrow. But as soon as he sent it, he felt something was off. Wasn't Zhou Chen just Zhou Ge? He quickly sent another message, this time with a cheerful tone. Wow, Zhou Ge, you're not dead. It's so great that you're alive. Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was speechless and then sent a red envelope. After a minute or two, he checked the status of the red envelope. I said before, everyone should work hard to cultivate. The big exam is coming, and yet it still turned out like this. Those who just received red envelopes, is it okay to practice for an extra half hour today? Zhou Chen directly initiated a bit of phishing law enforcement, but the group chat was still lively. They were incredibly happy to see Zhou Chen return safely. Zhou Chen felt that the chat had gone on long enough, and then he posted on his moments. Went to another world, witnessed a beast tide, and saved tens of thousands of people. Truly a born workaholic. Maybe this is what genius is. With great power comes great responsibility, but genius is ultimately fleeting. Only hard work can keep one a genius. After returning home today, I've decided to stay up late and practice for 4 hours. After editing, he posted it. Soon, there was a reply. Hee, you're not a workaholic, you're a danger to others without paying the price. Zhou Chen just posted some motivational words, and someone flipped the table? And the tone was so similar to my mom's? Isn't she on my blacklist? The profile picture was Dad's, but the tone was Mom's. How bold, to impersonate my parents. Hurry home, you really don't know how worried we are about you. And hurry up and take me off your blacklist. It was indeed her. She was probably using Dad's phone to check for infidelity. Busy saving people, I'll be back soon, Zhou Chen replied, knowing his dad was just too soft-hearted, often bullied by his mom. But Zhou Chen wouldn't indulge her, she wasn't his wife. Seeing Zhou Chen's reply, his mom was furious. When Zhou Chen returned, he would surely get another lecture. However, Zhou Chen wasn't worried. He had already developed calluses in his ears and hadn't changed, had he? So change was impossible. It would never happen in this lifetime. Putting down his phone, Zhou Chen looked at Yang Lin. At this moment, a large number of police had arrived at the scene, and the crowd around had increased. It was getting a bit crowded. Zhou Chen had previously thought the Two Worlds Tower was useless, but now he had completely abandoned that idea. A treasure that could traverse two worlds and recharge itself in about 2 hours was incredibly useful. It could allow him to escape at any time and even take others with him. This function was simply invincible. Therefore, he absolutely could not let anyone know he possessed the Two Worlds Tower. Yang Lin, there are so many people at the scene. I don't want to reveal any information about this treasure. Do you understand what I mean? Zhou Chen said solemnly. Hearing this, Yang Lin glanced at Zhou Chen, then at the Two Worlds Tower, and immediately understood. Zhou Chen was worried that someone might spy on the Two Worlds Tower, so he wanted the 7-person bureau to claim the treasure. This way, it could help Zhou Chen avoid a lot of trouble. Although the Two Worlds Tower was powerful, if it belonged to the 7-person bureau, no one would dare to come and steal it. Don't worry, we'll say this treasure belongs to the 7-person bureau, Yang Lin said with a smile, agreeing without much thought. Zhou Chen had achieved such a great feat this time. The 7-person bureau should do this. Good, you're easy to talk to. If there's anything in the future, you can find me, Zhou Chen promised with a smile, which made Yang Lin's eyes light up. A strong practitioner of qi control was truly needed. Sometimes, for many dangerous tasks, they needed a qi control expert to ensure the task was completed perfectly. Really? So if we have something in the future, you will help? Yang Lin asked Zhou Chen for confirmation. No, Zhou Chen decisively shook his head. Yang Lin, what a wasted joy, I knew it. Seeing this, Zhou Chen smiled. Look at your disappointed face. I was just joking. Yang Lin's eyes lit up again. Although I won't actually step in to help, I can still listen and provide mental and strategic support to encourage you. Yang Lin. Taking Yang Lin along, they once again activated the journey to the other world, and at this moment, the other world had also darkened. The next batch of people preparing to leave had already made their preparations, but upon arrival, they still needed to recharge, so they had to wait a little longer. However, it was no problem. The strong ones stayed behind, dealing with the demon beasts, and they could definitely hold out until everyone could evacuate. After waiting for another 2 hours, the recharging was completed, and Zhou Chen began to operate, then opened the portal. At this time, outside the town, the 3 people were still waiting in the cave for the results of the beast tide. Today the beast tide has begun. The intensity during the day won't be too great, but at night, it will unleash the first wave of intense impact. This is the first test for the town. They might get through tonight, but in a few days, they definitely won't make it, so I can guarantee that when we go out 5 days later, it will be the time to officially accept the results. By then, the beast tide will be almost over. One of them said confidently, his words resonating. The other 2 agreed wholeheartedly. 5 days was just about right, which was also what they had anticipated. The young master was sitting on one side, eyes closed in meditation, quietly waiting for time to pass. The next day, after Zhou Chen's last teleportation, everyone returned to Blue Star. Zhou Chen's mission was officially over. Old Yang, I've made such a great contribution this time. You guys will definitely show some appreciation, right? Zhou Chen whispered to Yang Lin, standing beside him. Zhou Chen had plenty of money, but he didn't mind having more. However, upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Yang Lin immediately shook his head. I don't know. Zhou Chen, upon hearing this, didn't press further. In that case, just give me a call. You still remember my number, right? Zhou Chen said, and after finishing, he walked away, leaving Yang Lin feeling both amused and helpless. He remembered that last time, Zhou Chen had given him a bank card number and told him to call if he needed anything. And now it was the same again. Zhou Chen returned home. At this time, his parents and older sister were all there, and he was like a monkey, being examined all over for a long time. Especially Zhou Shanru, this older sister was even more hands-on. She made Zhou Chen suffer a lot of teasing. She reached out her small hand to touch Zhou Chen's head, looking very serious. Looks good, head is normal, but too much dandruff. Then she looked down, vision normal, features normal, no disfigurement. Then she held up 2 fingers, looking at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, what does this say? Is this testing the patient's IQ? Zhou Chen looked at her speechlessly. This says your sister, Zhou Shanru, do you need to increase your medication? Do you think I'm an idiot? Zhou Chen cursed. However, Zhou Shanru instead became happy, giggling several times. Looks good, IQ is normal, still the familiar little brother. Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen continued to be speechless, then reached out and slapped down, swatting away a wandering hand. Zhou Shanru, what do you want to do with your hand? My brother is normal, no need for your concern. After saying that, Zhou Chen quickly returned to his room, leaving Zhou Shanru's face flushed, thinking, I just wanted to pinch your belly to see if you had lost weight. You, Zhou Chen. Everything returned to normal. The portal to the other world remained sealed, currently under repair, and the outside had long been taken over by the military. Once the portal was repaired, it would not be open for the time being. It would likely wait until the military had cleared the beast tide before considering reopening it. The next day, Zhou Chen, escorted by his mother, rode an electric bike to school, and he saw the long-lost bicycle. And a Han Ming. You really are lucky, kid. Not even the beast tide could kill you, and you've achieved such great merit. It's a pity that this merit isn't mine. If it were, I could say goodbye to my security job and marry the beautiful and wealthy Xiao Dan, stepping onto the peak of my life. Han Ming said to Zhou Chen upon seeing him, no longer hiding his identity as a member of the Seven. He felt that Zhou Chen was decent and worth a deeper conversation. It's alright, just normal operations. Zhou Chen casually snatched Han Ming's sunflower seeds and then hurried to the classroom. The big exam was coming up. In about 20 days, Xiao Xiaohua should be fine with steady progress. As for himself, he was close to breaking through to the 4th level of qi refining. There shouldn't be anyone stronger than him, so there was no need to think too much. What he needed to consider now was which school to go to after the big exam, whether to go to Qingbei Martial Arts School or just to Qingqing Martial Arts School. For days passed in the other world. The three looked at the ruined town and then at the undisturbed sacrificial array. They exchanged glances. Where the hell are the bodies? Where's the blood and flesh for the sacrifice? Did tens of thousands of people just vanish into thin air? Are they messing with me? Could it be that they repaired the gate to the other world and went back through it after holding on for a few days? One of them spoke up. He provided a possible reason for this situation, which was quite likely. After all, the gate to the other world was something they had never fully understood. It could have been repaired quickly, which was also very possible. Therefore, the three hurried to the outside of the gate to the other world, but upon seeing that it was still in an unrepaired state, the young master could no longer contain himself. He was furious, his eyes glinting as if he wanted to eat someone. They had finally confirmed this gate to the other world and had spent a great deal of effort to destroy it. And now this was the result? How could he not be angry? How could he not rage? What the hell is going on? Where are those people? If they're dead, where are the bodies? The blood? If they're not dead, where did they all go? Can they really just disappear into thin air? I'm losing my mind. The young master cursed loudly. He was truly losing his mind. He possessed a special demonic physique, which initially wasn't powerful, but with repeated sacrifices, he could fully unleash its potential, crushing everything else. This was a top-tier demonic body, so this sacrifice was extremely important to him. It was just a pity that he had not succeeded. Not a single one of those people was seen. Not even a few of the beasts had died. Young master, we don't know either. One of them spoke up, looking just as confused, because this was indeed too unscientific. Didn't you tell me that not even a mosquito could escape? The young master shouted at him. This made the man break out in a cold sweat, while internally he kept confirming. When the hell did I say that? Even though you're the young master, you can't just fabricate such a statement to frame me. Although many villains in dramas and novels say this, but I've learned a lot from the experiences of my predecessors. Firmly uphold the 3 principles of villains. Don't say that even a mosquito could escape, don't cackle, and don't waste words. By saying this now, you're questioning my loyalty to the principles. I can easily lose my mind. Young master, we don't know either, but we should leave first. We don't know when the gate to the other world will be repaired. If it gets repaired now, the military will definitely come in immediately, and then it will be a bit troublesome for us to escape. It might even expose our identities, another person advised. Although they all did not want to see this outcome, there was no other way. For now, they can only go out first and then start investigating the situation in this other world. With so many people around, it was impossible to have no information at all. The young master, upon hearing this, had no choice but to accept it. It had to be this way. Xingqing City, 3rd Middle School. Zhou Chen resumed his life as a capitalist, letting others compete while he himself became a lazy fish. He hardly practiced anymore. At school, old Chen always wore a smile, appearing amiable. At home, it was the same. His parents no longer forced Zhou Chen to practice, because when they did, Zhou Chen had the confidence to resist. In the past, His spiritual energy was indeed low, so being forced to practice made Zhou Chen feel guilty. But now, Zhou Chen had reached the third level of qi refining and was set to be the top scorer in the Qingqing City major exam, so he was full of confidence and had nothing to fear. Of course, when it was time to put on an act, he still had to play along. After all, his public persona was that of a diligent student, and such a persona could not collapse. He also occasionally dispensed some motivational quotes. Talent is very important. Sometimes, no matter how hard you try to do your best, it might not be as good as others who just mess around. But if you don't work hard, you'll find that those who don't even try are still better than you. Do you think that rich people or those with high cultivation levels live happily? Their happiness is beyond your imagination. So we must strive to become that happy person. If you don't work hard, you might think your life will have ups and downs, but in reality, it's just a series of downs. There's no up at all. Every day when I wake up, I see two trees, one is effort, and the other is still effort. So, brothers, let's drink this bowl of motivational soup, and I'll see you at the University Martial Arts School. Zhou Chen stood on the podium, looking at everyone, trying to change their mindset as much as possible. He wanted to engrave effort into their bones. Through their hard work, combined with his own buffs, he aimed to bring them substantial income every day. Unknowingly, May 20th arrived. The night before, Zhou Chen received a lot of messages asking how he would spend 520. Zhou Chen was overwhelmed. He could only post on his social media. Stop asking me how I'm spending 520. Asking is just painful. I'm lying down, staying up late, practicing, feeling sad and upset. After posting, Zhou Chen scrolled through his social media. He looked to see who dared to show off their love, and for everyone he saw, he wished them well. When would he have his own love? After scrolling for a while and consuming a wave of dog food, Zhou Chen finally found something amusing. When it comes to humor, it had to be Zhang Go. This guy recorded a video, featuring himself. Dressed in a yellow delivery uniform, he looked deeply sentimental. Another 520, another I don't love you anymore. So, let's end it here. If I love you more, it would be impolite. Still, thank you, flower girl, you're a big deal. And he even had that Fusang accent. Zhou Chen felt it was a bit strange, so he found Zhong Go's super signal. He sent him a message. Zhong Go, what's going on with your social media? Soon, Zhong Go replied. Zhou Go, we broke up, boo-hoo. If you broke up, then just accept it. But what's with the Fusang accent in your video? Could it be that the girl you broke up with this time is also from Fusang? Zhou Go, how did you know? Zhou Chen, I can guess, can't I? How would I know otherwise? Did I read it from your brain? But hearing Zhonggo's answer, Zhou Chen felt a bit sour. Although this kid Zhonggo is a sycophant, his speed is just too fast. He clearly has the potential to develop into a battle wolf. Even though he gets dumped every time, he's accumulating experience. Now he's even dating a girl from Fusang. How did you break up? Zhou Chen asked curiously. Single dogs love this kind of gossip. Don't the Fusang people like to worship the Jing something god toilet? So I specially customized a bag of toilet paper with the god toilet logo, so every time she goes to the bathroom, she'll use it. This way, it can show her deep feelings. So, brother Zhou, do you think I'm thoughtful? Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was speechless but secretly gave Zhong a thumbs up. When it comes to patriotism, it's still you, Zhong. After May 20th, it's the final exam preparation period. The written exam starts on June 7th and lasts for 2 days, followed by the martial arts exam starting on June 9th and ending on June 19th. The written exam accounts for 20%, while the martial arts exam accounts for 80%. In summary, the written exam doesn't hold much weight. Its importance is far less than that of the martial arts exam, and each martial arts school has special recruitment quotas. These quotas only consider martial arts exam scores, meaning if your written exam score is extremely poor, resulting in a low overall ranking that doesn't meet the school's admission line, but your martial arts score is quite good, you might still be specially recruited by the school. So, as long as your martial arts score is good, you basically won't fail. This is also why various high schools place more emphasis on the martial arts exam, because it really needs to be taken seriously. The total score is 1200 points. The written exam accounts for 240 points, and the martial arts exam for 960 points. The written exam consists of 3 subjects, each worth 80 points, and the final score is what counts. Then, for the martial arts exam scores, they are divided based on final rankings. The first place gets full marks. Second to 5th place, 900 points. 5th to 10th, 880 points. Then from 10th to 50th, 850 points. From 50th to 100, 830 points. From 100 to 1000, 750 points. After that, for every 3000 people, the score drops by 30. Each city participates together, with all schools in that city. Once the scores for each city are out, the top scholar is also revealed. As for the provincial top scholar and the national top scholar, they are determined by the spiritual energy of each city's provincial top scholars. For example, if Qingqing City belongs to Jingnan Province, then the provincial top scholar of Jingnan Province is determined by the spiritual energy of all city top scholars in Jingnan Province. Whoever has the highest spiritual energy becomes the provincial top scholar, without considering the written exam scores, as it's unnecessary. In martial arts schools, cultivation is above all. After the big exam, there will be a streamlining process. Those who excel in the humanities will go to technology schools for study. In martial arts schools, only cultivation matters. The national top scholar is similarly determined by the ranking of spiritual energy among provincial top scholars, with the highest being the national top scholar. It's basically fair, but absolute fairness is still unlikely. There are inherent inequalities in educational resources in every region. After Zhou Chen understood the specific situation, he didn't pay much attention to it anymore. He was no longer an ordinary person, he could choose any school in the world. What he needed to think about was which school to attend. Going to Qingbei means richer resources, but for Zhou Chen, he doesn't need resources, what he needs is for others to help him cultivate. So Zhou Chen set 2 principles for choosing a school. Whoever makes him the student council president, he will go to that school. At the same time, he prioritized Qingqing Martial Arts School because Zhou Shanru was there. After the big exam, the system will likely unlock new contract slots, and training Zhou Shanru at Qingqing Martial Arts School will enhance his own progress the fastest. So if other schools do not offer better conditions, Zhou Chen has decided to choose Qingqing Martial Arts School. Breaking news! Countdown to the big exam. Welfare Lottery launches the top scorer list. Who will be the top scorer of Qingqing City? Exclusive news on the big exam. 3rd middle school is basically guaranteed to have the top scorer. The mock exam from another world was sabotaged. What results will Qingqing City have this time? Zhou Chun from 3rd middle school is basically locked in as the top scorer. The lottery odds are only 1-1.03. The first genius of Qingqing City is born. Zhou Chen from 3rd middle school has actually reached the 3rd level of qi refining. In the local news, reports about the big exam are constantly emerging, especially from the local welfare lottery, which has also launched odds for the top scorer. The highest odds even reach 1,000-1. This makes Zhou Chen quite emotional. The welfare lottery on Blue Star is indeed advanced, unlike in his previous life where there were only a few ways to play. It was always the case that if you bought a ticket, you wouldn't win, and if you didn't buy one, you would win. After class, Zhou Chen returned home and immediately started typing away on his computer. As the plot progressed, Xiao Yan had already arrived at Yunlan sect, and the 3-year agreement was about to begin. He had to admit that as a transporter, he was quite slow to update the writing to this point, but there was nothing he could do. He had to manage his time every day, allowing more time to be in a lazy state. Therefore, the time for typing and transporting was reduced. After updating a few chapters, Zhou Chen opened the fan group to take a look. He found that these guys were actually sharing pictures of zombie girls behind his back, which he couldn't tolerate. So Zhou Chen spoke up, asking everyone to adhere to the group rules. He then saved the pictures as evidence. Finally, the 3-year agreement. I'm tearing up. I only want Yun Yun. Hee, Sooner is the real female lead, don't get it mixed up. Many people were still discussing the female lead. Meanwhile, in an ancient-style loft in Qingqing City, a few people were discussing matters. Young master, we have investigated clearly. At that time in the other world, the 7-person bureau possessed a treasure that could traverse the 2 worlds, and they brought everyone back through this treasure, ruining our plans. But according to my investigation, there is a rumor that this treasure belongs to a student named Zhou Chen from 3rd middle school. However, this rumor is basically not credible, as I subsequently investigated Zhou Chen's family, which is just an ordinary family. It's just that this Zhou Chen is somewhat talented. He has already reached the 3rd level of qi refining and is now a candidate for the top scorer of Qingqing City. Currently, no one can shake his position. A hoarse voice spoke up, belonging to the person who had previously followed the young master to plan and implement the sacrificial case in the other world. Hearing this, the young master nodded. He did not believe the subsequent rumors. An ordinary genius could not possibly possess such a treasure. Therefore, the treasure was more credible as belonging to the 7-person bureau. Understood, the young master said, then turned to look at that person. Why hasn't your voice improved? This old servant has a chronic problem. The person quickly replied. The young master frowned slightly. If your voice doesn't get better, go buy some throat medicine. Speaking in such a hoarse voice, others will immediately know we are the villains. It's very easy to expose our identities, you know? The person. I suspect it was your voice that exposed us last time. The person. This young master is good at everything, but he always doubts this and that, messing with people's minds. This old servant understands. At the Xiao family, as the big exam approached, many people arrived from the capital on this day. Even the head of the Xiao family, who is Xiao Xiaohua's great-grandfather, did not dare to be negligent. That night, when Zhou Chen called Xiao Xiaohua, he did not answer. Zhou Gu, someone from the Tang family has arrived. I'm currently hosting them, so I'll talk to you later. Someone from the Tang family has arrived? After seeing Xiao Xiaohua's message, Zhou Chen muttered to himself. However, he wasn't too surprised. The big exam was approaching, and the competition between Xiao Xiaohua and Tang Yanran was about to begin. It was certain that they had come to support Tang Yanran. Regardless of the final outcome, the Tang family needed to express their stance. He just didn't know what their attitude would be. Zhou Chen didn't say much to Xiao Xiaohua, knowing that once Xiao Xiaohua's matters were settled, he would naturally tell him. For now, he would wait for Xiao Xiaohua to finish his business. Taking out his phone, he opened a game and logged into his alternate account, starting to battle in the canyon. About an hour later, Xiao Xiaohua called Zhou Chen. How is it? What did the Tang family say? Were they particularly tough on you, and did they belittle you? Is there a cousin of Tang Yanran who looked down on you and deliberately made things difficult for you? After connecting the call, Zhou Chen unleashed his imagination, making several predictions about Xiao Xiaohua's reception this time. None of them were correct. Xiao Xiaohua felt puzzled upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, wondering how Zhou Gu could have so many strange thoughts. He then recounted the events truthfully. No, Uncle Tang was very nice to me. He came personally, first apologizing to my great-grandfather and expressing regret for Tang Yanran's lack of supervision, and he was also quite nice to me. They said that regardless of the outcome of the competition, the marriage between the Tang and Xiao families would continue. And there was no cousin, but there is a cousin's sister. Zhou Gu, do you want me to help you get her contact? At the end, Xiao Xiaohua also showed concern for Zhou Chen's relationship status. Now that Xiao Xiaohua had a fiancé, although he didn't know what would happen in the future, Zhou Gu still didn't have one. Xiao Xiaohua felt he had to arrange something for Zhou Gu. Otherwise, he wasn't fulfilling his role as a little brother. No need, you know my standards, right? It's not that no one wants me, it's just that my standards are high. If I lowered my standards, there would be a bunch of girls coming to me. Just take the 520 event a few days ago as an example. I received so many red envelopes that my hands got sore. Zhou Chen replied stubbornly, asserting that he was never inferior to anyone. Even if he were cremated, half of his bones would still be strong. Oh, then forget it. Xiao Xiaohua believes Zhou Chen's words completely. However, he still sent a photo to Zhou Chen. Well, Zhou Gu, just take a look at this photo. The photo was fierce, with a very imposing presence, making Zhou Chen feel somewhat oppressed just by looking at it. In terms of looks, there was no doubt, she was not inferior to Tang Yanran at all. But after looking at it, Zhou Chen felt indifferent. He truly wasn't someone who valued looks. After hanging up, Zhou Chen lay on his bed and analyzed the situation for Xiao Xiaohua. The reason the Tang family confirmed the continuation of the marriage was clearly because Xiao Xiaohua had resumed his cultivation and had broken through to the qi refining stage in such a short time, which showed them his potential. This changed their perspective. If Xiao Xiaohua had still been unable to cultivate at this time, the Tang family would likely have firmly cancelled the marriage, as Tang Yanran was, after all, a young lady of the Tang family and could not marry a waste who couldn't cultivate. Especially since the Xiao family was not on par with the Tang family, it was even less likely. Originally, the Xiao family was reaching for something beyond their grasp. If Xiao Xiaohua still couldn't cultivate, how could the Tang family agree? This was also the reason why Tang Yanran had come before, and the Tang family had remained silent. The Tang family did not intervene, allowing the younger generation to withdraw from the marriage themselves, and it was done through the competition as a gamble. This also gave face to the Xiao family, letting the children's strength speak for itself. Now Xiao Xiaohua has resumed his cultivation and has shown a genius side, which has significantly changed the Tang family's attitude. In short, if Xiao Xiaohua cannot cultivate, Tang Yanran will not agree, and the Tang family will not agree either. If Xiao Xiaohua can cultivate, then the Tang family can agree. It's that simple. It's all tied to cultivation. Sigh, I'm really worried about my life. If Xiaohua ends up with Tang Yanran and they have a child, that kid won't recognize me as a foster father. I won't stand for it. Zhou Chen cursed, leaning back on his pillow and opening the system. He glanced at the back-end notifications, and aside from various messages about spiritual energy growth, he saw a red highlighted message. Clicking on it, he found a system upgrade notification. Detected that the host is about to face a major exam. The system triggers an upgrade task. Just meet the conditions, and the system can upgrade to version 2.0. Condition 1, 2 billion Xia country coins. Condition 2, top scorer of the Qing City major exam. After the system upgrade, new contract slots and new contract functions will be unlocked. Please unlock them as soon as possible. Seeing this system upgrade, Zhou Chen immediately sat up. Goodness, it has finally arrived. After the upgrade, he would finally be able to have more contract slots. However, he needed to think carefully about the upgrade conditions. First, 2 billion Xia country coins. This posed a small problem. Zhou Chen thought carefully. Now, with all the elixirs and items stored in the system, he should be able to sell them for around 100 million. Adding Qin Tian's 1.5 billion, that totals 1600 million. He was short 400 million. This 400 million was a small problem for Zhou Chen, but not a big one. He could think of several ways to make money. If all else fails, he could directly ask Xiao Xiaohua for it. He had helped him clear his meridians and started his cultivation, and he had also taught him the golden level techniques and acupuncture. Asking him for 400 million would be no problem at all. However, asking Xiao Xiaohua for money could only be a last resort. He would first consider if there were other ways, because if he asked for 400 million, he would definitely go to the Xiao family for it. So there might be some procedural twists, which could be a bit troublesome. If he earned it himself, it would be much smoother. As for being the top scorer in the major exam, that wasn't much of a problem either. He was currently at the 3rd level of Qi refinement and was about to break through to the 4th level. Plus, he had a strengthened version of the Fire Lotus, which should be able to take on 5 people. If that didn't work, he still had the Qi manipulation fist. Whoever dared to come would get a taste of the power of the Qi manipulation realm. So, there were 2 conditions that Zhou Chen needed to fulfill, but neither was particularly harsh. The next day, Zhou Chen got up early, yawning as he rose, and found that breakfast was already prepared, and it was quite lavish, more sumptuous than ever before. "Mom, is there a festival today?" Zhou Chen asked curiously. His mother poked her head out from the kitchen and replied, "What festival? The Dragon Boat Festival is still several days away. Then why is breakfast so lavish today? Could it be? Is this a last meal?" Zhou Chen exclaimed in shock. His mother came out and shot him a glare, brandishing a spatula and slapping it on the table twice. "What nonsense are you talking about? You're about to take a major exam. We made you some nutritious meals to supplement you. What do you mean by a last meal?" Zhou Chen was skeptical. He knew the situation at home. They still had decades of mortgage to pay. His dad probably borrowed money through a father-son loan, and he would have to pay it back himself later. They usually saved as much as they could. There was no such thing as a nutritious meal. So what's going on? "Otherwise, I won't eat." Zhou Chen decided to get to the bottom of it. His resolute words made his mother pause for a moment, and then his dad, who had been on the sofa, hurried over upon hearing the commotion. His face looked a bit awkward as he watched Zhou Chen stammering. "Son, well, you know the situation at home. The mortgage is just too high. So now is the time for you to contribute to the family. What's going on?" Zhou Chen looked at his parents, feeling quite puzzled. Could it be that they discovered my kidneys are in great shape and plan to sell one? That would be too painful for a son like me. It's just a mortgage. That's simple. I still have money in my account. I can just help pay it off. What exactly is going on? Zhou Chen pressed. His dad glanced at his mom, seemingly asking if he should say it. After his mom nodded, he officially stated the reason. "We bought a lottery ticket." "That's it?" Zhou Chen frowned. "So what if they bought one?" It seemed his dad anticipated Zhou Chen's confusion, so he didn't keep it a secret and continued to explain. "We bought a lottery ticket for you winning the top score in the city's college entrance exam. And your mom and I took a big risk by mortgaging this house, a total of 1.2 million, all of it." His dad said. The risk was enormous. The house still had an outstanding mortgage, and now they borrowed more. If Zhou Chen didn't win the top score, the whole family would end up begging on the streets. But after hearing this, Zhou Chen actually gave his parents a thumbs up. Not bad, they have good insight. This money is practically free. Winning the top score in the city, isn't that a sure thing? However, Zhou Chen was a bit confused. His reputation in the city was already quite high, and the lottery odds seemed to be only around 1.03. That means if you buy a ticket for 100, you only earn $3. That's hardly profitable. Even if you invest 1 million, you only make 30,000. The risk is high, and the profit is low, not at all prudent. But the odds seem to be just 1.03. That's not profitable at all, Zhou Chen said. As soon as he finished speaking, his dad immediately explained. That 1.03 is just the official odds. The Chen family, the Qin family, and the Xiao family all have their own lottery outlets, and their odds are much better than 1.03. The Qin family offers the highest odds, reaching 1.95. That means if you invest 1 million, you can earn 950,000. I've been following the top scorers in the city's college entrance exams. In previous years, as long as you break through to the Qi refining stage, you're very likely to be the top scorer, not to mention you're already at the 3rd level of Qi refining. So they're practically giving away money. At this point, his dad laughed heartily. Zhou Chen was left speechless. Great, his dad is a real character. But Dad, as a good young man from Blue Star, I'm destined to have nothing to do with gambling and drugs, so let's not go down that road. Zhou Chen said he had money for the mortgage, but then he thought, damn it, with odds of 1.95, I just happen to be short 400 million. If I take Qin Tian's 1.5 billion and then buy the Qin family's lottery, wouldn't that solve my money problem? Plus, I wouldn't even need to ask Xiao Xiaohua for it. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, his dad quickly hugged Zhou Chen's shoulders. He gently advised, son, we are good people, but we can't let being good get in the way of money. So son, don't panic, you just need to win the top score in the city's college entrance exam. The rest is up to your dad. Zhou Chen. Looking at his dad like this, Zhou Chen couldn't say much more. Since he was bound to win the top score, what harm would it do to let his dad make some money? So Zhou Chen stopped talking. He quickly ate, finished his meal, went to school, and after school, he would go find Qin Tian for money, and then head to the Qin family's lottery shop to buy his win. Zhou Chen, decided to invest heavily to wipe out the lottery. He took a sip of soy milk. Not bad, the taste is delicious, clearly different from the previous soy milk. This is high-end stuff. But then, the host drinks a cup of premium spirit plant soy milk. Spirit Chi -2, Zhou Chen. It's rare to have something good to eat. Is the system trying to make it impossible for me to live? Although I have plenty of spirit Chi now, I don't care about this 1 or 2 points. But you really know how to irritate someone. Zhou Chen ignored it and took a big gulp. Drinking 1 sip -2 points of spirit Chi. If I drink the whole soy milk in one go, then it's just 1 sip. So it can only deduct 2 points of spirit Chi from me, and I, Zhou Chen, can still afford that. Sure enough, the effect of this premium soy milk is just that. After finishing, Zhou Chen went out. He started heading to school. Zhou Chen's parents saw their son leave and quickly took out their phones, each opening a group chat. Brothers, my son is normal, he drank a cup of premium spirit soy milk today, and he's in great shape. Then the chat became lively. That's good, I have 20 pounds of spirit rice at $100 a pound. Brother Zhou, come over to my house and take it, let's give Zhou Chen a good boost. I have a good fish. Brother Zhou, you can take that too. If he needs to be supplemented, he must be well taken care of. Zhou Chen is our treasure, we have to nurture him well. I've already mortgaged my house, now it all depends on Zhou Chen. Me too, Zhou Chen is now at the 3rd level of Qi refining, he's definitely stable. Zhou Chen's dad saw the messages and laughed a few times. He typed a reply, don't worry, very stable. My son has been a genius since he was little. When he was born, the whole hospital was radiant, just like a true dragon reincarnated in ancient times. Group members. This kid is bragging again, but now he really is relying on his son to make money. So everyone started to agree. It made Zhou Dad feel on cloud 9. This is what you call treatment. Hurry up and pack your things. What are you dawdling for? Zhou Chen's mom shouted at him, bringing him back to reality. Going downstairs and out, Zhou Chen felt a lot of gazes on him along the way. Many of them were admiring, especially when Zhou Chen reached the outside of the community. He saw that a banner had been hung up on the road of his community. Zhou Chen will definitely succeed in the big exam. The whole community cheers for Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, the big exam will surely be extraordinary. Bravely seize the top spot, the first person in our community. Warm congratulations to Zhou Chen for winning the future Qingqing big exam top spot. Zhou Chen looked at this and was speechless. Is the whole community betting on me to win? This is putting a lot of pressure on me. He took out his phone and sent a message to his sister, Zhou Shanru. Be ready to run at any time. If I mess up and don't get the top spot in the big exam, then I'll have to run that day. Otherwise, I'll die in this community. Passing by the security uncle. The uncle, who had always looked down on everyone, personally opened the community gate for Zhou Chen when he saw him. Xiao Fan, work hard. Whether our community residents can move to the villa area depends entirely on you. And whether I can go to the villa area to guard the gate also depends on you. Zhou Chen. Uncle, how much did you buy? Uncle, what? I don't have much money, I don't gamble. Zhou Chen, if you don't say, then I'll take a leave and not go for the big exam. Uncle, no, it's not much, just enough for a coffin. Zhou Chen, how much? Uncle, about 3 to 4 million. Zhou Chen, really a rich man. Damn, I thought I was the master of making easy money, but today I didn't expect to be used as a tool for others to make money. If I don't earn some returns, that would be letting myself down. Take this old man, for example, 4 million, at a rate of 1.95%. As long as I secure the top spot, he will earn a solid 380,000. That's no small amount. So, Zhou Chen must get a kickback. Old man, look at my bicycle. If I ride it for a couple more days, won't it likely break down? What a pity. I've seen quite a few students fall off their bikes right before the big exam. If I were to fall too, I might not be able to take the exam, Zhou Chen said with a sad expression. The old man, seeing this, immediately squatted down to inspect Zhou Chen's bicycle thoroughly. He found that it was indeed in bad shape. His brows furrowed. What do your parents say? They really shouldn't let you ride such a broken-down bike. It's quite irresponsible. The old man spoke sternly, seemingly unaware that Zhou Chen was trying to swindle him out of money for a bicycle. Hearing the old man's words, Zhou Chen shook his head in disappointment. Old man, you don't know. My parents are under a lot of pressure from the mortgage, so they haven't given me any money to buy a new bike. So I guess I'll just ride slowly. If I miss this big exam, I'll have to wait regretfully until next year. Zhou Chen sighed and shook his head. This made the old man feel heavy-hearted. It couldn't be next year. He had staked so much, and if Zhou Chen didn't participate, it would automatically be a draw, meaning the money would be refunded, as if there was no Zhou Chen in the lottery. Although he wouldn't lose, he wouldn't gain anything either. Zhou Chen was at the 3rd level of qi refining, which meant he was almost guaranteed to take the top spot. This money was as good as his. He couldn't let money slip away, so he immediately stopped Zhou Chen. Xiao Fan, don't rush. It's just a bicycle. You ride slowly today, and I'll buy you a new one shortly, guaranteed to be 1,000 times better than this one. The usually stingy old man was really putting in the effort. This made Zhou Chen very satisfied. After laughing heartily a couple of times, he pedaled off toward school. When he arrived at the school gate, the guard, Han Ming, brightened up upon seeing Zhou Chen. His gaze was just like that of the old man. Zhou Chen felt like rolling his eyes. Han Ming, you little rascal, you didn't buy one too, did you? How did you know? Han Ming took Zhou Chen's bicycle and locked it in his guardroom. Not only did he not resist, but he also played along. Then he took out some oil he had prepared earlier to lubricate the chain. The bicycle was a bit worn out, and a little oil would make it ride smoothly. Watching Han Ming's actions, Zhou Chen really wanted to spit on him. I've realized that if I want to win over the rich and beautiful Xiao Dan, I need to first transform myself into a tall, rich, and handsome guy. Before, I only had height and looks, but now I want both. So, brother Zhou, I'm counting on you. You wouldn't want me to keep guarding the gate and remain single forever, would you? Han Ming said with a long face, having staked all his savings this time. He was hoping for a windfall. Zhou Chen ignored him and walked straight to the classroom. What was supposed to be an easy task now felt like he was stepping into a boxing ring. But it didn't matter, after all, it wasn't his money. Whatever. Besides, he was the biggest boss, planning to stake 1.5 billion. Upon entering the classroom, Zhou Chen saw Xiao Xiaohua. After chatting with him for a bit, he asked him to come with him after school to collect money from the Qin family. Throughout the class, everyone was silent, each focused on their cultivation, and Zhou Chen's own spiritual energy was steadily rising, so he didn't interfere further. After school in the afternoon, Zhou Chen found Han Ming, planning to bring him along. This time, going to ask Qin Tian for money might not go too smoothly. Having Han Ming, part of the 7-person group, might help a bit. At that point, both the underworld and the law would be on their side. Qin Tian wouldn't dare to default. I still have to guard the gate. I can't leave. If I do, it would be considered abandoning my post, Han Ming said with a bitter smile. Every middle school has a person from the 7-person bureau station to protect it, so he really couldn't leave. However, Zhou Chen had already anticipated this issue, so he asked Xiao Xiaohua to call out Jiao He. Jiao He, there's an important task for you in a moment. After he came out, Zhou Chen looked at him. This made the usually serious Jiao He take it even more seriously. Then, Zhou Chen took him and Han Ming to the guardroom, handing Jiao He the security uniform and hat. Students have always been the future of Xia country, so you'll stand guard here for a while, and we'll be back soon. Jiao He, I thought it was some important task, but it turns out to be this? You want me to be a gatekeeper? Fine, Jiao He had no right to refuse. After putting on the security uniform, he stood at the school gate, keeping an eye on every movement outside. Lu Yong and Lu Chen saw Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua and followed them. Zhou Gu, where are you going? To get money. Zhou Gu, is that necessary? We're on such good terms, and you still want to know where I'm going for money? Lu Yong pouted and said gloomily, I barely have any money, and now Zhou Gu wants to ask me for money. Isn't that just bullying me for being honest? Zhou Chen, Han Ming, goodness, those who are on good terms with Zhou Chen are indeed not normal people. I don't want your money. I said I'm going to get money, not asking you for it. Oh, then Zhou Gu, you should have said so earlier. Zhou Chen, I can't take it anymore, bring me a knife. Zhou Chen went up and gave him a smack on the head, then rode his bike straight to the Qin family. On the way, he called Qin Tian on a super message app, asking him to prepare the money. After receiving Zhou Chen's call, Qin Tian felt troubled, hesitating whether to tell his dad about this. 1.5 billion isn't much for the Qin family, but for him, that amount is a fortune. He couldn't come up with it himself, and he was also afraid that if he told his dad, he would get a severe scolding and have his allowance stopped. That would be really messed up. While he was hesitating, Qin Tian's dad was also in a meeting discussing the lottery matters. Qin family head, this year the lottery has become popular because of Zhou Chen. This Zhou Chen is already at the 3rd level of qi refinement, clearly the top scorer in the big exam, and after we offered odds of 1.95, a lot of people have bet on Zhou Chen. A staff member responsible for the Qin family's lottery in Qing City reported. However, his face was filled with worry, because the odds of 1.95 were too high. Zhou Chen was clearly the top scorer. At this moment, there wasn't even a student at the 2nd level of qi refinement in the entire Qing City besides Zhou Chen. The Qin family actually dared to offer odds of 1.95, that was just giving away money. However, these odds were set by the head of the Qin family, so he didn't dare to refute, because for the Qin family, he was just a worker. Understood. Just maintain these odds. I've already arranged for someone to call back Qin Hao from our Qin family. I will let him enter the 7th middle school later. The head of the Qin family nodded and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the staff member's expression changed in shock. Qin Hao? He had worked for the Qin family for decades, always helping with the lottery business, so he knew some things about the Qin family, and he knew a bit about Qin Hao. Qin Hao came from a branch of the Qin family but had terrifying talent, and he had been sent to a Jiangnan sect since childhood. He had been building his foundation there since he was young. If he returned now to participate in the big exam, he would probably be at least at the 5th level of qi refinement. No wonder the head of the Qin family dared to offer odds of 1.95. This was enticing everyone. If things go smoothly, the Qin family would at least make 100 billion this time. The staff of the lottery left, and Qin Tian walked in. He was mentally prepared to be scolded by his father. However, after he finished explaining everything, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his father did not scold him. Not only that, but he also comforted him a couple of times. The situation was critical at that time. If you hadn't written the IOU, you would definitely have been targeted, so you did nothing wrong. Hearing this, Qin Tian's eyes brimmed with tears. He was right. It was just like that. I was just being polite, but that Zhou Chen insisted on 15 billion. But just like this, you expect my Qin family to come up with 15 billion? That's absolutely impossible. Qin Hanhai said in a deep voice, his presence imposing, putting immense pressure on Qin Tian. So what should we do? Should I just swallow his IOU? Create a situation with no witnesses? Qin Hanhai, I've already called Qin Hao back home. He has been in the sect since he was young and is now at the 5th level of qi refinement. He will participate in this major exam, so you should understand how to reduce this 15 billion. Qin Hanhai glanced at Qin Tian. Although his son was not bad, he really paled in comparison to Qin Hao. Hearing Qin Hanhai's words, Qin Tian frowned slightly. He knew about Qin Hao. He was also surprised by Qin Hao's strength at the 5th level of qi refinement. As for what his father said, he understood. It was to use the lottery to offset Zhou Chen's 15 billion. At this moment, Qin Hao was in the dark, while Zhou Chen was in the light. Everyone knew Zhou Chen was at the 3rd level of qi refinement and would likely take the top spot. But once Qin Hao, at the 5th level of qi refinement, participated, he would crush Zhou Chen, and Zhou Chen's chance of being the top student would be gone. So as long as Qin Tian could manipulate Zhou Chen's 15 billion, making him invested in the lottery, it would work. Qin Hao would definitely defeat Zhou Chen, and Zhou Chen would surely lose. This way, the money issue would be resolved. But there was one crucial point. Qin Hao came from the sect and had no official student status since he had been in the sect since childhood. So how could he participate in the major exam? The Summer Kingdom had a dual attitude of cooperation and suppression towards the sect. The sect wouldn't dare to interfere with the major exam, right? Dad, this could work, but can Qin Hao really participate in the major exam? Qin Tian asked his concerns honestly. You don't need to worry about that, Qin Hanhai replied. He had already created a student status for Qin Hao at the 7th middle school. He just had others attend classes in his place. This was a bit of a shortcut, and if it were strictly checked, it would definitely not hold up. But he could guarantee that no one would conduct a strict investigation. Moreover, who said that student couldn't have hidden his strength all along and then suddenly burst forth during the major exam? As long as it was handled well, everything would be fine. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian stopped asking further questions. After leaving the room, he received a call from Zhou Chen and hurried out. Zhou Chen, I've prepared the money, Qin Tian said. This caught Zhou Chen off guard, who was ready to argue with Qin Tian and intimidate him with the 7-person bureau's badge through Han Ming. This seemed a bit too smooth. Did Qin Tian have ulterior motives? Zhou Chen pondered, then heard Qin Tian continuously praise him, reinforcing his belief that he would definitely take the top spot in the major exam, while also recommending that the odds of their Qin family's lottery were high. Zhou Chen understood Qin Tian's intention. It was to not take the money away but to directly bet on the Qin family's lottery, betting on himself to take the top spot. Do you really think I can definitely take the top spot? Zhou Chen asked deliberately, putting on an act. Of course. To be honest, Brother Zhou, ever since I saw you make a move in the other world, I knew you would definitely be the top student in Xincheng. Qin Tian praised enthusiastically. But I didn't make a move at all in the other world, Zhou Chen deliberately pointed out. Qin Tian's face flushed. In the interdimensional mock exam, no one dared to challenge Zhou Chen, so he indeed didn't make a move. Maybe I've seen it in my dreams. In any case, Brother Zhou, for this big exam, I don't even have the courage to challenge you, so Brother Zhou, why not consider our Qin family's lottery? With odds of 1.95, if you bet 1.5 billion, you'll at least get 1.4 billion in hand. Brother Zhou, don't miss out as you pass by, you can't lose or be fooled. Zhou Chen looked at Qin Tian's flattery. He chuckled a few times in his heart, and after a bit of acting, he raised the odds to 2 points and placed all his money down. Zhou Chen could tell from Qin Tian's expression that with such high odds from the Qin family, there must be a trick involved. But Zhou Chen wasn't worried. He had the Fire Lotus, and if that didn't work, he still had the Qi Punch. He didn't believe any student could withstand his Qi Punch. If there was, he would truly concede. Zhou Chen confirmed his bet. Han Ming, who had come with Zhou Chen, was overjoyed. If even Zhou Chen was betting, it was definitely secure. On the other side, Xiao Xiaohua didn't care at all. Lu Yong quickly rummaged through his pockets, pulled out a stack of change, and handed it all to Qin Tian. A total of 1,526.50. Qin Tian, my odds are also 2 points, right? Damn it, I'd bet my entire fortune. I'll make your Qin family go bankrupt. Qin Tian. He looked at Zhou Chen speechlessly, then realized Zhou Chen looked even more speechless. Zhou Chen. I shouldn't have brought him along. Han Ming. Lu Chen covered his face. Lu Yong was really too impressive. Qin Tian was completely stunned. Over 1,000 yuan could make his Qin family go bankrupt. Was this guy an idiot? He had a strong presence, but unfortunately, he was an idiot. 2 points, I'll count it as you betting 2,000. Lu Yong grinned at this. Then he looked at Lu Chen. Aren't you going to bet? Brother Zhou has already bet 1.5 billion. It's definitely secure. I'm not interested in this. Be honest. I've already bet my entire fortune. You sly one. In fact, it wasn't just the Qin family, the Chen family was also involved in this operation. They had summoned a disciple from the Chen family who had grown up in the sect back, and arranged for him to enter the middle school using special methods. In previous years, they wouldn't have operated this way due to the high risk. If caught by the authorities, the cost would far exceed the benefits. But this year was different. Because of Zhou Chen, the hype was unprecedented, coupled with Zhou Chen's clearly overwhelming strength. Countless people wanting to take advantage placed their bets. Thus, the profits this year were enormous, and wealth stirred people's hearts. Time passed once more. At the end of May, in the last 2 days, the third middle school conducted the final aura assessment. At this time, Class 5 successfully surpassed Class 1 to become the class with the highest average aura in the third middle school. Meanwhile, with the practice of the Fire Fist, Class 5 was also the strongest practical class in the third middle school. The entire school, including all the parents, was looking forward to Class 5's results. As for Zhou Chen, amidst the swirling storm, he broke through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Although Xiao Xiaohua had not yet broken through to the 2nd level of Qi refinement, Zhou Chen had already reached the 4th level. After all, Zhou Chen's cultivation growth far exceeded Xiao Xiaohua's, along with the class's growth. During the test, Zhou Chen did not hide his 4th level of Qi refinement. This once again shocked everyone. However, besides Zhou Chen's shock, Tang Yanran was also impressive. She broke through to the 2nd level of Qi refinement, becoming the 2nd student in the entire Qing city to reach above the 2nd level of Qi refinement. This had no effect on Zhou Chen, but for Xiao Xiaohua, it became a motivation. As a result, Xiao Xiaohua, who had initially begun to relax, started to feel tense again. Day and night, he began to train hard. This put Zhou Chen's mind at ease, truly validating the saying, behind every successful man, there must be a girl wielding a sword. With Tang Yanran around, it was far more effective than his own motivational speeches. June arrived. The pressure of the upcoming exams and the scent of graduation weighed heavily on everyone. To help everyone relax, Zhou Chen stopped giving any motivational talks these past few days. Not only that, but he also often shared jokes with everyone. He no longer required everyone to stay up late to train. At this point, their cultivation had basically stabilized, and resting well would allow them to perform exceptionally during the exams. During these days, Jo-chin felt a mix of pain and joy, as the meals were particularly good and of high quality. Although they were first-grade items, they still had a slight effect on increasing spiritual energy. The taste was also excellent. However, Jo-chin himself couldn't eat them. Consuming them would deplete his spiritual energy. But if he didn't eat, he really wanted to. It was incredibly frustrating. Nevertheless, under such circumstances, Jo-chin figured out a way to eat the most with the least cost. That was to stuff his mouth. First-grade spiritual rice, a spoonful stuffed in his mouth. First-grade spiritual eggs, an entire one stuffed in his mouth, everything stuffed in. He would fill his mouth and then swallow, which the system counted as one instance, and the spiritual energy lost was only a point or two. Since the reduction was minimal, Jo-chin didn't care at all. On June 6th, Jo-chin rode his new bicycle out. The old man at the door saw Jo-chin from a distance and greeted him. "Xiao-fan, this new bicycle is nice, right? I carefully selected it for you. The seat is comfortable, and pedaling isn't tiring," Jo-chin replied with a smile. "It's really good." The old man, understanding, urged Jo-chin to hurry to school. Today was the last day before the big exam. There was no studying or training. Everyone took graduation photos together and also captured various nostalgic moments. Jo-chin was the most popular in the class. Although he was strict, enjoyed giving motivational talks, and could be quite annoying at times, everyone felt their own improvement in their hearts. It was after Jo-chin became the class leader that everyone quickly raised their spiritual energy. It was after Jo-chin became the class leader that everyone regained their confidence. It was also after Jo-chin became the class leader that they went from being the worst class in the school to the best. Jo-chin was the greatest contributor to everyone's improvement, even more so than old Chen. "Alright, next group, my schedule is very full, brothers and sisters, don't waste time," Jo-chin said, standing under the school's iconic building, as one group after another came to take photos. Even Jo-chin's mouth was smiling so much it felt stiff. "Class leader, no, that last one was bad, let's retake it. Come on, classmate, that's your fault. Think about me, my mouth is cramping from smiling. Please let me go, if you don't listen, I might just spank you." After saying that, the girl blushed and ran away. Then the next group of girls stood beside Jo-chin. "Class leader, smile for us." Jo-chin extended his two index fingers to press against the corners of his mouth and pushed upwards, forcing a smile. "Forgive me, I will no longer treat you as tools." On one side, Lu Yong, Lu Chen, Xiao Xiaohua, and Ning Wushangtao looked at Jo-chin with envy. They were also part of the Qinglong study group. Why was Jo-ge so popular? They could only sit in the shade of the tree, feeling miserable. Jo-chin also took a photo with Xiao Xiaohua and Lu Yong, Lu Chen, and the others. The Qinglong study group, although established for a short time and with few members, was ultimately created by me. My feelings for the members inside are much stronger than for other classmates, so it's worth taking a group photo together. After the photo, everyone chatted about the future, discussing which martial arts school to attend. "Wherever Brother Joe goes, I'll go," said Xiao Xiaohua. There was no hesitation. Xiao Xiaohua knew that Jo-chin was not only his brother but also his teacher. Their bond was incredibly strong. Moreover, he still had 7 meridians that needed to be unblocked, so following Jo-chin was his only choice. "I feel the same, I should have no problem getting into Qingbei," Lu Yong added. He was already close to reaching the qi refining stage, so he could likely get into any school in the country. The others were a bit hesitant. Mainly, their grades might not be good enough for Qingbei, so if Jo-chin went there, it would be unlikely for them to follow. "Why are we talking about this now? Let's discuss it after the big exam," Jo-chin said, as he hadn't made up his mind yet. Qingbei might not necessarily be the best fit for him. In his heart, the probability of going to Qingqing Martial Arts School was greater than that of Qingbei Martial Arts School. That evening, the whole class held a graduation party. Many people showcased their talents. Jo-chin, as the class monitor, originally didn't want to perform, but unfortunately, being in such a high position meant he was often pushed into the spotlight. So, inadvertently, a microphone was shoved into his hand. "Monitor, sing a song." "Yes, it's your turn now. Come on." Jo-chin had no choice. He decided to sing a song. He had never heard any songs from this blue star, but he had listened to plenty from his past life, so he wasn't afraid. It was graduation season, so he chose to sing The One Sitting Next to You, but his deskmate was Xiao Xiaohua, and that guy was a master of overthinking. If he misunderstood and wore his long johns inside out, Jo-chin would have to beat him up, which would be too cruel for Xiao Xiaohua. Plus, he didn't really remember the melody. As for other songs, he had even less impression. Songs were not like novels. Jo-chin really couldn't remember the tunes. Forget it, he would just do the simplest shout rap. Zhou Chen cleared his throat and then shouted out with a thunderous voice. Thunder, this heavenly cultivation, the sky collapses and the earth sinks with the purple gold hammer. Purple lightning, this mysterious true flame, the sword hanging in the 9 heavens transforms the world. Dark clouds, galloping on the battlefield, howling through the smoke and rain. Affection has always been empty regret, holding the crescent blade. As soon as he shouted, the class fell silent. Zhou Chen didn't know what they were thinking, but he felt great shouting it out. What was the class monitor's situation now? Wasn't this character completely falling apart? The usually serious class monitor, who rarely smiled and was full of motivational quotes, had unexpectedly shouted such a shocking song. This wasn't the class monitor we knew. Everyone was surprised and confused, but if Zhou Chen knew what his classmates were thinking, he would only shake his head and sigh, "You are still too young." What does it mean for a character to fall apart? This is not a character falling apart, this is revealing my true self. I, Zhou Chen, am not a talented cultivator at all, I'm just a salted fish, with average qualifications. Previously, to encourage everyone to work hard in their cultivation, I had created a diligent cultivation persona in class. Now that everyone was graduating, why would I care about such things? Today was all about having fun. I wanted to relax myself and also help my classmates relax, so they could perform well in the upcoming 10-day big exam. So Zhou Chen became even more uninhibited and passionate, lifting the atmosphere of the entire classroom. Xiao Xiaohua looked at Zhou Chen, who was passionately rapping in the center of the class surrounded by everyone, quickly analyzing the reason behind Brother Zhou singing this song. Brother Zhou had always been synonymous with diligence and intelligence. Every move he made carried deep meaning. At this moment, disregarding his own image, Brother Zhou boldly sang such a song, which surely had its significance. Thinking of this, Xiao Xiaohua suddenly realized after a short while, Brother Zhou was sacrificing his own image to help everyone relax, to face the upcoming big exam in a more comfortable and easygoing manner. He even destroyed his own persona for the sake of his classmates' exams. I understood, Brother Zhou's song made me, Xiao Xiaohua, completely enlightened. Sometimes, one's persona can be abandoned for the sake of everyone. Brother Zhou is truly selfless. Watching Zhou Chen sing with abandon, Xiao Xiaohua felt his respect and admiration for him reach new heights. Everything Brother Zhou said was right, everything he did was meaningful. Besides Xiao Xiaohua, many other classmates were also speculating and analyzing in the same way. One by one, they felt immense admiration for Zhou Chen. This is our class monitor from class 5. This is our Brother Zhou from class 5. Who dares to compare with our Brother Zhou? After a brief silence, everyone began to shout in agreement. They all started singing loudly. They transformed their stress into roars. Although there were no lyrics, everyone had a great memory. After hearing Zhou Chen sing it once, they all remembered the lyrics. Plus, the song had no complex melody, just simple rhymes, so everyone began to howl. Thunder! The sky collapses, the purple gold hammer. Standing in the classroom, Old Chen looked at Zhou Chen, who was supported by everyone in the center, feeling happy. He had taught many students in his lifetime, but if he were to count them, Zhou Chen was definitely the most talented and responsible among them. It was just a pity that their fates had already reached a conclusion. He hoped Zhou Chen could step out of the genius spotlight in the future, to grow steadily. Finally representing the 3rd middle school, representing Qingcheng, even representing Xia country, representing all of humanity, to become the pillar of humanity against the other world. By then, when I, Old Chen, retire, I will have the capital to boast. In the future, I will carry around the newspaper that registered you, Zhou Chen, and brag to anyone I see. My great general Zhou Chen of Xia country is my student. He was also nurtured by me, Old Chen. Boom, boom, boom. The singing of the entire class 5 made the whole teaching building rumble. Not only did students from other classes come out to check the situation in class 5, but even Principal Wang rushed over. He arranged for teachers to apply stabilizing formations to the building. Principal, the noise from class 5 is too loud now. Can't we just make them stop? Applying formations is really too cumbersome. A director standing next to Principal Wang suggested, but as soon as he spoke, he was shot down by a glare from Principal Wang. Class 5 is our 3rd middle school's ace. They work so hard in their training every day. It's the last day now. What's wrong with them having some fun? Let them keep singing and dancing. As for the teaching building, reinforce it with formations. As long as it doesn't collapse, it's fine. We can tear it down and rebuild it later. Principal Wang said boldly. Class 5 is the ace among the aces of 3rd middle school, the elite among the elite. Right now, 3rd middle school relies on class 5. So on the last day, Principal Wang was willing to spare no expense. Of course, he wouldn't admit it was the Li Qingguan kid who challenged him to compare the average grades between their schools. All right. The director fell silent and quickly made a call. asking the teacher who understood the formation inscriptions to come over and stabilize the teaching building. If it really collapsed, it would make the headlines during the big exam. There could be no mistakes now. The atmosphere in Class 5 was intense, leaving the other classes in shock. They began to discuss among themselves. Have you heard? The people in Class 5 checked the weather forecast, and there will be thunder tomorrow. Haha, you're spreading rumors again. During the exam period, technology will clear all the clouds in the sky, so it will be sunny throughout the exams. Where's the thunder coming from? Oh, is that so? Maybe I heard it wrong. It should be that Zhou Chen gave all the students in Class 5 a bronze-level technique called thunder. What? Is that true? Why am I not in Class 5? I want thunder too. Su Xiu, why aren't you speaking? You were in Class 5 before. It's a pity you didn't get a technique. What a shame. Su Xiu, say something. Why are you silent? The people in Class 3 were heatedly discussing, and someone noticed Su Xiu, who had been silent on the side. Su Xiu used to be in Class 5. Later, he switched classes with Lu Yong and ended up in Class 3. He used to be in the top 5 of Class 5, but now he could only rank in the top 30. His cultivation had already fallen far behind Class 5. Hearing his classmates' words, Su Xiu felt very displeased. He regretted switching classes with Lu Yong. And now, these kids dared to mock him? Was he really that easy to bully? He slammed the table. What's Class 5 so happy about? My cousin Fei Huang is an elite from the first high school. When the exams start, he will definitely be stronger than most of Class 5. After saying that, Su Xiu sat back down. However, the others were not intimidated by his words. Well, Su Xiu, although your cousin is indeed an elite from the first high school, have you forgotten that Class 5 is made up of elites too? They went from being the last in the entire school to now being the strongest in the whole school. They really caught up. Su Xiu was left speechless. His cousin would probably struggle too. He just hoped that when the time came, his cousin wouldn't fumble against the students from Class 5. Although he was tough on the outside, he felt that his cousin Fei Huan was no match for them. While Class 3 was discussing fervently, other classes were also chatting about Class 5. Anyway, Class 5 was the focus of the entire school. Class 1. I just went to Class 5 to take a look. The class leader Zhou Chen is currently teaching a bronze-level technique on site. Is that true? Class 5 already has the Fire Fist, and Zhou Chen has brought out another bronze-level technique? Isn't that too selfless? Who says it isn't? Although I don't believe it, I saw it with my own eyes, so I have to believe it. The technique is called Thunder Technique. When it's unleashed, the sky collapses and the earth shakes, like a purple gold hammer that stuns heaven and earth. Wow, is it really that terrifying? Of course, Class 5 was lively, while other classes were discussing the excitement of Class 5, with the focus always on them. Tang Yanran listened to the conversations around her, her heart unchanged. She held her phone, not talking to anyone. She scrolled through the novel on her phone, reading the latest chapter, her mind filled with thoughts. She murmured, if Nan Yanran loses, will I lose too? She regrets it. Will I regret it? Xiao Xiaowei is really lucky, just like Xiao Yan. If I lose, what should I do? If I win, what should I do? She felt lost, unsure of what to do. Finally, she sighed softly and decided to prepare as best as she could. It was a rare graduation party in the evening, and by 9 o'clock, it had come to an end with the arrival of everyone's parents. Everyone went home, starting their preparations for the final battle. Zhou Chen had originally planned to go back by himself and hadn't even asked his parents to pick him up. However, to Zhou Chen's surprise, his parents showed up. Not only did they come, but they also brought the security team from the community with them, marching in like they were treating Zhou Chen as their emperor. 6 security guards waited outside the school, each holding a baton, standing in formation, though the lineup was not particularly neat. The old gatekeeper personally led the team, while a few others looked rather odd. One was bald, with a few strands of hair fluttering in the wind. There was also a pair of chubby and thin immortal children, who looked like they were there to perform a comedy skit. As for their strength, they were not like Han Ming, who was an undercover agent in a 7-person team. Most were only at the first or second level of chi refining. They were no match for Zhou Chen. When they arrived, Han Ming almost got nervous, thinking that after guarding the gate for so long, he wouldn't be given a lesson on the last day before the big exam. After seeing their strength, Han Ming finally relaxed. Upon learning that they had come specifically to pick up Zhou Chen, he gave them a thumbs up. They were indeed considerate, they had to protect him well. Zhou Chen now represented everyone's entire fortune. If something happened to Zhou Chen, it would mean disaster for everyone, and they would all end up on the rooftop together. Mom and Dad, this is a bit much, isn't it? Zhou Chen said as he reached outside the school. He felt somewhat speechless. This was taking things too seriously. What do you mean it's too much? We must crush all dangers in the cradle. Do you think we're protecting you? Wrong, we're actually just protecting our investment. Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen found himself at a loss for words and planned to ride his bike away. However, his dad wouldn't let him get on the bike. Son, at this time, why ride a bike? Hurry up and get into Uncle Juan's luxury car next door. For the next 10 days of exams, we'll have a special car to take you back and forth. Without waiting for Zhou Chen to respond, his dad pulled him into a Rolls-Royce, which had a very comfortable interior. Uncle Juan was also quite amiable, with a friendly demeanor. As for Zhou Chen's bike, the security guards helped him take it back. Son, Uncle Juan knows you have big exams coming up, so he specifically came to pick you up. You should thank him properly. Zhou Chen's family chatted in the back seat. His dad made a point to introduce Uncle Wang to Zhou Chen and mention how much Uncle Wang had taken care of him. Got it, thanks Uncle Wang, Zhou Chen replied perfunctorily, rolling his eyes. He thought it might be better to just call Uncle Wang Dad. The next day, Zhou Chen got up early. After washing up and having breakfast, he quickly rushed to the third middle school and then took the school bus to the exam site. This time, the written exam for the third middle school was arranged at the second middle school. So after gathering, everyone needed to take their respective school buses together. The written exam lasted for 2 days. The first day covered scientific knowledge and cultivation knowledge, while the second day focused on knowledge of other worlds. The exam locations were randomly drawn among the schools. For instance, the third middle school was assigned to the second middle school as the exam site, while the second middle school was assigned to the 10th middle school. When it was time for the exam, the school organized all the students to take the bus together. Parents could also drop off their children, but it was harder to manage that way. Students could take the bus to the exam site, while parents could wait outside the school for their children. Zhou Chen boarded the bus, and Lao Chen, following the class, repeatedly emphasized the rules of the written exam on the bus. First, after receiving the exam paper and answer sheet, check repeatedly for any defects or missing questions. If there are any issues, promptly inform the teacher. Second, after getting the exam paper, don't start answering questions right away. First fill in your name, exam number, and so on. Third, tackle the questions you can do first, then think about the ones you can't. If you really can't figure it out, just write something random. If you can't answer a question, at least write down your analysis for the ones you can. Writing something doesn't guarantee points, but not writing will definitely earn you none. So, what if your analysis happens to hit a scoring point? Fourth, don't submit your paper early. I'll be on the playground watching. If anyone dares to submit early, I'll make them stay with me. After saying this, Old Chen sat down. The bus started, and one by one, they drove out of the school. The journey wasn't too long, so the speed wasn't fast, mainly focusing on stability. Zhou Chen leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. The others did the same. Zhou Chen wasn't worried about any issues with his major exam. He was more concerned about the supporters in the community who had bet on his victory. Just like last night, just as Zhou Chen let out a sigh of relief, the bus arrived at the second high school. When Zhou Chen looked out the window, he was stunned. Outside the second high school was a sea of people. They held banners cheering for him and raised signs high. It was just like a fan club, supporting him. A glance at the words on the banners made Zhou Chen both laugh and cry. Zhou Chen, surely extraordinary. The genius of the human world, De Zhou Chen, you are the south wave of Qingcheng. The Zhou Chen support group from Jinqiu community has come to send you off. Zhou Chen is invincible. The Zhou Chen support group from Zhuangyuan Lake community has come to send you off. Literary exam, bravely seize first place. Martial exam, crush everything. The Zhou Chen support group from the neighboring city has come to send you off. You take the top spot, I get rich, and we both won't hold each other back. Brother Zhou, your popularity is really high, Xiao Xiuhua said enviously, looking at Zhou Chen. But then he thought, if he weren't taking the exam, he would definitely be one of them. Brother Zhou is just that invincible, just that captivating. Hearing Xiao Xiaohua's words, Zhou Chen turned to look at him and smiled helplessly. This wasn't high popularity, it was just that they saw a profit to be made, so they stood together to support him. If he hadn't shown his strength at the third level of qi refining, now at the fourth level, they probably wouldn't be this way. So this popularity was merely superficial, not as good as the big shots in his fan group. Those big shots not only subscribed to the novels he transported but also sent various small gifts. That was true popularity. So this was nothing much. The bus didn't stop at the school gate. It drove directly into the second high school, and everyone got off at the playground. They then began to look for their exam rooms and seats according to the exam rules. Since there had been a dedicated day to find the exam rooms before the exam, everyone basically already knew their exam room and position. Zhou Chen smoothly found his exam room. After the invigilator scanned him with a device to confirm he had no cheating tools, he walked straight in. Sitting in his seat, he began to daydream. Zhou Chen didn't need to worry about the literary exam, with Xiao Xiaohua and the entire class's review, he had mastered all the knowledge. The total score was 240 points, not to mention getting a perfect score. He could at least score over 220. Plus, he would get a perfect score in the martial exam. The top scholar of Qingcheng had nothing to worry about. After the exam papers were distributed, Zhou Chen began to fill them out earnestly, and only after answering all the questions did he put down his pen. There was no difficulty. Looking at the time, only an hour had passed. Zhou Chen then checked everything again. After confirming that there were no issues, he propped his head up with one hand and began to zone out. When it was time to submit the exam early, Zhou Chen handed in his paper and left the examination room with a flourish. As for what old Chen had said on the bus about not being allowed to submit early, Zhou Chen didn't pay any attention to it at all. Why stay inside if he had finished? It was uncomfortable. Being watched by the surveillance, he couldn't move at all, which was really unpleasant. He was the first to leave the examination room. Then he saw old Chen on the playground, who didn't say much, and certainly didn't scold Zhou Chen. That was out of the question. The others were not allowed to submit early because they were worried they hadn't finished, but Zhou Chen was different. He would never be in a situation where he hadn't completed his work, so he could completely transcend the rules. Not only did he not get scolded, but old Chen even handed him a bottle of drink. How did it go? Just a normal performance, right? Old Chen casually asked. Zhou Chen nodded in response. It was okay, the questions were just like that. I actually finished a long time ago and then zoned out for a while. Zhou Chen took the drink and touched it. It wasn't cold at all. Old Chen, this is where you didn't handle the details well. It's so hot now, it should be cold. That's good. I'm still 100% at ease with you. Old Chen smiled, glanced at Zhou Chen, and knew what he was thinking, so he explained the drink issue. You shouldn't drink anything cold right now. There's another exam in the afternoon. If you get a stomachache later, that won't do. If you can't take the exam in the afternoon, then a bunch of people outside the school could drown me with just a spit. Zhou Chen replied. Well, that reason is acceptable. As the first to leave the exam, Zhou Chen was clearly interviewed by the local news media in Qingcheng. A young and beautiful girl stood in front of Zhou Chen, asking about the difficulty of the exam and his feelings about being the first to come out. Student Zhou, we can see that you are a seed candidate for the top scholar in Qingcheng, and now you are the first to leave the examination room. Do you have any profound impressions about this? What do you have to say about the essay exam questions this time? The girl reporter stood in front of Zhou Chen, holding a microphone, her eyes eagerly looking at him. Zhou Chen was taken aback for a moment, repeatedly thinking about the exam questions and his feelings. He was silent for a while because he really didn't think there was anything memorable about this exam. He turned to look at the reporter girl and thought that since she had interviewed him, he couldn't just stay silent, so he organized his thoughts and spoke up. The essay questions were too easy. There wasn't a single difficult point. I finished in an hour, and then I spent another hour just thinking. If chasing a girlfriend were as easy as answering exam questions, that would be great. After saying that, Zhou Chen ended the interview and hopped onto the school bus. At that moment, the live interview was being broadcast. Many locals in Qingcheng were watching the live stream, so when Zhou Chen was interviewed, a large number of viewers flooded in. Everyone watched the live broadcast together, and when they heard Zhou Chen's interview, they all burst out laughing. Ha! If chasing a girlfriend were as easy as an exam, that would be great. I'm dying of laughter. Is this the realm of a top student? So terrifying. I have a girlfriend, so I'm better than Zhou Chen. That's right. It's all good. No worries about the essay exam. The full score for the martial arts exam is 660 points, while the second place only has 900 points, a full 60 points higher. This means that Zhou Chen only needs to score 181 points. Moreover, the most important requirement is that the top 5 in the martial arts exam must achieve full marks in the literary exam to pose a challenge to Zhou Chen. So, in summary, as long as he secures first place in the martial arts exam, Zhou Chen will be the top scholar of Qingqing City. Congratulations from the Zhuoyuan Lake community. Awesome, amazing, we're going to get rich. Damn it, I'm going to place my bets too. Latest news, Zhou Chen has been detected to have broken through to the 4th level of Qi refining during the last spiritual energy inspection at the 3rd middle school, so Zhou Chen is secure. Is this really the latest news? I knew it long ago. The comments were filled with casual chatter, and data analysts were busy analyzing the information. They reached an important conclusion. Only if Zhou Chen secures first place in the martial arts exam will he be the top scholar of Qingqing City. Right now, the most important thing is the martial arts exam. Anyway, the center of the topic still revolves around Zhou Chen. After lunch, the exams continued in the afternoon. The number of people coming to support him only increased, with a large group joining Zhou Chen's support team, betting all their fortunes. They contributed to the bankruptcy of the Qin and Chen families. Damn, more and more people were getting involved. The Qin and Chen families were really going to go bankrupt. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen felt increasingly at risk. With the Qin and Chen families acting this way, it was very likely they would secretly take action to eliminate him outside of the exams. This was something he had to guard against. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, so Zhou Chen called Yang Lin, asking them to keep an eye on him, to help him investigate secretly, to prevent the Qin and Chen families from going all out. Little senior, you are a master of qi refining. Are you really afraid of them? Yang Lin asked, puzzled. He felt Zhou Chen had no reason to fear the Qin and Chen families. They wouldn't shamelessly send their grandmaster-level ancestors to intervene, would they? I wasn't afraid before, but now I am a bit, Zhou Chen replied. Now that more and more people are getting involved, if the Qin and Chen families can't afford the losses and are about to go bankrupt, do you think they would go all out? This, Yang Lin pondered, realizing there was indeed a possibility. However, he quickly reassured Zhou Chen. Our 7-person bureau will investigate secretly, and little senior, you don't need to worry too much. The exam is a national priority, and the Qingqing City Education Bureau, the 7-person bureau, the police, as well as the admissions offices of various martial arts schools and the military are all supervising. If the Qin and Chen families were to secretly assassinate you, they would be uprooted as well. The two families are quite powerful in Qingqing City, but in the entire Jiangnan province or even the country, they are just a master family, without even a grandmaster. Even if they go bankrupt, they wouldn't dare to act against an exam candidate. Moreover, after the exam, the top scholar has a 3-month protection period, during which all top scholars are protected by the military of Xia country. Who would dare to act against them? Once discovered, they would be dealt with ruthlessly. After 3 months, the top scholar, as a top talent, enters a martial arts school, and then is protected by martial arts schools nationwide. Anyone who dares to act against these talents would be going against all the martial arts schools in the country. The consequences would also be dealt with ruthlessly, so you really don't need to worry about danger. Xia country's talent protection policy is extremely comprehensive and perfect. As long as you don't provoke or make mistakes, as long as you are in the right, no one would dare to touch you. There is a saying in Xia country, talents will only die of old age, illness, or in other worlds, but they will never die at the hands of their own people. With Yang Lin's words, Zhou Chen completely relaxed. In summary, Xia country's protection for talents is very thorough. Anyone who dares to harm these talents is an enemy of Xia country. This shows how much Xia country values its talents. At the same time, one could also indirectly understand the oppression that the other world exerts on the entire Xia kingdom and the whole world. Perhaps the other worlds seen before were merely the most peaceful and harmonious ones. It is only in the other worlds beneath the martial arts academy that danger begins to roughly reveal itself, while those of the highest levels suppressed by sects or even the military are the most dangerous and terrifying. A genius must absolutely not die from internal strife. They must never die at the hands of their own kind. Every genius is the most precious treasure of the Xia kingdom. After Yang Lin's words, Zhou Chen completely swept away the gloom, and with a turn of his eyes, he had some ideas in mind. With a 3-month protection period, if he didn't make use of it, wouldn't that be a waste? In the afternoon's exam, Zhou Chen once again showcased his perfect abilities. In less than an hour, he finished the questions and then spaced out. After the exam, Zhou Chen, as always, was the first to submit his paper and leave. He directly boarded the school bus without giving the reporters a chance for an interview. Zhou Chen just wanted some peace and quiet. Once the bell rang, all the candidates came down. When the number was complete, the bus from the 3rd middle school started, and everyone returned to the 3rd middle school. Son, how did the exam go today? His parents had been following the bus from the 3rd middle school, and when the bus entered the school, they waited at the school gate for Zhou Chen to come out. It was okay, pretty standard, Zhou Chen casually replied, not keeping any suspense. Upon hearing this, his parents immediately burst into laughter. They took Zhou Chen home and even lit some incense, thinking of the ancestral grave back home with smoke rising. These were all secondary matters. After dinner, Zhou Chen returned to his room. Dinner was still food that replenished spiritual energy, but Zhou Chen did not eat. With the martial arts exam approaching, Zhou Chen chose to be cautious. He didn't want to lose even a bit of spiritual energy. After all, he had system tasks to complete and couldn't afford any mishaps. It was best to be prudent. Seeing this, Zhou Chen's parents wanted to persuade him, but knowing their son wasn't eating, they figured he must have his own reasons. At this critical moment, they had to follow their son's wishes. So since Zhou Chen wasn't eating, they both finished the meal. They couldn't let it go to waste, right? Even though it was food they had taken from other families in the neighborhood, it was still spiritual rice and grains, things they usually couldn't bear to eat. Their son was a genius, which was truly wonderful. As parents, they were enjoying the benefits at this time. The next morning, there were still quite a few people sending off the candidates. Moreover, there were many more than the previous day. This caused a significant increase in the workload for the Qing City Police Department and the 7-person bureau. Even Han Ming was busy as a dog. The morning exam went as usual, and Zhou Chen performed normally. He filled in all the answers and checked them repeatedly. Confirming there were no major issues, he submitted his paper early. For the 3 subjects of the written exam, with a full score of 100, he gave himself 88 points, and another 18 points in the form of 666. The exam ended. Everyone sat on the bus comparing answers. Especially Lu Yong, who was quite clueless. He remembered few knowledge points from the written exam but was particularly fond of comparing answers. Once on the bus, he clung to Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua, the 2 top students, to compare answers. Every time he got one wrong, there would be a wail. "Zhou Ge, is the answer to question 6C? It's A." Lu Yong cried, "Wrong again. I remember this question wasn't difficult. Is it destined that I will always get it wrong?" Zhou Chen. He gave him a mental slap. "It was destined for you to have this calamity, so be quiet." In the afternoon, at the Qin family. During the family banquet at the Qin family, Qin Hanhai looked kindly at a young man beside him, his mouth constantly smiling. "Xiao Hao, how did you feel about the written exam this time? Was there any pressure?" He opened his mouth to inquire about the young man's literary exam results. "Not bad, there were a few questions that were a bit difficult, but nothing major. I expect to score around 200. Uncle, with a score of 200 in the literary exam, I just need to come first in the martial arts exam, and then the title of top scholar in Xinjiang will be mine," Xin Hao said with a smile, his face filled with joy. The excitement on his face was unmistakable. Clearly, he was someone without much guile, expressing his thoughts exactly as they were. He had lived in the sect since childhood, rarely coming down the mountain. So this temperament was normal, and it was also the reason the sect agreed to let him descend. Even precious jade needs to be tempered. Good, good, good. Qin Hanhai shouted 3 times in delight, overwhelmed with joy. This year, a genius has emerged in Xinjiang, and that is Zhou Chen. At such a young age, he has already reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Based on past results, he is undoubtedly the top scholar. But now, with Little Hao in our Qin family, this result is bound to change. With Little Hao's strength at the 5th level of qi refinement, he can easily crush Zhou Chen in the martial arts exam. Little Hao, you are truly a blessing for our Qin family. Qin Hanhai did not hold back his praise. According to the statistics from the Qin family's lottery backend, there was already a staggering amount of over 100 billion in funds betting on Zhou Chen to win. If Zhou Chen loses, then that 100 billion will all belong to the Qin family. This is a terrifying number. Even the Qin family was shocked. The entire Qin family's assets were only around 200 billion. As Qin Hanhai's words fell, Qin Hao nodded with pride. As for Qin Tian, at this moment, he was holding a bowl of rice, quietly shoveling it into his mouth. He felt a bit resentful and angry. His father used to always praise him, Qin Tian, as his precious Qilin son. But now, with Qin Hao around, he felt forgotten. Not even a word was asked about how he performed in the literary exam. Qin Tian sulked, taking another big mouthful of spiritual rice, not even bothering to pick up any vegetables. Although his eyes were on the rice, his gaze kept darting to Qin Hanhai. At the same time, he perked up his ears to listen to Qin Hanhai's voice. As soon as Qin Hanhai asked him, he would immediately tell him that he had performed exceptionally well in the literary exam and could definitely score over 210 points. Little Tian. Qin Hanhai's voice rang out. Qin Tian immediately perked up, sitting up straight. He quickly said, "Dad, I performed exceptionally well in this literary exam. Based on my calculations, I can definitely reach over 210 points. Qin Hanhai, got it. Is that it?" Qin Tian, who had been eagerly waiting for Qin Hanhai's praise, was completely stunned. How could it come to this for me? Qin Tian, the Qilin son of the Qin family, the legitimate son of the Qin family. I have fallen out of favor. Qin Tian almost cried. He even thought about buying a banner for Zhou Chen overnight, to defect from the Qin family and support Zhou Chen in defeating this Qin Hao. But Qin Tian only dared to think about it. If he really dared to do that, he would probably be beaten to a pulp by his father, Qin Hanhai. This year, over 120,000 people participated in the major exam in Xinjiang, including the urban area of Xinjiang and the 6 counties under its jurisdiction. With so many people, the arrangements for the martial arts exam needed to be particularly careful. After all, this was a unified exam for the entire city, and fairness was absolutely paramount. Therefore, the format of the martial arts exam was quite different from that of the literary exam. First, all exam venues were located in the urban area, meaning that candidates from other counties in Qingqing needed to rush to the city in the afternoon after the literary exam ended in the morning. Secondly, there were a total of 21 exam venues set up throughout Qingcheng, with 6,000 candidates assigned to each venue. They were arranged in numerical order, from the first exam venue to the 21st. All candidates participating in the martial arts examination in the city will have their exam numbers randomly drawn and distributed by teachers from various schools. The exam numbers contain the randomly assigned aura testing venue numbers. Tomorrow, candidates will bring their admission tickets, identification cards, and these exam numbers to the corresponding venues for the aura test. Over the course of one day, all students' auras will be tested. Then, they will be ranked according to the amount of aura they possess. Based on the aura rankings, the examination venues will be reassigned. The top 6,000 in aura ranking will enter the first venue, while those ranked from 6,001 to 12,000 will enter the second venue, and so on. On the second day of the martial arts examination, the official arena competition will begin. Everyone will enter their respective venues according to their rankings, with the first venue being the gathering place for the city's top candidates. It starts at 9 in the morning and ends at 5 in the afternoon. After 5 o'clock, the rankings will be recompiled, using a last-place demotion system. The last 200 in each venue will drop to the next venue, while the top 200 will rise to the previous venue. For example, Lu Yong ranks 6,500 in the aura test on the first day of the martial arts examination. Therefore, on the second day, he will enter the second venue. If he achieves a rank of 6,001 in the arena competition that day, he will advance to the first venue. By the third day of the martial arts examination, he will become a candidate in the first venue. This process will continue until it concludes on June 19th, lasting a total of 10 days. Zhou Chen had a general understanding of these examination rules. Afterward, he went to sleep to rest, having drawn the first venue. Tomorrow, he would need to go to the first venue for the aura test, so he needed to wake up a bit earlier. The next day, Zhou Chen got up early and, under the careful care of his parents, had a usual breakfast. Then, escorted by his parents, he hurried to the first venue, where all candidates were randomly mixed together. Since parents were taking everyone to the test, the school did not continue to organize buses. Upon arriving at the first venue, Zhou Chen took a look at the size of the square. It was very spacious, with hundreds of aura testing machines set up in the middle. Once it started, the tests would begin simultaneously. Surrounding the square, large screens would display the test results in real time. Whenever a student completed their test, their aura ranking would be updated, and all venues would synchronize the updates. After arriving at the first venue, Zhou Chen looked outside and saw a sea of people gathered around the square. The entire square was enveloped in a transparent light circle. All parents who came to send their children for the test and the onlookers could not enter. After verifying his admission ticket and other documents, Zhou Chen smoothly entered the venue. Then, like the other candidates, he quietly waited for the aura test to begin. Feeling bored, Zhou Chen noticed that the other parents waiting outside were also feeling idle. So, they started chatting together. Has Zhou Chen gone in yet? He's already gone in. That's good. Has Zhou Chen gone in yet? He's in. Oh, that's good. Then I can relax. Has Zhou Chen gone in yet? Are you done yet? Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. After all, my wife is inside. You're not even going in with your wife. Why are you so nervous? The center of conversation among everyone was undoubtedly Zhou Chen. A parent who had come from a lower-tier city felt confused. Why was everyone talking about this Zhou Chen? Had this country bumpkin fallen behind the times? Hey, are you also here to send your child for the martial arts exam? He found someone to chat with and happened to find Zhou Chen's dad. Guess. Zhou Chen's dad smiled kindly. He wasn't here to send someone, was he here to take the exam? The person felt awkward and smiled sheepishly. They then started chatting. What's your child's name, and how are their grades? His name is Zhou Chen, and his grades are quite good. Zhou Chen's father waved his hand impatiently. He was nervous and had no time for small talk. So that guy started chatting with someone else. Hey, are you here to send your child for the martial arts exam? No. Then what are you here for? I'm here to send my ancestor to participate in the martial arts exam. May I ask, what is your ancestor's name? At such an old age, still participating in the martial arts exam, truly cunning. Can't chat properly? Just want to waste time? What's your name? Me, Wang Dahai. Dahai, let me tell you, you're all water. The time reached 8:30. With the sound of a bell, the martial arts exam for the entire Qing City and Xia Country entered the final half-hour countdown. All live broadcasts in Qing City were activated, and the scene began to stream live. The first examination hall served as the main broadcasting location. The host stepped onto the stage in the middle of the square and began the opening ceremony before the martial arts exam officially started. Dear students, respected parents, this year's martial arts exam will begin in half an hour. First, let me introduce the leaders and guests presiding over this grand examination in Qing City. First, the director of the Qing City Education Bureau, a master-level expert, Wei Jinha. Next, the principal of Qing City Martial Arts School, Principal Li Taishang, a master-level expert. A series of names and strength introductions followed. Although this was somewhat tedious, it was necessary, mainly to serve as a deterrent, showing that so many master-level experts were present to oversee and intimidate any troublemakers, to prevent them from causing disturbances during the exam, and to deter any attempts to harm the students taking the exam. After the introductions, the director of the Education Bureau began to speak. At 9 o'clock, the testing officially began. Dawn. With the sound of a bell, the martial arts exam's spiritual energy test officially commenced. Zhou Chen waited normally according to his number. When it was his turn to test, Zhou Chen did not hold back at all, inputting all his spiritual energy. The final result was out. Zhou Chen from 3rd Middle School, 4th layer of Qi refining. After testing twice to confirm there were no errors, the results were uploaded simultaneously. It appeared on the big screen outside the square. Everyone watching saw Zhou Chen's ranking. He shot straight to the top, claiming first place. Awesome! Zhou Chen, 4th layer of Qi refining, results are out. Directly first. We're rich, we're rich. Zhou Chen is amazing. The highest score among the students tested so far is only the 1st layer of Qi refining. It's completely secured. Congratulations to me for winning a Mercedes-Benz. The trident will illuminate my brilliance from now on. The crowd was ecstatic, but the joy didn't last long. Another student shot up to the sky, directly placing himself ahead of Zhou Chen. Ji Yang, 6th Middle School, 5th layer of Qi refining. Who the hell is this Ji Yang? I've never heard of him before. Damn, it's over. Directly 5th layer of Qi refining. I knew this wouldn't be simple. I'm going to the rooftop, don't stop me. Wails filled the air. But it wasn't over yet. Shen Xia, 10th Middle School, 5th layer of Qi refining, pushed Ji Yang out of 1st place. Xin Hao, 7th Middle School, 5th layer of Qi refining. With a higher spiritual energy content, he pushed Shen Xia out and claimed 1st place. Seeing this ranking, a sensation erupted outside the square. Many people fainted, ambulances blaring nonstop, unable to keep up. The crowd's mentality collapsed. At this moment, chaos reigned, confusion spread, and many fell down. Then there were those who just watched. When they saw the leaderboard, with 3 consecutive 5th layer Qi refining candidates being updated, everyone had different expressions. But in their hearts, they all shared the same thought. What the hell is going on? At the same time, a large group of people took out their phones and immediately messaged their families. They urged those preparing to place bets on Zhou Chen winning the top scholar to stop immediately. There's a mole. Stop all transactions right now. This is no longer just a mole. There are 3 cultivators at the 5th level of Qi refining, and Zhou Chen is only at the 4th level. Moreover, he had just broken through recently. What the hell is this? This is just a disaster. How can they still play? What on earth is going on? Where did this Ji Yang, this Chen Xia, and this Qin Hao come from? I knew it. I freaking knew that the Qin and Chen families would have some tricks up their sleeves with such high odds. How could they possibly lose? This was all planned by the Qin and Chen families. It's over. I have nothing left. I become a person without feelings. See you on the rooftop, brothers. Save me a spot. I'll be there soon. Everyone was discussing heatedly. Everyone was talking. This included Zhou Chen's parents. They were also in despair. They hurried to a small place and called Zhou Shanru. Daughter, hurry and buy a plane ticket. Let's just run away overnight. Qing City is big, but after this, there probably won't be a place for our Zhou family to stay. Although it wasn't Zhou Chen's fault, they would definitely blame him. They might even throw the blame directly onto Zhou Chen. What could the Zhou family do now? They couldn't afford to compensate. They had been involved for decades, and their mortgage wasn't even paid off yet. Now they had an additional huge debt. Meanwhile, other candidates in the major exams also saw the synchronized rankings. In the examination room where Xiao Xiuhua was, he had already finished his test. The spiritual energy content reached over 40,000. He was close to breaking through to the 2nd level of Qi refining. He ranked 6th overall. The only ones ahead of him were Zhou Chen, Tang Yanran, and those 3 who suddenly appeared. I can't believe there are people in Qing City who are better than Brother Zhou. Xiao Xiuhua frowned but then relaxed. He knew Brother Zhou's true strength, He wasn't at the 4th level of Qi refining but at the level of Qi control, so he was just a bit surprised to see the rankings and wasn't worried about Zhou Chen at all, because there was no need to be. Lu Yong and Lu Chun also saw the rankings and frowned in unison, but like Xiao Xiaohua, they didn't take it seriously. They had seen Zhou Chen's real strength and had no worries at all. They knew that the so-called Qin Hao couldn't withstand even one punch from Brother Zhou. Outside the first examination room, a couple was arguing about breaking up. Zhongjiang, is this what you call a sure win? 3 cultivators at the 5th level of Qi refining, while Zhou Chen is only at the 4th level. You tell me this is a sure win? Zhongjiang, you've lost all my 15,768 yuan from 520. Let's break up. We're not suited for each other. The girl cursed and casually threw the lottery ticket in her hand at Zhongjiang before storming off. Zhongjiang glanced at the rankings and then at the lottery ticket thrown on the ground. His initial sadness over the breakup instantly lifted. He quickly picked up the lottery ticket his ex-girlfriend had thrown away and burst into laughter. He hit the jackpot, he made a huge profit. Breaking up still left him with over 10,000, no, over 20,000 in earnings. Wasn't Zhongjiang getting rich? He never expected to make money from his girlfriend. Zhongjiang knew Zhou Chen's true strength, not to mention the 5th level of Qi refining. Even the 5th level of Qi control wouldn't be enough for Brother Zhou to take him down with one punch. So this was a guaranteed win. What was there to worry about? What pressure was there? At this moment, everyone definitely didn't believe Brother Zhou much. There were surely many people who had thrown away their lottery tickets. Thinking of this, Zhongjiang's mind suddenly became clear. This was a path to wealth and prosperity. The fortune teller was not deceiving him. Zhongjiang would eventually become rich with money and abundance. He immediately picked up his phone and opened the super communication contacts. He started reaching out to his ex-girlfriends for lottery tickets. Xiaoli, are you there? Zhongjiang sent a message, but no one replied. Then Zhongjiang switched to another person, found Xiaoli, sent a message again, and still got no response. So he changed again, found Xiaoli, and sent messages one by one since he had plenty of ex-girlfriends. Sorry, we're not compatible. Zhongjiang, please don't bother me anymore. Finally, he got a reply. Xiaoli, I'm not bothering you. It's like this. Xiaoli, did you buy the lottery ticket that Zhou Chen used to win first place? The spiritual energy test rankings are out, and already 3 students at the 5th level of Qi refining have surpassed Zhou Chen. Do you still want this lottery ticket? If not, I'll buy it at a 30% discount. Zhongjiang typed back and even copied the text to use with other girlfriends later. Why? Xiaoli asked, and at that moment, she also saw the rankings and cursed the people on the list, including Zhou Chen. Because that's love. Xiaoli, I don't want you to lose too much money because of another man. I just want to tell you that I, Zhongjiang, am the one who loves you the most. And Xiaoli, you also know I have too many ex-girlfriends, so I can only buy it at a 30% discount. Zhongjiang replied with deep feelings. After a while, Zhongjiang successfully acquired a lottery ticket. Xiaoli had bought 1,000 yuan worth, and Zhongjiang bought it for 300. When it came time to redeem it, he could exchange it for a total of 1,950 yuan, meaning Zhongjiang made a profit of 1,650 yuan. It was simply a windfall. While contacting his ex-girlfriends, Zhongjiang was also scavenging outside the exam hall. However, he didn't find much, only picking up 2 tickets worth 100 each. After turning his eyes around, he picked up a piece of cardboard, tied it with a rope, and hung it around his neck. It read, "Give comfort to the heartbroken lottery players, high prices for Zhou Chen's first-place lottery ticket." Now there was business. Many people approached Zhongjiang wanting to sell their lottery tickets to cut their losses. After all, with 3 students at the 5th level of Qi refining, it would be very difficult for Zhou Chen to take first place in the martial arts exam, and without taking first place, it would be even harder to become the final top scorer. It was better to sell it to this fool. Zhongjiang collected quite a few tickets in just one morning, but his initial capital was a bit low. Should he collaborate with Brother Zhou? Thinking of this, Zhongjiang's mind became clear again. He could have Brother Zhou provide the initial capital, and then he would help Brother Zhou with this matter. When the amount of capital increased, he would only take 10%, and he would make a fortune. He would directly become rich. With this thought, Zhongjiang waited outside the first exam hall for Zhou Chen. As soon as he saw Zhou Chen come out, he would contact him. He thought Zhou Chen must have money. Besides the surprise everyone felt about the rankings, even Zhou Chen was taken aback. When he saw that there were actually 3 students at the 5th level of Qi refining in the rankings, he was momentarily stunned. He really hadn't expected it. There had indeed been an unexpected turn of events. He saw the names of the 3 people, aside from Ji Yang, who he didn't know. The other 2 were definitely from the Chen and Qin families. It was evident from their names. No wonder their families dared to offer high odds. they were clearly setting a trap to make money, and ordinary people were just puppets for them to toy with. However, Zhou Chen only paused for a moment. He didn't pay much attention. Although those three were at a slightly higher level, it didn't matter. At this moment, Zhou Chen possessed two types of enhanced flames, a perfectly mastered fire fist, and a nuclear bomb like Fire Lotus. This was already enough to defeat opponents across several small realms. Moreover, there was also the Qi manipulation fist. Although it could only be used once, as long as it was saved for the final match on the 19th, it would be fine. One punch to take out the first opponent, and then he would be number one. Leaving the first examination venue, as soon as Zhou Chen stepped outside, he felt the chaotic atmosphere. Many gamblers turned red-eyed upon seeing Zhou Chen. They wanted to attack him and shouted angrily at him. The police and the members of the seven-man bureau became even more alert when they saw Zhou Chen come out. Yang Lin rushed to the scene. He shouted through his spiritual energy, "Zhou Chen is currently the candidate for the top scholar of Qing City, protected under the Summer Kingdom's genius protection regulations. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on Zhou Chen will end up in prison, exiled to the S-class otherworld." After this warning, things indeed calmed down a lot, but there were still many people who wouldn't let up. They shouted at Zhou Chen, "You're just a fraud. Damn you, why are you only at the 4th level of Qi refinement? You don't deserve it. Zhou Chen, give me my money back." Such words made Zhou Chen extremely unhappy. He hadn't claimed he would definitely take the top spot, nor had he asked them to support him, so why blame him now? Moreover, the tournament hadn't even started yet, and they were already blaming him? Zhou Chen just wanted to slap these bastards one by one. Brother Zhou. Just as Zhou Chen was holding back his anger and looking for his parents to go home, Zhong Jiang found him. He followed Zhou Chen back home and explained his plan. "Brother Zhou, I know your strength, but they don't. Now we can take this opportunity to buy the lottery tickets they hold at a threefold discount. Then when you win the top scholar title, that will be our time to make a big profit. What do you think? Brother Zhou, doesn't it sound promising? You provide the funds, I'll do the work. We'll unite and grow strong. Let's create brilliance again." Zhong Jiang spoke animatedly, which changed Zhou Chen's attitude towards him quite a bit. He didn't expect this kid to have some strengths. The plan was quite good, and Zhou Chen was also feeling displeased with those people. "Damn it, how dare they shout at me? I'm not your son, nor your thug. How dare you get angry at me?" So Zhou Chen immediately agreed to Zhong Jiang's idea and discussed the profit sharing. He would provide the funds, taking 90% and giving Zhong Jiang 10% as a reward for his efforts. "Brother Zhou, just leave the rest to me. I have many ex-girlfriends, and even more backup options, so we'll definitely be able to acquire a lot of lottery tickets. I'm really starting to admire myself more and more. It turns out what I, Zhong Jiang, was talking about before wasn't love, but a damn business. Now is the time for me, Zhong Jiang, to reel in the net. He. Zhou Chen." Zhou Chen was speechless and kicked Zhong Jiang out. "You better not get restless now. If you don't handle this well, I'll castrate you." Zhou Chen scolded with a smile. "I guarantee it will be done well. Brother Zhou, you can rest assured," he quickly replied, covering his backside and fleeing as if his life depended on it. Since his brother had followed him, he hadn't experienced any life-threatening situations, and he couldn't leave him now. So this matter had to be handled well, no matter what. Zhou Chen lay on the sofa while his parents were busy packing their luggage, as if they were really moving. He glanced up at them. They were discussing which items to take and which to leave behind. They didn't even ask Zhou Chen if he was confident about taking the top spot. "Mom and Dad, don't you believe in me?" Zhou Chen complained helplessly. As soon as the words fell, Mom immediately replied, "Don't think too much. What parents don't believe in their own children?" After saying that, she pointed to an electric oven. "This electric oven has to be taken. I just bought it this year, and I can't leave it behind." Zhou Chen, so what are you all packing here? "Oh, we were just thinking that the big exam is about to end, so we plan to stay in the countryside for a while." Zhou Chen, I can be the top scholar. I'm only at the 5th level of Qi refining, and I've long been able to fight above my level. I know, your mom believes you can fight above your level. I'm your mom, how could I not believe? You should also pack your room, for now, pretend to be normal and continue with the big exam. Once we're settled in the countryside, we'll come to get you. Zhou Chen, you still say you believe in me? I'm speechless. I can't be bothered to explain. If you want to pack, then pack. Just consider it a big cleanup. Not long after, the door opened. Zhou Shanru rushed back in a hurry. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, she came over and carefully checked him. All intact. Dad, Mom, I told you not to get involved with those lottery things. And isn't Xiaofan just a small level lower? Why don't you believe in Xiaofan so much? I think he can fight against those at the 5th level of Qi refining. Zhou Shanru spoke up, admiring and believing in Zhou Chen's talent. At this point, Zhou Chen was already at the 4th level of Qi refining, she had only been at the first level during last year's big exam. Now, after studying at Qingqing Martial School for a year, plus the spirit-gathering pills Zhou Chen gave her, she was only at the 9th level of qi refining. So, in her eyes, Zhou Chen was a top genius. Hearing Zhou Shanru's words, Zhou Chen felt inexplicably moved. It's still my sister. But Zhou Shanru didn't let Zhou Chen feel touched for long before she floated out another sentence. At least Xiao Fan has no problem taking hits. He will definitely last a long time. What if others get tired of hitting Xiao Fan and he manages to sneak attack? Zhou Chen. I really wasted my trust in her. How could I believe in Zhou Shanru? That night, the community was very quiet, and at 8 o'clock, suddenly a firework shot straight up for the Lantern Festival. Then countless fireworks shot up into the sky. Zhou Shanru was at home, excited, and then dragged Zhou Chen up to the rooftop to watch. They saw the sky filled with fireworks. In the pitch-black night, a few words were displayed. Zhou Chen, top scholar. Zhou Chen was very surprised. The people in the community should be doubting him, right? Why were they setting off fireworks for him? This was agreed upon by everyone in the community. Today is the first wave, the start, and after you become the top scholar, there will be an even bigger wave. At some point, Dad walked over. He was quite emotional. Then another wave of fireworks shot up into the sky, exploding. Zhou Chen, top scholar. Thank you for everyone's little gift. Seeing the sky full of fireworks, Zhou Chen felt quite emotional. There may be scum in Xia country, there may be trash, but the vast majority of people are kind, and most people are reasonable. This is why Xia country's civilization has continued and why Xia culture has persisted. We, the people of Xia country, may have flaws, but we have even more strengths. We unite. From a young age, we are taught that etiquette and unity come first. This is the reason for Xia country's resurgence. At the same time, this made Zhou Chen feel a strong affection for the entire community and for those who continue to support him. In return for kindness, such people are worth striving for the title of top scholar. They are worth fighting for. Below in the community, everyone gathered together, setting off fireworks, continuing to support Zhou Chen. Many people sent encouraging messages to Zhou Chen in the super chat, telling him to do his best and not to put too much pressure on himself. The fireworks lasted for half an hour before finally quieting down. Everyone returned home, giving all the examinees a peaceful time to rest. After enjoying a round of fireworks with Zhou Shanru, Zhou Chen went downstairs with her. Back in the room, his mom put away the things she had just tidied up. Why aren't you packing your luggage? Zhou Chen asked curiously. But as soon as he spoke, his mom looked at him and feigned surprise. Packing what? Aren't you planning to move to the countryside for a while? Who said that? I was just cleaning up with your dad. Zhou Chen. What great acting. It turns out my own acting skills weren't for nothing. They were inherited. The next day, Zhou Chen got up early and rushed to the first exam venue. Uncle Wang next door drove him there as usual. In the car, he seemed very calm. Xiao Fan, although you're one small realm lower than the other three, don't worry. It's just a small realm in the qi refining stage. Look at those novels. The protagonists can fight above their level. Fighting one small realm above is just a piece of cake. Zhou Chen thought Uncle Wang made a lot of sense. No wonder he could make big money. But what if I'm not the protagonist? Uncle Wang, well, one day I'll ask a struggling author to write a novel based on you, then you'll be the protagonist. Zhou Chen had nothing to say. He really was a rich man. But one thing I need to emphasize, there must be more female characters. On the way to the exam venue, Zhou Chen rolled down the car window and looked outside. He was soon drawn in by the sounds on the street. He saw delivery guys in yellow uniforms riding motorcycles, carrying loudspeakers, wandering around the streets. The words shouted from the loudspeakers made Zhou Chen feel exhausted. High price for Zhou Chen's lottery tickets. High price for Zhou Chen's lottery tickets. Exchange for stainless steel basins. Exchange for stainless steel basins. If you don't want Zhou Chen's lottery tickets, don't throw them away. Come to me to exchange for stainless steel basins. There were even dedicated stalls collecting these lottery tickets. Don't miss out. The martial arts exam is coming up. There are 3 people at the 5th level of qi refining. Zhou Chen is bound to lose. High price for Zhou Chen's top lottery tickets. Always hold on to them. They won't appreciate. Just a piece of waste paper. Sell them to me. Recover threefold. Sell the Zhou Chen lottery tickets you secretly bought. Stop the loss in time. Your wife will praise you as a good husband. The whole street was filled with delivery guys, going from street to street. Such promotional marketing tactics made Zhou Chen feel embarrassed. That dog thief Zhong Jiang really knew how to pull tricks. Zhou Chen immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Zhong Jiang, inquiring about the matter. Did you arrange for those delivery guys in stalls collecting lottery tickets on the street? After sending the message, Zhou Chen quickly received a reply from Zhong Jiang. That's right, Zhou Ge, my idea is pretty good, right? I've been delivering food for several months and know quite a few brothers. I just need to give them $200. Not only that, but I've also arranged for delivery guys outside 21 exam venues. The chances of getting them outside the exam venue are even greater. Zhong Jiang replied with 3 messages in a row, detailing the whole situation. Although it wasn't verbal, Zhou Chen could sense Zhong Jiang's excitement from the words. Not bad, keep it up. Zhou Chen praised him. As long as Zhong Jiang didn't fall in love, he was quite normal. At least his intelligence had greatly improved. Turning off his phone, Zhou Chen arrived at the first exam venue. At this moment, outside the square, there was still a sea of people. A large number of parents had gathered to send their children off, and because this first examination venue attracted the top talents of the entire Qingqing city, there were quite a few onlookers coming to watch the spectacle. There were even various groups of parents holding banners in support. 3 groups stood out in particular. The first was the Qin family. They held up banners and shouted through loudspeakers, continuously cheering for Qin Hao. The crowd was large, mostly consisting of Qin family members and employees working for them. This not only boosted the morale of the Qin family but also increased the popularity of their lottery business and other ventures. The entire city was focused on the major exam, which was a wave of top-notch advertising. They had always arranged it this way in the past. The second group was the Chen family, supporting Chen Xia. Their purpose was the same as that of the Qin family. The third group, which was also the largest, naturally supported Zhou Chen. This included not only the staunch supporters of Zhou Chen, like the residents of the community, but also a crowd from the Xiao family. This year, Xiao Xiaohuo was participating in the major exam. They could have supported him, but Xiao Xiaohuo was only at the first level of qi refinement and had no chance of competing for first place. So, the Xiao family changed their choice and collectively supported Zhou Chen. Shinseki, as the representative of the Xiao family's shop, formed a long-legged cheerleading squad, and outside the square, they set up a small stage and began to sing and dance. A full 12 girls, dressed in traditional-style kipeos with beautiful legs and stockings, attracted half of the crowd's attention. Zhou Chen. With the autumn wind blowing and drums beating, my Zhou Chen fears no one. The rivalry among the 3 families outside was both amusing and exasperating. After verifying his admission ticket, Zhou Chen walked straight in. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, Xiao Xiaohua hurried over. Brother Zhou, do you like the cheerleading squad outside? Hearing Xiao Xiaohua's words, Zhou Chen glanced at him. Did you arrange this? No, but my dad originally wanted them to cheer for me. I thought it wouldn't help me, so I let them support you instead, Xiao Xiaohua said with a smile, as if seeking credit. But Zhou Chen promptly gave him a light smack on the head. With the battle against Tang Yanran approaching, how could he be bothered with this? If he really wanted to arrange something, he could have done it in a private box. He wasn't short on time. That said, the quality was quite good. Zhou Chen chatted with Xiao Xiaohua for a while about his preparations for Tang Yanran, especially regarding his control over the Fire Lotus. He must not lose. Don't worry, Brother Zhou, I can release the Fire Lotus now. Although the preparation time is still a bit long, I can release it within 10 seconds. There's absolutely no problem facing her. Zhou Chen nodded at this. It was acceptable. Before long, Lu Yong and Lu Chen also arrived. After passing the spiritual energy test, they both ranked within the top 6,000 in the city. Lu Yong ranked 93rd, while Lu Chen was in the 1,200 range. Both were good results. After Lu Yong participated in the martial arts examination arena, he should be able to enter the top 20, and as long as he made it into the top 20, he could enter any martial arts school in the country. Even if his academic results were poor, there would still be opportunities for special recruitment. As for Lu Chen, it was a bit more challenging, but he should have no problem entering the top 100. At that time, aside from Qingbei Martial Arts School, entering the top 10 martial arts schools nationwide would be no issue. Besides Lu Chen and Lu Yong, some students from Class 5 also followed Zhou Chen after seeing him. Zhou Chen roughly counted. There should be 43 students from Class 5 entering the first examination venue. This meant that only 2 students from Class 5 did not make it into the top 6,000 in the city. This statistic was terrifying. Even the elite class of the first high school could not achieve such a figure. Moreover, Zhou Chen arranged for the Fire Fist for the students in Class 5, and those 2 students are likely to be promoted tomorrow. After the martial arts examination ends, Old Chen will probably be grinning from ear to ear. Bang! 9 o'clock sharp. With the sound of the bell, the host began to take control of the event. Then, Wei Zhenhe, the director of the Qingqing City Education Bureau, personally announced the official start of the arena competition. Thank you to all the parents and the public for coming to watch. It is now 9 o'clock. I declare, the Qingqing City Martial Arts Examination Arena Competition has officially begun. As Wei Zhenhe's words fell, the atmosphere inside and outside the venue became lively. The event staff immediately began their work, starting to tally the opponents for both challengers and assigning the arenas. The judges began to take their places on the arenas, waiting for the candidates to come up and compete. Outside the arena, dozens of large screens were set up around the square, displaying everything happening inside. All the spectators could see the competition through the screens. The event was being broadcast live. Soon, the battles began. Since it was a demotion for the last place, the bottom 200 students started looking for stronger opponents to fight. The arena quickly became bustling. Lu Yong, standing next to Zhou Chen, directly went out to find someone to challenge. Some others from Class 5 did the same, while Lu Chen chose to stay low for the time being. His ranking was very safe. In fact, if he didn't strive for progress, he could remain hidden until the martial arts examination ended, and he would still be in the first examination room. However, his ranking would drop significantly. Xiao Xiaohua clenched his fists, closed his eyes to calm himself for a moment, then exhaled a breath of turbid air. Zhou Ge, I'm off. Safe travels. I'll take care of your wife. Xiao Xiaohua. Zhou Ge, I'm being serious right now. I'm about to challenge Tang Yanran, can't you wish me luck? Besides, I don't have a wife right now. Without saying another word, Xiao Xiaohua walked straight in a direction. Tang Yanran was there. Upon arriving, he stopped in his tracks, looking at the girl in front of him with a cold expression. He spoke calmly. Xiao family, Xiao Xiaohua. Sorry, I messed up the lines. I stayed up late reading that novel last night and I'm still not quite back to myself. Xiao Xiaohua's face turned slightly red as he scratched his head. He usually didn't read because he was focused on training. It was just last night that he read to relieve stress and caught up on the latest 3-year agreement in the novel. As a result, he was a bit immersed in it and hadn't fully recovered. Xiao family, Xiao Xiaohua, here to challenge as promised. Upon hearing this, Tang Yanran glanced at him. Her expression remained unchanged, but there were many waves in her heart. Tang family, Tang Yanran, accepting the challenge. They then sought out the event staff to register their information. Are you both sure? Sure. They both spoke simultaneously. The event staff then arranged them for the most important first arena. This was the first focal battle of the day. It was the first focal battle among the top 10 candidates after the spiritual energy test. Tang Yanran ranked 5th. Xiao Xiaohua ranked 6th. A difference of 1 rank, yet a gap in tiers. After the arrangement, the scene was instantly synchronized. The footage of the first arena was broadcast live outside, allowing all the spectators to see the situation in the first arena. Here it comes. The first focal battle of the day is here. Awesome. 6th-ranked Xiao Xiaohua challenges 5th-ranked Tang Yanran. Wow. According to the spiritual energy test, Xiao Xiaohua is only at the first level of qi refinement, while Tang Yanran is already at the second level. Cross-dire combat. Impressive. If Xiao Xiaohua wins, doesn't that mean Zhou Chen might also have a chance to win? Too bad my lottery ticket has already been sold. Even if Zhou Chen wins, it won't matter to me. Change for a stainless steel basin. Change for a stainless steel basin. Anyone who doesn't want their Zhou Chen champion lottery can exchange it with me for a stainless steel basin for free. IF ****ing want to exchange with you. Damn it. Can you just be quiet for a bit? The scene was lively. Aside from the audience's heated discussions, in a luxurious private room, Xiao Xiaohua's dad was chatting with Tang Yanran's dad, watching the two's challenge. Sigh, this challenge shouldn't have happened in the first place. It's all my daughter's fault for being clueless, so brother Xiao, I'll drink to that. Not at all, this is all my son's fault. This kid is more of a hindrance than a help. Can you believe a perfectly normal person can't cultivate since childhood? What kind of sin is that? Brother Tang, to be honest, I regret not shooting him against the wall back then. It's my son's fault, I'll drink to that. No, I'll drink to that. Me too. Before Xiao Xiaohua and Tang Yanran could start fighting, their dads were already on the verge of a brawl in the private room. It's already started. What are you two pretending for? If you want to drink, just drink. But remember, spirit wine is not ordinary wine. Don't let it affect your cultivation. On one side, their wives were looking at them with annoyance. 1 drink for every sentence, they just wanted to drink. As soon as this was said, the two men exchanged glances and saw the same reflection in each other's eyes. So you're also under your wife's thumb. The atmosphere was quite lively. Zhou Chen and Lu Chen arrived at the arena where Xiao Xiaohua and Tang Yanran were battling, pulled out some sunflower seeds, and started eating them on the spot. The 3 who ranked higher than Zhou Chen were as steady as old dogs, showing no intention of engaging in battle. So Zhou Chen couldn't be bothered to look for them. Anyway, he just needed to challenge the current number 1 on the 19th. Who was number 1 now didn't matter to him. Many stable-ranked candidates were also not in the arena matches, so they gathered under the stage to watch. This was a focal battle. On the stage, the two didn't speak. They went straight to blows. Tang Yanran struck out with a palm, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. The The momentum was overwhelming. Xiao Xiaohua was not to be outdone, unleashing the fire fist immediately, accompanied by the blazing beast fire swirling around his fist. Although it was a bronze-level technique, it was by no means weak. The two exchanged blows, leaving the audience in awe. Suddenly, Xiao Xiaohua felt it was about time, and after securing about 10 seconds, he quickly formed a fire lotus nuclear bomb. With a loud shout, "Enemy shame, I shall strip him of his clothes." Xiao Xiaohua's shout was incredibly loud, full of vigor. The moment he shouted, he attracted everyone's attention, and everyone was stunned. Especially the content of his shout made many girls blush. It was too shameless. "Isn't this just a rogue? Hurry and call the police, just arrest him for being a rogue. Enemy shame, I shall strip him of his clothes." What a terrifying move. Such a move could probably make the girls flee in panic. Is this the unique martial art of the Xiao family? How come I've never heard of it before? Hee, would the Xiao family's secret techniques let you see them? The shout is so unconventional. I just don't know how the actual technique works. It probably won't be anything substantial. Tang Yanran instinctively protected her chest and clothes upon hearing Xiao Xiaohua's words. Her face turned even redder. She thought Xiao Xiaohua wouldn't really use such a lewd move. This was a major exam, and a large audience was watching from below the stage, while outside the square, many were watching the live broadcast on the big screen. She couldn't afford to embarrass herself, and just at that moment, it directly delayed her defense. When she saw a burst of fire lotus shooting towards her from Xiao Xiaohua's hand, she finally realized the need for defense. What is this? Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus? Tang Yanran didn't have time to think much and quickly gathered her spiritual energy, forming a spiritual shield to block the attack of this fire lotus. At that moment, all the spectators also witnessed this move. Wow! Isn't this the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus from the novel The Emperor of Combat Qi? The evidence is conclusive. The Xiao family of Qingcheng is indeed a descendant of Xiao Yan. It's confirmed. The Xiao family's fire lotus is terrifyingly powerful. Incredible! The audience was astonished by Xiao Xiaohua's move. This fire lotus was too dazzling, too brilliant. Brother Xiao, is this move of yours a secret technique of the Xiao family? In the private box, Tang Yanran's father and Xiao Xiaohua's father had already drunk quite a bit, each punishing themselves with a cup. Spiritual wine is different from ordinary wine, so it had a significant effect on them and could make them drunk. No, how could the Xiao family have this technique? In fact, all of Xiao Xiaohua's martial skills, and the reason he can cultivate now, all rely on one person. Without him, our Xiao would not be able to cultivate at all. Xiao Daji said with a smile. Although he was a bit tipsy, he was still in good spirits. Who is it? Tang Yanran's father interjected, but Xiao Daji did not answer. Without Zhou Chen's consent, he would not reveal Zhou Chen's information. This is the rule of the Xiao family. Zhou Chen had a significant favor to the Xiao family. They could not be ungrateful. Brother Tang, I'm sorry, but without his consent, I really can't say. Xiao Daji said apologetically. After this, Tang Yanran's father pondered for a moment. Then, as if realizing something, he nodded thoughtfully, thinking that this person must be a big shot. At least a master level, or even a grandmaster level was possible. At the scene, when the fire lotus touched Tang Yanran's spiritual energy, it suddenly exploded, blooming like a small lotus flower. Bang! A huge explosion sounded. Tang Yanran's spiritual shield shattered instantly, and she was thrown off by the shockwave of the fire lotus. She had already fallen out of the ring. What a powerful fire lotus! There's simply no chance for defense. This fire lotus could even take on a third-level qi refining contestant. Terrifying, no wonder it's from the Xiao family. It's a pity that she's only at the first level of qi refining now. If she were at the fourth or even fifth level, this year's top scholar of Qingcheng would definitely be Xiao Xiaohua. The main issue is that there are too many prodigies in Qingcheng this year. Originally, with Xiao Xiaohua's strength, he could have claimed the top spot, but who knew there would be a Zhou Chen? Now there are even 3 contestants at the 5th level of qi refining. It's simply invincible. Change the stainless steel basin. Bang bang bang. As this sound rang out, several people rushed over, followed by a beating. They had changed stainless steel basins all morning and were still at it. Change your sister. Tang Yanran's face was pale, blood at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, she had no spiritual energy left. She was rapidly falling from the air. She felt quite emotional. Indeed, I lost. That book, The Emperor of Combat Qi, really didn't lie. Once Xiao Xiaohua's potential is activated, he is far stronger than I am. Just then, Xiao Xiaohua saw Tang Yanran about to fall and used the little spiritual energy he had left to step onto the ring, catching Tang Yanran in his arms. Xiao Xiaohua? The two looked at each other. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped, and they both felt a budding affection for each other. Meanwhile, the live broadcast continued. Alright, dear audience, we see that Xiao Xiaohua and Tang Yanran have been evenly matched in their battle. Especially Tang Yanran, Her palm technique was like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, clearly dominating the arena. However, Xiao Xiaohua still had his trump card. With one hand, he can make the enemy shy and strip him of his clothes. It's simply terrifying, and with this move, he successfully sent Tang Yanran flying off the stage. What a fierce push of flowers! What a brave iron-hearted Xiao Xiaohua! What a ruthless Iron Man! It's just a bit regrettable that even with a telescope, I couldn't find any of Tang Yanran's clothes removed. Clearly, after my assessment, although Xiao Xiaohua's move was powerful, it was merely a name without substance, having no effect of stripping clothes at all. The live commentary guest began to explain. He took out a telescope and kept staring at Tang Yanran and Xiao Xiaohua. Ha, shameless! Goodness! The situation has changed. Xiao Xiaohua transformed 3 steps into 2, using his spiritual energy to catch the falling Tang Yanran. What does he want to do? Could it be that he wants to deliver a finishing blow? The commentator speculated, wearing glasses and speaking elegantly yet with fierce words. When he saw that Xiao Xiaohua did not choose to deliver a finishing blow, he sighed in regret. What a pity! Xiao Xiaohua did not choose to deliver a finishing blow, but instead caught the falling Tang Yanran. From the looks in their eyes, I seem to have discovered something extraordinary. What is it? Could it be love? In this situation, we must play a piece of music. The commentator kept shouting, stirring the atmosphere of the entire venue. Then he took out his phone, found a song he had saved, and played it through the commentary microphone. You are getting married, and the groom is not me. In this deserted corner, I secretly wiped my tears. The song spread throughout the venue, leaving everyone speechless. Where on earth did they find this trash commentator this year? Damn commentator, shut up. Is this still the big exam arena? How did it suddenly switch to a romance show? I want to watch a passionate show. If not, a comedy will do. Whoa, I came here today for the big exam, but 2 people are forcing me to eat dog food. The 2 landed smoothly, and Xiao Xiaohua set Tang Yanran down. She was a bit flushed at this moment. After adjusting her clothes, she looked at Xiao Xiaohua and spoke. You won. I will keep my promise. I will wait for you in the capital. After saying that, she was about to leave. Hearing her words, Xiao Xiaohua called out to her. There's no need, just treat it as if we never had a marriage contract. As soon as the words fell, Tang Yanran stopped in her tracks. She let out a bitter smile. As you wish, when the time comes, you can come to the capital to marry me, or find me to annul the engagement. But if you choose to annul the engagement, you must defeat me again. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river, do not bully a poor girl. Xiao Xiaohua was puzzled. Does this mean they have to fight again? Then today would have been for nothing. Then I won't annul the engagement. Goodness! It turns out Xiao Xiaohua and Tang Yanran actually have a marriage contract. Oh my god! Their relationship is simply melodramatic. Especially Tang Yanran actually shouted such an inspiring line, do not bully a poor girl. The commentator kept focusing on the scene between the 2. When he heard that Xiao Xiaohua and Tang Yanran had such a connection, he was also astonished. This is simply a melodrama. I just don't know how their final outcome will be. Zhou Chen had finished his sunflower seeds. Lu Chen took out another bag of seeds to refill Zhou Chen. Zhou Gu, it seems Xiaohua has become single. Zhou Chen replied solemnly. Should I break them up? Women will ultimately affect the speed of drawing the sword. Forget it, better not. Although I am a wicked capitalist, if I really do that, I might turn from a salted fish into a villain. That wouldn't align with my fundamental interests. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen opened the system to inquire about the method to unblock Xiao Xiaohua's 6th meridian. Nirvana requires a life-and-death battle to activate the unblocking. Seeing the system's response, Zhou Chen thought for a moment and then had an idea. With the arena competition right in front of him, wouldn't it be a waste not to take advantage of it? The scene of Xiao Xiaohua and Tang Yanran was being live-streamed. Outside the square, Zhong Jiang, who was in the process of buying Zhou Chen's lottery tickets, was watching this scene with wide eyes. When will I, Zhong Jiang, ever have true love? It's so unfair. Why does heaven always break my heart? From now on, I, Zhong Jiang, will also be a scumbag. This time, after making money, I'll only spend half on my future girlfriend and keep the rest in the bank to earn interest. After the arena battle, the results were announced. The referee declared on the spot, Xiao Xiaohua wins, rising to 5th place. Tang Yanran drops 1 place. The rankings of the 2 changed. In the stands, many recruitment teachers from prestigious schools saw the performance of Xiao Xiaohua and Tang Yanran. Their eyes lit up one by one. What is a genius? This is what a genius looks like. Especially Xiao Xiaohua, who could unleash such powerful strength at just the first level of qi refining, simply terrifying. Such a result, in the past, would have made him the top scholar of Qingcheng. So how could they not be moved? Recruitment is a major plan for martial arts schools, especially since geniuses are the most scarce resource for all martial arts schools. After all, Beneath each martial arts school lies a gate to another world, and they need to replenish a large number of students every year. Talented fighters are extremely rare, so no one does not desire Xiao Xiaohua. Even the two top martial arts schools, Qingbei, feel the same. Therefore, right after Xiao Xiaohua finished his match, they immediately approached him. You must be student Xiao? I am a recruitment teacher from Qingmu Martial School. Qingmu Martial School is the top martial arts school in Xia country. The resources the school enjoys are also the best in the country. So how about going to Qingmu Martial School after the big exam? Ha! Qingmu Martial School is just average. Our Beihua Martial School is better. Join Beihua Martial School. The two nearly got into a fight. This is a long-standing tradition between the two schools. Usually, people would refer to Qingbei Martial Schools, but in reality, these are two separate schools, Qingmu Martial School and Beihua Martial School. These two are the top martial arts schools in the country. They also enjoy the most resources and are the schools all candidates aspire to attend. Being able to enter these two schools means that as long as you graduate, you will basically have no worries for life. Moreover, graduates from these two schools can generally break through to the strengthening Qi stage. Once you break through to the strengthening Qi stage, there will be no shortage of jobs in society, and the benefits are top-notch. Entering official departments is also a breeze. Currently, the government is in great need of personnel, and all positions offer high salaries. So which of your two martial schools is the best? Xiao Xiaohua asked them curiously. This was like a fuse, instantly igniting the two recruitment teachers. It must be our Beihua Martial School. All our graduates are above the strengthening Qi stage, and our employment rate is the highest in the country. Ha! You dare to say that? Last year, one of your graduates went straight to sell pork this year. It's simply embarrassing. But that was spirit pork. How is that embarrassing? Don't you eat it? Our Qingmu Martial School ranks higher. Our Beihua Martial School has more girls. Our Qingmu Martial School has better food. Our Beihua Martial School is stronger. The two argued until their faces turned red, while a recruitment teacher from Qingqing Martial School glanced at them. Then, quietly walking over to Xiao Xiaohua, he whispered, Student Xiao, you are one of us from Qingqing, so naturally, you should prioritize considering our Qingqing Martial School, right? Don't be fooled by how well Qingmu Martial School and Beihua Martial School are doing. Their death rates are also high. The other world they are responsible for is the most brutal among all martial schools, so it's best to come to our Qingqing Martial School. As soon as these words were spoken, although they were quiet, they were heard by the two from Qingmu Martial School and Beihua Martial School. They immediately joined hands and shouted at him, Get lost, you little Qingqing Martial School. How dare you steal our tower? Hurry up and get out of here. Ha, what do you mean by stealing the tower? I'm recruiting students myself, isn't that stealing? This is called taking advantage of proximity. Classmate Xiao, come to Qingqing Martial School. It's convenient to go home and the danger level is low. Think about it. Other students watched as these martial schools argued over Xiao Xiaohua, each envious of him. When would they ever receive such treatment? They were envious, while Xiao Xiaohua only found their noise grating. As the saying goes, when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. My heart already belongs entirely to Brother Zhou. You guys should stop arguing over me. Taking advantage of their commotion, Xiao Xiaohua quietly slipped away. After finding Zhou Chen, a smile instantly appeared on his face, and he hurried over. Brother Zhou, did I perform okay? Just barely. Zhou Chen waved his hand, then led him to a spot and pointed at someone. You go up and scold him. Xiao Xiaohua? Scold him? Isn't that inappropriate? Xiao Xiaohua was a bit confused. He had received a high-end education from the Xiao family since childhood. His father had always taught him to be a high-quality man. Yet now, Brother Zhou was asking him to scold someone for no reason, which seemed to contradict his original intentions. Brother Zhou, do I really have to scold him? Yes, that's right. Why? I just don't like the look of him. Look at this guy with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, standing there doing nothing but showing off. That's obviously not acceptable. But Brother Zhou, if he wants to show off, that's his right. I think we should just let him be. Xiao Xiaohua still hesitated. His high-end education taught him not to bully the weak, but now Brother Zhou was asking him to scold someone. This was a bit inconsistent with his usually gentle character. Let him be? That's not acceptable. If I tell you to go, you go. Are you not even going to listen to me? Zhou Chen said in a deep voice, deliberately putting on a stern face. Seeing this, Xiao Xiaohua quickly agreed. He then walked over to the person Zhou Chen had pointed at. He didn't know this person, but he looked a bit cold and somewhat intimidating. The key was that he hadn't offended Xiao Xiaohua, nor had he offended Brother Zhou, so he didn't know what reason to use to scold him. Unfortunately, he couldn't ignore Brother Zhou's words. If Brother Zhou got angry, he would also be unhappy. So Xiao Xiaohua walked over. He stood in front of the man, steadied himself, glanced at the man, then turned to look at Brother Zhou. Noticing that Brother Zhou was also looking at him, he turned back to the man showing off, gritting his teeth. "You little fool, Ji Yang? What the hell?" Ji Yang looked at the person in front of him, frowning in confusion. What does this kid mean? Is it because I haven't killed enough people that he's so arrogant? Or is it that I haven't shown my strength yet, so this kid isn't afraid of me? Or is it because I just came from the capital to Qingcheng, so these people think I'm easy to bully? And what does he mean by little fool? Is he teasing me, scolding me, or mocking me? But I'm a man. This damn gay. How dare he flirt with me? Ji Yang wanted to explode, to slap this person who was teasing him away, but being naturally suspicious, he felt that this matter was not simple. He stared at Xiao Xiaohua, not making a move, not even speaking, just watching him. He wanted to understand Xiao Xiaohua's intentions from his subsequent actions and words, but in the end, he found nothing. After finishing his insults, Xiao Xiaohua even smiled at him. Then he walked away, going to another person. What was this operation? What was going on? Done insulting? When Xiao Xiaohua returned, Zhou Chen frowned, looking at Xiao Xiaohua with confusion. It shouldn't be like this. He insulted someone and didn't get hit? Why did that Ji Yang show no anger at all? A person at the 5th level of Qi refining, ranked 3rd, shouldn't he be afraid of Xiao Xiaohua, who was only at the 1st level of Qi refining? Shouldn't he have directly challenged Xiao Xiaohua after hearing the insults? Or shouldn't he have just attacked him? Shouldn't he have beaten Xiao Xiaohua half to death? After all, Xiao Xiaohua was the one provoking him. The responsibility lay with Xiao Xiaohua. Did he miscalculate? Done insulting, Xiao Xiaohua affirmed. He really was done. He wasn't lying. Zhou Chen, hearing Xiao Xiaohua's answer, became even more puzzled. No, this couldn't just end like this. It was related to the issue of Xiao Xiaohua's 6th meridian being unblocked. You need to insult him a few more times. Make sure to be harsh. Mock his looks, mock his weak strength. Remember to be ruthless. Do I really have to do that? Xiao Xiaohua hesitated. He thought that person was quite nice. At least he hadn't gotten angry after being insulted. Xiao Xiaohua felt he should be a good person to get along with. Really, hurry up and go. Zhou Chen kicked him forward. Xiao Xiaohua, helpless, could only accept. Then he ran back to Ji Yang, pretending to be fierce. Little fool, little weakling. Ji Yang, why is this kid back again, and does he have a problem with his brain? Just now, he seemed quite normal watching the arena. Why does he look a bit foolish now? And this kid is really too arrogant. Should he just slap him away? Ji Yang glared at Xiao Xiaohua, staring him down. He suppressed his anger, suppressing the urge to slap Xiao Xiaohua away. In the end, he still held back. He had important matters to attend to in Qingcheng and couldn't let small issues lead to big losses. This kid was deliberately provoking him. He was either foolish or had serious problems. That kid over there was definitely the planner. They were trying to provoke him on purpose. Then they would make their next move. He had to hold back. He couldn't take it seriously. After everything was settled, he would deal with him. With that thought, Ji Yang remained motionless. He even walked to the other side. Xiao Xiaohua watched Ji Yang's departing figure, feeling a wave of admiration. This person definitely had a big heart. Even after being insulted like that, he remained indifferent and even took a step back. That was really great. It was just that he didn't know why he had provoked my brother Zhou, so I couldn't let him off. Xiao Xiaohua returned to Zhou Chen. Brother Zhou, I insulted him away. Am I impressive? Zhou Chen? What part of this went wrong? Forget it. Just let Xiao Xiaohua challenge him directly. You just go challenge him, and remember to provoke his anger once you get on the stage. Do I really have to do that? Who is he? Am I going to bully the weak with my strength? No, he is Ji Yang, at the 5th level of Qi refining. Then, Brother Zhou, if I challenge him, won't I just get beaten? The gap is too big. I could still handle someone at the 2nd or 3rd level of Qi refining. That's exactly why I want you to go get beaten. Xiao Xiaohua. If you want to unblock the 6th meridian, listen to me. You must not admit defeat. You have to fight with all your might. What if I really die? Rest assured, you won't die. Zhou Chen spoke up, noting that one needed a life and death crisis to unblock the 6th meridian, a situation that was hard to come by. Moreover, if one truly encountered such a situation in the wild, they might unblock the meridian but lose their life in the process. That would be quite tragic. Therefore, provoking someone much stronger than Xiao Xiaohua, making him strike hard, and allowing Xiao Xiaohua to feel the threat of death before unblocking his meridians was the best approach. With so many strong individuals around and medical equipment available, it would be difficult for Xiao Xiaohua to actually die. It was safe and reliable. Worth a try. Is it necessary to experience such a crisis to unblock the meridians? Yes, you need to experience a life and death crisis at that moment to unblock. So finding someone you can't defeat to challenge is the best way to provoke him. Alright. With that, Xiao Xiaohua said no more. He then sought out Ji Yang and submitted his challenge. Xiao Xiaohua from 3rd middle school, here to challenge. Ji Yang, why is this idiot back again? Is this never ending? Ji Yang almost couldn't hold back and wanted to slap Xiao Xiaohua dead, but just as that thought crossed his mind, he suppressed it. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. He had come to Qing City for something important. If he couldn't tolerate such a trivial matter, if he couldn't even withstand the provocation of a fool, then he would surely fail. Endure for a moment, and the storm will pass. Take a step back, and the sea will be vast. This kid is from the Xiao family. He had just deliberately annoyed him, and seeing that it didn't work, he now intentionally came to challenge him, which was clearly for a reason. He might even suspect him, or perhaps he had discovered his intentions. Therefore, he absolutely could not accept the challenge, even if this kid was only at the first level of qi refining. Ji Yang glanced at Xiao Xiaohua and then left his position, completely ignoring him. Seeing this, Xiao Xiaohua nodded. What a magnanimous good person, but unfortunately, he needed someone to hit him to unblock the 6th meridian. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to continue entangling. After watching Ji Yang leave, Xiao Xiaohua returned to Zhou Chen and recounted the situation. This left Zhou Chen puzzled. He was so provoked, yet he didn't agree? This was too absurd, otherwise, he might as well find Qinhao or Chen Xia. At that moment, Lu Chen happened to walk over. He had just completed a challenge and looked quite cheerful, clearly having achieved victory. Brother Zhou, what's wrong? Seeing Zhou Chen's furrowed brow, Lu Chen curiously asked. Xiao Xiaohua, hearing this, spoke up before Zhou Chen could. Here's the thing, I just found someone. I cursed at him, and even challenged him, but he ignored me, so Brother Zhou is a bit curious. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was also very curious. There was such a person? Even when Xiao Xiaohua cursed at him, he didn't react? Then I, Lu Chen, should give it a try. But not long after, he tried and ended up getting beaten back. Lu Chen's face was flushed, clearly marked by a 5-finger imprint. Xiao Xiaohua, you tricked me. I went up and cursed at him, and he slapped me back. If it weren't for the teachers around stopping him, I think I would have been beaten to a pulp. He's Ji Yang at the 5th level of qi refining. Damn! Lu Chen covered his cheek, looking aggrieved. He glared at Xiao Xiaohua, feeling betrayed, as he thought of him as a brother, but he treated him like a monkey. Impossible? Xiao Xiaohua replied, feeling something was off. It couldn't be, because he had indeed gone to do just that, so he rushed over again. He challenged Ji Yang. However, this time, the other party accepted. Ji Yang looked at Xiao Xiaohua, and this time he truly couldn't hold back. Forget about any broken plans. Let's teach this kid a lesson first. The teacher responsible for registering challenge information looked at Xiao Xiaohua, somewhat doubtful. He even asked Xiao Xiaohua to confirm again. Are you sure? Sure. Xiao Xiaohua swallowed hard and then spoke to Ji Yang. If you want to bully me later, it's fine. Ji Yang, where's my knife? I'm going to chop this guy to death today. The arena began. Zhou Chen stood below, watching the first arena. At the same time, the broadcast switched to this arena. Everyone saw the two people above. The commentary was the same. They were all stunned when they saw the information about the two. After the focal arena match between Xiao Xiaohua and Tang Yanran, we are once again welcoming a spotlight battle. The combatants are one, Ji Yang, currently ranked 3rd in spiritual energy. He is at the 5th level of qi refining. And the other is still our Xiao Xiaohua, currently at the 1st level of qi refining. Clearly, after his battle with Tang Yanran, he is still not satisfied. And this time, he chose a male opponent, an even stronger male. I think the result is already obvious. Xiao Xiaohua has already found his path to death. The commentary spoke mercilessly, showing no faith in Xiao Xiaohua. This was natural, as the gap between the two was simply too great. Outside the square, other spectators felt the same. They admired Xiao Xiaohua's courage to challenge Ji Yang. This kid really isn't afraid of death. Is Xiao Xiaohua really that bold? He's gotten too arrogant. I'm a relative of the Xiao family. I want to sit at the same table as the kid during the banquet. You might as well sit with the dogs. Everyone is so pessimistic about Xiao Xiaohua. What if he wins? Xiao Xiaohua has a move that can make the enemy embarrassed and strip him of his clothes. He might not lose in this arena. However, there was no miracle. Xiao Xiaohua was directly knocked down by Ji Yang with a kick. Although the fire fist was highly skilled, there was no room for resistance. Is that it? You're calling me a little fool, Ji Yang said disdainfully to Xiao Xiaohua, completely furious. Xiao Xiaohua was too disrespectful. Below the stage, Lu Chen watched Xiao Xiaohua getting beaten and felt it was hard to bear. Zhou Chen felt the same. The main character was suffering, and it was much more comfortable to be a salted fish. Xiaohua, don't be afraid, you're taking a beating now, but we'll both improve together. I'll avenge you later. The result was that until Xiao Xiaohua was knocked unconscious, and the referee stopped the two, announcing Ji Yang's victory, Xiao Xiaohua had not even felt the life and death crisis. He had not undergone any rebirth. He didn't know what went wrong. Xiao Xiaohua was carried down. Zhou Chen quickly used healing needles to help Xiao Xiaohua recover his spiritual energy. Brother Zhou, how is it? Not yet, let's continue tomorrow. Zhou Chen replied. Brother Zhou, let's do it the day after tomorrow. I'll have my dad pick a burial plot for me tomorrow. Xiao Xiaohua's breath was weak. Zhou Chen. The next day, Xiao Xiaohua had recovered somewhat and then came before Ji Yang again. Little fool. Bang! Xiao Xiaohua was slapped away. The third day. Little silly. Bang bang bang. In the arena, Xiao Xiaohua was beaten black and blue, and even Tang Yanran came to watch the fun. The fourth day. Little cutie. Bang 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 bang. Once again, he was brutally beaten. Even using the fire lotus was useless. The opponent was also a genius capable of fighting above his level. So pitiful, this kid Xiao Xiaohua. Could it be that he has a problem with his brain? Alas, I heard that he couldn't cultivate since he was young, and now that he can, who would have thought his mind would have problems? Truly pitiful. The audience in the square was buzzing with excitement. On the fifth day, Xiao Xiaohua took a day off. Then on the sixth day, just before stepping onto the stage, Zhou Chen handed Xiao Xiaohua something. This is a life-saving treasure. When I tell you to raise it, you raise it. What is it? You'll know when the time comes. Zhou Chen spoke earnestly, feeling that today should be about right. Sure enough, Ji Yang, who had been annoyed by Xiao Xiaohua for several days, could no longer hold back. He even felt murderous intent. As the young master of the demon sect, he had already been quite magnanimous to endure several days of mockery, but now he could no longer tolerate it. He was filled with killing intent. When Xiao Xiaohua was once again beaten to the brink of death, he prepared to hide his techniques and directly finish off Xiao Xiaohua. And it was this surge of killing intent that Xiao Xiaohua had been waiting for. Previously, Ji Yang had no intention to kill Xiao Xiaohua, so Xiao Xiaohua naturally felt no life and death crisis. But now he sensed it. At the brink of death, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Zhou Chen, who had been monitoring with the system, immediately saw that the meridians had been successfully cleared. Xiao Hua, quickly raise the treasure, Zhou Chen shouted. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Xiaohua pulled out the item from his bag. Then he raised it high, a pair of white underwear. He surrendered. The referee saw this and immediately called for a stop. He quickly intervened to block Ji Yang's attack. This forced Ji Yang to halt. What the hell? He didn't surrender a few days ago, and now he's surrendering when he's about to die? Are you trying to mess with my mindset? He surrendered. He finally surrendered. He raised a white flag. Wait, that's not a white flag, that's a pair of white underwear. Xiao Xiaohua finally couldn't hold on and surrendered today. The commentator on stage shouted loudly as he watched Xiao Xiaohua holding up the underwear. Xiao Xiaohua's voluntary surrender was truly a rare event, because in the past few days, Xiao Xiaohua had never acted this way. He had always been knocked out, and the referee had called a stop to the match. So Xiao Xiaohua's active surrender now really surprised everyone. Xiao Xiaohua finally surrendered. If he hadn't, he probably would have died here. What is Xiao Xiaohua trying to achieve by doing this? He does this every day. He probably has to take a lot of healing medicine when he goes back. Truly tough. Could it be that he activated a system that makes him tougher? Damn, the tough system is actually this terrifying. Hurry and call an ambulance. If you don't call soon, he might really be done for. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Surrendering with a pair of underwear. Whose pants are those? All the audience members were discussing and chatting about Xiao Xiaohua's surrender. As for Xiao Xiaohua, he only felt relief in his heart. Finally, he wouldn't have to take any more beatings. He had already been beaten to a pulp. When he returned home yesterday, even his mother didn't recognize him. If it weren't for the Xiao family's ample healing elixirs, he would probably have to lie in bed for several days. 10, 9. The referee approached Xiao Xiaohua. Squatting down, he began to count. As long as he counted to 10 and Xiao Xiaohua didn't stand up, it would mean Xiao Xiaohua had failed. 7. He called out another number. But then his hand was grabbed by Xiao Xiaohua. Teacher, don't call anymore. Please call an ambulance for me. I've already raised the flag and admitted defeat, Xiao Xiaohua said weakly. The referee, who was bald and appeared very serious, replied, Don't rush. Let's follow the procedure and finish counting to 10. 6. 1. Xiao Xiaohua used up his last bit of strength. His will to survive was incredibly strong. Classmate Xiao, you counted wrong. after 6 comes 5. Let's start over. 6, 5. Xiao Xiaohua. At this moment, Zhou Chen jumped up, took out a silver needle, and quickly began to treat Xiao Xiaohua. There wasn't anything major, he had just broken 12 ribs and fractured both arms. His heartbeat was a bit slow, and he was also bleeding heavily. They just needed to have a family member come over to sign a critical illness notice. Although it looked quite serious, in the high martial world, all it took was a few top-tier healing pills. The Xiao family had those, so recovery would be quick. In the high martial world, only issues with cultivation would be a big problem. After Zhou Chen's brief acupuncture treatment, Xiao Xiaohua improved significantly. At that moment, the ambulance also arrived. They lifted Xiao Xiaohua onto a stretcher. Lying on the stretcher, Xiao Xiaohua stared wide-eyed at Zhou Chen. Seeing this, Zhou Chen raised his hand and swept his gaze over Xiao Xiaohua's eyes. He wanted him to close them, but then Xiao Xiaohua opened his eyes again. "Brother Zhou, I'm not dead, no need to close my eyes," Xiao Xiaohua said with a hint of grievance. "I'm just a bit more seriously injured. I'll rest for a day tomorrow and can come over the day after. The Xiao family still has a few top-tier healing pills, so there's no problem." "Ah, I was worried about you lying on the stretcher looking at the sun, so I thought your eyes might be uncomfortable." "What are you thinking?" Zhou Chen explained somewhat awkwardly. This made Xiao Xiaohua extremely touched. "Brother Zhou still cares about me, he pays attention to the details. No need to close my eyes, Brother Zhou, just cover my eyes with the white cloth on me." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen pulled up the white cloth on Xiao Xiaohua and covered his head. "Is this okay?" Zhou Chen asked after covering him. He felt that now Xiao Xiaohua looked even more like he was dead. They should just put him on the stretcher and call the coroner. "Brother Zhou, better not cover it. My mom will think I'm really dead." "No rebuttal, you have to be covered now." Xiao Xiaohua was lifted into the ambulance and left the examination hall. Not long after, Lu Yong rushed over after finishing a match. "Brother Zhou, where's Xiaohua?" "He left." "Left? Damn, he was actually killed by that kid?" "Brother Zhou, don't stop me. I'm going to take revenge for Xiaohua." Lu Yong immediately became furious upon hearing this, glaring fiercely at Ji Yang in the distance. He was the most loyal person and had grown closer to Xiao Xiaohua. He couldn't just watch Xiao Xiaohua go like this. He had to avenge him. "I'm not stopping you. If you want to go, then go. Just don't pull on my clothes, okay?" "I don't plan to stop you," Zhou Chen retorted. This kid Lu Yong, shouting about revenge, yet one hand was tightly gripping his clothes. This was simply ridiculous. "I knew Brother Zhou would try to stop me. I can't beat him now. I can only wait until I'm stronger to take revenge," Lu Yong said to himself. Zhou Chen. After Xiao Xiaohua left, the arena competition continued. Zhou Chen remained bored because the gap in strength was too great. No one dared to challenge him. In the past, being in the first layer of qi refining was already outrageous, but now the top 5 were all at least in the second layer of qi refining. Who the hell would have the guts to challenge? As for the top 3, Ji Yang seemed to not care about his ranking at all, so he had no intention of challenging anyone else. The top 2, Chen Xia and Qin Hao, were the same. No one challenged them, and they didn't want to make a move, so everyone was just bored together. However, just when Zhou Chen thought these days would pass like this, an unexpected event occurred. Qin Tian, the heir of the Qin family's leg techniques, came to find Zhou Chen with Qin Hao. "How go, it's him. Don't be fooled by his 4th level of qi refining, his strength is top-notch. If you can defeat him, I'll give you 3 months' worth of spirit-gathering pills." Sure enough, this kid Qin Tian brought his cousin here for revenge, and he paid quite a price for it. "You are Zhou Chen?" Zhou Chen shook his head. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao frowned. Wasn't his cousin Qin Tian talking about him? Then who is Zhou Chen? Qin Hao asked. Qin Tian, standing to the side, quickly took over the conversation. "He is Zhou Chen. How good, don't be deceived by him." "Good guy, you are Zhou Chen, and you dare to play tricks on me? Since you know, why ask?" Zhou Chen retorted helplessly. "Do you want to fight? I'm always ready." Qin Tian. Qin Hao. Enough with the nonsense, let's fight on the stage. Do you dare? What's there to be afraid of? 5th level of qi refining, isn't it just a matter of teaching him a lesson? Besides, I will have to teach this Qin Hao a lesson sooner or later. But going on stage now would be troublesome. There are only a few days left until the big exam. If I take first place now, then in the following days, both Qin Hao and that Chen Xia will come to challenge me. Although I'm not afraid of them, Zhou Chen hates trouble. Plus, right now, General Zheng is acquiring my lottery tickets. It's better to wait until the last day to act. "Oh," Zhou Chen replied. "What does "oh" mean? I asked if you dare to fight on the stage?" "Yes, that's right." Zhou Chen responded again. "Are you going on stage or not?" "Well said. Are you afraid of me?" "Oh, what does "oh" mean?" "Yes, that's right. Let's fight on the stage." "Well said." Xin Hao's mindset exploded, and he raised his hand to strike Zhou Chen, but Zhou Chen sidestepped. Then he shouted to the teachers who were patrolling, "Teacher, I report. This Xin Hao attacked me privately. Although he didn't hit me, the wind from his palm caused me serious internal injuries. I demand he compensate me 1 million. Xin Hao, Xin Tian, this is definitely a setup, and the most shameless kind. At least when an old lady sets up a scam, she would lie on the ground, but this Zhou Chen didn't even bother to pretend to lie down. Moreover, just now, when I wanted to challenge him on stage, he was just brushing me off, not answering me directly at all. He is just an actor." This was the first time Xin Hao met Zhou Chen, and he was completely taken aback by Zhou Chen's behavior. In the Jiangnan Erlong Lake School he attended, everyone was friendly, unlike this Zhou Chen. He actually played such a lowly trick. "Teacher, absolutely not. I wanted to hit him, but he dodged, so I didn't hit him at all." Xin Hao quickly defended himself. Zhou Chen then clapped his hands. "Teacher, you heard that, right? He wanted to hit me, and luckily I was agile and anticipated his malicious behavior. Otherwise, I would have been injured by him, and if someone challenged me, I wouldn't be able to respond. At that time, it would definitely affect my ranking, and that impact could ruin my life. Teacher, what you don't know is that my mom is disabled, she has a mouth, and my sister is even worse. She didn't grow tall because of malnutrition since childhood. My whole family is relying on me for this big exam. If it affects my exam, it will definitely impact our family's future. So, teacher, asking him for 1 million in compensation is not unreasonable at all." As these words fell, Xin Hao looked at Zhou Chen in disbelief. He never expected that his own defense would turn into evidence proving that he indeed wanted to hit Zhou Chen. How the hell can this be explained? All the rhythm is completely controlled by Zhou Chen. There's simply no way to explain it. Zhou Chen's acting skills soared, and after a few words, the teacher's brows furrowed tightly. He knew Zhou Chen, but he was unaware of Zhou Chen's family situation. It shouldn't be this tragic, right? If it really is that bad, then I must help him no matter what. What I dislike the most is how these rich kids from the Qin family bully other students just because they have money. That makes a lot of sense. What else do you two have to say? He's exaggerating. I just challenged him, but he hasn't answered me directly. He's deliberately provoking me to anger me. Xin Hao spoke up, pointing at Zhou Chen, feeling wronged. But upon hearing this, the teacher didn't believe him at all. "You're Xin Hao, right? You're currently at the 5th level of Qi refinement and the top student, yet you challenged Zhou Chen, who was at the 4th level of Qi refinement and only ranked 4th. Are you saying you're not maliciously retaliating and provoking him? Goodness, you tried to retaliate but failed, provoked him first, and now you dare to argue? 1 million is a bit much, but you must pay 100,000 in compensation, or I will report you to the examination committee to cancel your results," the teacher said to Xin Hao and Zhou Chen in a deep voice. He was very dissatisfied with them. Was this not treating him like a fool? At this point, the evidence was conclusive, and they still dared to argue in front of him. "Xin Hao, I have no money." "Then your first place is cancelled." "Alright, I have money. Can I transfer it via Super Trust?" "Sure." Zhou Chen took out his phone. "A nice little profit of 100,000. This is just delightful." Then he would go to your Qin family to buy his lottery ticket. This is called taking the Qin family's money to earn the Qin family's money. Still 100 short. Wasn't it 100,000? I transferred all of it. What about the withdrawal fee? This is a small business. You can't skimp on that 100 in fees. Xin Hao. Damn, this is really unlucky. He then transferred another 100 to Zhou Chen. In these few days, aside from Xiao Xiaohua getting beaten up and attracting a lot of attention, the most famous event belonged to the 3rd middle school, class 5 of the 3rd middle school. Everyone was practicing the fire fist, drawing all eyes to them. Another fire fist, another fire fist. This student from the 3rd middle school has once again defeated his opponent with a fire fist. Simply amazing, the commentator exclaimed, equally puzzled. Why does the 3rd middle school have so many people who can perform the fire fist? Did they hire an old master to teach them personally? That would be terrifying. In the viewing box, Principal Wang Zero of the 3rd middle school looked spirited. I didn't expect our 3rd middle school to be so unexpectedly successful this year. Not only do we have top students like Zhou Chen, Xiao Xiaohua, and Tang Yanran, but other students are also shining brightly. It's worth all my efforts managing the students day and night. Li Qingguan, seeing Wang Zero's inflated expression, wished he could go up and slap him twice. But in the end, he forced himself to hold back. He said softly, indeed impressive, but the top 3 students are even better, especially Xin Hao from the 7th middle school. I didn't expect the 7th middle school to have such a hidden ace, even my 1st middle school admires him. Hearing this, the principal of the 7th middle school knew that Li Qingguan was clearly trying to recruit him to face Wang Zero together, but he didn't care. After all, Qin Hao should still be quite stable, so he feigned humility and smiled, not at all. Who knows, he might be defeated by someone else tomorrow. Then his words came true. A day passed. Just as Zhou Chen was waiting for the final day to challenge Qin Hao was nowhere to be found. He was kicked off the stage by Ji Yang, who was ranked third. On the arena, he appeared utterly invincible, even faster than defeating Xiao Xiaohua. After just 2 or 3 moves, he kicked Qin Hao off the stage. His combat power was simply terrifying. This left Zhou Chen, who was watching from below, feeling quite astonished. Clearly, this Ji Yang was different. Damn, this is terrifying. Isn't this Ji Yang from 6th high school? 6th high school has always been a mid-tier school. How could they suddenly have such a strong student? He's a transfer student from the capital. I'm from 6th high school. Below the square, everyone was buzzing with discussion. At the same time, there was ongoing controversy. They had all witnessed Ji Yang's one-sided beating of Xiao Xiaohua, but they weren't surprised, as the gap in realm between Xiao Xiaohua and Ji Yang was too great. Xiao Xiaohua's loss was inevitable. Yet now, Ji Yang had so swiftly taken down both Chen Xia, who was ranked second, and Qin Hao, who was ranked first, in just 2 or 3 moves. It was simply terrifying. They were all at the same realm, all at the 5th level of qi refining. How could the gap be so vast? The bespectacled commentator had fallen silent, unable to find words to describe Ji Yang's strength. It's over, it's completely hopeless. Can anyone tell me, what are Zhou Chen's chances against him? 10 out of 10, I'm talking about Ji Yang's 10 out of 10. Everyone was not optimistic about Zhou Chen and then sold their lottery tickets. The last day of the big exam, Chen Xia stepped forward to challenge, and was also kicked off by Ji Yang. Is this all Qing City has? Who's next? Hearing this arrogant voice, everyone dared to be angry but couldn't speak. I am. A voice rang out. The voice reached Ji Yang's ears, and he looked towards the source, but he couldn't find anyone. Was it you, the tall guy who just spoke? The tall guy quickly shook his head. Was it you, the muscular guy? The muscular guy also hurriedly shook his head. He didn't even have the qi refining realm, just here to watch the excitement. How could he dare to provoke Ji Yang? In the midst of the questioning, Lu Yong awkwardly pushed through the crowd. Excuse me, let me through, it's me. Zhou Chen always thought Lu Yong was super brave, and Lu Yong had always been living up to that. Just as Zhou Chen was about to challenge, Lu Yong couldn't stand Ji Yang's challenge any longer and directly spoke up to accept. Zhou Chen couldn't stop him even if he wanted to, because it was already too late. Zhou Chen had never expected that Lu Yong would do this. Zhouge, this guy is too arrogant. He even dares to say that about us Qing City people. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to tell him that we Qing City people have plenty of blood and guts. What do you plan to do? You shouldn't be able to beat him, right? Zhou Chen asked, looking at Lu Yong's determined face. Could it be that Lu Yong had some hidden trump card? I'm going to go up and let him hit me. Didn't he say there was no one in Qing City? I'm going to show him. Not only are there people in Qing City, but this person, he can't be beaten. Zhou Chen. Why does this feel strange? This guy Lu Yong is going up to get himself beaten, yet he looks all fired up. Zhouge, remember to help me heal a bit later. I don't want to die yet. Just before leaving, Lu Yong said this to Zhou Chen. His words were very tough. If one didn't know better, they might think he was going up to teach Ji Yang a lesson. But in reality, he was going up to let Ji Yang hit him, using this method of getting beaten to counter Ji Yang's actions. Regarding Lu Yong's behavior, Zhou Chen summarized 6 points. Pushing through the crowd, Lu Yong arrived at the foot of the stage. Then he directly flipped over and climbed onto the stage. This also allowed everyone to see Lu Yong's appearance. It was the last day of the big exam, and there was Ji Yang, the newly crowned first place. Everyone's eyes were on Ji Yang, especially when he shouted, "Is there anyone else from Qingcheng?" The people of Qingcheng were furious. Ji Yang, a student from the 6th middle school, but he is not one trained by the 6th middle school. He transferred from the capital and has not received any guidance from the 6th middle school. He has only been here for a few days. The commentator began to introduce Ji Yang's various details. This made everyone aware of Ji Yang's identity. So he was from the capital. No wonder he was so arrogant. But to dare speak like that in Qingcheng, no matter how talented you are, the citizens of Qingcheng could not tolerate it. So they all looked at the warrior opposite Ji Yang, hoping he could restore Qingcheng's honor. The commentator started to introduce Lu Yong's information. The student who just stepped onto the stage is named Lu Yong, a student from the 3rd middle school. He is a genuine student of Qingcheng, having studied in Qingcheng schools from childhood to now, so he is one of our own. At this moment, Lu Yong is ranked 10th in the city. Although he has not yet reached the qi refining stage, his combat power is extremely terrifying, especially with his fire fist combined with his fierce and violent physique. His power is quite impressive. Hoo-ha! After the commentator's introduction, cheers erupted from the crowd. Then applause followed. Indeed, our Chingcheng still has spirited boys. This Ji Yang actually dares to mock us like this. It's outrageous, unstoppable. I've seen a few of Lu Yong's matches. His physical strength is unmatched. Although his realm is a bit lacking, if he can unleash his terrifying brute force, he definitely has the power to fight. Lu Yong. The support for Lu Yong was continuous. Below the stage, a teacher saw Lu Yong stepping onto the platform. He quickly helped Lu Yong register, confirming the challenge between Lu Yong and Ji Yang. The bald referee looked at the two with a serious expression. Lu Yong, are you sure you want to challenge Ji Yang? You still have a chance to change your mind. No need to change. This kid is so arrogant, daring to laugh at us Chingcheng people. I'm going to tell him today. We have plenty of people in Chingcheng, so what if he's from the capital? If he comes to Chingcheng, whether he's a dragon, he must coil. If he's a tiger, he must lie down. I'm going to tell him right now. We have plenty of hot-blooded men in Chingcheng. Lu Yong waved his hand, grinning broadly. His face was incredibly resolute. It made people's blood boil, and all the students below were captivated. Is this the man of Chingcheng? Awesome. The bald referee was equally excited. He said, good. A teacher is already helping you register your information. Do you want to fight now? Or wait a bit? You can adjust a bit now. The referee secretly gave Lu Yong a chance to adjust, but Lu Yong resolutely shook his head. No need. He's just a little punk from the capital. This battle will end quickly. Lu Yong declared, imposing and majestic. It left everyone mesmerized. Coupled with Lu Yong's increasingly muscular physique, it made some believe that Lu Yong could defeat Ji Yang. Ji Yang? Ji Yang looked at Lu Yong, frowning slightly, sizing him up. He became more vigilant in his heart. His mind raced. Although this kid had developed muscles, he hadn't even reached the chi refining stage. Even if his physical training was decent, he could at most be at the first or second level of chi refining. Yet this kid dared to challenge him? Could it be that he had a scheme? Moreover, this kid spoke so arrogantly, clearly not taking him seriously. It was evident he had some tricks up his sleeve. Could he have a trump card? Although he didn't care about being first. But at this moment, he had already made a tough statement. If he didn't accept the challenge, it would be a huge embarrassment. Especially since the kid opposite him hadn't even reached the chi refining stage. If he admitted defeat, he would never be able to face anyone again. There was no choice. This battle absolutely could not hide his strength. Otherwise, if he were to capsize in the gutter, it would be too humiliating. Immediately, Ji Yang took 2 steps back and unleashed his aura of the 6th level of chi refining. He stood ready. At that moment, the referee instantly felt the change in Ji Yang's strength. His expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected that Ji Yang was not at the 5th level of chi refining, but rather at the 6th level. During the previous spiritual energy test, he had actually hidden his strength by a level. On the large screen outside the square, the camera captured the moment, and through scientific means, it determined Ji Yang's strength at the 6th level of chi refining by analyzing the changes in the air and magnetic field around him. Goodness, this guy actually hid his strength. He's at the 6th level of chi refining. It's over. I had some expectations for Lu Yong at first. Now I have no expectations at all. A 6th level chi refining fighting against Lu Yong, who hasn't even reached the chi refining stage, isn't that like a big son bullying a little one? The crowd looked ashen. They were about to be severely humiliated by this transfer student from the capital. They wondered if Zhou Chen could take a few hits. Lu Yong also sensed the change in Ji Yang. However, he showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he sneered. Ji Yang, I know you. A few days ago, you turned my brother Xiao Xiaohua into a pig's head. I remembered you from that moment. But remember, you may be stronger than many, but there are definitely people in this world who are stronger than you. Is that so? Ji Yang became more serious. He couldn't understand how a kid who hadn't even reached the chi refining stage could speak to him with such confidence. He needed to be more cautious. I'm going to start. Ji Yang shouted cautiously. Lu Yong remained unfazed. Come at me. Ji Yang's hair stood on end, his suspicious nature quickly kicking in. He stood still. How dare he? How could he dare? What on earth gave him the courage? Forget it. Let's go all out with one strike. He gathered his spiritual energy and kicked out. The energy wrapped around his foot, making a whistling sound in the air. It shot straight towards Lu Yong's face. Just then, Lu Yong shouted quickly, I admit defeat. After shouting, he quickly jumped off the stage. The bald referee immediately blocked Ji Yang's attack. The opponent has already admitted defeat. No further attacks are allowed. Watching Lu Yong jump off the stage, Ji Yang's mindset collapsed again. What kind of person is this? I took this so seriously, and you just surrendered? Below the stage, Lu Yong walked over to Zhou Chen with a sulky expression. Zhou Chen turned to look around and found everyone staring at Lu Yong. So he took a step to the side, pretending not to know Lu Yong. So embarrassing. But Lu Yong ignored Zhou Chen's hint. As Zhou Chen took a step, he followed. Thus, Zhou Chen directly beat Lu Yong up. Sorry, everyone, you don't need to look at me. I don't know this idiot at all. The crowd. Lu Yong didn't expect to be beaten by Zhou Chen after coming down, but he had no complaints. Brother Zhou, I thought about it carefully on the stage. I clearly couldn't win, yet I went to take a beating from him. Wouldn't that make me a fool? So, Brother Zhou, you should go instead. I'm afraid of pain. I won't go. Zhou Chen. The people around. All the viewers watching the live broadcast. It's starting. It's starting. Lu Yong is very brave. Lu Yong is super brave. That Ji Yang over there, under Lu Yong's pressure, has unleashed all his strength. It turns out he is actually a 6th level Qi refinement candidate. I have to say, Ji Yang is indeed a top-notch genius. Even most first-year students can't reach the 6th level of Qi refinement. It's terrifying, but it doesn't matter. We have Lu Yong. He remains unfazed. After Ji Yang revealed his 6th level Qi refinement cultivation, he didn't budge at all. What does this indicate? It indicates that Lu Yong must have a trump card. He has hidden reserves. When the commentator saw Ji Yang take a step back and unleash his hidden 6th level Qi refinement cultivation, when the commentator saw Lu Yong, in such a situation, remain unfazed, he was completely shocked. Lu Yong, he truly is extraordinary. But just as the commentator anticipated Lu Yong's performance, he saw Lu Yong directly concede defeat and roll off the stage. He was left dumbfounded. Lu Yong, he conceded. He actually conceded. Damn, he is a disgrace. He is the disgrace of our Qingqing city. The commentator went completely mad. The other spectators outside the square felt the same way. This damn kid. If you can't do it, then don't pretend. Let Ji Yang be arrogant for a bit. But now he's even more arrogant. We've lost face for Qingqing. Inside the square, a reporter conducting live interviews immediately found Lu Yong. Student Lu, what are your thoughts on your recent actions? Do you think you've embarrassed Qingqing City? The beautiful reporter stood in front of Lu Yong with a microphone. On one side, Lu Chen and the still cane-using Xiao Xiaohua kept their distance to avoid being implicated and to save face. I have no opinion. I said long ago that we have plenty of people in Qingqing City, so I went up. I also said this battle would end quickly, so I conceded directly. I, Lu Yong, a man of my word, will always fulfill what I say. Lu Yong spoke earnestly. I, Lu Yong of Qingqing, am steadfast, never speaks carelessly. On the side, Xiao Xiaohua and Lu Chen covered their faces. After Lu Yong finished the interview and came to find them, they pretended not to know him. They kept their distance. Lu Chen, Xiaohua, why are you two avoiding me? Lu Chen looked up at the sky upon hearing this. The moon is really beautiful today. By the way, did you hear someone calling us? No, Xiao Xiaohua shook his head. Lu Yong. Just then, a wave surged through the crowd. Two people stood on the first stage again, and one of them was someone most people had been eagerly anticipating, who had yet to step onto the stage. It was Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen is entering the arena. Zhou Chen is entering the arena. His opponent is still Ji Yang. On the last day of the big exam, Zhou Chen has entered. He will sprint for first place. Awesome. Rested and ready. Zhou Chen will definitely take first. By the way, where's my lottery ticket? Who saw my lottery ticket? You and your damn lottery ticket. Didn't you trade it for a stainless steel basin? I hope Zhou Chen puts in some effort. At least let Ji Yang take a few more punches. Don't let us lose face for Qingqing City again. That Lu Yong just now was already embarrassing enough. Come on, fan. Inside the square, many students were chatting excitedly. Lu Chen, Lu Yong, and Xiao Xiaohua, upon seeing Zhou Chen take the stage, squeezed to the front of the first stage. They fought for positions with others. Xiao Xiaohua even discarded his cane. Damn the pain. I just want to see Brother Zhou take revenge for me. Who the hell touched my butt? I don't know. There are so many people, and it's so crowded. Just bear with it. But I'm a damn man. At this moment, the commentator also saw the situation on the first stage again. He was instantly filled with tears of emotion. Red Victory and Jet, he's here. He has finally stepped onto the stage. He was extraordinary in his childhood. Once won 3 little red flowers in kindergarten. He was extraordinary in his youth. Won a gold medal in the elementary school song competition with the song I Contribute Oil to My Country. He was extraordinary in his teenage years. Received countless verbal praises from his homeroom teacher. He is Zhou Fan. The commentator shouted into the microphone. He had bought 1,000 yuan worth of lottery tickets for Zhou Chen. Although there was not much hope left at this point, he still looked forward to Zhou Chen's performance. So he was excited. He was happy. Full of passion. To match the atmosphere, he immediately played a popular song on his phone. Finally waiting for you. Good thing I didn't give up. Happiness comes so hard. it makes people cherish it even more. Outside the square, everyone was watching the live broadcast, listening to the ridiculous commentary and the broken song, watching Zhou Chen's figure on the stage. One by one, they became focused. They anticipated Zhou Chen's wonderful performance, finally waiting for Zhou Chen. Whoa, the last hope of the whole village. Although this Ji Yang is also from Xia country, he is really too arrogant. Where's my lottery ticket? Where did my lottery ticket go? It was swapped for a stainless steel basin by your wife. Brother Zhou is awesome. Although it's unrealistic for a 4th level Qi refining to fight a 6th level Qi refining, I still support Zhou Chen. Go Zhou Chen! Go Zhou Chen! Everyone was chatting excitedly, and on the side of the Xiao family's support stage, the cheerleading team led by Shinseki immediately started dancing when they saw Zhou Chen appear. The autumn wind blows, the war drums beat, my fan is afraid of no one. Zhou Chen will win! Zhou Chen will win! In the luxurious box outside the square, Xiao Daji stood up immediately when he saw Zhou Chen step onto the stage. He was incredibly curious about Zhou Chen. At the same time, he wanted to see Zhou Chen's performance. Meanwhile, in other boxes, the Qin family and the Chen family were also paying attention to this match. This was the final match, and it was crucial to whether their two families would go bankrupt. The Qin family's lottery statistics regarding Zhou Chen reached a staggering 103 billion. Among them, Zhou Chen himself accounted for 15 billion. The Chen family's lottery regarding Zhou Chen was much less, but still had 30 billion. This meant that if Zhou Chen won this match, the entire Qin family would lose half of their assets. The Chen family would lose 1/6. This number was terrifying. After Qin Hao and Chen Xia both lost to that Ji Yang, their hearts were in their throats. At this moment, they could only hope that Ji Yang could crush Zhou Chen to save their two families from losing. This Ji Yang is very strong. He definitely won't lose. Qin Hanhai comforted himself, but his right eye kept twitching. As the saying goes, left eye twitches for wealth, right eye twitches for disaster. This was a bad omen. Ha! What a broken feudal superstition. What's wrong with my right eyelid twitching? Qin Hanhai cursed. At this moment, on the stage, Ji Yang looked at Zhou Chen. He had a relaxed expression, even showing a lot of disdain. Although I don't know what you Qingqing people want to play, I'll give you a chance. Use your strongest strike to hit me. Or don't waste time, just surrender like that person did earlier. Ji Yang felt he had figured out the thoughts of Zhou Chen and his group. He thought they were just joking around, with no hidden tricks or trump cards. That Xiao Xiaohua was like this, although tough, but also weak. That Qin Hao and Chen Xia were just plain weak. As for that Lu Yong today, he was an idiot. He didn't even want to talk about him. And this Zhou Chen, Ji Yang felt he was the same. Zhou Chen heard this. Zhou Chen looked at Ji Yang with confusion. In his view, this Ji Yang was quite bold. His strongest move was the Qi manipulation fist, which was the strength of the Qi manipulation realm. Are you sure you, a refining Qi realm cultivator, can withstand it? Don't end up lying on the ground right after I unleash it. To avoid that situation, Zhou Chen decided to let him off the hook and not use his strongest move. He would use the Fire Lotus instead. After all, Ji Yang hadn't overly offended him. The earlier bullying of Xiao Xiaohua was part of his own design. Without Ji Yang, Xiao Xiaohua wouldn't even know how to unblock her 6th meridian. So, for the sake of what happened with Xiao Xiaohua, Zhou Chen decided to let Ji Yang off this time. What a guy! This Ji Yang is still so arrogant. Zhou Ge, just give him a big one. Lu Yong shouted from the audience. He knew Zhou Chen's true strength, so he understood that as long as Zhou Chen was serious, he could take Ji Yang down with just one move. The crowd rolled their eyes at him. Still daring to speak? Don't you think you've embarrassed yourself enough already? Zhou Chen looked at Ji Yang, his expression calm and composed. Are you sure you want me to strike? Absolutely. Hurry up, stop wasting time. Ji Yang said impatiently. These Qingqing people were simply endless. Were they going to let him take first place or not? Hearing Ji Yang's confirmation again, Zhou Chen turned to the bald referee teacher. Can I make my move now? Go ahead. But if you still want to surrender, just step down. I don't want to help you block another hit. I think you need to help him block a hit more. With that, Zhou Chen stopped talking. Two flames erupted rapidly between his hands. One was the King of Flames, and the other was a tenfold enhanced swamp fire. Then, in an instant, it condensed. Without any wind-up, the Fire Lotus successfully formed in a moment. Zhou Chen then stepped forward several times, directly smashing the Fire Lotus into Ji Yang's face. In an instant, a massive explosion from the Fire Lotus rang out. The entire arena shook. Bang! Centered around the Fire Lotus, a shockwave of air surged forth. Ji Yang was directly blasted off the stage, landing on the ground, his face dark. His hair was even blown up in spikes. This script was wrong. Too wrong. How could Zhou Chen be this strong? He had faced that Fire Lotus when fighting Xiao Xiaohua, but Xiao Xiaohua needed a wind-up, taking a total of 10 seconds. Its power was nowhere near this strong. How could this be? Ji Yang recalled that at the moment the fire lotus smashed toward him, he had no room to resist. Even in that instant, when he circulated his spiritual energy to form a shield, it was of no use at all. He was still knocked off the stage by the fire lotus. Why? Why was there such an incredible person in Qingcheng? Zhou Chen circulated his spiritual energy. A fire lotus gathered from his hands. What is this? Is this the enemy shame? I go to strip his clothes? Look at this flame, it's even more terrifying. That fire lotus is even more profound. This is definitely a large version of enemy shame. I go to strip his clothes. The commentator looked at the two on the first stage, quickly speaking with passion and excitement. It was very intense. At the same time, holding a telescope, he really wanted to see clearly if this enemy shame, I go to strip his clothes, could actually strip clothes. Then he immediately saw a scene. Ji Yang was directly blasted away. Ji Yang has been blasted away. He's out of the arena. He didn't have any ability to resist at all. This student from the capital ultimately paid the price for his arrogance. Zhou Chen is amazing. The commentator witnessed the final scene, seeing Ji Yang being blown away with his own eyes. At the same time, he saw Ji Yang's torn clothes through the telescope. It turned out that the more powerful enemy, Xiu Wu, could really strip him of his clothes. In the square, all the teachers and students were stunned. Did you see that? This is my brother Zhou. This is our third middle school. We are number one. My brother Zhou is number one. We won, we won. With just one move, my brother Zhou shattered the opponent. Lu Yong shouted joyfully, excited and thrilled, he yelled. At the same time, Lu Chen, Xiao Xiaohua, and others felt the same. Everyone in Class 5 of 3rd Middle School was now in the first examination hall. All of them had entered the top 6,000 in the city. They could at least go to a prestigious martial arts school to study. The entire Class 5 gathered together. They were all surprised and cheered for their class leader. We won! We won! Brother Zhou is too fierce. With just one move, he knocked the opponent down. This is simply terrifying. Wei Zhenhe, the director of the Education Bureau of Qing City, looked at Zhou Chen on the stage, feeling inexplicably happy and excited. This was a student cultivated by Qing City itself. It represented his efforts in Qing City and the educational work of Qing City. So how could he not feel happy? This year, a challenger from the capital came to Qing City, but Qing City ultimately maintained its dignity. This student is Zhou Chun from 3rd Middle School, right? Good kid. After the exam, contact him immediately. As the top student of Qing City, we must give him the rewards he deserves from the Education Bureau. Wei Zhenhe immediately said to his assistant, confirming Zhou Chen's reward. At the same time, he seemed to think of something. His face turned cold as he spoke and arranged. I received an anonymous report. The Qin family, Qin Hao, and the Chen family, Chen Xia, have both grown up learning in the sect since childhood. They attempted to cheat by registering for studies and having someone else attend school in their place. The Qin and Chen families really think I'm a fool. They think our officials are idiots. Cancel Qin Hao and Chen Xia's results. At the same time, impose an additional fine of 10 million on each of the Qin and Chen families. And this 20 million will all be rewarded to Zhou Chen. Wei Zhenhe made a cold arrangement. As the director of the Education Bureau of Qing City, he was well aware of all the situations in Qing City. The Qin and Chen families thought they could deceive with such petty tricks. It was simply foolish. The Xia country has clear regulations that sect disciples cannot participate in major exams. If they want to participate in major exams, they must leave the sect a year in advance and register for school. Only then do they qualify. And Qin Hao and Chen Xia clearly did not meet the rules. All right, I'll arrange it right away. The assistant nodded immediately and quickly left the box. Meanwhile, in another place, all the enrollment teachers from martial arts schools across the country stood here. When they saw Zhou Chen defeat Ji Yang so effortlessly, they were all astonished. They were truly shocked by Zhou Chen's terrifying potential, fighting beyond levels, and it was 2 levels higher. Although Ji Yang also had a part in underestimating the enemy, but Zhou Chen's combat power was undeniable. If Zhou Chen did not have the strength to defeat Ji Yang, even if Ji Yang slightly underestimated him, it would be impossible for Zhou Chen to blow him away with one move. Is he that Zhou Chen? Such a student not coming to our Beihua martial arts school would be a pity. In 10 minutes, I need all his information. Qingmu Martial Arts School, in 5 minutes. I want to see all his information. Qing City Martial Arts School, in 1 minute, I want to finish reading all his information. What is Qing City Martial Arts School making a fuss about? With this time, you might as well go communicate with that Lu Yong. Exactly, can't you see our 2 martial arts schools, Qingbei, standing here? Such a genius is destined to have no connection with Qingcheng Martial Arts School. He will definitely choose us. Even if he is unwilling to come to our Qingbei Martial Arts School, there are still many strong martial arts schools like Beihang, Canaan, and Shaman standing here. You Qingcheng Martial Arts School can't still be daydreaming, right? Qingcheng Martial Arts School, hee, it's not like it used to be. Everyone is suppressing a gate to another world. Why can't our Qingcheng Martial Arts School compete? This Zhou Chen's sister is in our martial arts school, so sorry, we will definitely win. Beihua Martial Arts School, you dare to play the emotional card? At this moment, outside the square, everyone was shocked after seeing Zhou Chen defeat Ji Yang. He really won, and won so easily? Damn, this is simply outrageous. Zhou Chen's big version of go to his aunt is simply terrifying. Awesome. After the shock, they began to look for their own lottery tickets one by one. Where's my lottery ticket? Has anyone seen my lottery ticket? Wasn't your lottery ticket sold? Hee, I knew Zhou Chen would win the top spot. Would I sell my lottery ticket? Don't mess with me. Who put a stainless steel basin in my hands? Hurry up and exchange my lottery ticket back. Zhong Jiang had long anticipated this situation, so today he didn't collect any lottery tickets at all, and all the delivery brothers were not present. According to his acquisitions, he spent a total of 1 billion in funds. Acquired lottery tickets worth about 3,300 million. Based on 3 billion lottery tickets, it could be exchanged for over 580 million. Subtracting the costs, he netted over 480 million. This was simply a windfall. This could be said to be the most money Zhong Jiang had ever made in his life. Sure enough, following Zhou Ge has a bright future. In several private rooms, Xiao Xiaohua's father, Xiao Daji, felt very fortunate to see Zhou Chen finally standing on the stage. He was glad that his son had known Zhou Chen for a long time, and even more glad that in this lottery, the Xiao family did not go as crazy as the Qin and Chen families. The odds he set for the lottery were the same as the official lottery odds. So in this lottery, he not only didn't lose money but might even make a small profit. Qin family's private room. After seeing the final result, Qin Hanhai's mouth trembled. As the head of the Qin family, he was now in a state of confusion. This was a compensation of over 100 billion. Almost 1% of Qingcheng's population bought the lottery for Zhou Chen to win the top spot. The Qin family could pay, but they would have to sell off a large part of the Qin family's business. The Qin family directly lost half of their wealth. Damn, how could Zhou Chen possibly fight 2 levels up? This is simply ridiculous. He still held a glimmer of hope. The big exam was not over yet. As long as Ji Yang stood up again and defeated Zhou Chen, he would still have hope. The Chen family shared the same thoughts. They were now pinning their hopes on Ji Yang, hoping Ji Yang would stand up again and fight, ultimately defeating Zhou Chen. Ji Yang did not disappoint their expectations. After being knocked off the stage by Zhou Chen, Ji Yang quickly circulated his spiritual energy to recover while swiftly flipping back onto the stage. Zhou Chen, you actually did a sneak attack. You came up and smashed my face with a fire lotus? I refuse to accept this. I want a challenge again. Ji Yang was a bit exasperated, but Zhou Chen was speechless. Didn't you want me to take one move? Now you want to back out? And I smashed your face head on, and you say this is a sneak attack? Zhou Chen couldn't be bothered to say much to him. He directly agreed. Then the stage reopened. Zhou Chen swung his fist and smashed up. 80. After exchanging a few moves with Ji Yang, he finally smashed Ji Yang out with a fire lotus to the face. At this moment, standing in the private room, Qin Hanhai felt a chill deep in his heart. He had lost again. Now he had no thoughts left. This was the gap in hard power. Although this Ji Yang was stronger than Zhou Chen, he just couldn't defeat Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen possessed terrifying strength. His fire fist, though only a bronze-level technique, was executed with such proficiency that it had reached a perfect unity. When unleashed, it was immensely powerful, comparable to silver-level techniques, especially his spiritual energy, which recovered extremely quickly. After consumption, he could replenish it in no time. It was as if it flowed endlessly, leading to the conclusion that his meridians must be equally terrifying. The key point was that Zhou Chen also had a move called Fire Lotus, which was like a nuclear bomb. It was simply terrifying and unreasonable. Compared to Xiao Xiaohua's, it not only didn't require a 10-second wind-up but was even more powerful. Qin Hanhai estimated that not only could he fight across 2 small realms, but he could also fight across 4 to 5 small realms. He slumped down. He had lost. Half of the vast Qin family's fortune was about to be destroyed. Head of the family, Zhou Chen has already become the top scholar. What should we do about our lottery? Should we just default? On one side, Qin Hanhai's assistant spoke up. He was filled with worry at this moment, but upon hearing his words, Qin Hanhai slapped him across the face. With so many people betting in Qing City, how can our Qin family dare not pay? If we pay, our Qin family will still have a little left. If we don't pay, the entire Qin family will be gone. We must pay, but we need to think carefully about how to do it. Qin Hanhai's face was grim. He walked back to the floor-to-ceiling window of the private room and looked out at the square. Send a message in, let Qinhao challenge Zhou Chen, Qin Hanhai said, still unwilling to give up. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Zhou Chen had already fought Ji Yang twice and let Qinhao challenge him again. This way, perhaps they could defeat Zhou Chen while his spiritual energy was in a poor state. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. The assistant immediately agreed and quickly left the room. The scene returned to the square. Ji Yang had already lost to Zhou Chen twice in a row. He looked at Zhou Chen, gritting his teeth. He still had his trump card move that he hadn't used, but that was a technique belonging to the demonic sect, and he was worried that using it would immediately expose his identity. So, to avoid revealing his identity, he had to hide. He kept his eyes on Zhou Chen, memorizing his features. He vowed to make Zhou Chen pay the price. Seeing that Ji Yang had given up and would no longer challenge him, Zhou Chen then stepped down from the ring. Soon, reporters rushed over. They interviewed Zhou Chen. Student Zhou, congratulations on defeating Ji Yang and standing at the top of the martial arts exam. Do you have anything to say at this moment? The beautiful reporter looked at Zhou Chen, posed the question, and handed the microphone to him. Zhou Chen fell silent, needing to think carefully. After all, he had always been an introverted person. Facing such an interview, he really needed to organize his words well. I'm very happy to have achieved first place in the martial arts exam. At this moment, I just want to say that hard work is the starting point of everything. Just like me, I have now won first place in the martial arts exam, relying entirely on my relentless efforts. It has nothing to do with Xiao Xiaohua or any of the students from Class 5. But even so, I still thank them. Xiao Xiaohua has always been my brother, and the other students from Class 5 are the same. Now that the martial arts exam has ended, perhaps everyone will go to their respective martial arts schools to study. But that's okay, we will always be friends. I want to wish all the students from Class 5 the best, hoping everyone continues to work hard. We all have a bright future ahead. Zhou Chen finally thanked all the classmates in Class 5, indicating that from this moment on, all the students would separate to pursue their own futures. At the same time, Zhou Chen would also lose the various enhancements brought by the organization of Class 5. Of course, Zhou Chen was not reluctant to part with these enhancements. He truly felt a deep attachment to all his classmates. That was all. He hoped everyone could cultivate and grow. Well, I didn't expect that after winning first place in the martial arts exam, you would first think of your classmates. I must say, Zhou Chen, your feelings for everyone in Class 5 are truly profound. The beautiful reporter summarized. Zhou Chen's interview was being broadcast live, and at that moment, all the members of Class 5 surrounded him. When they heard Zhou Chen thanking them during the interview, they were all deeply moved. The class leader was indeed the class leader. He had always sacrificed his own training time to help everyone, even teaching the fire fist technique to all the students in Class 5 at the lowest cost. And now, he was still thanking them during the interview, which was truly unforgettable and hard not to be touched by. I love you, class leader. Zhou Gu is amazing. It's us in Class 5 who should be thanking you. Exactly, Zhou Gu. I ranked 308th in this martial arts exam, and I can still get into a 211 martial arts school. Zhou Gu, it's because of you that we have today. All the classmates around Zhou Chen spoke up. It was Zhou Chen who had helped them transition from their previous lazy state to a positive and proactive one. It was Zhou Chen who truly guided their growth. It was because of him that they would put down their phones every night to train and work hard for their futures. All of this was brought about by Zhou Chen. On this last day, they all saw their gains. They all saw their results. They surrounded Zhou Chen. They exchanged glances. Then, in unison, they began to sing. Listen to me say thank you. Because of you, the seasons are warm. Zhou Chen. How could this song appear in this world? Who brought it here? Zhou Chen was both amused and helpless, quickly waving his hands to tell them to stop singing. If they kept singing, he would really be overwhelmed. It's truly touching. I didn't expect you to be so popular in class, Zhou Chen. Now, there's one last question. If nothing unexpected happens, you will definitely be the top student in this year's big exam. What are your plans for the future? Have you thought about which martial arts school to attend? The beautiful reporter asked the final question. All the classmates in Class 5 were very interested, leaning in to listen. However, Zhou Chen did not give a specific answer. I haven't decided which martial arts school to go to yet. Zhou Chen shook his head. He had shown extremely terrifying potential and talent, and now he needed to see which martial arts school offered the most before he would go. As for the strength and resources of the martial arts schools, Zhou Chen did not care. The only thing that could move him was the position of student council president. The interview ended. The classmates of Class 5 surrounded Zhou Chen, chatting away. Now they just waited for the final time to end, after which Wei Zhenhe, the director of the Qingqing Education Bureau, would announce the end of the big exam. However, just as Zhou Chen was relaxing, Qin Tian came over with Qin Hao, and even Chen Xia from the Chen family showed up. Zhou Chen, our matter isn't over yet. I want to challenge you. Me too, I feel the same. Qin Hao and Chen Xia both spoke up. Zhou Chen glanced at them. He understood their intentions without needing to think. They were just cornered dogs jumping over the wall. Moreover, the two of them coming at the same time likely meant they wanted to use a will battle strategy to take turns challenging Zhou Chen, aiming to achieve their ultimate goal. For the Qin and Chen families, as long as it wasn't Zhou Chen taking first place, they could accept anyone else. Let's go, Zhou Chen said in a deep voice. At this moment, refusal was not an option. Rejecting could lead to a loss. Moreover, Zhou Chen had no intention of refusing. He wanted to teach the two of them a lesson, ensuring that the Qin and Chen families would be completely subdued. Zhou Chen led them to the event manager to register the challenge information. Meanwhile, many people on site noticed the change. When they saw Zhou Chen stepping onto the first arena again, and Qin Hao also taking the stage, everyone began to discuss excitedly. What's going on? Qin Hao actually dares to challenge? This kid who was defeated by Ji Yang in just a few moves still dares to challenge Zhou Chen. They're anxious. The Qin family is in a hurry. The odds for Zhou Chen to win the top scholar are extremely high. If Zhou Chen becomes the top scholar, they might go bankrupt. Zhou Chen has already fought Ji Yang twice, and now Qin Hao comes to challenge. Isn't this just taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable position? What's there to be afraid of? Zhou Chen looked so relaxed against Ji Yang. How could he possibly struggle against this kid Qin Hao? Outside the square, people were buzzing with discussions. They analyzed Qin Hao's purpose in challenging Zhou Chen again clearly. Qin Hao stepped onto the arena, his eyes fixed on Zhou Chen, mentally preparing the moves he would use in their battle. Qin Hanhai not only sent him a message but also brought him a fury pill. As long as he took the fury pill, he could unleash power far beyond his own for a short time. However, the side effects of this pill were terrifying. If he didn't release the violent energy during the effect period, his cultivation would definitely be affected, making future training extremely difficult. Qin Hao didn't want to take such a pill, but he had no choice. The Qin family was in a critical situation, and with Qin Hanhai's promise, he couldn't refuse. So before stepping onto the arena, he had already taken the fury pill. Zhou Chen, you're very strong. I've fought Ji Yang and know his terrifying strength. Even if both Ji Yang and I are at the 6th level of Qi refinement, I'm not his match. But I didn't expect you to be even stronger than Ji Yang. It's just a pity that in this martial arts exam, you absolutely cannot take first place. Otherwise, half of the Qin family's assets will be destroyed. Qin Hao laughed arrogantly, holding onto his villain script, chattering away before the match. Zhou Chen looked at him as if he were an idiot, waiting for the match to begin. But just as it was about to start, a capable-looking girl stepped onto the arena. She was Wei Zhenhe's assistant. Her sudden appearance left everyone puzzled. And when she spoke, the crowd erupted in discussion. The Education Department of Qincheng City has received an anonymous report from the Chaoyan community. Qin Hao, a member of the Qin family, is a disciple of the Erlon Lake teaching group, having grown up in Erlon Lake without receiving any formal education. Although he has student status, the Qin Hao who studied in school was actually replaced by someone else. After investigation by the Education Department, the evidence for this report is conclusive. Under the direct order of Director Wei Zhenhe of the Education Department, Qin Hao's exam results are revoked. The Qin family is fined 10 million. As these words landed, the scene erupted in an uproar. Then, a round of applause followed. Once the assistant spoke, the crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. Many were astonished. Even Zhou Chen was surprised. He didn't expect that there would actually be enthusiastic members of the Chaoyan community paying attention to such matters, shattering the schemes of the Qin and Chen families. Although he wasn't afraid of Qin Hao and Chen Xia, witnessing this scene truly saved him from having to take action. Others were astonished, discussing among themselves. Meanwhile, Qin Hao felt as if he had eaten something disgusting. How could this happen? The Qin family had everything arranged. How could there be any other situation now? And most importantly, he had just taken a fury pill. The effects of the drug were about to kick in. How was he supposed to vent? If he couldn't fight, there was no way for him to unleash the drug's power. And if that were the case, his future path of cultivation would be ruined. No, I'm not from Erlonghu, Qin Hao shouted, as if in a frenzied state. But it had no effect. The teacher in charge of monitoring the exam quickly took him away. The assistant then proceeded to reveal Chen Xia's situation. As a result, Chen Xia's scores were all cancelled. He also lost the qualification to challenge Zhou Chen. Just moments ago, he and Qin Hao had been making a fuss, discussing a wheel battle strategy to challenge Zhou Chen, and before they could even implement it, they were declared defeated. Chen Xiao wore a bitter expression as he was taken away by the monitoring teacher. Lu Yong watched them leave and shook his head in regret. As the saying goes, if heaven has feelings, it will grow old. The righteous path in the world is full of hardships. Those who commit many injustices will surely perish. The righteous path in the world is full of hardships. I laugh with my sword pointed at the sky. The righteous path in the world is full of hardships. In the end, they still can't escape the eyes of the masses. Lu Yong recited a few lines of poetry that seemed quite out of place, appearing rather sentimental. Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Chun. On the arena, Zhou Chen noticed that both Qin Hao and Chen Xiao were gone. He then turned to Qin Tian, who was now the strongest fighter from the Qin and Chen families. Are you coming up? If you don't come up, it's really over. As soon as the words fell, Qin Tian immediately shook his head. It was like a rattle drum. Then why don't you roll? Qin Tian's face was swollen with anger. How dare they speak to him like that? In a moment, he would go up and execute a sliding tackle. But in the end, Qin Tian didn't dare and could only leave in disgrace. At this moment, no one would challenge Zhou Chen anymore, and no one had the strength to do so. Just as Zhou Chen stepped down from the arena, several middle-aged men quickly leaped over. They stood beside Zhou Chen. The leader was Wei Zhenhe, the director of the Qingcheng Education Bureau, followed by Li Taisheng, the principal of the Qingcheng Martial Arts School, and another man in military uniform. He had a serious expression, exuding a heavy killing intent, yet appeared restrained. Zhou Chen recognized Wei Zhenhe. Student Zhou, congratulations on achieving first place in the martial arts exam. These two are Li Taisheng, the principal of Qingcheng Martial Arts School, and Wu Zhan, the military representative from Jingnan Province. Wei Zhenhe looked at Zhou Chen with a friendly expression while introducing the two. Zhou Chen greeted them one by one. Student Zhou, your performance was truly impressive. Why not come directly to our Qingcheng Martial Arts School? We're all in Qingcheng, so you'll be close to home, and you can return home during breaks. Principal Li Taisheng immediately began to persuade Zhou Chen upon seeing him. He wanted to convince Zhou Chen to join the Qingcheng Martial Arts School, but Zhou Chen was as sharp as a monkey now. How could he be swayed by Li Taisheng's few words? It's all about fate when it comes to choosing a martial arts school. As long as the fate is right, whether it's Qingcheng Martial Arts School or any other school, I'm willing to go. Zhou Chen smiled, and upon hearing this, Li Taisheng's heart leaped with joy. There was hope. Outside the square, in a private box, Qin Hanhai immediately realized that the situation with Qin Hao and Chen Xia had been exposed. He paced back and forth in his office, smashing things and cursing loudly. Which bastard reported this? And I had connections. Who has the guts to go against my Qin family in Qingcheng? Who the hell is this dog of a mass in Chaoyang? He cursed and swore. Meanwhile, Han Ming, who was guarding the gate at the third middle school, sneezed several times for some unknown reason. This made him very unhappy. Damn it, who the hell is cursing me? Not long after, an ordinary man arrived at the third middle school. Old Han, you've made a great contribution this time with your report. The director has ordered you to return to the city headquarters first. There are other arrangements. All right then. Han Ming responded happily upon hearing this. Finally, he wouldn't have to stay at this school anymore. He was still young. This was the age for striving. How could he just guard the gate here? Old Han, you're really impressive, daring to report on that matter with Qin Hao. You truly fear nothing. Fear? Of course I'm afraid, but when you've staked everything you have, your wife's dowry, your coffin money, you'll realize that being afraid doesn't help, Han Ming said with a hint of bitterness. Time passed second by second. When it reached 5 in the afternoon, Wei Zhenhe leaped onto the first stage. It's now 5 o'clock. I declare the martial arts examination of this year in Qingcheng officially over. In this martial arts examination, our Qingcheng has once again demonstrated terrifying potential. Among them, Zhou Chen from the third middle school has won first place. The other top 5 students are Ji Yang, Xiao Xiaohua, Tang Yanran, and Qin Tian. As for the results of the other students, they will also be displayed on the Qingcheng Education website. They will be compiled and synchronized to the National Education website, where all students can check for themselves. The written exam results will be released tomorrow morning. Everyone can check them tomorrow morning or stay up tonight to look. Finally, thank you all for your attention to this year's Qingcheng major examination. See you next year. Wei Zhenhe announced the conclusion and provided a final summary. After everything ended, the square barriers opened, allowing all students to leave, and the parents and spectators outside could come in to find their children. Another major examination has concluded, and another batch of talented individuals has stepped into the formal cultivation world. They will truly come to understand this society and the other world. After Wei Zhenhe announced the end, The commentator read out the sentimental script that had to be recited every year. Finally, let's play a song to officially bid farewell to this year's major examination. With that, he clicked to play the song Unforgettable Tonight. Unforgettable Tonight. Not even a single lyric had been sung when a slipper was thrown up. I can't forget you, damn it. I've tolerated you for long enough, just commentating, but you keep startling me every day. And playing these terrible songs every day, not caring if others can stand it or not. The commentator removed the slipper that had landed right in front of him. My brother, this is where you went wrong. The song I played may be unpleasant, but you shouldn't resort to violence. Also, throwing trash around is wrong. Even if it doesn't hit anyone, it can damage the flowers and plants and harm the environment. Immediately, a shower of worn-out shoes rained down on him. Next came the grand finale of the martial arts school, and the protagonist's cultivation would also be cranked up. This damn author has dragged on for over 300,000 words, and the protagonist is only at the 4th level of chi refining. It's simply ridiculous. The overall tone of the text is absurd and humorous, but some jokes are indeed awkward. I'll try my best to smooth it out so it's not too cringeworthy. Sometimes the logic may also go awry, so please bear with it. After all, it's just a feel-good story. Lastly, as usual, thanks to all the big shots for their little gifts and for urging updates. Every bit is love, and I'm immensely grateful. At this moment, the entire first examination hall was in an uproar. Especially after the square barriers disappeared, countless parents and spectators surged in. They searched for their children to celebrate together. As long as they were candidates in the first examination hall today, they were all successful candidates. At least they could enter a second-tier martial arts school or higher. And there were many looking for Zhou Chen, all of whom had Zhou Chen's lottery ticket firmly tied to him. At this moment, Zhou Chen, against the odds, defeated Ji Yang to claim first place in the martial arts examination. They all knew that this time Zhou Chen was basically locked in as the top scorer of the exam. As long as his written test results tonight weren't too bad, it would be enough. Zhou Chen's parents, along with Zhou Shanru, rushed over to him immediately. Zhou Shanru was the fastest, extremely happy and excited. As for Zhou Chen's parents, they were a bit slower, but still moved quickly. Hey, cancel the plane ticket. What? Can't cancel? Forget it, if I can't cancel, then I won't. I'm rich now. After saying that, he hung up the phone and walked over to Zhou Chen, patting him kindly on the shoulder. Truly my son, I knew you would definitely come in first. Zhou Chen, the plane ticket just got cancelled. Did you think I wouldn't hear that? At this moment, Wei Zhenhe came over to Zhou Chen, greeted his parents, and said to Zhou Chen, your position as the top scorer has been confirmed. Let's celebrate well tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow. Wei Zhenhe laughed heartily a few times. As the director of the Qingcheng Education Bureau, he was thrilled to see such a genius emerge from Qingcheng. He was particularly happy. At the same time, he had his own thoughts. He must keep Zhou Chen at the Qingcheng Martial Arts School. This was not only to retain talent for Qingcheng but also to think about Zhou Chen's future. Going to Qingbei Martial Arts School certainly had more resources and was great, but there were also many geniuses there. Zhou Chen might not be able to obtain the most resources and the best treatment. Staying at Qingcheng Martial Arts School would be different. He had already discussed with Principal Li Taisheng about providing Zhou Chen with the top resources. They would make Zhou Chen a hero of Qingcheng, a banner for the younger generation of Qingcheng. In the past, Qingcheng never competed for anything, but this time Qingcheng wanted everything. After Wei Zhenhe left, Zhou Chen greeted Xiao Xiaohua and the others before planning to go home. But at this moment, the square was crowded with people, especially those heading out. Several people were shouting into microphones outside, Zhou Chen. Then a large number of people echoed, top scorer, Zhou Chen, top scorer, we, rich. But outside this noisy crowd, there were also quite a few people who felt out of place. Just as a master once said, the joys and sorrows of the world do not connect. I only feel that they are noisy. Honey, I watched the live broadcast. Zhou Chen won first place in the martial arts exam. What about the lottery we bought a few days ago? Although we only bought 200 yuan worth, we could still earn over 100. What lottery? When did we buy a lottery? Don't talk nonsense. Didn't I buy 2 stainless steel basins yesterday? So this time we didn't buy any lottery at all. Is that so? His wife was puzzled. That's right, it is. Don't overthink it. In the second examination room, after the exam ended, Su Shou felt a pain in his heart. He performed terribly this time and directly fell out of the first examination room. This made him very uncomfortable. But before he could feel bad for too long, his cousin Fei Huang called, Su Shou, you son of a dog, didn't you say Zhou Chen was no good? Didn't you say there were candidates at the 5th level of Qi refining, and Zhou Chen definitely couldn't defeat them? How come Zhou Chen got first place now? I damn well bought 20,000 yuan worth of Zhou Chen's lottery. Now it's being sold at a third of the price. You better compensate me. Fei Huang's voice came through the phone, filled with anger and strong language. Fei Huang had sold the lottery because he listened to Su Xiu. Now Zhou Chen had taken first place. Not only did he not make money, but he also lost 70% of his investment. Hearing his cousin Fei Huang's curses, Su Xiu directly hung up the phone and put his phone back in his pocket. At that moment, he surprisingly didn't feel that sad anymore. The corner of his mouth murmured, "Good thing I'm here, otherwise my cousin would have struck it rich." Under the escort of the police, Zhou Chen left the square and got into Uncle Wang's car, heading straight home. On the way, Uncle Wang was overjoyed, chatting away with Zhou Chen about everything under the sun. "After tonight's big exam, you will definitely be the top scholar. The provincial top scholar is also easily within your grasp. I've already looked at the strength of the candidates from other cities, and the highest level is only at the second stage of qi refining. So according to the ranking rules for provincial top scholars, you're solidly at the fourth stage of qi refining. It might be a bit difficult on a national level, though, since there are several at the fifth stage of qi refining this year. Although your combat power exceeds theirs, the national top scholar doesn't require arena battles. It only looks at the level of spiritual energy, so you won't be able to obtain that. But even so, you're still in the top 10 nationally." Uncle Wang helped Zhou Chen analyze the rankings after the results came out, gathering a lot of information. "So this is the top 10 nationally? That's really easy. I didn't even use my strongest moves." Zhou Chen shook his head in regret. If making a little money brings happiness, then Zhong Jiang is undoubtedly the happiest. At that moment, he was in his room, surrounded by the lottery tickets he had acquired. The amounts varied, but together they were worth hundreds of millions. At the same time, his phone kept ringing. It was all calls from his ex-girlfriends. "Zhong Jiang, where's my lottery ticket? I asked you to keep it for a few days. Now please return it to me," one ex-girlfriend said. But Zhong Jiang decisively shook his head in refusal. "What lottery ticket? I, Zhong Jiang, have never heard of it." Then, another ex-girlfriend tried to play the emotional card, knowing that Zhong Jiang had acquired quite a few of Zhou Chen's lottery tickets and made a lot of money. She wanted to reconcile with him, but Zhong Jiang was not going to fall for it. He simply said, "We're not suited for each other," and hung up the phone. He then turned off his phone. Comfortably lying on his bed, he couldn't help but laugh. "I never expected that I, Zhong Jiang, would have today. I really have to thank Brother Zhou for giving me a chance to start over." That night, Zhou Chen's home was bustling with activity. Almost everyone in the neighborhood had squeezed into Zhou Chen's house, waiting to see his final exam results. There were also a few children at home. When they saw Zhou Chen, they immediately remembered him. One of them turned around and started crying to his mother. "Mom," he said, "there are no Ultramen in the world." Then, because the noise was too loud, his mother gave him a good scolding. "I told you about Ultramen. I told you about Ultramen." Slap, slap, several handprints appeared on his bottom. Zhou Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. "Auntie, you don't need to advise me. This child is already in the second grade, and his studies haven't improved at all. I'm going to give him a good education today. I didn't mean to advise you. I just wanted to say, I have a fly swatter at home, use that to hit him. It won't hurt his hands." "Is that so? Xiaofan, you really thought this through." The child. As soon as midnight struck, everyone gathered around. They surrounded Zhou Chen, waiting for him to check his results. Meanwhile, downstairs, Uncle Mashumi held a firework igniter and a walkie-talkie. As soon as Zhou Chen's results came out, he would immediately press the igniter to set off the fireworks. He entered his examination number, ZZZZZZZ, then he entered his education network password, XXXXXX. After logging in, he clicked to check the results. A loading circle began to spin. Everyone held their breath, staring at the circle, watching it spin round and round. What a terrible network. It spun for 2 or 3 rounds before finally showing up. Exam results: 231 for the literary exam, 960 for the martial arts exam. Total score, 1,191. Ranked first in Qingqing City. Ranked first in Jingnan Province. Ranked 5th nationwide. Upon seeing these results, the entire venue erupted in cheers. With the results finally confirmed, everyone felt a tremendous sense of relief. "Xiaofan, impressive. There are very few people I admire, and you are definitely one of them. Awesome, amazing. We're going to get rich." The child on the side also became happy. Finally, Mom wouldn't hit me anymore. Boo-hoo. Bang! In that instant, fireworks in the community shot up into the sky. Then they exploded in the air. Everyone cheered along. The atmosphere was lively. These fireworks were even more dazzling than before the martial arts exam. After a long time of celebration, the community finally quieted down again. Zhou Chen finally had time to return to his room. He lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone. In the chat, Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Yon, Lu Chen, and others sent Zhou Chen their report cards. The results were pretty much what Zhou Chen had expected. In the group chat, everyone was happily discussing their scores and their plans for future applications. System prompt: Class 5 has graduated, and the host's influence on Class 5 is rapidly declining. This organization is cancelled. Please find a new organization. The system chimed in Zhou Chen's mind. It indicated that Class 5 could no longer help Zhou Chen improve his spiritual energy growth. Zhou Chen thought for a moment. The fastest and best option was naturally to aim for the position of president of the martial arts school's student council. This further solidified Zhou Chen's determination to strive for the student council president position. The next morning, Zhou Chen got up early. After his parents made breakfast, they prepared to leave. Son, we're going out for a bit. Don't open the door for strangers, okay? Zhou Chen. Got it. After breakfast, Zhou Chen directly left the house. Today he needed to attend the Qingqing City Elite Graduates Conference. This time, the event was for the top 20 students in Qingqing City, along with admission teachers from various universities. Xiao Xiaohua, the driver, came to pick up Zhou Chen, and after he got in the car, they headed out together. At this moment, Zhou Chen had a lot on his plate. He needed to cooperate with the Qingqing City Education Department for various promotions while also dealing with the lottery matters. After all, that was all money. He had a total of 1.5 billion staked, needing to collect over 2.9 billion. This was the capital for upgrading the system. At the same time, there were also several hundred million on the other side that needed time to be exchanged. At this time, many people had already arrived at the hotel where the Qingqing City Elite Graduates Conference was being held. Admission teachers from various martial arts schools and some heavyweight figures from Qingqing City had already gathered. Have you heard? Qingqing City plans to pay a huge price to keep Zhou Chen. Is that true? But no matter how much they pay, what good will it do? Qingqing Martial Arts School is indeed lacking. Compared to our Qingbei Martial Arts School, they fall short by a lot. It's definitely true. The education department will reward Zhou Chen with 20 million. 20 million? That's quite a generous offer. Where's the generosity? This money is all coming from the Qin and Chen families as a fine for arranging Qin Hao and Chen Xia to participate in the big exam. Wow, that's impressive. Even so, what does it matter? I don't think Shou is a greedy person. He must know that entering our Qingmu Martial Arts School would be more beneficial for his personal growth. Clearly, entering Beihua Martial Arts School would be more helpful. Ha ha ha. Upon arriving outside the hotel, Zhou Chen got out of the car and brushed off the dust from his clothes, adopting a demeanor of a big shot. Has Lu Yong arrived? Here they come, waiting for us at the door. What about Lu Chen? Lu Chen didn't make it into the top 20, so he can't come. What a pity. I've lost a seafood general. Xiao Xiaohua. At the entrance, Lu Yong approached Zhou Chen as soon as he saw him. Brother Zhou. Zhou Chen nodded at him, then they walked into the hotel together. Just as they entered, a recruitment teacher came over. Student Zhou, nice to meet you. How nice. Zhou Chen glanced at the recruitment teacher's business card. It wasn't a martial arts school he was interested in, so he pocketed the card and said no more. The recruitment teacher. Every year's recruitment is so difficult. Especially for a genius like this, it's even harder. Lu Yong and Xiao Xiaohua followed Zhou Chen the whole way. Without seeing a single teacher, Zhou Chen was already receiving business cards. How about coming to our Qingmu Martial Arts School, Student Zhou? Come to our Beihua Martial Arts School. We guarantee you the best training resources. Student Zhou, do you know the Sword Saint? As long as you come to our Qingmu Martial Arts School, you'll be the second Sword Saint. After Wei Zhenhe arrived, he directly invited Zhou Chen into a private room. He planned to close the door and persuade Zhou Chen. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen's parents were at the Qin family's lottery shop, waiting to redeem their lottery ticket. But they got nothing. Where are they? The Qin family isn't trying to run away, are they? Zhou Chen's results are out, and now the Qin family won't redeem? Hurry up and come out to redeem. Everyone stood at the lottery shop's entrance, cursing. After a while, someone from the Qin family finally came out. Sorry, it took a bit longer because there were many lottery statistics to process. As a prominent family in Qing City, our Qin family dares to issue lottery tickets, so of course, we dare to redeem them. Saying this, he had someone bring out a QR code sticker. It was placed at the shop's entrance. Because there are so many people buying lottery tickets, and the amounts are enormous. To make it more convenient for everyone to redeem, we are adopting an online model. Everyone can scan this QR code, download the Qin family's redemption app, and enter your lottery number, then you'll enter the redemption queue. You can line up one by one to redeem, which saves everyone the hassle of queuing in person. If you feel you're too far back in line, you can invite friends to help you cut in line. As soon as it's your turn, our Qin family will redeem your winnings immediately. Isn't this just the Qin family's version of Pinduoduo? And that's not all. It combines the advantages of both Xiaowank and Pinduoduo. The Q refund from Xiaowank, plus the cutting in line from Pinduoduo. It's likely that this app also has a shopping mall where purchasing Qin family products earns you redemption points, which can then be exchanged for cutting in line privileges. Thus, you can redeem your lottery winnings even earlier. Sure enough, when Zhou Chen's dad scanned the QR code and downloaded the app, he immediately saw a shopping mall inside. There were countless products, a dazzling array of various pills, magical artifacts, and even everyday necessities. It was like a complete shopping mall. Zhou Chen's dad was left dumbfounded. He almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He then entered his lottery redemption code, and his queue number immediately appeared. He was number 530,000. According to the current queue for redemption, it would take 5 months to redeem. Absolutely terrifying. Zhou Chen's dad immediately became unwilling and stood in the crowd, raising his arm and shouting, "Damn it, queue my ass, hurry up and redeem my winnings." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone responded, nearly overturning the Qin family's shop. "Redemption! Redemption! Hurry up and give me my prize, or I'll have your Qin family's shop demolished." Exactly, does the Qin family think they can play this game? If you can't handle it, then don't play. Hurry up with the redemption. The crowd was agitated. This put immense pressure on the Qin family, cold sweat pouring down their backs, fearing they might be beaten up on the spot. Fortunately, a powerful figure from the Qin family arrived, a practitioner at the qi condensation stage, standing directly in the shop, intimidating everyone. This made the crowd hesitate to act rashly. The Qin family members finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they felt incredibly fortunate. The redemption method of this software was truly excellent. Not only could it delay the redemption, but it also served as a huge advertisement for the Qin family. All of the Qin family's products were lined up, and with so many people needing to purchase them, the Qin family would profit. In fact, if enough people bought, the Qin family could not only redeem all the lottery tickets but also make a small profit. After all, the products had high profit margins. As long as they sold, they would earn. Moreover, the most crucial point was that these redeeming individuals and the officials couldn't do anything to them, because they weren't refusing to redeem. It was just that there were too many people redeeming, so they had to adopt a queue system. In any case, they were treating everyone in this rogue manner. I understand everyone's feelings, but there are simply too many people redeeming right now, so our Qin family has no choice, and we ask for your understanding. Of course, if anyone is unwilling to wait in line, we will open a convenient channel to refund the principal. The person in charge of the Qin family spoke, wearing a sly expression. "Damn it, I won. Zhou Chen got the top score, and you tell me you'll only refund the principal? If I had lost, would you refund my principal? Qin family lackeys, hurry up and redeem." Exactly, hurry up with the redemption, or we'll call the police. Redemption, redemption. Sorry, even if you call the police, it will be the same. Our Qin family is not refusing to redeem, it's just a matter of workload, so we ask everyone to queue. Moreover, we have also opened a convenient channel for those who do not wish to wait in line for a principal refund, so our Qin family has truly done our utmost. We ask everyone to understand the difficulties of our Qin family. The person in charge continued to argue and forcefully explain, but as soon as he finished speaking, several rotten eggs were thrown at him. "I'll queue your ass. This Qing city doesn't belong to the Qin family to bully us." Exactly, just wait and see. So many people in Qing city bought lottery tickets. I don't believe your Qin family is so powerful that you can cover the sky with one hand. Someone in the crowd shouted, and then, unhappy, threw another rotten egg. It hit the Qin family person in charge right in the face. The smell was terrible, making him wish he could die. The qi condensation stage expert also received several rotten eggs, but he didn't dare to retaliate. Qin Hanhai had arranged for them to act shamelessly. As long as they didn't strike back, they could be cursed by everyone without redeeming. Zhou Chen's parents were holding their breath. For now, they had no choice but to go back and think of a solution together. The Qin family was indeed a large family, but if they wanted to go against most of the people in Qing City, it would only lead to a dead end. On Zhou Chen's side, after entering the private room, he met several big shots. Li Taisheng, the principal of Qing City Martial Arts School, the military big shot Wu Zhan, and some people from the 7-person bureau, among others. After entering, everyone casually chatted for a bit. They discussed various arrangements for Zhou Chen's future. First and foremost was safety. For the next 3 months, Zhou Chen would be classified as a key protection target by the military. The stern Wu Zhan added Zhou Chen to a super communication group and also gave him a satellite phone. This phone is for internal military use, allowing direct contact with us. In case of danger, the nearest military expert will arrive immediately, at the Grandmaster level. You have 3 months. After 3 months, you will enter the martial arts school, and your protection will also be entrusted to the school. However, I think you won't need this satellite phone. After all, your strength is not something ordinary people can handle. Wu Zhan looked at Zhou Chen and smiled, clearly aware of some of Zhou Chen's background. For instance, he knew that Zhou Chen possessed the strength of the Qi Master realm. After all, the 7-man bureau was aware of Zhou Chen's strength, so the military would certainly know as well, and they must have discussed various policies regarding Zhou Chen internally. An 18-year-old Qi Master is truly a unique existence. Such a genius, as long as they don't meet an untimely end, often becomes a breakthrough figure. What does it mean to be a breakthrough figure? It means someone who originally could only reach the highest level of the Qi Master realm, but no one knew about the existence of the Qi Master realm. A breakthrough genius is someone who breaks the boundaries of the Qi Master realm and explores the breakthrough into the Qi Master realm. Currently, the Grandmaster realm is the highest level of cultivation known, but everyone knows there must be higher realms beyond the Grandmaster. This requires a unique genius like Zhou Chen to break through. As long as one person successfully breaks through, the accumulated experience will be enough to support others in following suit. What do you mean not something ordinary people can handle? We're just ordinary citizens, so this satellite phone must be useful. Thank you to the military for such thoughtful care. If you ever need me, just let me know. Zhou Chen laughed heartily and immediately put the satellite phone into his pocket. Having a Grandmaster-level expert come to protect him could be very useful. In the future, he could truly feel secure. Even if it's only for 3 months, that's fine. By then, having a satellite phone in my collection won't be a problem, right? The military wouldn't be stingy enough to not provide a satellite phone, would they? So if something comes up, you'll let us know, and then you'll give us some advice and provide us with moral support, right? Wu Zhan laughed heartily. This statement clearly showed he understood Zhou Chen's character quite well. This left Zhou Chen momentarily stunned. It must be that Yang Lin recorded their conversation. This backing, Wang Yang Lin, really, why does he report everything? This is a secret between the two of us. Zhou Chen remained calm, mainly because my personal strength is low, and I'm afraid I'd just be a hindrance, so I can only provide moral support. Wu Zhan, upon hearing this, fell silent. He simply looked at Zhou Chen with a light smile, as if to say, I know you inside out, guess whether I believe you or not. They chatted for a while longer. Soon, Li Taixing from the Qingqing Martial Arts School saw Zhou Chen and smiled broadly, personally coming down to recruit. Zhou, now that the results of the big exam are out, what are your plans for the future? How about coming directly to our Qingqing Martial Arts School? We have a significant advantage compared to the Qingbei Martial Arts School. Li Taixing was an old man around 60, in excellent spirits. After all, he was a Grandmaster-level expert. Moreover, he was a Grandmaster in his prime. For example, Xiao Xiaohua's great-grandfather was also a Grandmaster and over 100 years old, yet still full of vitality. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen looked at Li Taixing with suspicion. The Qingqing Martial Arts School has an advantage over the Qingbei Martial Arts School? He really couldn't see it. Xiao Xiaohua and Lu Yong, who came in with Zhou Chen, felt the same way. Does the Qingqing Martial Arts School really have an advantage? Aren't they being completely crushed? So the three of them looked at Li Taixing together. What advantage? Li Taixing, upon hearing this, felt a bit awkward. He had just said it offhandedly. After all, he needed to recruit for the Qingqing Martial Arts School, so he had to claim there were advantages. Otherwise, who would come if there were no advantages? He just didn't expect that Zhou Chen was actually a serious boy. First point, Qingqing Martial Arts School is in Qingqing City, while Qingbei Martial Arts School is in the capital, which is our advantage. Zhou Chen, Xiao Xiaohua and Lu Yong? Second point, the principal of Qingqing Martial Arts School is surnamed Li, and they are not, so this is also an advantage. Zhou Chen and the others? Wei Jinhe. You really shouldn't speak if you can't. I can't understand how you became the principal with such poor recruitment skills. Wei Jinhe was speechless in his heart, then interrupted Li Taixing. He suggested that he stop talking and let him handle it personally. Classmate Zhou, to be honest, Qingqing Martial Arts School really has no advantage compared to Qingbei Martial Arts School. After all, those two are double first class, the only two martial arts schools in Xia country. But let them be strong, the gentle breeze brushes the mountain ridge. Let them be arrogant, the bright moon shines on the great river. Come to our Qingqing Martial Arts School, we will offer you treatment that is not lower than that of Qingbei Martial Arts School. High-end luxurious accommodation, a master-level old professor personally taking you as a disciple, not to mention no tuition fees. We also have high scholarships every year. For example, this time, as long as you agree to join Qingbei Martial Arts School, I will immediately reward you with 20 million. Classmate Zhou, this 20 million is the educational funding that our Qingqing City Education Bureau has worked hard to save. You must take it seriously. At this point, Wei Junhe shook his head painfully, showing his utmost importance to Zhou Chen. Then, before Zhou Chen could speak, Wei Junhe continued. Classmate Zhou, we know your sister is also at Qingcheng Martial Arts School. She was fourth in last year's Qingcheng City College entrance examination. She chose the nearby Qingcheng Martial Arts School because of you. So, classmate Zhou, you definitely don't want to be too far away from your sister, right? And you also don't want your sister to be bullied at Qingcheng Martial Arts School, right? So, classmate Zhou, why not choose our Qingcheng Martial Arts School? Wei Junhe was truly a recruitment expert, hitting the key point for Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen had considered his sister Zhou Shanru, which was why he placed Qingcheng Martial Arts School as his first choice. But being the president of the student council was still something he had to pursue. After the speech, Xiao Xiaohua and Lu Yong also looked at Zhou Chen. They had decided to follow Zhou Chen, so his decision represented theirs. Zhou Chen pretended to think for a moment. Then, after some hesitation, he spoke. I'm actually not opposed to Qingcheng Martial Arts School, and I'm very willing to go there. But I have one condition. As long as Qingcheng Martial Arts School agrees, I will go. What condition? Wei Junhe and Li Taisheng immediately inquired. They were very happy, seeing hope in bringing Zhou Chen into the school. For Qingcheng Martial Arts School, recruiting a genius was very important. This was related to the school's upgrade. At this moment, Qingcheng Martial Arts School was just an ordinary first-tier martial arts school. If they could recruit Zhou Chen, and he showed top-notch terrifying potential and grew up, Qingcheng Martial Arts School could very likely upgrade to a key martial arts school, or even a top-tier martial arts school, under Zhou Chen's extraordinary performance. There were precedents for this. I want to be the president of the student council at Qingcheng Martial Arts School, Zhou Chen stated, very formally and seriously. But this condition left Wei Junhe and Li Taisheng confused. They looked at Zhou Chen, puzzled. They didn't understand why Zhou Chen wanted to be the president of the student council. Wouldn't it be better to focus on cultivation? The position of student council president had no real use before the recovery of spiritual energy. At this time, the power had magnified significantly, equivalent to the senior brother of a sect. At this moment, the student council was not only a unit for promoting and executing various school policies but also had a small portion of student management authority and punishment rights. For example, if a student made a mistake while descending from another realm, the student council had the authority to hold them accountable. Of course, they only had the power to handle minor issues. Major matters still had to be referred to the school director. Wei Junhe and Li Taisheng were puzzled. They felt that Zhou Chen should focus entirely on his cultivation rather than becoming the student council president. This position would hinder his training. Although it came with some power, it was also a thankless job. Why? Zhou, this position, while it allows you to enjoy a bit more resources, is actually not much compared to ordinary students, Li Taisheng said, voicing his concerns. Especially for you, as long as you come to our Qingcheng Martial Arts School, the treatment we provide is top-notch. You don't need to be the student council president for those extra resources. Li Taisheng's words resonated. Wei Junhe also agreed, while Wu Zhan had no particular thoughts on the matter. The military and the 7-person bureau had long discussed various policies to be implemented. The final decision was to provide protection without interference. Both the military and the 7-person bureau would offer Zhou Chen covert protection. They would not interfere with any aspect of his cultivation or life. This was because, prior to Zhou Chen, they had implemented strict growth plans for many shattered mirror geniuses, which had not yielded satisfactory results. Under the skewed distribution of resources, those geniuses not only failed to reach the shattered mirror level but instead deteriorated further. Hearing Li Taisheng's words, Zhou Chen still shook his head and looked deeply into Li Taisheng's eyes. What do you think a human genius should do to live up to the title of human genius? This question seemed somewhat trivial. Without much thought, Li Taisheng answered, work hard on cultivation, resist the other realms, break through oneself, and explore higher realms beyond the Grand Master level, to seek a higher path for the future of human cultivation. That was a good answer, but in Zhou Chen's eyes, it scored 0. As the director, Zhou Chen silently shouted action in his heart. He then stood up, full of emotion, performing with fervor. Wrong. No matter how strong one person is, they cannot resist the other realms. No matter how high one explores, the hope is still bleak. Zhou Chen looked into Li Taisheng's eyes, his words becoming increasingly passionate and intense. Only when everyone is strong can we resist the other realms. Only when everyone explores together can hope be infinite. I have always prioritized collective interests. I have always hoped for everyone to grow stronger together. I want to be the student council president not for the sake of those meager resources, nor for the so-called power of the president, but because I have a heart full of passion. I want to lead everyone to grow stronger together. After I become the student council president of the martial arts school, There will be no slackers in the martial arts school. No one will neglect their cultivation. Only when everyone is strong can we truly be strong. Gasp! As Zhou Chen's words echoed, everyone was taken aback, each with their own thoughts. First was Li Taisheng, who had just spoken with Zhou Chen. He looked at Zhou Chen in astonishment. Looking at this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, his eyes were filled with surprise, which quickly transformed into joy, then into ecstasy. Good lad! He felt he needed to re-evaluate Zhou Chen, a student who just took the big exam this year, a student who is only 18 now. His awareness of thought is surprisingly high. He can actually express such grand ambitions aimed at the strength of the masses. He is even willing to sacrifice some of his own training time to lead everyone to grow together. Such great love, such a broad mind for the world. Li Taisheng was somewhat stunned. The position of president of the martial arts school student council can only be contested in the third year because first and second year students are reluctant to take on the role, fearing that student council matters will hinder their training. Only in the third year do some students, who feel they cannot advance further in their own training, use the resources of the student council to promote their own cultivation. This means taking drugs to train, and Zhou Chen is the only one who has added the condition of becoming the student council president. Moreover, he is the one with the greatest potential. Wei Jin has thoughts aligned with Li Tiesheng's. As the director of the Qingqing Education Bureau, he had seen countless geniuses. Some are bold, optimistic about their future, and head straight to Qingbei Martial Arts School. Some are low-key and very humble, then go to Qingbei Martial Arts School. Others have even been poached by certain sects. Only Zhou Chen. Not only is he willing to go to Qingqing Martial Arts School, but he also proposed a condition that isn't really a condition. This shocked Wei Jinhe. He never expected there would be such a person with a broad mind in the world. Only Wu Zhan, although he felt surprised as well, had already predicted this. He knew everything about Zhou Chen's performance in Class 5. Initially low-key in his training, although his performance was poor, it was definitely due to his low-key cultivation. Later, when he no longer kept a low profile, he competed to become the class leader of Class 5, selflessly leading Class 5 to grow, selflessly showcasing the Fire Fist, selflessly inspiring his classmates with his own spirit of hard work. Ultimately, he made the entire Class 5 shine brilliantly in the big exam. According to statistics, Class 5's results were the best among all classes in Xinjiang. They occupied 2 of the top 5 spots and 3 of the top 10. Xiao Xiaohua and Lu Yong were not surprised at all. They even looked at these big shots with a hint of disdain. They felt an immense pride. Look at that. This is my brother Zhou. When it comes to effort, my brother Zhou says first. No one dares to say second. After going to Qingqing Martial Arts School this time, all the students will thrive under my brother Zhou's leadership. As for Zhou Chen, after speaking, he glanced at everyone. He silently gave himself a pat on the back. With this scene concluded, he rated his own performance an 8. 8. Zhou, do you really think this way? Li Taisheng asked seriously. Of course, for me, everyone's training is equivalent to my own training. If I don't work for everyone, how can everyone work for me? Right now, the other world is brutal. C and B level other worlds are manageable. But what about those of higher levels? These are all challenges we must face. All humanity is inseparable. I work for everyone, and everyone works for me. Zhou Chen spoke with great righteousness, causing Li Taisheng and the others to nod in agreement. Good, Zhou, I agree. As long as you come to our Qingqing Martial Arts School, I will agree to make you the Student Council President. Moreover, the resources of the Student Council will be specially increased for you. Since you are willing to contribute so much to our Qingqing Martial Arts School, we will definitely not let you down. Li Taisheng said affirmatively. Undoubtedly, a promise is a promise. It's settled. Zhou Chen smiled inwardly, having achieved his ultimate goal. Since that's the case, I have nothing more to say. From now on, I will be a student of Qingqing Martial Arts School. After Zhou Chen said this, Xiao Xiaohua and Lu Yong also spoke up, indicating that they would also enroll in Qingqing Martial Arts School. This made Li Taisheng and Wei Jinhe extremely happy. This year, 3 spots in the top 10 of the Qingqing Grand Exam have already been secured by the Qingqing Martial Arts School. This would have been absolutely impossible in previous years. At the same time, it made them aware of Zhou Chen's charisma. Ultimately, only someone like Zhou Chen, who has the world in mind, could attract other geniuses to willingly gather around him, following him through thick and thin. Everyone is eagerly looking forward to the future developments of Zhou Chen and Xiao Xiaohua. After reaching an agreement, everyone left the private room and walked out. Other recruitment teachers, witnessing this scene, also came to a conclusion. Zhou Chen must be planning to stay at the Qingqing Martial Arts School. They could also feel the school's pursuit of Zhou Chen. This was something they had never seen in previous years, so after guessing this outcome, they no longer pressed the issue and began to pursue other students, such as Xiao Xiaohua and Lu Yong. However, both of them unhesitatingly rejected their offers, stating they would enroll in the same martial arts school as Zhou Chen, which left these teachers astonished. They never expected Zhou Chen to have such charm. After having lunch at the hotel, everyone left. Zhou Chen asked Xiao Xiaohua to take him home. Upon opening the door, Zhou Chen found his parents had already returned. Seeing them looking as gloomy as frostbitten eggplants, he asked, "What's going on? The Qin family really doesn't treat people well. They are simply heartless." After this incident, if the Qin family still wants to establish themselves in Qincheng, it will be the fault of all the people in Qincheng. "Son, where have you been? Go back to your room first," Zhou Chen asked again, curious about what could have made his parents so upset. It seemed that apart from their boss, he was the only one with the power to make them feel this way. What else could it be? "Didn't we buy the lottery ticket for you winning first place? But the Qin family won't redeem a single cent. Those ungrateful people even created a software for queuing to redeem prizes, making us wait in line. They even said something about getting queue points for purchases and that inviting friends could let you cut in line. Damn it, isn't that just a way to avoid redeeming? They cursed us, and then they said they opened some convenient channel, that those who didn't want to wait could get their principal back." His mother was full of grievances but still managed to keep her temper in check, speaking very kindly. She kept inquiring about the Qin family, with a lot of bitterness. This made Zhou Chen frown. Damn it, he had over 2 billion, especially since Zhou had acquired quite a few lottery tickets, all of which were one by one. If he had to wait in line too, how would that work? Moreover, this was money for upgrading his system. If he couldn't get it back, how would he upgrade the system? He had to think of a way, for himself. If the Qin family was just messing with Zhou Chen's money, he could overlook it. But if they were messing with the money of the common people in Qincheng, that was a direct affront to him. Zhou Chen had grown up under the red flag, and what he did was serve the people, so he had to take charge of this matter. "Dad, what are you doing now?" "I'm gathering a group of victims. There are so many people in Qincheng. How can we let the Qin family dominate everything? When the time comes, everyone will gather, and we'll take down the Qin family." "Great, let's set it for the day after tomorrow. Dad, you organize the people. I'll lead the team," Zhou Chen said. His attitude surprised his parents. "Son, you don't need to worry about this. Your mom and I will handle it. The Qin family wouldn't dare to go against so many people in Qincheng," his parents said, but Zhou Chen immediately shook his head. "Everyone bought the lottery tickets to support me, Zhou Chen. How can I stand by and do nothing? Moreover, as the top scholar of Qincheng, I should uphold one principle: the matters of the common people are my matters," Zhou Chen declared resolutely. There was no doubt about it. In fact, it wasn't so righteous, it was just that Zhou Chen felt a bit uneasy about letting his parents handle this matter. With over 2 billion at stake, it was better for him to take charge personally. As soon as Zhou Chen said this, his parents were stunned. Their son had always been a slacker, especially before the 100-day oath, when he didn't even practice cultivation. Every day was just about playing around. How could he possibly care about the affairs of the masses? His level of awareness couldn't be that high. There was something off. This son was clearly not right. They exchanged glances, each harboring suspicions. Could it be that their son had secretly bet on his own victory? "Son," his parents called out to Zhou Chen, but with just a glance at their expressions, Zhou Chen understood their thoughts. He quickly waved his hands. "No, there's nothing at all. I don't know anything." After saying that, he swiftly slipped into his room to start planning his prize redemption scheme. The Qin family was truly digging their own grave. Meanwhile, Lu Yong arrived at the Qin family's lottery headquarters. He laid out his lottery ticket, ready to redeem it. Over 1,000 in principal, this was all his savings. "Hello, I'd like to redeem my prize." "Sure, please scan this QR code and enter your lottery redemption number. After that, you will enter the redemption queue, and when it's your turn, we will redeem your prize in full," the receptionist said kindly, leading Lu Yong to the QR code. Lu Yong thought the queue would be a quick affair, so he happily scanned the code, downloaded the app, and entered his number. But when he opened it, the app kindly informed Lu Yong, "Congratulations, you are currently in the 72,463rd position. The Qin family lottery is queuing for you, please wait. It is expected to be your turn in 6 months. If you think the queue is too long, you can enter the Qin family mall to purchase items you need. By buying items, you can earn queue jumping points. Accumulate enough points to jump the queue, or you can invite friends to help you cut in line for a chance to jump ahead." Then, without Lu Yong needing to do anything, he was automatically taken to the app's built-in mall. The variety of products was overwhelming, but after looking around, Lu Yong just wanted to throw his phone. This was real money he had spent on the lottery, a genuine win, and this was the result? He still had to queue and wait 6 months to redeem his prize? Damn it! "Hello, Does this mean I have to wait 6 months to successfully redeem my prize? Lu Yong approached the receptionist to confirm. Yes, the receptionist replied with a smile. That smile made Lu Yong want to hit something. I only have a few thousand. You want me to wait 6 months? Yes, there's someone here with just a few dozen, and he also has to wait 6 months. The receptionist pointed out an even more unfortunate person, a second grader. Upon hearing this, Lu Yong immediately started cursing. You bully children. This is money for my Ultraman cards. You even scam kids. Then, the child burst into tears, drawing the ire of everyone around. Lu Yong's temper flared, and he slammed his fist on the receptionist's desk. Hurry up with the redemption. I only have a few bucks. Are you trying to scam me too? Let me tell you, I have connections. When my brother comes, you're all done for. After saying that, Lu Yong just stood there, refusing to leave. Lu brother. At that moment, Zhong Jiang rushed over. Seeing Lu Yong, he called out to him. They both knew each other since they had been together when Zhou Chen first entered the other world. Zhong dog? Lu Yong glanced at Zhong Jiang. Although there were doubts, no one spoke up. You can't redeem it either? Yeah, that's right. Do you have any way? Lu Yong asked. Upon hearing this, Zhong Jiang nodded. He then pulled Lu Yong into a super chat group he organized. This is a group for various redemption discussions. Once you're in, everyone helps each other. Is it useful? There are 60,000 people now. Do you think it's useful? Is it really useful? No. Lu Yong. Lu Yong then looked at the young lady at the front desk. Are you going to redeem it or not? Yes. Then redeem it for me? Please wait in line. Wait for half a year? You just don't want to redeem. We do redeem. Then redeem it for me? Please wait in line. Lu Yong. Lu Yong successfully retreated. He could only leave. This was the Qin family's fault. The front desk lady was just an employee. Lu Yong could tell whose fault it was. Outside, on the street, a large number of people were squatting outside. They were all there to redeem, but the Qin family refused. Some had even set up banners, forming a redemption alliance. Not to mention anything else, they just wanted the Qin family to exchange the money. Zhong Jiang followed Lu Yong out, and his phone rang. He looked at it. It was Zhou Chen calling, and he immediately answered. Brother Zhou? What? Prepare 2 big flags, various banners, and print some words? Brother Zhou, are you planning a rebellion? What? You want a coffin too? Brother Zhou, are you really risking your life to rebel? Rebel my ass. Just prepare according to my requirements. I calculated the timing myself. The day after tomorrow is an auspicious time, so gather your brothers then. Brother Zhou, you want me to gather my brothers to rebel too? Can't we just not rebel? Damn it, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll castrate you and make you my personal eunuch. Zhong Jian. It's over. Brother Zhou is really planning a rebellion. Remember, prepare the things tomorrow, and we act the day after tomorrow. This Qin family dares not to give me my money. They really don't know how to write the word Zhou. Got it. At the Qin family, Qin Hanhai was sitting in his office, forcing himself to stay calm. This matter was tormenting for him. The redemption amount accounted for half of the Qin family's total assets. Even if they exchanged all their cash, it wouldn't be enough, and they would have to sell some properties. This was a serious blow to the Qin family, so he had to adopt this plan. At the same time, he wasn't refusing to redeem for everyone. Those with some power had already been redeemed. So even though this matter had been causing a stir since morning, the Qin family could still accept it. Various trending news online had disappeared under his arrangement. He believed that as long as he could withstand the first wave, the subsequent impact would only get smaller. He wasn't refusing to redeem, he was just taking it slow, and no one could hold him accountable. After all, he was just walking the fine line of legality. As long as no big shots came forward to pursue the matter, he could guarantee that nothing would go wrong. And those ordinary redeeming customers would definitely not be able to hold on for long. If they couldn't hold on, they might just want their principal back. Some might even buy things in the mall. Whether they wanted their principal back or to buy things in the mall, it was all acceptable to the Qin family. The only loss for the Qin family was their reputation in Xincheng, but he felt that time could smooth that over. After all, a hungry dog will return home. When the time comes, the Qin family's major stores could just hold some promotional activities, and that would be fine. But alas, he underestimated Zhou Chen, and even more so Zhou Chen's obsession with that 2 billion. He also underestimated Zhou Chen's care for the masses. For the people, Zhou Chen could do anything. Look, 2 days passed. Zhou Chen was rallying troops in the square. Invite the television stations from all directions, all the major internet celebrities, as well as the yellow-clad and blue-clad writers in the city. Plus, the masses. Raise 2 large flags, countless banners, and a satellite phone. At this moment, the square is filled with people, a vast crowd. Zhong has organized a large number of young men, while Zhou Chen's parents have gathered a significant number of middle-aged and elderly people. There's even a child who has organized a group of Ultraman warriors. Although he is only a little over 6 years old, he is clearly also a victim of the Qin family's lottery. It is evident that he has reached his limit of tolerance towards the Qin family. From the 80-year-old man to the 5 or 6-year-old child, everyone harbors resentment towards the Qin family. Zhou Chen did not specifically count how many people there were, but there should be around 50 to 60,000. People from other counties in Qing City also came specifically. After all, this is not a small number. Some are holding banners, while others are raising the large flags specially customized by Zhou Chen. One side says claim prize, and the other side also says claim prize. As for the text on the banners, they are all peculiar and varied, each with its own message, but in summary, they all demand money from the Qin family. Everyone is united. Everyone has a common interest. In the middle of the square, there is also a coffin arranged by Zhou Chen. This is naturally to scare the Qin family. Inside is Zhou Chen's big weapon, the satellite phone. Dare not to pay? If you don't pay, I'll just shake people directly. Are the masters afraid? Such a large scene naturally cannot be hidden from the reporters. Besides the reporters invited by Zhou Chen, there are also many uninvited reporters and various internet celebrities. Zhou Chen is quite adept at handling such matters. After all, he understands the power of public opinion very well. At this moment, a local television reporter from Qing City is interviewing Zhou Chen. Hello, Zhou. I am a reporter from Qing City News. May I ask why you organized such a gathering after just finishing the major exam and becoming the top scorer? The reporter asks a simple question as usual. She knows the answer, but some viewers from other places do not, so she needs to ask this question. It is a technique of interviewing, asking from the audience's perspective. Because everyone needs me, that's why this gathering happened. And it wasn't organized by me. Everyone came spontaneously. In Blue Star, major exams are often accompanied by lotteries, and it's the same in Qing City. Before the major exam heated up, I had already become a strong contender for the top scorer in Qing City, and the officials as well as the Qin family, Xiao family, and Chen family all issued related lotteries. Among them, the Qin family had the highest odds, reaching 1.95, so a large number of people who believed in me bought tickets for me to win the top score. But after I won the top score, when everyone went to claim their prizes, the Qin family actually came up with some kind of queue software, wanting to cut in line to claim the prize. This is simply making a joke out of all of us in Qing City. They clearly do not want to pay out. So, at everyone's spontaneous initiative, we all came to this square, and then we will go to find the Qin family. Zhou Chen spoke with righteous indignation, constantly emphasizing that this is all for everyone. After recounting the events leading up to this moment, the reporter then asked another question. So what is your ultimate goal? Very simple, to claim the prize. Right now, immediately claim the prize. Zhou Chen declared resolutely. I will not allow such disregard for the masses to exist in Qing City. After he finished speaking, applause erupted around him. Clap, clap, clap. Many people sincerely expressed their admiration. This year's top scorer in Qing City truly has great ambition and spirit. Such a person who shouts for the people, who calls for collective interests, is truly rare. Old Zhou, you really have a good son. That's right, I really envy you all. My son only managed to get into a second-tier martial arts school this year, and his ambition and spirit are nowhere near Xiao Zhou's. The friends of Zhou Chen's father's side, truly impressed by Zhou Chen. Oh, come on, you don't know, my son is only a little bit outstanding at home, Zhou's father said modestly, but the pride on his face betrayed him. He stood tall and firm. After the interview, Zhou Chen immediately stood in the middle of the square. Holding a loudspeaker, he shouted, "Brothers, raise the banners. Lift this thing for me." After shouting, someone lifted the coffin that Zhou Chen had prepared. Zhou Chen even stood directly on top of the coffin. He took out the satellite phone and chose to dial. Waiting to dial later would seem foolish. What if the master-level expert didn't show up, and then the Qin family took action first? Wouldn't he be done for? Everything had to be stable. Hello. The call connected immediately. Then Wu Zhan's voice came through. I'm already at the square, Zhou Chen. Your commotion is too big. The Qin family won't give you that 2 billion. You come to us, we can help you get it, can't we? With such a big commotion now, the police and the 7-man team are busy. It turned out that the nearest master-level expert was Wu Zhan. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Chen replied without a second thought. Brother Zhan, do you think I'm doing this for my own 2 billion? I'm doing this for all the people of Qingcheng. Don't slander my intentions. Alright, got it. Actually, we're not too happy with the Qin family either. They are really fools. With such a large sum of money, they don't think about giving it, only about dragging it out. Simply stupid. Just right, we have a good reason to deal with them. Wu Zhan replied. Following Zhou Chen's large group, they stood guard around. At the same time, a large number of police arrived on the scene, and the 7-man team was hidden among them, secretly maintaining order at the scene. Everything had the official presence. Zhou Chen was just the visible promoter. The official was Zhou Chen's backing. It also represented their dissatisfaction with the Qin family. The entire Xinjiang was made chaotic by the Qin family, even daring to exploit loopholes during the major exams. Therefore, the official intended to reshuffle the three major families of Xinjiang. After this incident, the Qin family would be left half dead, and the Chen family would suffer heavy losses. The Xiao family, due to their low profile, temporarily escaped a disaster. However, wanting to inherit the Qin and Qin family's assets would still be difficult. The official would not allow the Xiao family to dominate alone. Of course, such matters had nothing to do with Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was just a salted fish, a small character hustling for his own things. Zhou Chen's large group had not yet reached the Qin family. At this time, the Qin family had already learned the news. Moreover, they had known about it since yesterday. They attempted to sabotage it, but to no avail. They only knew that Zhou Chen was the initiator, completely unaware of the people behind him, because this was the official's plan to take action. Many messages were restricted from them. He's just the top scholar of Xinjiang. How dare he? Qin Hanhai was furious, still stubborn at this moment. But he couldn't be blamed. Once the bow was drawn, there was no turning back. What good would regret do? This matter had come to this point, and he could only hold on. Head of the family, Zhou Chen is leading people here. Got it. Qin Hanhai nodded. He then left the room, rushing outside. Zhou Chen did not go to the Qin family's lottery headquarters but went directly to the Qin family. The crowd was immense, packing the luxurious courtyard of the Qin family tightly. Zhou Chen stood at the forefront of everyone, facing the Qin family. His subordinates, including several great generals, stood beside him: Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Yon, Lu Chen, and Zhong Jiang. Ning Wu and Xiang Tao, as part of the Qinglong study group, also rushed over. There were many people from Class 5 coming to watch the excitement. They were seeing Zhou Chen, who was weak, standing up against the powerful Qin family. Before long, Qin Hanhai arrived outside. He glared at Zhou Chen with a dark expression. Zhou Chen, you topped the big exam a few days ago. I should congratulate you on this. But what does it mean that you've brought so many people to my Qin family's doorstep? Do you think my Qin family is easy to bully? Previously, my son Qin Tian was bullied by you and was forced to sign a debt note for 1.5 billion. I won't say more about that. What do you want today? Qin Hanhai spoke directly to Zhou Chen, not mentioning the lottery matter at all. But Zhou Chen couldn't just let it go like that. He chuckled lightly and immediately took out the lottery ticket. What does this mean? It naturally means I'm here to claim my prize. And it's not me bullying your Qin family, it's your Qin family bullying all of us in Xinjiang. If you go against us, your Qin family will have no good ending. Zhou Chen replied defiantly. Although he was only at the qi refining stage and just 18 years old, he showed no signs of backing down. Qin Hanhai was merely at the qi master stage. Zhou Chen had no reason to be afraid. If Qin Hanhai suddenly resorted to violence, Zhou Chen could withstand a blow. After that, he could leave it to Wu Zhan. Ha ha ha, good kid. Do you know what happened to the last person who spoke to me like that? I don't know about the last one, but you really don't have the ability to touch me. You should know who Zhou Chen and am. I'm the top scorer of the Qingqing Big Exam, with 3 months of military protection, and then there's the martial arts school protection. Does your Qin family dare to touch me? You must be an old man looking to hang himself, tired of living. Zhou Chen laughed and scolded. This made Qin Hanhai furious, but Zhou Chen was speaking the truth. They really didn't dare to touch Zhou Chen, especially since he was carrying a coffin today. If Zhou Chen died, the Qin family would also perish. Going to an S-level otherworld for 10 years was no different from death. At this moment, Zhou Chen's situation was drawing attention from all sides. The Xiao family, Xiao Daji, looked at Zhou Chen's series of actions with great admiration. Such courage was truly extraordinary. He put himself in Qin Hanhai's position and suddenly realized that even he couldn't face Zhou Chen. He couldn't kill him, nor could he win an argument. And Zhou Chen had the moral high ground. With so many people standing behind him, there was truly no chance of winning. He was completely suppressed by Zhou Chen, and Zhou Chen was merely at the qi refining stage. He couldn't even believe in Zhou Chen's future. Qin Hanhai's face turned red from Zhou Chen's words. Then he planned to offer money to Zhou Chen to redeem his prize. He said Zhou Chen was first in line for the prize and could redeem it right now, trying to sow discord between Zhou Chen and everyone. But Zhou Chen was no fool. How could he fall for such a simple trick? Zhou Chen now represented everyone. He was already bound to them, so how could he back down? Qin Hanhai, you are indeed powerful, and your Qin family is a prominent family in Xinjiang. But you must understand, in this world, it's not about power or background, it's about righteousness, about kindness, and even more about the collective. Your Qin family's power is indeed great, with masters behind you, truly strong. I, Zhou Chen, am just a small Qi refining student, but why can I stand opposite you and force you into a corner? It's because of this, because of the people. As long as I, Zhou Chen, am wholeheartedly for everyone, everyone will support me. Zhou Chen's passionate words stirred everyone's emotions. Think of how many motivational speeches I, Zhou Chen, have given in class 5. Although this was the first time in such a scene, I was not the least bit flustered. Hoo-ha! Hoo-ha! After Zhou Chen finished speaking, the scene erupted with cheers of support for him, just like when he supported Zhou Chen to defeat Ji Yang before. Zhou Chen, awesome! Zhou Chen, awesome! The momentum surged like a tide. It was shocking. It made many members of the Qin family hesitate. Wu Zhan stood in a corner, quietly watching Zhou Chen, constantly guessing in his heart. This kid is so good at winning people's hearts. He can't be running a pyramid scheme, can he? This guy is becoming more and more incomprehensible. Qin Tian, as a member of the Qin family, stood beside Qin Hanhai at this moment. After hearing Zhou Chen's words, he felt utterly confused. He stared at Zhou Chen. Back in the other world, you told me that what mattered was power and background, and even called me a little loser. But now, when talking to my dad, it's not about power or background. Instead, it's about righteousness, morality, and the collective. What the hell are you trying to say? Zhou Chen, how do you have two faces? Qin Hanhai was furious. At that moment, a whistling sound rang out. In the blink of an eye, a spirited old man appeared before Zhou Chen, floating directly in the air. His aura was steady and restrained. Shaking people? Zhou Chen was not the least bit flustered. He took out a satellite phone and quickly dialed. Then, in just an instant, Wu Zhan quickly came out and stood beside Zhou Chen. But that's not all. At the same time, the principal of Qingcheng Martial Arts School, Li Taisheng, the director of Qingcheng Education Bureau, Wei Zhina, the director of the Qingcheng Seven-Man Bureau, and the chief of the Qingcheng Police Department all floated around Zhou Chen. All of them were masters, official education departments, university martial arts school principals, military, special departments, police, 5 masters. The appearance of these 5 directly startled the old man from the Qin family. How the hell is this supposed to work? He originally wanted to come out and act old, hoping Zhou Chen would give him some face. Now, there's no face left. Zhou Chen looked at the old man opposite him and chuckled a few times in his heart. Did you really think I don't rely on power and background? If I really didn't rely on them, how would I dare to come here? I, Zhou Chen, never fight battles I'm not sure of. Qin Tian looked up at the 5 people behind Zhou Chen. He was truly infuriated. I, Qin Tian, am just too honest, which is why I've always been bullied by you, Zhou Chen. One moment you call me a little loser, the next you're shaking people, and shaking so many. Brother Zhou is really awesome. What do you call this? This is called a single arrow piercing the clouds, meeting 1,000 troops. Lu Yong looked at the 5 big shots behind Zhou Chen, extremely excited. Xiao Xiaohua, Lu Chen, and others felt the same. Brother Zhou is truly fierce. No wonder he's so fearless, he's really unflustered. Qin Tian's great-grandfather looked at so many people, his mouth twitching a few times. Then he laughed heartily. Student Zhou is really a good student, bringing everyone to my house to redeem their prizes. Qin Hanhai, hurry up and give everyone their prizes. Does everyone want to redeem? Of course, but we don't have that much cash. Then sell this courtyard. Qin Shou said decisively, his word was law. There was no room for doubt. He was a master of the Qin family and the true decision-maker of the Qin family. He was Qin Hanhai's grandfather. Usually, he let Qin Hanhai handle things himself, but now that this matter had developed to this point, he had to step in. Otherwise, the Qin family would be finished. Grandpa, if we sell the courtyard, where will we live? Qin Hanhai said with a bitter face. In front of Qin Shou, he had no status at all. This was his biological grandfather. After his father died, it was his grandfather who fully supported him. That's how he became the head of the Qin family. I'll just go find a bridge hole to live under the second bridge. Just in time, I finished dancing with those old ladies in the square, and it's on the way. If you don't mind, you can come with me, Qin Shou said seriously. This made Qin Hanhai want to cry. How could he dare let his grandfather live under the bridge? He didn't dare to speak. With so many people around, Qin Shou also couldn't scold Qin Hanhai too much. He looked at Zhou Chen again, who was gray-haired but had bright, spirited eyes. Moreover, he seemed very energetic. Is this the top scholar of Qingcheng this year? Not bad, really polite. You came to the Qin family and even brought a gift. This coffin must be for me, right? As he said this, he wore a beaming smile, and there was no hint of threat in his words. On the contrary, he seemed like a mischievous old man. Zhou Chen, do you need this thing? Although I don't know when I'll die, I could die right now, so it would definitely come in handy. Qin Shou made a joke, trying to ease the tension between the two sides. Then Zhou Chen took out a knife and handed it to Qin Shou. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou glanced at Zhou Chen and then at the knife. Ah ha ha ha, is this knife a gift with the coffin? Truly thoughtful service. Zhou Chen, no, you said you could die right now, so it's for you. Qin Shou, this is also fine. Zhou Chen then took out a bottle of paraquat. Qin Shou, Zhou Chen, how about a rope? Qin Shou, this, that. Thank you, classmate Zhou, but I've thought about it and I think I'll just die another day. Not playing by the rules, huh? I'm an old man, just casually saying something, and you, a young lad, think you can bully me because there are so many people? If you keep this up, I might just lie down. Hanhai, hurry and have someone carry the coffin inside, then send classmate Zhou a 10 million return gift. What about the lottery issue? Zhou Chen asked. This is actually a misunderstanding. That broken software is all fake. The prizes that should be there are all there, and our Qin family will redeem them all within a week, and we will arrange to start the redemption immediately, Qin Shou said with a smile. He quietly discarded the knife, paraquat, and rope. Zhou Chen watched his series of actions with great regret. He had thought he would get to see a master-level expert take their own life. After a while, everything was resolved after 5 master-level experts took the stage. The Qin family brought out all their cash for payment and would sell off more than half of their assets in the future. Thus, they would redeem all the lottery winnings. Zhou Chen was the first to receive the money, over 2 billion, plus a few billion from Zhongjiang. In total, more than 30 billion. Aside from upgrading the system, there was still an extra 10 billion. So making money was really that simple. For Zhou Chen, finding a girlfriend was still harder. This high, rich, and handsome label of his. For some reason, it hadn't spread throughout Xia country. Even now, not a single top-tier beauty had seen through Zhou Chen's stubbornness. After a long commotion, everything was perfectly resolved. It was just that the Qin family had lost half their life. With so many masters standing on the official side, everyone left satisfied with the Qin family's promise. Before leaving, each one felt proud of Zhou Chen. Our Qingqing's top scholar is truly impressive. After Lu Yong exchanged the lottery money with Zhou Chen, he stood in front of Qin Tian and chuckled twice. Qin Tian, I told you long ago, I bet all my fortune that your Qin family would go bankrupt. I just want to ask if you admit defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tian rolled his eyes, indicating he didn't want to argue with this fool Lu Yong. Retreat, retreat, retreat. After everything was settled, Zhou Chen went straight home. Qin family. After resolving all matters, Qin Shou stood in the Qin family's courtyard, and all the Qin family members stood in front of him, not daring to breathe. I have educated you since you were young. I've been telling you the story of Du controlling the floods since you were little. When faced with a flood, don't think about blocking it, think about diverting it. Do you understand? Because once the water rises, you can't block it. Qin Shou lectured, then continued with arrangements. After cashing out all the lottery winnings, the Qin family will implement a policy of simplification. Everyone needs to keep a low profile. Do you see those masters standing here today? They are all from the government, which means the government can no longer tolerate us. He then looked at Qin Tian. That Zhou Chen will most likely go to the Qingqing Martial Arts School. Xiao Tian, you should also go to the Qingqing Martial Arts School. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian immediately spoke up. Why? Every time I see Zhou Chen, I get taken advantage of. Great-grandfather, I really have a fate of being suppressed by Zhou Chen. I can't get too close to him. Qin Tian had a bitter expression. Every time he met Zhou Chen, he ended up being tricked. There had never been an exception, and now he was genuinely afraid of Zhou Chen. No why? Look at Zhou Chen, he's only at the qi refining stage, yet he has the audacity to push our Qin family to the brink. Now look at the masters standing behind Zhou Chen today. This shows that Zhou Chen is truly the chosen one. And take a look at Xiao Xiaohua, he couldn't even practice before, but since following Zhou Chen, he has become a genius. So what does this mean? This is called a correct investment, seizing a potential stock. Xiao Tian, you are my most beloved grandson, and our Qin family will definitely be handed over to you in the future. So all the experiences I've gathered will be passed on to you word by word. Back then, there were many cultivators of your great-grandfather's generation, but why have I survived? The essence I relied on is just 2 words. If you can't beat them, join them. Qin Tian, great-grandfather, that's 6 words. Doesn't matter. Anyway, you have to go to the Qingqing Martial Arts School and be Zhou Chen's lackey. Carry forward the ultimate principle of our Qin family. If you can't beat them, join them. Qin Tian. What if Zhou Chen doesn't want me? Doesn't want you? Qin Shou's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. His fists were clenched behind him. He has to want you. As the legitimate son and grandson of the Qin family, whoever he wants to be a lackey for, he will be one. He has to want you, whether he likes it or not. Qin Tian. So passionate, but why can't I feel happy about it? Is this still the great-grandfather I used to know? Qin Shou laid out the future plans for Qin Tian. Finally, he emphasized the future policies of the Qin family to all the Qin family members once more, then took Qin Tian away. Arriving at his own small courtyard, he personally took out a secret manual. Xiao Tian, this manual is the secret to how your great-grandfather established the Qin family's foundation. Now that I, your great-grandfather, no longer need it, your father has already formed his character and has no chance to learn this manual, so now this manual is handed over to you. In the future, you can follow what the manual says to expand our Qin family. Qin Shou said this with a serious expression. Qin Tian looked at Qin Shou's serious face and the heavy words. He nodded heavily and then took the manual from Qin Shou's hands. Qin Family Classic, a very formal name. Upon seeing it, Qin Tian couldn't help but flip it open to read. He started with the table of contents. It was divided into 2 large volumes. The second volume was about how to get close to the child of destiny and gain his trust. There were a lot of words. According to my summary, this Zhou Chen meets most of the criteria except for a few points. For example, the child of destiny is often a lonely star, without parents, but Zhou Chen is different. He actually has both parents. Secondly, in terms of beautiful companions, it's not particularly satisfying. Generally, a destined child has a large number of beautiful companions around them, but this Zhou Chen seems to have none. This is also the point that confuses me the most. Xiao Tian, how about you go abroad and change your gender? Don't worry, the surgical conditions are very convenient now. After the gender change, you can still cultivate. Qin Tian, great-grandpa, I think it's unnecessary. I will study hard for the second volume and be a good lackey. So this gender change is not needed. Qin Shou, that really is too hard on you. Qin Tian, not hard at all. Qin Shou, if you feel forced, just tell great-grandpa, and I will arrange for you to go abroad. Qin Tian firmly said, no need, I don't feel forced at all. Because Zhou Chen chatted with Wu Zhan and the others for a while, he did not go home with his parents. Instead, he had Xiao Xiaohua give him a ride. After returning home, Zhou Chen greeted his parents. Then he went into his room. He opened the system, without any unnecessary hesitation. He directly chose to upgrade the system. Detecting, the host has obtained the top scorer of the Qingqing City College entrance examination, possessing 2 billion, meeting the conditions. Are you sure you want to upgrade? Sure, Zhou Chen decisively spoke. Then with a click, the system restarted. Following that, the upgrade was successful. Congratulations, host, the system upgrade was successful, version 2.0. The following are the changes after this upgrade. 1. Change the daily salted fish reward, upgrading it to a lottery system. The host can draw a bronze treasure chest once a day, a silver treasure chest on the 15th of each month, and a gold treasure chest on the last day of each month. Every 10 low-level treasure chests can be upgraded to a higher-level treasure chest. 2. Increase 3 contract slots. 3. Introduce a contract villain gameplay. Explanation. As the host's strength increases, when promoting anti-involution, there will always be some involution kings interfering with the host's anti-involution efforts. Therefore, contracting these involution kings is particularly important. When their hatred towards the host reaches 80 or above, they can be contracted. After the contract, for every point the involution king villain increases, the host increases by 100 points. Only by easily crushing them will those involution kings understand that involution is a dead end, and being a salted fish is the way to go. Please continue to promote the salted fish lying flat strategy advocated by the system, and fight against involution to the end. Zhou Chen had no particular thoughts on the first 2 points, but when he saw the third point, he sat up straight in bed. After analyzing it slightly, a smile appeared on his lips. This gameplay was simply too good. Moreover, the increase was enormous, directly increasing by 100 points, which was 10 times higher than contracting Xiao Xiaohua, and the target of the contract was his enemy, which meant something very simple. In other words, whoever goes against Zhou Chen, and then gets contracted by him, that villain would never be able to defeat Zhou Chen again. After all, for every point they increase, Zhou Chen directly increases by 100 points. This is a 100-fold difference. How the hell can they compete? At the same time, Zhou Chen was not afraid of the other party playing tricks, as the anti-involution system only amplifies positive effects. There is no amplification for negative effects, so Zhou Chen was not worried at all about the villain slacking off. This gameplay was really good. Zhou Chen suppressed his thoughts and continued to read. For Organization Buff Enhancement, Organization Buff is divided into 2 levels. The first level can obtain a 1.5 times enhancement, the second level can obtain a 2 times enhancement. There are a total of 10 slots for the second level, and the host can choose 10 people from the first level. At the same time, the host can freely set the coverage of the buff. For example, the host can set the favorability towards the host as a criterion. The host can stipulate that only those with a favorability of 50 points or more can enjoy the buff. The fourth point is about the enhancement of the organization buff. First, there is an increase in the bonuses, especially at the second level. It can directly double. This also allows Zhou Chen to selectively help some people. Previously, in Class 5, it was not important, but in the future, Zhou Chen will go to the Qingcheng Martial Arts School, where there will be so many people. There will definitely be students who are dissatisfied with Zhou Chen, and for these types of people, Zhou Chen naturally would not be willing to let them grow together. Therefore, it is very reasonable to exclude them from the buff coverage based on favorability. This time, the upgrade has these 4 points, which are more detailed than before. However, it still has to be done as it should be. Since the system has entrusted the heavy responsibility of countering involution to me, Zhou Chen, it means it believes in me. So I must not let the system down. Knock, knock, knock. Son, come out for dinner, your sister made a meal, hurry out and try it. I'm not hungry, Zhou Chen quickly replied upon hearing this. How bold. At such a happy time, how could Zhou Shanru come back and even let her into the kitchen? Zhou Chen resisted, but his resistance was futile. In the end, he sat at the dining table, looking at the pitch-black chicken soup on the table. Zhou Shanru, is this what you serve to the school leaders? Are you using this to test the leaders? However, it's fine. As the honest student council president, I've always been frugal, so I'll just eat some leftovers for now. Are you looking down on me? Zhou Shanru looked at Zhou Chen, her cheeks puffed up, looking quite silly and cute. Zhou Chen was also puzzled at this scene. Could it be that Zhou Shanru has 2 personalities? Cold and aloof outside, like a chilly empress, not giving anyone a good face. But at home, especially in front of Zhou Chen, she always looks silly and cute, getting bullied by Zhou Chen every time. I'm not. Zhou Chen decisively shook his head. If he admitted it, Zhou Shanru would probably annoy him to death tonight. Then drink a sip. I won't drink. See, you're just looking down on me. Alright, I admit it. I look down on you, Zhou Chen generously admitted. After being annoyed for a whole night, it's better to deal with this than to have a stomachache all night. Zhou Chen could still tell the difference. Although he had already reached the 4th level of qi refining, this 4th level of qi refining was far from what he had seen in the Cultivation novels. This is merely a high martial world, and the 4th level of qi refining is really not enough to see. Zhou Shanru, can't you even be polite now? I think mom should like chicken soup, so let her drink it all. Zhou Chen changed the subject, directly pulling his watching mother into the battlefield. At this moment, only Mom could handle Zhou Shanru. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Shanru looked at Mom. Mom immediately shook her head and then looked at her husband. Give it to your dad, he likes it. Zhou Shanru and Zhou Chen turned to look at Dad. He put down his phone upon hearing this. He had already secretly ordered lobster and other late-night snacks. Now that the family has money, the mortgage has been paid off. I'm already full, so I won't drink it now. Zhou Shanru, if you're not drinking, I will. Zhou Shanru said angrily, then took a ladle and served herself a bowl. She took a sip. Her face immediately turned bitter. Forget it, I won't drink it either. Dad, help me order a late-night snack too. Zhou Chen. After a while, the takeout arrived. Because he received money today, Dad Zhou was in high spirits, and everything he ate was infused with spiritual energy. Not only did it taste good, but it also provided a boost to his cultivation. This lobster is really great. I heard they set up a spirit gathering array in the shrimp pond, allowing the little lobsters to absorb spiritual energy from a young age. So not only is the meat delicious, but eating 1 lobster can definitely increase your spiritual energy by 2 or 3 points, Dad Zhou enthusiastically introduced. Everyone laughed and chatted, but only Zhou Chen could silently shed tears in his heart. He decided to make do with the leftover food from today. Xiao Fan, aren't you eating? No need, Zhou Chen shook his head. He then explained seriously, as the saying goes, be diligent in the country and frugal at home. Frugality is a virtue, while extravagance is a great evil. Although we have money now, I believe I still need to continue living a frugal life, so I can stay true to my heart and be a useful person to the country and society. Zhou Chen brainwashed himself. Did he not want to eat? Zhou Chen really wanted to eat. Anything infused with spiritual energy was something he couldn't consume. So he can only maintain this persona of being frugal, convincing himself. This is frugality. This is saving money for the country. Every bit of spiritual energy should be cherished. He needed to develop the habit of only eating simple meals. After this speech, the other 3 in the family were stunned, holding lobsters and looking at Zhou Chen in disbelief. After a while, Mom spoke up. He's acting up again. Ignore him, let's eat. Zhou Chen. Am I really not your biological child? Hold it in, I just won't eat. Zhou Shanru knew some things about Zhou Chen. She understood that if he ate pills, it wouldn't enhance his spiritual energy and could even harm his body. She didn't expect that eating anything infused with spiritual energy would lead to such consequences. She couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken for Zhou Chen. So, she finished Zhou Chen's portion of lobster. Who told you to make me angry just now? While eating, she also teased Zhou Chen. But Zhou Chen turned a blind eye, which only made Zhou Shanru more frustrated. After a while, another takeout arrived, still a portion of lobster, but without spiritual energy. Although it tasted a bit worse, it was still top-notch among ordinary items. It was secretly ordered by Zhou Shanru for Zhou Chen. These are all without spiritual energy. It had to be the older sister coming through. Everyone chatted while eating. Zhou Chen seriously told them about his future plans to attend Qingqing Martial Arts School. Zhou Shanru was slightly surprised because with Zhou Chen's grades, getting into Qingbei Martial Arts School was absolutely no problem. She didn't expect him to choose Qingqing Martial Arts School. Could it be? Zhou Chen's parents were as usual, letting Zhou Chen choose for himself. As long as it was a martial arts school, it exceeded their expectations. Just 100 days ago, they were still considering sending Zhou Chen to a technology school. Now being able to go to Qingqing Martial Arts School had already surpassed their expectations. Plus, it was close to home, so he could come back like Zhou Shanru during holidays. Of course, the most crucial point was that they couldn't make decisions for Zhou Chen. Are you really sure? Zhou Shanru asked Zhou Chen. Yes, Qingqing Martial Arts School promised me top-notch resources and even offered me the position of student council president, so I accepted. Zhou Chen nodded. Then, he looked at Zhou Shanru seriously. Zhou Shanru, although you are a year older than me, as the president, I still have the right to give you orders. From now on, you are not allowed to touch the kitchen at home. Zhou Shanru. After dinner, Zhou Chen returned to his room. He opened the system and then opened Zhou Shanru's attribute panel. Name, Zhou Shanru. Physique, ordinary body. Host's favorability, 100. Cultivation method, martial skills. Remarks, can be contracted. After reading this, Zhou Chen furrowed his brows. Something was off. Zhou Shanru's physique seemed unusual. She shouldn't be an ordinary body. Since Zhou Shanru was only 1 year older than him, if she were an ordinary body, she would at most be at the 3rd level of qi refinement by now. This is the limit of cultivation speed for ordinary bodies. Just look at the Qingqing Martial Arts School, where most second-year students are only at the 3rd level of qi refinement, because most of them are ordinary bodies. Yet now, Zhou Shanru is already at the 9th level of qi refinement, so it's clear that she is definitely not a simple ordinary body. This is probably also the reason why the system marked her physique with a question mark. Zhou Shanru possesses immense potential. Without hesitation, since that was the case, he decided to contract Zhou Shanru directly. Do you wish to contract Zhou Shanru? Yes. Contract successful. When Zhou Shanru cultivates, the host will gain a 10-fold increase. Please surpass Zhou Shanru as soon as possible, so she understands that internal competition leads to a dead end. The system prompt was successful. Zhou Chen continued to lie down comfortably, then began to think about the uses of the other 2 slots. He would leave one for the villain, because the villain poses a significant threat. Contracting the villain offers immense benefits, a 100-fold increase, which is 10 times higher than an ordinary contract. But the risks are also great. He has family. What if that villain can't defeat him and then turns on his family? Zhou Chen cannot always protect his family, so leaving one contract slot for the villain is already a bold move. At the same time, the choice of personnel for this slot must be made carefully. Some principle-less villains must not be contracted. After the contract, he must also pay attention to brainwashing the villain. No, he must pay attention to the ideological education of the villain. For example, family should not be harmed. If there's a fight, it should be a fair one. Being a villain means being upright. We are villains, not petty people. Only petty people engage in underhanded tactics. It would be best to create a psychological health questionnaire for the villain. Anyone who does not pass the questionnaire must not be contracted and should be eliminated to prevent future troubles. After all, after the contract, Zhou Chen will definitely help the villain to some extent, allowing him to grow faster. This aligns with Zhou Chen's greatest interests. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen asked the system a question. System, besides having a hatred value above 80, are there any other conditions for contracting a villain? If a master-level expert has a hatred value of over 80 towards me, can I contract them? If that were possible, it would be wonderful. However, the system clearly wouldn't let Zhou Chen exploit loopholes. No, not just for villains. Any contracting subject cannot be higher than the host by 1 major realm at the time of the contract. The system directly dashed Zhou Chen's dreams of soaring overnight. However, Zhou Chen was not discouraged. After all, this was normal. Just like an ordinary person lying flat, he simply couldn't tell Boss Ma that the 996 work schedule is a blessing. These two are not on the same level yet. At the same time, Zhou Chen preferred nurturing. Like Xiao Xiaohua, isn't she doing quite well? She even wears her thermal pants inside out. Then Zhou Chen opened his favorability ranking. He searched the system for those with a favorability of 100 towards him, intending to contract out the remaining slot. Name, Lu Chun Physique, Ordinary Body Hosts Favorability, 100 Cultivation Method. Martial Skills. Remarks, can be contracted. Lu Chen can be contracted, but he is an ordinary body. This complicates things a bit. Then Zhou Chen saw Lu Yong, also an ordinary body, along with Zhong Jiang, Ning Wu, Shang Tao, and others, all of whom are ordinary bodies. In summary, at this moment, besides Xiao Xiaohua, who possesses a divine-level physique, everyone else around Zhou Chen is an ordinary body. This couldn't help but make Zhou Chen feel unhappy. Forget it, I'll keep the quota for now and talk about it later. I need to use the restroom. Squatting down, he scrolled through his phone, and just as it hit 9 o'clock, the system was summarizing, and Zhou Chen immediately received a bronze treasure chest. No lottery, just opened it directly. Then he obtained a spirit-gathering pill. Without delay, Zhou Chen grabbed a few pieces of toilet paper, cleaned himself up, and quickly pulled up his pants. While it was still warm, he hurried to deliver it to his sister. If it cools down, it won't taste good. Knock, knock, knock. It was 9 o'clock, and Zhou Chen knocked on Zhou Shanru's door. Hurry up and open the door. I have something good for you. The door opened, and Zhou Shanru poked her head out. What is it? It's so late, and you're knocking on my door? I brought you something good. What is it? I don't want ham with mustard, and I don't want bread soaked in chili water. Do you think I only bring you those things? Yeah, Zhou Shanru nodded firmly. Zhou Shanru, you're so ungrateful. Zhou Chen pretended to be angry. A few days ago, I even gave you several spirit-gathering pills, and then took out the warm pill. Sister, eat it quickly, it's still warm. You just came out of the bathroom, right? Does it matter? What do you think? Zhou Shanru looked at Zhou Chen suspiciously. You, Zhou Chen, used to just trick me into eating mustard, and now you're getting bolder? What are you thinking? Am I that disgusting? This is a spirit-gathering pill. Hurry up and take it, then meditate and cultivate. Zhou Chen said seriously, handing the spirit-gathering pill to Zhou Shanru. Hearing this, Zhou Shanru's face turned red. She took the pill and looked at it, and it was indeed real, but she didn't take it. Instead, she looked at Zhou Chen. It's already 9 o'clock at night. Can I take it to school tomorrow? She was a bit sleepy and just wanted to sleep, and she was already at the 9th level of Qi refining. In the entire second year of Qingcheng Martial Arts School, no one was stronger than her, so she felt very relaxed now. Of course not. Zhou Shanru, I have to talk to you about this. Do you think your strength is very high now? You need to know that there are always people stronger than you, and when you are satisfied with the status quo, there are many people working hard. And if you make one mistake, you could be surpassed. So you can't stop. You must persist step by step to reach the highest level, understand? And the most crucial point is, I'm already at the 4th level of Qi refining. Sister, you don't want your little brother, who always opposes you, to surpass you, right? Zhou Chen rambled on. Zhou Shanru's face turned red, and her sleepiness vanished. She looked at Zhou Chen in confusion. Was this little brother possessed by their mom today? Or had they swapped souls? So at this moment, was it actually her little brother in their dad's arms? This? If so, then they can't think about it anymore. If I do, I'll go crazy. What are you thinking about? Zhou Chen frowned and called out to Zhou Shanru, who was in a daze. Nothing. Stop talking, Mom. I'm going to take the pill and cultivate right away. That's more like it. I'll watch you take it. And don't call me Mom. Call me President. Zhou Shanru. Zhou Shanru looked at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen looked at Zhou Shanru. I'll take it. I believe you. Then move your foot. You're blocking my door. No way. I want to watch you take it. Otherwise, I can't sleep. Zhou Shanru. She then picked up the pill and swallowed it in one bite. Open your mouth. Stick out your tongue. Zhou Chen, you're being unreasonable. Zhou Shanru's face turned red as she hid the pill under her tongue. I'm just a good little brother who cares about my sister's cultivation. And you should call me Vice President. Zhou Shanru, you wouldn't want the Qingcheng Martial Arts School to be mocked by other martial arts schools because of you, would you? You should cooperate with your brother's work, right? Zhou Shanru snorted lightly, then lifted the pill from under her tongue and swallowed it. She then opened her mouth wide for Zhou Chen to check. Did you see? It's already gone down. Zhou Chen turned on his phone's flashlight and examined her carefully. Very good. Good sister, hurry back and circulate the Qi technique. This pill can't be wasted. Is she still going to let me sleep? Zhou Shanru thought to herself as she listened to Zhou Chen's words. she really rarely stayed up late to cultivate. But there was no choice. Now that she had swallowed the pill, she had to circulate the qi technique to digest it. Otherwise, the pill might accumulate and leave residue in her stomach, which would be detrimental to her cultivation. So after hearing Zhou Chen's words, Zhou Shanru immediately closed the door. She returned to her room and quickly sat down to circulate the qi technique. As for Zhou Chen, after seeing Zhou Shanru swallow the pill, he also returned to his room with peace of mind. It was really delightful. Tonight he had taken 10 gathering spirit pills. As long as his sister digested the pills, he should have no problem breaking through to the 5th level of qi training. Moreover, there were no side effects at all. He opened his phone, launched the game, and immediately started playing. After a while, the system notification about Zhou Shanru came. Zhou Shanru has taken a gathering spirit pill. The pill is being processed. Hosts spiritual energy plus 1000. After a while longer, Zhou Shanru was refining the gathering spirit pill. Hosts spiritual energy plus 1000. This was really comfortable. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen opened the super chat with Xiao Xiaohua. He initiated a video call. Zhou Gu? After Xiao Xiaohua answered the call, he looked at Zhou Chen with some confusion. What are you doing? Zhou Chen asked, feigning a serious expression. Taking a shower, Xiao Xiaohua replied honestly, then held up his phone to take a picture in the mirror, wanting to show Zhou Chen his fit body. Fortunately, Zhou Chen stopped him in time. Stop, I know, you don't need to show me. Oh, I thought Zhou Gu wanted to see. Hee, I'm afraid of getting a needle eye. Xiao Xiaohua. By the way, Zhou Gu, why did you call me? What's the plan? Nothing. Zhou Chen shook his head with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. Zhou Gu specifically called for a video chat. How could it be nothing? It was impossible. Zhou Gu must have something to say. So he asked again. Zhou Gu, just say it. Whatever it is, I'll agree. Xiao Xiaohua said seriously. Well, it's nothing major. I'm just getting older and often forget some ancient poems. So I specifically called to ask you, that line about learning like something something, and then something about retreat, how is it read? Zhou Chen waved his hand and asked. The words reached Xiao Xiaohua, who was still applying shower gel, and he quickly thought of it. Then he blurted out, this line of poetry? Isn't it learning is like rowing upstream, not to advance is to drop back? Zhou Chen, yes, that's the one. Your memory is really good, Xiaohua. Zhou Chen praised him. Then he asked, and there's another line, what's it called? Something about the mountain of books, something about the sea of learning. The mountain of books has a path, diligence is the way, the sea of learning is endless, hard work is the boat. Yes, that's it. And there's another line, what was it again? 3 watches of lamplight, 5 watches of rooster crowing, what is it again? At the 3rd watch, the lamp is lit, at the 5th watch, the rooster crows. This is the time for a young man to study. With black hair, one does not know the importance of diligent study, only with white hair does one regret studying too late. Exactly, Xiaohua, you understand. I'm getting old and can't remember anything. Zhou Chen praised, then didn't ask further. Xiaohua, you go take a shower first, I'll go cultivate. After saying this, Zhou Chen hung up the phone, leaving Xiaohua some time to think. Everything that needed to be said has been said. Xiaohua, you understand what I mean, right? Putting down the phone, Zhou Chen lay contentedly on his bed, with his older sister helping him cultivate next door, and Xiaohua over there. This is just great. He opened the game, ready to go again. If I could do it all over, I would choose Li Bai. As for Xiaohua, after Zhou Chen hung up, Xiaohua was still a bit dazed. He didn't know why Zhou Gu had called him specifically. Was it really just to ask those few questions? But those lines of poetry were simple. Zhou Gu couldn't possibly not know them. As he thought, Xiaohua suddenly relaxed his brow. Learning is like rowing upstream, not to advance is to drop back. At the 3rd watch, the lamp is lit, at the 5th watch, the rooster crows. This is the time for a young man to study. Zhou Gu doesn't not know these lines. Zhou Gu is using these lines to remind himself that it's only 9 o'clock. This is the perfect time for cultivation. With this thought, Xiaohua recalled his life after the big exam. He indeed hadn't been as diligent as before, he had become quite lax. The time he spent cultivating had decreased by several hours each day. Just today, for instance, it was only 9 o'clock, and he was already planning to shower and sleep, something that would have been absolutely impossible in the past. Thinking of this, Xiaohua broke out in a cold sweat. Then he felt grateful that Zhou Gu was there. Otherwise, he would have really slacked off. Otherwise, he would have truly fallen behind. Forget about taking a shower, hurry up and dry off, then go cultivate for 3 more hours. Xiaohua turned on the shower and rinsed off all the foam from his body. After drying off, he went to his cultivation room. Son, it's so late, why aren't you sleeping? Xiao Daji encountered Xiaohua on the way and asked. Xiaohua didn't stop his pace and quickly replied, sleeping is for the dead, I still need to cultivate. After saying this, he entered the Xiao family's cultivation room. Wearing pajamas, Xiao Daji looked at his son's back and listened to his words. He lowered his head to glance at his pajamas. Is he really not going to sleep? In the early morning, Zhou Chen was still in a dream, and his realm had broken through to the 5th level of qi refining, and he hadn't stopped, increasing his spiritual energy by 1/10. Only then did he stop. Zhou Chen didn't wake up at all. He smacked his lips a few times and murmured, "Beauty, let's continue to play music and dance." In the morning, Zhou Chen was still asleep. Downstairs in Zhou Chen's apartment complex, a long luxury car was parked there. White smoke was billowing out, and a fragrant aroma wafted from inside. The car door was open. A small steamer was cooking buns. Qin Tian leaned back in his chair, holding the Qin family secret manual in one hand while flipping through it, occasionally frowning, occasionally nodding. There were 3 people beside him, a driver, a bodyguard, and a dog-headed strategist. How are the buns steaming? What about the soy milk? I need it freshly ground, understand? And it must be 2nd grade. Otherwise, I'm afraid Jogu will think the taste is off. Qin Tian put down the manual. He glanced at the time. It was 8:30, which was around the time Jogu would be getting up. Breakfast had to be ready. Young Master Qin, these buns are made with 1st-grade spirit beast meat, so they take longer to cook. Please wait 2 more minutes, they'll be ready soon, said the dog-headed strategist. Qin Tian was very satisfied with this. He nodded and then looked at the carefully prepared 99 red roses in the car. He looked at the dog-headed strategist with a puzzled expression. Are you sure this will work? I'm sure. Qin Xiao, I am the love saint of Qingcheng, and I've never missed. Alright, then I'll trust you this once. If I can win his favor this time, I'll remember your contribution. Qin Tian smiled. Breakfast consisting of spirit beast buns, spirit plant soy milk, and 99 red roses. I can't believe this won't work on you. That dog-headed strategist is the son of a businessman Qin Tian found temporarily, usually indulging in a life of excess. Now he thinks Qin Tian is asking him to teach him how to woo girls, so he's full of confidence. In fact, he believes that throwing money is the best approach, but Qin Tian thinks money won't do. That's why he suggested sending roses. It's a bit cliché, but paired with Qin Tian's identity, it becomes something more. It's sincerity. My name is Qin Tian, I am the eldest son of the Qin family, and I am currently engaged in something that concerns the fate of the Qin family. According to the secrets of the Qin family, we have found the child of destiny, so I am now striving to become the dog leg of the child of destiny. Although this position is somewhat humiliating, I believe that it won't take long for our Qin family to become one of the top families in the Xia kingdom by following the child of destiny. And I, Qin Tian, will rise to great heights, marry into a prominent family, and reach the pinnacle of life. My career will be without regrets. That is my once lost youth. At this moment, holding the roses, Qin Tian took the elevator to Zhou Chen's doorstep, while his own driver and the dog-headed strategist helped him carry the spirit beast buns and freshly ground soy milk. Ding ding! Qin Tian pressed the doorbell, his heart racing nonstop. He was particularly nervous now. After pressing once and no one answered, he pressed again. Still no one answered. At this time, Zhou Chen had already woken up, as the big exam was over, so he didn't need to go to school anymore. After getting up, Zhou Chen immediately noticed his realm had improved, and he couldn't help but feel happy for a moment. This improvement was really nice. Waking up from a sleep and breaking through his realm, he hoped that people in the future would be a bit more diligent. Don't always think about being a slacker. After washing up, he found that his parents had already gone to work. Zhou Shanru had also gone to school. She always got up early. Anyway, Zhou Chen had never seen her after getting up in the morning. When the doorbell rang, Zhou Chen was a bit surprised at the first sound. His parents had keys, so they wouldn't ring the doorbell, and Zhou Shanru was the same. She also had a key and didn't need to ring the bell. So who was it now? When the third ring sounded, Zhou Chen finally went to open the door. Then he saw a huge bunch of roses. What the hell is this blind fool doing with roses? What are they for? Sending roses, it can't be to woo himself. Could it be to woo my sister? Thinking of this, Zhou Chen immediately got angry. Can my sister be wooed so easily? Zhou Gu! Qin Tian's head popped out from behind the roses. Now Zhou Chen was even angrier. It was that unlucky Qin Tian. Absolutely not. Zhou Chen's face darkened. Qin Tian, you little brat, you haven't learned your lesson, have you? I've bullied you in every way, just made your Qin family suffer so badly, and you still dare to come and woo my sister. Are you looking for death? Wooing your sister? Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Qin Tian's brows furrowed immediately. I wasn't thinking of wooing Zhou Chen's sister, although I am the eldest son of the Qin family and a bit vain. But to be honest, I've been busy cultivating and haven't had time for any nonsense love affairs. I only think about cultivation. So Zhou Chen really misunderstood. Zhou Gu, you misunderstood. I absolutely did not come to woo Zhojie. Then what do these roses mean? Zhou Chen stared at Qin Tian, a look of suspicion on his face. If Qin Tian didn't clarify today, he would definitely get a beating. This is for you, Qin Tian said with a grin, but Zhou Chen's face darkened even more. Damn it, are you here to hit on me? This cursed dog. I'm a man. You brought me roses? Qin Tian didn't notice the change in Zhou Chen's expression at all. He still looked happy, bringing the spirit beast buns and freshly ground soy milk in front of Zhou Chen. Brother Zhou, from now on, I'll take care of your breakfast. This is a bun made with first-class spirit beast meat, and this is freshly ground spirit plant soy milk. Brother Zhou, they're all good stuff. Looking at Qin Tian's expression, it seemed he was still trying to take credit, wanting Zhou Chen to praise him a bit. Zhou Chen looked down. Not bad, all things I decided to give up. You put the stuff down first, Zhou Chen said in a deep voice. A lesson is a lesson, but this food can't be wasted. Alright, Qin Tian smiled. He immediately placed the items on the steps behind him. Then Zhou Chen kicked him in the butt. Following that, Zhou Chen's fists came down like bamboo shoots after rain, hitting Qin Tian. The people who came with Qin Tian immediately wanted to step in, but Qin Tian didn't let them come over. Don't come over, this is my brother Zhou showing me love. Zhou Chen, are you seriously taking this to a whole new level? Just wait until I beat you to a pulp. After teaching Qin Tian a good lesson for a while, he directly closed the door. Who knows what kind of madness this kid Qin Tian is on? It's really hard to figure out. After closing the door, Zhou Chen opened his computer and uploaded a few chapters of a novel. Meanwhile, in the 7-person bureau, Han Ning was happily waiting for new arrangements in the 7-person bureau department. Other colleagues around him saw him and greeted him with smiles. This made him feel that something good was about to happen, either a promotion or a raise. That's for sure. Although he reported the Qin and Chen families, thinking of his own benefits, credit is credit. No matter what his motives were, this credit cannot be erased. So Han Ming felt that the 7-person bureau would definitely record a great achievement for him. Old Han, congratulations, you've made a great achievement. The director must have plans to promote you. That's right, Old Han, when you were at the 3rd middle school, I often spoke well of you to the director. If you get promoted this time, don't forget the brothers. Exactly, as the saying goes, don't forget your friends when you become rich. Old Han, you have to take care of the brothers a bit. The colleagues chatted excitedly with Han Ming. Although Han Ming knew they were just flattering him, he couldn't help but feel happy. He couldn't help but respond a bit arrogantly. That achievement isn't really anything. Once I, Han Ming, become successful, I'll definitely bring the brothers along. No wonder you're the big shot who just made an achievement, your words are so bold. That's right, Old Han, this time you can at least get promoted to a team leader or something. Everyone flattered him, and then the director called Han Ming into the office. When Han Ming went in, he saw the person inside was the director of the 7-person bureau. This was a master-level powerhouse, and he felt surprised. He had never met the director like this before. You must be Han Ming, right? Not bad, indeed a talented person. Our 7-person bureau needs someone like you, so I have an important task that requires you to handle it personally. I believe you can do it for me. The director looked at Han Ming and smiled, his tone very warm, making one feel like they were in a spring breeze. Han Ming felt a bit nervous and even more surprised. He was indeed about to become successful, with the director personally giving him a task. And it was an important one, this must be a big deal. He immediately straightened his back. Director, please rest assured, no matter what important task it is, I, Han Ming, will complete it perfectly. Good, that's the spirit. Now I can rest easy. The director smiled. He then handed the documents in his hand to Han Ming. After Han Ming finished reading, he went to execute the task. Han Ming solemnly took the documents. His mind raced. The director personally instructed him, and it was clear that this matter was absolutely a major event. He opened the documents and looked. His expression was serious and meticulous, then his brows furrowed, unable to believe, unwilling to believe. Director, this information must be wrong, right? You want me to guard the gate at the Qingqing Martial Arts School? This is ridiculous. I can't believe this. Director, I don't want to guard the gate anymore. Han Ming began to cry out. Director, you don't know, ever since I graduated from university and joined the 7-person bureau, my first task was to guard the gate to another world, to be a security guard outside the gate to another world. Then I went to be a security guard at the 3rd middle school. Now you want me to go to the Qingqing Martial Arts School to guard the gate. Director, I have an 80-year-old mother above me and 10 toes below me. I really can't go be a security guard anymore. Han Ming lamented. He truly did not want to guard the gate anymore. Every time he dated a girlfriend, Once they saw he was a security guard, there was never a follow-up, so he was hoping for a better position this time, but he still ended up guarding the gate. Hey, Xiaohan, you can't think like that. You should think positively. Think about it. You were guarding the gate at the 3rd middle school, right? Now you're transferred to the Qingcheng Martial Arts School. What does this mean? This is called a promotion. You've been promoted from a security guard at a middle school to a security guard at a university martial arts school. Han Ming said nothing. A salary increase of 3,000. Han Ming said nothing. Assigned a wife. Han Ming said nothing. Ha, trying to trick me? Consider it a captain's level. The director finally spoke. Han Ming, okay, as the saying goes, every profession has its specialization. Perhaps I was born to guard the gate, so the gate of the Qingcheng Martial Arts School will be entrusted to me. Han Ming said seriously. Goodness, captain's level, it was hard for Han Ming not to be tempted. According to the treatment in the 7-person bureau, a captain needed to lead a 7-person team to execute various tasks, and now he could just guard a gate to obtain that. It was simply too good. Remember your task. You must record Zhou Chen's daily words and actions, the director emphasized. Okay. Han Ming nodded. Through the documents, Han Ming learned a lot about Zhou Chen, such as the fact that Zhou Chen was actually a powerful figure in the Qi control realm. This shocked Han Ming, who was still in the Qi condensation realm at the time. He found it hard to imagine that the person who had always been messing with him, Zhou Chen, was actually better at hiding than he was. After the director reminded Han Ming of some matters, he let Han Ming leave the office. Old Han, so how is it? Did you get promoted? As soon as Han Ming stepped out of the office, someone asked him. I did. What position? Now I'm going to guard the gate at the Qingcheng Martial Arts School. Colleagues, the Qin family. After being beaten by Zhou Chen, Qin Tian went straight home. He felt extremely wronged. Great-grandfather, I told you long ago that Zhou Chen is destined to be my nemesis. Every time I see him, I will definitely be bullied by him. Great-grandfather, look, I got beaten by him again this time. Qin Tian cried out. He really didn't want to go. Hearing this, Qin Shou also nodded seriously, his face full of heartache. Xiao Tian, you really have it tough. Butler, arrange a flight abroad, send Xiao Tian out this afternoon. Qin Tian, great-grandfather, there's no need, I think I can still try. Is that so? Don't force yourself. Not forcing myself at all. In a traditional-style restaurant in Qingqing City, a man stood by the window, listening to the report from the person behind him. According to our extensive investigation, it has been confirmed that the item is located within the alternate realm of Qingcheng Martial Arts School. However, Qingcheng Martial Arts School has very strict defenses against the alternate realm, so it will likely be quite difficult for us to enter. Ji Yang nodded upon hearing this. He had come to Qingqing City for a treasure of the demon sect, and previously, he had provoked Qingqing City through the major examination to attract attention. Coupled with the recent lottery incident, which caused quite a stir, this had given them the opportunity to investigate. Now, they finally had concrete information. Since that's the case, I will personally enter Qingcheng Martial Arts School and become a student there, Ji Yang said, making arrangements for the next course of action. He was determined to obtain this treasure no matter what. Yes, the middle-aged man replied. 2 days passed. Zhou Chen had been staying at home, feeling quite bored, so he decided to ride his bicycle towards Qingcheng Martial Arts School. His future career was tied to that school, so he might as well check out his future workplace in advance. His home was quite a distance from Qingcheng Martial Arts School, but for Zhou Chen, it was nothing. It just meant a bit more time spent cycling. Upon arriving at Qingcheng Martial Arts School, Zhou Chen entered through the main gate. Soon, he spotted a familiar face. Han Ming was sitting on a small stool, cracking sunflower seeds. When he saw Zhou Chen, he nodded in greeting and instinctively locked Zhou Chen's bicycle outside the guardhouse. Old Han, what's going on with you? Zhou Chen asked curiously. Why was Han Ming here too? Just as he was about to start studying at Qingcheng Martial Arts School. Was he planning to be my lifelong gatekeeper? I got promoted. Zhou Chen, don't I get a promotion red envelope? Add me on Super Chat, and send me the red envelope. Han Ming. Zhou Chen snatched Han Ming's small stool, but Han Ming was prepared and pulled out another one from the guardhouse. Truly impressive. The two sat together, cracking seeds, and whenever a girl passed by, they would scan each other to see if they were bringing any prohibited items into the campus. Old Han, how long have you been here? Zhou Chen asked. About 2 days. Han Ming replied. That's about right. Give me a report on the situation at this school. This martial arts school would be the source of his spiritual energy in the future, and all the students would be Zhou Chen's brothers and sisters, so he needed to do his homework in advance. No problem. Han Ming smiled. He then took Zhou Chen to his guardhouse and pulled out his phone to send him 2 documents. This first document is the list of the school beauties, compiled from my inquiries over the past 2 days, along with information from the campus walls, school forums, and community circles. And the second document contains basic information about those beauties. Some have boyfriends, while others do not. I've marked them all. Joe Chen, is this document okay? He. Joe Chen rolled his eyes at Han Ming. This rascal was quite the lecher? The investigation is good, but this isn't what I wanted. Joe Chen sternly criticized Han Ming, while clicking on the 2 documents to save them locally. Han Ming, is there a list of the school's prodigies? Especially, are there any girls who can compete with Zhou Shanru? Joe Chen asked. He wanted to understand the prodigy list and Zhou Shanru's opponents. The prodigy list was naturally something he needed to focus on, as these prodigies would become the greatest source of spiritual energy enhancement for him in the organization. And of course, he needed to find girls who could compete with Zhou Shanru. Only by creating a rival for Zhou Shanru can she find the motivation to improve and grow quickly. Just like Xiao Xiaohua. Upon hearing Joe Chen's words, Han Ming nodded. He immediately sent Joe Chen 3 documents. One recorded the geniuses from the 1st to the 4th year at Qingcheng Martial Arts School, another contained information on the graduate students, divided into master's and doctoral levels, and the last one was about the visible mentors and professors at the school. Every detail was included, as long as it was public. Looking at these documents, Joe Chen couldn't help but give Han Ming a thumbs up. No wonder he came from the 7-man bureau. The level of professionalism was indeed different. By the way, Joe Chen, as far as I know, this Zhou Shanru is your sister, right? Why do you ask if you can beat her? Are you going to help your sister and teach the other party a lesson? Han Ming asked, puzzled. No, I want to ask her to beat my sister up, Joe Chen replied casually. Hearing this, Han Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. After a while, he finally gave a thumbs up. What a touching and loving sibling relationship. Han Ming sighed, then thought about the data he had summarized and said, this year's freshmen are definitely out of the question. Zhou Shanru is now at the 9th level of Qi refinement, far surpassing the level of this year's freshmen at Qingcheng Martial Arts School. Besides Zhou Shanru, the highest level among the freshmen is only at the 5th level of Qi refinement, so there's no one in the freshmen who can match Zhou Shanru. Even if you compare Zhou Shanru to the sophomores and juniors, she is still top tier. The average sophomore and junior at Qingcheng Martial Arts School is only between the 3rd and 8th levels of Qi refinement. So, to teach your sister a lesson, you at least need to find a top genius from the sophomores. Han Ming analyzed for Joe Chen, which also gave Joe Chen some insight into the overall situation at Qingcheng Martial Arts School, such as the levels of strength. In Qingcheng Martial Arts School, freshmen generally range from the 1st to the 3rd levels of Qi refinement. Those with stronger talent are at the 4th to 5th levels. And someone like Zhou Shanru is an existence that transcends ordinary geniuses. Sophomores generally range from the 3rd to the 5th levels of Qi refinement. Those with better talent can reach the 5th to 8th levels. Top geniuses are above the level of Qi refinement. Juniors generally range from the 5th to the 8th levels of Qi refinement. Those with good talent can reach the 9th level. They can even break through to the peak of Qi refinement. Top geniuses can reach above the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Seniors are generally stuck at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Those with good talent can break through to the level of Qi. Top geniuses are at least above the 5th level of Qi refinement. All strengths are based on public data. There are no set lower or upper limits. For example, there are freshmen at Qingcheng Martial Arts School who are at the 1st level of Qi refinement, which indicates extremely poor talent. After the 4th year, they will shift their focus to technological schools. There are also students with great potential like Zhou Shanru among the freshmen. Is there anyone in mind? Joe Chen asked, then added, I want a girl, not a guy. If a guy dares to provoke his sister, he won't let him off the hook. Han Ming thought for a moment and then nodded. Yes, and it's a sophomore student. Hearing this, Joe Chen's mouth curled up. It's good to have someone. Finding someone to bully his sister is indeed not easy. Tell me about her information, Joe Chen asked. After thinking for a moment, Han Ming opened the campus beauty list on his phone, searched for a bit, and found it. Sophomore student named Wu Ruoling. Her talent is incredibly terrifying, and her looks are top-notch. She is a sophomore at Qingcheng Martial Arts School. She was in the top 3 of the Qingcheng City College entrance exam 2 years ago. Wu Ruoling is now at the 1st level of Qi refinement, so she has a great level of suppression over Zhou Shanru, so there's absolutely no problem with Zhou Shanru. It's just that she's a bit difficult to deal with, Han Ming said while looking at the information. Joe Chen, seeing this, directly took out his phone and found Wu Ruoling's information, starting to study it himself. Then he saw a photo of Wu Ruoling. Her hair was styled into 2 buns, she was not very tall, and her features were delicate. She looked just like a little Neza. He wondered how long she would cry if he punched her. She looked very cute, but Zhou Chen was not the kind of person who would be deceived by appearances. People who looked like Neza were usually troublemakers. Does she have any strange stories? Zhou Chen asked cautiously. Han Ming nodded at his words. Leaning closer to Zhou Chen's ear, he whispered, she's a violent person, likes to hit people. Zhou Chen. Just as expected. Zhou Chen nodded, but just after he finished nodding, a copper hammer came crashing through the window, smashing directly onto the table in the guardroom, creating a huge hole. Zhou Chen and Han Ming were startled by the sudden appearance of the hammer. Zhou Chen felt a surge of anger. Such a big hammer came crashing down, not afraid of hitting a child. And such behavior actually happened in front of him, the future student council president. Where was the school discipline? Zhou Chen stormed out. He then saw Wu Ruoling. Truly speaking of the devil appeared. Was that copper hammer you threw in there? Zhou Chen said sternly. Startled himself, he needed to apologize quickly. That's right. What about it? Do you want to fight? Wu Ruoling, dressed sharply, had one hand on her hip and the other holding the remaining copper hammer, glaring at Zhou Chen with equal anger. This demeanor surprised Zhou Chen a bit. No wonder she was called a violent person. Very well, I admire your fighting spirit. But I want to tell you, there are people beyond people. There are heavens beyond heavens. Don't be too arrogant. He. So what? You started it first. Why were you talking about me in the guard room? Are you plotting something? Wu Ruoling sneered. This time, she was really going to confront Zhou Chen. Hearing her words, Zhou Chen frowned. No wonder she acted this way, she must have overheard him and Han Ming talking about her. So that's why she threw the hammer in. But that wasn't a reason for her to scare him, and what kind of plot could he have against her? He, Zhou Chen, had plenty of beauties around. Did he need to plot against her, Amire? I was just casually chatting with Han Ming about some potential talents in the martial arts school. You're provoking me without understanding the situation, Zhou Chen said in a deep voice. He watched Wu Ruoling, always on guard against her, preventing her from suddenly attacking. Han Ming had said she was a violent person, especially after this situation. Zhou Chen was even more certain. Oh, I see, fine, as long as you can beat me, I'll believe you. Do we really have to fight? Zhou Chen replied. The name of a violent person was indeed well deserved. Not necessarily. If you don't want to fight, just stand there and let me hit your chest with my precious copper hammer. Zhou Chen. It would be better to just fight. Zhou Chen's expression turned cold. He rotated his wrist, staring at Wu Ruoling. His eyes were icy. You're good at fighting, aren't you? Just average, Wu Ruoling replied. Alright, I'll just stand here. Come on, I want to see how strong you are. Come on, Zhou Chen shouted. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Wu Ruoling frowned slightly, then weighed the copper hammer she held in her hand. Without further ado, she swung the hammer and smashed it towards Zhou Chen. Wait! Zhou Chen raised his hand to signal a pause. Wu Ruoling stopped in confusion. Zhang stood looking at Zhou Chen, her two watery eyes filled with confusion. It had already started, so why pause? Zhou Chen glanced at Wu Ruoling. You're really bold, daring to hit the referee? After saying that, Zhou Chen turned around and pulled Han Ming out of the guard room. Come on, come and fight. I'll stand here as the referee. I want to see what kind of strength you, Wu Ruoling, really have. I want to see why you, Wu Ruoling, are so arrogant. Han Ming, pulled out by Zhou Chen, wore a puzzled expression, his brows knitting together. What's going on here? Wu Ruoling. Shoga, I'm just a doorman. I really don't need to come out, right? Han Ming said with a bitter face, his eyes filled with resentment. He had originally understood some information about Wu Ruoling, which was why he deliberately didn't come out after she broke the window. Yet now he couldn't escape Zhou Chen. Although he was also at the qi refining stage and wasn't afraid of Wu Ruoling, he was part of the 7-person bureau and needed to hide his strength. He had gotten used to staying low-key. Don't be afraid, I'll be the referee, and I'll lean in your favor, Zhou Chen gently reassured him, trying to put Han Ming at ease. Han Ming, I think it's better to keep things harmonious. This is in front of the martial arts school. Fighting and killing definitely won't do, Han Ming said, firmly refusing to engage. Old Han, you're just being cowardly. Han Ming, how can you say that? I haven't even talked to this violent girl, and yet you drag me into a fight. If you really can't win, just lie down on the ground, right? And I'll help you shout. When there are more people, we can both take her down hard. Let her know how treacherous this world can be. Zhou Chen whispered. Although the A's were violent, they clearly hadn't experienced the depths of the martial world. He didn't mind letting her have a taste of it. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Han Ming's eyes lit up. If he could make money, then he, Han Ming, wouldn't be cowardly. Wu Ruoling stood in place, watching Zhou Chen and Han Ming. She was also speechless. Zhou Chen was really too much. Wu Ruoling knew Zhou Chen, the top scorer of this year's major exam, who was already at the 4th level of the qi refining stage. He had even defeated a 6th level qi refining candidate with a weaker level, making him a top-tier presence in terms of both potential and strength. Especially now, Zhou Chen's reputation in Xinjiang was the highest among all students. If you casually asked someone in Xinjiang, no one would not know Zhou Chen. They might not have seen him, but they had definitely heard of his name. So when she passed by the school and happened to hear them talking about her, she, who was interested in Zhou Chen, immediately challenged him. She was a bit curious about Zhou Chen, but now it was quite unexpected. Where was the promised diligence? Where was the righteous spirit? She felt something was off about him. Are you still going to fight? Zhou Chen shouted at Wu Ruoling. As soon as the words fell, Wu Ruoling glanced at Zhou Chen. After thinking for a moment, she decided against it. There was no need to engage with Han Ming, and there was also no need to force a confrontation with Zhou Chen. Although he was a genius, he was only at the 4th level of the qi refining stage. Even if she won, it would be an unworthy victory. So there was no need. Forget it, you're too weak, it's not interesting, Wu Ruoling said disappointedly, then entered the guardroom to pick up her Mitsubishi copper hammer. Then she was about to leave. Han Ming felt a bit regretful upon hearing this. He had wasted a money-making opportunity and had already thought about how to lie down comfortably, but now it was off. As for Zhou Chen, he immediately blocked Wu Ruoling. You broke my guardroom window and smashed the table, and now you just want to leave? What else? Are you going to treat me to a meal? Wu Ruoling was puzzled, shouldering 2 copper hammers, looking at Zhou Chen with delight. Zhou Chen, you really know how to think, it's all in the dream, go home and dream. All right. Upon hearing this, Wu Ruoling immediately turned to leave. Zhou Chen, this girl really can't understand anything other than fighting. Pay up. Oh, then you pay. I have no money. Zhou Chen, what are you doing? Why won't you let me go? Pay up. Oh, then you pay. I have no money. How about I treat you to a meal instead? Who pays? You pay. I'm just here to eat, not to pay. Zhou Chen, so reasonable, but, do you think I'm stupid? Where's your money? I spent it on food. How about this? Let's add a super message and talk about it. I'll pay for you first, and you agree to help me with something. Zhou Chen thought for a moment. Wasn't he just thinking about having this violent girl teach his sister a lesson? This is perfect. Only eating, not sleeping together. Wu Ruoling put down one of the copper hammers and took out her phone. Ha! Zhou Chen sneered. My beauty has been lined up from Qingqing to Gaul. Would I let you sleep with me? With the super message added, Zhou Chen let her go. The follow-up matters would be discussed on the super message. Han Ming saw her leave and sighed beside Zhou Chen. This Wu Ruoling is indeed a foodie. Then he glanced at Zhou Chen. Brother Zhou, transfer the money to me. What money? Zhou Chen looked at Han Ming in confusion. The money for this window and this table? Han Ming pointed at the broken window. But I didn't break it. Why are you asking me for money? But you just. I was helping you seek justice, right? But this Wu Ruoling is unreasonable. She won't pay. But, Han Ming said with a bitter face. Old Han, you still haven't sorted it out. Let me help you. Who broke the window and table? Wu Ruoling. Then who should you ask for compensation? Wu Ruoling. Isn't that right? Han Ming. Zhou Chen ignored Han Ming and wandered around the martial arts school. He didn't look for Zhou Shanru, just familiarized himself with the campus environment, then rode his bike home. The house was a bit far from the martial arts school, and Zhou Chen felt it was necessary to move closer. Buying a villa around the martial arts school would be good. Now that money wasn't an issue, there was no need to be frugal. Not to mention the money earned from the lottery, just the 20 million rewarded by the Qingqing Education Bureau and the 10 million given by Qin Tian's grandfather were enough. So there was no need to treat himself poorly. Back home, Zhou Chen told his parents about buying a villa around Qingcheng Martial Arts School and transferred the money to them. He asked them to go check out the villas and finalize one. At night, Zhou Chen lay in bed, summarizing today's training situation. After contracting with Zhou Shanru, Zhou Chen's spiritual energy growth rate had significantly increased. With the help of Xiao Xiuhua, in about 10 days, he would be able to break through to the 6th level of qi refining. He looked at Xiao Xiuhua's attribute panel. At this moment, Xiao Xiuhua had broken through to the 2nd level of qi refining. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen asked about the method to unblock Xiao Xiuhua's 7th meridian. A fire emperor pill is needed, the system replied, then provided the recipe. Zhou Chen glanced at it and didn't pay much attention afterward. He would give it to Xiao Xiuhua tomorrow and let her arrange for the Xiao family to find it. With the Xiao family around, he didn't need to find trouble for himself. Since it was the last day of June, at 9 o'clock in the evening, the system gave a golden treasure chest. Zhou Chen opened it directly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 2nd grade breaking boundary pill. 2nd grade breaking boundary pill can help qi refining realm cultivators break through to the Gangqi realm. Seeing the description, Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. it was just right for Zhou Shanru to use. The most important thing now was to wait for Zhou Shanru to accumulate her spiritual energy to a perfect state. Then she could take the pill and advance to the Gangqi realm. This was a significant breakthrough in realms, and Zhou Chen estimated that once Zhou Shanru broke through, he could at least elevate 4 minor realms. To speed up this process, the only way was to put a little pressure on Zhou Shanru. Turning off the system, Zhou Chen didn't idle. He took out his phone and found Wu Ruoling's super signal. He sent her a message. Wu Ruoling, are you there? Help me teach someone a lesson. I only challenge and defeat my opponents. I won't help you do bad things. Don't worry, you just need to defeat her and mock her a bit. If you want to do something bad to her, I won't agree. Who? Zhou Shanru. Her? What's your relationship with her? If my dad hasn't worn a green hat, then she's my sister. Wu Ruoling, do you have a grudge against her? To be honest, yes, she often poisons me, just to make me have a stomachache. While typing, Zhou Chen also sent a few pictures of the meals Zhou Shanru made, all old pictures. Then he added a pitiful emoji. Does this count as green tea behavior? After sending the pictures and emoji, Zhou Chen put down his phone and thought for a moment, but then he shook his head. Even if it was green tea, so what? He was doing it all for his sister. This world was too dangerous. If he didn't stand behind his sister and push her to cultivate, she would definitely become lazy. That would be too cruel for her. So, for his sister's future path, and to prevent her from being bullied later, he could only bully her now. Not helping. The reply from Wu Ruoling came back, just 2 short words, but it made Zhou Chen feel sad. What an untrustworthy girl. He would give her a bad review later. Why? Wu Ruoling, you promised me. If you don't do it, I'll take a loudspeaker to the martial arts school gate tomorrow and play the recording of you smashing the school gate. So, Wu Ruoling, you definitely don't want the whole school to know about your embarrassing incident, right? Zhou Chen continued to use his usual tactics to threaten her, but as fate would have it, this time Zhou Chen failed. Whatever. Wu Ruoling replied, sounding a bit unreasonable, and even more so than Zhou Chen. Aren't you afraid of being criticized by the school? Hee, I'm used to it. If I, Wu Ruoling, don't smash something one day, they would find it strange. Zhou Chen, this girl is so strong, but you promised me. That's right, but I don't want to do this. Zhou Chen, so, what condition would make you agree? I won't agree to any conditions. A meal, will it be enough? It will be enough. Okay, I agree. Zhou Chen. As expected, Wu Ruoling was a foodie. Just now, Zhou Chen recalled his conversation with Wu Ruoling earlier in the day and remembered she said all her money was spent on food. So clearly, Wu Ruoling was a foodie, and her appetite was likely not small. After all, she wielded a big hammer, so her strength and energy consumption must be significant. Now seeing her agree, Zhou Chen smiled confidently. He was right. He could completely handle her from now on. I want enough spiritual rice. Don't think you can take advantage. Then forget it. Zhou Chen. Okay, I agree. Tomorrow is the final test at the martial arts school, and I will challenge Zhou Shanru. You can come to the school to watch. No problem. By the way, I've thought of a few lines. You should memorize them tonight, and remember to recite them after defeating Zhou Shanru tomorrow. When you recite them, your tone should be fierce and a bit sarcastic, preferably with an attitude that makes people want to hit you. Zhou Chen emphasized, then thought of a few lines and sent them to Wu Ruoling. After a while, she still hadn't replied. Zhou Chen, not seeing a response, asked her, how's it going? Did you remember them? Aren't these lines too cliché? What the heck is this keek? That's a type of laughter. You can understand it as the unique laughter of a villain. Then laugh one for me as a demonstration. Zhou Chen. And this line, this young lady is already a strong practitioner at the qi condensation stage, while you are merely a piece of trash at the 9th level of the qi refinement stage. If you want to win against me, you are still far from it. What kind of line is that? It's so stupid. Zhou Chen. Wu Ruoling, please be aware of your position. Right now, I am the one in charge, and you have to listen to me. Wu Ruoling, but I think I don't want your opinion, I want my own. Alright, as long as you're happy, I'm going to take a shower. Wu Ruoling could only accept it. She had been craving a hearty meal of spirit rice for a long time, but unfortunately, she had no money. So even if the lines were a bit brainless, she could only agree to Zhou Chen. Oh, Zhou Chen replied with one word, then opened the call and chose video call. Knock, knock, knock. It rang a few times and was then directly rejected. We're brothers, and you're avoiding me? Zhou Chen laughed. After that, he didn't see a reply. After waiting a while, Zhou Chen sent a message to remind her for tomorrow, then saw an exclamation mark. Sigh, in our past lives, we were brothers who swore an oath. In this life, you finally became a girl, yet you won't even let me have a good look. Really lacking in loyalty. Zhou Chen put down his phone, updated a few chapters of his novel, then played a few games. After that, he went to bed. Tomorrow he had to go to the martial arts school to witness the battle between his sister and Wu Ruoling. He needed to conserve his energy tonight. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was holding a meeting. The previous defeat made him reflect deeply. After repeated summaries, he beat up the dog-headed strategist. Damn it, sending red roses? This was the misunderstanding Zhou Ge had about him. It was also the reason he got beaten. No wonder Zhou Ge said he had feelings for Zhou Jie. This was all because of that red rose incident. After summarizing, he formulated a new plan. The Qin family classic states, know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle. To become a good lackey, one must know the preferences of the big brother. Once he understood the big brother's preferences, his own status would quickly rise. Just like He-Shin during the Chen dynasty, so Qin Tian specifically invited a familiar face of Zhou Chen to give him guidance. Zhong Jian, with a monthly salary of 100,000, be my strategist. This salary is among the top in the country, so I hope you can live up to it. Qin Tian said seriously, very earnestly. He was fighting for the Qin family's cause, and now he was full of motivation. Don't worry, as the romantic saint of Qingcheng, my specialty is helping everyone solve their emotional problems. My cultivation talent isn't strong. I only graduated from a vocational martial arts school after the big exam, and now I'm only at the first level of qi refinement. But after graduation, I've been contemplating the path of emotions. Although I'm still a virgin, the number of girls I've encountered is countless. My romantic experiences are quite rich. This time, if it weren't for your Qin family specifically coming to invite me, I absolutely wouldn't have come out of the mountains. Zhong Jiang said in a deep voice, expressing his loyalty to Qin Tian. Qin Tian nodded and then waved his hand. Untie him. As soon as the words fell, Qin Tian's bodyguard stepped forward and cut the ropes binding Zhong Jiang. I specifically invited you before, but you didn't come, so I had to resort to this method. You won't blame me, will you? Rest assured, I definitely won't. Zhong Jiang shook his head, assuring him earnestly. Good, since that's the case, let's discuss matters. You know Zhou Chen very well. Let me ask you, what does Zhou Chen like the most? Qin Tian inquired, not mentioning that he wanted to be Zhou Chen's lackey or anything like that. After all, that would be quite embarrassing. Qin Tian, was the young master of the Qin family. Being a lackey was fine, but if he went around saying it, that would be shameless. That would be losing face for the ancestors of the Qin family. That wasn't something to worry about. It was his great-grandfather who sent him, and the ancestor had let the great-grandfather handle it. But Qin Tian was somewhat vain and cared a lot about his image. Being a lackey was acceptable, but it definitely couldn't be spoken of. What does Zhou Chen like? Zhong Jiang was puzzled, not understanding why Qin Tian wanted to know this. But he couldn't ask too much. After all, he was brought here by Qin Tian, and he was worried about Qin Tian being unfavorable to him. As long as it wasn't harmful to Zhou Chen, he would just say it. He recalled carefully and wasn't particularly sure what Zhou Chen liked. But not answering wasn't an option. Men generally like flashy things. One is what money can buy, and the other is what money can't buy. The former can be solved with money, but Brother Zhou isn't lacking money right now, so we can only focus on the latter. And the latter usually refers to a woman's heart, so without a doubt, Brother Zhou likes beautiful women. Zhong Jiang said. As his words fell, Qin Tian's heart grew colder. Was there really only the option of going abroad for a sex change? The next day, Zhou Chen got up early, feeling his cultivation energy had advanced significantly. Stepping out of his room, he found he was the only one at home. His parents had made breakfast for him and sent him a message on super letter. They had gone to look at houses. Zhou Chen, feeling bored, washed up and then took out the breakfast. He was about to dig in when he heard the doorbell ring. Opening the door, it was Qin Tian again, holding a handful of honeysuckle. Damn, this guy, is he a bit too persistent? Did he get addicted to me bullying him? Brother Zhou, have you had breakfast yet? This is top-grade antelope meat steamed dumplings, incredibly delicious. And this is fresh milk from Tianshan cows, rich in spiritual energy, and the fresher, the better. And this is tropical fruit imported from abroad, cultivated through a spirit-gathering array. Having some fruit in the morning is particularly good for the body. Brother Zhou, would you like to try some? Qin Tian's hands were full of things, showing great sincerity. Sigh. Zhou Chen sighed lightly. 1. Because he had decided to quit these things. 2. He sighed because there were no girls treating him this well. Zhou Chen, just don't understand when my romantic fate will activate. When will I be able to have a beautiful love affair? Come in and talk. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling face. Although he didn't know what Qin Tian really meant, he appreciated the thought. Let him in first. Alright. Qin Tian smiled and followed Zhou Chen inside, being very respectful, which felt a bit strange. Zhong Jiang followed in as well. Brother Zhou, he called out to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen looked at him in surprise, truly unable to understand how Zhong Jiang ended up mingling with Qin Tian. The sleeping dragon and the phoenix chick actually walked together. He sat on one side of the table, letting Qin Tian sit on the other. He took out the desk lamp from the study, turned it on, and faced Qin Tian. Confess and be lenient, resist and be strict. Hurry up and say, what exactly do you want to do? The bright light made Qin Chang feel a bit uncomfortable at first, but he soon adapted. Brother Zhou, I really have no other intentions. I just want to apologize for my previous actions. And also, what Xiao Xiaohua can do, I, Qin Tian, can do too, and I can do it better. What Xiao Xiaohua can't do, I, Qin Tian, might also be able to do. So, Brother Zhou, how about you let me follow you? Zhou Chen? So that was what he meant. No wonder he was hanging out with Zhong Jiang. They were clearly cut from the same cloth. Not bad. How about this? Today you come with me to the martial arts school, and then book a private room at your Qin family's imperial kitchen. I'll give you a chance to treat me to a meal. Remember, the spiritual rice must be plentiful, and for the dishes, bring both the spiritual and the ordinary. Zhou Chen's thoughts shifted, and he had an idea. This was quite comfortable. In this life, just as he was about to sleep, someone brought him a pillow. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Qin Tian not only had no other thoughts but was actually very happy. He immediately agreed wholeheartedly. Seeing this, Zhou Chen told him to stay seated and place 10 psychological health questionnaires in front of him. Please fill out this questionnaire, you have half an hour. This was a questionnaire specially designed by Zhou Chen for that villain. Only by passing could he feel at ease. Although at this moment, Qin Tian's favorability towards him had already risen to over 40, he had once been a villain, so it was just right for Qin Tian to answer it. It was a test of how he would respond to the questions on this questionnaire. Qin Tian took the questionnaire and appeared to take it very seriously. This was Brother Zhou's matter, it had to be taken seriously. Question 1. You particularly resent a person because he has been bullying you. What will you do when you see him next? A. Stick gum in his hair. B. Forgive him. C. Take advantage of his inattention to give him a surprise attack. D. Bully his younger brother. Seeing this question, Qin Tian cautiously raised his head to look at Zhou Chen. Then he quickly chose B. He had once hated Zhou Chen like this, but after being bullied frequently, he no longer felt that much resentment. So of course, he would forgive him. Question 2. What is white, black, and red? Answer. A shy zebra. When you see this joke, do you find it funny? A. Funny. B. Not funny. C. I thought of something inappropriate. D. Beat up the person who asked the question first. Qin Tian glanced at Zhou Chen and then quickly made his choice. Many of the questions were quite bizarre, but Qin Tian answered them one by one. Zhong Jiang on the side also took a copy to fill out. Half an hour later, they finished. Zhou Chen picked up the answer sheet to check the scores, and Qin Tian scored 70, while Zhong Jiang scored 80. Both were satisfied. However, both of them had positive feelings towards themselves, with no hatred, let alone reaching the 80-point mark of hatred. What a pity, this villain's spot is not meant for you. They didn't eat Qin Tian's breakfast, but it wasn't wasted. Zhou Chen let Qin Tian and Zhong Jiang eat it themselves. As for Zhou Chen, he ate his own ordinary meal. This behavior left Qin Tian quite astonished. He was very puzzled. Why was Brother Zhou not eating the good food but opting for these ordinary things? Qin Tian wanted to ask, but Zhou Chen already knew what he was thinking. After taking a bite of steamed bun, he smiled lightly. Cultivation is not just about training, it's also about cultivating the heart. Plain tea and simple meals, let it be, wealth and honor should not be forced. This is the process of cultivating the heart. Enough, this state is still far too early for you. You don't need to think too much, just remember one thing. What I say has its own profound meaning. After such words, Qin Tian felt as if he had been enlightened. He was completely baptized by Zhou Chen's words. Truly, listening to you is worth more than 10 years of study. Brother Zhou, I understand now. That's good. Let's go to the Qingqing Martial Arts School. You drove here, right? I drove here. Brother Zhou, is it too mundane to drive? Wouldn't it be better for our heart cultivation if we walked? If you want to walk, you can. I'll take the car. Qin Tian. On the way, Qin Tian made a phone call to arrange for tonight's private room. After arriving, Zhou Chen greeted Han Ming. At that moment, the guardhouse was repairing the windows. After chatting with Han Ming, it turned out that the money for fixing the windows wasn't even paid by him. Why should I pay to fix the school's broken windows? I just need to write a report about it. Zhou Chen nodded, that was indeed good. The final test at Qingcheng Martial Arts School included all students from 4 grades. Everyone gathered in the campus square of Qingcheng Martial Arts School, about 30,000 people. The content of the exam was quite simple, a ring competition. Each grade was divided into 5 sections based on strength, with the strong within each section being roughly equal in power. Then, students from each section would draw lots to compete. In addition to the lot drawing matches, there were also free challenges. Those ranked lower could challenge those ranked higher. After Zhou Chen arrived, he exchanged glances with Wu Ruoling. Then he stood beside Zhou Shanru. "Sister, good luck. I came specifically to support you." Zhou Shanru looked at Zhou Chen with confusion. Why did it feel like there was something fishy about this? "Sister, I think your strength in your first year at Qingcheng Martial Arts School is overwhelming. You don't even need to fight. So, sister, how about you challenge a top genius from the second year? I think Wu Ruoling would be quite suitable." "Really? But she's in the qi condensation realm, and I'm far behind her." Zhou Shanru frowned slightly, unsure why Zhou Chen would have this idea. Although she was indeed a top genius and could compete against average second or even third and fourth year students, Wu Ruoling was different. Even though she was only in her second year, she was also a top genius like herself. Plus, the other party was in the qi condensation realm, a whole major realm above her. The gap was evident. She had little chance of winning against her. "It's fine, it's just a big exam to exchange ideas. Besides, you're already invincible in your first year. What's the point of facing weaker students? It's better to challenge a stronger genius to determine your true strength. Don't worry, with me here, she definitely won't dare to hurt you," Zhou Chen said firmly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shanru felt it made some sense. And just then, Wu Ruoling swung her 3-ming copper hammer onto the ring and then leaped onto the stage. Her eyes turned towards Zhou Chen's side, fighting for her rice. What does Wu Ruoling want to do? She jumped onto the ring? Is she looking to challenge someone? Or did someone have the guts to challenge her? Wu Ruoling has probably already defeated all the geniuses in the second year. She has even faced some from the third and fourth years. Now, who is she planning to challenge? Let us mourn for that unknown brother or sister. Who would have thought they would be targeted by this woman, Wu Ruoling? All the students below the stage were buzzing with discussions upon seeing Wu Ruoling's actions, recounting her battle achievements. They were also very curious about her upcoming opponent, Zhou Shanru. "Dare you come up for a battle?" Wu Ruoling stood on the arena, shouting towards Zhou Shanru. Her words were clever, yet filled with fighting spirit. As soon as she spoke, the students and teachers watching on-site were puzzled. Who was she challenging? Zhou Shanru? Zhou Shanru was a freshman, and Wu Ruoling was a top sophomore talent. Surely she wouldn't challenge a first-year student, right? Challenging Zhou Shanru? Did I hear that wrong? Damn, what's up with Wu Ruoling? She usually challenges opponents at a higher level. Why is she challenging Zhou Shanru this time? Could it be that she feels Zhou Shanru's emergence threatens her status, so she wants to suppress Zhou Shanru's morale early on? Awesome, Hana. This is going to be a good show. 2 campus beauties fighting. Wu Ruoling naturally heard the students' discussions, but she couldn't care less. She was a person who fought for food, and there was no shame in that. Zhou Shanru also heard Wu Ruoling's challenge. She usually practiced alone and had little contact with others, let alone provoke Wu Ruoling, so she was unaware that Wu Ruoling would challenge her. Should she accept? Zhou Shanru hesitated in her heart. But while she was hesitating, Zhou Chen directly answered for her. "Hee, that Neza on the stage. I see you're tired of living. How dare you challenge my sister? I've agreed, so just stand there on the arena." Hearing Zhou Chen shout, Qin Tianzhong, who had come along, naturally couldn't fall behind. The Qin family manual states, "Whatever the elder brother says, the younger brother must echo. Whatever the elder brother wants to do, the younger brother must help." Thus, Qin Tian decisively responded to Zhou Chen. Standing beside Zhou Chen, he raised his arms and shouted, "That little Neza really has the guts. How dare you challenge our sister Zhou? Bold! Quickly apologize to Sister Zhou. Get down! What are you barking about up there? Our sister Zhou can take you down with one hand. Do you know who our sister Zhou is? Say it, and it will scare you to death. Step back, step back." Now, Zhou Shanru no longer needed to hesitate. This battle was unavoidable. "Sis, don't worry, I believe in your strength." Zhou Shanru, "You certainly don't need to worry." Zhou Shanru then leaped and jumped onto the arena. Her face was cold, as if she were ice, keeping others at a distance. Holding a light sword, she stood alone in the cold. In fact, she had already planned to challenge a top sophomore talent, and Wu Ruoling was among her considerations. Now that Wu Ruoling initiated the challenge, it was a perfect opportunity for her to test her skills against a peer of the same caliber. The referee teacher on the stage looked at the two with some annoyance. One was the top of the freshmen, and the other was the top of the sophomores, their match would be highly anticipated, but he was worried that they would take it too seriously and get hurt. He was especially concerned about Zhou Shanru getting hurt, as Wu Ruoling was notorious for being reckless at school. With a copper hammer weighing 100 pounds in each hand, her power was truly formidable. "Student Zhou, a sophomore has challenged you, you can refuse," the referee teacher said, hoping to make Zhou Shanru decline. This made Zhou Chen below a bit unhappy. "My family is here and has agreed. Do you need to meddle? When the time comes, can I personally convince my parents to sign a critical condition notice for my sister?" "No need," Zhou Shanru said in a deep voice. Now the referee teacher had nothing to say. After announcing the start, he quietly stood to the side of the arena, waiting for the two to engage. If there were any issues, he would intervene immediately. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This arena attracted the attention of all the students. The two who were originally fighting on the adjacent arena stopped. They all halted, widening their eyes to look over here. "On one arena. Let's pause for now." "Why pause? If you can't win against me, just admit defeat. There's a key match over there, let's finish watching it first." Hee, looking for excuses again. It's the freshman campus beauty Zhou Shanru against the sophomore campus beauty Wu Ruoling. "Really? Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I admit defeat. I'm going to find a closer spot to watch." On the arena, it has already begun. Zhou Shanru, slightly weaker in realm strength, did not act rashly. As for Wu Ruoling, although stronger, she also did not make a move at this moment. On the contrary, her delicate brows were furrowed, as if she was recalling something, but she couldn't remember. Finally, when she remembered, she spoke up. "Zhou Shanru, do you know why I challenged you?" Zhou Shanru was puzzled. Wasn't it just a spar because of the school's final test? "Why?" Wu Ruoling furrowed her brows again. She forgot her lines. "That's because I want to challenge you." She made up something on the spot. "Zhou Shanru, Zhou Chen." The crowd. So professional, it seems there's even a pre-match trash talk segment. Forget it. Wu Ruoling thought for a long time but couldn't recall the lines Zhou Chen sent her last night, so she gave up. "Let's talk about it after the match." Thus, after Zhou Shanru was ready, Wu Ruoling launched her attack. Each hand wielded a large bronze hammer, each weighing 100 pounds. The large bronze hammers were quite mismatched with Wu Ruoling's figure, but when she swung them, there was no pressure at all. Two hammers came crashing down. The power was terrifying. Seeing this, Zhou Shanru dared not confront it head-on. What she held was a light sword, a gentle weapon. If it made direct contact with Wu Ruoling's heavyweight weapon, it would surely break. So Zhou Shanru sidestepped, using her footwork to evade Wu Ruoling's strike. However, Wu Ruoling was a formidable opponent, and having frequently battled many talented challengers, her hammer techniques were extremely strong. Seeing that her two hammers missed Zhou Shanru, she channeled her spiritual energy and swept horizontally, striking again at Zhou Shanru. Zhou Shanru's expression changed, her right foot tapped lightly, retreating again. But Wu Ruoling surpassed Zhou Shanru in both spiritual energy and strength. As Zhou Shanru retreated, Wu Ruoling, like a relentless specter, swung her bronze hammer towards Zhou Shanru again. Thunder hammer! Boom boom! As Wu Ruoling swung down, it seemed a massive phantom of a bronze hammer appeared behind her. There was no escape. Awesome! Wu Ruoling is indeed a crazy woman. They've only exchanged a few moves, and she's already using martial skills. And it's the silver-level martial skill, Thunder Hammer. I wonder if Zhou Shanru can withstand this blow. After all, there's a significant gap in realms. Hiss, Wu Ruoling is really unreasonable. It's one thing to bully the weak, but she's so ruthless. The students were in constant discussion. They were dissatisfied with Wu Ruoling using martial skills. Zhou Chen frowned at the scene. If Zhou Shanru was in any danger, he would immediately rush to save her. The referee on stage was also closely monitoring, ready to intervene at any moment. At this critical moment, Zhou Shanru channeled all her spiritual energy. She also unleashed her strongest martial skill. With the gentle Ice Soul Sword, it transformed into an ice sword to counter Wu Ruoling. Zhou Shanru activated her silver-level martial skill, Ice Blade. The two clashed. Bang! Crack crack crack. Zhou Shanru's sword shattered at that moment. Wu Ruoling's bronze hammer was custom-made, while Zhou Shanru's was just an ordinary sword provided by the school. These two were not even on the same level, but Zhou Shanru did not give up. In that instant, she utilized her agility advantage and activated a body technique. Then, she launched a series of palm strikes back at Wu Ruoling. Damn it! Zhou Shanru was too strong, right? The sword shattered, and she still dared to counterattack? Awesome, amazing. No wonder it's Zhou Shanru. Is this really the strength of the top freshman? Damn it, I admit Zhou Shanru poses a threat to my strength. Is that face on the ground yours? Hurry up and pick it up. or someone else will take it to wipe their butt. He. Qin Tianzhong cheered, shouting to boost Zhou Shanru's morale and mock Wu Ruoling crazily. Nez ahead, is that all you've got? Is this what the Qi condensation realm is like? Just surrender already. Go, Sister Zhou. Although the counterattack was smooth, Wu Ruoling herself was in the Qi condensation realm, with Qi protecting her body. Under Zhou Shanru's counterattack, although she pushed Wu Ruoling back a few steps, it didn't have much effect. At the same time, she was hit by Wu Ruoling's copper hammer and fell to the ground. Her eyes remained frosty, having gained an understanding of Wu Ruoling's strength. She knew she wasn't a match for her yet, but she also understood that the only difference between her and Wu Ruoling was their realms. As long as she broke through to the Qi condensation realm, she could definitely defeat Wu Ruoling. But that wasn't possible right now. The referee quickly stepped in upon seeing the scene. He called a halt to the two. He was about to announce the result. They couldn't continue fighting. Just as he was about to speak, Wu Ruoling quickly interrupted him. Wait. The referee looked at her and said in a deep voice, Wu Ruoling, you have already won. But you only won because your realm is stronger. Do you still want to continue? They are all geniuses. Give me some face and stop fighting. No, I still have something to say. Let me finish, and then it will be over. Wu Ruoling shook her head. She felt that if she didn't recite her lines, Zhou Chen wouldn't treat her to a meal. So, for the sake of a guaranteed meal, it was better to recite the lines. Although she couldn't remember them, fortunately, she had copied them down last night. The referee looked at Wu Ruoling, unsure of what she wanted to say. Zhou Shanru was the same, and so were the other students. No one knew what Wu Ruoling was up to. Only Zhou Chen knew. Wu Ruoling took out a small piece of paper from her pocket. She opened it and glanced at Zhou Shanru. Her small face pretended to look fierce, but being petite, this act made her look incredibly cute. What is Wu Ruoling doing? What did she take out? Is that a piece of paper? Does she have something special to say to Zhou Shanru? Truly the school beauty, that expression is just too cute. But she's swinging a big hammer. Be careful she doesn't flatten you. The classmates watched the show. Zhou Chen's face was dark. He had a hunch about what was written on that paper. On the stage, Wu Ruoling unfolded the note and began to read it fiercely. She pronounced each word clearly. Jie, Jie, Jie. The referee? The crowd? What kind of strange sound is this? Zhou Chen's face darkened. This is completely emotionless. What is wrong with this actress? Are you reading from a textbook? On the stage, Wu Ruoling continued. Zhou Shanru. Listen well, Miss here is now a strong Qi condensation realm expert, while you are merely a piece of trash at the 9th level of Qi refinement, so you think you can win against me? You are still far from it. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Chen became even more dissatisfied. The lines were all written by him, but for heaven's sake, don't read from the note. Look at Zhou Shanru. Have you ever seen someone make threats without looking at the opponent but staring at a piece of paper? This is truly ridiculous. If this were Heng Dian, no one would want an actor like you for a supporting role. Zhou Chen wished he could immediately replace her with another actress. Zhou Chen was dissatisfied, while the other students were all confused. What was Wu Ruoling doing? Was she making a threat? But it felt so strange. Zhou Shanru, if I were you, I would go back and enter seclusion to cultivate right now. I will practice late into the night every day, and I won't stop until I break through to the Qi condensation realm. The performance continued on stage. Wu Ruoling's lines made Zhou Chen want to curse. A trashy actor, wanting to eat? I'll serve her a bowl tonight. Forget it, I'll save the situation myself. Zhou Chen jumped onto the stage. He helped Zhou Shanru up, supporting his older sister. His face was icy. Wu Ruoling, you are simply going too far. I tell you, my sister will soon break through to the Qi condensation realm. After the school starts in the second half of the year, I will definitely seek revenge. After saying that, Zhou Chen looked at his sister. Sister, we won't let her get to us. Let's go home and cultivate. We'll break through to the Qi condensation realm during the summer vacation, and then we'll crush her. Zhou Chen said softly. Breaking through to the Qi condensation realm requires a breakthrough pill. If I don't have a breakthrough pill, it might take me 3 to 4 months. Sister, don't worry, I just happened to find a breakthrough pill. Sister, I'll give it to you when we get home. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Zhou Shanru frowned slightly. She was puzzled. Such a precious pill wasn't even sold in the pharmacies of Qingcheng. How could you find one? What are we waiting for? Shouldn't we hurry and go find it together? Can I bring a snakeskin bag? At this moment, in the school square, everyone noticed Zhou Chen on stage. Everyone was discussing him. Who is this kid? What the hell? He even dares to support Zhou Shanru? So bold. This is outrageous. Isn't that Zhou Chen? Don't you recognize him? Zhou Chen? The genius top scholar from Qingcheng this year? It really is him. They both have the surname Zhou, and he calls her sister Zhou Shanru. I didn't expect them to be siblings. Oh, so he's the little brother, then it's fine. Both of them are top geniuses. Being born like that is truly a skill. Zhou Chen on stage didn't pay attention to everyone's discussions. He glared at Wu Ruoling, expressing his dissatisfaction with her acting. Wu Ruoling saw Zhou Chen's gaze and wanted to say something to explain, but for the sake of her meal, she held back. Then she turned to all the students below the stage and said seriously, "In the second half of this year, I will become a student of Qingqing Martial Arts School. At the same time, I will also become the president of the student council at Qingqing Martial Arts School. From now on, I don't want to see any bullying of my sister in the school. Otherwise, don't blame me, Zhou Chen, for being ruthless. My sister can only be bullied by me. That's what I said. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Disagreement is also invalid." Wu Ruoling, well said. If it weren't for me challenging your sister, I might have really believed it. Good. Brother Zhou is so domineering. Crazy for my sister, mad for my sister, to help her become the top scholar. You all remember, if anyone dares to bully my sister Zhou, that means they are going against me, Qin Tian, and against my Qin family. Qin Tian immediately shouted in response from below the stage. He even had a bit of flair, but Qin Tian's words made those around him feel displeased. Is this really from the Qin family? Why does it sound like a dog? Many students felt dissatisfied after hearing Zhou Chen's words. They thought Zhou Chen was being too arrogant. It was true that Zhou Chen was the top scholar of Qingcheng, but his current strength seemed to be only around the 4th level of Qi condensation. Although he had the strength to fight above his level, in the current Qingqing Martial Arts School, that was only mid-tier. Saying such things was bound to make people laugh. So arrogant. By the way, isn't the student council president position supposed to be contested in the 3rd year? How did Zhou Chen get it? Moreover, this position was already reserved for Huang Haoyu. Zhou Chen directly snatched Huang Haoyu's position? Looks good, really good. I didn't expect that after this semester ends, there will be a good show to watch next semester. After Zhou Chen finished speaking on stage, he took Zhou Shanru down from the ring. The words he just said were intentionally spoken by Zhou Chen. The purpose was to elevate his influence at the Qingqing Martial Arts School, expand his reputation, and attract more students' attention. He was officially laying the groundwork for his path as the student council president in his freshman year. By then, everyone in the school would be Zhou Chen's tools. Zhou Shanru felt deeply moved by Zhou Chen's words. Indeed, he was her brother, the pain was worth it. When she got home that night, she would personally cook and make chicken soup for her little brother. Wu Ruoling saw Zhou Shanru coming down. She shouldered her 2 large bronze hammers and followed her down. The director called for a stop. Her part should be over, right? Wu Ruoling didn't know, but she knew one thing. If Zhou Chen didn't let her eat tonight, she would take it out on him. She would hit him on the chest with her little hammer. Make way, make way. Qin Tian and Zhong Jiang helped Zhou Chen clear a path. They urged everyone to make way. Although everyone was dissatisfied, hearing that it was Qin Tian from the Qin family made them suppress their feelings a bit. What a damn sycophant. This final test was not important for Zhou Shanru. Her position as the top student in her freshman year was unshakable, so even if she left now, no teacher would stop her. Zhou Chen took Zhou Shanru to the car. Then he handed the Breaking Realm pill to Zhou Shanru. Sis, this is the Breaking Realm pill. You keep it safe for now, don't take it for the next few days. Mom and Dad are already picking out a villa. Once the villa is purchased, I'll set up a spirit gathering array in the villa and create a training room. You can take it then. By that time, your chances of breaking through to the Qi condensation realm will be at least 90%. Zhou Chen instructed. His concern for Zhou Shanru was truly meticulous. This made Qin Tian and Zhong Jiang envious. Brother Zhou was really good to his family, no doubt about it. Hearing this, Zhou Shanru returned the pill to Zhou Chen. Shaking her head, she refused. Xiaofan, this Breaking Realm pill is hard to come by. Even if you want to buy it, there's no market for it, so you should keep it for yourself. Use it when you reach the 9th level of Qi condensation. As for me, I don't need it at all, it's just 3 or 4 months of training. I can break through without the pill. Zhou Shanru's first thought was still for Zhou Chen. She wanted to use the resources on Zhou Chen rather than on herself. Not to mention, this pill originally belonged to Zhou Chen. However, while she had this thought, Zhou Chen had a different idea. If you don't take this pill, who will help me improve my cultivation? How will my realm improve? So, be good, quickly take the pill, and then break through in a few days. Zhou Chen smiled gently. Sis, have you forgotten that I can't take pills? So just rest assured and take it. You are my sister, anything good I have is yours. You don't need to be polite with me. Hearing this, Zhou Shanru felt a sweetness in her heart, feeling very sweet. She accepted the pill. Just then, Zhou Chen's phone received a notification. Zhou Chen opened it to see a message from Wu Ruoling. She had blocked him yesterday, and now she wanted to eat, so she added him back. Zhou Chen, I've already challenged your sister. When are you going to treat me to a meal? Zhou Shanru curiously leaned over. Who is it? Zhou Chen quickly turned off the screen. A scam message. It says she's Qin Shi Huang and wants me to treat her to a meal, and when she conquers the world, she'll make me the general of the state. Really? Of course it's true. You're my sister. Would I lie to you? Hee, haven't you lied to me enough times? Zhou Chen. Not long after, Wu Ruoling sent another message. Is it still Qin Shi Huang this time? No, this time it's a hefty reward for a child. Zhou Shanru. On the side, Zhong Zheng overheard and leaned in. Zhou Gu, is it really? What's wrong? Are you interested? Didn't you just make a fortune? Are you short on cash now? No, I'm not short on cash. I mainly want to experience the process. Zhou Chen. When he got home, his parents were just there, so Zhou Chen let Zhou Shanrui talk to them about the villa. Then he went out again. He got into Qin Tian's car and headed to their family's imperial kitchen. He sent a text to Wu Ruoling, asking her to hurry over.